Chapter 1. The Nautical Journal Frontispiece. I am tough you'd be by the time you open this diary. I fear I may have already departed from this world. Thus, I pen these words as testament to my existence. It all began with a lottery not long ago. A challenge initiated by an international foundation seeking to identify the year's most fortunate individual. Prior to that moment, I had never imagined that someone as unremarkable as myself, an ordinary worker, could win the grand prize worth $1 million, an unrestricted journey aboard the most luxurious international cruise ship to circumnavigate the globe in 80 days. To be honest, the last time I experienced such luck was when I triumphed over millions of unfortunate souls. Half a month later, when I finally stood before the colossal vessel named Santa Maria, I pondered for a long time, my mind echoing a singular thought. Freebies bring joy. A moment of free indulgence is delightful. Continual indulgence is perpetually delightful. However, little did I know then that this journey of free indulgence would evolve into a harrowing odyssey far more terrifying than that of the Titanic. September 23, 2023, Saturday, clear. Strictly speaking, this is a nautical log, for respectable individuals like myself never keep diaries. During the autumn equinox, the Santa Maria sails from east to west, traversing the continents of Asia, Europe, Africa, and North America, paying homage to the remarkable feat of circumnavigating the globe in 80 days. September 26th. Overcast, southeast wind. Cruising speed, 20 nautical miles. Soon, the ship will navigate through the Strait of Malacca. Today, I met Captain Arthur of the Santa Maria. He advised me not to believe any maritime legends, the tales of gold and treasure he claimed are mere fabrications. Alas, I do not believe him. Despite the narrative remaining unfinished, one piece truly exists, as the only Chinese on board. He relished discussing Eastern topics, and thus, we swiftly forged a close friendship. Captain Arthur is a warm-hearted, old-fashioned British gentleman, yet his thick accent renders his attempts at Chinese rather abysmal. He keeps referring to me as butcher. Oh my God, behold this dreadful accent, akin to the atrocious coffee brewed by my neighbor. Grandma Mary. If I hear that name again, I cannot guarantee that I won't kick him hard with my Martin boots. September 27, Wednesday, light rain. Chef Harry from the kitchen invited me to sample their dinner. It was the most succulent roast I have ever tasted since birth. I smiled and responded truthfully, and Chef Harry, satisfied, sheathed his knife. That irascible Turk. September 30, clear, northwest wind. The first mate reported that at 10 this morning, the Santa Maria received a peculiar signal from the sea, a distress call from a maritime rescue fleet. Yet strangely, we had not heard of any nearby shipwrecks. In truth, I hardly cared about this matter, for there was a ball on board tonight. Based on my years of observing dance performances in the plaza below, I concluded that the dancers from Europe and America possess flawlessly pale thighs. The Latin dancers exhibit beautifully rounded legs, while the African dancers showcase striking curves. Yet, the most exquisite are the Eastern dancers, with their uniquely graceful charm, a true delight to behold. October 1, Sunday. A day of celebration and dance. October 4, a day of dance. October 5, a day of dance. October 6, Tufu. Oh Tufu, how can you be so debased? Ensnared by beauty, unable to extricate yourself, the sage said, I examine myself thrice daily. This cannot continue. October 7, a day of dance. Anna, Martha, Amanda, I'm coming, he. October 21, Saturday, cloudy. Chef Harry discreetly informed me that all the provisions in the storage hold had spoiled and must be replenished before our next stop. Yet, what concern is that of mine? Let the music play and the dancing continue. October 25, that misfortune has befallen us. According to our original plan, we should have disembarked to replenish supplies, yet the GPS navigation system on the ship has inexplicably malfunctioned, causing the Santa Maria to stray from its original course, leaving us adrift in the ocean. October 27, Thursday, torrential rain. An unprecedented maritime tempest has utterly disrupted the navigation plans of the Santa Maria since the day before yesterday. I have not seen another vessel on the open sea. The ship's electronic devices have lost signal, and the engine has suffered severe malfunctions. Worse still, the Santa Maria is now unable to communicate with any other ships, leaving us with no choice but to drift, meaning we are completely cut off from the outside world. October 30, we remain unable to contact the outside world. The atmosphere aboard the ship has grown increasingly bizarre. Everyone has fallen into a strange silence. The spoiled food in the storage hold has been plundered by the security personnel. The sailors have begun fishing, and I have joined their ranks. Though I may catch a few, it is but a drop in the bucket for feeding over 1,000 souls. November 6th. Rainwater can be collected for drinking, but the ship's provisions have run completely dry. The terrifying specter of hunger and death is slowly approaching. November 19. The first death has occurred. The second mate, driven mad, took his own life. It is said that he spent his entire life at sea. After a discussion among the crew, we chose to give him a dignified sea burial. November 21. I heard a minor scuffle in the cabin, seemingly over a few measures of rice. The irate chef Harry brandished a knife to intervene but was inadvertently killed by the sailors who surrounded him. Vivid crimson blood stained the entire deck, inciting the ship's sharks to join the fray. November 23. The captain has vanished, and the surveillance system has inexplicably malfunctioned. Someone has circulated the notion that murder on the high seas is not a crime, and the situation has inevitably spiraled out of control. November 25. I discovered that some crew members were engaged in a peculiar game. Each day, they randomly drew a name from a paper containing the names of the ship's members, and the one selected would typically go missing during the night. November 30th. More individuals have gone missing. I am barely surviving by fishing and trapping seabirds. To remain isolated in such a desolate environment for an extended period is a terrifying ordeal that we have become like lone wolves, each staking out our own territory. Over time, communication has ceased entirely. The surviving crew members have bloodshot eyes, drooling. I have hidden a knife, and whenever someone approaches, I become exceedingly anxious. Often, I cannot sleep through the night, fearing that if I close my eyes, I may never open them again. December 1, Thursday. In a struggle for a fish, the engineer shattered a sailor's skull, only to be subsequently stabbed to death by his comrades. The remaining individuals looked on coldly, offering no intervention. Until then, we were all merely ordinary people. That night, I caught a whiff of meat simmering in the kitchen, yet there was no meat left, lying in bed all night. I could not find rest. After much contemplation, I unearthed two twisted words from the bloodstained dictionary: cannibalism. From the moment the cruise ship spiraled into chaos, there remained only two types of people on board: the eaters and the eaten. December 5th. Monday. Since yesterday, I have noticed some sailors casting strange glances my way. 7 or 8 individuals have been whispering among themselves, seemingly plotting against me. I spent the entire day hiding in the pipes, subsisting on the fat rodents within. That night, I heard an eerie sharpening of knives in the cabin corridor, followed by the hurried footsteps of sailors who burst through the door, failing to see me, and then erupted into a barrage of curses. In the latter half of the night, the ship's loudspeaker blared music, drowning out several anguished screams. I know not who fell victim to the malice once more. I am uncertain how much longer I can endure this. December 15th. The Santa Maria has transformed into a hellish realm. The ship is littered with white bones. Sailors are collapsing in droves. Those afflicted with septicemia have blood seeping from their gums like demons of the underworld. The sky's vultures are feasting on the ship's decaying flesh, while the deck is smeared with the blood-written last wills of the deceased, inscribed in various languages with the same message: I wish to go home. December 20th. For several days now, the Santa Maria has been devoid of any sound. I have been lurking in the drainage pipes, catching rats, uncertain if anyone else remains alive. Darkness envelopes me. Before my eyes lies an impenetrable void. This is an endless dark forest. We are both armed hunters and prey awaiting slaughter. Any slightest sound could lead to our demise at the hands of the beasts. Here, humans consume rats. Rats consume humans, and humans consume humans. December 25, Sunday. Light rain. Yet, there is a glimmer of hope. I heard the whistle of steam powered and a massive international cruise ship has emerged upon the sea. Light penetrates the darkness. Soon after, faint footsteps echoed on the deck. Something was stirring above. From afar, they resembled demons, but upon closer inspection, they were merely people. I joined hands with the surviving crew members, waving our arms in unison to create a greater commotion. With the last remnants of our strength, we screamed desperately at the massive ferry on the horizon, pleading for help. Our frantic gestures finally caught the attention of the crew on board. They turned to look at us, and we were overcome with tears, overwhelmed by the realization that our nightmarish days were drawing to a close. Just when we all believed salvation was at hand, the crew collectively turned away. To our dismay, that UN-embossed cruise ship sailed away from us, gradually receding into the distance. December 31, Saturday. The ship, now rusted and decayed, is littered with mountains of bones. There is scarcely anything left to eat aboard. And after the final desperate clash, I remained the sole survivor. At that moment, the long-dormant radio suddenly received a transmission. Attention all units, a vessel suspected to be the missing ship St. Maria from 3 years ago has been detected. In that instant, a dreadful thought surged through my mind. This was a ghost ship, long lost to the sea. With all its crew presumably perished, I sat dazed in the captain's quarters. Clutching my notebook, I became aware of this grim reality just as an endless expanse of dark clouds began to loom on the horizon. An hour later, a storm would consume everything. Chapter 2. The blue moon fainting, swaying, struggling to breathe. My mind was enveloped in a fog. Tufu felt an icy chill enveloping him, as if his ears, nostrils, and throat were choked by a frigid grip. Like one drowning, his body sank deeper, plummeting into the abyss of the frigid sea, desperately seeking salvation. No matter how he thrashed, the vast ocean remained eerily silent. Fragmented memories intertwined, revealing haunting images of the great vessel. Skeletons clad in sailors' garb stood at the railing, gazing into the distance, while the chef, Harry, with a head resembling an octopus's suction cup, writhed grotesquely. A dancer, adorned with ghastly spots of decay, flashed a terrifying smile, and a pet dog, reduced to a mere half of its skeletal remains, still had the other half writhing. Ultimately, amidst a bizarre symphony performed by an orchestra, the Saint Maria drifted upward into the heavens. In this bewildering tapestry of recollections, strange whispers echoed in Tufu's ears. Time became an abstraction as his falling body finally reached the ground, and with a resounding thud, fragmented memories began to overlap in the darkness. First prize, Saint Maria, maritime survival, ghost ship, and numerous disembodied, swaying thighs. All significant fragments of information surfaced in his mind. The hellish ordeal of the shipwreck felt as if it had occurred only yesterday. Just then, in that terrifying nightmare, the crew had morphed into monsters. The powerful sense of oppression forced him to gasp for breath, and he suddenly awoke, realizing that his back was drenched in sweat. Where am I? Tufu struggled to open his eyelids, gazing at his surroundings as his blurred vision began to sharpen. In the modest room, a suspended gas lamp connected by copper pipes hung from the ceiling, casting a dim light that unveiled the entirety of the space beneath his eyelids. This was a small chamber steeped in steampunk aesthetics, with a wooden clock resembling a quaint house adorning the wall, and an array of interlocking gears overlapping in intricate patterns. A loft bookshelf, welded from iron pipes, rose in a stepped fashion beside the table, while even the bed frame was a hardcore amalgamation of steel and copper pipes. In stark contrast to the modern cabin aboard the Saint Maria, this was an entirely different bedroom. The spatial arrangement of this unfamiliar little room was masterfully executed, epitomizing simplicity, classic design, and a raw aesthetic. First, I must eliminate the possibility of dreaming. Tufu gently rubbed his eyes and slapped himself across the face. The imprint of his palm flushed crimson against his skin. It hurt. This was no dream. I am still alive. His eyelids twitched as he swiftly approached a brass-framed mirror hanging in the corner. The reflection revealed a strikingly handsome Eastern visage. The young man in the mirror possessed refined features, with dark hair and a pristine white shirt. His fair complexion showcased chiseled, masculine features, yet a certain indescribable melancholy seemed to linger between his brows. In that moment of eye contact, it appeared as though two figures were superimposed within the brass mirror, and two memories began to align in unison. This boy, named Tufu Cape, was born in the coastal city of Litz, in the Osway province of the Kingdom of Baya, adjacent to the northern shores of the Palia Sea. As the initial shock subsided, Tufu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Feeling the coolness of perspiration on his back, his gaze lowered to the table, where the most conspicuous object was a wooden frame encasing a faded black and white photograph. What is this? Tufu lifted the frame to examine it closely. The image depicted a family of three, a pair of cultured and amiable adults standing lovingly behind him. Most likely, these were his biological parents. As he lifted his gaze, a dull ache pulsed in his head, and sudden fragments of memory surged like a tidal wave, racing through his mind like images in a projection room. He was born into a typical intellectual household. His parents were history professors at Litz University, renowned archaeologists who dedicated their lives to the pursuit of truth. Unfortunately, they had vanished years ago during an expedition with an international archaeological team. It was speculated that all members of this expedition had perished. This was indeed a tragic beginning, steeped in both honor and obscurity, almost creating another orphanage tale. Fortunately, his parents had made arrangements in advance, entrusting young Tufu to a couple named the Winsters for their care, inadvertently making them his guardians in Litz City. Indeed, the parents of a time traveler are invariably in hazardous professions. Tufu was quite intrigued by this new identity. It was well known that individuals whose parents met such fates often held extraordinary backgrounds. Regaining his composure, he instinctively stepped outside, lifting his gaze to the largest master bedroom on the second floor, where the Winster couple resided. From a young age, he had been raised by Uncle Ethan and Aunt Anphil. And due to his honest nature and diligent demeanor, he had earned their trust. Although the Winster family had begun to decline financially, they still ensured he received a formal education at a local comprehensive school, providing him with a moderate upbringing. Ding, as the clock's hands aligned at midnight, the gears whirred, and a mechanical cuckoo emerged with a flutter of wings and tail, producing a melodic sound from its internal organ pipes. Cuckoo, cuckoo, this little trinket from the Black Forest region of the Kingdom of Bea chimed at each hour, thanks to a gift from Sophie Winster, the daughter of his guardians. Though the cuckoo clock was sometimes inaccurate, the ugly little bird would intermittently squawk, and at such times, a simple clap or a kick would often remedy the situation. Perhaps out of consideration for the original owner's sensitive disposition, the proud young lady would always find various excuses to bestow such gifts upon him. "I didn't give it to you out of pity," she would insist. "Just say whether you want it or not. If you refuse, I'll just feed it to the dogs. If you dare lose what I've given you, I swear I'll throw you and your filthy belongings out. Aside from your naturally good looks, you're utterly worthless. Alone in a foreign realm, just disembarked from the ferry, and with no acquaintances, I am quite anxious." Tufu silently critiqued the cuckoo clock in his mind. As he wandered about the room, he felt an inexplicable warmth coursing through him, a remnant of the hellish existence aboard the ship that had left him neglecting his personal hygiene. Instinctively, he made his way to the washroom on the second floor. And upon entering, the sight that greeted him was intriguing. Several copper pipes connected to a drop toilet, and not far off stood a milky white ceramic bathtub, adorned with what appeared to be early shower fixtures. Hiss. He gently turned the switch, and clear water flowed from the pipes. Tufu shed his sweat-soaked garments and comfortably reclined in the bathtub, relishing this moment of tranquility. Then, Tufu's attention was drawn to a glass flower window on the wall. Where the moon hanging in the sky caught his eye. To observe better, he instinctively extinguished the gas lamp nearby, plunging the room into darkness. Instantly, a ghostly blue shadow cascaded from above, filtering through the window and reflecting in the washroom. It was midnight, and the sky silently bore a pale, spectral blue moon. Evidently, the adage, "looking up at the bright moon, bowing my head to think of my hometown," was not applicable here. A blue moon. From the original owner's memories, Tufu recalled that whenever he gazed at the moonlight casting upon him would evoke an inexplicable sense of panic. Looking up, he met the gaze of the distant blue moon, which radiated an ethereal glow. In that moment, Tufu felt an unshakable sense of strangeness, as if countless eyes were watching him from behind the blue moon, rendering him utterly uneasy. Yet, it seemed that since his birth, the moon had always possessed this hue, as if it were a universally accepted truth that the moon should be blue. After staring for what felt like an eternity until his neck grew sore, Tufu abruptly snapped back to reality, hastily closing the flower window. Only when the ghostly moonlight had completely retreated from the washroom did he feel a modicum of peace settle within him. From the original owner's understanding, he knew this world was one of divine belief. People held the conviction that every aspect of existence was governed by deities, each with their specific domain. In some ancient texts, it was noted that certain peculiar and ignorant actions by humans could attract divine retribution. If this world truly harbored gods, then surely, ding? Tufu's eyes sparkled as he tentatively called out, "Host calling system. Host calling system, please respond if you can hear me." It was widely understood that traversing realms and systems went hand in hand. However, the system remained unresponsive. System Daddy, Almighty God, Compassionate Buddha, Benevolent Allah, Omnipotent Huang Tianzuan, and that all-knowing God Yog Sothoth, I invoke your names, please rescue your wretched devotee. With utmost sincerity, Tufu implored the myriad deities to return him to his former self. Regrettably, the celestial beings paid him no mind. And even as they turned to depart, one spat disdainfully in his direction. Could it be that my ritual of prayer was flawed? As a well-versed netizen, Tufu, who prided himself on knowing a little about everything yet delving deeply into nothing, struggled to recall some esoteric summoning rituals. However, just as he was about to formulate his plans, the corridor was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Tufu had no time to exclaim, "Don't," before the bathroom door was flung open. Click. The light illuminated the space, revealing the washroom in its entirety. When Miss Sophie Winston stood at the threshold, what greeted her was a most peculiar sight. Tu Fu, clad in nothing, was half kneeling in the bathtub, earnestly adopting a prayerful posture towards the azure moon above, muttering something under his breath with an expression of utmost solemnity. Then, their gazes locked, and silence enveloped the scene, akin to that of a tranquil night in Cambridge. Chapter 3. Family. Outside the door stood a girl with a peculiar expression. Illuminated by the faint blue moonlight seeping through the gaps of the doorframe, casting fragmented glimmers upon Miss Winston's flawless, delicate visage, draped in a fluffy floral nightgown, her bright chestnut hair danced in the breeze. And her azure eyes, sparkling like stars in the moon, were filled with bewilderment. Her willow-like brows knitted together, and her slender figure, once agile, became rigid as she froze in place, her alabaster hands suspended in midair. Unsure of what to do, the unexpected scene nearly caused Sophie to gasp, but her well-bred upbringing quickly led her to cover her mouth and hastily close the bathroom door. "You fool! Why didn't you turn on the light?" Sophie's face flushed crimson, akin to a lobster, as she spoke in a tone laced with exasperation. "Moon-gazing," Tu Fu replied dryly, though a tempest raged within him. His feelings were hardly any better than Sophie's, truth be told. The embarrassment of the situation made him wish to transform into another species altogether. Following that brief exchange, an unusual silence enveloped them both. As moments passed, the increasingly impatient Sophie began to pace at the door, muttering, "Idiot, are you not done yet?" "Almost," Tu Fu replied, wiping the droplets from his skin, realizing that the person outside must be in urgent need. Just as he stood up, he heard her voice, tinged with impatience. "Declare, I'm coming in." Sophie's fair complexion took on an unusual shade of pink as she burst in, and fortunately, Tu Fu was quick enough to grab the sliding partition at the corner of the bathtub, effectively dividing the cramped space into two distinct realms. Nevertheless, within the stillness of the washroom, the atmosphere grew palpably awkward, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Even the sound of a needle dropping would have been strikingly clear. As Tu Fu's heart raced, Sophie on the other side of the curtain pressed her hand against her chest, moving cautiously. The steam rising from the hot water enveloped the washroom, making even their breaths sound distinctly audible. Originally just enjoying a bath, Tu Fu casually turned on the shower head above him. The gentle sound of the water could not completely drown out the sound of the toilet flushing on the other side of the curtain. Yet it significantly alleviated the awkward ambience in the room. After what felt like an eternity, the rustling of Sophie organizing her clothes finally broke the silence, just as Tu Fu contemplated how to shatter the awkwardness. A disgruntled female voice came from behind the curtain. "Listen, if today's events get out, you're finished." With a soft click, Sophie rolled her eyes dramatically and retreated to her room, exclaiming in a voice laced with irritation, "A wonderful day ends with seeing Tu Fu." In the wake of her exasperated remark, this unexpected incident finally came to a close. Strictly speaking, Sophie Winston was born slightly after him, thus making her the younger sister of the original owner. From her previous behaviors, it was evident she was its Sundara character. "You wouldn't even call me Wani-chan," Tu Fu remarked playfully as he watched her depart. With that settled, the immediate priority was to calm himself down and gather information before devising a way to return. Having reached this conclusion, Tu Fu returned to his not-so-soft bed, experiencing his first bout of insomnia, his gaze wandering to the faint blue moonlight outside. After the earlier embarrassment, the anxiety he felt upon his arrival began to dissipate. That night, his thoughts meandered through many subjects: his parents, friends, colleagues, delectable foods he could no longer savor, the toxic online world, endless work shifts, and the ceaseless burden of mortgage payments. Upon reflection, he found that perhaps this journey through time was not so bad after all. In the depths of darkness, all his myriad feelings of helplessness and longing transformed into a single sigh that drifted towards an unreachable distance. As dawn broke in the east, the ethereal blue moonlight had entirely faded, replaced by the golden rays of the sun. The gentle morning light filtered through the stained glass window, casting scattered glimmers into the bedroom. Cuckoo, cuckoo, the noisy mechanical bird sprang forth from the little wooden house, flapping its wings and emitting an exaggerated shriek. Simultaneously, the neighboring rooms echoed with the cacophony of cuckoo calls, creating a scene reminiscent of an entire village's poultry calling at once. Having spent the night awake, Tu Fu entered the washroom early to freshen up, splashing cool water on his cheeks. As he descended the stairs, he was met with the delightful aroma of a hearty breakfast emanating from the kitchen. Upon entering, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman, still possessing her charm, meticulously plating mashed potatoes, buttered bread, and milk into separate dishes. This lady, whom he referred to as Aunt Anfield, was not particularly fond of him. She always feared that the original owner would woo her precious daughter, much like Uncle Ethan had once done. "My dear, you must be the angel sent from heaven to rescue me." Hick, meanwhile, slumped on the sofa, was a slightly portly, endearing man, Uncle Ethan, whose hairline had receded significantly. Aunt Anfield shot him an exasperated glance, impatiently guiding her husband towards the dining table. "One day, your angel will long for the life in paradise and return to the embrace of the Lord." In Tu Fu's memory, the current Uncle Ethan had once been a proud sergeant in the royal army of the kingdom. Perhaps by fortune, he had participated in nearly every defeat the kingdom of Baya faced during his earlier years. Time and again, he had narrowly escaped death in the gruesome battles, ultimately outliving all his contemporaries before retiring. That in simpler terms, his legendary experience could be summed up as follows. He fought valiantly throughout his life, but never claimed victory. Shortly after retiring, he became entangled with the daughter of a local affluent merchant, entering a hasty marriage under the scrutiny of the Lord, amidst heated arguments with the bride's family. Just 2 months post-wedding, they welcomed a daughter into the world. Although Uncle Ethan and Aunt Anfield shared a solid bond after their marriage, minor squabbles were inevitable. Uncle Ethan was now serving as a rather well-known constable in the police department of Litz City. However, this renown stemmed from his lack of ambition, as his case resolution rate was comparable to that of a slumbering detective. Due to his straightforward and bold demeanor as a retired veteran, most people tended to keep their distance from him. Consequently, after a prolonged tenure in municipal work, his tendency to speak out against various issues had led to him making enemies and stalling his promotion. Aunt Anfield, having lived in the bustling city for years, gradually adopted her husband's bad habits, often resorting to sarcastic remarks during moments of dissatisfaction. Yet, Tu Fu was aware that several years prior, the kind-hearted Uncle Ethan had lent a substantial sum to a relative for investment, only to have it become worthless in the tumult of war. To maintain the household expenses and cover their children's tuition, and Anfield secretly pawned half of her bridal jewelry. This seemingly happy and affluent middle-class family was, in fact, burdened with insurmountable pressures. Soon, as Tu Fu finally took his seat, Aunt Anfield brought forth the breakfast she had prepared, and the family of 4 gathered around the dining table. "Kids, you mustn't go out at night lately," Uncle Ethan declared from his chair, taking on the role of the family patriarch. Litz has experienced several mysterious incidents, occurring with greater frequency than ever. Sophie pondered for a moment. "Isn't the police department handling it?" Mentioning this made Uncle Ethan visibly irate. "We are currently preoccupied with the matters of the Release Society. We simply cannot spare the manpower. You wouldn't believe what those idiots have released this year." The Release Society, as Uncle Ethan referred to it, consisted of a group claiming to save humanity's future. They proudly called themselves great benefactors, asserting that humanity had committed numerous heinous acts in the name of progress and needed to perform good deeds to atone. Thus, every year, at this time, the society would release a batch of living beings into the river, including but not limited to crocodiles, tortoises, and scavengers, causing countless land creatures to drown. Yet they considered it a noble act. "Nothing could be more foolish than releasing piranhas," Sophie scoffed. Recalling last year's theme, the piranhas released by the society had devoured nearly all marine life near the coast of Polia, leaving the fishermen of Litz empty-handed for an entire year, with consequences still echoing. Uncle Ethan smiled knowingly, as if to say, "Oh, my dear child, you're still too young. No, it's 100 times more foolish than that. This year's theme is releasing tap water." Upon hearing this, the entire family fell silent, each taking a bite of their mashed potatoes. It was indeed a baffling endeavor. "I simply cannot comprehend," Tu Fu remarked helplessly. "Nature has painstakingly bestowed gifts upon humanity, and I suppose it could never fathom that these carriers of nature would seek to return them." With those words, the family atmosphere abruptly shifted, becoming solemn. Tu Fu noticed the serious expressions on the Winston family's faces and suddenly felt anxious, questioning whether he had misspoken. "Carriers of nature," Uncle Ethan mused, clearly intrigued by the phrase. He erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed, young Fu, you have become more humorous than before. What you said is true. The most deserving of release should be the brains of the members of the Release Society." As the zombie excitedly opened the skull of the freed member of the church, It could only walk away in disappointment. Tu Fu shrugged, continuing with a sarcastic remark. This was a folk tale from the southern region of Bahia, claiming that every night zombies would crawl from house to house, seeking out children who refused to sleep properly and devour their brains. Truly a sinister bedtime story. I suppose you haven't had your soul replaced, have you? This time, even Sophie couldn't help but chuckle, curiously inspecting this simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar family member. The original owner was an introverted, sensitive individual with an exceptionally strong sense of pride. Such high-quality banter as today was indeed a rare occurrence. In no wonder the Winston family displayed expressions of astonishment. A remarkably accurate guess. Even the goddess of wisdom would applaud you. Tu Fu was taken aback, but smiled, feigning composure. This is a joke that could rival life is life for the tap-watered. Sophie pouted in defiance, then pushed her barely touched breakfast forward. Miss Winston's stomach, while on a diet, was as small as that of a hamster. Sophie, wasting food is a shameful act. Annie reproached her disapprovingly, and Sophie, taking it for granted, pushed her plate toward Tu Fu, then looked up with a proud expression. Thank you for your generosity. The meager breakfast, which was hardly substantial, delighted Tu Fu, who had been starving for months, as he devoured 2 portions ravenously without concern for his image. Auntie Anfield placed her hand on her forehead in disbelief. Oh, Xiao Fu, you must pay attention to manners while dining out. Otherwise, people will surely think the Winston family has gone bankrupt. In the matter of sarcasm, Auntie always found a unique angle. After a brief meal, Uncle Ethan had already changed into his uniform adorned with badges, with a mountain of work awaiting his attention. Children, I must head to work now. I hope you all have a pleasant day. Tu Fu had a faint recollection of the police department, where his uncle worked, aside from maintaining public order and solving cases. They occasionally encountered mysterious events laden with supernatural elements that defied common understanding. Soon, Tu Fu donned a set of Litz Academy's uniform, preparing to depart for school. A black pullover sweater paired with a white-collared shirt, complemented by a brown Western-style coat and sturdy gray trousers. The uniforms of the Kingdom of Bahia were renowned for their simple, sturdy craftsmanship and monotonous colors. Though not ugly, they could hardly be deemed attractive, fortunately. The youthful figure reflected in the mirror exuded an irresistible charm, making the ensemble appear vibrant. Sophie's female uniform consisted of a pullover, a bow tie, and a knee-length plaid skirt in white and red, with her smooth, fair legs captivatingly drawing attention, adding a touch of youthful radiance to her already stunning visage. Despite only sharing breakfast, Tu Fu gained a thorough understanding of this host family. He noticed that his sister's attire was consistently appropriate and elegant. Auntie, hailing from wealth, had excellent sewing skills, crafting clothing for the children that, while not luxurious, would never bring shame. Yet Annie herself hadn't purchased new clothes in ages, constantly altering her old garments. Despite her frequent complaints about the original owner's voracious appetite, she had never allowed him to go hungry. Even if she disliked his presence, she had never withheld any necessary living expenses. He observed the diligent woman in the kitchen, toiling away and lamenting her misfortune of being stuck with this family. She seemed less detestable. The Winston residence was located on Crescent Street, a good 10 kilometers from Litz Comprehensive Academy, requiring the crossing of 13 streets. Fortunately, just a short distance from the door, a traffic map stood at the transit station, clearly marking the total route of the Litz bus, with a considerable queue of people waiting. Soon, with a loud roar, Tu Fu was pulled back by Sophie, who casually remarked, "Be careful not to get your feet stepped on." He quickly grasped the meaning behind "stepped on." Amidst a cloud of dust, a steel behemoth sped along the road before him. The brass front of the train belched forth a long plume of black smoke, steam filling the engine's cylinders to propel the pistons, driving a set of wheels along with 10 or so carriages forward. What astonished him even more was the sight ahead. 8 powerful horses, harnessed and clad in metal shoes, straining to pull the steam engine at a galloping pace. Horses pulling a train? Despite being mentally prepared, Tu Fu was still taken aback upon witnessing it. Sophie, catching sight of his wide-eyed expression, scoffed mockingly. The Litz Transport Bureau ran out of funds while constructing the urban railway and couldn't finish all the tracks. Finally, in a fit of public exasperation, they imported these heavy-laden horses from the southern continent. Steam power drives the carriages while the horses steer the direction to connect the tracks. This is a unique sight of Litz. Incredible, Tu Fu mused silently, surprised to find such peculiarities as the Transport Bureau and the Church of Release in the small city of Litz. He wondered if one could eat hot pot and sing on the train. As the train came to a halt, the crowd at the station surged forward, and Tu Fu followed Sophie into the carriage, tossing a penny as fare. Go. Once all the passengers were aboard, the driver adjusted his top hat, and, amidst a cloud of dust, set off down the road. The 8 horses propelled the train carriages, careening down Crescent Street, jostling Tu Fu to the point of paleness, nearly making him nauseous. It became evident that no matter the era, public transport drivers harbored dreams of being race car drivers, gazing at the city filled with Gothic and Baroque architecture, with airships soaring overhead and steam carriages racing below. The members of the Church of Release were joyfully engaging with nature along the riverside. An indescribable sense of strangeness permeated this steel jungle, abundant with steam technology. The city's atmosphere felt like a bizarre, colorful tapestry of the past. Observing this city, constructed from countless steam-driven monstrosities, Tu Fu couldn't help but exclaim, "A true man ought to transform like a robot." Chapter 4. Coleman's ship, Litz Academy, has arrived, accompanied by a thunderous noise on the street. The horse-drawn train came to a precise stop in front of a sprawling building covering an area of 500 acres. This was a local school in Litz, encompassing standard education, academic preparatory courses, and vocational training. Unlike the fates of children from impoverished families, who were doomed to be exploited by capitalists from birth, most graduates from here would receive a decent education, only to be exploited to death afterward. To apply for public universities, one not only needed to meet stringent academic and assessment criteria but also faced restrictions based on their identity, with an exorbitant annual tuition of 1,200 crowns. It was an invisible discrimination against lower-class students. The basic currency of the Kingdom of Baya is the crown and the pu, or penny, with the conversion units being duodecimal and decimal respectively. 1 crown equals 12 pu, or 120 pennies. Currently, an ordinary worker in Baya earns merely 240 to 260 crowns annually, and a typical family of 3 in the kingdom would not spend more than 500 crowns a year. Given the current financial situation of the Winston family, they can afford to support only one child's university tuition at most, Tu Fu thought, revealing a wry smile of resignation to poverty. Even if they graduated from the same school, everyone would have vastly different destinies. For instance, Sophie would attend a prestigious university, Nancy would enter a technical school, and I would toil in a heartless factory. Everyone had a bright future in the second teaching class for upper grades. After parting ways with Sophie, Tu Fu followed the guidance of his memories to his own class. Observing a group of familiar, yet unfamiliar classmates, he felt strangely out of place despite having inherited this identity. Luckily, the original owner was a rather quiet individual, seemingly lacking any particularly close friends among the boys, so upon entering the classroom, it was only natural that no one greeted him. However, Tu Fu noticed a few girls casting curious glances in his direction, only for them to lower their heads and turn crimson when he looked up. The uniquely innocent expressions of youthful infatuation made him feel both flattered and anxious. What is it like for a handsome boy to experience daily life? Tu Fu silently chuckled inwardly, eager to answer that question. While basking in pride, he also feared receiving a love letter. Even after being in society for a long time and remaining single, he still didn't know how to handle such matters. The stifling classroom, with its damp floor emanating a musty odor, was filled with students bustling about, seemingly discussing something before the teacher arrived. Did you hear about the mysterious event that occurred in Litz last night? Are you referring to the ship that appeared and then vanished at Eastport? That's just a rumor. How could there be a suddenly appearing unnumbered vessel? Listen, this is true. My uncle, who works at the shipyard, told me himself that it was indeed an old ironclad ship never seen before, measuring 200 to 300 meters in length, piled high with bones. And it didn't fly any flags of any nation. The speaking boy exaggeratedly spread his arms. Wow, impressive. That's twice the size of the kingdom's latest warships. The skeptic whistled, an air of derision hanging in his tone. That is undoubtedly a ghost ship, at least. I've never encountered such a bizarre vessel before. This is the evidence, he declared loudly. Children of this age are often filled with a yearning for all things mysterious and peculiar. With that, he produced a crumpled note from his pocket. The hasty ink strokes shallowly delineated a stratified giant ship, complete with antennas, clearly not a product of this era. A ghost ship? The speaker, oblivious, was joined by Tu Fu, who boldly leaned in for a glimpse of the drawing as he passed by. His mind momentarily stumbled, especially upon recognizing that familiar pattern, a surge of fervor rapidly spreading through his cells, causing him to tremble as if electrified. He was now certain that the ship they spoke of was his. If that vessel had brought him here, perhaps it could also take him home. The fervor faded as swiftly as it came, and Tufu immediately regained his composure, provided he could find that ship. Dinkling as the bell rang, a silver-haired old man ambled into the classroom, and the previously quarrelsome students gradually returned to their seats, quieting the classroom's clamor. This was Mr. Samuel Coleman, the instructor of the General Studies course. A graduate of a prestigious international institution, renowned for his vast knowledge, though unfortunately lacking any notable contributions to the academic world after years of pursuit, likely having dulled his remaining ambitions through decades of societal life. He also served as the head of the graduating class, his rigid and harsh demeanor making him unpopular among the students. His catchphrases included, but were not limited to, "You are the worst class I have ever taught. Oh, you must be sent by God to torment me. Heavens, I would rather teach red-haired baboons at the zoo. They are 100 times smarter than you. And if I ever die from frustration, each one of you will share the blame." Clearly, Mr. Coleman's teaching career had been fraught with challenges. "I just overheard some students discussing ghost ships. What an intriguing topic," Mr. Coleman said as he ascended the podium. Adjusting his monocle perched on his nose, the guide for the General Studies course. Discussing mystical phenomena was an essential part of the curriculum. After all, General Studies is essentially a summation of human understanding of society. Simply put, common knowledge. In fact, the concept of a ghost ship dates back a century, following the Kingdom of Ryan's improvements to the steam engine, which elevated the technological standards across the northern continent and enabled ironclad ships to traverse the seas with greater power. Consequently, numerous nations began exploring the world with their ironclad fleets, ushering in the well-known Age of Discovery, which soon led to the discovery of the southern continent on the other side of the globe. During this period, many vessels mysteriously vanished during their explorations, sinking or encountering disasters, only to be later discovered still sailing the seas, typically referred to as ghost ships. As Mr. Samuel Coleman recounted this concept, he sighed with a hint of sorrow. It is precisely due to the arrival of the era of steel, cannons, and colossal ships that colonial rule allowed the nations of the northern continent to truly stand at the forefront of the world. For instance, the Kingdom of Bania, which first ventured out to accumulate primitive capital. The Kingdom of Ryan, which initiated the Industrial Revolution and became a dominant power, the affluent and powerful Republic of Atlantis, and the vast but slightly lagging Celoran Empire, rich in resources, additionally, in recent decades. The ambitious Kingdom of Baya has risen through warfare. These nations achieved their initial capital accumulation through maritime colonial trade, establishing dominion over numerous underdeveloped regions in the southern continent, which has led to the current prosperity and stability of the northern continent. Clearly, as a general studies teacher, teaching history in class was entirely normal. Indeed, the path of human civilization is fraught with bloodshed. Tofu sighed, immersing himself in thought. He had no intention of passing judgment on what was right or wrong, as the current militaristic strategy of the Kingdom of Baya was merely to avoid falling behind in the race for global development. "Children, do you have any further questions?" "Sir, is the existence of ghost ships real?" inquired the same student who had scribbled on the note. "Certainly. For various reasons, such as encountering severe weather, facing attacks from foreign fleets, and experiencing strange maritime occurrences, ghost ships can indeed arise." "Are these legendary ghost ships dangerous?" another student queried. Coleman pondered for a moment before nodding earnestly. "Yes. Theoretically, the occurrence of such phenomena carries certain dangers, especially for ordinary individuals. The sea is always rife with the unknown and uncertainty. Much of the turmoil hidden in the darkness stems from this. It is worth noting that if you ever find yourselves facing similar strange events in the future, you must seek assistance from the police department." Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted the classroom's noisy atmosphere. "Mr. Coleman, since this ship appeared and then vanished in Litz, do we still have a chance to find it?" Tofu's expression was calm, though his palms were clammy with sweat, fearful of revealing any cracks in his facade. Daringly attempting to pose the most crucial question after others had spoken. Upon hearing the question, the elderly teacher furrowed his pale brows. "I suspect that the existence of this ghost ship is in a peculiar state. Or perhaps it resides in the rumored spirit realm. The ship's brief appearance in Eastport followed by a swift disappearance may be due to some mechanism, but until that mysterious mechanism is triggered, the ship remains in a state of existence, rendering it unobservable." Tufu followed the teacher's response, contemplating a renowned physics experiment. Let us consider an alternative perspective. Suppose the sea is a closed box, and the ghost ship drifts aimlessly within it, potentially triggering a mechanism that leads to disaster at any moment. Currently, the ship exists in a superposition of life and death. It is both present and absent. Thus, its existence hinges on whether it can be observed. He smiled slightly, offering a new point of contemplation. Perhaps it is inherently both existent and non-existent. Both existent and non-existent? Mr. Coleman expressed interest in this dualistic description. His wrinkled hands fidgeted, repeatedly brushing against his thinning hairline, a few strands of white curls cascading down that he seemed to sense something. Initially excited, but then his gaze grew particularly vacant, eventually sinking into prolonged contemplation. With Samuel Coleman's vast knowledge, he vaguely sensed that behind this unassuming question lay a colossal, mysterious world of truth. If you can clearly define the principle of this question, perhaps future scholars will refer to the ghost ship dilemma as Coleman's ship. Tufu made a light-hearted jest. Coleman's ship sounds quite appealing. Too bad I won't have the chance in this lifetime. A flicker of self-mockery crossed the old man's face. For the search for this ghost ship, only a theoretical possibility exists. He did not elaborate further. For a scholar who had never produced tangible results, nothing was worse than feeling insignificant in the face of the vast world of truth. Tufu waved his hand, speaking in a comforting tone. In modern science, we are akin to children playing by the seaside, occasionally discovering a smooth pebble or a beautiful shell that brings us joy. Perhaps that vast ocean of truth lies before us, yet remains entirely undiscovered. Tufu endeavored to maintain a smile, hoping he would not be struck by an apple and that Newton's coffin would hold firm. In the upperclassmen's classroom, students had already begun to whisper among themselves. They did not comprehend the magnitude of the hypothetical proposition of Coleman's ship. Indeed, science is like an ocean of truth. Finding a shell on the beach is already quite remarkable. After hearing this, Mr. Coleman vigorously shook his head and smiled in relief. As for that ghost ship, let it go to the devil. That is a matter for the bigwigs to fret over. Beside him, a student with freckles chuckled softly. Those oddballs have their work cut out for them now. Tufu turned to glance at him, recalling that this individual was known as fast-talking Billy in the class. Surely, every student must have encountered someone like him during their school years, a master of gossip, well-informed, and a real-life incarnation of a walking encyclopedia. Billy was a quintessential example of someone whose mouth moved faster than his brain, earning him the moniker Fast Talker. Oddballs. Tufu emphasized the term. There are rumors of individuals in society who may possess ancient, extraordinary powers, entirely different from ordinary people. Fast-talking Billy hinted at the existence of such extraordinary beings. After all, anyone who deviated from the norm in people's eyes was considered an oddball. In this regard, both mutants and demon hunters had much to share. Through Billy, Tufu learned that the upper echelons of this world were comprised of peculiar structures, which included not only the popes, kings, hereditary nobles, and feudal lords of certain nations, but also a rather unique group of extraordinary beings. Extraordinary beings. Ghost ships. Mysterious events. What kind of place have I stumbled into? The sights and sounds of this short day had completely upended Tufu's understanding of the world. Although he did not grasp what extraordinary truly meant, he was profoundly shaken. I must find a way to locate that ghost ship. Tufu subconsciously clenched his fist, silently resolving. This is the only path to return home. Unfortunately, the clues to the Santa Maria had temporarily run dry, and both furthering his education and living expenses required substantial amounts of money. How wonderful it would be to have traversed to ancient times, where the trifecta of soap, glass, and white sugar would ensure a lifetime of comfort. In a less fortunate scenario, one might consider resurrecting in the past to pilfer a bank book, sell a house, and invest heavily in Bitcoin, as long as one is not subjected to the wrath of their parents. It would inevitably lead to a modestly prosperous household. However, after class, Tufu, with a heart full of trepidation, followed Mr. Coleman towards his office, hesitating at the door for a moment before summoning the courage to knock. Mr. Coleman, may I trouble you for a moment? Tufu feigned calmness. I am quite curious about the ghost ship you mentioned in class. Are there any alternative methods to trace its whereabouts? A strong thirst for knowledge is never a disadvantage, and I am more than willing to provide you with answers, Mr. Coleman replied with a smile. From a mystical perspective, Attempting to seek the elusive traces of a ghost ship traversing the spirit realm might benefit from employing a directional ritual. For instance, you could attempt to meditate and visualize its shape, repeatedly reciting its true name to capture any lingering essence. However, before you proceed, you must leave an anchoring mark aboard the ship, something that establishes a connection with it. This mark will enhance your chances of locating it amidst the fog. In truth, both the anchoring mark and the knowledge of the name are quite formidable prerequisites, hence my assertion that there exists only a theoretical possibility. That indeed sounds quite challenging, Tu Fu concurred. Yet, deep within, he felt a tempest brewing, for he happened to fulfill both exceedingly difficult requirements. He not only possessed knowledge of the ghost ship's true name, but had also left an object aboard as an anchor, establishing a connection between them, a diary. After addressing his inquiry, Mr. Coleman's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. I understand that young people are often drawn to the mysterious and the peculiar, but these matters should not be your concern at such a tender age. I must caution you, my child, against delving into these ethereal illusions, lest you find yourself accomplishing nothing in the future. I fully comprehend that, Tu Fu replied. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the final class of the day. Pulling Tu Fu from his momentary stupor, students poured out of the academy like sardines, and Sophie had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Unlike the reserved Tu Fu, Miss Winster not only excelled academically, but also enjoyed a remarkable reputation among her peers. Greeting teachers and classmates with utmost courtesy, this goddess, seemingly unattainable in the eyes of many, bore a striking contrast to her home persona. One might mistakenly believe she was the one who had been possessed. If this year's Golden Mask Award is not bestowed upon Miss Winster, I shall be the first to object. Tu Fu sincerely praised Sophie's pretentiousness. This accolade is the highest honor for theatrical performance in the international drama industry. Women from the Winster family consistently uphold a dignified demeanor in public, and Sophie's talent in this regard even surpasses that of her aunt. Sophie rolled her eyes, clearly pleased. If you know that, then you should hurry and smash the judge's platform. It was the sweltering season of summer, with the school gates trees drooping low and the parched earth sprouting tender green shoots. Just as they were about to leave, a couple strolled by hand in hand. The girl in a short skirt caught Tu Fu's eye, prompting him to glance a few extra times. Hey, is she more beautiful than your sister? Confidently, Sophie lifted her chin, accentuating her developing figure. You don't understand. During the vibrant years of youth, fate intertwines the lives of young boys and girls, and their hands inadvertently brush against each other during dates. Such tender moments of adolescent love are delightful memories, Tu Fu mused. It reminds me of when I first arrived at school a few years ago. Wow, you actually experienced that? Sophie questioned incredulously. Back then, I too watched couples hold hands and part ways. Tu Fu smirked before decisively turning away, leaving behind only a profound silhouette. Sophie. Chapter 5. The Countdown to the Ghost in the Green District. At 64B Crescent Street, exquisite dark red brick townhouses stood in neat rows. Before Tu Fu's eyes lay a two-story townhouse with a floor area of 125 square meters, complete with a 20-square-meter garden. The exterior was adorned with brick red paint, topped with a distinctive black chimney, a hallmark of its era if you were to compare it to a similarly priced house in a second-tier coastal city back home. Tu Fu calculated that with his salary and pension, if he abstained from eating and drinking and managed to avoid raising an unruly child, he might just pay off the mortgage by the time he reached 100 years old. The future seemed promising. At the entrance of Building B, a metal plaque was affixed, inscribed with the word Winster in bio language. Upon returning home, his aunt hummed a cheerful tune as she prepared dinner. The aroma of potato stew with lamb wafted from the dining table, tantalizing Tu Fu's taste buds with the delightful chemistry of the tender ingredients. Even as a citizen of the gluttonous empire, Tu Fu had to commend Aunt Anfei for her culinary prowess. Even the simplest ingredients turned into exquisite dishes under her skillful hands. After depositing his heavy backpack in his room, Tu Fu felt an inexplicable wave of fatigue wash over him. His day at school had not only deepened his understanding of this mysterious world, but also revealed the content of the entrance examinations for his age group. The selection for higher education encompassed 7 subjects, including grammar, arithmetic, geometry, history, geography, general knowledge, and ancient Assyrian language. It spanned across both the arts and sciences, with the addition of an ancient language tracing the origins of modern tongues. Compared to the challenging college entrance examination system, which also posed difficulties, The total score of 700 required for public university applications demanded a minimum of 450 points. The most stringent of the seven-school alliance set their cutoff at 650. The so-called seven-school alliance comprises the 7 top universities selected from the northern continent, including Duz University in Ryan, St. Notting University in Lantis, and Friel University in Bania. Of course, the most renowned institution in Baya is the prestigious university located in the capital, Göttingen. The top 7 universities are sanctuaries of education built with the collective strength of the nation, where students are predominantly scions of nobility and members of affluent families, typically hailing from the upper echelons of society. Fortunately, I arrived in time and inherited the foundational knowledge of the original owner. Tu Fu lamented, though his grades hovered around the borderline of passable. Nonetheless, it was certainly better than being utterly ignorant. Had he arrived a few years earlier, his efforts would have likely led him to a fate of polishing shoes on the roadside, like all graduates, after stepping down from the pinnacle of the entrance examination. He had undergone the transformation from someone who could solve problems in 3 seconds to a mere glutton capable of devouring 3 large bowls of food. After a brief wash, Tu Fu descended the stairs. And just a few steps down, he heard a crisp female voice teasing. "Look, the young master of the Winster family has come to dinner himself." His lovely sister was just about to don a maid's outfit to serve him. There was no need to guess. It was undoubtedly Sophie. Seemingly taking revenge for the previous night with her sarcastic tone, a skill she had clearly inherited from Aunt Enfay, done a maid's outfit. Now that sounded enticing. "Sophie, your voice is as melodious as a lark. It is the most delightful sound I have ever heard." Observing Miss Winster's puzzled expression, Tu Fu leisurely approached and took a seat. "You must refrain from speaking like that in the future." "You." Sophie widened her captivating eyes, slightly taken aback. She had never seen Tu Fu so loquacious before. "Enough. Siblings should not behave this way." Mrs. Enfay, accustomed to such scenes, intervened gracefully. "Did anything interesting happen at school today?" "What else could there be? The ghost ship at Eastport has created quite a stir in all of Ritz. The entire school is aware of it." Sophie suddenly displayed a keen interest. "Father, you went to Eastport today, right? I heard that ship is 300 meters long." Upon hearing this, Ethan Winster set down the Ritz Daily, noting that the front page was largely devoted to the mysterious ghost ship incident. Indeed, in a small place like Ritz, one could casually pass gas on the street, and the entire city would know what you had for dinner the night before. Uncle Ethan cracked a dry joke, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Ethan." This remark earned Aunt Enfay an exasperated eye roll. Tu Fu pretended to be engrossed in his meal, yet he was all ears, determined not to miss any information regarding the ghost ship. Uncle Ethan, the chief of the police department, occasionally encountered mysterious events in his line of work, and his insights would undoubtedly be more reliable than mere gossip. In fact, by the time we arrived, the ghost ship was already gone. The port was devoid of anything. Ironically, even the sailor who initially discovered the incident had forgotten about it by the time we got there, and could only refer it to the department responsible for such strange occurrences. Uncle Ethan chuckled. "I suspect he must have been infected by the idiots from the Release Society. Even a red-haired baboon would be tempted to applaud." Unintentionally, the red-haired baboon's social status had surpassed that of the Release Society members. "So this incident has been classified as a mysterious event?" Sophie's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing her words, Aunt Enfay's brow furrowed. "Sophie, I have told you numerous times not to pry into matters related to mysterious events, nor to inquire about the secrets of the police department, and certainly not to engage with them on your own. In truth, the work at the police department is inherently perilous." Uncle Ethan shrugged in agreement. "Ordinary individuals cannot manage this line of work." Sophie stubbornly retorted, "But even you are involved in it." "Ethan, this statement is not particularly harmful, yet it bears a strong sense of insult. My child, I understand your desire to engage with the extraordinary, but no matter how many times you express it, I shall not acquiesce. Those who blindly pursue the extraordinary often meet with disastrous fates. I have encountered too many youths like yourself, who, in their quest for thrill, dare to touch the mysterious, yet the price of such folly may be beyond your means to bear." Even Uncle Ethan, who is typically mild-mannered, spoke with an air of seriousness. They were all aware that Miss Winston, residing in their household, differed from most girls. Perhaps she had inherited her aunt's youthful genes, fostering an intrinsic yearning for excitement that compelled her to engage in unconventional pursuits. When it came to matters of the extraordinary, The Winston couple rarely held a unified stance. The Tu Fu even sensed that this admonition was not solely directed at Sophie, but was also a caution to himself, urging him to abandon such thoughts. Perhaps this was due to the mysterious disappearance of the original owner's parents. In a world teeming with enigmas, the history professor's parents had turned to archaeological research, and the specter of death loomed ever closer. Tu Fu narrowed his eyes and continued to eat. His aunt emphatically concurred, her tone rising slightly. Your most pressing task now is to strive for the seven-school alliance. There is nothing more significant than this. The moment this topic was broached, the atmosphere at the dining table became tense. Perhaps to alleviate the awkwardness, Uncle Ethan took the initiative to break the ice. Little Fu, do you plan to stay in Litz after graduation? Of course. I aim to achieve good results. Applying to a local public university should be easier. Tu Fu candidly expressed his true thoughts, then turned serious as he added, after all, I am a student who can never gain entry to the seven-school alliance. This well-timed, self-deprecating humor instantly diffused the tense atmosphere, even causing Sophie to smile. That ambition surpasses even Sophie's. His aunt chuckled, her laughter a delightful flutter. If even little Fu possesses such drive, what reason do you all have for lack of effort? That is indeed a commendable idea. Only Ethan nodded in supportive agreement among the family. In truth, Tu Fu had contemplated his future. If he could not find a way back to that ship, at the very least, he wished to pursue a university degree in this world, facilitating a smoother life ahead. In Bahia, positions requiring a degree from a public university offered weekly salaries of at least 10 to 15 crowns, a level of remuneration sufficient to rent a one-bedroom apartment with a washroom in the midstream neighborhood. Yes, he could even afford to hire at least one maid. As for the challenge of striving for the seven-school alliance, it was akin to a student barely passing the undergraduate threshold attempting to gain entry into Chihua or Beta in the final months. Observing the satisfied smiles on his family's faces, Tu Fu too broke into a smile. Perhaps bringing joy to his family was his sole value within this household. After this exchange, Tu Fu silently cleared the tableware, smiling in response to his aunt's gratitude with a nit's nothing. Once he had finished his chores, he seized the opportunity to discreetly pick up the newspaper his uncle had left unfinished, hoping to glean more pertinent information. The headline of the Ritz Daily was accompanied by a blurry photograph of a ferry. A series of indistinct symbols, not belonging to any nation in this world, were printed on the ship's hull, serving as the title while a gigantic question mark loomed above. Tu Fu's gaze grew increasingly complex. The thought of returning had never felt as resolute as it did now. He uttered softly to himself, a name only he could hear, Santa Maria. Upon returning to his own room, a glimmer shone in Tu Fu's eyes as he slowly placed his palm over his heart, feeling its vigorous thump resonate. Santa Maria. He repeated this foreign name that felt so out of place in this world, calmly recollecting fragments of his past. In hindsight, the maritime disaster he had faced was indeed peculiar. He recalled the first mate aboard the ship mentioning having received a distress signal from a sunken vessel, a detail he had previously dismissed, yet it now appeared that the Santa Maria had encountered calamity from that moment onward. After the international rescue team departed, he had unintentionally uncovered the secret of the ghost ship, triggering some arcane mechanism that had transported him to this world. It was now evident that the ghost ship stirring commotion in Ritz was none other than the ill-fated Santa Maria. Tu Fu gazed at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, if it could bring me here, it certainly can take me back. The immediate priority was to devise a means of locating the ship. I suppose I must attempt the method Mr. Coleman mentioned. He then withdrew a sleek black pen from his pencil case and thoughtfully inscribed the name Santa Maria in various languages, Chinese, English, Spanish, Maya, and ancient Assyrian. Across several sheets of white paper, it was said that the naming of the Santa Maria was to commemorate one of the principal ships of Columbus' fleet. Sponsored by the Spanish monarchy, the ship's name belonged to the Spanish language within the Indo-European family. Yet in this world, it seemed wise to explore multiple scripts. Tu Fu recalled Captain Arthur's enlightening discourse on the history of ship names and was aware of the various appellations used by passengers from different nations aboard. The next step was to enter meditation. Having perused some online guides, Tu Fu endeavored to center his thoughts, allowing his mind to become a blank canvas as he sought to envision the shape of the ghost ship amid a world of white. While meditating, he meticulously chanted the true name of Santa Maria in various languages. This was undoubtedly a long and seemingly futile endeavor. Merely concentrating had already drained his mental energy when it came to sketching the form of the ship. Even now, recollections of the vessel and its haunting experiences instilled dread within him, making it exceedingly difficult to outline it in its entirety. As time trickled by during his repeated attempts, nothing materialized. Coupled with prolonged mental exertion, Tu Fu began to feel a lack of oxygen in his brain. St. Mary, Santa Maria. In his final attempt, he layered all the languages together, and the image of Santa Maria grew increasingly vivid in his mind. The haze dissipating as the ship's body began to take form. Suddenly, Tu Fu felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, as if a veil of mist was gradually lifted. And chaotic thoughts surged into his consciousness. Then, an eerie crimson glow flickered before his eyes. Have I succeeded? Tu Fu stared blankly ahead. Within the still air, a series of conspicuous green characters began to flicker, dancing in sync with the blinking of his eyelids, emitting a faint ticking sound. 0, 59, 15, 0, 59, 14, 0, 59, 13. A string of peculiar numbers, simply staring at this quietly pulsating sequence. Contrasting the shifting digits, only the last set was in motion. Tu Fu concluded that this was a countdown. He shook his head slightly, and the numbers shifted accordingly in the center of his vision, suggesting they were directly projected into his pupils as a ghostly countdown. What could it signify? In that instant, an inexplicable dread enveloped Tu Fu, prompting him to unintentionally step back and collide with a steel locker with a resounding bang, yet he felt no pain. What lay at the end of this countdown? A countdown of life? A return to the original place? Or some trickery from the Trisolarians? The unknown awaited him, shrouded in uncertainty. Recent events had instilled within him a profound sense of the unknown. Watching the time slip away, Tu Fu forced down his rising panic, recalling the despair and torment aboard the ship. He suddenly regretted this attempt. Even the worst of lies was preferable to confronting the terror of the unknown. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Tu Fu finally realized he must take action. He hastily packed snacks from his room and filled water bottles, then quietly retrieved a kitchen knife, concealing it on his person. Not enough. Tu Fu understood that these measures were woefully inadequate should danger arise. Hearing his uncle's voice and the sound of footsteps descending the stairs, a strange impulse compelled him to venture outside. To be why some twist of fate, he found himself in the Winston couple's room. Holding his breath as he reached for the cabinet containing his uncle's important documents, his fingers brushed against a cold metal surface, and he swiftly pocketed the item before leaving without looking back. It was a brass-colored revolver and several cartridges. The intricately engraved grip bore a series of numbers associated with the police department, indicating that only personnel from the department were authorized to carry such weapons. Yet, faced with a sudden threat to his life, Tu Fu could not afford to dwell on such matters, just as he had once harmed others for self-preservation aboard the ship. 00-1009. As he finished packing his belongings and prepared his emergency measures, Tu Fu noted that the countdown had dwindled to just 10 minutes. After a brief moment of distraction, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He wished to bid farewell to the Winston family, but was uncertain how to explain the circumstances. Standing before the adjacent door, hesitating, Sophie happened to open it. Noticing Tu Fu's bewildered and anxious expression, a flicker of confusion passing through her bright, diamond-like blue eyes. Hey, Sophie, good evening. I need to talk to you about something. Tu Fu forced a cheerful smile. If you don't have anything important, I swear I will make you regret it. Tu Fu initially intended to bid farewell in person, but upon reflection, he deemed such an act overly sentimental. Instead, he cast a provocative gaze and declared, I dare say there exists a game in which you cannot possibly surpass me. Care to wager? You think you can challenge me? Indeed, the fiercely competitive Sophie found amusement in his audacity and readily accepted the challenge with an unhesitating laugh. That will be the time indicated by the cuckoo clock. We shall each turn our backs and silently count to 30 seconds, or perhaps longer. The victor will be the one with the smallest discrepancy in seconds. Tu Fu wore a cunning smile, extending a hand. Let us start with 5 pearls. The rules of the game were not complex. They could be grasped immediately upon explanation. However, when the contest truly commenced, and Sophie found herself down by 3 crowns, she was engulfed in a state of incredulous shock. Are you cheating? I swear by the name of the Almighty, I am not. As he flicked the paper currency adorned with the likeness of Kaiser Wilhelm II, Tu Fu produced a sound akin to a delightful chime, as if it were the most exquisite music in existence. Once again, I thank you for your generosity. Now, may you and your ridiculous game go to hell. Rarely had Sophie experienced such a comprehensive defeat in their encounters. and with gritted teeth, she cursed and stormed away. Tu Fu, who had never failed to swindle children out of their New Year's money, finally displayed a contented smile. In his era, it was uncommon to find a girl as easily deceived as Sophie, surely. A playful punch to this adorable sister would elicit tears for quite some time. At the very least, should he fail to return, he could leave behind the impression of a wondrous brother in Miss Winster's memory. Extracting the last vestiges of value from this mysterious phenomenon, the countdown finally entered its final seconds. Like a judgment day, as the last 10 seconds ticked down, Tu Fu's heart raced perilously. A wave of helplessness washed over him. And instinctively, he began to count along. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Time seemed to freeze eternally at that moment. The air ceased to flow, and the world fell into an eerie silence. A strange mist enveloped him, and an overwhelming dizziness struck once more. As if he were caught in a temporal vortex, whispers of odd sounds swirling around him, plunging him into an ineffable state. He could not discern how long he had been in this condition. When he regained consciousness, Tu Fu found himself standing on the deck, a strong salty scent assaulting his senses, accompanied by the roaring sound of waves crashing against the ship. He had achieved his desire. Returning to the ghost ship. Chapter 6. North Star Satellite Navigation Clap. In this dreadful weather, black waves crashed relentlessly, tossing the vessel upon the tumultuous sea. Beneath the dim, overcast sky, raindrops fell incessantly, and the pitch-black night was devoid of light. The twinkling stars completely obscured by thick clouds. The briny scent of the ocean whipped in with the wind, confirming that what lay before him was no mere illusion. My head is spinning. The penetrating chill jolted Tu Fu awake. Almost immediately, his eyes widened in exaggerated shock, surpassing even Sophie's, as he beheld the familiar surroundings. First, he trembled all over. The haunting nightmare he had nearly forgotten began to resurface vividly. He had truly returned to the ghost ship. To the battered Santa Maria? His fervent prayers to various deities from Hogwarts to the enchanted castle had not been in vain. Yet, strangely, the countdown before him had not ceased. It had taken on an eerie crimson hue. Continuing its relentless ticking, now it displayed a new countdown, 9:59. Tu Fu stared intently at the ticking numbers, contemplating that based on his previous experience, upon the countdown's conclusion, he might be transported to another location or return anew. His time aboard the ship was constrained by this temporal limit. As he glanced down at himself, he noticed that his younger body was clad in a tattered uniform from the Ritz Academy, confirming that he was indeed the original Mr. Cape, alive as he had always been. Well, it seemed he had arrived on the ghost ship under a new guise. So where exactly am I? Tu Fu raised his head at a 45-degree angle, his gaze piercing through the glass at the darkened sky, where a thick fog obscured his view. Squinting hard, he could just make out an oddly alluring moon hanging above, radiating an ethereal blue light. A blue moon. Haven T traveled back. Tu Fu was taken aback, his heart swirling with emotions that left him utterly stunned. He had not returned to the ghost ship to relive the drifting life, but rather to traverse back through it. He had no desire to remain aboard, waiting for death and despair. Listening to the relentless crashing of the waves, the ship swayed with the tide, and he pondered where the ghost ship might be drifting aimlessly in this world. Everything has returned. Even his original posture remained unchanged. Tu Fu weakly leaned against the window of the captain's cabin, gripping the pen tightly in his palm. Though the logbook had mysteriously vanished, the final moments of his life had been spent in this cabin, where the horrific, tragic scenes felt like yesterday, after enduring the last tumultuous storm. The Santa Maria had transformed entirely. Tu Fu glanced through the front window, faintly seeing the blood-stained hull faded slightly, the deck littered with the bones of beasts and birds washed clean by the sea. Yet the foul odor of rusted iron had grown more pungent, reminiscent of the disaster that had unfolded during the riot. Everything had returned, all of it. Back to the original starting point, still the familiar images and the known room. For reasons he could not fathom, a classic lyric echoed in his mind. Few could understand the profound emotions embedded in that line better than Tu Fu. So, why have I exerted such effort? This unexpected turn left him feeling lost, prompting a profound reflection on the ritual that had led him here. The last thread of hope extinguished, a potent sense of loss and the anguish of being unable to return home erupted within him. Tu Fu lowered his head, struggling to gather his thoughts as he contemplated the situation before the countdown concluded. A strange gray mist accompanied his arrival, infiltrating the ship and now saturating every cabin. rendering visibility alarmingly low. Navigating a derelict vessel under such dreadful weather and poor visibility was undeniably perilous. Yet, it was certain that the ghost ship continued to drift at its usual pace. With no one at the helm, could it be that I have encountered a mysterious event? Through the day's learning, Tu Fu categorized this inexplicable phenomenon as a mysterious occurrence, borrowing the words of Professor Coleman. He knew he should report it to the police department immediately, provided, of course, that there was a signal. Previously, Mr. Coleman mentioned that a ghost ship appearing and vanishing in an instant is likely in a state of superposition, simultaneously existing and not existing, and cannot be observed from the outside unless an observer breaks this curse. Tu Fu's expression darkened. He had realized that the idea of reporting this incident was futile from the moment he boarded 0008 55 0008 54 0008 53. The countdown continued to operate. Seemingly the only assurance of his return, nothing could be worse than the present, so with a sense of resignation, Tu Fu reclined in the soft leather chair, contemplating the future. His gaze fell upon a 32-inch LCD monitor mounted on the wall. The captain's cabin of the Santa Maria was undoubtedly the most modernized area, equipped with the latest surveillance systems and broadcasting stations, capable of monitoring the entire ship's condition at any moment. This well-equipped modern room stood in stark contrast to the outdated steam-era bedroom he had occupied not long ago, the technological gap spanning nearly 3 centuries. Forget it, I might as well go see for myself. Having spent too long in this confined space, Tu Fu felt suffocated, the memories of his past suffering resurfacing. He placed his hand on the cabin door, taking a cautious step forward. The steel door creaked open, allowing fresh air to rush into the captain's cabin, while the mist outside gradually dissipated. What the hell? Just as he stepped halfway out, an extraordinary sight sent chills down his spine, compelling him to halt immediately. Through the narrow opening of the door, he caught glimpses of bizarre occurrences on the deck alongside him. Other ghastly entities lingered, but a skeleton clad in a sailor's uniform suddenly turned its head, the decayed joints creaking ominously. Soon after, heavy, eerie footsteps echoed across the deck. Chef Harry, dressed in an oversized cook's uniform, had a head brimming with damp, writhing tentacles akin to an octopus, with the most prominent feature being a sharp chef's knife protruding from his belly. Amidst the hazy mist, a few intermittent barks could be heard, as a pet dog, reduced to half its body, struggled in vain. Above, a humanoid creature with wings stood atop the ship's satellite antenna, its face obscured from view. Even around the ship, Tu Fu sensed the sound of heavy breathing, and from the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes blinked open. Attention from all directions seemed to converge upon this ordinary cabin door at that moment. It was evident that something was amiss. What on earth is this place? Instinctively, Tu Fu shut the door, witnessing the surrounding gray mist coalesce at a visible speed, completely sealing off the captain's cabin. Leaning against the cabin door, Tu Fu held his breath completely, his heart rate escalating sharply as he beheld a scene that seemed to materialize from the strange dreams he had experienced following his near drowning. The crew members, transformed into grotesque monsters in his nightmares, had come to life. Chef Harry lay with a knife plunged into his belly. The flesh of a sailor who had starved to death was being pecked at by seabirds, reduced to a skeletal form, and their pet dog had been half consumed by some ravenous creature. Strangely, on this ghost ship, the monstrous crew maintained the very state they had been in at the time of their deaths. Tu Fu was certain that with just one more glance at these terrifying figures, he could discern the manner of his demise and the nature of his excrement. It wasn't until the commotion outside gradually faded that Tu Fu exhaled deeply. Beginning to scrutinize the captain's quarters, he had visited Captain Arthur a few times before and had even taken refuge here for an extended period during a storm. Now, free from the threat of the tempest, but unable to venture out, Tu Fu settled onto the sofa, tinkering with any available equipment. Remarkably, the battery still works after all this time. He casually picked up the remote control lying on the sofa, noticing that it still emitted a red light. Zzz. In the next moment, the enormous surveillance screen before him flickered to life. However, the display was filled with a mass of black and white static. He distinctly recalled that when Captain Arthur went missing, the ship's surveillance system had malfunctioned along with the electrical circuits. Since it's operational, why not attempt a restart? Following the universal troubleshooting method, Tu Fu turned off the power and then restarted the device. The screen plunged into prolonged darkness before reigniting. Unfortunately, the original GPS navigation system had long since been damaged, and even after rebooting, it yielded nothing. Mr. Arthur mentioned that cruise ships of this caliber typically have more than one navigation system. After pondering for a moment, Tu Fu decided to give it a try. Retrieving the manual that had been buried beneath other items, that he followed the instructions to enter safe mode and opted to activate the backup navigation. Bang! A new message popped up on the screen. BDS, Beidou Navigation Satellite, System at your service. Through a process of trial and error, a grid of interlocking squares appeared on the screen, with the time indicated in the upper left corner. This unexpected outcome surprised Tu Fu. Despite the passage of time, this backup surveillance system on the ship was indeed functional. It was evident that foreign satellite navigation and domestic satellite navigation. Satellite navigation technology still relies on made in China, Tu Fu mused, approaching to inspect the current status of the ship's various areas. I wonder if I can request remote repairs if the cameras are malfunctioning. The screen before him, after a brief period of use, began to flicker erratically, gradually revealing the surveillance of various sections of the ship. Just as he had previously witnessed, the ship had undergone a dramatic transformation. The ghost ship, once silent, now swarmed with bizarre crew monsters, mirroring the uncanny scenes he had just observed. Indeed, the changes from my dreams have come to fruition. Tu Fu was taken aback, his relaxed grip inadvertently brushing against the remote signal source. ZZZZ. This action caused the surveillance signal to become exceedingly unstable, and after a flicker of static, the screen abruptly shifted to reveal a new, eerie scene. The time displayed seems incorrect. He noted that the time in the upper left corner had changed to read May 15th, 1492, while another section indicated the current time as 20:03. The seconds were still ticking away, signifying that this was not the original calendar year aboard the ship, but rather followed the new era adopted by the northern continent. If the surveillance time does not correspond to the era of the ghost ship, what is it monitoring? This thought sent a chill down Tu Fu's spine. Shifting his gaze back to the surveillance feed, an even more bizarre sight unfolded. The gloomy sky in the footage clearly suggested nightfall. With a throng of individuals adorned in heavy top hats and formal suits traversing the streets, it was a quintessentially steam-era scene, characterized by a uniform and simplistic fashion. This moment confirmed that the footage did not depict the interior of the St. Maria, but rather the bustling streets of the steam era in which he currently found himself. He could manipulate the scene's movement using the directional keys on the remote control. Trembling, Tu Fu pressed the directional adjustment. Now drifting through the city from a ghostly perspective, it was akin to discovering the street exploration feature on a mapping website. Only this time, it was a real-time view of the street. The lively Litz Avenue was alive with activity. Unique steam-powered trains raced along the tracks, while passenger airships flitted between the buildings, even featuring advertisements for the Liberation Church. During the day, the Ritz Comprehensive Academy bustled with life, yet at night it descended into an eerie silence. The calls of street vendors echoed clearly through the screen. While a man in a black coat struck matches to light his cigarette, the sparks and smoke intertwining in the lens, the sound of well-dressed ladies' high heels clicking resonated sharply in the air. And the very act of breathing was visible. This vivid steam world unfolded before him like a moving, exquisite painting. My goodness. Upon confirming the ghostly surveillance perspective, Tu Fu briefly lost focus, instinctively stepping back. The shock he felt now rivaled that of witnessing the multitude of monsters earlier in the cabin. This was nothing short of a super satellite navigation system, far surpassing the technological limitations of the era. Capable of real-time surveillance of every corner of Ritz City, even the GZ project would shed tears at this marvel, faced with something that seemed to belong only in the realm of science fiction. Tu Fu broke free from his momentary fear and was swept up in exhilaration. In other words, he could glimpse any event unfolding in the city, uncovering the secrets of any individual Tiwas. In essence, the omniscient deity of this city. Tu Fu pinched the bridge of his nose, a smile gradually curving upwards at the corners of his mouth. I have a bold idea now. Chapter 7. The Cruise Ship Safety Manual. Every boy harbors unrealistic fantasies in their youth. For example, wishing to be invisible, desiring time to halt, and then venturing into places unsuitable for their age, brazenly defying societal norms and transcending moral boundaries. Such aspirations aim to provide an unprecedented thrill for both the mind and body. Indeed, it was to spend an entire night gaming in an internet CAF. This was the most genuine thought of every adolescent boy. Unfortunately, in the steam industrial era, a child's childhood consisted solely of rudimentary wind-up toys, and the hardcore literature circulating among the populace. Devoid of any amusement, relying on his memories of the streets of the Green District, Tu Fu's ghostly perspective guided him to Crescent Street, where he successfully paused in front of the two-story house of the Winston family. This was an intriguing experiment. If he could view any location on the map, the first place most people would likely want to see would be their own home. "I've arrived." Tu Fu felt a twinge of nervousness as he directed his finger forward, and the surveillance footage seamlessly penetrated the house's walls, granting him a view of the interior. Indeed, he successfully spied on the environment within, from the main hall on the first floor to every corner of the house. Nothing was concealed. The small garden was adorned with whimsical flowers swaying in the breeze, and the furniture inside was arranged with meticulous order. He even caught sight of the newspaper featuring Ghost Ship that he had previously sneaked a glance at, now discreetly hidden away by his uncle. Ethan had stashed these forbidden items beneath his bed, where Tu Fu also inadvertently noticed a few banknotes and a pile of loose coins. If memory served him right, the family's finances were typically managed by the thrifty aunt. Who would have thought that Uncle Ethan, with his bushy eyebrows and large eyes, harbored such considerations? Tu Fu switched the angle of the surveillance, just in time to see his aunt, freshly finished with her chores, humming a cheerful tune as she returned to her bedroom, twisting her ample hips as she engaged in movements reminiscent of yoga. Influenced by the southern colonies, that a few simple exercises left her glistening with sweat, droplets cascading down her fair skin to the floor, the fabric of her clothing clinging to her form. That it was no wonder that, even in middle age, her figure remained unchanged. What intrigued Tu Fu the most was that the punk-style room he occupied was now utterly empty. Time continued to flow, confirming that this wondrous experience was not a mere projection of consciousness. He had indeed been transported to the elusive Ghost Ship, embarking on a never-ending drift. "Let us see what Sophie is up to." Tu Fu feigned hesitation before transitioning to her room. Miss Sophie had always disallowed family members from entering her sanctuary. As every girl of her age harbors her own secrets, in stark contrast to his own hardcore punk room, her space exuded warmth, dominated by a palette of pinks typical of a young lady's bedroom. Beneath the gauzy curtain, a simple desk displayed not only books but also charms, potion bottles, and various trinkets of mysticism. In the half-open wardrobe, he glimpsed the corner of a corset peeking out, most astonishingly. On the lace-covered bed, a wind-up bear model rested beside the pillow. "That seems to be the gift I once gave her." Tu Fu touched his nose, recalling the present he had bestowed upon this nominal sister when he first arrived. At which time Sophie had exclaimed that such an ugly thing had long been discarded. "Damn you, Tu Fu." Upon just losing 3 kronor, Sophie stormed back into her room, puffing her cheeks in frustration and stamping her feet with indignation. Endure the momentary calm. And the more she retreated, the angrier she became. In a fit of rage, she threw herself onto her bed, writhing like a maggot, while simultaneously pounding her wind-up bear toy in a violent outburst. "I never imagined Sophie had such an undisclosed side," remarked Tu Fu with a smirk. His words piercingly astute. Should Sophie discover that he had inadvertently witnessed such an embarrassing scene, it would surely lead to an extraordinary social demise for him. No, given Miss Winston's temperament, she would undoubtedly ensure they both met a dire fate before he could expose her secret. As he continued to manipulate the shifting visuals, Tu Fu endeavored to broaden the surveillance scope, expanding the perspective from Ritz Comprehensive Academy to the surrounding throngs of people. To his surprise, he stumbled upon some intriguing occurrences. Several pairs of usually quiet boys and girls were discreetly holding hands after school. Those who typically refrained from participating in class were now diligently studying at home, clandestinely committed to their learning. Meanwhile, Mr. Coleman, who claimed to have lost interest in the Ghost Ship issue, was surrounded by a mountain of documents clearly related to it. This obstinate old codger was relentlessly pursuing the vast truths of physics. In the city of Ritz, myriad events unfolded within every household and street corner, whether virtuous or vile, luminous or shadowed, noble or base. Everything passed before Tu Fu's eyes as he observed with a detached omniscience akin to a true deity, coldly surveying the city's every movement. What a remarkable ability, he mused, gradually comprehending the limitations of this supernatural eye after several experiments. While he could now monitor the city's every action, the range of his surveillance was still constrained. A small map in the lower left corner of the display indicated the monitored area. But the map of Ritz City was incomplete. Currently, it only encompassed the route from Crescent Street in the Green District to Ritz Comprehensive Academy. In other words, Only the areas he had explored today qualified as monitored zones. Other regions remained a hazy blur, reminiscent of an RTS game where exploration was necessary for visibility on the minimap. Additionally, the perspective and intensity of this surveillance were formidable. Even a casual passerby could utilize a penetrating view to enter any building. He could even hear the sounds within the monitored zone with startling clarity. Possessing such formidable surveillance power, it would not be an exaggeration to regard the user as a karma of the new world, and theoretically, he could uncover everyone's secrets. Now I truly have installed surveillance in everyone's homes, Tufu lamented, his tone tinged with a sense of inevitability. The ghostly perspective inadvertently halted in a nondescript alley on Crescent Street, where Tufu observed two impeccably dressed individuals lingering, curiously obscuring their faces with handkerchiefs as if engaged in some illicit endeavor. The shorter man among them opened a briefcase, revealing a glaring pile of cash that made Tufu's eyes widen. He gradually increased the volume until the conversation between the two became clear. According to our previous agreement, here is 1,000 kronor and a dragon beard fruit as a deposit. The man with the briefcase expressed with discontent. That is indeed an exorbitant price. The pursuit of the extraordinary has never been easy. Has it? Replied the other, who, after counting the money, accepted the briefcase with a sinister smile. For safety's sake, we will document the specific transaction location and time in tomorrow's Ritz Daily between pages 6 and 7 in the advertisement corner. Although I do not know who you are, we will invite a mutual acquaintance who is aware of our identities as an intermediary. The transaction code is Praise the Goddess. I wish you a pleasant transaction. After their brief exchange, the slender gentleman strode away without a moment's hesitation. Just then, a drunken man, swaying and mumbling incoherently, happened to pass by the alley, his bleary gaze falling upon the two figures within. Who is in there? The drunkard shook his head vigorously, realizing something was amiss as he prepared to flee upon their detection. Suddenly, a man in a long robe appeared behind him, seemingly materializing out of nowhere, with both hands grasping the drunkard's neck. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the man's neck was swiftly snapped, collapsing like a crushed banana. Well done, the shorter buyer remarked casually. Can we confirm? The other party is indeed an extraordinary individual. It is safe to ascertain that they belong to a powerful trading circle, making possession of extraordinary items quite normal, replied the robed man coldly. Tufu's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that this was a clandestine and complex transaction, with the traded items certainly shrouded in secrecy. In that moment, a living person was dispatched like livestock. Even from behind the screen, the impact was unsettling. Sitting before the monitor, Tufu had been tracking the buyer who paid, discreetly noting the address mentioned when he entered the vehicle. They just mentioned the extraordinary. Perhaps this is an opportunity, Tufu thought, a wry smile escaping him as he recalled his current awkward predicament that it was akin to a man on the brink of death from thirst in the desert suddenly discovering a trove of wealth. If he could not escape the desert, no matter how many zeros were behind that wealth, it would hold no significance without the leading one. Where did that logbook go? As Tufu pondered a way to unravel the mystery, he vaguely remembered the diary on the table was missing when he left the ship and began searching the captain's cabin drawers based on memory that it was a thick leather-bound book, comparable in thickness to an ordinary volume. The search proved challenging, as the captain's cabin was equipped with a built-in bookshelf housing hundreds of neatly arranged books. Previously, Tufu had no interest in browsing, but now he had no choice but to peruse each one. Eventually, he stumbled upon a colorful booklet on the shelf, which he recalled was the promotional material given to each tourist, featuring a map of the cruise ship and service descriptions. Engrossed in the entertainment, he had naturally overlooked this manual. Opening the promotional booklet, he found a single line inscribed on the first page: Cruise Safety Guidelines. Cruise Safety Guidelines. Welcome aboard the world's most unique cruise ship. In this travel plan, we will circle the globe, allowing you to experience the utmost natural beauty, rich cultural history, and provide you with the most distinctive cruise services to enhance your sightseeing journey. During the voyage, all guests must adhere to the following rules to ensure your safety. Any consequences arising from violations of onboard regulations are solely your responsibility. Point 1. That the global journey will be a lengthy one, with stops only in designated areas. We will not make unauthorized stops, especially if you notice the ship making a docking maneuver. Please intervene immediately and notify the staff. Point 2. Each area on the ship offers different services. Those adept at utilizing tools will enjoy a better experience. 3. The cabins on the cruise ship are divided into 4 classes: hard sleeper, soft sleeper, compartments, and luxury cruise rooms. Please remember to return to your own cabin during rest periods, as it is absolutely safe there. When encountering sailors at night, exercise utmost caution. Do not shout or approach them, especially if the number of sailors exceeds 3 gathered together. Flee immediately and seek assistance from other staff members. 5. The kitchen will serve daily meals, offering sour soup and vegetable soup. If someone recommends meat soup, please do not consume it. 6. The cruise shop sells gifts, but does not sell beverages. If you see any, do not purchase them. 7. The performance hall will regularly host balls to enhance relationships. Ensure you and your dance partner are ready before participating. 8. That marine creatures are humanity's best companions. Appropriate contact can increase intimacy, but exercise caution. 9. If you unfortunately violate any of the above rules and find yourself lost, seek the captain immediately. This is your only escape. By adhering to these rules, you will enjoy a fulfilling cruise experience, gaining precious knowledge and unforgettable memories during this journey. Follow the rules and prioritize safety. Wishing you a pleasant trip. Yet, the signature line at the bottom was conspicuously blank. Within this seemingly ordinary manual, the rules conveyed an inexplicable peculiarity, simultaneously instilling an oddly reassuring sense of security, as if following the guidelines would prevent any horrific events from occurring. Thud, 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 just as Tufu intended to analyze the rules thoroughly. A strange banging noise from the deck door caused him to turn abruptly. No. It seemed something was knocking at the door. The commotion from the captain's cabin appeared to have attracted the attention of some lurking creature outside. Not good, Tufa thought. Pressing his fingers to his temples, suddenly, an unprovoked headache struck him, a wave of intense dizziness washing over him. As if his body were rejecting the prolonged stay in this eerie environment, he was merely an ordinary person. It seemed he could not endure being aboard this haunted ghost ship for long. In a daze, he focused his gaze on the string of distorted numbers before him. The countdown had not ceased. 00, 03, 00, which means there are still 3 minutes left. Tu Fu awaited the countdown to reach its conclusion with palpable anxiety, silently hoping that the monstrous presence outside would not breach the threshold. 00, 02, 55, 00, 02, 54, 00, 253. Time slipped away, second by second. This countdown was but a fleeting 2 minutes, and Tu Fu's tense disposition began to ease. If all proceeded as anticipated, this should signify a return countdown. A man of temperament. Should one suggest to Tu Fu that he remain in this realm, he would undoubtedly refuse. Yet, if it were to be a matter of being ensnared aboard a ghost ship, he might find himself inclined to stay. Bang, bang. The eerie knocking persisted, its rhythm intensifying into a forceful battering. Tu Fu raised his gaze towards the source of the sound, peering through the oval glass of the upper hatch. Veiled by thick gray mist, there he discerned a dancer clad in a tattered gown, her face marred by purple-black splotches, striking the hatch with a mechanical, numbed persistence. Her lifeless, ashen eyes betrayed no hint of vitality, only a haunting emptiness. With each resounding thud, the air outside thickened with a palpable stillness, as if it could precipitate into liquid. Are you Anna? Tu Fu recalled the beautiful dancer named Anna, whom he frequently visited and who had once shown him great favor, only to perish tragically from ingesting a toxic fish. To his astonishment, upon this unsettling reunion, her interest in him remained undiminished. With 2.5 minutes left on the countdown, he had to thwart this creature. He could not allow it to draw the attention of the far more terrifying entities aboard. Beads of sweat gathered on Tu Fu's forehead, cascading down in large droplets, as a chilling sensation enveloped his limbs. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the broadcast control panel beside the surveillance screen. An ingenious idea struck him. He hastened forward, plugged the console into the socket, and reactivated the ship's broadcast system. Swiftly, he switched to free music mode, transmitting sound throughout the ship via the Ethernet switch. Harmonious melodies emanated from the speakers scattered across the vessel. Indeed, the next moment, the ghastly figure outside, now captivated by the sound, ceased its knocking and began to pursue the new auditory source. This tactic was one the sailors aboard employed to mask their brutal acts with music. That was close. As the ghostly countdown dwindled, Tu Fu exhaled in relief, instinctively stuffing the safety manual into his pocket. 2000, 00, 03, 00, 00, 02, 00, 001, 00, 00, 00. When the timer finally reached 0, the gray mist dissipated. The world seemed to lose its luster, In the preceding moment, he had been enveloped in the dimness of the ghost ship's hold. And now everything fell silent, the briny sea breeze fading from his nostrils. When Tu Fu found himself back in the exquisitely appointed little room, he felt as though the past experiences had evaporated into thin air. As if nothing had ever transpired, he lifted his gaze to the cuckoo clock, where the thickest hour hand pointed to 8, and the minute hand indicated 2, the ticking sound stirring the last remaining second hand. 8, 10. Had he truly spent 10 minutes aboard the ghost ship? Just as the countdown suggested, a one-to-one flow of time. Tu Fu mused, nibbling on his fingertip in realization. Incredible. In what seemed like a typical 10 minutes, he had indeed vanished from the Winster residence. Transported to the drifting ghost ship of uncertain origin, the ship's dilapidated state, the slumbering monstrosities, the astonishing super-eye. These extraordinary encounters were vividly etched in his memory. He could still detect the ocean's unique fragrance clinging to him. To validate the authenticity of his recent ordeal, Tu Fu conducted a small experiment before departing. He extended 2 fingers into his pocket, retrieving a pristine safety manual. Indeed, the experience was real. Tu Fu sighed in relief and casually flipped through the booklet. The next moment, his hand trembled slightly, freezing him in place. The dim orange glow of the gas lamp illuminated the manual, and in the signature section at the bottom, the name, Tu Fu Capit, stood out prominently. Chapter 8. Learning brings joy. Tap, tap. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the edge of the long table, while his other hand playfully spun the corner of the manual. Tu Fu's entire focus was absorbed by this small object. He had never anticipated that this piece of evidence brought from the ghost ship would, in an intangible way, forge a connection with him. Real name binding. Tu Fu arched an eyebrow. Is this a form of anti-addiction certification? This safety manual was akin to the lengthy terms of service one must agree to before playing a game, emphasizing that in the event of any mishap, the player assumes full responsibility, and the company bears no liability. Upon returning to his bedroom, Tu Fu's first action was to meticulously check his body for any wounds or marks. And only after confirming the absence of any, did he feel a sense of relief. He then conducted a brief review of the events that had transpired. It seemed the ghost ship held no malevolence towards him. Rather, it intended to guide him in adhering to its order, thereby ensuring the stability of the Santa Maria. The rules inscribed in the safety manual served as irrefutable proof. Each seemingly bizarre regulation advised him on the necessary actions to ensure safety. Although the manual did not specify the consequences of breaking these rules, it was not something he should dare to test at this moment. In summary, the rules were as follows. 1. The ship cannot dock. 2.1 must return to their room within the stipulated time. 3. That assistance from the crew is available in times of trouble, but it is not guaranteed. 4. That the ship is divided into various zones, requiring him to discern how to utilize the tools within. And my role is to maintain the balance of the ghost ship. Correspondingly, I possess the privilege to use the super-eye, allowing me to continue acquiring the information I need. Tu Fu rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, weighing the pros and cons. The prerequisite was that he must abide by the rules to survive aboard the ship, where crew members morphed into monsters. Had he not cleverly activated the broadcast to divert the deceased Anna, he might have already met his end. Now, he resolved to thoroughly explore the entire city of Litz, maximizing the surveillance capabilities of the captain's quarters, with hopes of uncovering the secrets of the extraordinary beings. With this thought, Tu Fu decided to attempt once more, wishing to ascertain whether the countdown's appearance could be controlled. He began to recite the name of the ghost ship again. As the word Santa Maria escaped his lips, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, a sharp discomfort piercing his mind, compelling him to cease his utterance. No, I cannot attempt this again so soon. Tu Fu swiftly grasped this logic. It was akin to the cooldown period following the use of a skill in a game. Entering the ghost ship was similarly bound by certain limitations. Drawing from his exposure to mysticism, he quickly discerned the logic behind entering and exiting the ghost ship. The anchoring ritual could indeed lock onto the ghost ship's leaking aura. However, this ritual resembled a thief picking a lock. It could momentarily grant access. Yet one must leave before the owner returned home. To gain long-term residency, one would require additional permissions, a deed. Tu Fu experienced an epiphany. The only way to secure more permissions aboard the ghost ship and wield extraordinary powers to subdue the terrifying vessel was to become a legendary extraordinary being. Yet, the most pressing matter at hand was another. Diligent study. Exploring the secrets of the extraordinary and the ghost ship would be a lengthy endeavor. Most ancient texts were written in Assyrian. and without studying, he would struggle to even recognize the monsters aboard. Regrettably, his current language proficiency was limited to answering questions on paper, capable of only simple phrases. Next time, I might not be so fortunate. Tufu rubbed his temples, suddenly beset by a headache. I must quickly master the knowledge of this world, he resolved, simultaneously preparing for the upcoming higher education selection. With the assistance of such an extraordinary technology as the Super Eye and a modicum of effort. Achieving excellence in the 7-school alliance was far from mere fantasy. The foundational knowledge of the other 6 subjects remained relatively solid, and with Tufu's modern thinking, comprehending them should not pose significant difficulty. Only the ancient Assyrian language, the root of all contemporary languages in the northern continent, presented a formidable challenge. Its pronunciation was complex, its grammatical rules intricate, and it boasted a plethora of derivations, rendering it a particularly difficult inflected language. In truth, studying the ancient tongue presented a considerable challenge for students of lower status. Typically, the upper class and noble offspring received elite education from a young age, often hiring private tutors for one-on-one instruction. The educational disparity between the wealthy and the poor in this era manifested in myriad ways. Tufu's sentiments mirrored those of countless students preparing for college entrance examinations. How wonderful it would be if the exams didn't include English. Were there individuals who thrived without learning foreign languages? Certainly, there was that infamously Hua. Who would have thought that even after traversing realms, one could not escape the necessity of learning? Tufu sighed in frustration, tucking the safety manual between the pages of his ancient Assyrian textbook. After much contemplation, he finally extinguished the thought of reporting to the police department. The ghost ship was his greatest secret in this world and the only conceivable means of returning. He could not allow anyone to discover it. Seizing the opportunity before his uncle noticed, he returned the revolver and ammunition to their rightful place. As if nothing had ever occurred, he gazed at the travel brochure that was entirely different from its predecessors. Tufu entered the washroom and looked at his reflection in the mirror, gradually coming to terms with a certain reality. From this moment forth, I am Tufu Cape, born in Litz, a significant member of the Winster family, and the sole survivor of the ghost ship Santa Maria. That night, he once again dreamt of the bizarre dreamscape. Beneath the eerie blue moon, the Santa Maria surged through the waves, its deck teeming with grotesque monsters. While a man clad in a red and black captain's uniform stood at the bow, commanding the vessel as it sailed toward the sky amidst the storm, it seemed he was calling out, "Advance. Advance at all costs." As dawn broke, the family's cuckoo clock chimed in unison, creating a cacophony reminiscent of an entire village of dogs barking simultaneously. Tufu, still bleary-eyed, reached out to silence the cuckoo. "Another strange dream," he muttered. Having dreamed of that peculiar vision twice in succession, Tufu began to suspect that the ghost ship was attempting to convey some message to him. After a moment of calm reflection, he refrained from immediately preparing for school. Today was fortuitously a holiday, and just like in the previous world, the northern continent divided a year into 365, or 366, days, with a week comprising 7 days. 6 working days were followed by 1 day of rest. A schedule rooted in the myth of divine creation. In the best-selling book, The Divine Revelation, on the northern continent, the creation narrative recounts how, at the birth of the world, the abyss was shrouded in darkness. The surface was void, and existence lay engulfed in chaos. It was only after the birth of the transcendent, omniscient, and omnipotent God, the great creator, that this eternal night was shattered. On the first day, he shaped chaos and created 2 orbs of light, named sun and moon, thus illuminating the world and giving rise to day and night. The deity governing truth and order emerged, manipulating light and darkness. On the second day, he separated the heavens from the earth, giving rise to the celestial dome. The Earth Mother, who presides over agricultural bounty and childbirth, came into being on the third day, as he reshaped the land and created seas and continents, leading to the birth of the storm god, who governs the ocean and calamity. On the fourth day, he filled the world with vitality, creating birds in the sky and fish in the depths, while the deity of fate and life emerged. On the fifth day, he enlightened humanity, bestowing upon them unique wisdom, thus making them the most extraordinary species on earth. This led to the birth of the goddess of wisdom, who governs war and production. On the sixth day, he forged the other end of the world, connecting it to the river of the underworld where all life culminates, resulting in the final birth of the Lord of the Underworld, who oversees rituals and death. On the seventh day, the Creator grew weary. This is the universally acknowledged 7-day creation narrative. Subsequently, various myths and legends emerged across the world, including the gods of drama and steam, which only appeared in this century. Among them were some extreme zealots who worshipped malevolent deities. Shortly after Tufu awoke, he heard light footsteps in the corridor outside. Miss Winster entered without hesitation, pushing the door open. "Sophie, remember to knock before entering a room of the opposite gender," he admonished, startled by her sudden entrance, quickly closing his textbook and speaking with a gravity befitting the matter. "It is a matter of courtesy." This was also to avoid any awkward situations that might arise from encountering the embarrassing behaviors of a burgeoning young man. "Oh," Sophie replied, her understanding somewhat ambiguous, and she quietly retreated from the room. "May I come in?" she asked, tapping the door lightly in a symbolic gesture before entering without waiting for Tufu's response, tilting her head with a playful grin. "Mr. Cape, are you satisfied?" "Just as I would expect from you." Tufu inhaled deeply. "Let me make it clear. I will not be returning that 3 crowns under any circumstances." He preemptively cut off Sophie's potential rebuttal, leaving her with no avenue for negotiation. "I didn't come here to discuss that," Sophie said disdainfully, casting him a look of contempt. "I never realized you were such a greedy person. I am pleased that you are getting to know me anew." Sophie, Tufu mused inwardly, reflecting on how her hidden sundry traits had eluded him until now. "Why weren't you on my side last night?" "I am referring to what happened during dinner." The mention of that incident prompted Tufu's memory. Indeed, they had previously made an agreement that when Sophie expressed a desire to pursue the extraordinary, he should steadfastly support her. Her betrayal during this critical moment left Miss Winster quite displeased. "In truth, even if we were united, we could not persuade Aunt Anfield and Uncle Ethan," Tufu analyzed calmly. "Moreover, with Sophie as an unreliable ally, their debate would inevitably yield results less than the sum of their parts." Tufu had ample experience in sparring with adults, having emerged victorious countless times, but the other party could overturn the table in an instant. "Besides, Uncle is right. I do not believe that pursuing the extraordinary is beneficial. Your current life is already enviable to many." Following the mysterious events of the previous night, Tufu developed a peculiar fear of the extraordinary, particularly for Sophie, who had been raised in comfort and had never faced hardship. The path toward the extraordinary was fraught with thorns. Sophie widened her eyes, incredulous that Tufu would utter such words. "You weren't saying this before." "Because there are more pressing matters at hand," Tufu stated gravely. Sophie, curious, inquired, "What matters?" "Reading," he replied, raising his Assyrian language textbook with utmost seriousness. "Learning brings me joy." "The Cape family is truly unfortunate to have a descendant like you," Sophie remarked, her beautiful visage revealing a mix of pity and frustration. Tufu shrugged nonchalantly and followed her downstairs. "Does Sophie expect me to support her in becoming an extraordinary being, so she can help me find my parents?" The absurd notion arose in Tufu's mind, but was swiftly extinguished. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. With Sophie's character, which even dogs would disdain, how could she be so benevolent? Uncle Ethan had risen early and, as usual, retrieved the newspaper left by the postman in the mailbox. It was his daily habit to read the paper each morning, and now even the most ordinary residents could afford subscriptions that in fact, when newspapers first emerged, their high prices hindered widespread distribution, but the invention of the early printing press made paper exceedingly cheap. Major publishers standardized the price at 1 pearl, often below the production cost. Consequently, the difference was effectively shifted to advertisers. "One cannot fathom that such matters occur in Litz," Uncle Ethan lamented, echoing his customary critique of the day's news. Exasperatedly rubbing his thinning hair. "What has happened?" Tufu inquired, puzzled. "A tavern is hiring in the advertisement corner, offering a meager daily wage of 3 pearls. This is blatant exploitation," Uncle Ethan scoffed. "Just placing an ad in the newspaper, even merely in the advertisement corner, would cost at least 3 crowns. Those damned bloodsuckers will eventually meet the same fate as the capitalists of Landis, hanged by the people from lampposts if that day ever comes. I would wager that all the ropes in Ritz's shops will sell out within a day," Uncle Ethan exaggeratedly declared. "Not necessarily," Tufu countered briefly. "You don't agree with my assessment? What I mean is that before that happens, the government must install more rows of streetlights." Tufu corrected him meticulously, then added without hesitation, "It's only been 1 night, and you are becoming increasingly humorous." Uncle Ethan generously praised him at that moment. Tufu's peripheral vision caught sight of the advertisement corner, where a simple notice was posted. "The Old Hunter Tavern is hiring a bartender, preference given to those who are hardworking and enduring. offering a daily wage of 3 pearls. Interested parties should apply today at 14 Mint Street by 9 a.m. Tufu, ever observant, noted that this announcement was tucked away in an inconspicuous gap between pages 6 and 7, reminiscent of the transaction method mentioned by the 2 mysterious figures in the alley surveillance footage. A transaction related to the extraordinary? Tufu's expression shifted to one of clarity and subtle intrigue. Chapter 9. The kind-hearted Lord, unable to bear the sight of the poor. It was May, the season of fervor. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the citizens of Litz remained undeterred in their enthusiasm for weekend outings. Unfortunately, the transportation department's poor planning led to chaos on the roads, with a multitude of carriages and steam vehicles creating a gridlock that on this rare day of rest, Mrs. Winster suggested a new handbag as a gift, prompting Miss Sophie to conveniently forget the unpleasantness of the previous night and skip out early, bouncing alongside her aunt to go shopping. One might say that the remedy of a bag could cure all ills. Effective in any era. I should be on my way, Tufu murmured, having taken note of the advertisement corner's trading time and location in the Litz Daily. He simply changed into a set of black formal attire and a trimmed hat before heading out. His primary objective was to expand his surveillance map of Litz while investigating the identity of the buyer he had glimpsed in the footage. Even from a cost-effectiveness perspective, advertising low-income job openings in a newspaper that charged exorbitant fees for advertisements was undeniably unwise. The peculiar transaction he had observed in the alley, where both parties concealed their identities, indicated that this exchange was anything but ordinary. Moreover, an innocent life had been lost. The very complexity of the method used to communicate time and location suggests that the goods are certainly not meant to see the light of day. Tufu pondered inwardly. Drawing conclusions in that direction, the other party mentioned matters pertaining to the extraordinary. Yet he recalled that items associated with mysticism had been strictly prohibited from circulating in the market under the pretext of disturbing public order. This piqued his interest in the transaction involving the extraordinary. Upon stepping out, Tufu stood as usual at the bus stop, awaiting the arrival of the pumpkin-fused mala train. Of course, he could opt for a private vehicle, bypassing stops and crowds, reveling in superior transport services. However, the cost of such an independent conveyance was threefold that of the mala train, rendering it even more exorbitant than his previous taxi rides that he asked for taking an airship to his destination. It would undoubtedly be akin to hiring a luxury car from a ride-hailing service, which was not a viable option for Tufu, whose finances were rather meager, until the arrival of the Iron Beast. Galloping towards him, he still felt a jolt of astonishment, despite having witnessed it numerous times before. With District Cross Street, he announced to the driver, naming a street with which he was not particularly familiar. This was the address he had discreetly noted while monitoring that enigmatic buyer, located a fair distance from the Leeds Comprehensive Institute, just outside the surveillance range. 8 kilometers, a total of 6 pence, the driver replied succinctly, calculating the fare based on the initial distance and adding a penny for every kilometer thereafter. Of course, Tufu smiled and nodded, extending his fair-skinned arm to extract coins from his already meager purse to pay the ticket collector. Once seated, he cautiously checked his pocket to ensure the banknotes were still there, revealing a smile that was both poor and content. At least I still have the 3 crowns I earned through hard work. The familiar bumpy ride ensued. And Tufu had gradually acclimatized to its rhythm. He discovered a small trick for riding in such vehicles. By synchronizing his own swaying with that of the cart during bumpy stretches, he could effectively combat motion sickness. Indeed, the little joys in life often lie in meticulous observation. With District Cross Street, this neighborhood, located in the northwest of Leeds, was a remote area on the outskirts of the city. He recalled that in years past, the local government had designated this place as a refuge for refugees and the homeless, with crime rates reaching alarming heights, making it the most notorious community in Leeds. However, upon Tufu's arrival, although the urban landscape was less bustling than Central Avenue, it nonetheless possessed a diverse array of establishments. On this day of rest, the street was lively, and as Tufu disembarked, he heard the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares from the shops lining the street. Chestnuts, the sweetest from Leeds, freshly baked Ever pies, fragrant and crispy, delicious charcoal-grilled fish that will make you lose your tongue, 100 times tastier than piranhas, a Leeds specialty, reputable drinking water from the Release Church, worthy of your trust. Various merchants, large and small, shouted to promote their products on this festive day, not forgetting the traditional madness of the Release Church's activities. Among the bustling crowd, the local residents instinctively patted their pockets upon spotting unfamiliar faces. And Tufu, too, cautiously placed a hand over his pocket, ever vigilant of passers-by. Despite his lack of funds, the Wood District was not devoid of pickpockets and con artists, and Tufu witnessed several unfortunate souls having their pockets slashed, their wallets snatched with ease. According to his previous observations from surveillance, the city's beggars and theft rings predominantly consisted of individuals from this area, particularly the gaunt children. They operated in an organized manner, pooling their spoils under the control of a single leader. Tragically, some were even maimed by begging rings, feigning disability to elicit sympathy. That he recalled that following several wars launched by Bea against neighboring countries in recent years, a flood of refugees had poured in, fracturing numerous families. Due to inadequate policies or other reasons, countless children were left homeless. These individuals resorted to begging or theft, perpetually adrift on the streets, until one day their bodies were discovered in some foul ditch. Much like the events that had transpired in that alley. Without the shelter of the Winster family, perhaps I would be among them. Tufu harbored a sense of gratitude for this, recognizing that, unlike the reclusive youth he once was, as an adult, he understood the kindness the Winster family had extended to him, an outsider. After nearly half an hour of travel, Tufu's gaze landed upon a pristine 3-story detached house, marked 32 Cross Street. This was the address of the buyer he had recalled. The very residence adorned with the surname Morton. Today is the day of the transaction. He must at least be out to collect the money. Tufu was certain the buyer would show up, and thus decided to take a seat on a nearby park bench. Lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught sight of an elderly man clad in a gray-white jacket, with graying temples, shivering as if he had caught a chill. How many times must I say it? Overnight stays are not permitted here, a short man in a city management uniform bellowed at the old gentleman. Cough, cough. I understand what you mean. The elderly man's condition appeared dire, each cough seeming to inflict considerable pain. Struggling to rise, he extracted a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, yet his trembling hands made it impossible to strike a match. The black smoke from the phosphorus paper would flare up only to extinguish repeatedly. Allow me to give it a try. At that moment, a fair hand reached for the matchbox, and with 2 deft fingers, it ignited the phosphorus paper, the crumpled cigarette tip glowing red. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. The elderly gentleman politely nodded at the stranger, who was none other than Tufu. You're welcome, Tufu replied with a slight inclination of his head. Is resting not permitted here? They always claim that vagrants will tarnish the city's image in Wood District, the elderly man mumbled, repeating words he must have heard countless times. But I fail to see what there is worth preserving. I remember it wasn't always like this, Tufu remarked. In his recollection, there had been little to speak of regarding the district's image. Merely the struggle to survive. The elderly gentleman raised a trembling finger. It relates to the owner of that house. Tufu followed his gaze, landing upon the mysterious buyer's opulent residence, and he could not help but exclaim, it appears truly magnificent. The Morton family is a renowned real estate developer in Wood District. This is merely an inconsequential property among their holdings. A faint smile creased the elderly man's wrinkled face. I imagine he must be quite wealthy, Tufu feigned surprise. Indeed. Mr. Morton is the most prominent businessman in this area, holding the majority of the land development rights along the entire cross street. The elderly man clenched the cigarette between his teeth, exhaling a cloud of smoke with great difficulty. You can hardly imagine what sort of person he is. Wealth, shrewdness, benevolence, these are merely labels affixed by the outside world, and such praise pales in comparison to his golden-hearted kindness. A real estate developer. No wonder he is so affluent. Tufu thought without a moment's hesitation. Might we converse? This could greatly assist my recent academic investigation into Wood District. The elderly man rolled his eyes and shrugged. I'm actually a bit busy at the moment. I completely understand. Perceiving the man's embarrassment, Tufu pondered for a moment before purchasing a selection of pastries and a pack of cigarettes from a nearby vendor, handing them to the impoverished gentleman. Consider this a token of compensation for your time. You may call me Old John. Feel free to inquire about anything regarding Wood District. I have lived here since childhood and am undoubtedly one of the most decent individuals in this area, eager to assist you. Old John wore a smile, clearly pleased with the thoughtful gesture of this young man. During their conversation, Tufu learned that Old John was currently an unemployed worker, dismissed for being a typical example after participating in a workers' union protest. Of course, there were countless such dismissed workers scattered throughout Litz. For those at the bottom of the social ladder, a serious illness, an injury, or an unforeseen accident could instantaneously plunge a once-happy family from paradise into hell. You must know that Wood District was previously designated by the government as a refugee and homeless settlement, teeming with foreign refugees, fleeing criminals, and various street organizations. Nothing is more exasperating than these damned outsiders. I can understand. Tofu empathized, recognizing that the mass migration of people from other countries naturally encroached upon the living space of locals, leading to mutual hostility. However, since Mr. Morton Henry and some investors arrived, much has changed, transformative changes. Just as they promised, they aimed to eradicate the poverty here. They gently dismantled all the refugee camps and secured land development and usage rights from the government, subsequently relocating the refugees. Soon after, numerous factories were established, schools were built, hospitals erected, and roads paved, even introducing buses, the very kind of horse-drawn carriages that you might consider rustic. With the increase in jobs, more people were drawn here. And now the buildings in Wood District are rising ever higher. Look, even streetlights have been installed along both sides of the road. Such things were once unimaginable. I see, Tiff mused, having spent so long in Crescent Street. He had never experienced life at the bottom, thus failing to grasp the profound astonishment of the community's residents at these remarkable changes. Old John, while introducing the urban development changes to Tufu, could hardly contain the unusual sparkle in his eyes, nearly on the verge of tears. My child, you mentioned that since Mr. Morton's arrival, has Wood District not improved? Tifa nodded in agreement. It sounds like a splendid thing. Indeed. It is marvelous, truly marvelous, Old John replied, his eyes reddening and shimmering with a crystalline light. Despite the fact that this elderly gentleman, with his hair turned gray from life's burdens, struggled to make ends meet. Uncertain of his next meal or lodging for the night, it did not hinder his heartfelt pride when speaking of the neighborhood where he had grown up. Look at this beautiful city. The very place I was raised. Though my own situation may not be ideal, I am genuinely pleased to see my hometown flourish. Perhaps, this was the only tangible asset that a little man like him could showcase to others with pride. His simple words struck deeply into Tufu's heart, and he now felt guilty for previously contemplating how to outsmart the wealthy gentleman in the room. But where have those refugees gone? Tufa pondered, suddenly recalling the begging children he had seen earlier, who appeared far from being properly settled. Just then, a group of young beggars lingered at the opulent Morton residence, clutching what seemed to be notes. Hesitating to knock on the door. Ding-dong. After a while, an older boy mustered the courage to press the doorbell. Sir, you promised to give us money. You again. Soon, a butler-like figure, dressed in a tailcoat, stormed out in anger. Broom in hand, clearly not intending to offer any money, he opened the door and began to chase them off, causing the little beggars to flee in terror. Get lost. This is your last warning. You filthy pests, do not come within 10 miles of the Morton residence, or I will ensure you regret it. The butler pursued them until his hand ached, then unleashed a torrent of curses at their retreating figures. Mr. Morton has a kind heart, and he despises poverty. Upon seeing Tufu's astonished gaze, Old John slowly revealed a mouthful of grimy teeth, observing the unfortunate souls expelled from the mansion, then forced a mocking smile. He cannot abide the sight of the poor either. Chapter 10. The Whistleblower's Letter Knock. Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed through the empty, lonely 3-story building, reaching the ears of a low-statured, middle-aged man with a hawkish nose in the study. As the head of the Morton household. Morton Henry did not appreciate being disturbed while contemplating matters. His brow furrowing at the sound, he called out in a deep voice. Ford, I told you I would not meet any visitors today. Not visitors, but those little rascals wandering in Wood District. The butler, dressed in a black suit, explained with a gentle smile. Within just a minute, Ford exhibited a dramatic change in demeanor, contrasting sharply with his earlier harshness towards the beggars. Resembling a chameleon. I imagine they wish to beg for money. After all, you have constructed such a beautiful neighborhood for them, and they have the audacity to extend their hands to the master for funds. Truly unbelievable. The butler placed his hand on his chest. Respectfully reporting, thus, I have sent them away. No need to be angered. I have long since forgiven them. Morton glanced at the advertisement section of the Ritz Daily, noting the transaction times, then closed it, regaining his focus. Also, remember to prepare the car for departure at 8 o'clock. Recently, he had been under considerable stress. Multiple protests had erupted in Wood District, and several factory workers had formed unions and gone on strike. Even the refugees, hiding like rats in the sewers, dared to demand land compensation from him. Fortunately, these were mere trifles. Strikes were not uncommon. Following the old methods of internal division, he would bribe a few organizers, win over some, suppress others, and dismiss a few, thereby dismantling the so-called workers' union, particularly since many workers relied on these jobs to support their families. Those who lost their income were worse off than beggars. This reminded him of a joke made by a companion at a gathering of the elite. What organization is even more ludicrous than a circus clown's performance? Answer: the Workers' Union. The main event is tonight's transaction. Morton suddenly chuckled softly, carefully folding the newspaper back into a drawer. Since aging, he had often been plagued by ailments, and his fear of death had never been more profound. Especially after accumulating vast wealth, he was increasingly reluctant to let go. The extraordinary, only the so-called extraordinary could save him. Although governments around the world maintained strict control over extraordinary-related items, the consequences of being caught were dire. Moreover, pursuing extraordinary achievements through legitimate channels could very well result in the loss of freedom. Subjected to the control of the government and official organizations, which he absolutely could not accept after laboring for half his life only to have his hard-won freedom stripped away. Thus, he could only seek out a dangerous organization hidden underground known as the Brotherhood. Rumored to be a temporary assembly dedicated to extraordinary transactions, the terms of this transaction were exceedingly stringent. He had to pay a deposit first, then obtain the temporary transaction location from the newspaper. The identities of both parties were to remain confidential, but a reputable figure from the underworld was required as an intermediary. Everything seemed so reasonable. After this, he would step onto a broader stage. With this thought, a smile nearly blossomed on Morton Henry's face. However, today felt particularly lengthy. After a simple dinner, Morton paced back and forth, watching the clock, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety. One must be exceedingly cautious with formal transactions involving these extraordinary individuals. Although he knew the transaction method employed an intermediary mode, ensuring strict confidentiality of both parties' identities, who could guarantee that these extraordinary beings would honor their word? Knock, knock. Morton returned to his bedroom and tapped twice on a hidden compartment beneath the bed. The drawer responded accordingly. He retrieved a revolver, a marvel of steam technology adorned with mechanical elegance, and after loading it with ammunition, discreetly tucked it into his waistband. The sense of security provided by the cold firearm momentarily eased Morton's mind. He preferred this feeling of having control over his own life. "Sir, the vehicle is ready. You may depart at any time." The experienced butler Ford had arranged everything for departure before 8 o'clock. "You may go," Morton Henry replied with a soft grunt, not disclosing his destination. Such clandestine transactions should not be revealed even to those closest to him, much less involve his subordinates. Just as everything was prepared for his departure, a louder, more forceful knocking echoed at the door, reverberating through the empty floors and corridors. "Damn it," Morton cursed under his breath, striding toward the front door, ready to deliver a stern warning to the visitor. "Hello, we are from the police department. May I ask if Mr. Morton is at home?" When the butler Ford opened the door, it became apparent that there was more than one visitor. Several individuals clad in blue-black striped police uniforms and white hats bearing the police department insignia filed in without ceremony. Among them was Edward, a district officer whom Morton recognized and had a cordial relationship with. Yet Edward now bore a serious expression, pretending not to know him. The other two were unfamiliar faces, but judging by the sun emblem on their shoulders, they belonged to a higher rank. Forming an equilateral triangle, which was a tier above the oval badge. Point 1 was a second-level officer, accompanied by 2 first-level officers. Definitely not a small matter. The last individual was not in uniform but wore a discreet black coat, emanating an air of danger, with sharp, hawk-like eyes that seemed capable of piercing into Morton's soul. "Mr. Morton Henry." One of the senior officers scrutinized him before calling out his name. "The headquarters received an anonymous tip-off from a citizen, alleging your involvement in a murder case yesterday, which poses a serious threat to social order. We kindly ask for your cooperation in the investigation and request that you accompany us." Upon hearing the officer's intent, the seasoned Morton felt a wave of relief wash over him, responding in a firm tone. "Edward, I have offended many due to business matters recently. It is possible this is an act of malicious retaliation. Moreover, is it proper to mobilize police forces based solely on an anonymous tip? Regrettably, we have investigated your movements from yesterday, and the facts align perfectly with the allegations, in addition to having located the body that was disposed of." The officer blocking the door smirked sarcastically. "Surely you haven't forgotten what transpired at the southern entrance of Narcissus Road, where a passerby was killed. We are quite curious about your reasoning for such actions." "No." Morton instinctively took a step back, sensing the gravity of the situation, his pupils dilating sharply. His actions from yesterday had been discreet. His subordinates executed their tasks flawlessly. And unless witnessed firsthand, no one could describe the events with such precision, especially not at such a critical juncture of the transaction. Could it be that a significant figure from above wished to eliminate him from his position? This sudden descent into dire straits prompted Morton to instinctively place his hand on his waist. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, accelerating his heartbeat as his mind filled with frenzied thoughts. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. The unassuming man in the black trench coat at the back of the police group raised his chin slightly, casting a cold gaze upon him. In the depths of those ancient, tranquil eyes, there lay a swirling abyss reminiscent of an unfathomable oceanic vortex, occasionally igniting with a piercing intensity akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the serene sky. This sudden movement was as jarring as a bucket of cold water dousing Morton's audacious thoughts. Don't move. Subsequently, the officer who had just issued the command keenly directed his gaze toward Morton's waist, stepping forward to lift the fabric of his clothing. Thus, the revolver adorned with exquisite stripes was instantly laid bare before the assembled onlookers. Several pairs of eyes rose in unison to meet one another, the atmosphere thick with an almost palpable awkwardness. Moments later, the district officer Edward, who had entered through the door, intoned in a deep and grave voice, "Now, Mr. Morton Henry, you are under arrest." As night fell, the pale blue moonlight bathed the streets, illuminating Tufu, clad in black civilian attire, as he traversed the sparsely populated Ming Street like a specter. Unlike before, he had donned a looser robe and mask, garments that shrouded much of his figure. He had even taken the time to style his hair, an endeavor that cost him a full crown. From old John, he had gleaned a wealth of information, corroborated by various intelligence sources, affirming one undeniable truth. Mr. Morton was unequivocally a man of kind heart. Tufu was acutely aware that he alone could not hope to challenge such a powerful real estate magnate. Nor could he directly confront the mysterious and extraordinary organization involved in the dealings. Thus, he resolved to enlist the aid of a third party to disrupt the status quo. Consequently, a report regarding a murder case was meticulously crafted and dispatched to the police department. The letter was rich in detail, elegantly penned with a touch of artistic flair, implicating the involvement of extraordinary beings. In the letter, he presented himself as a concerned citizen who had inadvertently stumbled upon the horrific incident. And out of fear, he chose to submit it anonymously. To ensure absolute security, Tufa dispatched 3 pre-written letters to different police stations, one of which was sent directly to the city police headquarters. Surely, the ensuing delay in police response would be sufficient to detain the kind-hearted Mr. Morton for a time. As for Tufu, after sending off the anonymous letter, he hurried to the transaction site mentioned in the newspaper. Ming Street. The street was nearing the Riz port by the Polias Sea, where the waves carried a bracing sea breeze that chased away the heat. The ocean's unique saltiness rendered Tufu somewhat uncomfortable as he made his way towards No. 14 Ming Street, just as the newspaper had indicated. "I've arrived." Tufu looked up to see the words, "The Old Hunter," emblazoned above the entrance, with a prominent seagull emblem and a low chimney rising from the roof. An intoxicating aroma of alcohol wafted from the tavern. Upon pushing open the door, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of noise and warmth. The tavern boasted only a few simple tables and chairs, along with a bustling bar where several drunken sailors were downing drinks. The clientele consisted primarily of disillusioned sailors and unemployed workers, who incessantly poured cheap alcohol into their gullets, numbing their senses in a futile attempt to escape reality. One drink after another. In the dimly lit environment, patrons clinked wooden mugs, their gazes vacant and devoid of life, like mere shells of their former selves. The bartender, clad in a white shirt and black vest, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, diligently polished the glasses. The heart of the tavern, a makeshift catwalk, had become the focal point of attention, where several voluptuous performers danced provocatively around a steel pole. The audience, eager to unlock more daring poses, tossed varying amounts of cash into their midst. Despite the performers' striking beauty, their costumes were excessively modest, with pristine lace-trimmed garments layered beneath sheer fabrics. What puzzled Tufa the most was that, through his keen eyesight, he discerned that the dancers wore an additional layer of opaque fabric on the outer sides of their thighs, a clear precursor to modern leggings. This spectacle rendered even the most ardent admirers silent. Tofu's earlier smile had vanished entirely, and he muttered under his breath, "The advent of leggings is perhaps the greatest impediment to the advancement of human civilization." He sighed inwardly. The inventor truly deserves to be hanged alongside the capitalist Lantis during the Great Revolution. However, a change in perspective revealed that the current market for women's lingerie was an untapped ocean of opportunity. It was hard to fathom the uproar that would ensue once garments like sheer stockings, bandeau tops, and lacy designs emerged in this conservative era. Consequently, The proliferation of lingerie chains, brand influence, specialized magazines, and model runway shows would flourish. Perhaps the brand could be named Victoria. Or better yet, a secret from Tufu Capit. Had I lived a few centuries ago, I would undoubtedly have been tied to a stake and burned alongside the witch. Tufu harbored a sense of guilt as he sought divine forgiveness for his audacious thoughts. Is that grace? His peripheral vision caught sight of a young lady in the lounge area. Her attire considerably more modest, yet she bore a striking resemblance to a classmate from his school days. He recalled her as a diligent student, and he was taken aback to discover such interest beneath her reserved exterior. Before Tufu could ponder further, the bartender at the bar noticed the newly arrived, mysteriously dressed patron. The bartender skillfully began quoting prices. Rum, 2 pence. Rhine wine, 5 pence. Vodka, 1 pool. Perhaps what you need is a sweet milk stout. The moment these words escaped his lips, the regulars erupted into laughter. The tavern's milk stout was a special beverage reserved for children who had yet to reach puberty. A rum, please. Tufu approached the bartender directly, choosing the cheapest option without a second thought. In the raucous atmosphere of the old hunter, he leaned in to speak in a tone audible only to the two of them. The newspaper mentioned you were hiring bartenders? Before the bartender could respond, Tufu recalled the secret signal and discreetly tapped his chest 3 times, his solemn gesture infused with a hint of reverence. Praise the goddess. Chapter 11. The Adventurer's Elixir. Praise the goddess. Beneath the mask, a barely perceptible smile played at Tufu's lips. In the Wood district, there stood a grand cathedral dedicated to the goddess of wisdom, and to conduct illicit transactions beneath her watchful gaze with such a signal was nothing short of sacrilegious mockery. A chime echoed as the tavern's grand clock struck 9, signaling the appointed hour for the transaction. Hence, he had arrived. Tufu reasoned that if one were to arrive punctually at the agreed-upon time and correctly utter the secret phrase to the designated contact, then why could he not also be the object of the transaction? The logic was sound. He was determined to initiate a second countdown to return to the ship, for according to the peculiar rules laid out in the manual, once midnight passed, he would have to risk traversing a deck teeming with monsters to reach his quarters. Tufu was acutely aware that he needed to master powers related to the extraordinary in a short span of time. There was no better opportunity than this, and even if it entailed a modicum of risk, it was undoubtedly worth it. I believe someone has been waiting for me for quite some time. The bartender's expression momentarily froze before he ceased pouring the drinks. Welcome. He then gestured for Tufu to enter. Clearly, this modest tavern held secrets beyond its facade. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Tufu calmly accepted the rum, unwilling to waste a drop, and lifted the pale liquid to his lips, gulping it down. After all, it was money well spent. A fiery sensation ignited in his mouth, coursing down to his stomach, the alcohol's potency exceeding his expectations, igniting a conflagration within him. Yet, before the other party, Tufu maintained his composure and remarked, "Not bad. I suppose I should really try the milk stout next time." With a slight reluctance, Tufu followed the bartender into an opulent private room within the tavern, where the bartender, without awaiting instructions, discreetly departed. He repeated the secret signal, which eased the tension for the two individuals seated across from him. "Thank you, dear buyer, for your punctual arrival." The two strangers seated on the luxurious leather couches regarded him with scrutinizing gazes. Point 1. Carrying a briefcase, was evidently the seller, similarly masked to conceal his identity. The other was clad in a professional coat, tailored trousers, and a formal 3-piece suit, complete with a bow tie and an ornate pocket watch adorned with vine patterns, exuding an air reminiscent of modern British gangsters. His emerald green eyes radiated authority, yet he maintained a warm smile. Gripping a cane and adorned with several dazzling rings. "This gentleman is Mr. Alonso, the witness to this transaction, a notable figure in our circles, who is keen to facilitate our dealings." The seller stepped forward, elucidating the nature of the transaction, that he was well versed in the classical intermediary model of trading, in past cases of kidnappings involving wealthy merchants and nobility, those prominent figures often sought out renowned individuals from the underworld to witness the exchange, ensuring the safety of the hostages before proceeding with payment. That a reputable intermediary could even secure the release of hostages before the ransom was paid. "I am pleased to witness this transaction. I possess genuine information regarding the underlying forces at play behind both of you. So please refrain from any tricks during this process." Mr. Alonso, the intermediary, smiled as he toyed with a glass cup, his words laced with a subtle menace, akin to a snake poised to strike. Tufu immediately comprehended the implications of this logic. In extraordinary transactions, both parties invariably conceal their identities for safety, employing a neutral third party to acquire information from both sides to mitigate risks. Consequently, it is entirely reasonable for him to pose as Lord Morton's representative in this trade. Where is the item I requested? Tu Fu deliberately lowered his voice, directly steering the conversation towards the goods with an air of composure. Taking a seat opposite the other two, with a soft thud, the seller placed a suitcase on the table and opened it, revealing its contents to the eyes of the trio. Inside lay a pale blue glass vial, reminiscent of something commonly found in a chemistry lab. The azure liquid within shimmered with a faint glow, casting a radiant hue in the dimly lit compartment, as if it contained the vast and dazzling expanse of a starry sky. Tu Fu was instantly entranced, his gaze fixated on the vial. The seller, clearly pleased with his reaction, spoke in a low tone. As you wished, sir. Absorbing the power of this potion is the sole path for ordinary individuals to pursue the extraordinary. The potion I possess points towards the most valiant adventurer sequence. Adventurer sequence? Tu Fu was unfamiliar with this esoteric term. There are a total of 9 extraordinary sequences of potions, each corresponding to different abilities. It is said that on the 7th day of creation, the Almighty divided his power into 9, imprinting it upon a stone tablet. This tablet, which records the path to divinity, is known as the Book of Original Knowledge. After centuries of upheaval, wars, sacrifices, and countless attempts, these fragmented ancient texts have finally been translated into 9 paths of the extraordinary that align with modern understanding. Thus, it became known that with each potion absorbed, one gains a fragment of extraordinary power, categorized in descending order from sequence 1 to sequence 9. Each stage has a specific designation for the chosen potion sequence, and one cannot cross sequences. Consuming a higher-tier potion out of order can only lead to a dismal fate. The promotion process necessitates a strict selection of corresponding potion materials for calibration and production. Therefore, modern potions have acquired more tangible names fitting for this century. For instance, the potion of the adventurer path, sequence 9, is referred to as O. The intermediary, Alonso, explained with a smile. His elucidation not only served to enlighten on the arcane knowledge, but also subtly highlighted the challenges inherent in potion creation. Tu Fu was well acquainted with this tactic. The narrative approach to enhance product value was a well-worn strategy in his era, exploited by capitalists, having been cut down by the capitalist scythe countless times. Tu Fu remained unimpressed. So, what you are selling me is merely the potion, not the formula, correct? Indeed, if it were the potion formula, the price would be considerably different, the seller replied with a serious nod. Even the formula for the lowest tier potion must adhere to the most basic confidentiality principles within our circle. As for the higher tier potion formulas, they are exclusively monopolized by royal nobility, major religious leaders, and extraordinary organizations. Unless one joins them, ascending further is but a distant dream. From their explanations, Tu Fu learned that the extraordinary potion sequences are similarly divided into 9 levels. From sequence 1 to sequence 9, they descend in order, with sequences 7, 8, and 9 collectively termed low sequences, representing the most common and lowest tier among the extraordinary class, where the vast majority of individuals may only find a single potion in their lifetime. Once high-tier potion formulas were monopolized by powerful factions, ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to ascend to higher sequences. This is the Adventurer Potion, Sequence 9 Hero. It will bestow upon you robust health and exceptional strength, allowing you to maintain vitality even in the direst of circumstances. Its keen perceptive abilities will enable you to navigate through darkness with ease, making one the finest hunter in combat. The cloaked seller provided a brief overview of the potion's capabilities, serving as a kind of user manual. Of course, only by actually absorbing the potion's power could one grasp its full potential. But it sounded like the path of the adventurer was actually a euphemism for recklessness. Tu Fu mused internally about the potion's abilities. Yet, this very potion was precisely what he needed to confront the monsters aboard the ghost ship. The method of potion consumption lacks a specific protocol, but the mature approach is to do so in a place rich in spiritual energy, ideally with an experienced extraordinary individual present. Guardian? Tu Fu inquired, puzzled. No, it's to prevent the user from becoming a greater threat should they experience a transformation while consuming the potion, thus allowing for an early termination of their suffering. You might as well say it's to conveniently dispose of the user. Tu Fu silently contemplated, deciding to postpone his plan to consume the potion. Alonso keenly noticed the shift in the air around the trader, the excited crimson energy dominating the atmosphere, and couldn't he help but furrow his brow and warn, "As your duty, I must remind you once more to exercise caution when consuming the potion." Understood. Tu Fu prepared himself to listen intently. The cost of consuming a potion to ascend to the extraordinary is immense, and the success rate is far from guaranteed. The aspirant's resolve must be unwavering. A moment's lapse in judgment could lead to witnessing things best left unseen, potentially resulting in spiritual death and the body fracturing into active monstrosities. Likewise, one must be wary of the dreadful whispers that may arise during the promotion process. They are said to emanate from suppressed malevolent deities, and one must never succumb to their temptations. Even if one miraculously manages to digest the potion successfully, the residual magical energy left within will gradually corrode our minds, leading us astray and transforming the extraordinary into terrifying monsters who perish in agony. Remember, loss of control is an ordeal every extraordinary individual must endure on this path. Alonso grasped his staff firmly, imparting this admonition with the seriousness of a teacher addressing a student. This left Tu Fu feeling somewhat guilty. But recalling that Mr. Morton had already paid the tuition, he accepted it all with equanimity. In truth, many mysterious incidents in society stemmed from the actions of uncontrolled extraordinary beings, which is why this peculiar group is often referred to as freaks, a powder keg among the populace. They indeed evoke considerable disdain. "I will remember," Tu Fu replied gravely, though this was not the first time he had encountered such warnings. Uncle Ethan had conveyed similar sentiments. The topic of extraordinary beings was strictly forbidden in the Winster household, as no family would wish for their children to engage with such perilous matters. However, Tu Fu could not fathom why individuals in this world would risk becoming monsters to consume potions and ascend to the extraordinary. After contemplating for some time without action, Tu Fu's delay sparked the seller's irritation. "Where is your remaining payment?" He astutely noted that Tu Fu had no box to hold the money, which was typically expected in a formal transaction. The reality was that Tu Fu's pockets contained all his assets, merely a handful of pitiful pennies at that moment. His funds were more pure than his noble soul. Tu Fu slowly tucked away the precious gift and, adhering to a pre-prepared narrative, solemnly declared, "I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this potion. It requires time for verification." Before the seller could retort, Tu Fu turned his gaze toward the intermediary, "Mr. Alonso, since you are aware of both parties' identities, you should not feel anxious about this. If the potion is validated and proves satisfactory, I assure you that the remaining payment will reach you within 3 trading days." He added in his mind, "If Mr. Morton is willing to cover this cost." "But that does not align with the rules," Alonso remarked, his brow furrowing slightly as he grappled with the situation. Tu Fu then offered a light chuckle. "Of course. That indeed does not conform to the regulations. You have the right to refuse. Simply return the 1,000 crowns and the dragon's beard grass." This statement seemed to solidify his identity as the buyer, subconsciously providing reassurance to both men. In this transaction, no matter the outcome, he would never incur a loss. The formal trade had reached its conclusion, and restarting the entire process would be a cumbersome endeavor. To put it more plainly, having come this far, it would be foolish to turn back. Reluctantly, the cloaked seller conceded, muttering a final threat. "Very well, do not attempt any tricks. You cannot afford our retribution." "Certainly." Tu Fu nodded gravely, smoothly retrieving the adventurer potion under the watchful gazes of the two extraordinary beings, his demeanor radiating calm assurance. As though he were a genuine buyer who had paid his dues, he exited the compartment. The tavern erupted in applause and cheers, with ladies dancing vigorously to nostalgic disco tunes, reveling in the patron's exuberance. The familiar figure of his classmate, Grace, had taken the stage, her feet adorned with red dance shoes that belied her age, and her clumsy movements indicating her novice status. Perhaps she was dancing to support her family or to earn funds for university applications. Such a pursuit was not uncommon for students from humble backgrounds. Having narrowly escaped danger, Tu Fu found himself devoid of the inclination to enjoy the performance. Wary of exposing his identity, he pushed through the tavern's halfway door, greeted by the gentle evening breeze from the sea, which caressed his face. Only then did he realize that his pristine black cloak had become damp with sweat. Tu Fu grasped the contents of the box tightly. As anticipated, everything had proceeded smoothly. Rather than accepting the potion, he would have preferred that the other party return his 1,000 crowns. Behind the unseen mask, Tu Fu's face contorted into a peculiar yet triumphant smile, and he sincerely remarked, "It seems downloading the National Anti-Fraud Center app is indeed a necessary measure." Chapter 12. The Extraordinary Thief. Perhaps it was the astonishing potency of that glass of strong rum. Tufa stood at the tavern entrance, allowing the evening breeze to cool him for quite some time. Only after a prolonged moment did the tumult of his emotions begin to settle. He gripped the box containing the potion tightly. After the transaction concluded, he did not recklessly flee the scene. Instead, he remained unusually calm, waiting at the platform until an independent carriage, its iron hooves clattering, arrived. It was only then that Tufu raised his hand and leisurely announced his destination to the coachman. 32 Cross Street, Wood District. This was, of course, the residence of Mr. Morton. Tufu could not guarantee whether the other party or the intermediary would send someone to follow him, so he spoke in a tone that was not particularly loud, yet just audible enough for anyone paying attention to hear. Thus, under the ethereal glow of the bluish moonlight, the exquisite independent carriage gradually vanished over the horizon of night. Clip-clop. Shortly after the carriage set off, the sound of iron horseshoes striking the ground echoed near the Old Hunter Tavern, as an unfamiliar carriage pursued the direction in which Tufu had disappeared, seemingly verifying the buyer's address. The news of Mr. Morton being taken by the police department is likely to spread soon. Tufu's mind was exceptionally clear. The complaint he had deliberately sent 2 hours prior to the transaction was intended to detain Morton Henry, allowing him to buy time and substitute the transaction subject before the underground organization received word. The trading organization remained unaware of the buyer's identity, yet the intermediary was ever watchful of the Mortons' every move. Indeed, I am being followed. From the carriage window, Tufu caught a glimpse of the commotion behind him. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved the adventurer potion from the box, given that the other party belonged to a resourceful underground organization. It was not surprising if they had employed tracking methods on the box or elsewhere. Stop at the corner ahead. Tufu preemptively handed the coachman a fee, pondering, then continued towards Cross Street and deliver this box to that household. Naturally, one must perform their role to the fullest, especially since this was a purchase made at great expense by Lord Morton. Although the coachman appeared puzzled, he nonetheless acquiesced. As the carriage turned at a corner ahead, its position conveniently obstructed the view from behind. Taking a deep breath, Tufu opened the carriage door and leaped out, deftly discarding his black robe into a nearby trash bin to evade any tracking measures. When dealing with the extraordinary, one could never be too cautious. This fleeting moment afforded him an escape, and only after watching the 2 carriages fade into the distance did Tufu finally feel at ease. Thus far, every step had been executed with precision as planned. The underground organization had sold the goods. The police department had achieved a boost in performance. He had acquired the potion. Only Mr. Morton remains in a world of hurt. The taste of zero-cost acquisition was truly delightful. Tufu reflected on the operation with satisfaction, mentally awarding himself for his cleverness. His first venture, from planning to execution, had been remarkably smooth, indicating a notable talent in this regard. However, as Tufu intended to take the bus home, he reached into his pocket and suddenly stiffened, his expression growing serious as he realized a crucial matter. The total fare was 1 crown, the cost of his attire another 1 crown, while the remaining funds were spent on dining and that glass of rum. In fact, he did not even have enough to cover the bus fare home. It is worth noting that this Mint Street, adjacent to Ridsport, was a good 10 miles from Crescent Street. Coincidentally, a few raucous black crows flew across the sky. Looking up, he heard their cries. It was not until deep into the night that Tufa managed to return home, opening the door with a somewhat disgruntled mindset, akin to a child returning home after a day of play. The gas lamp in the living room still glowed, and Uncle Ethan sat alone on the sofa, propping his head up with his hand, jolting awake as the door creaked open. Upon seeing Tufu, a serious expression crossed his uncle's face. "Xiaofu, where have you been today?" "I received a birthday invitation from a classmate, and perhaps indulged a bit too much," Tufu replied, deftly evading the question with a pre-prepared excuse, and weaving in a fabricated tale about his first experience with alcohol at the birthday party to explain the scent of liquor emanating from him. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ethan's concerns turned to delight. Tufu's willingness to engage with classmates was a welcome change. A long-lost smile appeared on Ethan's face. "Recently, nights in Ridsport have not been peaceful. But don't let your aunt know. She left you dinner in the kitchen. It's splendid lamb, and though she loves to nag, she is quite a decent person." After exchanging a few pleasantries, he yawned and prepared to head upstairs. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly glanced back, lightly tapping the table before adding, Alcohol can dull the senses, no matter how robust a person may be. They cannot resist such temptation, but indulging occasionally is acceptable. I will keep that in mind, Tofu replied earnestly, noting that this was the second time his uncle had mentioned the dangers of the city at night. Following the direction of his uncle's hand, Tofu noticed a small butter packet that Ethan had left behind, seemingly intended for him. Without much thought, he opened the packet, only to have his expression turn peculiar upon extracting its contents. A rubber ring the size of a bottleneck, attached to a small pouch made from sheep intestines, evidently intended for spitting purposes. The specific use was glaringly obvious. Hey, Uncle, did you misunderstand something? I am not who you think I am, Tofu protested, feeling wronged and struggling to clear his name. Yet, inexplicably, he tucked the sheep intestine casing away, intending to conceal it somewhere. As he approached the kitchen's boiler, Tofu noticed that Aunt Anfield had prepared more food than his usual portion. Famished after a long day, he devoured the slightly cold dinner, his emotions becoming complex. Aunt Anfield's sharp tongue had never deprived him, and although Uncle Ethan appeared boorish, he had a thoughtful side. Even the proud Miss Winston had cared for him. Intentionally or not, the Winston family had never treated him as an outsider. Returning to his room after a simple meal, Tofu retrieved the potion vial. He gently tapped the surface of the tube. The potion within emitted a soft glow, resembling a solidified liquid, devoid of any ripples, its starlit brilliance making it appear extraordinarily unusual. After some contemplation, Tofu concealed the potion beneath a shelf and selected 2 books to obscure both sides, ensuring that it would remain hidden unless someone was particularly observant. He also tossed the sheep intestine casing into the mix. I cannot consume the potion now, at least not here. With his eyes half closed, Tofu had already formulated a plan in his mind. Lacking sufficient knowledge of the arcane arts, he was unaware of consuming the potion would invoke external mystical phenomena. The underground trading organization had only lost 1 potion. Should something go awry during its use? The commotion in the Winston household could bring unnecessary trouble to his family. Furthermore, Tofu had yet to decide whether he was willing to bear the cost of becoming extraordinary. From various confirmations, it appeared that this thorny path, once embarked upon, would leave no room for retreat, marking one as an outlier in the eyes of ordinary folk and exposing them to unknown dangers. Tofu was not a person of lofty aspirations. His greatest desire in life was to attain the mundane existence described in Old G's diary. Had it not been for that ghostly ship abducting him, he would have had no reason to risk pursuing the extraordinary. For now, the only thing to do is wait. He would bide his time until the commotion surrounding the incident had completely subsided before making his next move. In the days following the transaction, Ritzport remained remarkably peaceful. Even without the menace of Morton, the Wood District was still rife with refugees, and the workers' movement was in full swing. The Wood District remained unchanged. After Tofu's return, he diligently studied, pretending to be entirely unconcerned with the events outside, as if they had never transpired. It was not until 3 days later that his uncle brought back a piece of valuable news, injecting a bit of vitality into his otherwise mundane routine. Rejoice! That damned rogue from the Wood District, a vampire of inbred descent, Morton Henry, has been officially detained on charges of tax evasion. In fact, as long as he pays the back taxes, it is not such a big deal. But you would never guess that the court has received a pile of lawsuits from the workers' union taller than a mountain since this vampire was arrested, Uncle Ethan said, his face flushed with excitement as he emphatically waved his fist in the air. If these charges are substantiated, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. In truth, such a notorious figure had quite a reputation in Ritzport. Many had heard of his unsavory conduct. I can't believe he wasn't arrested for murder. Tofu pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. It was unlikely that a mere murder charge could directly apprehend someone as well-connected as Morton, especially since he did not personally carry out the killings. However, the charge of tax evasion was particularly intriguing. In the nation of Baya, death and taxation are fates from which no citizen can escape. A saying circulated in the kingdom: if one day you must take on a perilous job, remember that evading taxes is a safer bet than buying insurance, even if you're unfortunate enough to be stranded on a deserted island. The tax bureau would employ all resources to locate you. This reminded Tofu of a dark joke. If you ever find yourself marooned on a deserted island, don't panic. Simply draw a Mickey Mouse on the beach and wait quietly for the Disney legal department to rescue you. Father. But I heard from my classmates that this matter pertains to a notorious thief endowed with extraordinary powers. The young Miss Sophie expressed her keen interest in such gossip. An extraordinary thief. Tofu widened his eyes. Bewildered at his ignorance of this tale, Sophie cleared her throat and solemnly stated, "It is said that the gentleman thief, discontented with Mr. Morton's actions in the Wood District, deliberately issued a challenge, vowing to abscond with the most valuable items from his home tonight. Even though Mr. Morton had hired a team from his security company, the shadow of the thief was never seen that night. Just when they believed it to be a prank, a carriage unexpectedly passed by Morton's residence, its driver returning with only an empty box as a warning, by the time they regained their senses. All valuables had vanished. Simultaneously, a letter detailing the evidence collected against Mr. Morton was sent, prompting him to surrender himself to the police in fear." Sophie's rendition of the tale could hardly be deemed entirely accurate. In fact, it diverged considerably from the original facts. "Quite the story," Ethan remarked with a smile, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, this incident involves a letter of denunciation. If that is the case, then the character of this thief is quite noble." Tufu instinctively recoiled, feeling an unbidden sense of guilt. Is there a possibility that this thief merely intended to steal something? Sophie immediately cast a scornful glance in his direction. "Not everyone prioritizes money as you do. At this tender age, girls are often enamored with heroes, particularly in the folk tales of Litz, where such a figure as the legendary Robin Hood, a champion of justice, is celebrated. The populace is less concerned with whether he pilfered from the wealthy and more exhilarated by the notion of wrongdoers receiving their due punishment. Even if they remain oblivious to the specifics of his alleged crimes, as for the authenticity of Litz's legendary thief, it can only be said that there exists a considerable deviation from the truth. In any case, Morton Henry has been thoroughly ensnared, outwitted by those he held in disdain, the labor union. Even if he were to emerge from prison, his assets would likely be confiscated by the Litz government, and it is not beyond reason that the underground organization would pursue him relentlessly for the unpaid balance." Tufu could not help but sigh. The one they seek is Morton Henry. What concern is it of Tufu Cape? Yet, he could not fathom how this absurd tale had come to be in a clandestine tavern within the Wood District. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Alonso was hosting Mason Adams, the leader of an underground organization dealing in potions, as the payment for their recent transaction had yet to be delivered. According to our sources, Morton Henry has been apprehended by the police, and the individual involved in the transaction that night has also vanished. Implicitly, Mason required a reasonable explanation from him, the intermediary. This failed transaction had left both parties in an awkward predicament. "I will refund the intermediary fee in full, but I hope this matter can be left as it is," Alonso stated, lightly grasping his wine glass, acknowledging his responsibility in the affair. "I wish to know more about the information circulating about that extraordinary thief. Will the Brotherhood spare him? A trickster of extraordinary prowess," Alonso replied with conviction. Upon witnessing Mason's astonished expression, he added in a coaxing tone, "Mason, for my sake, let us allow this matter to pass. While a potion of sequence 9 is undoubtedly precious, both sides could bear the cost." The notion of an ordinary person having deceived both an extraordinary organization and a notable figure on the street was unfathomable. The ramifications for his reputation in this circle would be dire. However, if it were an extraordinary thief, a trickster wielding mysterious means to punish the wicked and champion the just, it would be an accepted tale, one that all would find enjoyable. "Huh, are you suggesting that an extraordinary being is involved?" Mason had not received such information from the contact. Indeed, a trickster of the most cunning, despicable sort, adept at deception and thievery. The intermediary, Mr. Alonso, reaffirmed his statement, though he unconsciously clenched his back teeth as he spoke. "Yes, it must be an extraordinary being. It must be an extraordinary thief." Chapter 13. Cinderella, however, following the potion trade incident, the infamous and cunning trickster, Tufu, seemed to have completely forgotten the existence of potions. He continued to lead a monotonous life, adhering strictly to the routine without daring to cross the boundaries of prohibition. Yet, unlike before, he immersed himself in his studies with remarkable diligence, particularly in Assyrian and history. His zeal resembled that of a newborn craving its mother's milk. From his textbooks, he learned that since the advent of writing on the northern continent, the earliest records were devoted to the Almighty and the pantheon of deities. The tales later adapted from the ancient seven gods imbued them with the darker aspects of humanity, and the chaos of stories derived from the deities and humans post-creation was comparable to a volume of Greek mythology. The absurd lifestyles of the gods resembled walking construction machines, utterly disrupting familial ties. The convoluted relationships mirrored the absurd genealogies of medieval royalty on the northern continent. My daughter's daughter is still my daughter. Such myriad instances of bewildering conduct can be said to have thoroughly trampled the dignity of the divine. Historical records indicate that prior to humanity, there existed dragons, elves, mermaids, and demi-humans, whose traces were not uncommon at the dawn of the era. Yet, following the Industrial Revolution and the Age of Exploration, these races gradually receded into obscurity. Perhaps in an effort to evade humanity's pursuit, on his way to Ritz's comprehensive academy, Tuffa tirelessly listened to the circulating stories about the mysterious thief of Ritz. The tales evolved. Mr. Morton was robbed by an unknown thief. Then it became that Mrs. Morton had an affair, and so forth, generating narratives of which even he, the subject, was unaware. When he encountered classmates, he even found himself agreeing with their exaggerated praises. Tuffa could not help but feel a twinge of irony. Silently thinking, had they not said so, I would have never realized I was so remarkable. Children of this age delight in discussing such matters. Who among them does not fantasize about being a partner in justice during their youth? Yet, as they grow older, burdened by the mundane struggles of life, they often find themselves devoid of the courage to dream. People do not harbor disdain for those with extraordinary powers. Rather, the public consensus on their aversion to extraordinary beings stems from a deeper root. Based on Tuffa's previous experiences as a keyboard warrior, this animosity arises not merely from the troubles extraordinary beings bring to the existing social order, but rather from the sentiment, I do not detest you for being extraordinary, I resent you because I am not. During this period, the underground organization had no intention of unearthing the puppet master behind the scenes, allowing Tuffa a brief respite. He decided to relish the verdant years of campus life, even if he found it rather dull. These would undoubtedly become the most cherished memories once he settled into adulthood. Meanwhile, as his classmates installed surveillance systems, Tuffa experienced a subtle shift in perspective, observing them from a godlike vantage point. The underground couple in class exchanged flirtatious glances while feigning ignorance of one another. He watched as mischievous boys provocatively teased the girls they admired, perhaps hoping to be playfully reprimanded. Some students, who pretended not to study, were, in truth, just as negligent in their studies. The quick-witted Billy, as usual, shared the latest campus gossip with the others. Yes, where I saw Grace a few days ago, you wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. She was working as a dancer in a tavern. I recall she lives in the Wood District. It's not surprising for someone from the countryside to lack discipline. Grace's parents are divorced. Her stepmother has even come to school a few times to try and withdraw her, probably to earn some tuition money. Regardless, it's quite absurd. The whispers from a few students in the corner of the classroom drew the attention of many. In truth, students of this age have learned to respect others and would not openly mock someone. However, this did not prevent them from quietly gossiping and labeling someone with a tag that would forever cling to them. Is it really her? Tuffa pondered, recalling the dancer he had seen at the Old Hunter Tavern, who coincidentally was a senior classmate, Grace Kelly, a girl whose beauty matched the elegance of her name. The group pointed to a girl with soft, wavy chestnut hair sitting in the front row. Her skin was fair and delicate, her clear blue eyes sparkling like they were immersed in crystal, the purity of her pupils merging with her leaf-shaped eyes to create an enchanting allure. Instinctively, Tuffa had memorized the names of all the attractive girls in class, which is why he had recognized her immediately at the tavern. In comparison to his own notoriety, Grace was among the top students in both academics and looks. But due to her rural background and family circumstances, she had become one of the poorest students in class. Coupled with her constant work in odd jobs, she had earned the derisive nickname Cinderella. Grace, with her chestnut hair, wore a once bright school uniform now faded and patched, the craftsmanship of which was far inferior to that of her aunt. While Billy and his friends' voices drowned out the others, Grace remained seemingly oblivious to their mockery as she continued to read intently. Tuffa glanced around, then approached her incredulously, blinking. Billy, were you there at the tavern too? In the corner, the loquacious Billy, who claimed to have witnessed Grace's visit to the dance hall, was taken aback and quickly gestured for him to be quiet, saying, Don't speak carelessly, I never go to taverns. Of course, what upright person would attend a tavern for a performance? Tuffa's expression was equally grave, save for those fond of keeping diaries, unless you did not witness it with your own eyes. Visiting a tavern was not something to be brazenly discussed. In the kingdom of Bea, taverns, dance halls, and certain entertainment venues explicitly prohibited minors from entry, yet adolescent boys often sought to defy norms and challenge constraints. Tuffa recalled a widely circulated anecdote from the original owner's memories. The father would often admonish his underage son never to frequent dance halls. For there, one might encounter sights best left unseen, keys to the door of taboo that could curse the beholder, rendering them petrified. After countless struggles with curiosity, the son eventually sneaked into a dance hall one fateful night, only to witness something he should not have, his own father. So, in truth, you have not visited any tavern, nor seen any inappropriate performance. What you likely heard were mere inconsequential rumors. Tufu smiled, seamlessly continuing the conversation. But I clearly. No, you are right. It must be a rumor. Indeed, Billy, who had been gossiping moments ago, finally grasped the stakes involved. Though the matter was trivial, it remained a fervent topic among boys that if made public, it would inevitably be reported to the academic office, leading to inevitable reprimands. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of their peers, one would face a life of social death throughout their school years. It was better to descend the staircase Tufu had conveniently provided. With Billy, the source of gossip, gone, the few who had gathered dissipated back to their seats, allowing the sensitive topic to conclude naturally. Tufu's timely redirection of the conversation adeptly diffused the awkwardness while preserving Grace's dignity. After a brief flurry of activity, the girl in the front row, Grace Kelly, quietly turned her head, casting a grateful glance toward Tufu, who, however, remained engrossed in his studies of ancient Assyrian as if this were but a trivial matter. Once Tufu concluded his studies for the day, he began to reassess the troubles that lay ahead. Unknown dangers awaited him aboard the ship. Those from the underground organization would not easily let him go. And peril lurked in the shadows of this world. With less than 3 months remaining until the final higher education selection, whether it was raising scores, seeking connections, or earning tuition, none of it would be easy. The pressures of living in this era were indeed suffocating. Habitually, Tufu listed these matters in his notebook, clarifying his goals before devising a plan, prioritizing issues based on urgency. In truth, he had always been a methodical individual with clear plans for the future. However, even such a person could still fall victim to the relentless exploitation of capitalists. Tufu consolidated the cards in his hand, weighing the pros and cons of returning to the St. Maria, accepting the crises aboard the ship while leveraging the advantages of his unique insight. The benefits of boarding far outweigh the drawbacks, he concluded. After tasting the sweetness of the first transaction, Tufu was increasingly eager to delve into the mysteries of the ghost ship. The school day drew to a close, during a lull when classmates began to leave. A familiar silhouette appeared beside him, the very center of discussion, Grace, her head bowed as she softly murmured, "Thank you. I mean for what just happened." Tufu nonchalantly shook his head. "It's nothing. But what they said is true. Yet I had some necessary reasons for doing so." Grace felt a twinge of shame. For a girl of her age, nothing was more mortifying than working part-time at a dance hall to earn tuition, especially after being discovered by classmates. As I said, it's nothing. Tufu sincerely felt that had he not been sheltered by his foster parents, he might have done the same. In any era, earning a living through one's own efforts should never be a matter of shame. Perhaps, Grace replied with an awkward smile. Perhaps it was the resonance of shared experiences that moved him. After a moment of contemplation, Tufu continued, "I once heard a story about a wealthy man's wife who passed away shortly thereafter. He remarried, but the stepmother was unkind to her late wife's daughter, subjecting the 2 sisters to various forms of bullying. Hence everyone called her Cinderella. Grace's eyes brightened slightly, as if she grasped the underlying message of the tale. Cinderella inherited her mother's admirable qualities, despite the hardships. She lived earnestly each day. Once, the prince of the city held a grand ball, to which all the maidens attended. Tufu leisurely recounted the story, weaving in elements of the ball, the glass slipper, and the midnight princess that would captivate any girl. Ultimately revealing the conclusion, she ultimately recognized her happiness with the prince, while the stepmother and her 2 sisters received their due punishment. Whether by coincidence or fate, the characters in the story bore an uncanny resemblance to Grace. It was a simple tale of do not mistreat the poor girl. Yet by the time Tufu finished narrating, Grace remained unusually silent. She resembled the protagonist of the story, her lineage and plight so strikingly similar. Grace began to scrutinize the previously unassuming Tufu, sensing an inexplicable transformation in his demeanor, radiating confidence and warmth in his every gesture. "Do you understand what I mean?" Gazing at Tufu's sincere and appealing smile, Grace's long-held coldness melted away, and she earnestly thanked him again. "Thank you for your story. I believe I understand your meaning, and no matter the trials faced, those who strive earnestly for life will ultimately be rewarded." observing the realization dawning upon the young girl before him. Tofu pondered for a moment, as he had yet to convey the latter part of his thought that in truth, he wished to say, "Look, marrying a prince is a wonderful thing." Chapter 14. The series of murders. Having learned that the Kelly family resided in Wood District during their conversation, Tofu instinctively inquired, "How is the security over there? I've heard it's quite chaotic." His acting was remarkably natural, feigning ignorance of the place. "Just as the rumors suggest," Grace replied, displaying a resigned expression. "The streets are filled with vagrants, and thieves and con artists have practically become local specialties, with workers frequently staging protests. But I heard that the ruffian Morton Henry has already been apprehended." Grace smiled faintly. "That is precisely why it has become this way." Tofu paused momentarily, slowly digesting her words. After Morton Henry's arrest, the gray market forces in Wood District would undoubtedly undergo a reshuffle, with more individuals getting involved, leading to even greater turmoil. Everyone despised Old Huang, yet everyone aspired to be Old Huang. Perhaps a new replacement would soon emerge. Uncle Ethan would be pleased about the capture of such a villain, and Sophie and the others would admire the audacious thief, spreading tales of his exploits. Everyone would applaud upon hearing such commendable news. Only those living at the bottom of Wood District truly understood. Wood District remained the same Wood District. Moreover, due to several peculiar murders, the neighborhood has become even more perilous. Sometimes, it's not even easy for girls to venture out at night. Grace candidly expressed her unease. Murders. Tofu's lips parted slightly, though he did not appear overly surprised. He had witnessed many of the city's darker facets. Incidents of murder due to brawls or gang activities were not uncommon, especially in the lawless Wood District. It's indeed strange. I heard from neighbors that those unfortunate victims have been dying mysteriously at night, and even more bizarre is that they all share the same cause of death. Have the culprits been caught? Of course, Grace pursed her lips. With each murder, the gentlemen of the police bureau managed to apprehend a suspect, assuring everyone that there is no need for concern, as the perpetrator has been captured. God above, everything will be all right, Tofu uttered, having held back for quite some time. Using this phrase to comfort her, when in doubt, invoke the divine. Grace smiled sweetly, as if she had grown accustomed to such a dismal existence. Uncle seems to have mentioned that the frequency of mysterious incidents occurring in Litz City has increased significantly. It's best not to venture out at night, which likely pertains to this matter. Based on the information Grace provided, Tofu boldly speculated that this might be a series of interconnected mysterious events. However, he held no intention of dwelling on it. Such matters were best left to the adults to worry about. Dingling, the school bell rang. Dissipating the earlier commotion in the classroom as he traversed the winding corridor, Tofu spotted the familiar, elderly figure of Mr. Coleman, leaning on his cane as he made his way to class. Mr. Coleman's hair seems even sparser, Tofu noted, observing the initial signs of the greenhouse effect atop his head, likely still preoccupied with the ongoing issues surrounding the ghost ship. Indeed, scholars engaged in physics research were often judged by their published works in academic journals. But another criterion was their hair volume. Losing even a few strands made one hesitant to claim expertise in the field. Even though Tofu kindly suggested that it was a waste of time to ponder such trivial questions as, can God create a stone so heavy he cannot lift it? At this moment, the proud Mr. Coleman was vigorously brandishing his cane, firmly rebutting the notion that he had devoted excessive time to studying the ghost ship issue, asserting instead that it was merely a matter of personal interest. Moreover, as a seasoned scholar, one should learn to confront failure with composure. Upon entering the classroom, Coleman did not immediately commence the lesson. Rather, he solemnly conveyed a message from the school board to the students. "Children, I regret to inform you that, due to serious social security issues, the school has temporarily suspended the evening study plan." Following this announcement, many students displayed expressions of profound disappointment, with some remarkably talented in their dramatics even striking their chests. Goodness, what on earth are those imbeciles in the police department doing? I can't think of any other department that could be worse. No, you've forgotten about the Litz transportation department. Mind your language, Coleman admonished. Halting the boorish and unrefined outburst, he then demonstrated the manner of civilized discourse. Perhaps the red-haired baboons at the zoo would be better suited for this job than the gentlemen in the police department. In the Green District, at the police bureau, Ethan Winster, whose intellect scarcely surpassed that of a red-haired baboon, arrived at his post as a second-level constable, brimming with enthusiasm to tackle the myriad troubles of the day. As he had previously informed Sophie, being a police officer was never an easy vocation. Each day required him to agonize over what to have for lunch, to laboriously sign his name on documents, and occasionally shift his posture to stave off cervical ailments. If there was any significant action in a day, it might be the occasion when he was dispatched to assist a poor old lady on the street in locating her lost precious child, likely a mischievous cat. The solitude of such a role was indeed difficult for the average individual to endure. Having occupied this position for over a decade, Ethan, now past 40, found himself stagnant while his peers from the same cohort had ascended to the municipal police department or higher state positions, leaving him to dutifully remain at his post day in and day out. In truth, Ethan never considered himself particularly industrious. His transition from military service to police work had been rather uneventful. With no political connections, a lack of ambition, and a temperament as foul as could be, he would likely retire with honors at the rank of first-level constable, thereafter comfortably living off his pension as a parasite on the state. Nevertheless, witnessing his children grow up healthily and gain admission to a reputable school remained Ethan's greatest aspiration at this stage. Smack! As he settled into his plush chair, a young officer named Marlin barged in, causing Ethan to instinctively straighten his posture and grasp the documents on his desk. This was the greatest joy of his daily routine, to feign a sense of busyness before his subordinates even when there was little to do. Chief Winster, we need to head to the Wood District. As you suspected, the serial murders are still ongoing. Marlin Daller's expression was one of concern. The chief wants our team to re-engage in the investigation. Marlin, what a brilliant idea it is to pin the blame on death row inmates. Ethan scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Rather than solving the case, I am more curious as to why the gentlemen in the department do not continue with this approach. There aren't enough death row inmates left at this rate. We can only apprehend petty thieves and rapists. Marlin's face was etched with dismay. How splendid! Ethan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the suggestion, his tone laced with sarcasm. If we proceed in this manner, perhaps our city will appear cleaner, and Litz will inch closer to becoming a nationally recognized civilized city. Despite his grievances, Ethan was nonetheless quite invested in the string of serial murders in the Wood District. He was the first officer in the Green District to recognize the unusual nature of the bizarre case. However, at a critical juncture in the city's evaluation, the foolish bureaucrats in the department unanimously decided to slow down the investigation into this case. Over the following month, a second and third murder emerged, with the perpetrator growing ever bolder, each new homicide employing methods identical to those of the previous ones. Indeed, Marlin, only capable individuals like us can handle this. It seems the chief has bestowed upon us considerable trust. Ethan could not help but boast. Or is it simply because our team's clearance rate ranks lowest in the department? Marlin's expression remained calm as he pointed out the reason. Those astute officers were disinclined to take on such troublesome cases that would negatively impact their clearance rates. As for being at the bottom, why worry about clearance rates? Officer Marlin, mind your words. You are but a mere step away from becoming a qualified officer. Ethan reminded his subordinate, casually tucking his revolver into the holster at his waist. Gather Bruce and the others. We shall prepare to depart immediately. And remember to bring your weapons. After all, they were heading to an area that made headlines only when a violent incident occurred within a 24-hour period. Outside, the police vehicle let out a thunderous neigh. Capable of accommodating 6 or 7 officers, the structure was equipped with the latest shock absorbers, and even the body was constructed from bulletproof materials. This was the public carriage specially designated for the police bureau. Prominently displayed on either side were metallic insignias, featuring 2 crossed swords atop a shield, symbols of the kingdom's police department, known as the Sword of Victory and the Shield of the Nation. The emblem served as a constant reminder to all that the Kingdom of Baya maintained order through the iron-fisted means of weaponry, which had secured its current standing as a major power in the international arena. Shortly after Ethan and several officers boarded the vehicle, the skilled driver transported them to the scene of the incident in the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Officers from the various districts of Litz had already arrived, with low-ranking officers cordoning off the area of the murder. This was an exceedingly ordinary low-income neighborhood, where many individuals shared a dilapidated building, with the landlord renting out different sections to multiple tenants. A relatively decent arrangement. While the department's forensic expert examined the deceased's body, Ethan approached and quietly observed the details of the middle-aged man. The rough palms and the fishy odor emanating from his pant legs indicated that he was likely a dock worker engaged in seafood transport. There were no signs of struggle or injuries. and his wallet remained untouched, with the furniture neatly arranged and no signs of ransacking, thus ruling out robbery or violent incidents. The corpse was quite fresh, and it seemed he had a good rapport with his neighbors. As he had been discovered and reported shortly after his death, it has been confirmed. Like the previous victims, the cause of death is also organ failure, noted the officer investigating the cause of death. Documenting the details. Is this the 7th or 8th this month? Perhaps yet another unfortunate accident. Regrettably, we are running low on death row inmates. One officer chuckled lightly. After all, cases like these that remained unsolved piled up within the department year after year, and no one would hold them accountable. Listen, if anyone dares to employ such thoughtless methods again, I will see to it that your brains end up in your rear ends. Ethan strode forward, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the corpse. Most perplexingly, the corpse's face, etched with wrinkles, bore an unmistakable smile, one of pride, satisfaction, and warmth, seemingly a silent mockery directed at all the investigating officers present. Chapter 15. The Pursuit of Wealth and Truth. Even without the safety notification issued by Mr. Coleman, out of professional integrity as a notorious thief, Tu Fu had noticed the increased presence of police vehicles on the main thoroughfares recently. On his way home, he encountered patrol cars several times, forcing him to suppress his instinct to flee, fearful that they were there to apprehend him. The city of Litz has 3 main districts: Green District, Wood District, Central District, including the principal river, the Main River, which have all been successfully unlocked. Besides that, there are still 3 districts and suburban areas yet to be explored, requiring at least a month to unlock a new area during my free time on Sundays. Upon returning to his room, Tu Fu focused intently on sketching on paper. The desk held a city map of Litz, priced at a mere 5 pence, cheaper than the newspaper. Every area he had traversed was marked with a marker. And within less than a week, Tu Fu had unlocked a significant portion of Litz City using transportation like horse-drawn carriages and trains. All these preparations were made to glean more secrets during his next return to the ghost ship. Moreover, there has been no word from Mr. Alonso or the underground trading organization for some time. They have likely given up. He marked a tick beside this matter. He also noted the location of the Old Hunter Tavern as a potential staging point. According to Tu Fu's knowledge, the ship's surveillance equipment could activate recording functions, automatically saving footage from the past 3 months. He understood that extraordinary individuals tended to exist in tight-knit circles, conducting transactions through gatherings. Thus, obtaining new information would require prior arrangements. Finally, there was the case in the Wood District. Grace had mentioned a similar incident occurring a month prior, which might present a valuable opportunity. Tu Fu added this latest mysterious incident to his notes, deeming it worthy of attention. Coincidentally, all the murder scenes fell within the Wood District, providing a chance to investigate the perpetrator through the surveillance footage. Gazing at the pile of notes before him, in order to prevent the contents from being deciphered, Tu Fu deliberately employed Chinese characters for encryption. Fortunately, after perusing historical records, he discovered that there had been no suspected time travelers before him. This implies that he need not worry about being a second-hand pawn in the future. Lastly, regarding the potion, it's essential to find a safe location for consumption, ensuring there are no risks involved, preferably not in Litz City. Thus, the fundamental situation is as such. Tu Fu categorized the tasks by urgency, clarifying his general direction in this world as an ordinary individual striving to survive. He could glimpse the extraordinary without becoming too deeply entangled. The process of completing his records brought him undeniable pleasure, compared to the prominent figures of Litz. Tu Fu would gain a deeper understanding of the secrets lurking in the shadows of the city and the clandestine dealings that transpired there. However, this thrill did not last long. Once he regained his perspective, Tu Fu patted his empty pockets and was struck with disbelief at an astonishing realization. He was broke. This was a very concrete problem. Indeed, despite being the notorious rogue Mr. Scam Artist, who toyed with numerous extraordinary beings, he found himself devoid of funds. Yes, even though he held the potion, which could allow him to traverse the forbidden zones and become a being of extraordinary power, he was genuinely out of money. Yes, even with his celestial sight, constantly surveilling the city's every movement, akin to an omniscient deity, he still found himself relying on Sophie's wallet to afford his daily commute to school and owed considerable sums to the young lady. At this rate, he wondered how long it would take to gather enough for the tuition of a public university that a glaring poor seemed almost engraved upon his forehead. This cannot continue. After reorganizing his thoughts, Tofu abruptly struck through the first line of his notebook, expand surveillance range, and on that very page, he rewrote and added a matter of greater urgency, placing it at the very top. A simple, unadorned phrase. Make money, and yet again, make money. With this clarity, Tofu sprang into action, softly calling out, "Beautiful Sophie," the lovely Miss Winston, residing in the adjacent room, opened the door with an expressionless face upon hearing his voice. "I must declare, from this moment on, I shall refuse to entertain any of your foolish challenges." Over the past few days, Tofu had exerted considerable effort to win a fair share of pennies from her, using various means including bets, storytelling, riddles, and brain teasers, almost exhausting every trick he could think of to con money from the young girl. "All right, but I bet the beautiful, kind-hearted, warm-hearted Miss Sophie, more beautiful than any princess and superior to any angel. Surely you won't refuse to lend me 5 pools," Tofu declared earnestly. Without a moment's hesitation, Sophie replied, "I refuse. A deal is a deal. I thank you for your generosity once again." Mere seconds later, Sophie's expression shifted, and she realized this was a double negative, her eyes glaring with a fierce intensity. "Has Uncle not returned yet?" Tofu glanced at the cuckoo clock, skillfully diverting the topic. Sophie was not unfamiliar with this routine. He must have been delayed by some tedious social engagement. It was nearing 10 o'clock. And after dinner, Aunt Anfield, waiting in vain for Uncle's return without any news, resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. Just as the two were discussing this matter, the door downstairs finally stirred, and Officer Winston entered, greeting Aunt Anfield with practiced ease. This evening, Uncle Ethan returned later than ever, more fatigued than usual, as he casually removed his uniform. Before Aunt Anfield could voice her ire, Uncle proactively explained, "More beautiful than any angel. We took on a major case today. It's of great importance. All the officers from the Ritz precinct have gathered in the Wood District. You may inquire with anyone about this." Aunt Anfield promptly approached and embraced Uncle warmly, expertly touching the fabric of his uniform, gliding her hands over every corner, and inhaling the scent from his collar. Only after finding nothing amiss did her angry demeanor transform into a smile. "Ethan, of course, I believe you. What is that scent?" Tofu, observing Aunt Anfield's unusual behavior from upstairs, felt perplexed, while Sophie, preparing to return to her room, let out a mocking laugh. "The scent of cheap perfume and alcohol." "I see." Tofu grasped the implication. Such aromas could only emanate from dance halls and certain disreputable clubs. As for the embrace, it was likely an attempt to gather stray hairs from his clothing. Indeed, in the adult world, nothing came easily. "Fortunately, last time, Uncle caught me." Tofu once again felt a pang of guilt, harboring an ominous premonition. Should there come a day when he merely wished to enjoy a dance, that dangerous jest could very well become a reality. He wondered if the bountiful continents had cultivated green tangerines. Heaven above, I shall no longer have to accompany that bunch of fools from the Liberation Church. Uncle, now out of uniform, approached the dining table, suddenly breaking into a reassuring smile. "This is indeed a significant case. I may be busy for some time, but with my qualifications, if I can contribute to solving it, I shall surely be promoted before long." Aunt Anfield understood that Ethan was not mistaken. State police agencies generally included criminal police, public security police, reserve police, and water, marine, police. Ethan's position was that of a bona fide detective, and since he had no solid connections in the prosecutor's office or the courts, he could only rely on his capabilities to solve cases and accumulate merits for advancement. Sadly, Ethan's investigative team had consistently ranked last in the precinct for several years, which, in a sense, was no ordinary feat. What exactly is the case? It pertains to several homicides in the Wood District. Many have lost their lives, but I cannot disclose too many specifics. However, there is no need to worry. The precinct has dispatched many officers there, and I believe it won't be long before the perpetrator is apprehended. Ethan generously shared this information, having not smiled so joyfully in quite some time. Homicides? Why engage in such dangerous matters? Aunt Anfield frowned, her concern for her husband's safety overshadowing any thoughts of promotion, though she often complained about his lack of ambition. Upon learning he was involved in such perilous cases, she couldn't help but want to dissuade him. "Trust me, compared to the horrific wars of the kingdom I experienced in my youth, this is hardly dangerous. And no one is better than me at ensuring survival." Ethan intentionally lightened the mood. "It's not just a change in position. The state will also issue a handsome reward to the leader of the investigative team, which represents a significant financial gain for our family. My dear, it's time for you to acquire a few new garments. For him, the allure of making money far outweighed the prospect of promotion. But there is still no need to delve into such dangerous affairs. And Anfield simply could not comprehend why her husband, typically complacent and passive, suddenly exhibited such fervor. This had been a frequent source of conflict between them. There are other reasons as well. Do tell. Ethan's expression grew serious as he spoke. Do you remember? Young Fu mentioned he would strive to achieve good grades and intends to apply to a public university locally. That is quite a humorous jest. And Anfield smiled knowingly. But you absolutely did not notice how diligently young Fu has been studying, even late at night. As I pass by his room, the light is always ablaze, and the textbooks are filled with dense notes that I discreetly inquired with Mr. Coleman, that old gentleman from the Litz Comprehensive Academy, whose receding hairline surpasses even mine. Young Fu is genuinely preparing for higher selection that he is a determined child. Since Mr. Cape and his wife left, he has never openly expressed his sorrow, nor would he ever voice his desires. Thus spoke the usually careless Uncle Ethan. Chapter 16. The Goddess Church. After a brief family meeting, Ethan called out the names of the siblings, shedding the seriousness from their earlier conversation, gently rubbing his face to mask the fatigue of an entire day's labor. Watching the two children descend the stairs, Ethan beamed with a radiant smile. Children, how have you been lately? Just a moment ago, I lost 3 strands of hair. The dejected Sophie, descending the stairs, lamented as she rubbed her enviable thick golden locks. If the higher selection hasn't concluded, I'll surely end up like you one day. Upon hearing his sweet niece's words, Uncle S' expression darkened instinctively as he absent-mindedly stroked his thinning hairline, sighing with exasperation. When you reach my age, you'll understand everything that I've been tied up with work lately. Perhaps tomorrow you can accompany your mother to the Goddess Church on Central Avenue. Aunt Anfield agreed to let her husband undertake this dangerous task. But as a devout follower of the Goddess of Wisdom, she intended to visit the church to pray for the case's successful resolution. But you've never been before, Sophie pointed out mercilessly. Before their marriage, Aunt Anfield's local family, the Anfields, had been devout followers of the Goddess of Wisdom, imposing strict religious requirements on their children's future partners. The thick-skinned Ethan had naturally become a loyal devotee of the goddess, despite never having attended even once. No need to concern yourself with such formalities. The goddess holds a place in my heart second only to your mother. Sophie found this hard to believe. I rank third. Then, while Aunt Anfield wore an expression of disbelief, she coldly laughed. What an honor. Ethan's well-reasoned rebuttal was clear. Moreover, attending church is quite a cumbersome task. You cannot expect me to go to the chapel every week and bare my soul to a group of strangers. What do you think? Chufu. I certainly have no objections, replied Tufa calmly, intending to seize the opportunity to discreetly expand his surveillance scope. As the goddess of wisdom, born on the 6th day of creation, she is also mythically regarded as the deity of war and victory. Auntie likely attends church in the hope that Uncle Ethan might receive divine favor and achieve success sooner rather than later. In his heart, Tofu subtly undermined Uncle Ethan, thinking, with Uncle's abilities, it would indeed require the goddess's intervention to crack this case. Perhaps we could utilize the surveillance footage to assist Uncle in apprehending the perpetrator. Reflecting on the ship's surveillance system, which rivaled that of GZ, Tufa felt a surge of confidence in identifying the culprit. Living in a foster home and assisting his inept uncle in solving cases felt remarkably akin to Detective Tufu. After the evening family discussion concluded, Tufu returned to his studies, but recent events diverted his attention to the gas lamp above. It seemed as though the fuel was burning money. His gaze fixated on the costly metal fixture in his home, recalling that its usage fee amounted to an astonishing monthly average of 1 crown. Black bread costs 1 penny per pound. Public transport averages 2 pennies daily, and a pound of beef is 1 pound. A shirt is priced at 9 shillings and 15 pence. Tofu's thoughts began to drift, once again wrestling with the idea of making money. Unfortunately, in Leeds, children of his age had few options aside from odd jobs selling newspapers or being exploited in factories. The Winster family's daily expenses far exceeded those of an average household, leaving little room for a second child to pursue higher education. Even Uncle Ethan, despite his carelessness, had long acknowledged this reality, which is why he took the risk of accepting that seemingly mysterious case. Perhaps there are alternative methods to address the tuition fees, Tufa mused, glancing at his planner, when suddenly a bright idea struck him. If memory served correctly, A considerable number of valuable items seemed to have scattered among the deceased aboard the ship, and the jewels worn by the upper crust could circle the vessel twice. Borrowing a few would certainly alleviate his current predicament, provided they were willing to lend, of course. Indeed, the ways to earn money are often inscribed within the penal code. Retrieving paper and pen, Tufu added a whimsical little goal to his next voyage's agenda, to earn 1,000 crowns. Sunday morning, the Lord's Day. According to the family's prearranged schedule, it was time to head to church. Tufu donned a simple black uniform and a brimmed hat, seamlessly blending into the fabric of his era. Meanwhile, the beauty-conscious Sophie delightedly slipped into a black sheer gown embroidered with golden lotus patterns, the fluffy hem dancing with the graceful twists of her slender waist, bounding out the door like a lively rabbit. As the Winster family often remarked, nothing was more important than maintaining appearances. We've arrived. After a lengthy journey in a private carriage, they were greeted by a prominent tower and a gray-white church adorned with half-oval windows. The bustling main street was teeming with holidaymakers. Yet before the ancient church, an unusual tranquility enveloped the scene, instilling an inexplicable sense of peace. "You all wait for me at the entrance. This won't take long." Aunt Amphier, clad in a modest black long dress and a lace-trimmed hat, grasped a delicate handbag, resembling an elegant socialite. "Why don't we go inside as well?" Sophie curiously glanced at the church, her interest piqued by all things mysterious. "Dear, it is considered inappropriate for those who are not devotees of the goddess to enter the church uninvited." Aunt chuckled, observing her daughter. The Winster family consisted solely of Mrs. Amphier, who held a steadfast belief in the goddess of wisdom. Attending services weekly. In truth, the younger generation's faith in the seven gods had waned significantly. The steam engine and a series of modern inventions had rendered the concept of technology increasingly mainstream, with the deities of commerce and steam gaining prominence over the original seven gods. "Very well then." Sophie sighed in disappointment. "Good morning." Mrs. Amphier. At the church's main entrance stood a kindly middle-aged man clad in clerical attire, who smiled and remarked, "Perhaps you could allow them to enter. I believe the goddess would not mind having her teachings heard by others, Mr. Fredo. Since you say so, I imagine they would be eager to bask in the goddess's radiance." "Praise the goddess." The middle-aged clergyman punctuated his chest thrice with his fingers, the symbol of the goddess of wisdom, a church emblem composed of spear and shield. After exchanging pleasantries, Mrs. Amphier donned a professional smile and mimicked the gesture. "Praise the goddess." Sophie beamed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Fredo. I hope there is a way for you to remain quiet inside." Aunt voiced her concerns. Tufu promptly provided a solution. "Of course, just restrain Sophie." "Hey." Sophie rolled her eyes dramatically and shot him a glare. Aunt's lips twitched, her expression weary as she raised a hand to her forehead, and after repeated admonitions, she finally led the two mischievous children into the church. As Tufu stepped quietly alongside the crowd into the interior of the church, he felt enveloped by a warm glow. Cream-colored stone pillars flanked the seating on either side, and numerous symmetrical stained glass windows adorned the walls. Inside the grand and spacious Santiago church, silence reigned, with rows of wooden benches filled with men and women who had come to pray. They hailed from various walks of life, including socialites from the upper echelons, as well as ordinary laborers, yet the disparity in class did not create barriers. They silently prayed under the guidance of the priest, completing the church's hymn. Within this ceremonial edifice, every individual shared a common identity, the goddess's devotees. At the forefront stood a redwood altar for prayers, adorned with several unburnt candles. On the wall above hung the portrait of the goddess of wisdom, brandishing a spear and shield, her head crowned with a wreath of wheat, exuding an air of sanctity and solemnity. Even for a non-believer like Tufu, witnessing such a scene stirred his emotions. "What is that?" At that moment, a painting within the church caught Tufu's eye. The depicted scene was shrouded in darkness, with thunder and lightning suggesting an apocalyptic event. Only the goddess of victory descended from above, illuminated by radiant light. Clad in armor, her spear piercing a fearsome beast, while beneath her feet lay a mass of darkened humanity. The people appeared to celebrate this scene with exuberant gestures. This is the moment the goddess slayed the monstrous menace that plagued the earth, protecting her faithful in the temple. Mr. Fredo, who had just been standing at the church entrance, approached with a smile. "The people sing hymns to praise the goddess, and this is the very hymn." With a smile, the clergyman held forth the church's Bible, the Gospel, promoting his idol to the young men and women. What a beautiful sound. Tufu listened intently as the faithful nearby began to sing, their melodious harmonies rising gently, even as a bystander. He could feel an inner tranquility. However, as the song progressed, his expression turned pale. Perhaps it was just a trick of the mind, but he sensed an elusive chaos and madness lurking beneath the orderly yet vibrant him, striking at the very core of his being. Observing the worshippers chanting within the church and the wall murals, a certain unsettling resonance seemed to exist between the two, and an unease began to swell within him. This instinct had been cultivated since the tumult aboard the ship, a natural aversion to perilous matters. His instincts urged him to turn back, yet upon seeing Ant amidst the crowd, a flicker of hesitation crossed Tufu's eyes before he chose to compromise. Child. Believing in the goddess of wisdom is a commendable choice. Among the 7 gods, she is undoubtedly the most benevolent, her virtues the finest. In the book of Genesis, she repeatedly intervened to mitigate the Lord's wrath upon the earth, single-handedly restraining the dangers that spread in the darkness. Mr. Fredo recounted the legends surrounding the goddess, praising her greatness. I must do something to capture Ant's attention. Tufu mused silently, realizing he had no justifiable reason to disrupt the devotee's prayers, for that would be an act of great disrespect. Faced with this preacher, he instinctively inquired, "You said the goddess is the most benevolent among the 7 gods. Indeed, she is also the supreme goddess of wisdom. The envoy of war and justice, a symbol of glory, and a mysterious sage, she embodies wisdom, is the guardian of secrets, the goddess of the arts, and the mother of twilight. Her spear of war is unbreakable, and her shield impervious. She eternally watches over her most faithful devotees." Mr. Fredo appeared to believe his words were having an impact. Gazing at the fervently promoting preacher, Tufu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He silently apologized to the most benevolent goddess of wisdom in his heart, seeking her forgiveness for his impending actions, and then spoke. "I understand everything you have said. So, sir, I believe I have a very important question. I am happy to answer you. You mentioned that the goddess possesses an indestructible spear. Certainly. It is a golden spear forged from the rarest meteoric iron, a divine weapon blessed and bestowed by the Lord himself. And there is also an impervious shield, I presume. To be precise, it was after slaying the monstrous beast Aeneas that I skinned it, using its hide to envelop myself, and remove the creature's head to adorn the glorious shield at its center." Fredo's expression was one of pride and confidence. Tufu, suddenly enlightened, provocatively posed a rather impertinent question. "So, can the goddess's indomitable spear pierce the goddess's impenetrable shield?" Chapter 17. The revelry Fredo, the acolyte of the Santiago Church, was renowned for his amiable disposition far and wide, though his position within the church was modest. Lacking the esteem of the clergy and priests, he seemed to possess an inexhaustible fervor on days of prayer. He offered the most sincere blessings to each visitor and, in his leisure, extolled the tenets of faith to the guests of the church. A garrulous, good-hearted soul, this was the consensus of all who knew him. Yet, on this day, Fredo's countenance shifted from pale to crimson, trembling in the sweltering heat, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion, a rare sight, indeed. "What are you saying, boy?" Fredo's voice suddenly escalated. Unable to believe his ears, fury surged within him, and just as he was about to utter some harsh retorts, he restrained himself due to his refined upbringing and limited repertoire of expletives. His outburst drew the attention of several congregants within the church. Indeed, this tactic proved more powerful than Tufa had anticipated. To mock the deity he worshipped in a tone of jest before a sincere believer was utterly intolerable. "He didn't mean it that way, Sophie." Equally startled by his shocking words, quickly nudged Tufu in an effort to mediate. "Hey, you should apologize to Mr. Fredo. I was merely curious," Tufu stubbornly persisted, causing Fredo's face to redden even further. Sophie instinctively stepped forward to position herself between the two, tugging at Tufu to urge him to cease. Meanwhile, the timid Miss Winston, caught in the middle, squinted her eyes in fear, anxious to avoid any potential repercussions. "What are you all doing?" At last, as the commotion at the church entrance intensified, Aunt Anfield's gaze was forcibly diverted from her hymn singing. Struggling to extricate herself from the congregation, she felt somewhat disoriented, as if all her energy had been drained, and stars appeared before her eyes. Realizing the precarious situation of the two children, Anfield strode purposefully towards the conflicting parties and inquired of the equally bewildered Miss Winston. "Sophie, can you tell me what happened?" Tufu posed a rather unreasonable question. I believe this is probably a misunderstanding." Sophie, feeling aggrieved on Tufu's behalf, endeavored to mitigate his transgression by repeatedly employing neutrally charged terms such as misunderstanding, unintentional, no malice, and unintended offense. Upon hearing Sophie's embellished account, the astute Aunt Anfield immediately grasped the situation's essence. Her handsome features now shadowed by an invisible frost. "Tufu, apologize to Mr. Fredo this instant. You should not have uttered such disrespectful words to provoke him. It is truly disheartening." In contrast to Sophie, who was racking her brain for excuses, Aunt Anfield's approach was undoubtedly more seasoned and intelligent. With a single remark, she transformed the blasphemy into a mere personal conflict. "Oh, I am truly sorry. It is my failure to properly discipline him." Consequently, Aunt Anfield took the blame upon herself, attributing the primary responsibility to her, and insisted Tufu adopt an apologetic demeanor, hoping to resolve the matter amicably. Preserving the church's dignity in plain view was the best course of action. Despite her frequent reprimands of Tufu, she would never allow outsiders to bully him when real trouble arose. "I apologize, Mr. Fredo. Please forgive my ignorant behavior." Tufu, upon realizing the situation had settled, promptly offered his apology without hesitation. His demeanor transformed entirely from moments prior. In any case, having drawn Aunt Anfield's attention, he now had no choice but to atone for his offense. This series of responses seemed to deflate Fredo's anger, akin to a punch landing softly on cotton as he stormed off in a huff. Ugh! Meanwhile, the congregants seated on the church benches continued to chant hymns, solemnly, reverently, unwaveringly. They appeared utterly uninterested in the unfolding drama. Their exaggerated focus seemed remarkably orderly, even bizarre. Aunt Anfield scarcely had time to reproach Tufu for his misstep when a minor disturbance within the church abruptly interrupted the matter. Bang! Suddenly, an individual from the crowd stood up without warning, his body convulsing as if struck by an electric shock. Completely unaware as he toppled a bench, silently, he began to wave his arms at the statue of the goddess, soon following with an odd swaying of his body. Lost in the repetition of this peculiar motion, "Andrew, what is he doing?" Aunt Anfield gasped, wide-eyed, observing her former hymn-singing companion. "It seems he is dancing. Not too shabby, I must say," Sophie remarked, momentarily captivated by the stranger's antics. Fredo, still seething with anger, stared in disbelief at Andrew's performance before the goddess's statue. It was far more provocative than the young man's previous behavior. He shook his head in disbelief. "What the hell are you doing?" "Seize him." Several young priests rushed in, attempting to restrain the dancing Andrew. To their dismay, they were repelled by his immense strength, and one individual was even knocked back several meters. "Wow!" A chorus of jeers erupted from the onlooking non-believers, reveling in the spectacle. "This is certainly not normal." Tufu felt a twinge of relief at his reckless venture, observing the male and female congregants on either side of the benches, all fixated on the frenzied Andrew, yet betraying no signs of shock. This man had gone mad without warning, still lost in his bizarre dance. Andrew's movements grew more exaggerated and fervent as he flailed his limbs with fervor, seemingly in sync with an unseen rhythm. Tufu furrowed his brow, pondering the recent events. That was not right. Prior to this, there had been a choral segment during which he had detected an unusual melody amidst the people's singing. Gently tugging at his sister's sleeve, Tufu quietly inquired, "Sophie, did you hear any strange singing before Mr. Fredo arrived? I mean, aside from the hymns." "I am quite certain there were no other songs," Sophie replied assuredly. "What on earth is happening?" Aunt Anfield suddenly clasped the hands of Sophie and Tufu tightly. The sweat pooling in her palms betrayed her anxiety. Ultimately, her social experience could not comprehend such an illogical occurrence, until a priest lunged forward with all his might, forcefully pinning the worshipper named Andrew to the ground. Several others quickly joined in to restrain this madman's limbs. Even though he was immobilized, his body continued to twitch strangely. Meanwhile, the elderly priest within the church had stealthily slipped away, preparing to contact the higher echelons of the church. The Church of the Seven Gods had a legacy spanning over a millennium from the previous trader Alonso. It was known that the church possessed a portion of mid to high-tier potion formulas. Thus, wielding extraordinary power was entirely plausible. Roar! Just as Tufu believed the situation was nearing resolution, Andrew let out a beastly howl. And even more bizarrely, it wasn't long before others began to imitate Andrew's movements. After a series of peculiar convulsions, they too began to shake their limbs and succumb to madness, whether by coincidence or design. The recently participating congregants of the choir synchronously rose to their feet. One by one, more individuals began to stand, subtly mimicking these strange movements, each following their own rhythm as they commenced their rigid swaying. Kicking and twisting. They danced frantically, leaped, and screamed, their faces adorned with eerie smiles. It was a display of exhilaration, impulse, and extreme fervor. Without any music, they danced tirelessly. Driven solely by instinct. Tufu, this organized and deliberate fervor could barely be deemed a group endeavor. What sound? In a dazed state, Tufu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the congregants joyfully danced together, and that eerie melody began to resound. It was a tangled, malevolent chant, cold, chilling, and ominous. Listening to it sent shivers down his spine, and as the sound reached his ears, he felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomably frigid abyss, the chill penetrating to his very bones. This strange melody was the original song that had set everything into chaos. Thud, thud. The frenetic movements of dozens of individuals echoed as their stamping feet reverberated through the floor, creating a cacophony that drowned out everything else. Even as they foamed at the mouth, they could not bring themselves to stop. Aunt, Sophie, we must take cover. Though Tufu could not comprehend their actions, he was profoundly shaken. He swiftly led Aunt Anfield and his sister towards the church's entrance. Intending to escape this unwarranted disaster, fortunately, despite their apparent insanity, the frenzied dancers showed no signs of aggression. You lot, stop this madness. The kind-hearted Mr. Fredo suddenly rushed forward in an attempt to halt them. Because this group of frenzied dancers is no longer satisfied with mere movement, they advance towards the colossal statue of the goddess of wisdom, their actions wild and barbaric. If Tubo's earlier remarks were merely a verbal jest at his faith, then at this moment, these fervent worshippers, akin to deranged individuals, are digging up his ancestral grave, utterly devoid of logic. No. In the final gasp of horror, Tubo cannot help but glance back. He witnesses the frenzied crowd forming a circle, inexplicably gathering their strength to collectively topple the towering statue of the goddess of wisdom at the heart of the church. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberates through the air, and the madness of the crowd, having reached its zenith, finally succumbs to annihilation. Everything comes to a sudden halt. All strange and frenzied sounds vanish completely. Dust envelopes the church, as if everything has settled into an eternal stillness. Whoosh! The immense shockwave generated by the statue's collapse spreads outward, its after effects sweeping over a painting on the wall. The painting, caught in the wind, drifts down languidly, depicting a scene of the goddess of wisdom descending to vanquish a ferocious beast, as people applaud, dance, and joyously celebrate a time of prosperity. Chapter 18. The Extraordinary Ones. The swirling dust casts an indelible shadow over the ravaged Santiago Cathedral. All chaos culminates in that final, deafening roar. The grand statue of the goddess shatters into two pieces, inevitably crashing down upon the very devotees who had pushed it, rendering them incapable of dancing in joy, lying instead in a tranquil repose upon the cold floor of the church. Clop, clop, the rhythmic sound of horses' hooves echoes down the main street, as dozens of horse-drawn carriages traverse this once vibrant thoroughfare. Law enforcement officers, clad in the uniform of the police department, have surrounded the church and established a cordon after receiving reports. This sudden, unheralded act of terror unfolded too swiftly to allow for any response. Cough, cough. Tubo, who had prudently evacuated with his family, exhales a murky breath. We are safe now. As the dust settles, Tubo, who had been on edge, finally breathes a sigh of relief. His decisive action not only spared his aunt, who had joined the choir, but also allowed them to evade the chaos that ensued. Compared to those who were innocently injured while merely observing, his family's fortunate escape feels like sheer luck. Xiaofu, Sophie. A resonant call pierces through the tumultuous crowd. It is Uncle Ethan, clad in police attire, rushing towards his family, panic etched across his face, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. It's all right now. It's all over. Upon breaking free from the throng, Ethan embraces the petrified Aunt Anfier, whose pent-up fear finally finds release as she clings tightly to her husband. Those bastards who dare to steal the offerings should be punished. Uncle, with a gaze full of anguish at the bloodshed scattered throughout the church, is engulfed in self-reproach and sorrow upon hearing of the incident at Santiago Cathedral, loathing the foolish decision he had made earlier. There was no other course of action but to act swiftly. Meanwhile, a young officer named Marlon Daller, accompanying Uncle, upon conducting a scene investigation and learning the cause of death from the coroner, cannot help but wear a strange expression. The perpetrators of the terror attack, though battered nearly to death, ultimately succumbed due to exhaustion. More astonishingly, their lifeless bodies bore frozen smiles, mocking smiles. Sheriff, the corpses of these individuals bear striking similarities to the victims from the previous Wood District incidents. Marlin discreetly informs Ethan of his discovery, pointing out the discrepancies. I suspect it may be the same perpetrator. Aside from a few crushed to death, the majority of the victims exhibited foaming at the mouth and convulsions, with organ failure as the cause of death. Clearly, someone had deliberately employed such a method to desecrate the divine that I will hunt down that damned individual and make them pay. Uncle Ethan resolves with rare determination, intent on confronting the mastermind behind the chaos. Today, we owe our safety to Xiao Fu. Without his warning, I shudder to think of the consequences. Aunt recounts in detail the events leading up to the chaos, starting from the disagreement with the doorman, Fredo, which fortuitously spared their family from the horrific disaster. Ethan, upon hearing this, feels a mix of astonishment and sorrow. Xiao Fu, I am in awe of your bravery. I can scarcely imagine what might have transpired without you. I believe there is no need for thanks among family. Tubo manages a smile. Your actions were rather extraordinary. This is not a typical criminal case, and it will undoubtedly draw attention. Therefore, when anyone inquires about the incident, you must recount the truth without fabricating a single detail. Tubo's smile falters, and even Ethan perceives the uncanny nature of the events. Yet he pats Tubo's shoulder reassuringly. But do not worry, I will handle everything. Gazing at the ruined statue within the church, Ethan suddenly recalls his identity as a devotee, placing his hand over his heart and offering the most sincere salutation to the divine in the midst of the lifeless body strewn about the church. Praise the most merciful goddess. The Litz Police Department places immense importance on this attack, addressing the aftermath of the casualties, the church's operations, and the need to quell public speculation. A multitude of personnel come and go. Yet witnesses like Tubo and many others are not permitted to leave at their discretion. This the same manner of death as the serial murders in Wood District, the attack on the church in the main street. Is this the manifestation of extraordinary powers? As Tubo sits on a bench outside the church, still replaying the events in his mind, he is approached by an official. Hello, Mr. Capet. I am Dutton Fikes from the City Police Department. We have conducted a preliminary investigation into this attack, and your actions prior to this event raised some questions. This is not to imply that you are a suspect, but we kindly ask you to cooperate with our inquiry. Uncle S. concerns materialize sooner than expected. After a brief bout of chaos, a peculiar ensemble approaches Tubo. Sheriff Fikes presents his badge, accompanied by 2 police captains and a middle-aged officer in standard police attire, all adorned with the prestigious triangular sun emblem. The middle-aged officer, unkempt with stubble adorning his face, emanates an overpowering stench of alcohol and cheap cologne. Noticing Tubo's grimace at the scent, the disheveled officer explains. Those drunken fools always cause a ruckus in the taverns. Dealing with these matters is truly dreadful. This is the most absurd excuse I've heard this year. Even Sophie wouldn't be fooled by this. Very well. As a concerned citizen, I feel obliged to cooperate with your investigation. Tubo forces a smile, and then follows the 3 men onto an unmarked, nameless carriage, devoid of windows, with only 2 lanterns flickering on either side. As they ride in silence, the atmosphere grows increasingly oppressive. The carriage jostles along winding paths, making it impossible to discern their direction. After what feels like an eternity, Tubo is blindfolded and taken down. Entirely unaware of his surroundings, moments after disembarking, he follows several officers forward, and only upon removing the blindfold does he realize he has been brought to a solitary interrogation room. Apologies, it's standard procedure. Officer Fikes explains their actions. You seem rather anxious. Of course, this is my first experience with such an event. I still feel a bit shaken. Tubo grits his teeth, adjusting his demeanor to convey a mix of tension, fear, and a hint of bewilderment, vividly portraying the ordinary essence of a common citizen. The next to speak is an older officer with green eyes. Do not worry. We merely wish to gather some information from you. Do you recall Fredo from the church? Of course, he was a good-hearted man. What has become of him? Regrettably, he had already ceased to breathe by the time we arrived. Tubo's heart grows heavy. Had it not been for my intervention, perhaps Mr. Fredo could have escaped. Indeed, but that no longer matters. We heard you had a disagreement with him earlier. That was due to my inadvertently asking a rather unreasonable question. Could you repeat that? It truly was a very unreasonable question. Tubo reluctantly recounts the classic paradox he had posed. The spear and shield of the goddess of wisdom. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged officer's despondent countenance briefly brightens, as he struggles to suppress a laugh, ultimately letting out a hearty chuckle. He didn't even take your head off. Truly a man of great patience. Noticing the discontented glares from his colleagues, the inebriated officer waves his hand dismissively. Hey, Fellows, this is genuinely amusing. You know what transpired in the church just now. Fikes, uninterested in the drunken officer's antics, speaks in a resonant, commanding tone that could easily shatter the psychological defenses of an ordinary person. At first, nothing seemed amiss. They were merely singing hymns, which is quite typical on a Sunday. However, things soon took a turn for the bizarre. Individuals began to lose their sanity without warning. Dancing maniacally before the statue, the clergy in the church attempted to subdue him, and after considerable effort, they finally managed to restrain the individual. Initially, it was but one person spiraling into madness, yet inexplicably. More and more joined in, rendering the entire scene profoundly abnormal. Tu Fu's account aligned perfectly with the information gathered from the scene. Many witnesses had observed this spectacle, and he had nothing to conceal. Madness, dancing, then pushing the statue. The despondent middle-aged officer pondered the peculiarities of this case, slowly articulating those key phrases while casually toying with a pen. His deep, world-weary voice possessed a certain allure, soothing the fragile heart of the accused. Do you not find this rather strange? Clearly, this is undoubtedly a mysterious incident. Somehow, under the other's subtle coaxing, Tu Fu found himself voicing this thought aloud. Upon uttering it, he felt a sudden jolt. What am I saying? Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently revealed his innermost thoughts. As if an irresistible force compelled him to adhere to his own conscience. Speak it out, reveal it all. Yet, the despondent officer's eyes lit up, and he pressed on with his inquiry, without a doubt. This is a mysterious event, a malignantly mysterious event. When did you first perceive this occurrence? Was it him? Tu Fu's gaze fixed on the middle-aged officer among the three, who exuded the weakest presence and appeared least serious. Everything changed once he began to speak. An extraordinary being. It seemed that the organization engaging him in conversation was, in fact, a supernatural agency dedicated to maintaining order in Litz. Tu Fu quickly deduced that this must pertain to some extraordinary ability within a certain sequence, an uncanny power akin to a truth serum. No wonder his uncle had earlier warned him against lying in the presence of such individuals. Tu Fu clenched his jaw, beads of sweat trickling down his temples, bracing himself to withstand this onslaught of questioning that if this continued, he might end up divulging even the most humiliating details of his childhood. More alarmingly, those bizarre memories of a past life would surely be unearthed, thread by thread. Tu Fu, you already know about this matter, do you not? The interlocutor maintained his pressure, intensifying his tone. Accompanying this was a surge of excruciating pain. As if his nerves were ablaze, he even felt a wild urge to sing aloud, to alleviate the impulse to spill the truth. Remain calm, that he must not sing here. Are you referring to the incident in the church? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tu Fu opted for a different approach, his tone heavy. As they chanted the hymns, I sensed some peculiar sounds. As the words left his lips, Tu Fu's heart raced. Success, he could choose to be selective even when speaking the truth. During this truth-telling, he directed the inquiry towards the events in the church rather than the serial murders in Wood district that he had long been aware of, successfully avoiding disclosing the secrets aboard the ship. What kind of sounds were they? Officer Fikes promptly pressed for details, jotting down notes with his pen. I cannot describe them. It was not merely music, but a cacophony, chaotic, disorderly, screams echoing in a relentless alternation. The sound nearly drove me to madness, akin to a devil's chant. A hint of profound fear flickered in Tu Fu's eyes, revealing a fitting awe that an ordinary person would experience when confronted with a mysterious event. That Tu Fu resolved to disclose this crucial information, relying solely on his own abilities to investigate, was far too inefficient. Thus, his earlier quarrel with Mr. Fredo in the church seemed entirely justified, and the suspicions surrounding him became comprehensible. Ah, so you are merely an unfortunate soul burdened with excessive sensitivity. A faint ripple of expression crossed the middle-aged officer's lips, leaving it ambiguous whether it was one of pity or disdain. Sensitivity. It refers to those with heightened perception of external spiritual energies. You might consider it a gift. At times, they witness things they ought not to see or hear sounds they should not. However, it is not necessarily a blessing. Such peculiarities can lead to spiraling thoughts, and at times, the noise can drive one to the brink of madness, causing unforeseen harm. The despondent middle-aged officer sighed deeply at this reality. What usually happens to them? Tu Fu felt a heavy weight in his chest. They constantly struggle against these indescribable sounds or entities, resorting to medication, self-harm, extreme sports. Yet many ultimately succumb to failure and compromise. Imagine enduring such experiences. Insanity or madness would be the best possible outcome. The middle-aged officer methodically analyzed based on his past experiences. Having witnessed too many such cases throughout his life, of course, some would dare to take risks, violating taboos in pursuit of that which is invisible and intangible, a path of no return. They endure unspeakable pain and darkness, becoming the oddities in society, seemingly thriving yet secretly aware of their own plight. Indeed, some refer to these oddities and pitiful souls as extraordinary beings. Chapter 19. Epitaph. One final question. Are you in any way connected to the church attack? You need only answer me with a yes or no. The despondent middle-aged officer finally targeted the crux of the matter, having clearly noted the conditional phrasing in Tu Fu's previous responses. Yet, everyone harbors their own secrets. It is unethical to exploit one's abilities to pry into another's privacy. Therefore, during investigations, he typically focused solely on the most critical inquiries. No, Tu Fu met his murky gaze with unwavering certainty. Then I regret to inform you of my acquaintance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roman Richard, one of those responsible for handling mysterious incidents. The despondent middle-aged officer finally revealed his identity. He used the word regret. For those entangled with them rarely met favorable ends. Hasn't the matter already concluded? Tu Fu felt puzzled. Roman is correct. While you may appear to have escaped unscathed, based on past experiences, survivors of such events often meet their demise for various reasons: sudden death, murder, suicide, or through bizarre means. The green-eyed officer spoke languidly, his voice unique, always measured, reminiscent of a sage of advanced age. Fond of emphasizing his points with a didactic tone. Even if you seem fine now, this may merely be a fleeting calm. Do not forget that the perpetrator behind this incident remains at large. I do not believe he will spare you, who have glimpsed a portion of the truth. This is precisely why we brought you here. The drunken uncle, Roman Richard, stated, this matter likely involves some aberrant individuals meddling to fulfill their peculiar needs. Or it could be instigated by something possessing extraordinary powers. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of cultists preparing for some ritual. After all, this era is fraught with countless uncertain dangers. Roman's words were veiled, for he could not divulge more specific details. They had taken Tu Fu away before witnesses, acting as a form of covert protection. Should Tu Fu disclose everything, it might mitigate some of his own risks. Upon hearing these words, Tu Fu's expression shifted to one of discomfort. He had no desire to become embroiled in the conflict between these organizations and the shadowy perpetrators. Ever since he began living in this era, each step felt like treading on thin ice. He diligently sought to alter his fate through hard work, yet destiny remained indifferent to him. Those matters concerning the extraordinary and the mysterious were ones no one wished to be entangled with excessively. His most straightforward wish now was to earn a substantial sum from the ghost ship, rescue the Winster family's financial crisis, and then purchase a detached house in the city center, complete with a pair of maids in black and white stockings, who would greet him with a soft, "Master, welcome home," after a long day's toil. Yet the reality was that this place bore little distinction from the Santa Maria. It was a realm of predators and prey. Even if one sought a stable existence, they could easily perish due to an unforeseen accident or the fleeting whims of powerful figures. Roman sensed the despondency radiating from Tu Fu and sought to console him. To be honest, I admire young men like you. Your humor is delightful, your actions decisive, and you possess a remarkably enviable appearance. You must be quite the object of envy among boys your age, and I am certain many girls find you appealing. Excellent. I shall decide to use this as my new epitaph. Tu Fu found it somewhat amusing, feeling as though he were a terminal patient given a doctor's prognosis in the twilight of his life. He might as well indulge in life's pleasures without regret. Roman, intrigued, inquired, "So, what was your original epitaph?" "Hey, my friend, upon reading this line, one should realize you've stepped on me." Tu Fu's lips curled into a smirk, his expression tinged with mockery. This segment of dark humor reflected his attitude towards life. "I appreciate your sense of humor. You ought to consider becoming a comedian." Roman Richard chuckled heartily at this response, eagerly engaging in the discussion. "Very well, what sort of epitaph do you believe would suit me?" Tu Fu scrutinized him for a moment, taking in his stubble and awkward attire, while an unpleasant scent of alcohol emanated from him, suggesting he hadn't cleaned up in quite some time. By any measure, he appeared utterly disheveled. After a brief contemplation, Tu Fu's eyes brightened. This man was exceedingly lazy, leaving nothing behind. There could be no more fitting epitaph. "Mr." Roman was once again amused, his words laced with approval. "My dear child, our investigation has concluded. You are free to leave at any time. Should you encounter any difficulties afterward, Feel free to visit any tavern on the South Bank and seek out the leading dancer there. Simply mention my name. I will. Tu Fu silently committed the address to memory, while also reflecting on the technological backwardness of this era. Whether it was underground organizations or official channels, there seemed to be an incessant inclination to frequent taverns and similar establishments for encounters. One might mistakenly presume it to be the haunt of a clandestine party. The carriage came to a halt by the roadside on Layton Street. Ethan Winston awaited inside with his wife and daughter. And in the brief span of a day, he appeared to have aged several years. His countenance ominously dark. In his quest for news regarding Tu Fu, he had leveraged numerous connections, typically a man who sought no favors. Today he had humbled himself, requesting assistance more times than he had in his entire life. While enduring cold mockery was one thing, it was disheartening that those scoundrels spoke sweetly, yet acted with perfunctory indifference. After all, this was a matter involving the church's extraordinary organization, filled with a myriad of oddities. Those lunatics were certainly not individuals one wished to offend. How is little Fu doing now? Mrs. Anfield expressed her deep regret, lamenting her prior harshness towards the child, especially since Tu Fu had selflessly risked his life to save hers. Good heavens, I cannot believe I have become such a person, she thought, feeling akin to the wicked stepmother of a drama. Everything is well. Let us await further news, Ethan could only say to console her, just as the family was engulfed in worry over the matter. A pitch-black carriage kicked up dust as it came to a precise halt before them. Bang! As the door swung open, the individual within descended, none other than Officer Fikes from the police bureau, who appeared visibly astonished upon seeing Ethan. Ethan, it's you. Aunt Anfield strode forward, demanding, where have you taken little Fu? You needn't worry at all. He is safe. Fikes shifted his gaze to Aunt Anfield, not forgetting to compliment her. Even after all this time, Mrs. Gustav remains as beautiful as a rose by Lake Bell. Child, come out. Your family must be anxiously awaiting you. With that, he gestured for Tu Fu to emerge from the carriage. Officer Fikes' gaze turned to Ethan, filled with confusion. I heard that even you have taken charge of this case. Is there no one left at the bureau? Upon seeing Tu Fu safe, Ethan couldn't help but retort in his usual nonchalant manner. Indeed, after all, it's a case you couldn't resolve, so you had to send us to clean up the mess. We shall see about that. Fikes seemed pricked by the remark and chose not to continue the debate. After a scoff, he whistled and drove away. Uncle, do not worry about me. Nothing happened. Those gentlemen merely took me to understand the situation. That's all. Tu Fu recounted his recent experiences, omitting any mention of the inspirations and extraordinary beings. Wishing to spare his uncle's concern, Ethan began to clarify the relationships. So, counting Fikes, there are 3 in total, and he is the only one from the main bureau. Those from the main bureau always look down on others. It has become their tradition. He thinks little of me, and I of him. It matters not, but you must be cautious of that fellow named Roman. Roman Richard? Do you know him? I cannot say I know him well. I only have knowledge of his misdeeds. You can learn about this man as stories from every dancer. It is said that this scoundrel never spends a penny when he visits the dance halls. Understood, a modern-day Liu Yong. A model for our generation. Tu Fu nodded thoughtfully. And what of Officer Fikes? How does he know Aunt? Tu Fu still could not comprehend why Fikes appeared so sorrowful upon encountering the Winston family. It's an interesting tale, and Anfield's tone had begun to sour. Ethan, it's all right. It has been quite some time, Uncle Ethan waved dismissively. Unconcerned, in fact, long ago, Fikes and I were brothers-in-arms upon our retirement, and upon returning to Litz, we both pursued your aunt. But at that time, his circumstances were far superior to mine, both in lineage and prospects. And what transpired afterward? Tu Fu inquired, curious as to how he could still compete. Then came Sophie. Uncle Ethan chuckled with pride. Sophie, under the nearly lethal gaze of Aunt Anfield, Uncle's smile gradually withered. Little Fu, well done. Ethan proudly praised him, his expression regaining some cheer. Even Aunt Anfield, who usually spoke to him with disdain, sincerely expressed her gratitude. Tu Fu, I am truly relieved to see you unharmed. Even Sophie's eyes appeared more swollen than before. It was unclear when this lady had silently brushed away her tears. Tu Fu felt a warmth in his heart. Do not worry. I nearly thought you wouldn't make it out. What about the money you owe me? Miss Winston's lovely face was etched with sorrow, yet she visibly relaxed. Tu Fu. Thankfully, Uncle interrupted this awkward topic in time. Children, we ought to return home now. Let us get some sleep and completely forget about these matters, for tomorrow is yet another beautiful day. As the sun set, The carriage carrying the Winston family vanished beyond the horizon, accompanied by the sun's descent. This Sunday was anything but the usual tranquility. Many had met untimely ends, and tomorrow's front-page news in the Ritz Daily would astonish all. Then, in due time, the incident would be naturally forgotten, merely a triviality in the grand scheme of life. Those living in this era had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Yet for Tu Fu, he fervently hoped that the Winston family would never become just a string of insignificant numbers in some news report. As night fell, the ethereal blue moonlight spilled into the room. After hearing the soft breaths of his family as they settled into a peaceful slumber, Tu Fu, having stood in the shadows for what felt like an eternity, exhaled softly. He retrieved the cruise manual that had been wedged within his textbooks. Not long ago, he had made a decision. He would return to the Santa Maria, truly achieve the extraordinary, and resolve this matter once and for all. Before him, the peculiar gray countdown continued to tick, echoing incessantly. Chapter 20, The Black Swan Agency 00. 05, 03, 00, 05, 02, 00, 501. The cold digits before his eyes heralded crisis. The unknown and ephemeral voids. Yet the opportunities hidden within the dangers were alluring. Despite having become accustomed to this phase, Tu Fu could not help but feel anxious. He squeezed the sweat from his palms. Gradually regulating his breath an hour earlier, Tu Fu had performed the same anchoring ritual, reciting its true name through meditation, and upon capturing the ghost ship's lingering essence, he had restarted the countdown. Compared to the initial bewilderment, this time Tu Fu was evidently better prepared. In addition to the paper manual, he also carried a colored map of Ritz City and an itinerary. Everything felt so familiar. Within the limited 10 minutes, he needed to execute his plans. Click. As time dripped away, Tu Fu finally made a resolution, opening the wooden cabinet to retrieve its contents. A vial, resembling the tears of the ocean in a pale blue hue, emitted a captivating glow in the dim space. It was indeed the potion of the Adventurer S sequence, obtained through his own merit. I must consume it in a sufficiently safe location. This was Tu Fu's plan after a period of contemplation following the acquisition of the potion. According to the intermediary, Alonso, the process of consuming the potion should be uninterrupted, ideally with a fellow extraordinary being to safeguard him, to avoid any irreconcilable mishaps. Thus, he devised a bold experiment. To consume the potion aboard the ghost ship, enlisting the monstrous crew to assist in safeguarding him, thereby completing his extraordinary transformation. Even if he were to become a monster, it would seem wholly appropriate amid the crew of aberrations. Although Ethan had warned him numerous times that engaging with the extraordinary often led to misfortune. Tu Fu detested this passive scenario. He did not wish for any member of his family to inexplicably go mad or perish one day, becoming mere statistics in some mysterious incident. The church's followers put their faith in their deity. Yet calamities unfolded right under their noses, with no divine intervention to save anyone. From the moment the conversation concluded, Tu Fu had resolved to seize the initiative. 00, 00, 30, 00, 00, 29, 00, 028. Staring at the countdown nearing a minute, Tu Fu's lips moved as he began to count down, his once distracted gaze solidifying with determination. As the gentle breeze beside him ceased, the pale blue reflection of the moonlight faded, following the final tick of the clock. The world in his eyes was reduced to primal black and white. Time stood still. Tu Fu's eyelids grew heavy. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. The last direction he gazed upon before succumbing to slumber was the 2 bedrooms of the Winston family. Even through several walls, he could still hear his uncle's snores. After a long day of toil, the Winston family slept especially soundly. Faced with the treacherous journey ahead and the uncertain rite of passage, Tu Fu was unsure of his success. All he could offer, in a voice tinged with fatigue, was a heartfelt blessing. Good night. Whoosh! The howling gale surged forth, crashing against the waves, saturating the air with the briny scent of the sea. Today's fog-laden maritime weather was far from ideal. The dark, brooding sky seemed poised to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. Yet, regardless of how much time passed or how many seas and raindrops washed over it, the sins of this cruise ship remained indelible. A thick gray mist enveloped the vessel, casting an air of obscurity over each cabin. After a fleeting moment of dizziness, the undulating waves made it difficult for the helmsman to find his footing. He opened his eyes, and the sight of decay and gloom instinctively evoked discomfort. No matter how many times he had been here, it always struck him with a jolt. I'm back, with the experience of the last visit. The helmsman could at least ascertain that it was possible to bring items back and forth from the ghost ship, though he remained uncertain about the specifics of quantity and weight. He even doubted whether this ship truly existed in any part of this world's ocean. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why he never saw any other vessels upon his return. Tick-tock. The familiar sound of time ticking away echoed in his ears. Accompanied by the relentless 10-minute countdown, the blood-red timer seemed to urge him to act with haste. Temporarily, he felt no disturbances from the captain's quarters, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. Without directly consuming the potion, he adeptly located the remote control, pressed the power button, and activated the monitor. The screen instantly shifted to the streets of Litz. The modern cityscape at night was hardly inferior to that of the day. The rustling wind swept leaves from the trees, while the Gothic architecture and metallic tracks, bathed in moonlight, exuded an ethereal charm. Beneath the street lamp, horses tethered to carriages closed their eyes, relishing the rare tranquility. The streets were populated only by disheartened drunks and homeless souls shuffled from one place to another. Good evening. Litz. The helmsman reclined in the captain's chair, commencing tonight's program like a seasoned broadcaster. He observed the city of Litz from a lofty vantage, akin to a deity clocking in for work, maintaining an appropriate aloofness when necessary. The area has indeed expanded to half of Litz. He extracted a prepared city map and began to compare the subtle differences, searching his memory from Santiago Church on Central Avenue to the mysterious area that had been taken away. Let me investigate your origins. A triumphant smile inadvertently crept across the helmsman's face. This was an intriguing endeavor. If there existed an uncharted area in his memory that corresponded with a newly monitored zone, it would surely indicate the location of his counterparts if the maps overlapped. He could track the unmarked carriage from the church through the monitor after the incident. Found it. Without expending much effort, after contrasting the two maps, he swiftly identified a point in the surveillance that was neither marked on the map nor in his memory. By clicking to zoom in on the local map, he revealed the street view on the monitor. As he delved deeper into the ghostly perspective, his gaze finally settled upon an imposing, pitch-black building. Exuding an old-fashioned style, number 45 on Baker Street appeared unremarkable, akin to an ordinary shop, with ornate carvings adorning its walls and a half-height iron railing encircling an oval metallic door. A green mailbox hung at the entrance, flanked by two gas lamps on either side of the door, while a green sign with golden lettering proclaimed the name of the consulting firm. Black Swan Agency. The helmsman murmured the name, noticing a black swan totem carved beside it. A peculiar emblem. Its business operations were impossible to ascertain. Through the large glass window, he could discern the internal structure, a consultation desk and 2 or 3 solid wooden tables and chairs, with a prominent metal typewriter tucked beneath a filing cabinet. However, as his vision penetrated further, ascending the spiral staircase to the second floor, he realized this was likely the core area. A narrow corridor lined with over a dozen individual offices, reminiscent of a hotel-style apartment. Fortunately, even at this late hour, there were still occupants inside. In addition to the scruffy Uncle Roman Richard he had encountered earlier, the green-eyed officer was also present, though neither was in uniform. They engaged in casual conversation about the day's case. It's utterly baffling. Aside from the little rascal's information, which has proven somewhat useful, there has been no progress whatsoever. Kirby, why don't we head to old Jonah's pub for a drink? Their rum is always undiluted. Roman Richard casually whistled. Is that what you want to do? The green-eyed officer, Kirby, rolled his eyes, too apathetic to call him out. But I heard a new batch of dancers just arrived there. I'm completely unaware of that. Roman feigned surprise. Speaking of this case, have there been any leads on the missing potion from the black market? Upon hearing Officer Kirby bring it up, the helmsman suddenly raised his volume. Realizing it might pertain to him, Roman displayed a mocking demeanor. The Brotherhood has become a laughingstock in the underground scene. Managing to get swindled and still having the audacity to speak out, they certainly let that scammer who deceived them get away. But don't they usually leave a sensing imprint on the cork? It shouldn't take this long for news to surface, unless a higher order has blocked the divination. The individual who took action is very mysterious and cautious. They must have known that the potion had never been activated. It's unclear how they obtained the information, managing to substitute themselves for Morton during the incident and completing the transaction with ease. One link leads to another. It's not something an ordinary person could pull off. Since then, there have been no further reports of this person, truly excessively prudent. Roman praised this notorious legendary thief of Litz, remarking that a potion for adventurers. It's hard to imagine that someone so reckless would decide to walk this extraordinary path. And yet they are so cunning, truly remarkable. It wasn't just Roman who felt this way. At least within the extraordinary circles, it was widely believed that adventurers represented a crude, unreasonable, and brutish path to the extraordinary, resolving matters through sheer force instead of utilizing their scarce intellect. The only purpose of an adventurer's head was to crack the welon fruit, a local delicacy known for its notoriously hard shell. In comparison, your involvement in the nightly path is even more surprising. Kirby scrutinized his companion. It's hard to fathom why you'd have so many affairs with women without ever needing to spend extra. Roman never spent money on prostitutes. Or more accurately, he had never spent money on such matters. Among the extraordinary individuals he had encountered, all were characterized by integrity and possessed enviable noble qualities, almost becoming the highest standard for men in civilized society. Roman Richard, however, was an exception. This old rogue leveraged the abilities of chivalry to win the hearts of women, entangled with both the respectable and disreputable dancers throughout the city. Hearing his colleague recount the women he had encountered, Roman solemnly emphasized, "What are you joking about? My feelings for them are genuine. It is widely known that true love does not require payment." Sensing imprint, the helmsman maintained a calm expression, gazing down at the pale blue liquid in his hand. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would have remained oblivious to the significant deceit concealed within this potion. If he were to consume it in writs without knowledge, it would undoubtedly attract the Brotherhood's underground organization to his doorstep. But here, he felt utterly unafraid. Pop, with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty, the helmsman casually uncorked the bottle. A barely perceptible red light flickered at the opening, seemingly heralding an impending event. Without hesitation, he downed the potion in one gulp, sincerely wishing for someone to come to the ghost ship to collect a debt from him. Chapter 21. Sequence 9 Hero. Ritz City, Central District. Cunning thief, I finally have you in my grasp. A tall, slender young man with an excessively pale complexion clenched his fists. The Brotherhood's representative in Ritz, Mason Adams, had remained silent for an unquantifiable duration since the incident, now furiously waving his arms in excitement. The Brotherhood was a prominent underground organization throughout Oswei, known for organizing gatherings of extraordinary individuals and trading in low-sequence potions and extraordinary materials that could not circulate in the market, existing in the gray area without posing significant harm. They were not a group of deranged evildoers seeking chaos, but rather a channel providing convenience for extraordinary individuals while simultaneously securing a stable income for Brotherhood members. Hence, the authorities permitted such organizations to exist as part of the intelligence network. The Brotherhood had always prided itself on integrity, with all goods undergoing stringent scrutiny and maintaining good relationships with local extraordinary figures, thus establishing a solid foundation within extraordinary circles. Yet, some individuals preferred to disregard the rules during transactions, such as a certain thief who had swindled the adventurer's potion. Such rule breakers would inevitably face punishment. Woo-woo. In Mason's hand, a block of pale yellow diamond crystal trembled slightly, its oscillation growing more pronounced. Evidently, the sensing imprint left on the potion bottle had been activated. That shameless, cunning, despicable, and vile thief, after remaining silent for over a week, could no longer restrain his use of the potion. Moreover, that foolish extraordinary individual, Alonso, in a bid to preserve his reputation, had publicly declared that it was an extraordinary individual from the scammer's path who had acted following the arrest of Morton Henry. Due to this incident, the Brotherhood has been utterly humiliated within the extraordinary circles, with some peers incessantly mocking how the Brotherhood has transformed into a charitable organization. The truth of the matter is known only to a select few. The transaction that day involved merely an ordinary individual. No, that person was a disgraceful fraud. Show me what you look like, little one. As a dreamweaver who has just ascended to Sequence 7, Mason Adams possesses not only the ability to traverse and construct labyrinthine dreams, but also an additional skill known as dream divination. This allows him to exercise his powers through entering dreams. Dreams are the fulfillment of desires that by utilizing existing information from reality, he conducts reasonable divination within the dreamscape, gaining valuable insights from the astral entities while wandering through the spirit realm. With the aid of a yellow crystal, an enchanted tool inscribed with spiritual energy, he seeks to anchor the individual who consumed the potion, eager to discover who dared to intercept the Brotherhood. Help me locate the user of that adventurer potion. Mason closed his eyes and swiftly entered a meditative state. Repeatedly murmuring this phrase, he regarded his desire as a means to be satisfied, projecting it into the dream to pinpoint the other's location. After a brief moment of illusion, his body became weightless, and he felt a disorienting lightness as the sounds around him faded, rendering the room both near and distant, as if he had arrived at a crossroads between reality and fantasy. Upon reaching this juncture, Mason's consciousness had entered the dream, yet a terrifying haze enveloped him entirely, rendering him immobile. He was acutely aware that this was a dream, yet he could not halt its transformation. In a moment of astonishment, Mason realized a possibility. I cannot control the dream. This was an unusual circumstance. As a somewhat renowned dreamweaver, controlling the trajectory of dreams is a fundamental technique. His current inability to do so indicated that the environment of the other party was remarkably secure and concealed, perhaps employing some means to shroud themselves in obscurity. Perhaps I should delve deeper. A flicker of unusual light danced in Mason's blue eyes as mysterious symbols began to manifest in his pupils. He resolved to force his way through the dense gray mist, attempting to glimpse deeper truths. As the fog thickened, an eerie chill sent shivers down his spine. Within the boundless, bizarre dreamscape, he perceived a vast array of mysterious symbols swirling in the void. These symbols incessantly dissipated and reformed, gradually assembling into an indistinct behemoth, moving persistently with the gray mist. However, when he endeavored to probe further into the meanings of these symbols, a cacophony of eerie, corrupted, and spine-chilling roars erupted in his ears, reminiscent of a hellish terror. The moment that piercing sound erupted, it felt as though molten oil was being dripped into his skull. The extreme sensation rendered him completely vulnerable, as if a soul-rending scream had torn through him, inflicting an excruciating pain that felt as if he were being split in two. Mason emitted a pained wail, his body convulsing uncontrollably as he desperately sought to sever the source of his entry into the dream, thereby completely cutting off the connection between the dream and reality. Fleeing that perilous place with all his might, he abruptly opened his eyes, a blinding heat surging forth from his eye sockets. At that moment, his skin split open, bursting forth in a gruesome display, crimson blood cascading down his body. This act nearly drove him to the brink of insanity, yet his fierce will to survive ultimately enabled Mason to endure this ordeal. The other party did not pursue him further. Otherwise, they could have easily crushed him. It felt akin to a trivial warning. This also reminded Mason Adams of the words once spoken by a senior when he first entered this circle. A sentiment he had never encountered until now. He parted his pale, cracked lips and tremulously reiterated that rule. Do not gaze directly at the divine. There were no rituals, no prayers, nor the accompaniment of wine and melodious music. If one were to describe the midnight potion consumption, albeit reluctantly, it was merely an ordinary evening, indistinguishable from any night aboard the Santa Maria. Chef Harry, with his octopus head, wandered outside with a knife, while the bothersome pet dog was prone to howling at night, and the dance hall incessantly played raucous music. If there was to be a singular witness, it would likely be the dancer Anna, lingering before the captain's cabin. Cheers. After signaling to his companion to precede him in drinking, Tuffa readily allowed the light blue liquid to flow down his lips, the silky, icy sensation cascading from his throat to his stomach. The potion's unique and piercing chill froze every cell within him, as if he had ingested an ice shard, turning his stomach into a tumultuous mess. What would happen if the potion were not fully consumed or only partially ingested? Perhaps it would yield effects akin to those of the devil fruit. Only after ensuring that not a single drop remained in the container did Tuffa narrow his eyes, beginning to experience the changes within his body. The cold and surreal sensation rendered his vision hazy, despite his consciousness drifting, almost soaring into the heavens. The soreness in his muscles reminded him of his corporeal existence. Bones, muscles, cells, and nerves silently underwent a transformation. The only regret for Tuffa was that the hair follicles on his skin did not secrete any black impurities, indicating that it was not the method for cleansing the marrow and removing hair. More astonishing was the transformation of his pupils. The scenes before him gradually became virtualized, and as he pierced through layers of gray mist, all colors began to blur. The skeletal structure of the ghost ship became clearly visible, yet it was covered in an unimaginable density of mysterious symbols, akin to a series of green codes constructing a module. These drifting symbols spontaneously followed the ship as it sailed through the misty sea. The ethereal murmurs in his ears felt dreamlike, a cacophony of indistinguishable chatter. Those peculiar characters were difficult to comprehend, Yet upon closer examination, it seemed that each mysterious symbol harbored a vast repository of knowledge. Tufu did not dwell too long on interpreting the floating symbols. He lacked the energy to divert his attention to such matters. Instead, he immersed himself in the sensation of the potion dissolving within him, until the liquid in his stomach permeated every cell. His hazy mind gradually clarified, and the colors, symbols, and structural details of the ship vanished from view. His eyes appeared to gain a sheen. Becoming bright and spirited, the clamor of low whispers in his ears, even when straining to listen, felt profoundly chaotic and unclear, with a few discernible terms that, when strung together, rendered no coherent meaning. That it was akin to the state of an English listening comprehension exam. Amidst a brief frenzy of uproar, Tufu made a decision. Instinctively, he began to rap a verse, accompanying it with bodily movements, contorting on the ground like a writhing maggot. Only this peculiar rhythmic dance, accompanied by an odd background melody, could barely shift his focus. It was not until all the sounds faded away, and the haze before him began to coalesce, that Tufu confirmed the potion had begun to integrate into his being. Overjoyed, Tufu exclaimed, "It worked." The most immediate sensation was the transformation of his body, feeling his limbs imbued with greater strength and lightness, with power and speed multiplying exponentially. He had been endowed with the ability to execute skillful movements, achieving perfect control over every muscle, easily surpassing the physiological limits of an ordinary person. Truly, the abilities granted by the so-called brute, extraordinary sequence were straightforward and forceful. They, in unprecedented confidence, rejuvenated his demeanor. The most apparent change, however, lay in his obsidian eyes, now sharper and clearer. As he occupied the captain's cabin, his pupils moved swiftly, recording and relaying information to his brain at an accelerated pace. He had also overcome the limitations of a 180 field of vision, eliminating any notion of blind spots. Every target his eyes passed over appeared as though captured by a high-speed camera, each frame vividly clear, even allowing him to retrieve images from his memory. It was akin to the eye of a hawk hunting its prey. Wherever he gazed, it became a perspective akin to that of a deity. This constituted his second ability. As for the final ability, Tufu attempted to activate it, yet, standing still, nothing occurred, as if it could only manifest under certain circumstances. If I recall correctly, they referred to this adventurer potion of Sequence 9 as the Brave. The Brave, a reckless, fearless brute. Although he recognized that he had become one of the extraordinary, Tufu understood that the abilities acquired from lower sequences were not overly extravagant. Upon his ascension into the extraordinary realm, the most significant change was undoubtedly the string of blood-red numbers before his pupils. Following his recent exploits, the countdown, just before reaching 0, inexplicably extended by an additional half-hour with Tufu's elevation. 2000, 29, 59, 029, 58, 029, 57. The time shifted from 10 minutes to half an hour, restarting the countdown. Is the path to extraordinary merely a means of acquiring temporary residency? Upon reflection, Tufu grasped this logic. With the enhancement of his strength, he could remain aboard the ship for an extended duration. Each time he upgraded his sequence abilities, it was as though he were renewing the validity of a temporary identification. With this understanding, Tufu swiftly commenced executing his next objective. He began to manipulate the surveillance to revisit the church post incident. After half a day's proceedings, there was little of significance remaining, yet no valuable clues emerged. Thus, Tufu initiated another function of the surveillance. Video playback. Chapter 22. The Dance of the Plague. Date: May 23, 1492, 9 a.m. Location: Santiago Cathedral, Litz. City characters: Andrew, devotees of the goddess. Mr. Fredo. Event: terrorist attack. Tentative. In this critical moment, Tufu skillfully operated the surveillance system, utilizing spectral lenses to pinpoint the cathedral's precise location. The efficiency of the Litz government was commendable. Within half a day following the terror attack, the shattered statue of the goddess at Santiago Cathedral was removed, and the bloodstains on the ground were meticulously cleaned. Within the hushed walls of the cathedral, it seemed as though nothing had ever transpired. As Tufu activated the playback of the cathedral's video surveillance, he pressed the left arrow on the remote, rewinding time to before the Winster family's arrival, where Mr. Fredo, the doorkeeper, engaged warmly with each visitor. Let us commence from the scene of the incident, Tufu suggested, manipulating the remote to relive the events that had unfolded prior to this, including the first to succumb to madness, Andrew. No unusual behavior was exhibited. They sincerely prayed to the goddess, displaying no signs of any malicious intent. It was as if the subsequent events were entirely spontaneous. The sole point of suspicion arose when Andrew and the other devotees began to chant hymns together, their voices intertwined with an eerie and chilling melody. It was then that Andrew, without warning, commenced his frenzied dance, spurring the other devotees to join in succession. Every individual mirrored his movements, their faces adorned with incredulous smiles as they danced with abandon, losing themselves to the rhythm. Perhaps some extraordinary entity is orchestrating this chaos, Tufu mused. Stroking his chin, he was only familiar with the paths of adventurers, scammers, and knights, and had scant knowledge of the capabilities of the 9 heroes within this sequence, leaving him unable to draw any conclusions. The only knight he had encountered was far from a reputable figure. Through the footage, Tufu discerned that these individuals were complete strangers, ruling out the possibility of a coordinated effort. The devotees had merely congregated due to their shared faith. At the moment of their collective hymn, he had been preoccupied, debating the classic paradox problem with Mr. Fredo, thereby overlooking any anomalies. Now, he could only repeatedly scrutinize the footage of the incident, meticulously examining the individuals present, rather than cooperation. The term imitation would be more fitting, Tufu remarked, his brow furrowing as he delved deeper into the peculiar scene. That it resembled animals mimicking human actions out of curiosity. After a brief moment of astonishment, the group of devotees began to imitate Andrew, as if caught in a mimetic contagion, with Andrew serving as the source of this terror, causing the phenomenon to ripple outward from him. He led the dance. Others attempted to follow suit, and the situation spiraled into an unceasing frenzy, culminating in this group defiantly toppling the statue of the goddess. A form of mental illness? Tufu was startled by his audacious hypothesis. Yet the more he contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. My uncle returned late that night, delayed by this very case. Tufu swiftly accessed the surveillance footage from the Green District Police Bureau, using the playback feature to rewind to another case his uncle was handling. The Wood District serial killings. He scrutinized the previous actions of the deceased. According to the file, this case was categorized as a series of homicides, as each victim had met their end through sudden death, a highly unusual occurrence in a residence within the Wood District. The surveillance revealed a drunken dock worker returning home after a night of labor and revelry, staggering as he entered. Subsequently, he began to exhibit the same movements as Andrew, as if possessed, dancing fervently until he collapsed in exhaustion, rolling on the ground, frothing at the mouth before ultimately succumbing to death. This bizarre spectacle was chilling. Tufu had witnessed many perish before his eyes, yet seeing an ordinary person die in such an uncanny manner was unsettling. He had danced himself to death. This elucidated why the Wood District serial murders remained unsolved. There was, in essence, no murderer, or rather, the perpetrator had yet to surface. These victims had essentially taken their own lives. Andrew carried the contagion of the meme, synchronizing his actions with those around him, thereby inciting a desire to imitate, drawing more individuals into this frenzied dance. Much like a virulent plague, this mental illness was indeed contagious. If he were to name this unheard-of affliction, Tufu would undoubtedly christen it the dance of the plague. Through that peculiar music, individuals were driven to madness, and the infected could transmit the contagion through their dance movements to the next person. So, where does the source of the dance of the plague lie? Who is the true perpetrator? Tufu began to ponder this fundamental question. Given the recent surge in serial killings, the planning of an attack on the church today was a blatant desecration of the divine. The implications of the dance of the plague's threat were evidently escalating. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out upon him. What if the next outbreak occurred in the city center? Taking a deep breath, Tufu forced his mind to regain composure, maintaining his focus on Andrew as he rewound the surveillance to observe the man's previous experiences. Like a cinematic narrative, Tufu carefully examined Mr. Andrew's day. He was neither a cultist nor an extraordinary being. From the feedback of the surveillance, he appeared to be an unremarkable individual, an ordinary man devoted to the goddess of wisdom. Andrew led a blissful life, engaged in a fulfilling occupation. Each morning, he would kiss his pregnant wife. And despite the daily grind, he was fortunate compared to the majority of the city's inhabitants that he held a respectable clerical position in a government office and cherished his beloved spouse, even when burdened by troubles. He would occasionally find solace in a local tavern, stealing glances at the beautiful dancing maidens, yet he always returned home on time, never allowing his wife to worry on the fateful day of the incident. Mr. Andrew had gone to the cathedral to pray for his soon-to-be-born child, offering his heartfelt supplications to the goddess, bestowing blessings upon the impending arrival, while his wife was in labor at the hospital. Andrew was supposed to return after the prayer session to witness the birth of a new life. However, with the thunderous roar that resonated through the cathedral, all of that came to an abrupt end. Poor Mr. Andrew, as he fell, likely never heard the sweet cry of "wah" from the newborn in the delivery room. Afterward, he would be reduced to a cold statistic in a newspaper, devoid of significance. After a brief moment of silent mourning for these individuals, Tofu felt immense relief that he had managed to rescue Aunt Anfear from the clutches of death. Drawing connections between the events, Tofu sought to relate the peculiarities of both cases. The prior deceased also returned home intoxicated. It seems the only place associated with dance and drink is the tavern. Both individuals infected with the dance of the plague had one commonality. They frequented a tavern in the Wood District. Tofu had a vivid recollection of this establishment, for it was there he had acquired the Adventurer's potion. The Old Hunter Tavern. Tofu's expression turned grave as he reassessed this place he believed he would never visit again. He hurriedly jotted down the new intelligence he had gleaned from his observations in the surveillance footage. Time was of the essence, and he resolved to revisit the matter later as it stood. The mysterious cases surrounding the mental plague had exceeded the capabilities of the police department and rightfully warranted the attention of the church's extraordinary organization. Just then, as Tofu prepared to gather his belongings and depart, a sound emanated from the nearby radio, which had remained silent for an indeterminate duration. Its indicator light suddenly glowing red.it was reminiscent of the time 3 years prior when he sat in the captain's quarters. The radio channel had received an unknown signal. What was happening? Tofu furrowed his brow. Ever since the ship's navigation system had intercepted signals from this world, the Santa Maria had formed some connection with it. Perhaps I should listen to what it is. With a mindset of curiosity, his fingers instinctively engaged the reception of that signal, and he began to adjust the frequency, navigating through the static until a voice finally emerged. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Help. ZZZZ. Life. Save me. The fragmented words that broke through the chaotic radio static were composed of several phrases in a common dialect of the northern continent. An unusual plea for assistance that it was unclear how the sender had managed to transmit a distress signal to the ghost ship's radio. Tofu remained silent, contemplating briefly before deciding to ignore it. As there was a more pressing issue at hand, his gaze shifted toward the clock in the captain's quarters, where the 3 hands pointed steadily to the top position point 23:59. According to the cruise's regulations, the designated resting period had commenced. 00:10:05. Tofu glanced quietly at the remaining countdown time. Only 10 minutes left. This time, he could not afford any further delay. After midnight, only his designated cabin felt absolutely secure. He instinctively chose to trust the rules and began to devise a plan as soon as the time arrived. Creak. Upon pushing open the captain's quarters door for the second time, it was as if he had opened a portal to hell. A thick mist surged through the crack, compelling Tofu to hold his breath as he surveyed the deck. The weather today was far from pleasant, with a drizzling sky that drummed incessantly, while eerie gray fog seemed to harbor shadowy figures. The source of unsettling sounds unknown. Tofu pieced together the spatial layout of the Santa Maria from his memories. This was a colossal cruise ship, boasting modern amenities, with several hundred diverse guest rooms on the middeck and staff lounges that included multi-purpose ballroom facilities. The entertainment area atop the deck harbored 2 swimming pools, a fitness area, a children's playground, a water park, and a piano bar. The lower deck was home to the main dining room, bars, entertainment venues, and the performance area of the Sun Circus. Centrally located at the bow was the captain's quarters, directly beneath the spa and VIP zone. Further down lay a grand theater, with the corridor leading past a chocolate workshop, a Michelin star restaurant at sea, and a selection of boutique shops. Everything available in terrestrial cities was also present aboard this luxurious cruise ship. The elderly Mary, residing next door to Tofu, infamous for her atrocious coffee, had even sold her possessions to extend her stay in a lavish cabin until her demise. She would spend her remaining days reveling in the splendor of world travel, living the free life that Tofu envied most. Yet fate had dealt her a cruel hand. The once opulent vessel had now transformed into a lair occupied by terrifying monsters. Fortunately, the VIP area where Tofu resided was not far from here. A few flights of stairs would lead him back to his room, and everything seemed to unfold in a logical manner. Cough. Cough. The grayish-white mist quickly enveloped the captain's quarters, Yet Tofu did not rush to flee. His eyes glimmered with a faint light. The eagle-eyed ability was most suited for nocturnal endeavors, its dark sheen rendering his vision more profound and eerie. As if the entrance to hell was unfathomably deep. The monster I saw on the monitors last time has appeared, concealed and revealed. I wonder how many more lurk in the shadows. To stride out boldly would undoubtedly be a perilous undertaking. Unlike a true adventurer, Tofu did not charge recklessly through the derelict treasure ship, leaping from heights of dozens to hundreds of meters, ultimately escaping the monsters that pursued him. Without question, such daredevilry was not applicable to everyone as a thoughtful adventurer. Tofu decided to gradually ascertain the situation aboard the ship after employing his eagle-eyed vision to conduct a thorough scan. This extraordinary ability granted him a vantage point devoid of blind spots, expanding his field of vision to a 360 limit, constructing a three-dimensional model of the entire cabin's internal structure. The monsters moving about the quarters were equally scrutinized. The upper deck echoed with the roars of beasts, while two ghouls hunched in the corridor, gnawing on bones. The dancer Anna, adorned in high heels, seemed to sense the commotion that a rough estimate indicated that 6 or 7 monsters obstructed his path to the cabin, which was rather concerning. Theoretically, as a fearless adventurer, Tofu ought to have plowed through, vanquishing all the creatures that dared to impede him. Still, he felt a divergence from the archetypal adventurer. He ought to employ more cunning. With little time to ponder, Tofu dashed down the corridor after exiting the captain's quarters. The potion had endowed him with a robust physique, enabling him to effortlessly surpass the limits of physical movement. Following the direction from his memory, Tofu navigated around 2 bends in the corridor until he reached the main power distribution room. Despite the pitch-black interior, marked by signs of struggle and an overwhelming stench of decay, it did not deter Tofu from his task. He swiftly scanned the generator and various switches. Aside from a massive generator, the room was lined with the circuit boxes for the ship's numerous cabins, neatly stacked to form a wall. Found it. Tofu, with remarkable speed, turned the master circuit switch that controlled the entire ship's electrical system, igniting the enormous generator with a red light. A rush of cool air from the shutters followed, as hot air expelled toward the ventilation shaft, signaling the commencement of operations. Just as he had surmised, the Santa Maria remained operational, with all modern devices, including the circuitry, still functional. However, prior to this, only the captain's quarters had access to the electrical circuit. After successfully activating the main circuit, Tofu proceeded to distribute power from the generator room to various parts of the ship via the switchgear on the wall. This action had an immediate effect. Beginning from the corridor leading to the captain's quarters, a loud buzz of electricity illuminated the bow, triggering a cascading chain reaction reminiscent of dominoes. Lights flickered on one cabin after another, one layer after another, illuminating the ghost ship that had drifted in the unknown seas. In that instant, the once lifeless deck sprang to life. As the ghouls gnawing on bones, the skeletal sentinels patrolling the deck, the aimless wandering corpses, and the horrific entities hidden within the ship all ceased their activities. The hundreds of rooms aboard the Santa Maria and the deck, which had languished in silence for an indeterminate time, suddenly erupted with blinding light. The creatures lurking in the shadows of the corridors stirred restlessly. Drawn to the radiant glow of the opulent ghost ship, that it was unlike anything before, yet somehow still familiar. Having accomplished this task, Tofu reveled in the transformation he had orchestrated for the Santa Maria. The corridor from the captain's quarters to the luxurious accommodation area was now devoid of monsters. Even Anna, who had reached outside the captain's quarters, turned away, drifting toward the illuminated area through the transparent glass window. Tofu gazed up at the signal tower atop the ship, where a colossal searchlight boasting a power output exceeding 1,000 watts awaited. Upon activation, the blinding beam of light swept across the mist-laden ocean, rendering the ghost ship a dazzling jewel upon the sea. Were this scene to be witnessed by the inhabitants of the northern continent, their senses would be overwhelmed beyond measure. Countless monsters aboard turned their gazes toward the illumination. While Tofu observed the ship in its entirety, his outstretched arms resembling a deity surveying his subjects, he was reminded of the myth of the Creator bringing forth light from the chaos of endless night. Smiling warmly as he proclaimed, "Let there be light." The path from the captain's quarters to his cabin was stained with blood, yet no monsters remained to guard the area, allowing him to pass through safely. Click. Using the room card he carried in his wallet, Tofu unlocked the door to a luxurious cabin spanning approximately 50 square meters. though dust covered everything. The outdated furnishings revealed it to be an exceptionally opulent guest room. The understated elegance of brown dominated the room. And as the ship's premier luxury suite, it even boasted a massage tub and a dining balcony. Sitting on the small balcony, one could bask in the finest sunlight and ocean view. Opening the sunshade, one could leisurely pour a cocktail or orange juice and immerse oneself in any book, thus enjoying a perfect afternoon. Regrettably, since the maritime disaster, Tofu had not indulged in such luxuries for quite some time. The cabin was equipped with all manner of amenities, including an interactive television, a minibar, a refrigerator, and a coffee machine, all still intact. Indeed, everything remains. Tofu, filled with mixed emotions, reclined on the dust-covered, luxurious bed, savoring a moment of tranquility. Although the countdown was nearing its end, it did not deter him from pausing briefly to reclaim the beautiful moments of his previous life. After a brief respite, Tofu suddenly recalled the contents of the safety regulations. Utilizing tools effectively could enhance his survival aboard the ship, so he rose to explore the facilities available in the room. The bathtub could only be filled for a soak, and the refrigerator had just activated its cooling function, containing a few bottles of sugary sodas that had lost their quality. Surprisingly, the interactive television in the bedroom could switch to the monitoring equipment in the captain's quarters. The current feed was fixed on several locations he had marked in advance: the Old Hunter Tavern, Ritz Comprehensive College, Black Swan Consulting, and the police headquarters, all pivotal to solving the case. Next time, he would not need to exhaust himself returning to the captain's quarters to set up surveillance. Perhaps I should try something different. Tofu's gaze finally landed on a vintage-looking landline phone on the coffee table. Its brass-colored receiver perched atop a wooden rotary dial, exuding a strong retro charm that a typical decorative piece. Its aesthetics surpassed its actual utility. Will it connect? Tofu gently lifted the receiver, attempting to recall several familiar numbers. However, after dialing the numbers on the rotary, silence greeted him. Not even emergency numbers could be dialed. If this phone did not connect to the modern world, then in the northern continent, where the electrical revolution had scarcely begun, this invention was utterly useless. Based on current progress, the invention and widespread use of the telephone would require at least another century. As for the southern continent, expecting those primitive savages to invent the telephone was more futile than teaching them the principles of electrical conductivity. Of course, the best teaching method would involve having them take a lightning rod to the highlands during a storm and getting struck a few times. Tofu scrutinized the phone, deep in thought. Perhaps it has other uses. On an extraordinary ship, satellite navigation could monitor the world, and radios could receive signals from the unknown. Thus, the telephone should also possess additional functionalities. He attempted several numbers, all of which ended in failure, until, by chance, Tofu's gaze fell upon the map of Litz city that he had brought from home. And upon noticing several numbers inscribed upon it, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Although the telephone had yet to be invented, the advent of the post office had facilitated communication across various regions, with every country and locality on the northern continent, even down to each individual house, possessing a distinct identification number. In an era devoid of telephones, each subordinate city and state in the northern continent had its own coded numbers to ease the delivery of mail. Tofu began to sequentially input the representative code for Litz City in the Kingdom of Baya, followed by the digits for Crescent Street in the Green District. Finally, he dialed the number representing the Winslet residence at 64. After all this, the line remained unconnected until Tofu softly uttered, "Sophie Winslet," and awaited a response. Beep, beep. Tofu stood astonished, hearing the prolonged, busy signal, signifying that the call had gone through. With a final chime indicating connection, a breathy female voice emanated from the receiver, which, based on its frequency, he deduced to be Miss Winslet's. Is this even possible? Tofu marveled at the extraordinary turn of events. Reminiscent of the moment he had discovered the North Star satellite navigation system, which monitored the entirety of Litz City. If I speak now, will she be able to hear me? Or is this the kind of call that cannot be disconnected? Suddenly, Tofu was struck by a realization. He could directly transmit his voice into another's consciousness, bringing him one step closer to becoming a malevolent deity. With this peculiar thought, Tofu refrained from hanging up. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally directed his whispers of dark incantation towards the receiver. Esteemed Miss Sophie, Mr. Tofu Cape has settled all debts owed to you. Chapter 24: Tofu's Diary and the Mysterious Workings of Fate. I have unexpectedly rediscovered this diary within the confines of my cabin. After confirming that no suspected time travelers have existed in history, I have resolved to continue documenting my experiences as evidence of my existence here. I must admit, the entertainment in this world is horrifically scarce, devoid of the internet, television, and even literary works, particularly in a small city like Litz, where the inhabitants are occupied solely with procreation or indulging in the fragrant aftermath of one another's flatulence. Perhaps I could accumulate my initial fortune through writing, aligning with the zeitgeist and highlighting societal conflicts, as surely tales of love between men and women would captivate audiences. Thus, I have decided to title my forthcoming work Romeo and Juliet. Plagiarism? How could such a thing be associated with the scholarly? May 24, 1492, Monday, upon returning from the ship, I slept soundly, while Sophie appeared restless, casting me a peculiar glance as she recounted a nightmare about debt rights she had experienced the previous night. I calmly advised her to heed the call of her own heart. To soothe her troubled spirit, I shared the love story I wished to write, alongside narratives of Titanic and the Hunchback of Notre Dame. After summarizing these tales, I concluded a profound truth. Without love, one has no concerns. Sophie, moved by my words, insisted that I repay her immediately. Dealing with someone of the Aquarius sign is utterly vexing, obstinate, stubborn, and imbued with a strong sense of rebellion. I detest Aquarians. What? I, born in early September, am a Virgo. Well, that changes nothing. May 25, Tuesday, overcast turning to gloomy. After much contemplation throughout the night, I abandoned my decision to write a book. The thought of crafting tens of thousands of words is simply overwhelming. Especially for someone like me, who struggles to pen even 800 words in essays. Today, another workers' march erupted in the Wood District. Demonstrations, protests, strikes, and suppression seem to have become the dominant narrative of this world, where the upper echelons disregard the plight of the lower classes, who sometimes fail to regard themselves as human. I once believed that eliminating one Huang Xilang would suffice, only to discover that everyone aspires to be Huang Xilang. Indeed, where there is oppression, there is resistance. Perhaps what I ought to write is Das Kapital instead. A specter wanders in. May 26, Wednesday, sunny. At school, I discreetly approached Grace, who, since hearing my story, has undergone a significant transformation in her outlook on life and our relationship, leading us to become good friends. I subtly advised her to refrain from working at the Old Hunter Tavern, without disclosing the reason, and she complied, ensuring she wouldn't encounter me there. Regrettably, tonight I saw another familiar face. I was utterly disappointed to discover that Uncle Ethan is such a person. May 27, Thursday, cloudy. Since the church attack incident, no further homicides have occurred. Once the attack had passed, people conveniently forgot about it, allowing the tragedy to remain unprocessed. As long as a horrific event does not befall oneself, one can simply pretend it does not exist, and thus, past tragedies ought to be forgotten. The Old Hunter Tavern showed no signs of abnormality. It was merely a place where patrons wished to avoid spending money on entertainment, while the women aimed to entice them into doing so. A perfect match. Even the underground organization dealing in extraordinary items seemed to have gone into hiding. I hope they are safe. Perhaps the appearance of the deceased here was merely coincidental, compelling me to dismiss my earlier speculations. However, I did notice one thing. Most victims perished on their days off, including the dreadful church attack, which also occurred on a Sunday. The assailant could only find the time to commit murder on such days. It is not necessarily a desire to desecrate the sacred, but perhaps signifies that the perpetrator holds a lowly position, only free to act on that day. If even the killer must adhere to a 996 work schedule, what right do we have to slack off? By the way, since acquiring my eagle-eyed ability, I have discovered I can perceive things in the tavern's performances that ordinarily escape notice. It turns out that was not lace. What a transgression. May 28, Friday, sunny. In the most recent school simulation test, I barely surpassed the national score from last year. Much to Mr. Coleman's delight. In his pride, I noticed his hairline seemed to have receded even further. He approached me, expressing his willingness to write a recommendation letter for me to attend Litz University, to which I temporarily acquiesced. The potions I have consumed have significantly enhanced my memory and comprehension abilities, yet my studies in ancient languages and other subjects appear to have reached a bottleneck. I cannot expect substantial improvement in the short term. With only months remaining until higher education selections, I must strive diligently during this time to secure admission to a prestigious university in the capital, Copenhagen, and thoroughly embarrass my aunt. It is decided. Starting tomorrow, I shall study with fervor. May 29, Saturday, gentle breeze. Today's winds are particularly boisterous. In truth, it is quite challenging to concentrate at this age. Upon reflection, Litz University is not a bad option. Life is fleeting, and one must seize joy in the present. May 30, rest day. Even God takes a break on this day. What reason do I have to not do the same? May 31, Monday. Once again, I was mocked by Sophie. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows there are? Tu fu. Oh, tu fu. You can no longer indulge yourself like this. How can you sleep at your age? June 1, Tuesday, cloudy. Baya does not observe Children's Day, but I believe that on this special day, I should grant myself a day off as I approach adulthood. I have heard that Litz Institute of Technology and Mechanics is quite commendable. June 2, Wednesday, sunny. Notably, today I received an invitation from Grace, who wishes to go out with me on the next rest day. A self-proclaimed keyboard romance master who dispenses love advice to friends while remaining single for years. I have come to a gradual conclusion. She harbors feelings for me. However, I did not provide her with a response, as I am currently uninterested in any form of romantic entanglement. My sole focus is on accumulating wealth. Merely envying others serves no purpose. I must take action and become wealthier than they are. Speaking of which, when I saw Anna on the ship that day, she was adorned with a priceless necklace gifted by a wealthy merchant. I must devise a way to acquire it. June 6, Sunday, light rain. Unfortunately, after a period of calm, the serial killings have resumed, seemingly influenced by the perpetrator's mood, which appears to correlate with the weather. Recently, even Uncle has begun to take on extra shifts. This world is utterly insane. He seems to have noticed that frequenting the tavern was a common trait among the deceased prior to their deaths, which could be a crucial lead in the investigation. Upon returning home, I was greeted by Uncle, reeking of alcohol and cheap perfume, to which Aunt Anfield coldly remarked, "Continue. I am listening." This was destined to be an unsettling night. The assailant responsible for the church attack has yet to target our family. A promising sign. If peace can be maintained, that would be welcome. After enjoying a brief period of tranquility, I find myself reluctant to involve myself in the case. Yet, on several occasions, I have dreamt of the church and the deceased from the ship, their tearful gazes fixed upon me. June 8, Tuesday, overcast. Uncle and several of his colleagues convened at our home today. Officer Marlin, a kind-hearted soul, always supports Uncle's corny jokes, regardless of how dull they are. That I inadvertently overheard them discussing a collaboration with the Black Swan Agency, from which I learned that this agency has significant ties to the Church of Wisdom, functioning as an official supernatural organization. The assailant openly provoked the church, leading to discontent among its higher-ups, who were determined to make him, or her, pay the price. Moreover, I overheard an intriguing piece of information. After thoroughly investigating the extraordinary individuals associated with Litz, the Black Swan began to shift its focus towards the inquiry of taboo objects. In truth, this may very well be the very thing Uncle Roman referred to as possessing magical powers. It seems to be a category of extraordinary items that are strictly classified, housed, managed, and utilized by the church. Complete with designated danger levels, their existence could manifest in the form of a gun, a pen, or even a die. Even for extraordinary individuals, the use of such items carries considerable risk, as improper handling may result in a backlash from the taboo object itself. Upon hearing the discussion, a thought emerged in my mind. Perhaps the Saint Maria itself is a powerful taboo object. June 9, Wednesday, sunny. What is it like to be handsome in school? Grace has once again invited me to join her for an outing this weekend, with the destination set at the Ritz Theater. The primary reason for my willingness to attend is the rumor that the performers will don a costume known as a body stocking. Who could possibly resist the allure of white silk? June 10th, Thursday. Recently, I have begun to delve into the study of my abilities. Over this period, I have made little progress. Apart from muscle enhancement and the gift of eagle vision, I have yet to uncover a third ability. One cannot consume the next stage of advanced potion until the previous one has been fully digested. This is a fundamental principle of potion consumption. Given the title of hero, perhaps I ought to undertake tasks befitting this designation. Could it be slaying dragons or rescuing princesses? Wait, isn't that the domain of Zelda? June 12, Saturday, cloudy. The serial murder case is nearing a conclusion. Ever since I became involved with mysterious events, every decision I make has been cautious, as if walking on thin ice. That I hope to emerge unscathed this time as well. If I were to summarize my emotional journey after consuming the potion in one sentence, this hero is undeniably inept yet excessively cautious. Chapter 25. A date closing the diary. Fu instinctively furrowed his brow, carefully tucking it away in the bookshelf alongside the textbooks, appearing seamlessly integrated. As a person of integrity, it is quite normal to indulge one's inner self while documenting the beauty of life. After all, no one can decipher the Chinese characters, thus there is no risk of social embarrassment. What astonished Fu was that everything remained tranquil upon their return from the ship. As a survivor of the church attack, he and the Winster family had not heard the eerie melodies again. It seemed their adversaries had spared them, but he sighed heavily. However, as Mr. Roman said, even after 10 or 20 years, regardless of whether the perpetrator has faced justice, one can never be sure when the affected might quietly take their own lives. Sunday morning, after a brief wash in the bathroom, Fu yawned as he descended to partake in the breakfast his aunt had long prepared. The exquisite oatmeal with milk, vegetable salad, and fragrant, fluffy egg pie were commendable arrangements, even by middle-class standards. At the dining table sat a naturally beautiful blonde girl, basking in the sunlight. Appearing exceptionally charming, the early-rising Sophie was already relishing her meal. Her brow furrowed with intensity. "Hey, I've been thinking for a while. It seems like the voice in my dream that day was yours. Sophie, I swear by the name of the goddess of wisdom of Santiago, this has nothing to do with me," Fu declared with utmost sincerity. Yet he felt a pang of guilt due to Sophie's astonishing sixth sense. He had not anticipated that the telephone in the suite could precisely reach anyone's mind through room numbers. And it was the kind that could not be declined, surpassing even the accuracy of coordinates. From a certain perspective, he could even recite an entire rap when some extraordinary individuals ascended, comparable to those malevolent entities who whisper in one's ear. "Where are Uncle and Aunt?" Fu picked up a pie, took a sip of milk, and intentionally shifted the topic. "Mother and Aunt Rowena went to a wedding party. She never invites me to such joyous occasions," Sophie complained, pushing her half-eaten breakfast towards Fu. "As for Dad, I haven't seen him around for quite a while. It's hard to imagine how dreadful the security in Ritz has become. A slacker like him has even started working overtime." "Indeed, it is quite dreadful," Fu agreed wholeheartedly. "If Uncle Ethan were here, he would surely scowl at his two unfortunate children, each receiving a hefty slap. Goodness, there's nothing more tedious than spending a weekend at home alone," Sophie lamented, tugging at her golden hair, then vigorously shaking her head. "If there is, it must be spending the weekend with Fu." "Ah, the fickle Aquarius." Fu retorted coldly, "That might not come to pass, for I have an appointment today." "What? Say that again," Sophie exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping out. She could hardly trust her ears. "So, Miss Sophie will be spending the most boring weekend ever." Fu replied solemnly, "Perhaps you could team up with the new member of the Exxon family next door. It's called Xiao Fei Bai. As for looks, I prefer its soft fur." The neighbor of the Winster family was a talkative, amiable gentleman in his 70s, who loved to impart his life philosophies to anyone he encountered. In fact, most residents of Crescent Street were exceedingly polite, not because of their good temperaments, but because living there had cultivated their patience, just as one does not become wealthy solely because of their kindness, but rather, wealthy individuals extend their patience to those of equal standing. Sophie instinctively turned her head towards the next house. "But isn't old Exxon the only one at home?" "Of course, for Xiao Fei Bai is a smooth-coated Brado dog." Fu mischievously winked. "At least, it is a male dog. Get lost." This severely insulting remark infuriated Sophie, who retaliated with a light punch. Fu was indeed not lying. He had indeed been booked for this weekend a few days ago. Grace Kelly, the Cinderella of his class, approached him, hoping they could spend a pleasant day together today. In truth, this was Fu's first encounter with such an invitation, and he feared his lack of dating experience. "By the way, Sophie, are there any boys pursuing you at school?" Fu hesitated, but ultimately posed the question. "This will be the greatest dilemma of my life." Fu inquired further. "If someone confesses to you, how would you politely decline without being rude?" "Congratulations, you finally asked the right person." Sophie perked up at this topic. "It depends on the nature of your relationship. What if it's someone you're not very familiar with?" Fu pressed on. Sophie tilted her head and blinked. "Then you should tell them honestly that perhaps we could become friends and spend more time together. After a while, they might seek other girls. But I have a fairly good relationship with her. That excuse seems a bit far-fetched." "Then you should say that you've just ended a deeply impactful relationship that has caused you great distress. And you haven't yet escaped the shadows of that romance. You need more time to fade those memories." Sophie instructed earnestly, and Fu attentively absorbed her guidance. "And after that?" he asked, genuinely perplexed. "Later, I will move to a larger city, believing there will be more and better choices there. Sophie shrugged, adopting the demeanor of someone with experience, and retorted, "Why dig for gold on the road? If the other party knows you well, and is aware that you have no past relationship troubles, yet remains persistent?" Tu Fu mused, attempting to glean more insights from her. At this moment, Sophie straightened up, showing rare interest. Her demeanor shifted to one of shyness, her tone lowering slightly as she even winked at herself, speaking softly. "You treat me like an older brother." "Wonderful." After a prolonged silence, Tu Fu finally uttered that single word. "Sooner or later, if the Golden Mask Award is not bestowed upon Miss Winster, the fairness of the theatrical industry will appear utterly ridiculous." After a simple breakfast and washing the dishes, Tu Fu glanced at the clock. He had ample time to change into a suitable outfit. Donning a white vest with 6 buttons and pockets, accompanied by a light-colored tweed suit. After struggling with the tie for some time, he hung a cheap brass pocket watch from the pocket of his collared shirt, and finally completed his ensemble with a stylish 8-panel hat. The youthful figure in the mirror, after a touch of refinement, emanated an elevated aura, exuding a strong scholarly elegance, with striking features chiseled to perfection, and a jawline of classical beauty. Perfect. Tu Fu felt an overwhelming confidence in his appearance, radiating a potent masculine charm. "You aren't seriously planning to go like that, are you?" Sophie sighed heavily, exasperated with her inept brother. "What else should I do? Even if you don't like the person." Presenting a bouquet of flowers at the right moment is a thoughtful gesture. The language of flowers can convey your feelings towards someone. Sophie reiterated a phrase Aunt Anfield had repeated countless times. Dignity surpasses all. In the Winster household, dignity reigns supreme, both for oneself and for others. Dignity holds equal weight. As Tu Fu was on the verge of lamenting his financial woes, Miss Winston extended her delicate, fair arm and handed him several dark green banknotes adorned with the visage of His Majesty the King. Her voice resonated like the sweetest melody in the world. "Consider this alone." Tu Fu accepted the substantial sum, his expression transforming from astonishment to perplexity, ultimately culminating in a heartwarming smile. "Once again, I am grateful for the generosity of the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and magnanimous Miss Winston." In the bustling district of GRN, Cologne's Grand Square left Tu Fu with a rather unfavorable impression. One had to remain vigilant to avoid being pickpocketed. While the indistinguishable beggars incessantly recounted their tragic tales, with their accomplices stealthily rifling through your belongings, the vendors, upon noticing attire that suggested one was not from the area, often endeavored to extract a few extra pennies from your pockets. After haggling with the florist for what felt like an eternity, Tu Fu finally procured a reasonably priced bouquet that appeared suitably elegant. Emerging from the shop with a smile, he concealed the fresh blooms in a paper bag. Feigning nonchalance as he navigated the throngs in the square, attempting to project an air of sophistication, at the far end of the square stood Grace Kelly, the youthful beauty, with her translucent skin shimmering with an ivory glow. Resembled a water lily with her soft, flawless complexion, her long, dark lashes framed eyes of orange and blue, reminiscent of tranquil autumn waters. Today, Grace had donned a flowing white silk dress that accentuated her graceful figure, captivating all who passed by like a fluttering butterfly, stirring invisible ripples in the hearts of onlookers. Summoning his courage, Tu Fu endeavored to appear less rigid and approached her, extending his hand. "It is an honor to receive an invitation from such a lovely lady on a day like this." "I am equally delighted by your presence," Grace replied with a delicate smile, tucking a few loose strands of chestnut hair behind her ear before extending her fair hand. She noticed that Tu Fu's other hand was hidden behind his back, as if concealing something. "What do you have behind you?" Following the cue, Tu Fu naturally presented the spoils of his verbal sparring with the florist, eliciting a look of surprise from her as he produced the most fitting gift. "I believe nothing could compliment your beauty more than this." He revealed a bouquet of pristine, slightly curled white chrysanthemums. The florist had explicitly stated that the best wishes for a friend could be conveyed through a bunch of Sunderland autumn chrysanthemums, yet Tu Fu had opted for the most affordable white Sunderland winter chrysanthemums on the shelf. Grace's smile began to falter, her expression shifting to one of silence as she perhaps realized the nature of their relationship was merely platonic, leading to a sense of disappointment. "Tu Fu, do you know the meaning of the winter chrysanthemum?" Grace inquired after a prolonged silence. "What is it?" he replied. "At many grand funerals, people typically choose a bouquet such as this to honor the misfortunes of the deceased." Tu Fu. Chapter 26. The sparrow becomes a princess, unlike those wretched thieves and fraudsters engaging in illicit activities. Unscrupulous merchants employ legal means to swindle your money while selling you unsellable goods. Tu Fu subtly shifted the blame to the florist, his fingers tightening around the Sunderland winter chrysanthemums as he casually tucked the bouquet into his pocket. Feigning indifference. Let us simply forget this unpleasant matter. He had endured far more awkward situations than this, and now was a moment that tested one's emotional intelligence, with a thick skin akin to that of an uncle. All problems would be easily resolved. What just transpired? Grace asked, blinking in bewilderment, ensuring Tu Fu did not further embarrass himself. Indeed, that is precisely how it is. Yet, due to this inadvertent faux pas, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The usually loquacious Tu Fu fell silent. While Grace, on her day off, lowered her gaze, the shadows of a man and a woman cast together yet appearing solitary, having experienced two lives yet possessing no experience in matters of courtship. Tu Fu found himself sweating, initially intending to conclude this encounter with a bouquet, symbolizing friendship, but now felt even more tongue-tied. He sighed internally. I would rather engage in a battle of wits with the monsters aboard the ship. Say something. Anything at all. After a prolonged silence, Tu Fu managed to utter, Grace, do you have any plans for tonight? Grace smiled as she opened her backpack, retrieving 2 theater tickets. Tickets for the stage play at the Litz Theater. I saved for a long time to buy these 2 tickets for tonight's performance. Why don't we go enjoy the show together? Why not? Tu Fu raised an eyebrow, accepting the ticket for the renowned play. Reciprocating her smile. I am truly touched. No one has ever invited me to the theater before. You treat me as kindly as an older sister. He silently added, in comparison, I would much rather see you dance. Perhaps you should gradually become accustomed to all of this. Grace seemed unaware of the depth of her words, her gentle wink sending ripples through Tu Fu's heart. Tu Fu, I have noticed your diligence lately. Do you have a clear goal? Certainly. The Ritz Technical. No, Ritz University is indeed a suitable goal for me. Tu Fu quickly corrected himself. Then perhaps we may have another opportunity to be classmates, allowing me to know you better. Grace's radiant smile seemed to convey a certain signal. A signal that was glaringly obvious. This left Tu Fu's mind in turmoil as he feigned ignorance and resorted to the methods Sophie had taught him to navigate this conversation. His expression began to reflect a hint of pain, his tone gradually becoming subdued. Actually, not long ago, I experienced something unforgettable, which has caused me significant distress. At least for the time being. I do not intend to consider other matters. I completely understand, but I believe you would not refuse a listener, Grace replied. Her gaze sultry yet dignified as she seamlessly took the lead. Let us share your story together. Her playful smile effectively stifled Tu Fu's attempts to express his underlying thoughts, transforming his intended words into, that sounds truly wonderful. Well, in the presence of a woman of such high caliber, let Sophie and her useless rhetoric be damned. Lowering his gaze, Tu Fu glanced at the theater ticket, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. It appeared to be a rather intriguing play, much like Grace's transformation from the past to the present. The sparrow becomes a princess. What constitutes a perfect day of leisure in Tu Fu's dreams? It entailed spending a delightful day with a beautiful girl, hand in hand, basking in the sunshine on golden streets, engaging in delightful conversations over exquisite meals, and after watching a film of moderate quality. The most poetic sentiment would be to awaken the next morning together to greet the dawn. However, if Tu Fu were to make that choice again now, he would undoubtedly opt to remain at home. Reclining in a soft chair and lamenting the monotony of life at most, he would count Sophie's eyelashes with her. For Tu Fu suddenly realized that dating a girl like Grace was nothing short of torment. A veritable scourge on his spirit. After spending the entire morning and afternoon, Grace exuberantly guided him through 3 bustling commercial streets, her enthusiasm unwavering, seemingly impervious to fatigue. More importantly, as of now, Miss Grace remained empty-handed. Throughout countless verbal duels with merchants, she had yet to purchase a single item, seemingly relishing the ambience of shopping itself. Whenever Tu Fu could no longer suppress his grievances, the beautiful Grace would graciously soothe his feelings. I truly appreciate your company. I imagine accompanying me on a shopping spree must be dreadfully tedious. Tu Fu could only reply with a resigned smile. Oh, no, it is my honor. Dignity above all else. At 7 in the evening, in the municipal square, just as they exited the commercial street, Tu Fu spotted 2 enormous airships soaring across the sky, a massive banner strung between them. It was undeniably creative. This was an advertisement for the theater troupe's performance, displaying the showtime, cast, and tonight's play, The Sparrow Becomes a Princess. In Baya language, the center of the banner, was an exquisitely beautiful woman. Her golden hair elegantly coiled atop her head, her figure a classic embodiment of beauty, clad in a striking white ballet costume. In the municipal square, the towering Gothic-style theater stood adorned with a myriad of lights, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that made the Ritz theater shine brilliantly. Quickly, we are almost there, Grace exclaimed, her excitement seemingly boundless. You said that half an hour ago, Tufu responded weakly, still baffled by how women defined the concept of time. At the theater entrance, a red carpet led them into the performance hall. Audience members trickled in, and the clowns on stage grinned as they juggled an array of balls in a lively prelude. With Tufu and Grace finally seated, the weariness of their day-long outing gave way to a moment of tranquility as the theater troupe, a dozen strong, entered the stage, instantly igniting the atmosphere within. They were all dressed in complete, form-fitting dance costumes, and at the center stood the principal character of the evening, Lady Christina. She raised her beautiful visage, revealing a confident smile as she greeted the seated audience, eliciting a wave of applause that resonated throughout the hall. However, unlike the other stage actors adorned with glamorous makeup, this actress, portraying the heroine, wore a tattered old dress patched in numerous places, coupled with an intentionally unflattering makeup style and a strong rural accent, ensuring that the audience immediately remembered her character. It was then that actress Christina began to narrate her character's tragic tale. As the stage lights illuminated, the play The Sparrow Turns into a Princess commenced. The story opened with a narrative about a destitute individual struggling in the bustling city, akin to a sparrow seeking survival in the narrowest of crevices, yet finding herself plunged into dire straits due to the vicissitudes of life. Until one day she lay on a bench, nearly starving to death. Fortunately, she was roused by a troop of soldiers. An interior minister from the palace had mistaken her for the kingdom's princess due to their striking resemblance. The prince of a neighboring land was set to marry the kingdom's princess, but she had fled, unwilling to wed him, rumored to be quite hideous and of a violent disposition, akin to a dreadful monster. As the wedding approached, from the king to every courtier, chaos ensued. The interior minister cleverly beseeched the lady to impersonate the princess to help the kingdom navigate this crisis. In return, they promised her sustenance and garments, enabling her to lead a prosperous life. The sparrow enthusiastically acquiesced to this request, and from that day forth, she indulged in a life befitting a princess, feasting on sumptuous meals she had never encountered before and choosing from an array of exquisite gowns. Yet, on the day of the wedding, with trepidation, she approached the daunting prince of the neighboring realm, only to find a handsome, tall, and noble prince before her. In truth, though Tufu found such a sugary narrative rather cloying, it enjoyed considerable popularity in Baya. This sparrow lady, living in hardship, epitomized the plight of many, who longed for the day they too might encounter a similar opportunity to transform into a princess. Yet in reality, the sparrow girl does not meet princes on the streets, Tufu quipped nonchalantly. She merely encounters the brutes of the urban management, who bellow, "Hey, you can't stay here overnight." Such plot lines could only exist on stage, for in reality, they were neither romantic nor amusing. Grace, however, ardently appreciated the play, disregarding his jests. Though I have seen it many times before, I still adore this production. Perhaps it was due to her unexpectedly similar background and experiences that she held a profound interest in tales like Cinderella and The Sparrow Turns into a Princess, which echoed the sentiment of "do not mock the impoverished girl." Carrie. By the way, are you still working part-time at the tavern to pay for your tuition? Tufu inquired, his gaze unwavering, intentionally or unintentionally probing. After hearing you speak of it, I have gone there less frequently. And besides, Wood District has been quite chaotic lately. There have been numerous incidents, as I recall mentioning to you, Grace replied, rubbing her eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. Indeed, it is not just Wood District. Just recently, even the Santiago Cathedral on Central Avenue collapsed, claiming many lives in that disaster. Are you aware of this? Tufu casually mentioned the church incident. Grace's expression instantly shifted to one of despondency. I read about it in the newspaper. It is truly heartbreaking. Yes. At that time, my family and I were at Santiago Cathedral. Looking back, we were incredibly fortunate to survive. It was all due to a murderer named Andrew, who caused many innocent lives, including his own, to perish in the chaos. The doorman, Fredo, was quite a gentleman as well. He warmly shared the tale of the goddess of wisdom with us. Tufu recalled, a lingering sense of regret in his sigh. Unfortunately, he too fell victim to that riot. I sincerely hope the murderer is caught soon, Grace responded casually, though her expression betrayed an undeniable sorrow. Grace, what is it? I just mentioned that the murderer is dead. Chapter 27. The red shoes. The atmosphere grew not only tense but also imbued with an odd aura. The answer Tu Fu provided was quite intriguing. Indeed, at least in the public's perception, the perpetrator of the church attack had perished in the turmoil. Only a select few law enforcement personnel in the Black Swan Bureau were privy to the fact that another assailant was involved. While the lively performance on stage captivated the audience's attention, Tu Fu and Grace remained silent, their conversation uninterrupted by the external clamor, but in the brief distance between their seats. One could even observe the beads of sweat forming on their foreheads and the rapidity of their breaths. On this day, which was meant to be filled with romance and subtlety, he broached such a somber topic, inevitably marring the mood. Grace's expression morphed repeatedly, displaying natural surprise as she exclaimed, I had thought there were other culprits involved in that case. Is that so? Tu Fu did not delve deeper into the matter but redirected the conversation. You mentioned earlier that you no longer work at the Old Hunter Tavern? Since you informed me of its dangers. I haven't ventured there in quite some time, Grace replied playfully, winking as if teasing a jealous boy. Do you care about this matter? I indeed care very much, Tu Fu responded with a slight smirk, because a multitude of incidents have transpired in Wood District recently. And my uncle informed me that those who perished were all connected to the Old Hunter Tavern. Grace, belatedly realizing the implications, patted her chest. How fortunate I am to have left. Since your departure from the Old Hunter Tavern, the murders in Wood District have ceased, Tu Fu stated solemnly, revealing the reason he had subtly hinted at Grace's departure since returning from the boat. He had long harbored suspicions and cast a bait. His eyes, as deep and inscrutable as the night, locked onto Grace, piercing through the deceptions of the world. In truth, during his second voyage, Tu Fu had observed the surveillance of the Old Hunter Tavern and was astonished to discover a pattern. Every time someone fell victim to the frenzied dance, they would visit the Old Hunter Tavern, and Grace always appeared coincidentally in the footage. Once or twice could be chalked up to coincidence, but as Tu Fu noted, after he deliberately hinted to Grace about leaving the Old Hunter Tavern, the string of murders ceased, and the tavern returned to its usual state. The stage play continued, now reaching the climax of the Sparrow Princess and the neighboring prince's wedding ceremony. Despite the persistent flashes of light, they were unable to dispel the gravity of their conversation. This is utterly absurd, Grace laughed incredulously. Just because I worked at that tavern, you presume me to be the serial killer. Moreover, you have been there yourself. Have you not? I was uncertain before, but now I am convinced, Tu Fu replied cryptically. The more he probed, the more apprehensive he felt. Based solely on conjecture, he could not definitively conclude anything, especially in the absence of substantial evidence. Just moments ago, when he casually mentioned the Old Hunter Tavern, he was astonished to learn that Grace was aware of his clandestine visits there. Even the underground organization and intermediary Alonso had not gleaned this information. Yet Grace had discerned it. He had already concluded her exceptional nature, recalling the sensation of being watched by a pair of eyes in the darkness after acquiring the potion, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. So how did I manage to do it? To kill so many without lifting a finger? Grace retorted in exasperation, tossing the conundrum back to Tu Fu. That is precisely what I wish to inquire, he replied candidly. Perhaps it is not difficult to accomplish with some extraordinary power. Forbidden objects or rituals. Tu Fu had attempted to investigate Grace through surveillance, and he was well aware that this seemingly demure girl harbored a different persona beneath, under the guise of her tavern employment. She took to the stage, indulging in a form of self-liberation. Each time Grace performed, it was as if she cast a spell, drawing numerous audience members who began to pursue her. After each performance, she shed her usual naivety, transforming like the Sparrow Princess into someone entirely distinct. I'm quite curious about how you accomplished this and why you targeted the church, Tu Fu spoke slowly, his tone devoid of interrogation, but rather affirming the reality of the situation. Upon hearing this, Grace's gaze deepened, sharp and penetrating. She was astonished that an ordinary individual possessed such profound insight into the matter. Do you truly wish to know? There was no defense, no rebuttal, nor need for more words to obscure the truth. Grace's tone was remarkably calm, yet it resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Her tranquil demeanor caused Tu Fu's heart to tremble. And as her words escaped her lips, the entire theater fell silent in that moment. The world around them stilled. The performers on stage suddenly froze. The lights ceased their dance, and the audience members who had been whispering quieted. It was as if the hands of a clock had halted their march. Do you genuinely wish to know? Grace's voice rose, devoid of any tenderness, her unstable tone laced with anger, dissatisfaction, and an undertone of madness. Tofu's heart raced as a familiar sense of crisis washed over him. Instinctively, he activated his eagle eye ability, his sharp gaze landing on Grace's feet, where he noticed she had donned a pair of striking red dance shoes. The brilliance of that red was blinding. "Allow me to tell you everything," Grace said slowly as she rose, her lithe form leaping high, mimicking Andrew's dance from that day in the church, yet her movements were subtler. Tofu blinked rapidly, unable to intervene, as the familiar, eerie melody filled his ears, nearly halting his heart. It was the same sinister tune he had heard in the church, its fast-paced frequency threatening to shatter his heart and veins. This music was even more terrifying than the repetitive strains of Cannon and Little White Boat. Grace's expression grew increasingly bizarre. Ever since acquiring those red shoes, she had developed an insatiable desire to dance, ceaselessly, day and night. Frolicking across fields and lawns, she danced in the rain, in the wind, and under the sun. Not only did she dance in graveyards, but she also found herself compelled to twirl before the church, only to be chased away by the priest, who cursed her to never stop. When she danced in those red shoes, those who had previously ignored her became inexplicably excited, as if it was only upon wearing those shoes that she transformed into the Princess of Midnight. After midnight, once she removed the shoes, she would revert to being that pitiful Cinderella. Despite her fear, it was as though she were cursed, unable to cease or remove the red shoes. She continued to dance until her body turned pale and cold, until she became a mere skeleton. Grace's unique movements seemed to provoke a reaction from the Grand Theater, as the actors on stage turned their attention to her, followed by the crew's gazes. The noisy children in the front row ceased their weeping, and the couples who had come to enjoy the performance fell silent. The elderly man craned his stiff neck. This group of people, previously indifferent, seemed to have an unspoken agreement as they all turned to face her, raising their heads. Those who had been looking down lifted their gazes. Those who had been sideways adjusted their positions, while those who had been turned away spun their heads in eerie synchrony. In that moment, countless eyes fixated on Tofu, the only normal person present. In the next instant, a frenzied, bizarre smile of death spread across everyone's lips. "Damn it! It's Ethan's men. Why are you everywhere?" Officer Dutton Fikes exclaimed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the Green District Police Department's vehicles surrounding the area. Accompanying him were the drunken Roman Richard and his extraordinary colleague Kirby, who were, in fact, the primary operatives for the operation. Just as they arrived, they spotted Ethan Winster's vehicle and his bumbling officers, who were already poised for action. "Regrettably, you are too late. Officer Ethan has already led a team inside," Marlin cheerfully whistled, using words taught to him by Ethan. "Gentlemen of the police department, why not continue to apprehend criminals in the prison?" "Damn it." Officer Fikes' face alternated between shades of green and white. "We were the first to uncover the clues. You had better not hinder our investigation." A dispute ensued between the two sides over who had discovered the clues first, while the opposing team leader, Roman Richard, stroked his chin with interest. "Is it possible that you all received a tip-off before coming here?" "What, you have one too?" Marlin suddenly remembered something, pulling a tip-off letter from his pocket, only to watch in astonishment as Fikes and Roman produced identical letters. The letters clearly stated that a horrific riot was imminent at the Ritz Grand Theater tonight, the perpetrator being the same as in the Wood District and Santiago Church cases. At the end of the three letters, the identity of the writer was unmistakably revealed. The Brotherhood, signed off. Chapter 28. Sir, times have changed. In this present moment, a chilling, malevolent song, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, once again spread through the Grand Theater, rippling outward like the undulating surface of a lake. Tofu's gaze remained fixed on the red shoes beneath Grace's feet, and the disturbing noise had not ceased since she began to dance. It felt as if he were besieged by a battalion of overly enthusiastic square dancers, bombarding him with the loudest Bluetooth speakers for an entire day, driving him to the brink of madness. Fortunately, after his ascension to the extraordinary, he was instinctively resistant to the cycle of death's voice. He was now entirely convinced that Grace was using those red shoes to disseminate a mental plague akin to a ticking time bomb, deliberately targeting and rapidly proliferating her influence. This was undoubtedly a forbidden object. In that moment, transformed into a princess, Grace exuded a unique aura, her icy gaze dismissing everything before her, including Tofu. His arrival shattered the splendid stage performance, jolting her from the role-playing game of prince and princess. Covering her face in sorrow, she released an indescribable sadness. Why must it be this way? Beautiful lady, I sincerely apologize for my earlier inappropriate remarks. Tufu realized the gravity of the situation. The theater was filled with hundreds of spectators and actors, all infected by the plague of dance, resembling a pack of starving beasts. With a mere command from Grace, Tufu would instantly be torn to shreds, and with his meager extraordinary powers, he would likely leave behind only a faceless corpse. In that critical moment, valuing his life, Tufu chose to follow his heart's desire. Perhaps I can apologize to atone for my foolish mistake. It's all because of you. You ruined everything I prepared for you. Grace, in her red shoes, underwent a dramatic emotional shift, accusing Tufu of his sins, and suddenly burst into tears. Tufu, feeling anxious, could hardly bear to see a girl cry, and tried his best to stabilize her emotions. He spoke gently, his tone a complete turnaround. Yes, of course, it is my fault, but on such a wonderful day, to accompany my beloved princess on a perfect date would be my greatest wish. At the mention of the word princess, Grace's movements noticeably faltered. With each performance on stage, amidst the audience's cheers and applause, Grace became increasingly enraptured by her role, gradually embodying the essence of a princess. Perhaps, deep down, she had already come to view herself as one. Sensing the diminishing hostility within her, Tufu noticed the key phrase and pressed on. Elegance and dignity are the hallmarks of a true princess. The implication was clear. To harm him would be an act utterly lacking in both elegance and dignity. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of frenzied spectators, the spotlight fell perfectly upon Tufu, as if fate had ordained him to complete this unfinished stage play. The qualities of a true princess. Grace appeared genuinely swayed. He slowly approached the frenzied Grace, gently gesturing with his hands, urging her to relax. Indeed, just imagine how splendid this date could be. Look, everyone is wishing us well. Everything has become wonderful. Tufu sensed that Grace did not truly wish to harm him, and so he willingly played the role of the prince, engaging in this absurd game within the theater. Behold, how successful this date has become. After enduring countless trials, the princess finally met her destined prince, who loved her sincerely. From that moment on, they lived happily ever after. The audience could hardly contain their applause at such a storyline. Even Tufu, who despised sappy romances, found himself moved to tears by this dreamlike love that only existed in novels. He was genuinely on the verge of tears, just as he believed he had soothed Grace's emotions and that the situation was settled. A loud voice suddenly echoed from the theater entrance. Police! Don't move! Damn it! Tufu felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, itching to leap up and slap the idiot who shouted, "As expected." Those words doused the nearly entranced Grace with cold water. Her eyes instantly turned crimson, and she shouted in fury, "You're lying to me!" Roar! Almost simultaneously, a dozen spectators beside her lunged at Tufu like frenzied beasts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he felt a strange glimmer in his deep-set eyes. He watched as the crowd's movements unfolded frame by frame, swiftly controlling his muscles and gathering all his strength to leap out of the encirclement. The sharp claws of the crowd merely grazed the edge of his clothing. Leaving the sinister prince unscathed, he fortuitously rolled off stage, narrowly avoiding a collision with the incoming officers. Clang! In the moment of falling backward, Tufu accidentally bumped into the large lighting rig behind him, getting himself wedged inside. But it effectively blocked the frenzied audience, slowing their attempt to tear him apart. The third ability. Tufu vaguely sensed that he had passively activated the third ability of the hero, to reverse a dire situation through small localized changes. It was an inexplicable stroke of extraordinary fortune that Tio put it simply. It is the adversity aura that most protagonists possess. Oh, it seems we must act swiftly. This is truly dire. Upon entering through another door, Roman Richard, a middle-aged member of the Black Swan extraordinary team, was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, before his gaze swiftly shifted to the most radiant figure, Grace. TSK, a superhuman capable of spreading plagues. The report sent to the Black Swan office had mentioned such a thing. This might be a transmissible form of mental illness, and the seasoned Roman immediately discerned the cause of her uncontrollable state, a pair of shoes that spread mental contagion. This revelation made all the murder cases suddenly make sense. In truth, such bizarre and forbidden objects were not uncommon, but those with such lethal and destructive potential were exceedingly rare. Theoretically speaking, as long as the mental entity controlling the forbidden object was sufficiently powerful. The scope of destruction would not merely be limited to a few dozen individuals. Kobe, you must sever the chain of infection. We cannot allow the number of infected to continue to rise. Roman tossed a remark to the green-eyed officer and then advanced alone. The green-eyed officer, the dreamweaver Kobe, smiled subtly, exuding an air of artistic flair, as he spoke with the distinctive magnetism of a poet. Dark slumber, descend upon me. Sleep, all will and hope. I am a cradle, gently rocking it. Forget the wicked memories, and rest quietly in the void of the grave. Sleep now. His gentle chant unfurled instantaneously from all directions. Even the fallen Tufa felt his eyelids grow heavy, an unprecedented fatigue urging him to rest. An invisible hand seemed to sway his body, lulling him into slumber along with the beautiful melody. No. Just as Tufu's head began to droop completely, the tranquility of the theater startled him awake. The earlier roars and heavy breaths of the audience had become eerily silent. For that 100 or so spectators, at such a critical moment of life and death, had fallen asleep. Thud, 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 they toppled like a line of dominoes, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Another extraordinary individual. Tufu was astonished yet somewhat elated. It was indeed a superhuman with hypnotic abilities, who had completely taken control of the chaotic scene. Thanks to his alert, the Black Swan team clearly was not new to resolving such incidents. Their methods and skills were highly refined. After swiftly severing the chain of infection, Roman Richard approached Grace alone. With a calm demeanor, he picked up a stick that had fallen on the ground. As he threw it, it instantly transformed into a sharp steel spear, hurtling towards Grace with a mighty whoosh. Whoosh! The latter deftly evaded the attack with a nimble lift of her toes. While drunkard Roman seized scattered items like wallets, belts, and cups from the ground, hurling them with precision to eye in the hands of the Knight-class superhuman. They morphed into blades, hooks, and bricks, aimed at the central target, Grace, adorned in her red dancing shoes, who moved with the grace of a dancer, exhibiting remarkably agile reflexes. After a series of swift movements, she managed to evade all attacks flawlessly. Is this the legendary Knight-class superhuman? Even Tufu, who was observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. Even if one did not adhere to the knightly spirit of one-on-one combat, one should at least have the valor of a brave warrior in the face of an enemy. Life and death were at stake, yet Mr. Roman's behavior, akin to a child playing with toys, seemed anything but gallant. The other green-eyed officer, Kobe, after severing the infection chain, rejoined the fray. He merely uttered a single word, dream, with a snap of his fingers. The previously agile Grace found her movements unexpectedly slowed, her head gradually bowing. He intended to conclude the battle more efficiently by dragging the opponent into a dream realm, where he felt most adept. However, as this action concluded, the seemingly powerless lady, when her red dancing shoes shimmered with a radiant glow, erupted with astonishing vigor. Kobe, who had closed his eyes, suddenly widened them in shock, feeling a constriction in his chest as blood surged forth from his throat. It was still those red dancing shoes that fueled her, as if donning them bestowed boundless power. Roman Richard, disregarding everything else, ripped a gas lamp from the stage to use as a fiery spear, while his other hand grasped a chair to shield himself, transforming the square seat into a shield. This rapid-paced battle appeared fleeting to outsiders, yet from the very beginning, Tufu had fixated on Grace, seizing the opportunity while she and the dream manipulator were engaged. He sprang forth like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver the final blow when necessary. With a powerful leap, his leg muscles flexed, racing like the wind. He spotted the opening. While Grace was entangled with Roman on the grand stage, he lunged forward, grasping the very red dancing shoes that had ensnared her feet, attempting to forcibly wrench them off. In that moment, Kelly Grace let out a piercing scream, and Roman's gaze deepened, seizing the opportunity to thrust his blazing spear into her calf, blood gushing forth as easily as a knife slicing through tofu. Yet, as Tufu endeavored to remove the cursed red shoes, he was equally astonished, for no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not pry them off. Witnessing the frenzied Grace advance, poised to crush him, Uncle Ethan burst through the rear door of the theater. Witnessing this very scene, the veteran officer quickly drew a bronze revolver from his waist, his grip steadier than ever. After a slight adjustment, he unhesitatingly aimed at his target, as Grace, with both feet immobilized, found herself unable to move. With two resounding gunshots, the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air, as two brass bullets tore through the atmosphere, spiraling at high speed before bursting forth in two shocking sprays of blood upon Grace. Incredibly, she collapsed, having been shot. Thus, the struggle and chaos reached a definitive end. Uncle Ethan exhaled sharply, expressing his discontent in Bayer language. What a flashy display. Ironically, a host of extraordinary beings had engaged in a prolonged battle. Yet it was a mere gun and 2 bullets that proved more effective at this critical juncture. Tufu, still grappling with the red shoes, suddenly recalled a famous movie line. "Sir, the times have changed," as he watched the police reinforcements arrive outside the Grand Theater. This matter seemed destined to settle. Throughout the ordeal, Tufu's expression flickered with complex emotions as he gazed at Grace's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Her complexion was pale, yet a hint of relief graced her lips. Resembling a flower poised to bloom, Tufu's countenance remained indifferent as he rummaged through his pocket. Finally retrieving the flower he had previously tucked away, once again, he presented the Sunderland chrysanthemum to Miss Grace. This time, he did not go astray. Chapter 29, the performer the stage of the Grand Theater. After an intense battle, the audience area lay in disarray when a resounding male voice captured everyone's attention. "Ethan, how is it you again?" Officer Dutton Fix, upon arriving at the scene, coordinated with the police department personnel. They cleared the spectators outside the theater before surrounding the performance hall from all sides. Roman and the other extraordinary individuals had long been engaged with the suspects, their mutual probing showcasing the splendor of superhumans in a dazzling display. Yet at that moment, Ethan seemingly emerged from nowhere. Seizing the opportunity to swiftly conclude the conflict in his service days, he was always the least conspicuous, yet consistently managed to strike luck at crucial moments, whether on the battlefield, in pursuit of Lady Ample, or even in solving cases. It was the same. Just when everyone was exhausted from the struggle, he appeared to take a shot that ended it all. Fix felt a wave of frustration wash over him. That vague sense of helplessness ignited his anger as he roared at Ethan. "She was a key suspect. And you killed her." Drunken Uncle Roman raised a hand in a placating gesture. "It's all right. She was already dead. I mean, when that forbidden object activated, even a low-level superhuman like her could not withstand such a cost." In the confrontation with the Dreamweaver Kobe, the power unleashed by those red dancing shoes had drained Grace's extraordinary strength, leaving her a cold corpse, continuing to fight through mere instinct and residual consciousness. Alas, such power could not sustain life for long. "Tufu, you two are here." Ethan Winchester, with his gun barrel pointed downward, did not respond to him, instead striding towards the flustered Tufu, who appeared at a loss after the ordeal, his pale face betraying his fear. "Uncle, let me explain. I know Grace, which is why I came here with her, and I never expected such an incident to occur." Tufu rubbed his temples, troubled by how to concoct a plausible excuse. He had considered distancing himself from the situation, but Grace's concealment had been too profound, and he feared alarming the snake with his actions, thus orchestrating such a scheme. The 3 reports had been sent at different times, with the earliest one directed to his uncle, providing clear details, thus allowing him a temporal advantage. Yet Tufu had truly not anticipated that Uncle Ethan would prove to be quite adept, managing to seize the first victory. Having resolved the battle, Roman Richard casually organized his attire, remarking, "Well done, lad." The sincerity in Uncle Roman's commendation for Tufu's selfless actions was palpable. His gaze soon fell upon the pair of vividly red dance shoes strewn across the floor, prompting him to signal to a member behind him, who was clutching a black box, to step forward. It was only when the other party secured the crimson shoes within the box that Roman, still shaken, exhaled a sigh of relief. A pair of shoes capable of inciting a mental plague should at least be classified as a level 2 forbidden object. If the user's mental prowess were to be greater, the contagion could envelop the entire city of Litz. Just imagine, a mental plague that could instigate a dance epidemic, spreading through movement. If it were to erupt on Central Avenue, it would balloon uncontrollably, ensnaring the entire populace, culminating in a catastrophic bang of destruction. They won't be harmed, will they? Tufu noted the hundreds of ordinary civilians who had been forcibly put to sleep, recalling how they too had been infected moments earlier. "Do not fret. The forbidden object has been severed from its source and will not manifest its effects." Another green-eyed officer, Kirby, having forcibly stifled his injuries, added, "They will awaken shortly," regarding the recent events as nothing more than a dream. Kirby found it somewhat peculiar that Tufu seemed immune to the mental contagion of the red shoes. But he could only speculate that it was due to Tufu's heightened inspiration. After all, this was not the first instance. That is a relief. Tufu finally relaxed, acknowledging he was no savior and lacked the capacity to aid many. Previously, in the church, he felt powerless to intervene, only managing to safeguard his OW and at least this time. His plan would not harm others. I still cannot comprehend why Grace would act this way. She is not typically like this. At an opportune moment, a hint of timely sorrow flickered in Tufu's eyes. Perhaps it is due to the path of the extraordinary she has chosen. Roman Richards seemed to recall something, whispering, "Possessing such a marvelous forbidden object can indeed accelerate the process of assimilation." However, the cost of excessive role-playing is addiction, much like her being controlled by the forbidden object, forgetting she is merely playing a part. This is a grave taboo. Roman, you should not speak of such things so casually. Another extraordinary. Kirby frowned, interrupting his partner's incessant chatter. Yet, to Tufu's ears, this undoubtedly became a valuable piece of information. Role-playing a potion is a method of digesting the potion, but one must not overindulge in the performance. Tufu, you truly should not be here, nor should you be listening to matters that bear no relevance to your life. Uncle Ethan did not hesitate to caution him, asserting that proximity to the extraordinary could lead to misfortune. Tufu feigned apprehension. It was merely an accident. I assure you it will not happen again. Much like Conan, who always seemed to appear at the scene of a crime, it was merely a coincidence. Mr. Winster, thank you for your timely arrival. I hope we might have the opportunity to collaborate. Roman was unfazed by the other's stern demeanor, smiling as he extended his hand. Ethan responded dismissively, I hope so. In truth, those who truly understood the extraordinary were reluctant to venture into the abyss. Only the young believed that becoming extraordinary was an enviable pursuit, unlike the last encounter at the church. This time, capturing the suspect without triggering a major incident was undoubtedly the best outcome, given the minor commotion that ensued. Sir, we have been quite fortunate. Officer Marlon Daller, working under Ethan, beamed with delight. Years of camaraderie had made him well acquainted with Ethan. Despite being embroiled in an intractable serial murder case, they had seemingly gained a significant advantage with minimal effort. As the case's lead investigator, arriving in time to resolve the matter was commendable, especially since Ethan personally executed the dangerous individual. Such an achievement would surely garner him further accolades. I had already deduced the murderer's intentions. Seeing that the situation was now under control, Ethan's lips curled into an unmistakable smile as he confidently proclaimed, "Everything is well within our grasp." The officer is wise, Marlon chimed in, playing along with his shameless superior. This incited a palpable irritation in Officer Fikes from the headquarters, who clenched his teeth in frustration. It is merely a stroke of luck. Oh, is that not, dear Mr. Fikes? Were you not just on a timeout? Uncle Ethan fully embraced his contentious nature, feigning surprise. Goodness, you cannot possibly be responsible for this case. It is hard to believe the police department would even send you. This remark nearly made Fikes choke with rage. They were all engaged in the same tasks, evacuating civilians and apprehending the culprit. Yet, due to Ethan's decisive gunfire at the end, he seemed to monopolize all the glory. Very well, I hope you can swiftly climb the ranks to the police department. That way, you may catch up to my pace. Fikes took a deep breath to appear more magnanimous. Indeed, some must rely solely on luck. Ethan, unfazed, affectionately called out the other's name, Dutton. The choice of Anfield was mine. Shut up. Just shut up. The Anfield family even gifted me a house on Crescent Street. I do not wish to see you again. I have a charming daughter. Ethan Winster. Tufu was certain that had Uncle Ethan not departed with the air of a victor, Officer Fikes would have been compelled to draw his weapon and eliminate the shameless rogue. This interrogation process was far less troublesome than the last. The perpetrator, Grace, along with the red shoes, had been taken in by the goddess faction behind Roman. Roman refrained from employing his abilities for interrogation, opting instead to glean a simple understanding of the events from Tufu. To be honest, children with your kind of courage are a rare find. The inebriated Uncle Roman unabashedly expressed his admiration for Tufu, proactively handing him a note inscribed with an address. If you are interested in this matter, come find me here in 3 days. But my uncle forbids me from further contact with you all. Tufu attempted to divert the conversation, only to be met with Roman's enigmatic smile. He then shrugged and posed a question he eagerly anticipated. Moreover, there is something even more significant. What is it? Does my recent conduct qualify as an act of heroism? Absolutely, quite courageous. Then, should not the police department offer some form of reward? Tofu's tone suddenly turned serious. This is of great importance. Perhaps. The audience at the Ritz Grand Theater, who had been mentally infected and hypnotized, gradually awakened one by one after the incident concluded, gazing bewilderedly at the dilapidated stage that a team of officers moved in and out, yet offered no explanations. For ordinary individuals, steering clear of the mysterious was a considerable blessing. The lead actress of the stage play, The Sparrow Turns Princess, Christina, a stunning lady, pressed her temples upon regaining consciousness, utterly oblivious to the recent occurrences. Goodness, what transpired? Some unforeseen events, replied a spectator beside her, holding a ticket to the performance. His eyes were remarkably clear, and his gesture to assist her earned Christina's favor. Fortunately, it is all behind us. Thank you. Will the performance continue? I regret to inform you that it appears there will be no opportunities to perform for the foreseeable future, Christina lamented. What a pity. I can no longer enjoy performances by a lady as beautiful as you. Tofu sincerely felt this way and, upon seeing her smile, seized the moment. So, may I have a refund? Christina replied softly, I'm afraid not. Well then, you must at least tell me how the play concludes. He referred to the ending of the stage play. Having only witnessed half due to Grace's madness. You mean The Sparrow Turns Princess? Of course, I can share that. The lead actress Christina did not refuse this request. As this story is a fundamental bedtime read in the southern region of Bayana. Its widespread popularity did not constitute a breach of performance content. Upholding her professional ethics, she passionately recounted the conclusion of the tale. On the day of the wedding, when the handsome prince appeared, the Sparrow Princess had never felt such happiness. Just as the prince and princess were about to live blissfully together, the original runaway princess returned, marrying the handsome prince of a neighboring kingdom with the assistance of the kingdom's ministers. Even after having portrayed this story numerous times, Christina still felt sorrow for it, her brow furrowing deeply as if mourning the misfortunes of the Sparrow Maiden. So, what became of the Sparrow Maiden in the end? After being cast out of the palace by the true princess, the Sparrow Princess returned to the streets, dying alone in hunger and cold, forever reminiscing about the happiest and most joyful days of her life. Chapter 30. The wise Sophie Roman Richard was not a reliable man, and any dancer from the South Shore who had encountered him would readily attest to this. However, the information he provided was relatively accurate. Following the plague incident at the Ritz Grand Theater, he learned from Uncle Ethan that the police department would reward contributions based on this operation's outcomes. More importantly, as the sole outsider who actively participated in the incident, Tofu Cape would be awarded the Medal of Valor and, in that capacity, receive a handsome monetary reward. The kingdom would not neglect its citizens who contributed. 300 crowns? Tofu listened in disbelief to the figure presented. It was the equivalent of an ordinary worker's annual bonus. He could hardly fathom why the typically frugal police department would be so generous. After all, given the involvement in a mysterious incident, the reward should rightfully be calculated at the highest limit. Ethan gazed at the young man in silence, fearing he was oblivious to the gravity of his actions, and rubbed his temples in frustration. You should head home now. If we both return simultaneously, it may raise suspicions, and your aunt will undoubtedly notice. I will keep this matter under wraps for you, but do not let it happen again. The seasoned uncle quickly devised a plan, ensuring everything appeared calm and collected. Of course, upon hearing of a substantial sum being deposited, Tofu felt an undeniable lift in his spirits. As he exited the police bureau after providing his statement, dusk had begun to fall. He navigated through the crowd, walking along these seemingly unfamiliar streets of the city that he had meticulously plotted in his mind countless times through surveillance. Indeed, from the moment Grace had reached out to him, Tofu had sensed something amiss and had begun to orchestrate his own scheme. On the day of the operation, he had strategically delivered a tip-off letter to his uncle's police bureau, followed by a visit to the Black Swan Agency, and finally to the city police headquarters. The headquarters was responsible for organizing the manpower. The extraordinary individuals from the Black Swan Agency served as the main force. And as for Uncle Ethan, he was merely there to bask in the glory. Meanwhile, Tofu aimed to use this adventure as a means to test the results of his potion consumption. To his surprise, not only did he learn about the method of digesting the magical potion, but he also stumbled upon an unexpected windfall. Look at that. I have managed to protect the people of Ritz. A strong desire to share his thoughts surged within him, yet he felt a tinge of loneliness from the absence of anyone to confide in. However, his melancholy did not linger for long. The prospect of the forthcoming reward brightened his mood, prompting him to choose a private carriage for his journey home. He even treated himself to 2 exquisite cheesecakes, indulging in a brief taste of middle-class life. Number 64B, Crescent Street, against the backdrop of the darkening night. Tu Fu trudged wearily towards his home. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the peculiar expression on Miss Winster's face, her gaze scrutinizing the pastries he held at tea this hour. The lady of the house, Mrs. Anfield, was in her room, diligently practicing her daily yoga routine to maintain her figure. "This is your reward," Sophie stated incredulously as she took the cake, shaking her head in disbelief. "I thought you wouldn't return. Where else would I go?" Tu Fu replied, puzzled. "The money I gave you is enough to rent a decent suite," Sophie said earnestly, blinking at him. When she saw Tu Fu's lack of response, disappointment washed over her face. "Did you forget to book a room?" Even Aunt Anfield, who was in her room doing yoga, could not help but exclaim her dissatisfaction upon overhearing this unfortunate exchange. "Sophie, all right, let us not dwell on that," Sophie said, sticking out her tongue in fright. However, the romantic gossip of a girl her age, particularly regarding friends and family, far surpassed any irritation Tu Fu might feel. "So, how was your date today?" Tu Fu's brow furrowed as he struggled to find the right words to describe the outcome. Finally mumbling awkwardly, "It went cold." "What?" Sophie clearly did not expect such an ending. Her eyebrows arched in surprise as she eagerly began to analyze the situation. "You must tell me what happened. Your tactics were utterly ineffective," Tu Fu added, not missing the opportunity to throw in a jab, and then recounted the events from the beginning. "After we met, I bought her a bouquet as you suggested," he said, his expression innocent, "but she rejected the flowers I offered her." "Goodness. How rude," Sophie gasped. "What's worse is that we practically wandered through every shop, and during that time, I tried to use the lines you taught me, but they were completely in vain." Tu Fu repeated Grace's words. "It seems her level is higher than yours." Sophie scoffed with disdain. "I bet she wishes to foster a connection between you two in such a manner. Indeed. From today onward, I have resolved never to accompany girls on shopping trips again. The main event is tonight's play. I can't imagine a more dreadful performance than the sparrow turns into a princess." After witnessing the conclusion, I was nearly plunged into despair. "Clearly, she intends to elicit your sympathy through this theatrical production. Your relationship is akin to that of the sparrow princess and the neighboring prince. Only the male must take the initiative to salvage this relationship on the brink of crisis." The astute Sophie began to apply her keen intellect to analyze the situation seriously. Based on her years of experience, the girl who had invited Tu Fu out was merely a high-level manipulator, fishing for attention. After their date, she dangled him like a fish caught in a pond. Even Aunt Anfield, eavesdropping from her room, shook her head in disapproval upon hearing this conclusion. The siblings, having shared their insights and drawn conclusions, simultaneously let out a disgruntled hum. "Tu Fu, why waste your time on such a terrible girl? There are surely better people waiting for you." Perhaps out of sympathy, Sophie rarely offered comfort to the heartbroken Tu Fu. This became a remarkably rare scene in the Winster household. Sophie's advice felt akin to the warnings given by a mother in childhood, cautioning that adulthood would present numerous temptations, and as a mature boy, one must exercise self-control. Yet, years later, one may find themselves pondering, "Why haven't those temptations come my way yet?" With a heavy heart, Tu Fu sighed as he entered the washroom, turning on the hot water to fill the tub before leisurely shedding his clothes and sinking into the warm embrace of the bath. The tender warmth soothed his aching eyes. The toll of exertion from the day had left his muscles sore, and the events he had endured made him feel utterly drained. The only solace was lying quietly in the tranquil bath, relishing the heat against his skin. For him, this was an immensely de-stressing process. Many married men often relish a moment of silence in their cars upon returning home, or linger a few extra minutes in the bathroom, finding immense pleasure in doing nothing at all. The burdens of work, the pressures of a spouse, and the myriad complexities of life can become overwhelming. In those fleeting moments, this small space belongs solely to oneself, free from noise, blame, and endless quarrels. Before returning home with a smile to meet the eager faces of children and the approving gaze of a wife. Just as Tu Fu was on the verge of drifting into slumber, his keen ears detected commotion downstairs. Uncle Ethan had returned and a broad smile adorned his face, no matter how late he came home. Ethan always radiated warmth and cheerfulness. His hearty laughter resonated even to the second floor, reaching Tu Fu's ears. "Rejoice, the case has been flawlessly resolved. It was that simple." Who could resist the charm of being the beloved Sheriff Winster of Crescent Street? The uncle boasted shamelessly to his wife and daughter about his achievements in this case, the considerable reward it had yielded, yet he omitted any mention of the perils of the confrontation. His victorious smile and unscathed return home were more than enough, uncertain of how long he had soaked. Tufu emerged from the washroom, towel in hand to dry his damp hair, only to find Uncle Ethan waiting in his room, seemingly eager for a heart-to-heart talk. No need to fret. I haven't uttered a word. The uncle winked at Tufu, clearly in high spirits. I heard from Sophie that your date also went awry. Perhaps this will allow me to focus better on my studies. Well, I fully support that decision. With this reward and the savings I've amassed over the years, you'll have enough to attend any university. Ethan's words were fortunate not to reach Aunt Anfield's ears. Otherwise, it would have led to a fierce confrontation. This also clarified why Tufu had once observed his uncle discreetly stashing away some personal savings. Despite Ethan's shortcomings and carelessness that often irritated the family, he dedicated an extraordinary amount of attention and affection towards Tufu. From now on, steer clear of such matters and best keep your distance from Roman and his associates. While they have indeed made significant contributions to Litz, dedicating themselves to a seemingly uncertain cause, I hold deep respect for those individuals. However, you must understand that not all parents wish to see their children at the front lines. As was the case today, Ethan's concern struck a chord with Tufu that he did not deny that those who step up in critical moments are heroes. Even if their endeavors are not glamorous and they dwell in darkness, they are undeniably deserving of respect. Yet, this could not justify his own path towards such a fate. Many parents would never allow their children to inherit their professions, largely due to the hardships inherent in those industries. Elders aim to spare the younger generation from unnecessary struggles through their experiences. Years later, the younger ones, having endured their share of tribulations, may or may not recall the advice once disregarded. Ultimately, Ethan Winster was a selfish and petty guide. I understand. Tufu unconsciously lowered his gaze, intentionally avoiding his uncle's eyes. Today, you remind me of your parents. Their actions were equally reckless, and while I do not wish for you to follow in their footsteps, I will not hinder your choice of path. Ethan began to ramble on about this topic. Tufu was not familiar with the original owner's feelings towards his parents. Perhaps he was too young to grasp them, merely holding on to a memory he wished to avoid, sealed away in reminiscence. Occasionally revealing a trace of sadness, seeing his uncle broach the subject, he seized the opportunity to inquire further. What kind of people were my parents? Mr. Capet and his wife, Miss Sophia, were once my closest friends. I have never encountered anyone quite like them. Kind, exceptionally talented, and possessed of an insatiable curiosity for the truths of science, to a remarkably obsessive degree. When organizing the expedition team, he came to me, entrusting me to take care of you for a while. Perhaps at that moment, I should have realized they had chosen a path of no return. Uncle Ethan, in profound anguish, closed his eyes, oblivious to the way his nails dug deep into his flesh, his voice becoming notably subdued. For a long time after the incident, I endeavored to discover their whereabouts. Through the channels of the Royal Army and the police system, I vaguely learned they had encountered a mysterious event of high significance. A realm beyond the reach of someone like me who is content with mediocrity that I have regretted countless times. If only I could have prevented them from embarking on that mad expedition. Perhaps none of this would have transpired. This is not your fault. They would not blame you, Tufu stated candidly. Thus, every day since, I have been reluctant to see you suffer further, to repeat the fate of your parents. Yet, I also respect a child's fervent desire to find their parents and any decisions you may make for your future. But remember, if one day you find it unbearable, the Winster family will always leave a light on for you. I know you have grown up, developed your own opinions, and I should not impose my will upon you, but this is the last time, Uncle Ethan said, his voice tinged with sadness as he brushed away a tear. It is late now. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Tufu, with a complex mix of emotions, merely hummed in response, wishing to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. Good night, Uncle. Good night, Mr. Cape. Chapter 31. Extraordinary powers in the senior class of Litz Comprehensive Academy. A moderately sized rumor began circulating. Just a couple of days ago, Grace Kelly's parents had come to withdraw her from school, sparking considerable discussion. Even students who typically had little interaction with her began speculating, as even the most trivial occurrences in the information-secluded school were treated as major news. However, this was of little concern to Tufu. The Black Swan's modus operandi was shrouded in secrecy, and after the case was resolved, All information was locked down, with participants given explicit prohibitions. Today, Tu Fu entered class with a beaming smile, enthusiastically engaging in games with his classmates. Onlookers gathered, relishing the spectacle. Billy, surely no one would play poorly, right? Across from Tu Fu, the quick-tongued Billy wore a grave expression. His lips pale, yet upon hearing Tu Fu's words, his brows furrowed defiantly as he exclaimed, "Again." As his words fell, Tu Fu and Billy, positioned on opposite sides, simultaneously extended their hands that Billy's fingers were clenched tightly. While Tu Fu, in an instant, unfurled his fingers with remarkable speed, victory was decided. I concede. In this game of rock, paper, scissors, after losing to Tu Fu for the 7th time, Billy finally relinquished his hopes, offering a 1 krona bill in acceptance of his defeat. Thank you for your kindness. Perhaps we could play another round of duel with the evil god. No. I shall never play any games with you again. Billy staggered back in terror, resembling a sore loser. Tu Fu cheerfully accepted his spoils, not only engaging in rock, paper, scissors, but also successfully promoting a card game called Duel with the Evil God in class during his leisure time, providing entertainment for his classmates while earning a modest sum of pocket money. Hey, do you have some surefire winning strategy? Of course. Billy's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he stealthily pulled Tu Fu aside, swearing seriously, "We are friends, so why not share your secret? I promise not to tell anyone else." "Very well, the secret is to follow your heart," Tu Fu explained with a smile, his answer as unreliable as Billy's oath. A certain unscrupulous adventurer indeed employed the extraordinary powers of a hero. During the card-dealing or hand-throwing phases, he utilized his keen eyesight to lock onto his opponent's cards and movements. When it was his turn, he executed gestures with machine-like precision, swiftly dealing and memorizing cards, deceiving his opponent's eyes. Moreover, at critical moments where he was about to lose after placing a hefty bet, he could alter the atmosphere between them. He always managed to win by a subtle advantage. Through this simple game, employing 3 extraordinary powers simultaneously could expedite the absorption of potions. In Tu Fu's view, the extraordinary beings that adventurers became were natural gamblers, surpassing any sequence in terms of financial prospects. He could even leverage this advantage to rake in substantial sums at underground casinos. Of course, winning at the casino was not the difficult part. The challenge lay in leaving gracefully after a significant win. The exam results are out. A voice called out, drawing all the students' attention to a list posted on the wall. At such moments, regardless of their scores, students would huddle together to discuss their results. "Tu Fu, quickly check your score," someone exclaimed. Tu Fu leisurely lifted his gaze to the results, discovering he ranked 3rd in the class with a total score of 506. Except for his failing grade in Assyrian, his scores in the other 6 subjects amounted to an astonishing 450, far exceeding his usual mediocre performance. With this score, he had essentially secured a place above the threshold for Litz University. Moreover, with Mr. Coleman's promise to utilize his personal connections, he could easily pass the review to enter that prestigious institution. "Hey, you aren't secretly studying at home, are you?" Billy shot him a wary glance. His eyes filled with resentment. Hadn't they agreed to help each other as angels? This betrayal caught him off guard. Recently, Tu Fu has indeed been diligent, which is hardly surprising. No one can improve their grades this quickly. Are you all forgetting the genius Sophie? She must have helped him with tutoring. Many were captivated by this question, turning their gazes to await his response. Tu Fu, with a smirk, shrugged nonchalantly. "It seems you have only noticed my score improvement while overlooking the effort I have put in. Remember, no one succeeds without hard work. Have any of you tried working through several sets of problems without pause?" Billy, feeling a pang of shame, lowered his head, while most others stood tall, accustomed to the routine of drilling exercises as students nearing graduation. Who can spend an entire day solving a single geometry problem? Tu Fu's voice rang out again. And this time, more classmates bowed their heads in shame, though some studious ones remained expressionless. Last question, has anyone seen Litz at 4 in the morning? Hearing Tu Fu's somber inquiry, this time everyone hung their heads in embarrassment. An image vaguely surfaced in their minds, a stubborn figure, illuminated by the gaslight, diligently scribbling away in the dim light of pre-dawn, resolutely persisting in their studies. Perhaps this was the secret to success. If someone truly possessed such relentless determination, they would not be relegated to the ordinary class. Billy's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Tu Fu, cautiously asking, "So, what is Litz like at 4 in the morning? I have never seen it. How would I know?" Tu Fu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. This response left everyone wide-eyed, not expecting such an answer, seeing that Tu Fu had no intention of elaborating further. The students who had been spectating quickly dispersed, muttering under their breath about him being stingy. Meanwhile, many others quietly resolved to witness the allure of Litz at 4 in the morning, amidst the white-eyed stares of his peers. Tu Fu had unwittingly integrated into this group, yet he had not lied. Aside from Assyrian, he had relied on his understanding of educational methodologies from his past life to grasp the other subjects. Once the key points were mastered, it was not particularly challenging. With a little practice, one could quickly raise their foundational scores. Moreover, after consuming potions, his mind felt exceptionally clear, allowing him to retain most of what he had perused at a glance. Achieving a score increase of 100 or so points in a short time was not particularly difficult. You could never truly know just how effortlessly those top-performing students, who seemed to put in little effort, navigated their studies behind the scenes. Perhaps I should truly consider aiming for the 7-school alliance. Tu Fu stretched lazily while gazing at the scoreboard, reminiscing about Aunt Anfield's laughter when she mocked his aspirations. When the time came, he would brandish an acceptance letter from one of the 7-school alliance and shout at his family, "Do not underestimate the youth." At the South Bank, Old Jonah's Tavern. Even though it wasn't yet nightfall, the clientele at this tavern, aglow with neon colors, had noticeably increased for various reasons. The alcohol was never watered down. The establishment had just been renovated. But most importantly, a new batch of voluptuous dancers had arrived. Roman Richard's gaze unabashedly roamed over the figures of the alluring ladies, seated at the bar, unabashedly expressing his admiration through his eyes. However, he refrained from approaching any of them for an enchanting encounter, as he had several important guests to meet today. Squeak. Before long, a frail, pallid young man pushed open half of the door. His attire was peculiar, a black hood shrouding his head, with most of his face obscured by sunglasses. It seemed he did not wish to be recognized. Upon arriving at the tavern, Mason Adams's gaze collided in the air with that of the ruffian seated at the bar, igniting an invisible spark between them. It was no trivial matter for the chief knight of the Black Swan, under the aegis of the Goddess of Wisdom, to meet the head of the largest underground organization in Litz. The two parties were even positioned at opposing ends in certain respects. "Mason, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time," Roman remarked as he passed a glass of golden rum. Mason, maintaining a stoic expression as he clinked his barrel-shaped cup, furrowed his brow. "Why meet in such a noisy place?" "Sometimes, what you lack is a pair of eyes that can perceive beauty," Roman jested. Then got straight to the point. "Nevertheless, I appreciate the intel you provided yesterday. The church attack has been resolved." "What intel?" Mason Adams found the old man's words perplexing. Roman's brow twitched instinctively before he quickly suppressed it. "Wasn't the information regarding the Ritz Theater passed to the Black Swan and the police department by you?" Mason had a slight awareness of the Black Swan's recent operations, seemingly triggered by a forbidden artifact, yet he flatly denied upon hearing this. "The Brotherhood did not provide you with any information." Observing the other's puzzled expression, he aptly added, "Unless you are willing to pay for it." The seasoned Roman did not dwell on the topic, quickly deducing that matters were not so simple. He also noticed that Mason's complexion was unusually pale, with his bodily energy teetering on the brink of collapse, prompting his curiosity. "You're injured?" For one of the sequence 7 nightmares to sustain such injuries in Litz was certainly no ordinary feat. Recalling the punishment he faced after forcing a divination, Mason felt a shiver of dread followed by a vehement retort. "That's none of your business." "I see," Roman responded without anger, his pupils flashing with a strange golden symbol. Maintaining his composure. "By the way, have you found the person who stole the potion last time?" "No." Mason sighed in despair before falling silent, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further on the subject. "Let me assist you in investigating. It's not particularly difficult," Roman said, his lips moving slightly, a barely perceptible smile crossing his face. But in the next moment, he suddenly erupted. "But you must tell me all the information regarding the Brotherhood's branches and members in Litz." His words struck like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Mason's heart, without granting the other any respite. His statement resembled a terrifying curse, rendering Mason Adams's already pallid visage even more ashen, his trembling lips nearly drawing blood. Yet, his pupils soon clouded over, devoid of any glimmer, muscles instinctively relaxing entirely. "I don't know," Mason replied with utmost certainty. However, as a representative of the Brotherhood, his answer seemed utterly absurd in the face of Roman's bewildered gaze. Mason could not help but allow a smile to creep across his lips. "Roman, Just before meeting you, I hypnotized myself in advance, ensuring that I would not divulge any information regarding the Brotherhood. For a Sequence 7 nightmare. This was quite a simple task. Simultaneously, both men cursed silently in their hearts. Bah, old schemer. Chapter 32. Enemies meet ding dong. As the ancient bronze bell atop the school's hill chimed, the students of the academy concluded yet another mundane day in their repetitive lives. Each day leading up to the selection finals demanded that everyone remain on high alert, striving with all their might to bring this arduous period to a satisfactory close. In the main building's straight corridor, students burdened with backpacks shuffled out in groups, engaging in trivial chatter. As usual, the youthful and radiant Miss Winster stood at the school gate, waiting for her inept brother. 506 points. Upon hearing this score, Sophie was as astonished as any classmate in Tufu's cohort, incredulously probing, "Did you cheat?" "Indeed, I bribed Mr. Coleman to leak the questions to me," Tufu replied with a light-hearted chuckle, using a bottle of shampoo reputed to promote hair growth. Sophie cautiously shook her head, thankful she did not encounter the irate one-eyed old gentleman, feigning anger. "You better ensure Mr. Coleman isn't around. He despises discussions about his bald head." After receiving the report card, which still bore the brunt of his poorest performance in Assyrian, she could finally believe this was Tufu's score. "Too bad I only ranked third. I didn't perform to my usual standards." Tufu pretended to lament, yet his face beamed with pride, eager to discuss how beautiful Litz at 4 in the morning was. "Oh, what a coincidence. I also placed third this time." The kind-hearted Miss Winster quietly took her report card from her backpack, her enchanting smile radiating warmth. "How about you take a look at mine?" The paper seemed to shimmer with a golden glow. "Ha ha. 650 points, huh? Not bad at all." Tufu's smile faltered, his laughter noticeably drying up, leading to a moment of silence as he bowed his head, in evident shift. He was truly foolish, indeed. Why compare himself to such a monstrous girl in her area of expertise? Sophie's charming smile mocked the little fool before her. "You still have a long way to go. Come on, I'm sure Mr. Winster will be proud of you." The kind Sophie patted his shoulder, offering the consolation any loser deserved. "No, you should head back first." Tufu shook his head repeatedly, a sense of inexplicable gloom weighing him down. "Mr. Coleman wants to see me. It's likely regarding some specifics related to my application to Litz University." "All right, then come back early." Upon hearing it was a serious matter, Sophie naturally agreed, not forgetting to flash a sweet smile before departing. "As for that hair-growing shampoo, remember to save a bottle for yourself." As the sun set, she turned away, leaving Tufu with a long, lingering silhouette belonging to a victor. Boom. The rumbling passenger carriage, after kicking up a cloud of dust, came to a precise halt at the South Bank station in Pluton District. Following a throng of disembarking passengers, Tufu emerged, now clad in a grayish-white jacket, lightly pressing down the brim of his hat, and stepping off at a leisurely pace. Even though he was no longer financially constrained, he still opted for the most economical means of transport. Riding the horse-drawn train no longer made him feel faint. After a lengthy period of training in Litz, Tufu had successfully acclimatized to this marvelous mode of transportation. Extracting a slip of paper from his pocket, he glanced at the ink scrawled upon it. His true purpose for this journey was to keep an appointment. The Old Jonah Tavern on Ross Street, South Bank. This was the address Roman had left for him, claiming he wished to meet and discuss certain matters. Perhaps the astute officer had already sensed his connection to the plague dance incident. With a sense of unease, Tufu walked along Ross Street. Though mentally prepared, he could not help but be taken aback by the open scenes that greeted him. Tio put it plainly. This was a bona fide red light district. Colorful signs adorned the shops lining either side of the street, and as he passed by, he could glimpse inside establishments where scantily clad, voluptuous individuals worked. The fiery gazes directed at him seemed eager to devour him whole. As he traversed the street, regardless of the whispers akin to those of a malevolent deity swirling around him, Tufu remained unmoved, continuing down the road until he soon spotted the Jonah Tavern, also boasting a vibrant sign, and he pushed the door open to enter. This establishment was somewhat larger than the Old Hunter Tavern, decidedly less reputable. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Roman seated at the bar, alongside another gentleman whose attire was less conspicuous, deliberately obscuring his appearance with sunglasses and a black hood. "All right, the person I wanted to see has arrived, and our business is concluded. I hope we have the chance to collaborate again in the future," Roman Richard. The middle-aged man, noted, simultaneously bidding farewell to Mason. Extracting information from such a cunning individual proved quite challenging. Throughout their rather unpleasant conversation, Mason had consistently paid up front, fully expressing his distrust of him. He had even taken precautions against this upright and noble knight. It was utterly deplorable. The fragility of trust between individuals had sunk to such depths. I suppose I won't have another opportunity. I never conduct business with paupers. Mason shot a disdainful glance at the shameless man, tossing a few pence onto the bar. Roman, however, appeared entirely unperturbed, beaming as he waved at Tofu. "Kid, come over and let me introduce you. This is Mr. Mason from the Green Chamber of Commerce, a rather influential figure in society. You can reach out to him whenever you need anything." Mason Adams's gaze lingered on Tofu for a moment, taking in the shy and reserved youth, his tone markedly less acerbic than before. "Here's my business card. Let us get acquainted." As he handed over a card inscribed with Mason Adams, noting his position as a corporate manager. Tofu's eyelids flickered, for this name was the very one Roman had mentioned to his companion Kirby at the Black Swan office. Mason of the Brotherhood, the underground organization's leader who had lost the adventurer's potion. To his astonishment, the two individuals unexpectedly encountered each other at this location, and he happened to stumble upon them. "Thank you, Mr. Adams," he said, swiftly masking his surprise as he cautiously advanced to accept the business card. The ever-kind Mason did not forget to caution the seemingly earnest lad before departing. "Let me offer you a piece of advice. Although I am unaware of his intentions in seeking you out, it would be wise to keep your distance from this old rogue. Do not trust a single word he utters. He is the sort of scoundrel who would betray even his own mother in dire straits, despite having never met." The sincerity behind such a warning against an adversary was worthy of heed in Tofu's eyes. Furthermore, the man, Uncle Roman, who was not clad in an officer's uniform, appeared to be leering at the barmaid. And in every conceivable way, he did not exude the demeanor of a good man. Even upon hearing Mason's malicious slander against his character, he maintained a benign smile, choosing silence until the old acquaintance took his leave. It was then that Roman, with a newfound interest, inquired, "What do you think of this place?" "It is a sanctuary where one can cleanse both body and soul," Tofu responded, offering an answer that sparked intrigue in Roman's eyes. His gaze meandered around the tavern. Ever since acquiring his eagle-eyed ability, many previously obscured details had suddenly come into 2K clarity. Why not share your thoughts? Unlike Roman's simple-minded lechery, Tofu, as a professional, had noticed a more captivating observation. The women of this era predominantly donned tightly laced corsets, often referred to as basques. This intricately designed undergarment, which enveloped the upper body, significantly enhanced the waistline above the hips, exhibiting elegance while remaining quite conservative. In truth, the evolution of women's lingerie, from medieval petticoats to modern-day corsets, reflects the prevailing societal aesthetics of femininity throughout history. Tofu's proposition leapt directly from the industrial age into the atomic era's lingerie aesthetics, liberating women's thoughts in a remarkable manner. With some modifications, we could steer it towards the bikini direction. His concept of a three-piece design illuminated Roman's eyes with excitement. What a brilliant idea! It rivaled the ingenuity of those who improved the steam engine. And merely contemplating it was exhilarating. Perhaps venturing into the lingerie market in the future holds great promise. The financially strapped Tofu brazenly suggested this audacious notion that IT was the founder of the Victoria brand who, while buying lingerie for his wife, recognized the inconvenience faced by men in purchasing such items, thereby keenly perceiving a vast market demand that ultimately made him a billionaire. What does this illustrate? In any era, lechery serves as the primary productive force. "Mr. Richard." Tofu noted Roman's gaze wandering towards the barmaid and gently nudged him. "I have begun to look forward to the day you become a wealthy magnate." This remark earned Tofu a rare nod of approval from the typically irreverent Roman, who appreciated the significance of such an admirable yet seemingly trivial dream. What exactly does that gentleman Mason do? Tofu, sensing the moment was ripe, posed the question he already knew the answer to. Mason. He is a kingpin in underground dealings, often described as a shrewd miser, the sort of person who can be insufferably annoying over a mere penny. You see, I couldn't gain any advantage from him just now. That seems to be the case. However, contrary to popular belief, I do not perceive him as the villain he is made out to be. I actually find Mason to be quite amiable, generous, and warm-hearted. Ha ha ha. Roman's tone shifted, revealing a rare, contemplative smile, his laughter growing brighter. What leads you to say that? Otherwise, Why would he offer advice so willingly to someone who took his extraordinary potion without spending a penny? Roman gazed deeply into Tu Fu's eyes and said, Tu Fu, am I correct in my assessment? Or should I say, Mr. Brave? Chapter 33, The Ugly Duckling at the Jonah Tavern. The sullied air felt somewhat stifling, as the mingling scents of alcohol and tobacco pervaded the modest space. With raucous voices and vulgar music clashing in a chaotic symphony, the atmosphere on either side of the bar solidified after Roman greeted patrons with a smile. His barely perceptible grin exuded discomfort, reminiscent of a predator toying with its prey. Sir, your milk beer has arrived. The diligent bartender shattered the silence, presenting a glass of milky beer, the sediment clearly visible within. Thank you. As the bartender prepared to collect the few extra coins left behind by Mr. Mason, Roman unceremoniously pressed his hand down atop the coins. With a flick of his fingers, he produced a coin of equivalent value. No need for thanks. The remainder he pocketed, wearing a roguishly charming smile. The currency exchange in Bahia is undoubtedly a perplexing issue. The scoundrel who devised this currency system ought to be hanged. Roman Richard, drawing on his own experiences, imparted this wisdom to Tu Fu. You see, those like Mason, who are poor at arithmetic, always end up at a disadvantage. If Mason were still present, he would undoubtedly scorn the knight's shameless antics. As the miser found himself swindled once again. Here, this is for you. Though minors shouldn't be drinking, thankfully, milk beer is an exception. With that, Roman innocently handed over the sweet milk beer that in truth, upon hearing Roman's earlier words. Tu Fu instinctively tightened his pupils, myriad thoughts racing through his mind, even contemplating using the power of the ghost ship to eliminate him. Yet, after a brief moment of silence, he regained his composure and shrugged nonchalantly. Thank you. Accepting the milk beer. He added, though I have no idea what you were just saying. In fact, since the church attack, we have conducted an investigation into you, uncovering some of your past movements, which prompted our suspicions. However, what truly piqued my interest was your return to the scene of the incident at the Grand Theater. I never believe in coincidences. And when an accident occurs a second time, it is no longer mere chance. Roman's tone was sincere, his openness disarming, even bordering on overly blunt. Regardless, as a guardian of order, I am grateful for your contributions during the plague dance incident. It was merely the duty of an ordinary citizen, Tu Fu replied casually. Taking a sip of the milk beer, the sweet and sour taste spread across his palate. This low-alcohol beverage bore a striking resemblance to rice wine, far more suitable for him than the potent rum. By the way, how did that incident unfold? Damn those princess-tier extraordinary beings. They fortuitously stumbled upon a forbidden object and inadvertently caused a panic in Litz. Roman chuckled, using the word fortuitously twice without revealing the origin of the forbidden object. Do you know? This is a universally acknowledged cursed tier, always leading to troublesome events. Nearly everyone associated with them meets a dismal fate. Shifting back to serious matters, he continued, you can see that my approach in seeking you out is not malicious. Akin to how I treated Mason when he handed you his card, he is a rather obscure underground organization leader, and I just had a rather cordial conversation with him. Indeed, the fact that no confrontation occurred was already a sign of cordiality. Roman's expression reflected sincerity. Each extraordinary being carried a unique aura shaped by their experiences. For instance, those of the Knight's Path exuded an air of formality and nobility with every gesture. Yet, I failed to comprehend how this relates to me. Tu Fu maintained his denial, but his eagle-eyed ability unconsciously activated, swiftly scanning the tavern's surroundings. This hour, the establishment had not officially opened, and the clientele consisted mainly of bartenders and unemployed dancers. Patrons simply seeking a drink were few and far between, and he noticed no suspicious figures about. It seemed the Black Swan had only Roman in attendance. Subsequently, Tu Fu quickly calculated possible escape routes. Knowing a carriage to Ritz's port or steam train station would suffice to reach any city. From the moment Roman had deduced his identity, Tu Fu understood that if he lacked absolute certainty in eliminating him, he would have to relinquish his identity in Ritz. The ghost ship and memories of his past life remained secrets he could not afford to expose. There is no need for concern. After all, a Sequence 9 extraordinary being cannot stir up much trouble in Ritz. If the Church of the Seven Gods had the resources to punish every extraordinary individual, the northern continent would descend into chaos. Roman, with remarkable composure, reassured him that this was not a significant matter. Contrary to the pervasive rumors, while it is true that becoming extraordinary requires sacrificing some freedom, This is through official channels, despite ongoing crackdowns. They cannot possibly manage all the wild, extraordinary beings who emerge through private transactions and independent potion making. Though it is challenging to regulate, we still need to be aware of the extraordinary beings within our jurisdiction to prevent incidents like the plague dance attack. Rome and Richard finally revealed the purpose of their meeting. This was an official warning. I am aware of all your information, so do not presume to act against the rules based on your abilities. The world of extraordinary beings is composed of humans. And wherever there are people, there exists a social order, with the church serving as the architect of those rules. After Roman extended a gesture of peace, Tu Fu felt an involuntary sense of relief. Preserving his current identity was an excellent outcome. He had no desire to live a life of evasion after leaving Litz. It is no wonder that Mr. Mason remains unharmed, Tu Fu finally comprehended. The Brotherhood holds considerable renown in Litz, functioning almost as a semi-public underground trading organization. With branches in most cities, they not only deal in extraordinary items, but also peddle information and engage in various clandestine enterprises, of course, all of which are shrouded in secrecy. Suppressing such organizations with the power of the church is not particularly challenging. Yet no one can guarantee that the next Brotherhood remains under control. Roman remarked, "This is a rather straightforward concept. Demand dictates the market. Currently, the Brotherhood's operations are at least manageable. They never incite chaos, and their trading methods are mild. Even facilitating the official acquisition of information, no one can assure what kind of new trading organization might emerge after the dissolution of this one. Thus, the 7 churches have always chosen to turn a blind eye to it. Of course, this does not prevent me from despising that miser." Roman raised his glass, finding it quite rare for someone to be as shameless as he was. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roman Richard, the chief knight of the Black Swan team of the Goddess of Wisdom." He reached into his pocket and produced a badge adorned with the Black Swan emblem that Tu Fu had seen before, depicting a black swan flapping its wings upon a circular lake. What does this signify? It represents the origins of the church's super-organization. Roman rubbed the badge with his fingers and began recounting a tale. Every ordinary person entering the realm of the extraordinary, before evolving into a responsible black swan, is merely an imperfect ugly duckling. Only through enduring trials and countless hardships, after weathering the storms, can one eventually transform into a black swan. Isn't that marvelous? This tale, originating from the southern regions of Bayana, seemed to have been imbued with a different meaning by the Goddess of Wisdom. A delightful story. Tu Fu offered a compliment at the appropriate moment. Perhaps you could join the Black Swan, dedicating yourself to resolving mysterious incidents. That would be a noble pursuit. You could save many lives in cases like the church attack, sparing those who ought to have perished. Such occurrences happen frequently, simply due to the lack of individuals like you, who possess both a sense of justice and capability. Roman Richard's voice was deep, and despite the smell of smoke and alcohol that emanated from him, he revealed a solitary melancholy. He even discreetly sniffed, raising his head as his eyes turned red, with tears welling up as if his emotions were on the verge of overflowing. Even he could not help but internally applaud himself. Damn it. Roman, when did you become such a skilled performer? Yet, when Roman's peripheral vision caught sight of Tu Fu, the latter remained entirely unfazed. To be honest, Mr. Roman, your performance nearly moved me. If I were truly an extraordinary being, I would not hesitate to join you as a partner in justice. Tu Fu teased. Sophie, look here, the Golden Mask Award should undoubtedly be bestowed upon this fellow. From Roman, he learned much, particularly how invaluable a quality like audacity could be. If extraordinary beings could be easily swayed by such fictional tales, it was uncertain whether they would truly transform into swans. More likely, they would find themselves in some black coal mine, listening to unscrupulous capitalists discussing the future. Noticing Tu Fu's indifference, Roman's eyelids began to twitch, and he shot him a fierce glare, finally willing to present something tangible. In return, we can offer professional assistance. Achievements can be converted into merit points that can be exchanged for information on subsequent potions or finished products related to the extraordinary pathway. I regret to inform you, Mr. Roman, that I have my own future plans. That I aim to enroll in a commendable university and then secure a weekly salary of at least 10 crowns in a place like Prutton, eventually taking out a loan to purchase my own house. And I would like to have a maid in a maid outfit. Tu Fu lightly sipped his milk beer, succinctly declining his proposal. Why not listen to the remuneration? It is quite generous. Roman, undeterred, attempted once more. No need. Tu Fu promptly refused, fearing that should the offered compensation be too high, he might succumb to temptation. He had no interest in embarking on a life-threatening venture, especially when he could easily acquire such conditions on the ghost ship if he wished. There was no need to sell himself to them. What a pity, Roman remarked. Yet his gaze revealed a profound admiration that he had initially thought that with a few inciting words, he could encourage Tu Fu to defend Litz and become a hero in the shadows. Typically, young individuals filled with passion yearn for such a vibrant life, and under the allure of a high salary, it would be difficult to refuse such an offer. However, the composure demonstrated by this young man was exceedingly calm. An unsettling maturity for one of his age. Very well, it appears there is no need for further discussion. I wish you a pleasant life. With this sentiment, Roman realized there was no purpose in continuing the conversation. Mr. Roman, perhaps there is another interpretation of the story you just told. What interpretation? As he drained the last drop of milk beer from his glass, Tu Fu did not forget to jest. The reason the ugly duckling transforms into a swan is not merely due to its countless trials, but rather, its parents are swans themselves. Chapter 34. A lamp. As he watched the young man depart, Mr. Roman Richard, a regular at Old George's Tavern, did not follow suit. He ordered the most expensive Voltaire liquor from the brooding bartender and casually placed the glass on the empty seat beside him, his gaze occasionally drifting towards a sultry woman who was subtly flirting with him. However, after considering the young lad's suggestion, he found the conservative corset increasingly unappealing, turning away with growing disinterest. Tick-tock. The pale yellow liquid in the Voltaire glass rippled slightly at its center. The once boisterous tavern fell into an eerie silence, the shapes of passing patrons and performers gradually fading from view, as the hues of this simple tavern seemed to wash away. Is it here? Roman had grown accustomed to it. Speaking without turning his head. Tap-tap. The crisp footsteps at the entrance filled the void of sound and color in the tavern. A young man, donned in a high hat, a light blue denim coat, and tall leather boots, with strikingly handsome features, adeptly settled at the bar. In this tavern, where only the two of them were present, Roman extended his glass and said, "Clebe, my friend, where were you just now?" "Ever since I ascended to Sequence 8. I prefer to linger in dreams rather than reality." The one speaking was Officer Clebe Black, a green-eyed officer whom Tu Fu had encountered at the Black Swan office, also a member of the Black Swan Extraordinary Team. Unbelievable. Is this the perfect image you've crafted for yourself in dreams? A cowboy? Roman, upon turning to see his friend's appearance, suppressed the urge to laugh in accordance with professional decorum. His friend and colleague, Clebe Black, had recently been promoted to a Sequence 8 Dream Hunter agent and was a quintessential retro enthusiast. This fellow despised the convenience of modern life and longed for the past, rather than the ease of steam carriages. He preferred galloping across the plains, embodying a romantic spirit of the North, a nostalgic old boy. His striking features were confined to the outdated cowboy hero aesthetic, with sharp lines and a resolute chin being essential traits. The Sequence 8 Dream Hunter possessed the ability to enter lucid dreams at will, easily traversing between reality and dreams, capable of pulling others into his dreams while also exerting slight influence on reality. Officer Clebe had long grown accustomed to Roman's gaze as he accepted the drink. "Have you uncovered the puppet master behind the Grand Theater?" "It is likely not the Brotherhood's doing." Mason denied any involvement. "He has no reason to deceive a penniless wretch." A faint smile curved Roman's lips. "Subsequently, I encountered that intriguing young lad again, and, unexpectedly, gleaned no results. He truly is a clever little fellow. Why not utilize the power of truth?" Clebe. "Interrogation is reserved for enemies. It should never be employed against citizens who have contributed to Litz." "So, those letters were indeed delivered by him?" Dressed in cowboy attire, Clebe directly inquired, lifting his hat. "I did not broach the subject. I suspect he would be unwilling to acknowledge it. If all the recent events in Litz were orchestrated by such a young lad, it would be rather terrifying." Clebe gently caressed the revolver at his waist. From extracting potions from the Brotherhood to proactively luring out uncontrolled extraordinary beings, and orchestrating both the church incident and the turmoil at the Grand Theater, such grand schemes and an intelligence network cannot be dismissed as mere coincidence. There is likely a significant organization behind it, akin to the Brotherhood. "I wonder if you noticed earlier, Mason sustained severe injuries." Roman's tone paused. "Even though he conceals it well, I can still perceive that he has undergone a considerable collapse. Teetering on the brink of losing control." "Certainly. As fellow Dream Path extraordinary beings, Clebe was even more sensitive to this matter. Upon mentioning the topic, both men felt an urgent pressure. That was the Sequence 7 nightmare of the Dream Path. A being who preferred to conceal himself within dreams, even in battle, enjoying dragging others into his dreams to create difficulties. Against such a stable, extraordinary being, even those a sequence or two higher would not dare to claim victory with certainty. Unless there exists a superior being of the same caliber or an entity of higher rank, who possesses the capability to inflict such harm upon Mason. If Litz indeed has an invisible extraordinary organization operating beneath the noses of the Black Swan and other ecclesiastical institutions, it would be an exceedingly dreadful revelation. I have a notion, should that formidable individual intend to spare him no mercy, we must procure a coffin for Mason from the Goddess Church in advance, ready to send it over when this miser is on the verge of expiration. Roman feigned seriousness as he spoke. A splendid idea. I would wager Mason would prefer to rot in the wilderness. Kobe expertly shot a skeptical glance at his unreliable colleague. Rather than this, are you truly not planning to continue investigating the Brotherhood? The Brotherhood has never been our adversary. Why provoke them unnecessarily? As you say, Kobe reluctantly clinked his cup against Roman's as his closest colleague. He was acutely aware of Roman's character. His approach to matters was not nearly as reckless as it appeared. Despite Roman's many flaws, his utter lack of chivalry, his aversion to spending, and his chaotic lifestyle made him a far cry from the gallant knight. Yet, it was precisely because of individuals like him, devoid of shame, that Litz's order felt more secure. One might consider that he was more cunning, more insidious, and even more audacious than those deranged cultists and ruthless extraordinary beings, which might not be entirely unfortunate. I must take my leave. Kobe doffed his hat in a gesture of respect, bidding farewell in a cowboy manner before swiftly downing a glass of spirits like an old-fashioned hero. He then strolled leisurely, adjusting his firearm belt. Gently he came, gently he went, waving his sleeves as he left without a trace. Shortly after this dream-hunting agent departed, the tavern's faded hues visibly regained their vibrancy, and the clamor returned, with the vanished crowd and merriment reappearing in that very instant. Yet, the drink Roman had just ordered seemed to have vanished, as if by magic, evaporating from the glass before his very eyes. This was a premium spirit valued at 1 pearl. Roman could not help but furrow his brow, slapping the bar in frustration as he called out the bartender's name. Hey, where's the Vold I ordered? After their conversation concluded, Tufu stepped outside, gasping for breath. In that brief exchange of mere minutes, his back was once again soaked with perspiration. Each utterance from the other party felt like a probing inquiry, yet thankfully devoid of malice. Otherwise, he believed that, given the extraordinary capabilities of the ecclesiastical organizations, there would be far more professional means of prying into his secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Tufu did not set off immediately. He feigned nonchalance while boarding the public carriage heading towards the Green District, unwilling to linger outside for too long. Gazing out the window at the shifting urban landscape, flat buildings, spires, and vibrantly colored domed houses, he momentarily found it difficult to discern in which era he truly existed. If Uncle Ethan knew I met with Uncle Roman again today, would he be very angry? Tufa suddenly felt a wave of anxiety, for he knew that even the most amiable uncle in the Winster household would never compromise on such principled matters. And his aunt was equally disapproving of their children venturing into perilous realms. Upon reflection, only Sophie would likely support him. Yet, Tufu had no retreat. Since the day he chose to step into the extraordinary, he had long lost the option of retreat. Henceforth, he would have to face the unknown darkness alone and in solitude, from the southern mouth of Pluton District all the way to Crescent Street. This not-so-short journey felt to Tufu like time was fleeting. Night had fallen and he cautiously stood at the entrance of Building 64B, staring blankly at the light within. He did not enter directly, but instead crafted a plausible excuse in his mind, rehearsing it until he could recite it backward with ease. Click! Just then, he was caught off guard by his uncle, who emerged carrying a bag of garbage. Ethan's expression was one of displeasure, seemingly irritated by something. His tone low and grave. You're back. Go inside and talk. Okay. All right. Tufu, like a wayward child, lowered his head and nervously stepped into the hall, only to lift his gaze and find Sophie wearing a mischievous grin. Hey. What happened? He attempted to extract information from her, but Miss Winster merely shook her head, refusing to utter a word. Aunt Anfield was in the kitchen, her back turned to him, equally silent. The peculiar atmosphere in the house unnerved Tufu, who had seen his fair share of the world. It was not until dinner was nearly served that the family gathered around the table when Ethan finally spoke. "Where have you been? Why have you returned just now? Why don't you share?" "Share what?" Tufu's head nearly touched the floor as he braced himself against the impending interrogation. The pressure of familial scrutiny rivaled the extraordinary methods employed by Roman at the Black Swan office. Beads of sweat formed densely on his forehead, rendering him even more anxious than when facing Grace. "Of course, the matter of Mr. Coleman recommending you to Litz University." Ethan's expression shifted dramatically, excitement flooding his face as he clapped Tufu's shoulder enthusiastically. He burst into laughter. "Sophie has already informed me. Your exam results are impressive, and maintaining such a standard at Litz University would be quite commendable." "Yes, exactly that." Tufu exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared that Roman, that inconsiderate fellow, might have let the cat out of the bag. Hearing this news lightened his heart. "I had intended to wait until everything was finalized before mentioning it." "Little Tufu, congratulations." Even Aunt Anfield, who had never held high hopes for him, turned around at this moment, bringing forth a feast of seafood, fish, shrimp, a turkey, and a pot of stewed lamb, setting the dinner table lavishly, a spread usually reserved for festive occasions. Ethan reassured him. "Alongside this stroke of luck, the case in Wood District and the church has been resolved. I have accrued an unquantifiable amount of merit. The rewards from the police bureau have already been credited to my account. So you need not worry about tuition fees anymore. Father, why not share the details of your case-solving process?" Miss Sophie was eager to hear the story. "Well, the case was indeed perilous. Fortunately, through my own ingenuity, I grasped her motives, and at that time, I single-handedly infiltrated the Ritz Grand Theater to confront that vile murderer." Listening to Uncle Ethan's grandiose tales, with his aunt smiling as she absorbed the story and Sophie continually vying for the delectable dishes on the table, Tufu suddenly felt the weight of his defenses lift, a smile breaking across his face. He had always felt isolated since arriving in this world, yet now, he had a place to yearn for. No matter when he returned, regardless of how late it was, the Winster household would always leave a light on for him. Chapter 35. Professor at Litz University. The administrative efficiency of the police bureau was commendable, within a few days of the case reaching its conclusion. The government began to reward those involved in the incident. Uncle received a sword and shield medal and was smoothly promoted to the rank of first inspector. Officer Fix received a verbal commendation. Of course, Tufu received nothing. Whether due to the police bureau's privacy protection or Uncle Ethan's personal wishes, his contributions were not disclosed to society. However, Tufu was unconcerned, for he had received a handsome reward. 300 crowns, more than the annual basic salary of an ordinary worker. When he held those gleaming banknotes in his hands, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets, despite his reluctance. He proactively handed 2 of the notes to Uncle Ethan as part of his future tuition fees, keeping 100 crowns for daily expenses. After all, he had been living at the Winster household free of charge for so long, and now he needed them to cover his tuition. Even if Uncle Ethan and Aunt Anfield truly treated him like their own child, Tufu felt a twinge of embarrassment if Miss Sophie were to witness that scene. She would surely exclaim in astonishment, "Oh my, Tufu must be out of his mind." Ritz Comprehensive Academy, Senior Class 2. Another exceedingly mundane day unfolded. The ghost ship had vanished, the serial killer in Wood District had been apprehended, and the workers' union movement had been suppressed, leading to a significant decline in the number of parades on the streets. For the students of their academy, the gossip primarily revolved around who was dating whom and who had broken up. An all too familiar narrative. Romance remained an enduring topic on campus. The wise do not fall in love, they build the beautiful kingdom of Baya. Having experienced the deadly date, Tufu had seen through the world's tumult. He now devoted himself entirely to his studies and the preparations for his future plans. During this period, he needed to continue improving his scores, aiming for at least 600 points to ensure stability. However, with the advancement came new troubles. Tufu meticulously noted several future plans in his notebook. At least explore the ghost ship once. Master the curse U function in the cabin, and familiarize myself with the infinite radio in the captain's quarters. It had been some time since Tufu last boarded a ship. He instinctively felt a twinge of dread about returning to that nightmarish place. Yet his intuition told him that if he did not maintain order by going aboard, the ghost ship could spiral out of control at any moment. Moreover, boarding itself is an adventurer's act of bravery, perhaps beneficial for potion absorption. Tufu smiled wearily. In truth, Ever since the incident with the red ballet shoes, his potion absorption had reached a certain standstill. His intuition also warned him that unless he continued to take risks, his extraordinary abilities would remain stuck at sequence 9. Thus, the second point is that while endeavoring to digest the potion, he sought ways to uncover the subsequent formulas or potions for adventurers. After rejecting the good intentions of the Black Swan, he could only rely on his own abilities to obtain the continuing formulas, whether through the use of the heavenly eye for surveillance, seeking out other extraordinary individuals of the same caliber, or even procuring supplies again through the Brotherhood. Should they be willing, he felt a twinge of gratitude towards Uncle Roman, who had introduced him to the agents of the underground organization. In that case, I still require the assistance of the ghost ship's super heavenly eye. Tu Fu's thoughts were exceptionally clear. Mr. Mason Adams was undoubtedly a crucial partner for his future, and he needed to locate their headquarters promptly. After placing these plans on his agenda, Tu Fu sighed softly and tapped his forehead, drawing the attention of a few classmates nearby, for he had recalled something of great importance. By the way, I must ensure to obtain Anna's necklace next time. Tu Fu resolved quietly, having long held this matter in his mind. Just as he was formulating a clear plan for the future, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts at the door. Tu Fu. Mr. Coleman is looking for you in his office. You'd best hurry. It was the shout of Billy the Big Mouth, a freckled redhead enthusiastic about spreading news, though he cast a somewhat accusatory glance at Tu Fu, seemingly irked by not being informed of the study methods to improve grades. All right. Tu Fu closed his notebook and thanked Billy before making his way to the teacher's office. As he navigated the winding corridor, his peripheral vision caught sight of the office door ajar. Inside, he could hear Mr. Coleman conversing with an unfamiliar male voice. Knock, knock. Tu Fu respectfully tapped on the door until a languid voice called from within. Come in. Mr. Coleman's office was not particularly spacious, and it bore a hint of disarray, with books haphazardly piled on the shelves. Two steaming cups of tea sat on the desk, indicating that the conversation had only just begun. Indeed, a young man in a black suit, exuding politeness, held a black briefcase and wore a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, radiating an air of cultured ease. Allow me to introduce you. This is George McGowan, an associate professor from the history department of Litz University, the youngest associate professor since the institution was founded. Mr. Coleman smiled, suggesting that his conversation with the other party was quite pleasant, not an assistant nor a lecturer. The title of professor in the Kingdom of Bea requires the publication of substantial articles in professional journals, garnering approval from peers to attain such a position. The history department of Litz University? Tu Fu paused momentarily, and the young associate professor extended a friendly hand. Indeed, Tu Fu, I had the fortune of working alongside your parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cape. They are both exceptionally talented individuals. At that time, I was merely an assistant under their guidance. But I learned invaluable lessons from them. I had intended to join that particular expedition, but unfortunately, George McGowan noticed a flicker of sadness in Tu Fu's eyes and, realizing it was inappropriate to bring up such matters, swallowed his words. There's no need to dwell on those controversial matters of the past. Stepping forward, Mr. Coleman alleviated the awkwardness and proactively addressed the purpose of the visitor. Mr. McGowan is here to assess your qualifications. Indeed. Before George McGowan lay a pile of paper documents, from which he casually extracted a sheet detailing Tu Fu's personal information, clearly recording his performance in each semester since enrollment. Unfortunately, his record at Litz Comprehensive Academy could not be described as anything other than mediocre, if not entirely lackluster. However, the young man smiled nonchalantly. I have noticed that in recent examinations, your grades have experienced a remarkable leap and have been steadily improving, a truly extraordinary performance. This is all thanks to Mr. Coleman's guidance. Tu Fu humbly attributed the credit to the Director of Education, eliciting a broad smile from the elder gentleman. Maintaining such results would suffice to apply for a position at Litz University. I can take care of the review and other formalities for you. If you wish to attend Litz University, feel free to contact me. I would be glad to serve as your academic advisor. Without superfluous chatter, George McGowan had come solely to meet the son of Professor Cape. Given his connections and status at Litz University, facilitating this favor was exceedingly simple, and after a brief meeting, he readily agreed to the arrangement. The entire process unfolded astonishingly smoothly, and it was not until George offered his business card, bearing his family's email address, that Tu Fu felt as though he had awakened from a dream. Gratefully accepting the card with care, Mr. McGowan seemed inclined to discuss matters concerning his parents, Yet with Mr. Coleman present, the two had little opportunity for direct conversation. Take care. Once the visitor departed, Mr. Coleman patted Tu Fu's shoulder with satisfaction. Tu Fu, well done. With an associate professor like McGowan, it's merely a matter of time before he surpasses the aging full professors. Given his academic achievements, the implication was clear. Following him would lead to a promising future. Tu Fu nodded, though he remained uncertain whether he truly wished to attend Litz University, considering the local universities offered greater advantages in applications and networking, as well as clearer pathways. Tu Fu slightly raised his head and noticed that Mr. Coleman, astonishingly, had managed to halt the receding trend of his hairline. Sir, are you still researching the ghost ship issue? Tu Fu inquired. Surprised. The ghost ship? No. After that incident, I have come to understand that a competent scholar should not squander time fixating on a single problem. Aside from this matter, I am capable of addressing any other challenges you may have. He smiled confidently. For he was a distinguished graduate of a prestigious institution, inherently embodying the pride of a highbrow intellectual. Well, there is indeed a question that has been troubling me lately. After opening the window to let a beam of light into the office, which was not harsh yet exceptionally glaring, he slowly posed the classic dilemma of the century. Mr. Coleman, do you believe that light is a wave-like fluctuation akin to water waves or a medium through which it propagates? It was not until long after the student had departed that Samuel Coleman raised his monocle, his smile gradually freezing on his face. Gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, his cloudy eyes once again fell into confusion, murmuring to himself, medium, wave, medium. No, light is a wave. No, it is a medium. Guys, I've recently discovered an incredibly cool place in Pluton District. I assure you, nothing compares to the excitement and thrill of this entertainment venue. It will definitely get your blood pumping, far surpassing the ordinary taverns over there. Billy whispered to a few of his close friends. Coincidentally overheard by Tu Fu as he returned from the office. He raised an eyebrow and, with a tone of playful vengeance, mocked, "But I would never invite one person to go there. Can you guess who that person is? Who is it?" Upon seeing Tu Fu emerge from the office, he laughed loudly. Without a doubt, it's the good student Tu Fu. Experiencing such campus bullying for the first time, Tu Fu found it somewhat novel, shrugging off the remarks and turning away without entering the classroom. Billy persisted. "Where are you planning to go? Seeking a hug from your aunt?" "No, I intend to report you to Mr. Coleman for sneaking off to the tavern. But you have no evidence." "Who said I need evidence?" "I am the good student Tu Fu." Tu Fu raised an eyebrow, confidently retorting, "Good students do not require evidence to report to teachers." Billy's face instantly paled. "Hey, I admit I may have been a bit loud just now, but I am willing to apologize to you." "Billy, my friend, of course, I will forgive you." Tu Fu shrugged, smiling while revealing his fangs, "unless you are willing to tell me where that thrilling place is." "Billy, is this the upscale venue you described as thrilling, exciting, and blood-pumping?" Shortly after school, Tu Fu raised an eyebrow, questioning the unreliable Billy. In his view, only two burly men, bare-chested and exuding a philosophical aura, stood anxiously in the boxing ring, competing fiercely for victory. Chapter 36. The game of civilized men. Since arriving at Litz, Tu Fu had frequented numerous taverns. Yet, the dimly lit, chaotic underground arena before him was a first, following Billy to a street of entertainment venues in Pluton District. After countless twists and turns, they finally arrived at a basement. As soon as he stepped inside, Tu Fu was enveloped by the murky air, which soon presented him with the same philosophical tableau he had just witnessed. A rather glaring scene of men engaging with one another. This was an underground boxing arena of approximately 200 square meters, exuding the pungent odors of cheap alcohol and sweat, constantly assaulting his senses. Whether the dim atmosphere was intentionally created or simply a means to conserve fuel for the coal lamps, only a few of the rings near the center were illuminated. The wooden bar at the entrance was so old it had turned black. Placing a hand upon it instantly revealed a sticky texture. The beverages for sale primarily consisted of low-grade rum for 1 to 2 pennies. Even the individual manning the front desk was merely a little old man clad in a filthy shirt, donning a brown deer hunting hat, with shrewd eyes scrutinizing every patron entering. "Ha, Billy, is this the place you told me about? The one that is thrilling, passionate, and blood-pumping?" Tu Fu gritted his teeth, seriously questioning whether Billy was intentionally seeking revenge against him. "Pray tell, is there anything more exhilarating, more pulse-quickening than a one-on-one duel between two men?" "Two women," came the response. Billy's excitement was unmistakable. "Look at this place. It's incredibly cool. You won't regret coming to witness the spectacle. With that, he grasped Tofu's hand and prepared to navigate towards the center of the crowd, where the two gentlemen were engaged in combat. At that moment, a gravelly cough emanated from an elderly man with disheveled gray hair seated at the bar. The rules here dictate that one must at least order a drink to enter. Of course. I understand, Billy replied, clearly a seasoned visitor, cautiously retrieving 4 pennies from his pocket. 2 rums. But the gentleman in the hunting cap interjected languidly. However, a recent law in Litz prohibits the sale of alcohol to minors. Billy's outstretched hand faltered momentarily as he glanced at Tofu, who was rolling his eyes behind him. Feeling the sting of pride, Billy steeled himself and lowered his voice. Hey, old Muller, it's my first time bringing a friend here. Do me a favor. Of course. I'll grant you that favor, child. The man known as Old Muller formed an exaggerated O with his lips but continued to smirk indifferently. You're not forgetting the rule that prohibits outsiders from discussing matters within these walls. Are you? As tensions flared between the two at the bar, Tufa had initially intended to leave. Yet, catching sight of the 2 fighters in the center ring, exchanging blows with palpable intensity, he felt a sudden urge to linger a while longer. Casting a glance at the ineffectual Billy, still squabbling for a favor, Tufu sighed and approached the bar with practiced ease, lightly tapping on the counter. I'll have 2 cups of, as I just mentioned. I won't serve drinks to children like you. Go home and drink your milk, Old Muller replied, barely bothering to lift his eyelids. 2 cups of night rose, Tufu declared, and upon uttering the name of the drink, Old Muller's demeanor shifted, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his features. Ah, sir, it would be my pleasure to serve you. In an instant, the obstinate bartender transformed into a congenial host. Why is that? Billy asked, perplexed, directing a quizzical gaze at Tufu. The average price of night rose is a pearl, Tufu remarked. Accepting the glasses Old Muller offered him, the higher-priced drinks yielded heftier commissions for the seller. Billy gasped, eyeing his companion with newfound curiosity, as if to say, I had no idea you were so affluent. This is what you owe me, Tufu smiled, so you should be grateful for your generosity. Billy glared at the grinning old man, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Old Muller, didn't you just say the Litz government forbids vendors from selling alcohol to minors? Prostitutes in Pluton District always put on a show before entertaining clients, Old Muller quipped, lifting his hunting cap slightly, but discussing prices doesn't impede their performance. The same principle applies, as all cigarette packaging bears health warnings. Such soft admonitions are less impactful than graphic images of diseased lungs. After receiving his entry pass, Billy eagerly beckoned Tufa to join him, but the closer they drew to the center, the more the acrid scent of sweat made progress difficult. Surrounding rings were filled with brawlers. Yet it was the duel in the center that captivated the crowd. Enthusiastic spectators rallied around the central ring, fervently cheering for the 2 combatants. Fraser, you bastard, is that all you've got? Jorson, hit him hard. This is the most tedious match I've seen today. Let me take a turn. The dimly lit surroundings of the underground tavern were alive with patrons clutching wooden cups bought at the entrance, fervently shouting for the fighters, infusing the otherwise subdued atmosphere with excitement. The air was thick with expletives, as even the calmest souls found it hard to suppress their ire. Billy joined the cacophony, raising his voice alongside the throng in a chorus of profane chants. An underground fight club? Tufu was no stranger to this concept. While Litz's entertainment industry was not particularly rich, it boasted a well-developed scene of boxing, gambling, and even erotic taverns. Rumor had it there was a gay bar called Twist the Big Bird. Such a lively boxing arena could only be tainted by the sin of money and blood. People often condemned violence, yet relished the thrill of violent contests. Tufu focused intently on the ring, pondering that perhaps reporting back to his uncle would earn him some merit. However, as he scrutinized the duelists, he was surprised to find the brutality he anticipated was absent. The participants exchanged blows with a simplicity that bordered on primitive. Each punch connected with a thud, yet despite the bruises blooming on their faces, they maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, adhering to the unwritten rules of boxing without resorting to underhanded tactics. In this heated atmosphere, their crude exchanges of blows seemed paradoxical, resembling a mutual pummeling rather than a fierce competition. Sir, is this your first visit here? Old Muller, now grinning after earning a commission, inquired. Do not feel bewildered. This is a fighting club where participants are civilized individuals who cherish decorum, even in combat. Oh, Tofu's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had never heard such a perspective. What sets this apart from typical fighting activities? Firstly, During combat, only arms and legs may be employed. Headbutting, eye gouging, and groin strikes are strictly prohibited, as are weapons, Old Muller explained, outlining rules that were standard in any fighting match. Why remove shirts and shoes? Tifa questioned, voicing his curiosity. Moreover, items such as watches and rings are also banned to prevent damage during the bout. After a fight, a shirt can conceal injuries, allowing gentlemen to return to their normal lives. Old Muller demonstrated with a few light jabs. Chuckling, once in the ring, there are no time limits in combat. However, for safety's sake, if one party is struck down and submits, the fight must cease. Even if it's feigned? Even if it's feigned. Old Muller articulated the rules clearly, sir. I have stated that all who participate in these matches are respectable individuals, hence the necessity to adhere to such regulations. Yet, upon entering, he had noted that many participants were rough, lower-class workers and street thugs. Though a few onlookers donned exquisite suits, if such individuals could be deemed respectable, then the general quality of character in Bea must have risen several notches. Bang! As they discussed the rules, a fight in the center concluded with the unfortunate Jorson being knocked down, granting victory to his opponent. Yet, as Old Muller had mentioned, the participants displayed remarkable civility even in defeat. Following the bout, both fighters exchanged thanks, donned their clothing once more, and exited the tavern with smiles. Seemingly unconcerned with victory or defeat, as if the purpose was merely to vent their emotions. After enduring a beating or administering one, their inner grievances dissipated without a trace. Perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity. Tifu's eyes gleamed with newfound excitement. He seemed to have discovered a method to channel the adventurer's elixir. For a brave soul, engaging in a purposeless free-for-all was undoubtedly an appealing prospect. Care for a round? Though you suggest it, as a civilized individual, I still find it difficult to accept such barbaric conduct. Tifa hesitated, concern lacing his voice. Undeniably, Old Muller replied slowly after outlining all the rules. But fortunately, participation in the fights is entirely free. Free? Tifu nodded slowly, observing the recently concluded bout as he casually shed his shirt. To be frank, sir, I have always wanted to confront my Achilles heel. Chapter 37. 3 minutes. As the old adage goes, now that I'm here, I must do something. Tifu's gaze fixated on the center ring, glimmering with an unusual fervor. As a brave adventurer, stepping into the underground boxing arena to engage in combat felt entirely reasonable. More importantly, it aligned perfectly with the actions of a reckless individual. Beneath his shirt lay a modest gray vest, snug against his form, concealing his slightly defined muscles and revealing a network of veins beneath the surface. In terms of physique, he was not at a disadvantage compared to the assembled adults. The adventurer's elixir had transformed his previously frail body, enhancing him from the cellular level to the muscular. Yet, he had seldom had the chance to experience real combat, remaining unaware of his true limits. Now, faced with such a splendid opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. That a legal venue for unrestrained brawling that also provided practical combat experience was a rarity in all of Litz. Most importantly, it cost nothing. Gentlemen, I have come to partake in the next round of combat, he declared, as he removed the brass watch with vine patterns from his inner pocket, with a subtle twist of his neck and a brief limbering of his limbs. He strode confidently towards the center, clearly assuming the posture of a challenger. The gathered spectators, initially intrigued, found their interest wane upon realizing that the speaker was merely a child in appearance, leaving no one willing to step forward. Hey, Tifu, have you lost your mind? Billy exclaimed, astonished by Tifu's audacity. Tugging at him discreetly, he had summoned Tifu to witness the spectacle, not to invite punishment. Fear not, I shall go easy, Tifu replied, his seemingly genuine smile eliciting frowns from several onlookers. Among them, a towering bald man spoke up. I will join this contest. The speaker was a robust figure, with a waist circumference far exceeding that of Tifu, exuding an intimidating presence. He shed his upper garments, donning only a white tank top, his bronze muscles accentuating his formidable upper body. Damn it, how could it be him? Bald Hop, that scoundrel is a semi-professional fighter, Billy thought, a wave of concern washing over him for Tifu, as this brute had spent considerable time in underground fighting circles, making him one of the most seasoned opponents. Now, this will be a show worth watching. How long do you think it will take for this guy to concede? 3 minutes. The spectators, caught up in the excitement, began to whistle and cheer, reveling in the unfolding drama. Come on. As the bald man took deliberate strides towards the makeshift ring, Tifa couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. For it was his first time engaging in battle amidst such crude circumstances. The so-called ring he stood in was merely a few rickety barriers and stones marking a boundary. There were no professional gloves, protective gear, or even a referee. The dimly lit underground tavern was thick with the aromas of tobacco, alcohol, and a mingling of countless sweat-soaked hormones as the crowd began to rally, shouting and cursing at the participants, chanting slogans like, "Knock him down." The lack of professionalism and ceremony was overshadowed by the primal instinct of two men preparing to clash, stirring the hearts of all watching. Realizing he could not alter the course of events, Billy leaned close to Tofu, offering a piece of advice before the fight commenced. "Don't be reckless. If you can't win, fall down immediately. The rules here dictate that those who are down shall not be struck again." "Good idea. How about you announce your name to give this guy some face?" Tofu chuckled, mistaking it for a brilliant suggestion. Within the confines of an 8x8 boxing area, stepping out of bounds, raising one's hands, collapsing, or calling for a halt all counted as surrender, yet the duration of combat was unrestricted. As he cast his gaze across the way, he found Bald Hop scrutinizing him with equal intensity. Neither side exchanged names, for this was an informal contest, and more importantly, once it concluded, they would remain strangers. "Begin." With a low growl, Bald Hop charged like a freight train, his robust body crashing towards Tofu. A gust of wind heralding his approach, Tofu squinted, widening his stance to brace himself, crossing his arms in a defensive posture against the formidable onslaught. Bang! In that brief moment of collision, Tofu only staggered back a half step, his upper body absorbing the forceful impact. The scene was unexpected, as Tofu had successfully withstood the blow. Undeterred, Bald Hop lifted his right fist to guard his chin, launching a sweeping punch with his left. Tofu's dark eyes glimmered with a subtle light. Activating his eagle eye ability, he perceived Bald Hop's punches slowing to a crawl. He deftly anticipated the move, retreating a step to evade the sweeping strike. Shifting his footwork, he transitioned from retreat to an explosive advance, unleashing a powerful straight punch aimed squarely at Bald Hop's face. Bang! With mastery over muscle dynamics, Tofu delivered a forceful blow that connected solidly with Bald Hop's visage. The latter's right fist attempted to block but was far too slow. The young fighter's speed was astonishing. His punch landed squarely, forcing Bald Hop to retreat several paces, a pained gasp escaping as he rubbed his face. Well, the audience, who had previously rallied behind Bald Hop, erupted in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, unsure whether to boo Tofu's unrefined tactics or to scorn the bald brute's lack of skill. In the brief silence that followed, the crowd's fervor intensified, chanting louder than before. "Beat him. That's Hop. I've never liked him. Buddy, I had faith in you from the start. You haven't disappointed." The shift in momentum outside the ring was rapid, leaving many spectators astonished. Those who had not placed bets maintained a root for the winner spirit, amplifying their engagement. That was impressive. Billy, who had been anxiously worried for Tofu, instinctively sighed in relief. Yet Tofu pressed on, relying on the advantage of his eagle eye to read Bald Hop's movements and counter with precision. As excitement coursed through him, Tofu's face flushed, his muscles rippling with power, proving no less formidable than his hulking opponent. Ugh. After enduring several punishing blows, Bald Hop abandoned any semblance of strategy, opting for a wild, relentless barrage, willing to absorb Tofu's solid punches to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, landing blows on each other's arms, chests, and shoulders. Like a cornered beast, Bald Hop fought with reckless abandon, leaving Tofu no choice but to absorb punishment in return. The rain of fists fell upon him, each impact intensifying the pain, prompting Tofu to grimace. As his breathing became erratic under the onslaught, his once precise dodges began to falter, and beads of sweat cascaded down his body. Bald Hop, undoubtedly a semi-professional, leveraged his stamina against Tofu's rapidly depleting energy. Amidst the chaotic exchanges, Tofu gritted his teeth. His endurance had already surpassed many expectations, and conceding was not an option. Yet, the more he faced adversity, the more his competitive spirit surged, his once icy gaze now steeled with determination. He shed his earlier fatigue, fearlessly meeting Bald Hop's aggression head-on. With a seamless combination of jabs, hooks, and uppercuts, his movements flowed like a symphony of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid-fire assault resembled that of a predator seizing its prey, each blow landing with precision on Bald Hop. The relentless barrage left Bald Hop disoriented, waves of pain crashing over him, as Tofu's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Completely immersed in the moment, Tofu lost all sense of his surroundings. Consumed by the simplicity of the fight, each punch served as a release for the pent-up frustrations he had carried since arriving in this strange world. grappling with the pressures of the ghost ship. The trials of his extraordinary journey and the enigmatic events surrounding him in the ring, he unleashed his fury upon this wretched world, throwing punches, kicking, elbowing, and colliding with unrestrained fervor. The opponent became nothing more than a punching bag for his pent-up aggression. His aching arms continuing to strike as if fueled by an inexhaustible well of strength. Each blow landed with a satisfying thud, dissipating the accumulated tension like smoke in the air. As the momentum of the clash shifted inexorably in Tufu's favor, I concede, Bald Hop finally recognized the peril he was in. As a series of relentless punches detonated against him, the bruises spreading rapidly across his flesh, fear gripped his heart, and after enduring countless strikes, his resolve crumbled like a dam under the weight of a flood. As Tufu's final, unstoppable punch barreled toward him, the fierce Bald Hop could no longer endure. His trembling legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, summoning the last of his strength to shout his surrender. The match had lasted less than 3 minutes. The victor was clear. Chapter 38, The Fighting Club. Tufu exhaled deeply, releasing the pent-up breath from his chest. Only after bringing his opponent to the ground did he feel a sense of relief. Beads of sweat saturating his undershirt, with drops cascading around him, he worked to regulate his breathing, the unprecedented clarity following victory filling him with immense joy. This primal, mechanical violence etched into his very being provided an unparalleled release from stress. As Tufu personally participated in a boxing match, he gradually came to comprehend the purpose of this underground tavern's establishment. Through civilized rules, it allowed more individuals burdened with inner turmoil to engage, thereby greatly alleviating the pressures of daily life during the intense bouts. Naturally, enduring a beating could also serve as a means of self-release. Observing the bald-headed Hop cover his arm and regard him with the eyes of a monster, Tufu extended a smile and offered his hand to assist him in rising. Hop nodded in gratitude, exhibiting no trace of discontent whatsoever. Indifferent to the outcome, he donned his clothes and exited the tavern. The two shared not a single word of interaction, nor did they engage in any exchange of harsh words, not even introducing themselves. There was no need for such formalities in this realm. Everyone was merely a passerby, completing a bout under established rules, feeling mutual relief before parting ways. A rather cool demeanor. After besting an adult whose physique surpassed his by several times, Tufu found that a brief rest had restored 6 or 7/10 of his strength. As a warm current coursed through his weakened arms, the adventurer possessed a remarkable ability to swiftly recuperate muscle, as if he were inherently suited for the arena. Continue. Tufu intended to engage in another match, but was interrupted by Old Muller's cheerful laughter. Buddy, here everyone is only allowed one match. Well fought, Tufu. I never realized you were so formidable, Billy said, offering to hand over his clothes, his eyes radiating admiration. Any tips? Tips, indeed, Tufu replied without flinching, regardless of whether you maintain an advantage during the clash. Never concede. Keep your eyes wide open and fixate on your opponent. At the very least, assert dominance in spirit. Is that how one secures victory? Such an approach ensures a more dignified defeat, Tufu analyzed calmly. After he reluctantly exited the arena, another participant stepped up for the next bout, and the fervent cheers reignited the atmosphere. Here, it seemed, there was no shortage of courageous souls willing to step onto the stage and fight. From Tufu's observations, most members of this underground tavern appeared to be factory workers, sailors, waitstaff, and other individuals from the lower echelons of society. Billy, I believe I have grasped the essence of this place. I must admit, the most primal methods indeed provide the greatest relief. Tufu shared his insights with his companion. Billy expressed surprise. It seems our views align on this matter. Is that what you thought when you stepped into the ring? No. I certainly don't wish to go up there and get beaten. Billy pointed at the rowdy crowd. The exhilaration of cursing with everyone at the start of the match is incredibly relieving. That's why I brought you here. Tufu. At last, he understood how Billy had earned his reputation for being quick-tongued. The environment had indeed shaped him. After the match concluded and he changed his clothes, Tufu approached the old man behind the bar. Mr. Muller, do such activities occur daily? Is there a fixed schedule? Who organizes them? After unleashing a trio of inquiries, old Muller squinted his eyes into slits, donning a professional smile as he regarded Tufu, subconsciously rubbing his ear as if he were completely deaf to the question. Fully aware of the unspoken rules of the underworld, Tufu inhaled deeply and clenched his teeth. Sir, I would like another glass of night rose. No need to be so polite. Although old Muller spoke thus, His movements were swift, promptly presenting another fragrant glass of night rose. The boxing arena in the Putan district opens 2 to 3 times a week. Visitors may either watch or personally engage in combat. Kid, not only in the Putan district, but there are club branches across all major districts of Litz, with dozens of boxing venues like this. It's truly nothing extraordinary. The volume of information old Muller revealed was substantial, causing even Billy to widen his eyes in earnest attention, likely unaware that he had inadvertently stumbled upon such a unique club. Tu Fu's mind began to whirl, soon realizing that if this operated as a club, consolidating it could wield considerable power. As for the organizer you mentioned, I'm afraid I do not know. Even after working here for many years, the leadership of the club has changed hands several times, and I simply cannot recall who manages it now. Old Muller pondered for a long while before providing a rather unhelpful answer. As for the original founder, it is said he left long ago. A venue dedicated to the catharsis of anger at this juncture. Tu Fu had begun to form a vague hypothesis. Perhaps it was a product of some substantial capital, or the initial creator was an extraordinary individual from some pathway, establishing such an organization to facilitate the consumption of magical potions. He understood that many extraordinary individuals sought advancement with great difficulty. In comparison to Grace's reckless methods, this was indeed a merciful approach. In acknowledgement of Tu Fu's relative generosity, Old Muller handed him a note listing the addresses of boxing club branches in Central District, Green District, and Wood District. The core rule here was simple. There was only one to participate in a match. No formalities were required. One could challenge anyone in the arena to a bout. I fully understand this. Tu Fu nodded thoughtfully, then raised his glass. But there is still one issue. I haven't yet had the chance to drink the night rose I ordered, so can I return it? What did you just say? I am afraid I didn't quite catch that. Old Muller fumbled with his ear again, feigning a look of difficulty, his selective hearing filtering out what he did not wish to hear, seeking a freebie. Not a chance. It was only as Tu Fu reached the door that Old Muller suddenly recalled something. Watching the young man's retreating figure, his deep voice unexpectedly rising. Remember, this place is called the Fighting Club. In the Central District, Litz University AS, the only officially recognized institution of higher learning in Litz City, it was a point of pride for nearly every child from the Poliacy region to gain admission here. Only local children hesitated to enroll. George McGavin, the youngest associate professor in the institution's history, basked in the glow of recognition. As he walked through the gates, students greeted him enthusiastically, and he maintained his smile until he returned to his office, where he finally shed his facade. Picking up a leather folder from his desk, he carefully extracted and scrutinized the information he had acquired elsewhere. Tu Fu's dossier, albeit a more detailed version, which included notes on his recent interactions with law enforcement. Comparing it with his report card, it was evident that the boy had experienced a significant improvement in his performance during this period. George, have you met Mr. Capet's son? A clear female voice called from outside the office. The woman, with a curvaceous figure clad in a black floral dress and white blouse, exuded a blend of youthful charm and mature elegance, her words brimming with curiosity. Yes, we had a brief encounter, and the interaction was quite pleasant. McGavin tidied the documents on his desk and chuckled softly. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I was convinced he was the child of Professor Capet and Miss Sophia, inheriting traits from both. So he is extraordinarily handsome. The woman's eyes lit up with excitement. Hey, I meant to say he inherited the professor's humility and that lady's pride, Professor McGavin clarified, though his looks are indeed striking, nearly rivaling my own. I informed him that if he wished to attend Litz University, I could assist him with all the formalities. Though I spoke kindly, I got the impression he isn't particularly interested. McGavin had always been astute in his perceptions. A person's words and expressions could deceive, but the eyes would never lie. The depth and enigma of the eyes he had encountered today resembled a bottomless pool, as if one's innermost thoughts could be laid bare in a gaze. The boy possessed a maturity that belied his age. Perhaps that is for the best. Following the direction once taken by the professors may lead to uncovering the true reasons behind their disappearance. McGavin set down the dossier, pinching the bridge of his nose. The uproar caused by the simultaneous disappearance of Professor Capet and Miss Sophia had been immense, stirring a tempest within the international academic community, as their research team, composed of industry elites, vanished overnight, becoming a taboo subject. This raised suspicions regarding the truth. One of the teaching assistants from Professor Capet's cohort, McGavin, and his contemporaries had been quietly gathering information about the incident. Whether it was to uncover the facts or to seek the whereabouts of the missing individuals, it required tremendous effort. Perhaps it would be wise to set this matter aside for now and focus on the present. The woman in the floral dress remarked, "This year, the examination papers from the Gothenburg testing hall have begun to be distributed to printing houses across the kingdom, and soon we will be quite busy." "I certainly haven't forgotten about this troublesome affair," McGavin admitted. Feeling somewhat wearied, in a month's time, the selection process for higher education across the northern continent would officially commence. Chapter 39. The Discipline of Danger Swish. As he twisted the faucet, replacing his sweat-soaked garments, Tofu took a wooden basin to wash his shirt and waistcoat separately. He was thoroughly drenched in sweat from the boxing match and had to clean them himself. It truly rang true that the cooler one appeared while boxing. The more disheveled one looked while washing clothes. Notably, the Winster household had procured a steam washing machine, regarded as a prized possession, compared to the earlier paddle-style hand-crank machines. This new invention not only allowed clothes to tumble in the barrel for washing, but also featured inlet and outlet water holes. Once the drainage is completed, one can rapidly dry clothes using steam, which inherently possesses the effect of stretching and ironing garments. Compared to the modern washing machine functions that Tofu has forgotten, this method is far superior. The primary reason for its underutilization lies in the necessity of at least 100 liters of water and the considerable fuel expenses incurred for each wash. To start the washing machine for a single piece of clothing is, in Aunt Anfield's eyes, tantamount to committing a crime. Of course, as a recalcitrant major offender, Uncle has often faced reprimands for similar transgressions. "Are you doing laundry?" Sophie, passing by the laundry room, cast a suspicious glance inside, for Tofu usually accumulates a large pile to wash on fixed days, making today's actions highly dubious. "To be precise, I am washing shirts," Tofu retorted darkly, noticing her peculiar expression. "Diligent Mr. Capet, perhaps you could assist me in my laundry next time?" "Of course, no problem," Tofu readily agreed, already calculating in his mind. School uniforms for 10 pence, jeans for 20 pence, skirts for 50 pence. And intimate apparel to be negotiated separately. Enough. Rarely did a playful flush of red grace Sophie's fair cheeks. She shot him an indignant glare before storming off. It was a sight to behold. Miss Winston. Shy for once. Uncle Ethan had returned earlier than Tofu today, as his life rhythm resumed its normal course following the resolution of the church attack case. Despite his promotion to the rank of inspector and enjoying significantly enhanced benefits, he maintained a leisurely attitude towards work, with only one wish each day: to leave work early. Upon seeing the two children back home, he inquired, as usual, about their day. What interesting events transpired today? After hanging up the clothes, Tofu recounted today's happenings to his uncle. Mr. Coleman arrived early today, indicating that he had resolved part of the paperwork, and introduced me to a lecturer from Leeds University, George McGowan. He promised to assist me with all application troubles, provided I meet Leeds University's score threshold. At the mention of this name, Uncle Ethan's brow furrowed slightly before quickly returning to normal. George McGowan. Aunt, upon hearing the name, instinctively spoke up. I have heard Sophia mention him. He is a remarkably intelligent young man. They once served as his mentors, and it's surprising that he has achieved such advancement at a young age. Do you remember? George was originally supposed to join them on that expedition but was retained by Mr. Capet, Ethan recounted, noting that this was precisely why Professor McGowan was spared. What should I do? Tofu was perplexed. His willingness to help stems from your parents' connection. There's no need to refuse, Ethan waved dismissively. However, I would not recommend choosing him as your mentor. Steer clear of those damned subjects. Biology, archaeology, folklore. You would never guess the bizarre fatalities that befall students in those fields each year. Ethan referenced several cases he had encountered. A certain year, a certain month, and someone suffered an attack. Entire teams wiped out. Just another ordinary day. Of course, he had yet to reveal something significant about Professor McGowan. The missing individuals extend beyond Mr. Capet and his wife, Mrs. Sophia. It also includes leading scholars from various fields. The intricate web of connections they formed over the years has assembled a formidable team, relentlessly pursuing the truth behind that tragic incident. Some seek merely the whereabouts of the expedition, while others aim to uncover scientific truths, and many continue to chase after the traces of history that are on the verge of being lost. George McGowan stands as the forefront figure of Leeds University within this network, and Ethan naturally wished to prevent McGowan from ensnaring Tofu. All right, I understand. Tufa sensed that his uncle had much more to reveal but chose not to press further. Maintaining such a comfortable family atmosphere necessitated a measured approach to conversation. If even Tufu has reached such a goal, what reason do we have not to strive? Miss Winston deliberately echoed Aunt's words, prompting a raised eyebrow from Anfield, who began to ponder a reason to reprimand this daughter who was straying from the path. Sophie, which university have you decided to apply to? Tufu abruptly shifted the conversation to the proud young lady, who was playfully winding a wind-up bear toy.by simply turning the key at the back. The little contraption would sway its limbs and move forward. The admissions office of Copenhagen University has contacted me. You must cherish my remaining time at Leeds, Sophie proclaimed, her spirits soaring as she discussed this topic, her lips curling into an unmistakable smile. Indeed, it was a member of the Seven School Alliance. Such prestigious institutions often reach out to exceptional students from noble or ordinary academies well before formal selections. Attempting to secure a favorable impression. Of course, Sophie harbored an unspoken desire to escape her parents and venture to the capital, where she could encounter all manner of mysterious experiences. Just the thought sent a thrill through her. Copenhagen University? Aunt Anfield's initial ire dissipated in an instant. That is an excellent choice. The finest university in the Kingdom of Bea. For the parents, the choice of school was as significant as the location, and Sophie opting for the premier institution in their homeland was something the Winston family wholeheartedly welcomed. In contrast, while Leeds University was respectable, it merely offered a mediocre standing compared to the top-tier institution. Tufu also extended his congratulations to this nominal sister, but felt a twinge of regret. A grand road lay ahead for Sophie, brimming with boundless excitement. While his choice of Leeds University seemed assured yet limited. If all proceeded as expected, their futures would resemble two parallel lines, never to intersect again. Remaining in the somewhat predictable confines of Leeds was not conducive to the path he wished to tread. Acquiring potion formulas, materials, and forbidden items would prove challenging in such a coastal town, and the surveillance on the ghost ship necessitated an expansion to all major cities of Bea. Most crucially, he had resolved to pursue the extraordinary path to its conclusion, should he attract significant trouble in the future. It could very well implicate the Winston family. I must escape Leeds and venture to a larger city, he resolved. Temporarily suppressing his restless thoughts, Tufu adhered to his usual study routine after dinner. It was only after exchanging pleasantries with his family that he lost track of time. Upon hearing the soft breathing from the adjacent room, he slowly opened his eyes. Lying in bed, he felt emboldened to continue his quiet counting that he had grown increasingly adept at the previous ritual, and due to his 2 voyages, his connection to the Saint Maria had solidified by skillfully reciting its true name in several languages. He could initiate the countdown. The cuckoo clock ticked steadily. It was 3:30 in the morning. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After packing all the essentials into his backpack, the air thickened, and the two-way portal opened. As he lay in his punk-style room, a wave of dizziness swept over him, seamlessly transitioning to the luxurious cabin of his cruise ship, on a bed even softer than before, and he hadn't even altered his position. I'm here. A weight settled in Tufu's heart as he glanced toward the viewing balcony outside his cabin. The cruise ship had entered daylight. Yet a thick fog obscured all visibility. It seemed this world consisted solely of mist and ocean, offering a seemingly endless journey across the horizon. Tufu's gaze shifted back to the countdown. 00, 29, 55, 029, 54, 029, 53. The time from sequence 9 automatically extended to half an hour, granting him ample opportunity to explore. First, I must return to the captain's chamber. Tufu recalled the purpose of his journey, hesitating not a moment as he sprang from the bed. Swiftly making his way toward the door, he crouched by the door crack, peering through the peephole to observe everything outside. Eerie footsteps echoed outside. It was Anna. It felt as though she possessed a dog-like instinct, relentlessly pursuing him every time she appeared. Upon opening the door, Tufu descended the stairs to the deck, confronting a transformed monster without hesitation, boldly stepping forward to face the undead Anna. Just before she could emit a shriek, he slightly shifted his stance, evading her swift lunge, and tightly clenched his fist, directing his force toward Anna's upper body. As his blows neared, Tufu quickly shifted his strength, transitioning from a punch to an open palm. Reaching for the dazzling diamond necklace that adorned Anna's neck, the heart of the ocean. One of his pivotal objectives for this journey was to acquire this necklace, not merely because it boasted a 23-carat royal blue gem with a 10-carat diamond pendant, alongside a substantial blue crystal in the center, but also due to its seemingly modest pendant being valued at around 12,000. Of course, this could hardly be deemed theft. As the acting captain of the St. Maria, he held the theoretical right to dispose of all items aboard. This was entirely reasonable. Activating his eagle eye, Tofu noted that no other monsters congregated near the captain's chamber. In a sudden surge of audacity, I resolutely engaged with the reanimated corpse known as Anna. The vibrant beauty I once remembered had wholly dissipated, replaced by a ghastly figure. Her skin was an unsettling shade of purplish black, and her tattered garments were darkened with decay. This foul-smelling cadaver moved with surprising agility, ensnaring me with her presence as she opened her mouth, long devoid of care, emitting a noxious stench that nearly caused me to faint. With a resounding crack, I delivered a precise blow to her elbow joint just as she lunged to bite me. The immense force sending her staggering back. One of her arms hung limply, clearly injured. In the next moment, Anna seemed to learn her lesson, abandoning her pursuit and instead fleeing with an unexpected grace. Roar! I squinted, poised to chase her down, but was interrupted by the untimely howls of two ghouls, climbing up from the stairs onto the deck, their fragmented footsteps signaling their approach. Humph! You may have fled swiftly. I gripped the heart of the ocean, unwilling to confront these two unknown ghouls, and hastily made my way back to the captain's quarters. Upon reaching the cabin door, I exerted all my strength to fling it open, shutting it just in time to keep the ghouls at bay. A thick mist followed me inside, and I held my breath, making not a sound as I grasped the sharp knife hidden in my backpack. Should the ghouls discover me, I would not hesitate to open the door, allowing a single ghoul in before dispatching them one by one. Regrettably, through the peephole, I observed the two emaciated creatures with sunken red eyes, who, finding no one around, merely licked their bloodied claws in frustration before disappearing outside the captain's quarters. Next time, I must be better prepared with weapons to deal with them. Acquiring firearms would be ideal. Once the immediate threat had passed, I let out a sigh of relief. The series of battles and frantic escapes had drained considerable energy from me. Leveraging the abilities of a hero, I had successfully driven away the dancer Anna and collected my protection fee, finally ridding myself of this thorn in my side. Next time, I would be thoroughly prepared to cleanse this rout of ghouls and corpses. Establishing a safe zone. 27 minutes remaining. Glancing at the blood-red countdown, I remained calm, instead scrutinizing the activity within the captain's quarters. The surveillance system was operational, monitoring locations such as the Old Hunter Tavern, St. Maria Church, and the police station. Though these sites had become less significant, everything within the captain's quarters remained undisturbed, showing no signs of intrusion. The captain's quarters at night are not entirely secure. Perhaps other monsters have entered, I murmured to myself as I conducted a thorough check. Finding nothing amiss. As usual, I smiled while surveying my divine realm, reclining in the captain's chair, and adjusted the monitor to focus on a street in the Pluton district. Good evening, Litz City. As midnight arrived, the infamous street known for its indulgences did not disappoint. From numerous taverns, the sounds of panting echoed, adding a touch of spring to the dark night. Unsurprisingly, I spotted Uncle Roman, a humanoid pile driver, amidst the revelry. With 30 days of automatic video recording, I could almost compile a series. I shook my head, pulling up the footage from the Jonah Tavern from some time ago. What I truly sought was the encounter between Mr. Mason and Uncle Roman from days past. An hour before the rendezvous, Mason had arrived at the Jonah Tavern to exchange information with Roman. I listened intently as these two engaged in a battle of wits, a night oblivious to the concept of money against a miserly Scrooge. Their verbal sparring could only be described with one word: absolute. Mason, having hypnotized himself in advance, failed to provide even a shred of useful information, while the shameless Roman clung to him for an extended period. However, amidst their brief, effective exchanges, Roman deduced that the messenger was not Mason from the Brotherhood, turning his suspicions toward myself. This old rogue is indeed trying to deceive me. I longed to capture a snapshot of Roman in his current state, to print thousands of copies and distribute them throughout every tavern in Litz. Of course, for such a brazen old lecher, if the photographs were to be exposed, he would undoubtedly have the gall to attach his reflections beneath them, perhaps even penning a guide titled Ritz's Guide to Courtesans, expressing gratitude for the inspiration it provided. Only after witnessing the entire surveillance did I find reassurance. Roman had no inkling that either I or Mason were involved in anything dubious. He had merely set a trap to extract information without possessing any himself. Thankfully, my performance that day had been commendable. as I had left no incriminating evidence for Roman to grasp, leaving him uncertain about the orchestrator behind the theater incident. After Roman had sent me away, I made a new discovery. Standing motionless for a moment, my gaze vacant. I instinctively ordered a glass of potent liquor from the bartender. To my astonishment, the glass vanished before my eyes, prompting me to blink in disbelief. This must be the Dreamweaver's ability. Recognizing it instantly, I surmised it had to be Officer Kirby, who had once appeared at the theater. At that moment, two extraordinary beings had been concealed within the Jonah Tavern, one lurking in an unknown location, poised to subdue me should I make any move. I swallowed hard, both apprehensive and impressed by my own composure. I began to regard the organization of the Black Swan, under the auspices of the Goddess of Wisdom, with newfound respect. These astute individuals possessed their unique methods. Though they seemed frivolous, they were all exceptionally shrewd. You might think that they operated on the first level, but in reality, they were functioning on the fifth. I lamented that only the truly fraudulent extraordinary beings acted recklessly, while the genuine ones advanced with caution. Fortunately, with the ghost ship, I remained at the very top. Next, it is time to focus on the Brotherhood's location. After meeting, Mason Adams fled along the way, discarding all his belongings and employing various means of transportation, including carriages and airships. To navigate the districts, he utilized divination methods at least 3 times to ensure he was not being followed before finally returning to the Brotherhood's headquarters in Litz. Ultimately, he arrived at a quaint building across from an ancient clock tower, its towering spire visible through the window. Below the clock tower stood the Government Assembly Building, a prominent site frequented by countless visitors. The audacity of such a clandestine organization operating right under the noses of the Litz government was staggering. Poor Mason must have been thoroughly outwitted by the cunning Roman, the omniscient deity of Litz City. I shifted my surveillance to the base of the Grand Clock, monitoring the Brotherhood's recent activities while keeping an eye on the adjacent Assembly Building. From today onward, the Brotherhood's intelligence network shall become my own, I thought with a smile, confident that generous Mr. Mason would not mind this arrangement. Ding ding, ding ding. Shortly after I made this move, the radio station illuminated once more, signaling on the same frequency as before. Previously, I had rushed back to my quarters without paying much attention to the source of the signal. This time, however, I had ample time to investigate. Ding. Upon pressing the receiving button, a cacophony of static erupted from the speakers. Help, help. The signal was far too weak to discern much, but I could just make out the desperate pleas of an unknown male. After listening several times, I extracted a familiar phrase amidst the noise. Akkadian? I froze momentarily, recalling that the previous message had been in the common tongue of the northern continent. Pressing closer to the speaker, I was met with an array of different languages intermingled with Baiarian, Rhenian, and Lantian, all transmitting the same distress signal, regardless of the sender's identity or predicament. They were evidently well-versed in languages. I fell into deep contemplation, my fingers unconsciously hovering over the radio's buttons, replaying the anguished cries that were accompanied by the howling wind, creating an atmosphere of eerie silence, allowing my imagination to conjure the environment of the sender. Finally, I grasped the transmitter's button, quietly uttering a simple query in my less-than-fluent Akkadian. Where are you? On the other end of the radio, the previous cries faded, leaving only the sound of howling winds. As if all that remained was silence, the individual calling for help seemed unprepared for the possibility that someone could receive their signal. After a prolonged pause, a deep voice uttered a chilling phrase. The Abyss. Chapter 41. The Dark God teaches me foreign languages. The Abyss. The phrase transmitted through the radio caused my hand, gripping the transmitter, to tremble ever so slightly that I found myself ensnared in an indescribable silence. Due to the instability of the radio signal, the receiver emitted indistinct sound waves and electrical currents, with a segment of the effective frequency suffering degradation through the passage of time and space. What was transmitted from the radio station to the ears of the captain, Tu Fu, had almost evolved into a game of guess what I'm drawing. Of course, for Tu Fu, the acting captain who was relatively familiar with the captain's quarters. Modulating the signal was not particularly challenging. He analyzed that the current low-frequency signals of the FM mode were quite difficult for long-distance transmission. His task was to load the low-frequency signal onto a high-frequency signal, which required amplitude modulation to accomplish. Generally, this is achieved by altering the amplitude, frequency, and phase of the high-frequency waveform to accomplish the goal of signal loading. All that was needed was for the radio station to select AM, amplitude modulation, to load onto the high-frequency signal. as AM varies by changing the waveform of the high frequency, resulting in amplitude-modulated waves compared to FM frequency modulation signals, which are influenced by geographical factors and suitable for city-level broadcasting. AM signals are more stable, possess greater transmission power, and consequently have a wider coverage area, typically employed by provincial and national radio stations. While frequency modulation is undoubtedly a tedious task, with Tufu's operations, the language from the other end of the signal gradually became clearer. It seemed to originate from a valley. After establishing the connection, an endless howling wind echoed in the receiver. A deep voice on the other end fluently spoke in Assyrian, "Hello, I am in some trouble." Little did he know, before he could finish, he heard a segment of incomprehensible Assyrian from the other side. "Do not reply, do not reply, do not reply. I am trapped, goodbye." Tufu, with a strong northern accent and lacking fluency in Assyrian, communicated with the other party, reminiscent of a foreigner speaking Chinese with another foreigner. He cautiously probed this mysterious caller for help, realizing that transmitting the signal to the Santa Maria was no trivial matter. After a prolonged silence from the other end, the mysterious voice shifted to a language more familiar to Tufu. "Why don't we use Baya language?" "Because," Tufu professionally replied with a smile akin to a customer service representative, "I prefer it." The initial exchange with a stranger online seemed rather unpleasant. After a brief mental adjustment, a thought-provoking statement emerged from the receiver. "Since you have the ability to hear my call, why not help me return to the realm of reality? I can grant you any request." "So, how can I assist you?" Tufu expressed genuine interest in the other's words. Having spent too long alone on a ghost ship, what could be more delightful than having companions to converse with? "A ritual." The voice on the other end began to describe a complex ceremony that involved at least a dozen preparatory steps, with stringent conditions and items required that Tufu had never even heard of. This seemed more daunting than learning Assyrian. After a lengthy exposition, the other finally revealed his terms. "In exchange, I can help you kill any current favored one of the gods, or any potion of sequence 4 or higher." His tone exuded a tempting allure. Such simple words could easily cloud one's judgment with the allure of gain. Any potion of sequence 4 or above was beyond measure in wealth. Only upon hearing the terms did Tufu dare confirm that this trapped being was at least of high rank, seemingly ensnared by some force. "That's a splendid condition." After a brief contemplation, Tufu maintained his professional customer service smile. "If I can make it happen, I would be more than willing to assist you in escaping, but unfortunately, as a low-sequence extraordinary being, I am powerless." Silence ensued. The other radio station sending the signal fell into an interminable silence, the longest since the communication began. A low-sequence being. He seemed perplexed as to why someone of such a minor caliber could receive signals from the abyss. Limited by the desolation of this place, he could only emit low-frequency signals, akin to a unique grain of sand in the desert. Perhaps it could shine brightly, but when an airship flew over the desert from above, it had no time to notice the situation below. No matter how conspicuous that grain of sand might be, those aboard the airship would not pause to observe. What could be more agonizing than a grain of sand striving to shine, yet remaining unnoticed? There was, just then, an ant happened to notice the distinctiveness of the grain. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of silence, the receiver echoed with the bitter voice from the other side. "Perhaps you could try to do it, and I will do my best to assist you." Tufu's eyebrows lifted. He had waited so long for this response. "All right. Is there a way to promote from sequence 9 to demigod in the short term?" "No." "Then can you contact your family and borrow their power to help you escape?" "No." "Or do you have over 100,000 kroner stored in Baya or other countries?" Tufu maintained his smile, considering that channeling money through brotherhoods to purchase potions or recipes was a quick route. Regrettably, the response from the other end was a dismal, "No. Nothing at all. This truly makes it difficult for me to assist you." Tufu expressed his disappointment. In truth, not only was it challenging for Tufu to complete that bizarre, intricate ceremony at this stage, but even if he had the ability, he would not easily help the other escape. Since the establishment of communication, the being had been persistently tempting him. Having been inundated with countless online narratives, Tufu was thoroughly familiar with the devil and the fisherman trope and had never intended to trust this presumably evil god. He initially sought to extract something from the being, only to discover that he was no better off than Tufu himself, merely a penniless wretch. The communication seemed to revert to the modulation frequency, the indistinct signal once again succumbing to the effects of the weather, falling into a state of utter silence. "Help? Me. Help me. The other party, employing some method, persisted in sending meaningless signals towards the airship in the sky. Stop calling. No one will come to your rescue. No matter how hoarse your voice becomes. The kind-hearted Tu Fu opened the dialogue once more. How about this? Let us forget what just happened and make a reasonable deal. With influences like Uncle Roman, who trampled over morality, guiding him, Tu Fu had gained a clearer understanding of extraordinary beings in this era. The previous round of probing revealed that neither party had pure intentions, and the proposed terms and rewards had merely been idle talk. It was more prudent to seek more tangible conditions. A transaction, at last, the other party's high-frequency communication resumed upon hearing Tu Fu's goodwill. In the short term, let me master the Assyrian language. This should not be difficult for you. And in return, I believe you would be quite interested in the information I possess about the outside world. Tu Fu spoke at a measured pace, perhaps allowing the other ample time to contemplate. As this condition was somewhat embarrassing for a being of high rank. Silence. Prolonged silence. I can tell you about the history before the era that would be of greater value. The evil god finally spoke. Willing to offer more valuable information. No, I only wish to learn Old Assyrian. Tu Fu did not afford the being an opportunity to think or catch its breath, pressing on. Of course, you may refuse and continue the futile endeavor you have been engaged in for who knows how long, hoping for the next individual who may receive your signal. But after this time, you will no longer have the opportunity to ponder. Tu Fu was acutely aware of the experiences one undergoes when isolated from the world for an extended period. The boundless loneliness and despair could drive a person mad. In the midst of repeated pleas for help, even hearing another's voice would bring immense joy. Thus, he was unperturbed by the prospect of the evil god rejecting him as the dominant party. He was already in an invulnerable position. And his terms were exceedingly simple, a highly advantageous transaction for such a being. After presenting his offer to the so-called evil god, Tu Fu patiently awaited the response. After a lengthy pause, the signal source on the other end must have endured an arduous internal struggle, expressing its stubbornness through silence, only to finally exhale a word. Good. This will be the wisest choice you have ever made. At an opportune moment, Tu Fu complimented him amiably, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner. In the future, I will come to you every 3 days for a half-hour session to tutor you in Assyrian. MHM. During this period, I will verify the content of our lessons. Should I discover any deception on your part, our collaboration will terminate automatically. MHM. Tu Fu laid out a series of conditions that were not overly harsh, yet rather burdensome. It seemed he could faintly hear the other side murmuring, "Help me again." Although the initial conversation with the stranger was not particularly pleasant, Tu Fu was confident that this marked a positive beginning. From this moment forward, the online instructor, on the other side of the radio, would officially commence teaching the course on Assyrian language. Following their earlier exchange, the evil god had already grasped Tu Fu's capabilities and specifically devised a training regimen targeting his weaknesses, meticulously organizing the grammar of Assyrian and repeatedly emphasizing linguistic key points. When you arrive next time, please record the parts you find most challenging. The evil god not only engaged earnestly during the lesson, but even assigned Tu Fu homework. Understood. Indeed, exceptional individuals excel in all endeavors, even in teaching. They surpass the instructors of academies. No wonder the aristocracy often hires private tutors. Now that they had one, Tu Fu did too. Perhaps, in the future, there will be an opportunity to establish an online education platform where the seductive dark deity can teach. Fortunately, these deities cannot read minds. Otherwise, they would surely devise ways to eliminate him. It was only when Tu Fu noticed the countdown reaching its final minute that he cautiously posed a few intriguing questions into the microphone. What is the abyss? A place of exile. What are you doing there? Waiting. The responses were succinct, akin to the cryptic utterances of a riddle maker, leaving Tu Fu utterly perplexed. Therefore, he prudently inquired one last question. I am curious. What is your name? The unfortunate soul on the other end fell silent, as if deeply pondering his own name, seemingly having forgotten both his identity and true name over the long passage of time, only vaguely recalling his purpose here. You may call me. After a prolonged pause, a voice filled with melancholy sighed. The gatekeeper. Chapter 42. Late at 4 in the morning, the countdown reverted to 00, 00, 03, 00, 00, 0200, 001. As all the numbers simultaneously indicated 0. The sound of crashing waves ceased, and the thick fog over the sea expanded instantaneously as the gray mist dissipated. The power of the ghost ship effortlessly transported Tu Fu back, unscathed. Darkness enveloped him. Serene, with only the ticking of the cuckoo clock above the wall disturbing the silence. The hour hand nearing 4 o'clock. The rhythmic tick-tock had become the sole source of sound within the punk abode. Tu Fu had deliberately chosen to return just past 3 in the morning, as research suggested this time frame corresponded to the deepest sleep for most individuals. Tu Fu exhaled deeply, having easily acclimatized to the darkness of the room after being bestowed with the power of keen eyesight. He lay on the somewhat firm cotton bed, still wearing his backpack, clutching tightly the necklace heart of the ocean that he had seized from the dancer Anna, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course, in Tu Fu's view, this was not theft, but rather a judicious utilization of the resources aboard the ship. As the rightful master of the Santa Maria, everything aboard belonged to him. So taking his own belongings could hardly be deemed theft, merely the return of property to its rightful owner. After bidding farewell to Teacher Gate, Tu Fu stealthily rose from the bed. He gently closed the door without disturbing the others in the house, and softly pulled the gas lamp's switch. With a click, an orange glow illuminated much of the punk dwelling. Today's experiences aboard the cruise had been quite enriching. His abilities had progressed to the point where he could eliminate lower-tier undead, providing him with a semblance of self-defense. Most importantly, he had become proficient in the use of the radio. After switching from FM to AM, he had surprisingly received signals from a place known as the Abyss, where a being resembling a dark deity resided. The Abyss, uttering this phrase in ancient Assyrian. Tu Fu cautiously organized the contents of his backpack. Sitting down on the solid wooden chair at his desk, lost in thought, his gaze flitted quickly over the titles lining the bookshelf, finally resting on a time-worn book titled Compendium of World Mythology. This book, alongside the best-selling Revelation, was a staple in nearly every household. While not everyone might read it, it was certain that each family possessed a copy. He vaguely recalled from the original owner's memories that this term had appeared in mythological tales. Yet it had not left a profound impression. Flipping through the pages hastily, Tu Fu meticulously perused the stories of the 7 gods, detailing the 7 days following the primordial creators, the Lord's act of creation, which gave rise to the current pantheon. Afterward, the world remained shrouded in chaos, with humanity facing numerous formidable challenges. Monsters from the frigid wastelands, creatures crawling from the fissures of the earth, beasts emerging from the ocean to the land, and extraterrestrial entities. Even the 7 gods, while interacting with humanity, had produced many hybrid beings, half-human, half-divine monstrosities. For an extended period, humanity had struggled daily against these monsters. It was during this so-called golden age of humanity that many remarkable figures emerged, heroes, demigods, and fated chosen ones. They fought alongside the 7 gods, guiding humanity through a glorious epic. In the protracted battles, the 7 gods ultimately repelled the terrifying monsters from beyond the heavens, the depths of the sea, and the cracks of the earth, banishing the dark entities back to their frigid abodes, forcing the beasts that sought to ascend onto land back into slumber. Among them, the most fearsome extraterrestrials and dark deities aspiring to seize divine status were exiled to a land devoid of day and night. An endless crimson expanse where the black moon rose without a hint of light. It was this interminable land of exile that came to be known as the Abyss. Indeed, a dark deity, Tu Fu murmured. Contemplating the descriptions in the mythological tales, the Abyss serves as the prison for the 7 gods and the most ferocious and terrifying dark deities and extraterrestrials. While one cannot wholly trust the accounts of mythology, it is likely that the being who referred to itself as the gatekeeper is indeed a dark deity, perhaps seeking to escape the abyss through some ritual, much like the demons in tales that deceive the gullible. Tu Fu, educated in the nuances of fraud prevention and actively using the National Anti-Fraud Center app, would never be swayed by mere words. So, the ghost ship's radio can receive unknown signals from other regions of this world. Tu Fu discovered a new purpose for this device. However, receiving unknown signals via AM was inherently a dangerous endeavor. If he were to encounter a high-ranking extraordinary being who could trace the position of the Santa Maria, he would be in dire straits. But I can utilize FM to capture some medium and short-range signals. Seeking out less formidable extraordinary beings, with careful maneuvering, I might even establish a commendable extraordinary network. Tu Fu marveled at the ghost ship's formidable capabilities, pondering what had transpired that led to the demise of the entire crew. Following his usual routine, Tu Fu placed compendium of world mythology back on the shelf and simultaneously retrieved a diary from the bookshelf, recording the day's events in Chinese characters. June 17, Thursday, sunny. Sophie mentioned she will soon depart for the University of Copenhagen, which makes me feel somewhat melancholic. Recently, the sadness has been compounded by the passing of little Faye next door. I miss its soft fur. After boarding the ship today, I successfully acquired Anna's necklace. A fitting interest for her prolonged intimidation of me. The gentleman avenges himself. 10 days is not too late. Notably, I received a message from the abyss on the radio. After establishing contact, I sensed its urgent desire to escape. I expressed my helplessness in this regard, but agreed to exchange messages. Sometimes, dark deities may not necessarily ensnare your mind, but can certainly teach you how to master Assyrian.as for the message I promised to convey. I shall merely state my lowly status and inability to obtain valuable intelligence, which should elicit methods for advancement from it. Indeed, as long as one lacks morality, one will not be bound by moral constraints. Concerning future plans, I have resolved to strive for admission to a school within the 7-School Alliance, seeking to leap beyond the confines of Litz. Additionally, the combat club seems capable of aiding me in rapidly metabolizing potions. I must find a way to uncover its secrets. Closing today's diary. Tu Fu anticipated a day filled with vitality ahead. Glancing at the time, he dismissed any thoughts of sleep. His spirits had been unexpectedly high lately, with the modifications from his adventurer's journey yielding significant results on his body. For a competent adventurer, possessing a robust physique and abundant mental vigor is vital for embarking on quests. Keep it up, Tu Fu. Only after resolving his tasks did Tu Fu retrieve the ancient Assyrian textbook. Adhering to Teacher Gate's personalized teaching methods, he unexpectedly immersed himself in the study of the ancient language he had previously detested. After memorizing vocabulary, he diligently practiced exercises, striving to absorb the content taught by Teacher Gate. He even found himself somewhat enjoying the process. With his extraordinary memory, comprehension abilities, and guidance from a professional foreign language instructor, he was able to significantly elevate his scores in Assyrian in a short time. Many despise learning, preferring the immediate gratification or frustration that games provide. In contrast, education is a slow process with delayed feedback, requiring prolonged investment of willpower to yield any returns from sustained effort. Yet, once one suddenly masters an exceptional learning ability, receiving satisfactory feedback with regularity, one is undoubtedly willing to devote substantial time to the endeavor. Moreover, one realizes that learning brings joy. The night wore on. A sudden chill stirred Sophie, still lost in slumber in the adjacent room, eliciting a soft murmur from her. After a gentle hum, feeling a slight distension in her abdomen, Sophie reluctantly opened her eyes. Groggily rising in her favorite teddy bear pajamas, she stumbled toward the washroom. Having taken but a few steps, she noticed a faint light seeping through the door crack, a conspicuously bright sight in the darkness. What's going on? Miss Winster instantly perked up, realizing that the beam emanated from Tu Fu's room. Thus, driven by curiosity, she tiptoed closer to his door, intending to peer through the narrow gap. The ensuing scene left an indelible impression in Miss Winster's mind. In the dimly lit room, the radiant youth bent forward, his keen eyes focused intently on the papers before him, softly reciting the ancient language, illuminated by the ethereal blue moonlight, with scattered starlight cascading onto his shoulders from outside the window. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing Tu Fu's thick, raven-black hair to flutter slightly. Under the delicate strands of light, the contours of his handsome visage appeared as rounded and flawless as a mythical Adonis. The youth, fully engrossed in a particular endeavor, seemed to radiate an extraordinary brilliance. Tick-tock. Upon hearing the cuckoo clock's chime, Sophie abruptly lifted her gaze towards it, recalling the tale that had been circulating among the students at the academy. This must be what Litz looked like at 4 a.m. Chapter 43. High emotional intelligence on this rare day of respite. Tu Fu emerged from his chamber and made his way to the washroom, gently massaging his temples while gazing into the mirror. With a swift motion, he turned on the faucet, cupping his hands to splash cool water upon his refined features. For a fleeting moment, the contact with the cold water revived his spirits somewhat. The youth in the bronze mirror bore dark circles beneath his eyes, the color drained from his complexion, rendering him quite lethargic. Indeed, summoning the ghost ship every 3 days is rather taxing, he mused. calculating the limits of his mental endurance since embarking on the path of the extraordinary point 3 days at most. Exceeding this threshold would exact a toll on his mental faculties, leaving him dizzy and unable to stand. After concluding a foreign language training session with a distinguished instructor, Tufu felt he had garnered considerable benefit. The Mr. Men across the radio had perhaps grown weary from lack of conversation, for not only had he prepared the tutorial in advance, but once the small class commenced, he taught with the authority of a true educator. In the brief half hour, he focused on the essentials, addressing Tufu's weaknesses, and conducted the entire session in ancient Assyrian. Coupled with Tufu's remarkable efficiency in memorizing vocabulary, he could feel his proficiency in the ancient tongue soaring each day. However, despite his inquiries regarding the abyss, the instructor remained tight-lipped, seemingly deeming it pointless to divulge information to a low-tier extraordinary being. Tufu, is this your summarized notes? Sophie's sweet voice echoed from the living room as she held out the teaching notes he had provided her under the guise of seeking her guidance. Initially, he had not anticipated a high standard, but upon flipping through several pages, she retracted her earlier nonchalant demeanor. A meticulous review of this compilation, which encompassed grammar, advanced vocabulary, and even pronunciation techniques, revealed an unexpectedly high level of proficiency. Some advanced grammar and vocabulary even exceeded the curriculum, making it hard to believe this was compiled by someone who had recently struggled to pass this subject. Or is there someone else assisting me with the summaries? Tufu dried his hands and returned to the living room. Encountering Sophie seated on the sofa, her expression peculiar, he handed her the notes from the little class with the dark deity, wary of her potentially inserting personal biases into the teaching content. As a prudent adventurer, he aimed to eliminate any unforeseen complications. Is it true that studying at night is more effective? Having witnessed Litz at 4 in the morning, Sophie couldn't help but wonder. Of course. You could give it a try, Tufu replied, forcing a smile. Miss Winston seemed to express this merely as a comparison, for she was more concerned about her complexion than her grades. However, the word no longer refers to starry sky but rather dome. This is a term from the previous Black Iron Age of the Assyrian Empire, which is no longer applicable to current academic versions. The erudite Sophie corrected this minor inaccuracy. Black Iron Age. Tufu was taken aback. As far as he knew, the inhabitants of the northern continent collectively referred to this era as the Industrial Age or Steam Age, and it was now the 4th era. Could it be that the malevolent deity from the abyss hailed from the 3rd era or even an earlier time, after seeking help from the outside world for over a millennium? It was disheartening that no one had responded to their pleas. As for the minor lexical error, Tufu paid it no mind. Many words' original meanings evolve with time. For instance, the affectionate term for husband once referred to eunuchs. Once Sophie had perused the notes entirely, she found no further errors. Not bad. Maintain this momentum. And if you work this hard, Sophie paused, lifting her chin, you might just catch a glimpse of my silhouette. Truly, you are the daughter of Uncle Ethan. Tufu commended her for inheriting her father's shameless excellence. So, how did you manage to improve so swiftly in such a short time? Sophie inquired, a rare moment of humility for the proud Miss Winston. Tufu pondered for a moment and earnestly confessed, if I told you it was due to a dark god's teachings, would you believe me? If you don't wish to disclose it, that is fine. Indeed. Sophie did not believe a single punctuation mark of it. Her keen observation caught Tufu pulling out a piece of stationery after emerging from his room, swiftly putting pen to paper. Who are you writing to? Tufu gestured to the salutation at the top of the letter. Esteemed Professor George McGuinn. Miss Winston instinctively corrected him. Clearly. You've made an error. I recall my father mentioning he is an associate professor. Please remember, in the future, whether writing letters or addressing someone, follow my format, Tufu corrected her. No one enjoys hearing the term associate. On this leisurely day of respite, he finally had the chance to write a letter to Professor McGuinn. Whether out of courtesy or the desire to foster a connection, extending greetings to a university professor was an essential formality. The introductory portion of the letter was filled with extravagant flattery and insincere greetings, lavishly praising the esteemed professor. Only after that did he delve into the matters he wished to discuss, inquiring about his parents' past. Hoping for any information he could provide, he also expressed his hesitation regarding attending Litz University, seeking sage advice from McGuinn as a seasoned individual. Additionally, as a renowned scholar, Tufu hoped he could recommend some specialized historical texts and origins of mythology. For the useful information gleaned from myths and religious revelations was exceedingly scarce, Naturally, the conclusion of the letter was not devoid of further grandiloquent praise, humbly soliciting McGuinn's guidance, thereby maximizing his emotional intelligence. Simultaneously, Sophie rolled her eyes at the display that it was only when she observed Tufu placing the letter into an envelope that she finally posed a question that had long puzzled her. Since we reside in the same city, why not visit him in person? Wouldn't he that demonstrate greater sincerity? That would come across as impolite, Tufu explained. Before formally establishing a friendship, penning a letter to gauge the other party's disposition was undoubtedly a prudent approach. Should the recipient fail to respond or reply perfunctorily, he would naturally comprehend his significance in their estimation. I see. After Tufu elucidated this rationale, Sophie grasped the complexity of adult interactions. Individuals unfamiliar with the rules often find themselves unwelcomed. Of course, there's a more crucial reason I neglected to mention. Tufu paused, preparing to depart with the letter. A more crucial reason. In person, I cannot articulate such sentimental compliments. Sophie, after dispatching the letter from the post office on Crescent Street, Tufu hurried to the combat club where he had participated in trials for several consecutive days. Aside from fervently advancing his proficiency in Assyrian, he utilized his spare time to locate nearby club venues. In the ring, bang! With a forceful exertion from his upper body, a burly man, stripped to the waist, stared incredulously at the young lad before him as a professional boxer. He found himself dazed and unsteady after merely 3 punches from Tufu. Despite appearing less muscular and lacking substantial skill, Tufu's speed and precision in combat proved formidable. The young fighter deftly evaded and countered, launching a rapid succession of strikes that disrupted his opponent's strategy, culminating in a decisive knockout that concluded the match without suspense. Perhaps due to the strict regulations, this club, prevalent throughout Litz, attracted a noteworthy assembly of skilled fighters, alongside ordinary townsfolk. Occasional appearances by martial arts experts and professional contenders graced the venue. In this chaotic environment, Tufu swiftly absorbed their combat techniques. Recently, fueled by the advantages conferred by elixirs, he frequently challenged club veterans, honing his fighting and grappling skills with increasing finesse. Over the past few days, Tufu's swift victories over long-established figures within the club had begun to reveal his exceptional prowess. Thank you for your guidance. The defeated giant bowed respectfully toward Tufu. After yet another unremarkable bout, Tufu smiled and nodded before donning his attire and preparing to exit. Finally, old Muller at the bar could no longer contain himself. Observing Tufu's rapid conclusions of fights, he grumbled, "Kid, if you keep this up, the people here will eventually flee." Most patrons came to relieve stress and hone their fighting skills, not to be on the receiving end of a beating. But I've already held back, Tufu protested innocently. Old Muller clicked his tongue. Interested in ascending to the upper echelon of the combat club? I can guarantee there are enticing opportunities awaiting you there. The upper echelon of the club? At last, Tufu's actions captured the attention of higher-ups. Instinctively, he sensed that such an expansive club had not reached its current scale solely out of interest. His recent challenges had also aimed to probe the upper echelons of the combat club. And as anticipated, displaying a portion of his strength immediately drew attention. Isn't that precisely your objective in challenging those underground masters? The well-informed old Muller scoffed lightly. Or perhaps it is that you lack the courage. Tufu revealed his pearly white teeth and chuckled softly. Why not? Chapter 44, Extraordinary Duel Under the Blazing Sun. Tufu, drenched in sweat, followed the silver-haired old Muller as they exited the boxing arena and crossed the street to the nearest public carriage station. Along the way, he listened to Muller's elaborate recounting of trivial happenings in the boxing hall. Tales of who had triumphed over whom. Yet, these mundane events transformed into riveting stories through Muller's narration. Do you remember the red-haired lad I first brought you to meet? Muller squinted playfully. He has been around here for quite a while now. Bill? He also stepped into the ring. Tufa harbored reasonable doubts about his identity. Could it be yet another extraordinary individual seeking opportunity? No, most of the time he serves as a competent heckler, igniting the tempers of both contenders whenever he is present. To be honest, after all these years, I have never encountered someone as venomous and abrasive as him. Tufu understood that children of that age often bore considerable pressure, and while most found their own outlets, be it shopping or indulging in gourmet food, he never expected Bill's method of stress relief to be so uniquely peculiar. What does he do during his limited free time? Muller replied with a hint of melancholy. He often gets ganged up on and beaten for his harsh words. Ah, so this is the notorious fast-tongued Bill. Yet, being beaten can also serve as a form of stress relief. During their conversation, Muller guided Tufu aboard a public carriage, leading them to the heart of the city, where the most opulent commercial district of Litz housed a branch of a fighting club. As they passed by street-side shops, Muller kindly offered a suggestion. I advise you to procure a mask. All members at the club we are visiting wear them to conceal their identities. A mask? Tufu chuckled lightheartedly. The notion of donning masks in a private club struck him as rather unseemly. After casually selecting a striking dark gold pirate skull mask, he was led by Muller into a boxing hall adorned with grandiose signage. Situated in a prime location within the bustling city center, acquiring or renting such a space would undoubtedly require a considerable sum. Upon reaching the second floor, the guard recognized Muller and opened the door without hesitation. According to him, this was the VIP center of the fighting club, specifically catering to the elite selected from the lower tiers. Miss Sasha. Good afternoon, Mr. Muller. A strikingly beautiful receptionist greeted Muller and handed Tufu a registration form. Sir, to become an official member of the fighting club, you will need to complete some formalities and pay an additional fee as membership dues. Once you pass the evaluation, you will enjoy premium services offered by the club, access to its official facilities, information sharing, and partake in entertainment activities organized among members. Official member? Tufu glanced at Muller, as if questioning the situation. Isn't that precisely your purpose for coming here? Muller managed a smile so tight it seemed his wrinkles could crush a fly, instilling a sense of trepidation in Tufu. The last time, he had been ensnared in a similar manner by the staff at a bathhouse. Now, he encountered a like smile once more. What do you mean by evaluation? Tufu began to grow intrigued. Miss Sasha began to explain. Before becoming an official member, the club organizes a proper fight for you. Only those who pass will qualify for membership. A dedicated fighting match? Could they possibly have enlisted professional fighters? This was indeed not without merit. Generally, ordinary boxers posed little threat to Tufu. The club staff did not leave him in suspense, as Tufu's match had already been arranged in the boxing arena. The VIP hall was well-equipped, featuring a professional ring and several designated fighting areas. However, the number of attendees was sparse. The few present were savoring the desserts provided by the club, engaged in casual conversation among themselves. In the seating area beneath the ring, a young lady donned in a fox mask and a white wide-brimmed hat lounged, seemingly asleep, with her legs crossed and head resting on her knees. Standing atop the ring was a brawny figure adorned with a ram mask, exuding a chilling aura that could be felt even from a distance. Unlike the raucous underground boxing arenas, the atmosphere in this upscale fighting hall was considerably more refined. With only a handful of individuals present, their demeanor markedly elegant as they cast fleeting glances at the impending clash. Let the match commence. Old Muller sat back leisurely, a smile playing on his lips as he prepared to relish the spectacle about to unfold. Tufu, likewise wearing a skull mask, ascended the steps to the ring, acutely sensing the distinct nature of his opponent. The cold, resolute physique seemed indifferent to who stood before him, even as Tufu drew near. He could not detect a hint of breath from his adversary. This is certainly more than meets the eye. Tufu resolved to reassess this fighting club. It appeared to be more intricate than he had initially imagined. Of course, this was of no consequence. To absorb the magical elixirs, one must engage in more challenging endeavors. Merely sparring with ordinary individuals would yield no significant results. Come. As Tufu steadied himself in the ring, the ram-masked opponent sprang forth with the force of a cannon, his robust frame crashing towards Tufu with astonishing speed, creating a whooshing sound in the air as his fists descended upon Tufu. So rapid was the assault that even his eagle-eyed reflexes failed to react in time. Instinctively, Tufu extended his arm to collide with his opponent's strike, in that fleeting moment of contact. Tufu's expression shifted. The encounter felt less like a human collision and more akin to slamming against a formidable wall, his fists stinging from the impact. Remarkably, the opponent emitted not a single grunt, since his ascendance to the status of a warrior. He had not faced such a formidable adversary, an extraordinary being. With that question in mind, Tufu resolved to probe further, activating his eagle eye to scrutinize the opponent's initial movements. The opponent's motions appeared somewhat rigid, lacking in finesse, and their fighting technique was woefully inadequate. Yet, they advanced relentlessly, relying heavily on their sheer physicality. It was unclear through which avenue they had acquired such prowess, but in a direct confrontation, Tufu found himself at a disadvantage and had no choice but to engage in a tactical dance around his opponent. The ram-masked figure demonstrated no inclination to test the waters, launching attacks with an unwavering resolve. In their lexicon, retreat was evidently an alien concept. Each strike was cold and powerful, akin to a machine devoid of fatigue, no blocks, no retreats, and a blatant disregard for the rain of counterattacks that fell upon him. The opponent's powerful limbs swung like a steel whip. With each collision, Tufu felt as though his very insides were being rearranged. His focus had never been so intense. His gaze locked onto the opponent's muscular arms poised to deliver a crushing blow. Controlling every muscle in his body to evade, ever wary of the force capable of shattering skulls. Something is amiss. After several evasive maneuvers, Tufu was startled to discern a pattern. The ram-masked fighter maintained consistent force with each strike. Even the point of power delivery remained identical. With a little attention, he could predict the trajectory of the blows. Though he may not have the upper hand, he at least would not succumb to defeat. What struck Tufu as truly peculiar was that this did not resemble the behavior of a typical fighter. Regardless of how powerful the opponent was, considerations of stamina should have been paramount, coupled with the absence of evasion or probing. Not a single bead of sweat had surfaced, nor a gasp of breath escaped since the onset of their duel. He increasingly suspected that the club had assigned him an abnormal opponent. Then, a glimmer of insight sparked in Tufu's distinctively bright eyes as the range of his eagle eye expanded to encompass a 5-meter radius around the boxing ring. Within this field of vision, not a single whisper of movement could elude his sharp gaze. Aside from himself and the ram-masked opponent, the only other presence was the young lady in the fox mask, reclining against her seat with her eyes narrowed. Succumbing to slumber, her head leaned against her knees, gently lifted as she teetered on the brink of sleep, her movements nearly imperceptible, fingers twitching subtly. These minute actions did not escape Tufu's notice. So it was her. Upon recognizing this detail, Tufu firmly resolved within himself. Crack. With a determined thought, Tufu disregarded the ram-masked fighter's assault, sidestepped, and launched a sudden strike, fiercely grasping the ram's horns on the mask and exerting his strength to snap them off. The sound of shattering echoed as a sizable portion of the mask split apart. Whoosh! Without waiting for a counterattack, Tufu zeroed in on the nearly slumbering lady adorned in the fox mask, letting out a soft huff before forcefully hurling the severed horn in her direction. The hefty fragment sliced through the air, accurately striking her head, eliciting a pained "ow" from her lips as the lady awakened. She regarded the masked figure on the stage with a look of reproach. There's no need to guess. Only someone from the adventurer's path would be so barbaric. How bothersome. Isn't the rule of the fighting club one-on-one? Tufu cast a frosty glare downwards at Muller. Indeed. But in this case, it cannot be considered human. Muller provided a reasonable explanation. As the arena bore witness, the ram-masked figure was brutally torn apart, the seams of the mask splitting further to reveal a visage devoid of features, exposing a cluster of coarse metallic gears beneath. Just as Tufu launched an assault with his ram's horn towards the lady in the fox mask, his opponent on the stage froze in place. Utterly motionless, it was this very lady who had been manipulating the puppet from behind. Sir, congratulations on passing the extraordinary test. You are now eligible to become a true member of the club, stated the stunning receptionist, Sasha, with a professionally warm smile. You will enjoy the aforementioned benefits I just mentioned. Tufu nodded slowly, stroking his chin in contemplation. So, from this day forth, I am not obliged to order a drink at any club. No. Even ordinary patrons at any boxing venue are never subjected to mandatory consumption, Sasha explained with a smile, only to realize something and turned incredulously towards old Muller, who feigned ignorance, counting his own eyelashes. She exclaimed in outrage. Muller, have you forced ordinary members to buy drinks again? Hey, as I grow older, it's only natural to forget certain things, old Muller lamented, vividly embodying the archetype of a villain growing old. Sasha rolled her eyes at him and turned back to Tufu, extending her arm while presenting the application form. Sir, welcome. You are now officially a member of the fighting club. Here, every official member has their own code name, and you may select a simple one for yourself. Tufu nodded slightly, and, after a brief moment of thought, filled in a phrase in the last row. Code name. Captain.in Chapter 45. I detest adventurers. Tufu began to grasp the essence of the high-quality services Sasha had previously mentioned. Unlike the lower-tier boxing venues, the club's official members comprised a scattered assembly of extraordinary individuals. Here, one could challenge anyone without incurring fees for the same rank. However, lower-tier individuals challenging those of a higher tier were required to pay a fee to their opponent. This intriguing rule allowed challengers to halt matches at any time once they stepped onto the stage, ensuring that the bouts were conducted without life-threatening risks, Sasha added. Moreover, every official member of the club has access to the intelligence network we provide. Intelligence network. Tu Fu was taken aback. Old Muller, as one of the club's subordinate leaders, was well aware of it. Do you know how many boxing venues there are in Litz? 24, each housing at least several hundred regular members. Any disturbance in Litz is inevitably within our purview. He had yet to mention the vast number of transient individuals, which was an even larger figure. Of course, such dealings were not illegal. They did not involve gambling and posed no life threats, leaving even the police department unable to meddle in such trivial matters. The club's robust operational mechanism allowed its influence to expand to a rather astonishing extent, having participated in numerous bouts. Tu Fu understood the identities of the participants. Despite many hailing from the lower strata of society, they spanned nearly every industry. These seemingly ordinary individuals, once united, became an undeniable force, not to mention. The core VIP club housed an unknown number of extraordinary beings, exchanging intelligence and conducting transactions as a matter of course. Who was the founder of this club? Tu Fu mused, astonished at how such a discreet behemoth naturally attracted wild extraordinary individuals. However, he was not entirely taken aback. As long as he wished, he could tap into the ship's surveillance network, which was far more comprehensive than that of the Brotherhood, the Fighting Club, or even the Black Swan's intelligence network. By the way, the club is also equipped with a firearms training range, and each official member receives a fixed monthly allocation of ammunition, with professionals available to assist you in live-fire training. The conditions offered by Sasha had utterly captivated Tu Fu. He had no reason to decline this critical channel. Everything appeared splendid. The opportunity to digest magic potions, a powerful intelligence network, and professional training facilities, along with afternoon tea and exquisite post-meal desserts for every official member. If only Sasha had not added, and all you need to do is pay a symbolic fee of 10 crowns each month to enjoy all the aforementioned services. 10 crowns. Tu Fu suddenly felt a pang in his teeth upon hearing the exorbitant membership fee. He nearly lost control on the spot despite his resolute will. Glancing at old Muller's sinister grin, Tu Fu finally understood why the old rascal had worn that expression since entering. After settling the fee, Tu Fu turned to stride into the club. Where are you headed? Old Muller instinctively inquired. To consume every last bit of afternoon tea inside, Tu Fu replied through clenched teeth, making his way to the dining area to indulge in an array of exquisite desserts without restraint. Of course, that afternoon was not solely devoted to feasting, that he also accompanied the masked lady, a formal member known as Fox, to the shooting range for training. The club primarily featured revolvers, their aerodynamic forms crafted with exquisite artistry. Fitting comfortably in hand, boxes of bright yellow cartridges were arranged before the range. This was perhaps the pinnacle of craftsmanship from the Steam Age. It was the advent of gunpowder and similar weaponry that rendered warfare in this era exceedingly brutal. In comparison to the efficiency of bows and arrows, the formidable artillery became the era's norm. The kingdom's royal guard employed high-speed machine guns, boasting an average firing rate of 250 rounds per minute. When such weaponry first graced the battlefield, firearms truly transformed into instruments of lethal artistry. The vibrant rain of crimson blossomed simultaneously upon hundreds of soldiers, and only individuals like Uncle understood the fragility of a soldier's life amidst such chaos. Tu Fu gently rubbed the lacquer of the revolver, feeling the cold steel of the precision instrument enveloped within. The cylinder could accommodate 6 bullets. Bang! Tu Fu casually aimed at the target, gently squeezing the trigger, causing the powerful spring to strike the firing pin, the cylinder rotating as a bullet automatically chambered, tracing a beautiful arc along the short barrel. Yet, he missed the target. Pfft. The Fox lady caught a glimpse of Tu Fu's errant shot and chuckled softly. For a gentleman, missing the mark is hardly a commendable trait. Was that a tease? Tu Fu's expression darkened. In fact, compared to extraordinary abilities, conventional firearms are the mainstream choice for lower-tier extraordinary beings in combat. The Fox lady, clearly a regular here, handled the weapon with practiced ease, her fingers as delicate as spring onions pulling the trigger. Bang! She struck the humanoid target 20 meters away, hitting the bullseye with precision. The Fox lady demonstrated the technique, her palms firmly gripping the gun. Her well-proportioned figure accentuated by the tight-fitting attire, appearing strikingly prominent. When shooting, ease your breath. Unnecessary gas will affect your grip. Align the sights and the target in a straight line. The most crucial element is visual focus prior to firing. You only have 3 to 5 seconds of clarity as your eyes adapt to the target. You must seize this opportunity to shoot. As her words hung in the air, the fox lady fired off 3 shots in rapid succession, bang, 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 hitting the fixed targets at 30, 40, and 50 meters with uncanny accuracy. Thank you for the guidance. Tufu calmly raised his revolver, attempting the method she had imparted. This time, both arms holding the gun were remarkably steady, even capable of balancing a cup of water atop. For one whose muscle control was perfected, this was hardly a challenge. He gradually aligned the front sight and rear sight, intuitively mapping a straight line within the distance. However, focusing his gaze on a single object for too long proved somewhat difficult. Fixating on a target would cause it to blur. Fortunately, Tufu's eagle eye enhanced the clarity of the image, even extending the duration of focus. Activating both of a warrior's abilities, it seemed an invisible reticle materialized before him. The enhancement provided by extraordinary power exceeding even that of an aimbot. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! Without a hint of error. The fixed target 20 meters away crumpled. Tufu, still eager, adjusted the barrel towards a more distant target. Bang! 30 meters. Bang! 40 meters. Bang! 50 meters. Not only did each bullet strike the target, but astonishingly, every hit was a headshot. Seamlessly penetrating the target cloth, the burning effect of the gunpowder left a charred hole at each target's center. The pupils behind the fox lady's mask widened in astonishment, as if gazing at a monster. Observing this evidently inexperienced youth handling firearms with such prowess, her teaching method, although correct, was predicated upon countless failures, the fruits of which were born from each bullet fired. A wave of discontent surged within her, gripping the gun tightly. She seized the moment while Tufu was still adjusting his aim, adopting a competitive spirit as she aimed at targets 60 and 70 meters away. Bang, bang, simultaneously firing from both sides, striking the target with unerring accuracy, and swiftly readjusting to aim at more distant marks, 75, 80, 85, across nearly 100 meters, where even the clarity of the target had become a distant luxury. The marksmen on either side unflinchingly felled their objectives. Beads of perspiration formed on Miss Fox's forehead as her vision blurred significantly, yet she instinctively continued to shoot. Fortune smiled upon her. Her first 2 shots grazed the edges of the target, causing it to topple. In contrast, Tufu remained remarkably composed, pursuing an unparalleled level of precision. Each time he squeezed the trigger, he did so with absolute confidence. His arm muscles relaxed and invigorated, the thrill of the moment intensifying. His impeccable grip ensuring he hit every mark. He swiftly reloaded his empty chamber, facing the last 3 fixed targets, and without pausing, he fired 3 consecutive shots, each followed by a rapid adjustment. He even shot without aiming, and the target 100 meters away fell with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Miss Fox, having only fired twice, watched as all her training targets collapsed, a sinking feeling in her chest as she realized she had lost the race for speed and accuracy. Just as she contemplated firing at the last target, a gunshot rang out beside her. With a sharp bang, the training target 100 meters away also fell. After completing this feat, Tufu set down his revolver and blew away the wisp of smoke rising from the heated barrel. For an elegant lady, being struck by a stray bullet is hardly fortuitous. I detest adventurers. Chapter 46. The Path of Misfortune. Tufu lingered at the fighting club for a whole afternoon. Aside from observing some members demonstrate their skills in the ring and continuing his practice with live ammunition, he chose to stay primarily for the club's complimentary afternoon tea, which was served in unlimited quantities. No one could resist the sweet, moist allure of Black Forest cake paired with refreshing Earl Grey tea. If someone could, that person would surely be a pitiable diabetic. Bang, bang, bang. In the center of the ring, 2 extraordinary individuals commenced their duel, both exhibiting melee-based abilities. They donned their masks and closed in on each other. Their movements were purposeful, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound of rushing wind accompanying their every strike. The extraordinary beings showcased a dazzling display of close combat, in terms of both technique and power. They overwhelmed ordinary combatants, which explained why they were swiftly selected by the club's upper echelons. Unlike the lower-tier matches, the duels between extraordinary individuals had little in the way of rules. Dreamweavers could employ hypnotic tactics, while con artists could persuade their opponents with their eloquence. Only in the ring, the barbaric paths like that of adventurers were inherently superior to other extraordinary individuals. Clearly, Mr. Captain requires a competent commentator. The defeated fox lady covered her mouth and took a seat across from Tu Fu on the leather chair. After the earlier match, she seemed to harbor a newfound curiosity about this captain. Was your ability just now the manipulation of puppets? Tu Fu casually inquired, seeking to gather information. Path of the Craftsman, Sequence 9. Puppeteer. The fox lady openly introduced this unique path to him. Aside from crafting and closely controlling puppets, it also endowed one with formidable practical skills, a highly creative path that few chose to pursue, setting aside its relatively weak combat capabilities. The difficulty of advancing in this sequence far surpassed that of others. Not only did it impose stringent requirements on the craftsmanship of the puppets, but it also directly correlated with the individual's level of mechanical knowledge. In Tu Fu's mind, this sequence seemed more suited for bespectacled individuals from engineering backgrounds. How about I provide the commentary for this match? The fox lady noticed Tu Fu's gaze fixated on the ring and pointed to one of the participants. Look, that is Mr. Smiley, an extraordinary being from the clown, fate, path, possessing remarkable balance and excelling in close combat. They are always elusive. Interestingly, the sequence following Sequence 9 clowns is Sequence 8 jesters, and Sequence 7 magicians. Just the names alone suggest a fascinating path. Indeed, Tu Fu replied with a smile, subtly showcasing his sense of humor. I believe that one day, the subsequent sequence names of the clown path will form a fully staffed circus, and the one battling him is Mr. Big Shield, a ranger of Sequence 9 from the Night Path, a provocateur and a skilled fighter in both combat and assassination. However, it's worth noting that most extraordinary beings from the Night Path possess noble qualities, typically resolving conflicts one-on-one. The fox lady paused momentarily. Well, except for that chief knight from the Black Swan. The chief knight of the Black Swan? Tu Fu feigned ignorance, repeating the name. Roman Richard, a Sequence 7 weapons master. He has the ability to transform any object into a weapon of equivalent quality. In truth, the top extraordinary individuals in Ritz are limited to just a few. Everyone in the extraordinary circle knows him. He hardly ever engages in direct confrontation with peers, favoring ambushes, underhanded tactics, and drugging. He is often regarded as the disgrace of knights. Compared to other knights, many believe he is perhaps more suited to the ruffian path. The fox lady unabashedly criticized the rogue knight, revealing how many grievances Roman had accrued. For if Ritz's top-tier combatants were merely Sequence 7, someone like him would have long been hung from a lamppost. Tu Fu couldn't help but chuckle softly. So he was indeed a Sequence 7 extraordinary being. No wonder when Tu Fu witnessed Roman in action, he could effortlessly transform various objects into weapons, a significant qualitative leap compared to lower-tier individuals. This again incited Tu Fu's disdain for Roman's methods that a dignified Sequence 7, alongside a dream weaver named Officer KB, struggled to deal with a novice extraordinary individual and a nondescript forbidden item, proceeding with extreme caution only to ultimately seize victory, truly deserving of the title disgrace of knights. Fox lady, are you familiar with the Princess Path? Tu Fu suddenly recalled the battle at the Grand Theater. Of course. It is also an extraordinary path that the club strictly forbids joining, the Princess Path, which is simultaneously viewed by the public as a path of misfortune, although I am currently unaware of their abilities. I know that those who choose this thorn-laden path are fated to be tainted by endless bad luck. Can you guess what they might encounter? Poisoning, being pursued by enemies, or falling victim to bizarre curses. The fox lady's lips curled into a smile. I have even seen a princess-type extraordinary being choked to death on a sip of cool water. Tu Fu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Truly a princess beset by misfortune. It sounds like a treacherous, extraordinary path. He felt fortunate that the potion intercepted earlier belonged to an adventurer. Most importantly, few who come into contact with extraordinary beings of the path of misfortune escape unscathed. The fox lady spoke softly. I can understand that, Tu Fu replied, resonating with her sentiment. Speaking of which, was it still possible to go to the church for a priest's blessing? He suddenly pondered this. The Princess Path. Does it sound like a path exclusively for women? What happens if a male consumes it? The smile on the fox lady's face became increasingly difficult to suppress. What an interesting question. In reality, the consumption of potions is not restricted by gender, but the power of the potion will compel individuals to gravitate towards the corresponding manifestation. Sometimes, it is entirely normal for male extraordinary beings to develop an intense desire to wear skirts. Perhaps this is why, from the moment they achieve extraordinary status, they find themselves ensnared by misfortune. Facing insurmountable challenges. Princess-type extraordinary beings tend to act more recklessly than ordinary extraordinary individuals, often lacking limits in their actions, and everyone perceives them as ill-omened. The fox lady couldn't help but lament the thorns strewn along this path. This led Tu Fu to comprehend why Grace was so obsessive, resorting to senseless killings to vent her frustrations. A princess besieged by misfortune would harbor hatred towards the gods, especially towards that lofty, benevolent goddess of wisdom. That the fox lady's understanding of extraordinary paths far surpassed Tu Fu's naive perspective. After all, the abilities of lower sequences weren't secrets worth concealing. That it was far better to be forthright and share this knowledge. Performing a favor for a promising adventurer on this splendid afternoon, Tu Fu gleaned much about extraordinary paths from her, significantly enhancing their rapport. Who could possibly refuse an elegant lady rich in extraordinary knowledge, who occasionally shared risky humor? Moreover, extraordinary beings from the craftsman path might even create towering mechs in the future. It was a pleasure to meet you, madam. After indulging in afternoon tea and countless cups of Earl Grey and cake, Tu Fu finally prepared to rise and bid farewell. The pleasure was mine, Mr. Captain. I truly appreciate your hospitality today. Tu Fu sincerely expressed his gratitude. I hope to one day witness you crafting a mech with your bare hands. The expression behind the fox lady's mask momentarily froze, seemingly perplexed by the unfamiliar term. Mech? What is that? Oh, merely a trivial romantic notion of men. Chapter 47. The letter. What is the life of an extraordinary being like? Rising early each day to attend school. Complaining about the monotony of classes alongside fellow students after a long day, and facing reality with a sense of resignation. After school, I seized the moment to visit the combat club, unwavering in my commitment to physical fitness amidst my studies. Along the way, I indulged in the scandalous gossip shared by Lady Fox, which was undoubtedly the highlight of Tu Fu's day. Occasionally, as night fell, I would engage in a battle of wits against that malevolent deity from the abyss, all while receiving supplementary lessons in ancient Assyrian, discreetly probing into the nature of his surroundings, ever vigilant against the possibility of his return to reality. If the Litz University were to compile a list of the top 10 inspirational figures of the year, Tu Fu believed he would stand a fair chance of being included. This frenzied lifestyle had, at times, led him to question his very purpose for being here. He often yearned to pause and take in the vistas of this world. Yet it felt as though an invisible hand from this era inexorably propelled him forward. The kingdom of Bea resembled a meticulously crafted machine. Once it began to operate, each individual became a cog or a screw within this vast apparatus, required to function within a specified time frame. Should any component cease to function or lose its productive value, it would certainly be unceremoniously discarded by its users. Each person must strive to showcase their worth, contributing to the nation's gross domestic product. Bea did not disappoint, revealing its fangs in external conflicts, achieving victory after victory, and stirring a fervor of national pride that was almost fanatical, with almost everyone feeling an immense sense of pride in participating in such endeavors. In contrast, Tu Fu and Uncle Ethan occasionally entertained thoughts of idleness, rendering them anomalies within the crowd. Tu Fu, your letter has arrived. Sophie casually retrieved a letter addressed to Tu Fu Cape from the mailbox on her way home from school. It was sent from Litz University. Professor George McGowan valued this correspondence greatly, promptly composing a reply upon receipt, which, after a lengthy postal journey, reached the Winster residence 2 days later, carefully prying open the sealed envelope with a small knife. Tu Fu gingerly extracted several folded sheets of stationery and began to read silently. I was delighted to see the surname Cape in the sender's field. It stirred memories of the anxious feelings I experienced many years ago when I received a text from my mentor. Even after all these years, it remains a vivid nightmare. Each time I opened a letter from your father, he would invariably point out the minor errors in my paper, requiring revisions time and again, until I was left with no choice but to start from scratch. Thus, upon seeing the sender's surname, my legs felt somewhat weak. Tu Fu silently absorbed the words, sensing a young assistant professor on the verge of being driven mad by his mentor. It was utterly unexpected that such a young individual, who had achieved remarkable success in academia, had once endured the same harrowing experiences of forced revisions as most students. Speaking of Mr. Cape brings to mind many past events. He is remarkably humble. Even when conducting field research, he would sit on the ground and engage in equal dialogue with farmers of lesser status. I understand your eagerness to learn about their past, but the time is not yet ripe. Regarding your future plans, to be frank, I do not recommend you apply to Litz University. Staying in a marginal city for a lifetime is not an ideal choice for either academic growth or personal enlightenment. Had it not been for encountering Professor Cape, I might have found myself in a decent job, leading an ordinary life like my peers at Litz University. Yet, I firmly believe that nothing in the Baya language is more detrimental than the phrase not bad. It allows one to live a life of mediocrity while merely reassuring oneself that being ordinary is valuable. There is nothing worse than this. Right now, you have a wonderful opportunity. Soon, universities nationwide will hold a recruitment fair at all state-level colleges, and I suggest you take this chance to explore a university named Miska Stark. It is an ancient institution with a long history, one of the 7 School Alliance, and if you gain admission, you will uncover everything about what your parents once accomplished. This is indeed a challenge, but you possess an advantage you are yet unaware of. Recently, you posed an intriguing optical question regarding whether light is composed of waves or particles, which has caused quite a stir in the international academic community. The natural sciences have divided into the particle faction and the wave faction. Bickering from the eastern city of Saraland to the western coast at Duz University, with scholars from the Northern Continental Research Institute to indigenous scholars in the southern colonies embroiled in heated debates. Many elderly figures have become embroiled in fierce arguments over this matter. I suspect it won't be long before they knock some sense into each other. Notably, these old-timers will soon arrive at Litz University for the recruitment fair. And you must seize this opportunity. As for your interest in historical and mythological literature, that is no small task. I could provide you with a separate reading list for each distinct era. To understand the history of the 7 gods, you must steer clear of the promotional pamphlets provided by subordinate churches to their followers. They contain little more than grandiose tales devoid of substantial research value. It would be best to cultivate a habit of reading international journals, such as Historical Studies, Chronicles of the Northern Continent, and Modern Perspectives on History. The letter reached its conclusion, with Professor McGowan extending his heartfelt wishes to him. However, perhaps due to his professional inclination, he had prepared an extensive reading list for Tu Fu, comprising weighty tomes often exceeding 1,000 pages, tasks that could not be resolved in a single day. Miska Stark University. Tu Fu silently noted the peculiar name of the institution. Eventually extracting himself from the reverie induced by the letter, he had not anticipated that his offhand remark to Mr. Coleman would provoke such a significant uproar. Throughout the letter, Professor McGowan had shared a wealth of information. Yet he had carefully concealed details regarding the investigation team, likely to protect the still-maturing Tu Fu. This matter involved far too many prominent figures, having become a taboo topic not to be broached by anyone of lesser stature or influence. Tu Fu suddenly exhaled, realizing that he held little genuine interest in uncovering the tragic events that had unfolded with the investigation team. After reading the letter, whether it was the resolute convictions of the Cape couple that had shaken him or a sense of guilt stemming from occupying the original owner's body, his steadfast resolve to mind his own business was gradually wavering. It felt as though he could still see, not far off, the young, talented couple waving at him. What once felt light and airy now bore a heavy weight. Sophie. After a lengthy silence, Tu Fu finally called out Miss Winster's name to that moment. She was engrossed in a history book titled The Development of Gothenburg, and upon hearing Tu Fu's voice, she lifted her beautiful eyes to look at him. Do you know when the university recruitment fair is scheduled? Tu Fu inquired. I believe it's in a few days. What is it for? Sophie provided an uncertain response. It's a rather grand event. The school has even arranged for me to host it. Through this fair, some fortunate students may capture the attention of university admissions staff, allowing them to gain an advantage during the application process after higher education selection, if luck is on their side. They might even receive lower admission scores from certain universities. Consequently, during this time, everyone strives to showcase just how exceptional they are. In truth, you need not participate at all. Tu Fu, aware of Monster Girl Sophie's academic prowess, knew that she required no preferential treatment. But for me, it is typically the admissions office showcasing how exceptional their institution is. Miss Winster added with a proud smile. Chapter 48, Recruitment Fair Early Morning. After rising and washing up, Tu Fu yawned as he emerged from his room, the dark circles under his eyes unmistakably encircling his gaze. And to make matters worse, he discovered that he had begun to lose hair recently. Looking up, he realized he resembled Uncle Ethan, who was seated and reading the newspaper. What a sorrowful tale it was to eye in the living room. The mother and daughter were both applying makeup in front of the mirror. "Sophie, I can guarantee that you will be the most beautiful star on stage." Aunt Anfield couldn't suppress her smile as she meticulously applied makeup to Sophie, layering delicate powder before adding a touch of blush. She styled Sophie's long hair into a ponytail, dressed her in a cream-colored blouse adorned with a deep red bow, and paired it with a playful red and black checkered school skirt. This youthful and vibrant attire showcased the most captivating allure of a blossoming young woman. As an exemplary student representative of Litz Comprehensive College, she was undoubtedly the brightest star at today's joint university recruitment fair. With her outstanding grades and radiant appearance, all spotlight would surely fall upon this girl, who had been kissed by angels. "Oh, look at this outfit. One might think my lovely daughter is about to get married," Uncle Ethan quipped humorously while munching on a sandwich. As her father, "My heart is simply shattering. Even my heart is breaking." Tu Fu exaggerated his expression, eliciting another bout of boisterous laughter from his uncle. If the gentlemen of the Winster household could learn to keep quiet, it would be a most precious thing. Sophie angrily clenched her delicate fists, casting exasperated glances at the two men in her family. "Mr. Cape, if you perform sufficiently well today, I may introduce a couple of university professors to you." The proud Sophie raised her head defiantly, seemingly attempting to force Tu Fu's compliance. "Then I would rather beg." After a bout of banter, the two siblings set forth on their day's journey. As was customary, it was only after enduring a considerable jolt that they disembarked from the public carriage. Their long-standing experiences of the bumpy ride to school solidifying their resolve, they vowed that in their lifetime, they would certainly acquire a steam automobile equipped with a grand chimney. Although such a mode of transport was a luxury only attainable by upper-middle-class families with a weekly income nearing 20 crowns. As they alighted, they pointed towards the airship hovering above the academy, adorned with a banner welcoming students to the university recruitment event, which drew the attention of many students. Typically, around a month prior to the selection for higher education, teachers or students from various universities would embark on recruitment tours to different schools, gathering promising candidates ahead of time. On this day, the senior students at the academy had meticulously adorned themselves, secretly hoping to attract the favor of admissions officers from esteemed universities. The siblings entered the lecture hall together, where graduating students were bustling in and out, quickly settling into their designated seats according to their respective classes. The seating arrangement, originally organized by class, had now transformed. At the forefront sat Sophie, a top student in the honors class, a group burdened with the hopes of the Litz Comprehensive College. Following them were the students from the special skills class. Children with talents in painting, sculpture, and classical music, often nurtured by affluent families from a young age. These students might catch the attention of admissions officers due to their specialized skills at the back. However, were the ordinary students in the general education class, like Tu Fu, who were unremarkable, possessing no standout skills. Their academic performance was mediocre, akin to the inconspicuous masses, devoid of any noteworthy brilliance, and naturally relegated to the back by the college's administration. Amidst the throng of students, they felt utterly submerged in the sea of faces. Those scoundrels! If I ever become the principal of this academy, I shall have them feed the pigs, Billy exclaimed in a hushed tone. Unable to restrain his disdain, though he dared not express himself fully in the solemn atmosphere of the hall. "I truly look forward to that day," Tu Fu replied with a smile, their relationship having softened since Billy had taken him to the boxing gym he frequented. Tu Fu glanced around, noticing that the heads of various classes had arrived to cheer for their students. Yet Samuel Coleman was conspicuously absent. "Have you seen Mr. Coleman?" "Do you not know? He has been ill for several days." "Ill? It seems he has caught a cold and has a fever." "Quite unfortunate indeed." Billy, who was usually well informed, disclosed that for some unknown reason, Mr. Coleman had spent an entire day in his office a few days prior, only returning home late at night. Shortly after, he fell ill. Poor Mr. Coleman. They both lamented for the unfortunate man that moment. The recruitment presentation commenced, with representatives from various universities entering the stage. Miss Winster, the moderator, expertly introduced each speaker one by one, with such a lively presence. The atmosphere remained engaging rather than inducing drowsiness. The gathering of unfamiliar faces seated before the stage were the representatives from various universities, seemingly engrossed in discussion, while they took the opportunity to scout potential candidates as other schools introduced themselves. They occasionally inquired about the students' application intentions, subtly promoting their own institutions. Unfortunately, these representatives only moved about in the front rows, showing no inclination to engage with those seated further back. It was not only Billy who was anxious. Tufu had hoped to glean some information about the mysterious Miskastak University. But with their seats positioned at the back, he found himself without any opportunity to do so. In the director's office, an unspoken war had ignited days prior, as scholars from various fields began to argue over a grand proposition. Light is undoubtedly akin to sound waves, a phenomenon transmitted through the vibrations of a medium. Its essence lies in the medium's oscillation. Nonsense. Light is evidently comprised of minuscule particles invisible to the naked eye. If light, like sound, is a wave, how do you explain its inability to circumvent obstacles as sound does? When two beams of light intersect, the particles would collide and obstruct each other. This is clearly a flawed assumption. Why not conduct an experiment with a prism? You will undoubtedly witness a spectrum. White light is a mixture of 7 colors, and the composition and decomposition of light result from the blending and separation of different colored particles. Today, even the deity has arrived. Light is also a form of minute particles. Those who believe light is a particle should go grapple with red baboons in the Red Earth Highlands. Perhaps a few blows to the head will awaken their senses. Why don't you bind your head beneath a public carriage? Perhaps only the iron hooves trampling on your thoughts could lead you to such a foolish conclusion that light arises from the vibrations of a medium. A group of professors from various universities, who should have maintained an air of civility, were now flushed with anger, their foreheads bulging with veins as they descended into a heated debate over a singular issue. Chapter 49. The orthodox optics at Breer. The office was filled with a cacophony of voices. While Samuel Coleman, who should have been resting in bed, humbly served tea to the guests, or rather, the unwelcome visitors. This situation arose from an unintentional act of his not long ago, as he was compelled to write a letter to his former mentor, Mr. Daniel, at the University of Friar, where he had studied, regarding that damned question. A maniacal researcher of natural sciences, he never anticipated that this letter would act as a ticking time bomb. After losing his own hair in frustration, Daniel provided no answer but sent the letter to the 7-School Alliance, inviting further turmoil. Almost immediately after being dispatched, this query ignited a significant uproar within the academic community. Was light composed of particles or waves? This seemingly simple question, upon closer examination, unveiled 2 distinct realms. Numerous theorists and experimental results inevitably branched into 2 divergent paths, wave or particle. This war over truth was no less fierce than the might of cannon fire on the battlefield. The victor would determine the future of the rightful throne of optical science. The flames of this conflict in the realm of natural sciences spread from the Petersburg Institute in the Saloran Empire in the east of the northern continent to the Duz University on the western coast, igniting debates among scholars from the Northern Research Institute to the indigenous intellectuals of the southern continent. Historically, no 2 answers, particle and wave, had ever been so evenly matched. No one could have foreseen that the spark for the first wave-particle war would be ignited by a casual conversation between a student and a teacher at an ordinary academy in a remote town. Coleman had never regretted anything as much as he did now. He had evidently underestimated the destructive potential of this question, and even more so, the caliber of scholars in the international academic community, who demonstrated firsthand the reality of civilized warfare. Samuel, why don't you discuss this issue? Mr. Daniel, nearing a century in age, tossed this cursed question toward him, his gaze imbued with an unkind aura, seemingly reproaching him for sending that wretched letter. Alongside him were professors from Duz University, who had received the Valery's Medal, a department head from Copenhagen recently awarded the Pulitzer Prize, an old scholar from the Petersburg Institute, who had garnered multiple grand prizes, a member of the Lantis Royal Society, and a mysterious professor from Miskastak University. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if the cult of the dark gods were to attack the Litz Comprehensive College now, the entire academic level of the northern continent could potentially regress by 2 decades. The array of accolades and titles they bore could crush a person. Oh, and by the way, his former mentor, Mr. Daniel, had personally been awarded a knighthood by the king himself. Randomly selecting any one of them would yield the highest level of education, aside from Mr. Coleman. The proudest achievement of his life was gaining admission to the University of Friar. Yet, that ubiquitous degree held no weight in the presence of these titans. Under the piercing gazes that could penetrate the heart, it seemed that choosing one side would result in being torn apart by the supporters of the opposing side. I apologize. I am completely at a loss, Coleman said. his face downcast, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Esteemed gentlemen, I am merely an ordinary teacher." Indeed, he was just an ordinary college instructor, and his greatest aspiration now was to retire comfortably. What fault did he have? Relax. We shall not press you. Why don't you recount the events that led to this situation once more? Finally, someone appeared to grasp the situation. Indeed, we are all reasonable, civilized individuals, with many professors displaying curious expressions. Coleman began to narrate the unfolding of events. He recounted that it all began with a remarkable encounter. After meeting the young Professor Magwin from Litz University, he recounted the events in their entirety, not only describing that radiant afternoon when Tofu, the discoverer, opened the window, symbolizing the window to truth, allowing the afternoon light to pour in, but also discussing the earlier posed ghost ship question by Tofu, a vessel caught between existence and oblivion, and introduced the significant concept of the observer. The observer determines the fate of the vessel. Clearly, yet another intriguing question. An unmistakable joy illuminated the faces of several gentlemen present. Although no answers were provided to either question, the thoughts and ideas expressed by the students were undoubtedly quite creative. "Where is that child now?" Sir Daniel was the first to speak, and the other professors pricked up their ears, turning their attention to Coleman. He should be at the admissions presentation organized by the Academy. No sooner had he uttered these words than the head of the Copenhagen department, Edmund, called out for his assistant, Ryan. "Go fetch him immediately. We cannot allow the talents of the beer kingdom to be lost to other nations." He then added with a smile, "Gentlemen, I regret to inform you that since the question of waves and particles arose, the orthodoxy of optics has firmly resided in Brier, in Osweiss, and in the city of Litz." This statement immediately provoked considerable dissatisfaction among the professors, who vehemently rebutted this impudent assertion. Academia knows no borders. An exceptional student should not be confined to a single nation. Oh, please. The level of Copenhagen University is merely at the bottom of the seven-school alliance. When it comes to academic atmosphere and historical depth, it must be does university. Academic atmosphere. What a joke. St. Notting University is synonymous with the temple of academia. The professors, who had only just calmed their tempers, erupted once again into a heated debate over which university possessed the superior academic environment and orthodoxy. Professors from various universities scrambled to contact their assistants waiting outside, eager to summon the child who had posed such a momentous question, all the while vying for the title of Orthodoxy of Optics. Only the eldest, Sir Daniel from Friar University, managed to maintain his composure and refrain from joining this futile quarrel. He discreetly approached the window of truth that had once been illuminated by sunlight, signaling to his assistant to prepare for a photograph. He quietly opened the window of the teaching office. Click. Under his request, the assistant successfully captured a photograph of Sir Daniel alongside this seemingly unremarkable window that he resolved to be the first to announce the naming rights of the window upon his return. Observing the foolish bickering of the others, Sir Daniel could not help but emit a cold chuckle. From his vast knowledge, he understood that whether light is ultimately a particle or a wave may very well remain a mystery for decades or even centuries to come, necessitating several generations to speculate, reason, and verify before a definitive answer can be reached. Engaging in meaningless disputes would yield no fruitful outcome. It was likely that in their lifetime, they would see nothing of substance. However, in the future, when people discuss the question of the composition of light, they will undoubtedly mention the student named Tofu from Litz Comprehensive College and the remarkable tale of his teacher, as well as the window of truth, which would come to be known as Daniel's Window. Chapter 50. The professorial ensemble in the bustling lecture hall. The head of admissions delivered a fiery speech from the stage. Sophie presided over the proceedings, while the faculty and students of the admissions office distributed brochures to the students seated in the front rows. Meanwhile, Tofu and Billy languished in the back, unnoticed. The simultaneous unfolding of these two contrasting scenes was strikingly ironic. Although it was already understood that such recruitment efforts were merely a facade for universities to attract exceptional students, some still sought to seize the opportunity to draw attention to themselves, hoping to gain advantages during the application process. For instance, Billy, the freckled redhead, pushed his way forward, attempting to ingratiate himself with several admissions officers from different schools, but judging by the disappointment etched on his face, the outcome was far from favorable. "I never imagined they would reject me. Those fellows need to get their eyes checked." Billy vented to Tofu about the unpleasant experience. given that he was an average student with no remarkable qualities. Such a result was entirely predictable. Tufu could only offer a comforting pat on his shoulder. They simply overlooked your strengths. It must be their loss. Do you really think so? Absolutely. They will inevitably realize in the future that they lost an exceptional orator. Honestly, buddy, I'm grateful to have you around. Otherwise, I would feel like a complete failure in school. Tufu, Billy suddenly felt a sense of relief. Even a student like Tufu, with scores above 500, was being ignored, which brought a flicker of warmth to his previously chilly heart. Perhaps I should consider seeking out Sophie. A thought crossed Tufu's mind, and he suddenly regretted his earlier actions. Just then, several young men dressed in formal suits entered the hall, and the academy's principal promptly approached them with enthusiasm. These individuals were the assistants of the visiting professors, an existence equally unattainable in the eyes of the ordinary public. Gentlemen, is there something you need to convey? We are here to find someone. Ryan scanned the surroundings. After receiving instructions from the professors, the assistants hurried to the presentation venue, approaching the admissions staff and students to relay the message, thereby interrupting the ongoing recruitment event. The arriving assistants communicated the professors' intentions, utilizing all available resources to ensure this promising talent was secured for their respective schools. That a student with average grades was not a concern. The 7-School Alliance was never short of high-scoring students. But a child capable of presenting such constructive questions on 2 occasions was truly a rare gem. Principal, do you know which class Tufa Cape is in? Ryan, the assistant from Copenhagen University, inquired of the rotund middle-aged principal. I'll have someone look for him. The principal's surprise matched that of the others. He was momentarily puzzled by the admissions team's actions. Having never heard of this name before, he promptly asked the teachers below about the student named Tufu. With the diligent efforts of the admissions offices across the 7-School Alliance, this name began to ripple through the crowd like waves. Just as Tufu and Billy were preparing to leave their seats in the back row, the spotlight above them shifted and fortuitously illuminated their location. Classmates seated nearby turned to look at them, and the attention of students from various classes converged upon them. Is that Tufu? The teachers from the 7-School Alliance are looking for him. He seems just like an ordinary class student. There's nothing particularly special about him. Whispers of discussion began to circulate, as if they were sharing information about this student. The strikingly unified and startling scene reminded Tufu of a previous unpleasant dating experience, where he had encountered similar peculiar gazes at the Litz Grand Theater. Billy, bewildered, asked, "What is happening?" It wasn't too long before the admissions staff approached, scrutinizing this unremarkable young man. "You must be Tufu." "Hello, I'm from the Copenhagen admissions office. We are quite impressed with your recent performance at school. Perhaps we should arrange a time to discuss further. Friar University also welcomes you. We are willing to assist you with your application. Nowhere offers a more vibrant atmosphere for engineering than does university. If you are willing to come, Ryan can consider it. The doors of St. Notting are open for you. Professor Mintz would like to meet you. Child, Petersburg is always ready to welcome your arrival." The admissions offices of the 7-School Alliance simultaneously invited Tufu for a discussion, their interest in the seemingly ordinary student igniting a wave of astonishment in the presentation hall. Even Miss Winster, who was still presiding over the event, stared in disbelief at the familiar yet strange figure of Tufu, now surrounded by representatives from prestigious institutions. Was that truly the Tufu she knew? "Tufu, how about we step outside now? The gentleman would like to meet you," Mr. Ryan, assistant to the director of the Copenhagen admissions office, proposed. "Of course, I believe I have an inkling of what this is about." At that moment, Tufu began to connect the dots, immediately recalling the matter mentioned by Associate Professor McGowan. The debate over light and particles had ignited a war in the realm of physics academia. He couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Previously, he had exerted great effort to attract the attention of these universities, only to sit idly on the sidelines for so long. Little did he know that this seemingly inconsequential act would create a stir throughout the academic community. Billy, still in disbelief, widened his eyes. "Tufu, are they really here looking for you?" Realizing the truth, Tufu cheerfully placed a hand on Billy's shoulder, mimicking his earlier tone with a smile. "Buddy, we're not quite the same." Thus, amidst a throng of admirers, the assistants from the 7-School Alliance personally escorted Tufu out of the lecture hall, all the while extolling the virtues of their respective universities. The once cold seat remained empty, leaving only a solitary Billy behind. A gust of wind swept through, and he felt the chill of the bench beneath him intensify. Tufu was nearly propelled to the office of the director by the assistant team. Ryan and the others repeatedly reminded him that the professors present were significant enough to form a national research institute, undeniably a powerhouse in the academic realm. Upon entering, he was greeted by a group of elderly gentlemen, all wearing beaming smiles as they welcomed his arrival. The professors had undoubtedly formed a remarkably intriguing ensemble. Apart from their advanced age and graying eyebrows, they shared another common trait: their thinning Mediterranean hairstyles. Seemingly emblematic of their scholarly status, A.S. Tofu stepped through the doorway. It felt as though he was gazing into a series of reflective mirrors, according to the characteristics and names that Ryan, the assistant professor at Columbia University, had previously mentioned. Tofu surveyed the vast landscape of the natural sciences, and among the crowd, only Coleman appeared to be out of place. He then approached and greeted each one in turn. Greetings. Professor Daniel, Professor Edmund, Professor Mintz, Professor Blake, Professor Stephen, Mr. Coleman. Chapter 51. The double-slit experiment. As the individual with the least academic credentials present, Samuel Coleman felt increasingly uneasy from the very first minute after the professor's arrival. Serving tea and engaging in polite conversation, hardly daring to consider himself a scholar. Aside from listening to the professors expound their views and the art of cursing without profanity, most of his time was spent counting his scant few hairs. The most terrifying aspect was not just this. When his mentor, Sir Daniel, requested him to share his thoughts, under the kind gazes of the professors, Coleman wished he could evaporate on the spot. He even felt that breathing itself was a misstep. Until Tofu entered the room. A brilliant light shone in Mr. Coleman's eyes. Finally, a savior had arrived. While he could not compare to the academic giants present, he was certainly a significant figure compared to a child who had yet to enter university. Mr. Coleman. Upon entering, Tofu addressed the professors by their titles in succession, greeting Mr. Coleman last. The latter bore no offense at the term Mr., and Coleman revealed a relieved smile. Gently patting the student's shoulder, Tofu urged, "Come on. Explain to the professors your hypothesis regarding the composition of light. Even if you misspeak, no one will blame you. Indeed, my child, share your thoughts. This is quite an intriguing question." The elderly Sir Daniel, holding a pipe, watched the young scholar with great interest, while the professors from the Seven Schools Alliance formed a circular arrangement, each scrutinizing the others, resembling the presentation of a thesis defense before one's mentors. Before arriving, Tofu had heard Mr. Layton speak of the professor's esteemed identities. The foremost scholars in the field of natural sciences from the northern continent had gathered at this obscure academy, one of their purposes being to engage in a friendly exchange with the individual who posed this question. However, including Sir Daniel, there was little hope placed on this child. Rather, there was a keen interest in his thought processes, merely a desire to assess firsthand whether he possessed the potential to be accepted as a student. Similarly, for Tofu, there was no better opportunity to showcase his value. Gentlemen, in my view, the nature of light as either particles or waves is already a complex issue. If even the professors struggle to explain it, it would be inappropriate for me to offer any conclusions haphazardly. Tofu's words were tactful, and after a brief pause, he smiled and added, "Why not conduct a reference experiment in optics to determine whether light is indeed a wave or a particle?" Tofu did not directly propose the conclusion that had persisted in the 3-century-long wave-particle debate, wave-particle duality. This seemingly simple answer was something that nearly every high school physics student was familiar with: blackbody radiation. The photoelectric effect, energy quanta, thermal radiation. The war within the physics community had involved luminaries such as Newton, Hooke, Huygens, Planck, Bohr, Einstein, Heisenberg, and S.C. Schrödinger. Essentially, every notable figure in the history of physics had participated in this most thrilling of conflicts. Wave-particle duality spanned from the macroscopic world into the microscopic realm. Extending from quantum mechanics to matrix mechanics, it was not a matter that could be easily explained in a few sentences, nor could current technology clarify it adequately. Rather than presenting a conclusion that transcended eras, it was more prudent to introduce an early concept from the wave-particle war, which would surely astonish the gentlemen present. An experiment. Professor Edmund, the head of the department at the University of Copenhagen, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Please elaborate. Whatever elaborate experimental apparatus you require, Columbia can accommodate your needs." "No, this experiment only necessitates 3 simple components." Tofu raised 3 fingers. "A light source, a piece of cardboard with 2 slits, and a screen to receive the projection of the light source." "And how do you intend to proceed?" The old knight found this examination increasingly intriguing. Tufu answered confidently, positioned the light source in front of the cardboard with the double slits, and observed the final pattern of light projected onto the screen. After a brief silence in the office, a scholar from the Royal Society of Atlantis could not help but exclaim, "What a brilliant idea!" All present were experts in the field of natural sciences, and upon hearing this imaginative concept, they quickly grasped the principle of the simple experiment. If light were indeed particles, it would simply travel straight ahead towards the slits in the cardboard, with particles randomly passing through either the left or right slit, resulting in two bright spots on the screen. Conversely, if light were a wave, akin to the formation of water waves, it would undoubtedly interfere with itself after passing through the double slits, producing multiple bright and dark stripes. After Tufu reiterated the principle, this remarkable notion prompted Sir Daniel to exclaim excitedly, "Samuel, take me to the laboratory immediately." Poor Mr. Coleman, upon hearing Tufu's hypothesis, felt his last shred of pride crumble. A spark ignited in his once vacant eyes, as if he were on the brink of glimpsing the door to truth. Yes, hearing his mentor's call, the 50-something Coleman swiftly led the distinguished figures of academia out of the office in a flurry. "Professors, where are you going?" The professor's assistants waiting outside witnessed a remarkable scene. This assembly of elderly gentlemen, whose ages added up to nearly 1,000 years, displayed none of their usual dignified composure as they rushed out, scarcely hearing the calls of their assistants. They were eager not to miss the impending historic moment, even if it meant being delayed for merely a moment. Although it was merely a primary education academy with rudimentary experimental equipment, fortunately, the apparatus required for this experiment consisted of very ordinary items. Standing in the laboratory, receiving the spotlight from Mr. Coleman, Tufu set about cutting out a double-slit cardboard. Before him lay a piece of white canvas. These were the simplest of experimental devices, with no difficulty in operation. However, what differed was the presence of a dozen pairs of eyes focused on his every move, seemingly maintaining a certain tacit understanding, as each professor from the Seven Schools Alliance held their breath in rapt attention to preserve the tranquility of the laboratory. It begins. In this sacred experimental environment, Tufu meticulously arranged the experimental apparatus, and with a decisive click, he first ignited the covered gas lamp that a solitary, straight beam of orange-yellow light pierced through the air. It was this seemingly trivial ray that ignited the fuse of a conflict spanning 2 time periods and hundreds of years regarding the nature of light. Perhaps after today's experiment concludes, the debate over whether light is a particle or a wave will continue unabated. For centuries to come, as foundational technology advances, individuals will repeatedly refine this experiment, proposing more possibilities to refute and overturn this seemingly inaccurate answer. Yet, at this moment, this beam of light, emblematic of truth and chosen by history, steadily traversed the double-slit cardboard, ultimately falling upon the white screen like ripples in water. The stripes appeared as the light passed through the cardboard. It formed alternating bright and dark interference patterns. Buzz. The sound of admiration came from the scholars and professors, each immersed in profound astonishment. The deity of order overseeing truth seemed to render a judgment in that instant. The divine guided humanity toward the right path. History's choice favored the wave proponents. This is an experiment destined to be etched in the annals of history. The supportive old knight, tears streaming down his face, trembled with excitement. "What do you intend to name it?" Tufu nodded earnestly, silently apologizing to the great Thomas Young in his heart, before slowly responding, "There is no name more fitting than the double-slit interference experiment." June 25th, 1492. On this extraordinary day, people would forever remember how the first wave-particle war concluded with the young Tufu Cape proposing the monumental double-slit experiment, temporarily halting the flames of conflict. Chapter 52. The turmoil of the Seven Schools Alliance, unbeknownst to many. Following the conclusion of the double-slit experiment, supporters of both the particle faction and the wave faction exhaled in relief. This war in the natural sciences, which had only recently emerged in the northern continent, had swiftly concluded in just a few weeks' time. Merely by conducting what appeared to be a trivial experiment, the deity of order had delivered its verdict. Even though Tufu indicated that wave theory was merely one possibility regarding light, and that the double-slit experiment still had room for improvement, with more advanced instruments and additional experimental variables in the future, differing results could emerge. This was a concession offered to the particle faction. Nevertheless, all present were the foremost scholars in the field of physics, and they understood better than anyone that any proposed hypothesis or experiment, as well as the conclusions drawn, would inevitably be rendered obsolete a century later. Yet this did not diminish the reverence that future generations would hold for their predecessors. Countless brilliant hypotheses had been just a moment of inspiration away from greatness. The distinction between genius and mediocrity lay in the former's ability to seize that fleeting spark. Undoubtedly, this young man was such a genius. At last, it has come to an end. The first to feel liberated was Mr. Coleman, who was on the verge of tears after witnessing this grand experiment firsthand. He felt a sense of relief as the few remaining strands of hair atop his head were preserved, and the nightmares that had tormented him for countless days dissipated with the conclusion of the experiment. Despite being the eldest present, it was the sharp-witted Sir Daniel who first broke the silence. "My dear boy, I propose that you present this work at Friel University. I shall serve as your mentor during your time there, and Friel will provide you with all the theoretical support and resources you require." As soon as his words echoed in the air, several professors present furrowed their brows in unison, internally cursing the old nobleman for his audacity to intrude upon another's mentorship. They suspected he aimed to inscribe his name in the faculty section upon publication. The director of education from the University of Copenhagen, Professor Edmund, quickly countered, "Sir Daniel, the child from Litz shall never leave Bea. Nor will they be lost to other countries." At that moment, representatives from the Royal Society of Landis discreetly expressed their interest to Tufu, saying, "My dear boy, St. Notting University welcomes you with open arms. We are willing to activate a special talent quota, potentially lowering your admission score by as much as 80 points. Violet University is equally accommodating. The Petersburg Institute would be delighted to have you at any time." Tufu's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that such an unintentional gesture would prompt such substantial concessions, which would surely incite envy among others if revealed. In recent years, the admission scores for the 7-University Alliance had stabilized between 630 and 650 across various nations, and such a significant concession demonstrated their earnest desire to recruit him. Just as Tufa contemplated which university to favor, he heard the old nobleman murmur, "I recall that the Petersburg Institute is located at the far eastern edge of the Saralan Empire, where temperatures remain perpetually below -20 degrees. Other professors in the esteemed gathering appeared inspired, their eyes lighting up in unison. "Let me enlighten you about the dire situation in the kingdom of Banya. It is riddled with pirates, cultists, terrorist organizations, and an endless tide of anti-colonial movements. You would be better off in Ryan, where you might even have the opportunity to engage with the very first primitive steam engine. Indeed, this university in Ryan is a commendable choice, but the cuisine there is notoriously dreadful, surpassing all of northern continent in its unpalatability. Their ingredients are likely irrigated with industrial waste. By the way, I heard you refer to fried fish as gazing at the stars. How astonishing. I would rather gnaw on a rag. Let us discuss the female students of St. Notting, particularly those of Lissogabi descent. Most have legs as thick as turnips, their figures more corpulent than barrels, and their voices louder than those of red-haired baboons. The worst part is the disarray of their sexual relationships. Pregnant girls can never find a contributing partner. Heaven forbid. I truly cannot fathom how. After a few years there, you would find yourself confined to a laboratory, despairing over women and ultimately becoming a neglected scientific pariah. Mince, you scoundrel, you must have been spurned by a female professor from St. Notting to vilify us so. Violet is by no means a good choice either. It is filled with the offspring of decaying aristocrats. Rampant bullying is commonplace, and they will ridicule and torment you mercilessly until your demise. Are you then considering Copenhagen? You cannot imagine the savagery prevalent in this nation. The systemic personnel from top to bottom never employ their intellect to resolve issues, resorting instead to brute force. Even zombies would sigh at their lack of brains. The professors, previously embroiled in debates over wave fluctuations and particle theories, once again found themselves at a crossroads of opinion as they simultaneously extended invitations to Tufu, leaving no room for mercy in their disparagement of each other's institutions. What began as mere discussions of lowered admission scores and mentorship had devolved, fueled by inexplicable rivalry, into a bitter contest where each professor painted a more grotesque picture of the universities they represented, as if they resided in a hellscape. Their verbal portrayals of the 7-University Alliance's institutions or cities were riddled with devastation. Besieged by warfare, cultists and terrorists had overtaken cities where temperatures plummeted below freezing, where inhabitants subsisted on rags and industrial waste. their sole amusement lying in inspecting whether there remained anything in each other's heads. The female students at these universities resembled bizarre, monstrous figures, emitting terrifying roars at scheduled intervals and occasionally belching flames. Their worth was less than that of red-haired baboons. Tufa sat in stunned silence, absorbing the chaotic scene before him, his mind conjuring dreadful images that he began to ponder. Friel University in Banya, Des University in Ryan, Petersburg in the Caroline Empire, St. Notting University, Violet University, Copenhagen. Adding it all up, it seemed there were only 6 universities among them. It was then, amidst the unceasing clamor, that Tufa noticed a gentleman seated in the corner of the laboratory, exuding a relaxed demeanor. The only unfamiliar figure in the professorial assembly had yet to utter a word. He was dressed impeccably, adorned with a tall hat and knee-high boots, his shirt collar upright and a scarf tied neatly, while a brass watch nestled against his chest, all complemented by a sleek black tailcoat that elevated his entire presence. He appeared disinterested in engaging in the futile squabble. Tufu strained his memory to recall the name of this professor, who he believed was Professor Charles Kane. The gentleman seemed to catch Tufu's gaze, returning it with a genuinely warm smile. "Good day to you. If you are willing, I would like to extend an invitation to consider Miska Stark University. We too would strive to secure a special talent quota for you, potentially lowering the admission score." As the final representative of the 7-University Alliance, Professor Kane stepped forward. Observing this new threat, Director Edmund from the University of Copenhagen immediately launched an attack. Sometimes we feel fortunate to have 2 top-tier institutions in Copenhagen. However, compared to the geographical advantage of our university, Miska Stark resides in the remote town of Vilder, often dismissed as a backwater. Aside from their proud heritage, they possess little else that I can hardly imagine a child eager to experience the grandeur of a big city being relegated to rural obscurity. It would be nothing short of punishment. "Mr. Edmund, you speak truthfully," Professor Charles Kane retorted without hesitation. "Almost everyone envies the central location of your university in the capital, with convenient steam railways leading directly to your door. And I shudder to think how many new skyscrapers have been erected in recent years, all funded by a substantial annual allocation from the National Treasury for Education. It is indeed tantalizing." Just as the professors from Copenhagen began to beam with satisfaction, Kane's unabashed mockery cut through. "Yet, compared to your esteemed institution, even the dog guarding Miska Stark's library boasts greater heritage." Chapter 53. Miska Stark University, the Kingdom of Bea, is the only nation on the northern continent to host 2 prestigious universities, one of which is the esteemed University of Copenhagen. Copenhagen has capitalized on Bea's recent industrialization, investing substantial manpower and resources into its faculties of engineering, mechanics, metallurgy, and civil sciences. Graduates from this institution typically find themselves remaining in research institutes, serving as municipal officials, corporate managers, technical experts, engineers, lawyers, and doctors, social elites whose influence even extends into the kingdom's parliament. It is this reciprocal relationship between the school and its alumni that has birthed this newly joined top-tier university within the 7-University Alliance. However, due to its relatively recent rise, it has been derided by other professors as lacking heritage, embodying the essence of a nouveau riche political creation. Thus, Professor Kane's assertion that Copenhagen is inferior to a dog holds some merit, igniting a flush of anger across Director Edmund's face, who, despite his desire to retort, found himself at a loss for words. "So Miska Stark University is also located in the capital, Copenhagen." Tufa nodded, recalling Professor Magwin's earlier suggestion. "Sir, could you elaborate on the particulars of Miska Stark?" Seeing the young man's interest, Professor Charles Kane enthusiastically began to elaborate. "Of course. As one of the most venerable institutions, Miska Stark's lineage can be traced back to the era of the Lionheart King and the Assyrian Empire. Boasting the most orthodox academic heritage, do not let our current location in the remote town of Vilder deceive you. It in no way detracts from the scholarly atmosphere within, nor from our centuries-old history and legacy. The library at Miska Stark is undoubtedly one of the richest in the world, housing an array of invaluable primary resources, accessible exclusively to our students. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the number of professors awarded titles at Miska Stark last year was double that of Copenhagen." Professor Kane beamed with pride, invoking the term heritage once more. "What constitutes heritage? A library's collection, erudite professors, and the ancient trees on campus. These 3 elements are essential for any top-tier university boasting centuries of history. Miska Stark currently comprises 5 faculties, with the most notable being the Faculty of Humanities, particularly excelling in archaeology, mysticism, history, and psychology, all of which are at the forefront of global academia. On this matter, you may inquire with any present gentleman. Indeed, Miska Stark is unparalleled in these disciplines. Even Sir Daniel of Friel could not help but commend. As for Professor Edmund's earlier remarks about Miska Stark's remote location hindering personal horizons, there is no need for concern. Professor Kane chuckled. The university consistently organizes and sponsors exploratory expeditions. We even have our own shipping routes, ensuring that wherever there are people in the world, there are Miska Stark expedition teams. Charles, why do you not mention that the mortality rate of the Michigan expedition ranks first among the 7-school alliance? The director of Columbia, Edmund, let out a disdainful hum as if he had discovered a weakness in his opponent. In the pursuit of truth, one inevitably encounters certain troubles, yet this does not hinder our spirit of seeking the truth, Kane replied. His demeanor remarkably calm. Tofu had been quietly listening, mentally weighing the 2 choices before him. It was only upon hearing their discourse that he slowly interjected. Sir, did Professor Capet and Ms. Sophia from Ritz University also participate in the Michigan expedition? So, you are Professor Capet's child, Charles Kane exclaimed, suddenly connecting the 2 identical surnames. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. After a fleeting expression of pain crossed his face, he could only let out a regretful sigh. I am sorry. Within the laboratory, as the 2 engaged in conversation, the endless quarrel among the professors finally subsided. A long silent event from years past resurfaced in everyone's minds. Indeed, it was an expedition organized by Michigan University, yet it had also attracted participants from the 7-school alliance to form that elite scientific research fleet. Throughout the expedition, numerous mysterious phenomena and unresolved enigmas occurred, leading the Baja government to later seal that dossier. To this day, no one knows what transpired in that enigmatic sea, nor the fates of those involved in the expedition. Charles Kane retrieved a card from his pocket, inscribing his personal information upon it, and offered it to Tofu. This is my contact email at the university, as well as my personal contact information outside of school. The special talent quota for reduced admission I previously promised still stands. Once the higher selection process concludes, you may come to inquire about that matter at any time, and you are also welcome to come to Michigan University for academic sharing. Thank you for your guidance. Sir, Tofu replied earnestly as he accepted the card, feeling assured. However, he refrained from making a decision regarding which side to join or reject in front of the academic luminaries. For someone with high emotional intelligence, refraining from expressing a stance in public was a courtesy extended to all. The doors of St. Notting University shall always be open for you. Does University also extends a warm welcome to you. I look forward to seeing you publish more intriguing works in the future. Upon witnessing Kane hand over the card, several professors from other universities were equally eager, presenting their own business cards in a bid to win him over, promising reduced admission, positions as assistants, tuition waivers, and an array of enticing conditions, stopping just short of offering him a scholarship. Samuel, remember to have him publish this experimental process and results in a professional journal as leverage for the special quota application. Sir Daniel from Furrier University reminded Tofu. What do you plan to name the results of this experiment? The outline for the experimental exploration of sound and light. Tofu replied without a hint of emotion, hoping Thomas Young's coffin would hold firm. This optical experiment was entirely conceived and conducted by Tofu himself, making this research achievement more than sufficient as leverage for applying to the 7-school alliance. There is no better name than this, the old gentleman praised. The surprise this young man delivered was indeed substantial, perhaps initially holding a dismissive and skeptical attitude, even doubting whether a child of his age could pose such questions. Yet the hypotheses and results of the double-slit experiment were enough to prove that he was a prodigious talent in physics, destined to be recorded in the annals of history. As he watched the other professors depart, old Sir Daniel smiled mysteriously, beckoning to his assistant waiting outside, moving to stand beside the recently used experimental platform, positioned before the white curtain, simultaneously lifting the double-slit board and light source. Now, let's take another picture. He signaled to his assistant to capture this historic moment with the camera, then smiled at Tofu, saying, "Why don't we take a photo to commemorate history?" "Of course, sir." Although Tofu did not understand why the gentleman wanted to do this, he stood beside him, leaving behind a monochrome photograph that captured the interplay of black and gray tones. The old gentleman wore a satisfied smile in the photograph. Had the window of truth been shattered? No matter. The yet-to-be-published outline for the experimental exploration of sound and light bore no mention of old Sir Daniel's name. That was of little consequence. However, once this photograph appeared in the newspaper, people would inevitably connect the dots. It turned out that this young scholar had indeed experienced a moment of inspiration after meeting Sir Daniel, leading to the birth of the remarkable double-slit experiment. Chapter 54. Business Cards. Ritz College, Lecture Hall. Following the trivial commotion that had just transpired, Sophie Winster remained the most radiant star on the scene. Skillfully hosting this day-long promotional event, everyone was quite satisfied. The university admissions office had fulfilled its duties, with some outstanding students garnering the attention of the universities, while those left behind remained in their seats. Everything seemingly perfect. Yet, as the end of the school day approached, Sophie could not shake thoughts of the earlier events. Why did the group from the university admissions office seek out Tufu? Why was it Tufu? This question lingered in her mind, disturbing her peace throughout the latter part of the promotional event. Finally, it's over. Miss Winster accepted the cup handed to her by Mr. Hawkins, moistening her throat, exhaling a long breath of relief. Sophie, you did well. Copenhagen University is quite pleased with your performance. They left you this business card. Mr. Hawkins extended a card with the email address of the Columbia admissions office. However, there's still a class meeting to attend. So I'll need your help again. That's wonderful. Miss Winster politely forced a smile, not wishing to prolong the topic any further. She gently rubbed her head, feigning fatigue. Mr. Hawkins, I suspect I spoke too much during the hosting, which has left me feeling a bit dizzy. Perhaps I'm dehydrated. By the way, what were you saying just now? Let me handle the rest. You should go home and rest, and no one will blame you. Mr. Hawkins observed his student with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. For an exemplary student, privileges certainly existed. After expressing her gratitude, Sophie slightly puffed out her cheeks, her heart soaring as she exited the hall. To avoid being seen through, she pretended to feel unwell, placing her palm over her chest as she walked slowly, thinking, if the teacher doesn't agree, perhaps I can feign a graceful faint. Sophie hurried to the second-year classroom, where only a few students were packing their bags, yet Tufu was nowhere in sight, her finely arched eyebrows furrowed in concern. If memory serves, he seems to know Tufu. Suddenly, Sophie noticed a freckled redhead who had just returned from the lecture hall. But his complexion appeared quite poor, resembling someone truly dehydrated. Sophie quickly searched her memory for his name. Billy, did you see Tufu just now? The previously pallid-faced chatterbox seemed to darken further upon hearing the name. However, upon realizing it was the college's most beautiful Miss Winster before him, he tightened his heart and strove to transform his sorrow into joy. Tufu. Of course, we were just together, but unfortunately, he's already gone. Sophie's bright eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly. I've heard him mention you. A cheerful boy who shares happiness with his classmates. It's a pleasure to meet you. Exactly. We're quite close. We often play cards together and even went to the boxing ring. Speaking of which, his talent in fighting is quite impressive, almost catching up to me. Billy exaggerated this magical experience without restraint, sharing a wealth of stories about Tufu with the goddess Sophie. Sophie hardly needed to ask. Billy divulged everything freely. This revelation genuinely surprised Miss Winster, for even though they commuted together daily, she had not noticed his recent changes. What was he like when you saw him just now, when he returned from outside? He seemed a bit gloomy. I fear he may have messed up that interview opportunity, said Billy. Indeed, he had seen Tufu, but at that moment, Tufu's expression had been somewhat grave, as if troubled by something. Billy had not dared to approach him again, suspecting his outcome was likely the same. Thank you very much. After expressing her gratitude to Billy, Sophie began to pack her bag, preparing to head home as the sun set. As she walked along the road, Miss Winster felt a weight in her heart. She regretted her earlier behavior, having been overly proud in front of Tufu, to the point of forgetting his feelings. What should I do now? She held 2 business cards from university admissions offices in her hand. Having arranged to contact the admissions officers of 2 universities in the Copenhagen area before the promotional event began, after proactively providing Tufu's information, the other party had agreed to meet, considering her request. Everything had been arranged. Had it not been for that little episode earlier, that fellow would likely have softened, uttering a few flattering words to purposely curry favor with her. Then, the generous and kind-hearted Miss Winster would have teased him before unhesitatingly agreeing to his request. naturally handing him the business card. Yet, having reached this point, the outcome was undoubtedly the worst possible. If she were to hand over the contact information now, that proud young man might perceive it as charity. As pity, something he would never accept. From a young age, he has displayed an unwavering stubbornness and obstinacy paired with an excessive sense of pride, never learning to express his desires verbally. Thus, every time, the attentive Miss Winster would notice this and, with a tone tinged with irritation, would forcefully thrust those useless items upon him. Although she is nominally Tofu's sister, Sophie often feels as though she assumes the role of an elder sister each time she pretends to chastise him. She also offers him a taste of sweetness. Whenever he asks to borrow money, she generously and readily obliges. It is precisely for this reason that, when he offended a church doorkeeper at the Santiago Cathedral, Miss Winster did not hesitate to stand in front of him, silently shielding him from the storm. The long passage of time spent discreetly protecting him has gradually transformed her into an inept bad sister. Clink. As Sophie pushed the door open, she keenly observed a pair of men's shoes added to the shoe rack, surmising that Tofu had returned even before her, and so early. It must be a sign of a failed interview. The little princess of the Winster family has returned. How did today's event go? Anne Field, who was cooking, enveloped her returning daughter in a warm embrace. Not too bad. Everything has been settled, and the promotional event was quite successful. Sophie managed to muster a smile. Has Tofu come back? Anne Field pointed cautiously upstairs. He went straight to his room to study upon returning. He has indeed been quite diligent lately. Sophie nodded and ascended the stairs, the creaking of the steps echoing toward the punk-style room above. Almost instinctively, she wanted to burst in and mock him loudly as she had done before, but as she stood before the door, her hand froze, transforming her push into a knock. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, Tofu, surprised, called out softly, "Come in." Miss Winster had actually learned to knock. The significance of this was akin to humanity discovering fire, worthy of being recorded in a diary. "How are you?" Sophie noticed several textbooks piled beside Tofu's arm at the desk. His head bowed as if he were scribbling something. However, from the furrow of his brow, it seemed he was troubled by something. "I'm doing well. Is there something you need?" "I think I have something to discuss with you regarding the business cards from the university admissions office that I mentioned this morning." Sophie clutched 2 paper business cards tightly, stammering for a long time, unsure of how to present them to him. "Business cards?" Tofu exclaimed in surprise. "How did you know I was troubled by this? It's quite a headache." "No need to worry." Upon hearing this, Miss Winster's face lit up with a radiant smile, just as she was about to hand him the 2 university cards. "I'm really struggling with which school to choose." Sigh. Tofu's expression turned serious as he stacked a hefty pile of cards with professor's contact information from the table. Copenhagen, St. Not in. Does, Miska. They were densely packed, towering high. Chapter 55. Decisions for the future. The scattered business cards on the table differed from the usual university admissions office ones. Sophie, with her keen eye, quickly noticed that they bore the personal emails of professors directly affiliated with the departments. Bypassing the need for another round of interviews and allowing for direct contact with the professors when applying to the university system, this exceeded the realm of normality. "How did you manage this?" Sophie pulled out the business card of Director Edmund from the University of Copenhagen. The contact information matching exactly what she knew. "It's nothing, just an ordinary optical experiment that inadvertently shook the foundations of physics." Tofu modestly recounted the process. He was like a child discovering stones by the shore of truth, fortuitously opening a window to that truth. Tofu continued. "Later, I happened to catch the attention of some professors, which is quite a troublesome issue. I'm currently at a loss over which professor to choose." "Sophie, do you have any good suggestions?" Although his words were humble, Sophie could clearly sense the pride in Tofu's demeanor, his raised eyebrows nearly brushing his hairline. "Congratulations to you," Sophie replied through gritted teeth. "But that does not mean you can neglect your studies. Even if the 7-school alliance is willing to grant you a special candidate quota, at most, it only lowers the admission score by 80 points. The information I received indicates that this year's cutoff for Columbia is at least 640. No need to worry. Fortunately, my self-study ability in ancient languages is strong. Even without a teacher, I can learn quickly." Tofu, without a hint of shame, calculated his scores meticulously. "The other 6 subjects are stable between 480 and 500 points. I just need to ensure I score at least 80 in Assyrian, and everything else will be fine." As for the choice of advisor, most students hardly find a willing teacher in the year before admission, but you shouldn't have to worry. Sophie looked at the professor's impressive titles on the business cards, her furrowed brow relaxing. This was the first serious discussion the siblings had on the matter. Previously, Tufu's grades hovered just above passing, leaving little room for conversation with a genius like Sophie. Even though Tufu relied on modern thinking and his peculiar foreign language lessons, as well as a unique advantage from a paper on optics, he had barely managed to place himself on the same starting line as Sophie. Only through his relentless efforts could the two parallel lines of their futures find a visible intersection. Have you decided which of the 7 school alliance you wish to attend? Not yet. Sophie feigned indifference as she spoke. May I offer you some suggestions? I recommend you eliminate St. Natin first. It borders Lantis and the Kingdom of Baya, where tensions have been escalating, and a war may be on the horizon. Good suggestion. Tufu had already sensed this. And more importantly, the students at St. Natin University would occasionally be startled awake by the crowing of fire-breathing dinosaur-like seniors, which was indeed disheartening. Miss Winster quickly concealed her barely noticeable delight and continued to offer her counsel. Petersburg is too far and too cold. The Friel region is too chaotic, and Violet University is dominated by the high nobility, which likely isn't a good choice either. As for Duz University, Tufu chimed in to add his thoughts. The mere thought of eating Ryan-S food for several years is enough to make me wish for death. Thus, only one choice remained. So, your decision is Miska Stark University, Tufu stated firmly. Sophie's bright, beautiful eyes briefly flashed with surprise, and as she came to her senses, she exhaled in relief. That's a commendable choice. You nearly made my heart race. Just the thought of having to endure your presence at the same university for several years is enough to keep me awake at night. Miss Winster then displayed her curiosity, but I'm still quite curious. Why not attend the better-ranked Columbia? Choosing a newly established university without any heritage is nothing short of disastrous. Sophie understood the underlying implication, her almond-shaped eyes widening in indignation. What's there to be proud of? It's merely a town school. Even if you get in, there's nothing to boast about. Tufu mimicked Professor Kane's disdainful expression, emphatically declaring, Sophie, you must understand that even the dog guarding the library gate at Miska University has more stories to tell than any building at Columbia. You, don't ever ask me to check your notes again. Oh, do you believe I won to tell father about your secret visits to the boxing ring? Oh, for our next outing. I will not assist you in any way. Wonderful. Sophie trembled with rage, seeing Tufu remain unfazed, even appearing to want to laugh. These threats were nothing more than a light drizzle, disregarding Sophie's atrocious romantic advice. Even if she did inform their uncle about the boxing ring, given his nature, he would only be curious to know whether Tufu won or lost. Observing Tufu's irritatingly confident demeanor, Sophie's eyes darted, and she added, It seems you borrowed something from me last time. Esteemed Miss Sophie, please forgive my earlier thoughtless behavior. I have come to a profound realization of my error, and I am willing to compose a letter of repentance to express my sincerity. Reflecting on having vexed you, Tufu stood up, took the nearby 6-sided hat, and solemnly apologized to Sophie. His attitude had undergone a complete transformation. With a roll of her eyes that conveyed her annoyance, Sophie finally left the punk-style room, a familiar routine for the siblings. Their bickering had become a seasoning for their otherwise mundane lives, always concluding with Tufu conceding first, followed by him devising ways to amuse the haughty young lady for a long time thereafter. Upon exiting the room, the unnamed fury that had consumed Sophie dissipated by 7 or 8 parts. The subtle joy bloomed in Miss Winster's heart, genuinely pleased for Tufu's good fortune, in the quaint town of Valido. It seemed that Copenhagen was not too far away. After Ethan returned from work, the family shared their day's events amidst laughter and joy. As Sophie recounted the promotional event, she seemed still irked. Discreetly kicking Tufu under the table, Tufu had not yet disclosed to their uncle and aunt about his special quota. He believed it was unwise to make promises too early, as a lack of sufficient scores would only lead to embarrassment for himself. Moreover, the situation at Miska was quite unique. Merely being aware of the perilous flagship majors at the school, alongside the adventure teams funded throughout the continent, must surely instill a sense of trepidation within them. It is perhaps wiser to keep such knowledge concealed until the moment of triumph in the examinations arise. As another day's twilight descended, the serene azure moonlight filtered into the room, and as Tufu gazed upward, his thoughts drifted. He idly toyed with a necklace adorned with sapphires, an object that felt rather peculiar, as if it had been infused with the essence of a ghost ship, undergoing some transformation itself. Since the last occasion he had retrieved it from the vessel, No matter where it was carelessly placed, it always managed to reappear within his line of sight, returning to his grasp. Never mind, I shall attend to this matter later. Calming his mind, Tu Fu resolved to revisit the Santa Maria tonight. It took him a moment to gather his thoughts before swiftly slipping into a meditative state, reciting the true name of the Santa Maria, capturing its elusive essence, and initiating the unknown yet enigmatic countdown once more. Return. Chapter 56. The Secrets of the Club 000003 000002 00001. The countdown ticked away. Without overthinking, Tu Fu prepared his backpack before the return. Picking up the notes summarizing the Assyrian language points provided by the gatekeeper, along with an assignment addressing vulnerabilities. When did exploring ghost ships turn into an after-school tutoring session? Tu Fu mused humorously. Watching the countdown as time trickled away, approaching zero, he felt everything around him come to a standstill. The air froze, enveloped in a gray mist, and the entire world fell into utter silence. Upon opening his eyes, the ticking of electronic devices resonated in his ears. The crashing waves, which had also ceased, returned alongside the briny sea breeze and the dense white fog that lingered like an indelible essence. I'm back. Each time Tu Fu returned to the ship, he intended to study the environment surrounding the Santa Maria to ascertain its exact location, yet the impenetrable fog obscured all distinguishing features, and no other vessels were in sight, nor any marine life. This stretch of sea was as silent as death itself, as if it had remained unchanged for millennia. Perhaps my level is too low, Tu Fu speculated, refraining from activating the radio first and instead checking for any surveillance activity. After scanning the monitor, he found that there had been no significant disturbances in Litz lately. The few minor mysterious incidents had swiftly been dealt with by the church's influence. The various extraordinary factions in Litz, including the Black Swan and the other two supernatural teams of the Seven Gods Church, the Enforcers and the Eye of the Storm, patrolled the city in their respective areas. In contrast, Mr. Mason's Brotherhood operated on a much broader scale. They maintained a fixed window for receiving tasks from external extraordinary individuals, gathering and selling intelligence and potion ingredients. From the Brotherhood's transactions, Tu Fu noted that the price of a standard potion exceeded that of basic materials by a substantial margin, almost double. Most extraordinary individuals who came to trade merely sought to purchase potion materials from the Brotherhood. Continuing down this path is not a solution. It seems I must directly acquire potion-making materials next time. Tu Fu's gaze shifted, his thoughts fluctuating. Initially, he had intended to take this opportunity to spy on the Brotherhood's dealings with other adventurers regarding the subsequent potion formulas. However, in recent weeks, most of the extraordinary individuals coming to trade were primarily purchasing potion materials, leaving him unable to discern the subsequent names and formulas of the adventurers. Ordinary people aspiring to become extraordinary often directly purchased finished products, only to be ruthlessly exploited by the Brotherhood. If only I could find a way to obtain the formula for an 8th-tier potion, gather the necessary materials, and brew it myself to save a significant sum. Tu Fu's thoughts began to expand. Unfortunately, in recent times, he had rarely seen the Brotherhood directly sell potion formulas to learn about the 8th-tier adventurer potion formula. He would have to rely on the luck of encountering it during occasional extraordinary trade events, exchanging something of equivalent value in advance. Thus, the path of obtaining it for free seemed long and arduous. Next, he turned his attention to the fighting club. What intrigued Tu Fu further was the recent surveillance of the club. After officially joining, he had established a fixed point of monitoring within the premises. The club had quite the reputation. It was said that the current president had become increasingly reclusive since taking charge, operating the extraordinary club quietly. The influx of individuals entering and exiting the club likely encompassed the entirety of Litz's extraordinary community, with dozens of different masked extraordinary individuals having passed through recently. Among them were spies from the Brotherhood or official extraordinary teams, including the Fox Lady, whom he had encountered once from the surveillance. Tu Fu observed that after this elegant lady returned from the club, she went to a church belonging to the Order of the Gods, reporting the club's recent happenings to the subordinate extraordinary team, the Enforcers. Indeed, the Seven Gods Church will not allow such an extraordinary club to operate right under their noses. Tu Fu was not surprised by this revelation. What truly astonished him was the subsequent discovery from the surveillance of the club's clandestine activities. Official members of the club possessed the authority to utilize the intelligence network, and a segment of higher-ranking members even had the power to hold the club participants accountable for their actions. The fighting club's mechanism could sift through two groups of individuals, one primarily composed of extraordinary members, unregulated and maintaining a tacit collaboration, while the other consisted of enthusiastic amateurs who relished the thrill of combat. Regularly participating in the club's events, Old Muller had previously mentioned that each venue had hundreds of fixed members, referring to this highly active group of ordinary individuals who contributed intelligence regularly. These individuals were no longer satisfied merely with participating in a weekly fight. They often engaged in more exhilarating club activities that in the monitoring. Tu Fu even witnessed these individuals being assigned outrageous tasks. For instance, within a week, they were to find any individual outside the club to complete a fight, incite and rally more people to organize a large-scale strike protest, or orchestrate a takeover of the central advertising billboards at night. Leaving behind unique symbols of resistance, this was likely what Old Muller and the Fox lady had referred to as entertainment activities. The ordinary members participating in these exaggerated and thrilling activities could release their stress and rebel against the oppressive society in extreme ways. This provided a more intense thrill than mere combat, for the formal members orchestrating these events. The extraordinary individuals also engaged in highly influential actions to swiftly consume potions. This is indeed a viable path, Tu Fu pondered. This approach was considerably milder than the methods employed by Grace. Extraordinary individuals associated with the princess could hold a large-scale performance if they could organize a grand show that captivated thousands of onlookers. It would be beneficial for consuming potions. The adventurers of the sequence path could similarly harness this power, such as initiating a remarkable parade to incite more workers to join the cause. Targeting the affluent capitalists of the Wood District in this manner, it would represent the weak striking against the colossal, potentially yielding favorable results for potion consumption. Old Muller had mentioned that in the Pluton District, there were as many as 25 fighting venues, and despite being composed of ordinary individuals, forming an intelligence network should not be underestimated. What was even more daunting was that if this power were wielded adeptly, it could serve as a sharp sword for extraordinary individuals. After being lost in thought for quite some time, Tu Fu suddenly came to his senses. It shouldn't be like this. He shook his head. Promptly dismissing his earlier thoughts, he had personally witnessed the plight of an unemployed worker named Old John, who had been purged after participating in a workers' parade. For many ordinary individuals at the grassroots level, their families were exceedingly fragile that a single illness, a quarrel, or a misstep could shatter everything they held dear. Extraordinary individuals indeed hid behind the masses, exploiting the curiosity and emotional release of fighting club members to fulfill their own needs. Countless innocent souls would unknowingly be drawn into the fray. Meanwhile, the extraordinary individuals consuming potions lurked like rats in the shadows, plotting a sensational event to claim all the fruits of victory for themselves. Such tactics were far from the conduct of a true hero. Having grasped this understanding, he suddenly found clarity on many points. Even if this were a feasible route, he would prefer not to tread such a shortcut. Calming his mind, Tu Fu ceased to dwell on the matter, turning to the nearby radio with a wry smile. The class of the Dark God's language begins now, Chapter 57. The Bounty Hunter Beep. Beep, beep. The Dark God language classroom has commenced. A low, resonant male voice emanated from the radio, articulating in precise Assyrian, with fluent pronunciation and a plethora of advanced vocabulary. The accent at least matching that of the ancient Assyrian aristocracy. Initially, Tu Fu found it challenging to adapt, but after listening several times, it felt as though the intellectual DNA within him awakened. The letters of those words floated in his mind, easily retrievable when needed. With a few more sessions of continuous listening, he would be able to acclimate to the rhythm of this complex, inflected language. For adventurers, swiftly mastering a foreign language is also part of the plan. Tu Fu attributed his recent learning achievements to the potion. Indeed, mastering any language relies on practice and repetition. Maintaining good habits will serve you well in the future. After reviewing the previous assignment, the gatekeeper cautioned Tu Fu to rectify the detrimental habit of merely memorizing without comprehension. Understood. The prolonged and intense study had rendered Tu Fu somewhat weary, especially since he had received a special allowance to lower his score by 80 points, causing the tension that had long gripped him to ease slightly. Let's discuss what has transpired outside recently. After swiftly concluding the day's lesson, he deliberately allocated some time to converse with Tu Fu. a pact they had established between them. Tofu could relay information from the outside world as tuition, even if it pertained to trivial matters, such as events occurring in school, articles from the Litz newspaper, or recent changes in the kingdom. For someone who had been isolated from the light for an extended period, any tidbit shared could serve as a delightful distraction. During these exchanges with the outside world, the gatekeeper vaguely perceived a decline in his own recent episodes of madness that in truth, he often found it challenging to maintain a semblance of normalcy, succumbing to insanity, losing control, and repeatedly attempting suicide, only to restart. When he opened his eyes, everything reverted to the starting point. In this endless dark prison, nothing remained. What was left was merely waiting for something. The fragmented memories were chaotic, and he seemed to recall nothing of the past. It felt as if his sole purpose since birth was to guard this door, to protect this place known as the abyss, to prevent the people outside from entering, and to keep the people inside from escaping. He had attempted to find a way out, but no matter the effort, it always ended in failure. Fate seemed to have orchestrated it all behind the scenes. Well, quite a bit has happened recently. During several conversations with the other party, Tofu gradually began to perceive the gatekeeper as a confidant who would not divulge his own secrets, akin to a wise old man, or, more aptly, a hollow tree where he could pour out his heart. Mr. Gate, today the Seven Schools Alliance came to recruit at our institution that I ultimately decided to choose the venerable Miss Stark University, which is said to have existed since the Assyrian Empire of the Tertiary era. Have you heard of this institution? Miss Stark. I cannot recall. The gatekeeper pondered repeatedly, but found no trace of the name in his memory. He refrained from further inquiry. Perhaps it was merely a boast from Professor Kane, as professors often tended to exaggerate. For Tofu, ascending to the pinnacle of the sequence and uncovering historical truths felt exceedingly distant. In contrast, there were more pressing matters worthy of attention. Moreover, I recently discovered a club that specifically arranges arenas for extraordinary beings to battle. It seems they also use many people's hands to concoct potions. Does this method truly prove effective? Tofu recounted this matter with a buoyant tone, hoping to draw upon the other party's sagacity for analysis. The Lionheart King of the Assyrian Empire once employed a similar method to assemble an extraordinary knightly army, vanquishing all contemporaneous foes, sweeping across the entire continent before being crowned king, thereby ascending to the rank of fate giant in the knightly path. Tofu understood that the Lionheart King referred to a great monarch of the previous era. As the source of all modern languages on the northern continent, the Assyrian Empire, at its zenith, occupied a substantial portion of the land. The nations of the Tertiary era were not fewer than those of the present, and the era of cold weapons was even more fragmented and chaotic. Even during the waning days of the Black Iron Age, talent abounded. The Lionheart King of the Assyrian Empire, a figure of remarkable valor, developed an invincible knightly legion in just a few decades, achieving numerous victories in both eastern and western campaigns, expanding his territory to its entirety and flourishing for a time. Tofu endeavored to unearth answers from history books, but found no useful clues. After careful consideration, he asked, "So how was the Assyrian Empire ultimately destroyed?" The malevolent entity on the other end of the radio paused for a considerable time before his deep voice resumed. The Lionheart King was nearing true divinity at that time. In his later years, he assembled an invincible fleet to set sail, but alas, he succumbed to madness. Does even sequence one succumb to madness? Even deities can lose their sanity. The gatekeeper reiterated emphatically, "Mad deities?" Tofu was taken aback, an inexplicable chill coursing through him that if the premise was erroneous from the very beginning, what, then, lay at the conclusion of the extraordinary sequence? Thus, utilizing external forces to expedite potion digestion is not surprising. The gatekeeper offered a brief critique of that club, suggesting it was worth Tofu's consideration. Are there any other tidbits, perhaps regarding the Seven Gods Church? Mr. Gate, I am but a small figure living under the roof of others. How could I possibly know such clandestine information? As Tofu prepared to employ his usual tactics, he began to lament his unfortunate circumstances. He recounted the hardships he faced after the loss of both parents, living a life devoid of humanity. Not only did he struggle daily for survival, but he also endured the brutish and impudent treatment from the young lady of his host family. The sincerity of his tone and demeanor seemed to make the gatekeeper hesitate. Is everything you say true? I swear by the Almighty, every word is true. Tofu shamelessly bartered his soul, and soon, I shall journey to the capital of the Yag nation, Gothenburg. I suspect there will be even more extraordinary beings there. You know, a straightforward child like me, without any background, is akin to a floating ripple in the sea, easily swept away by any misfortune. Tofu made an earnest effort to paint a grim picture of the cruelty of the outside world, emphasizing how a naive child like himself could easily suffer great losses that a nondescript individual like him, devoid of influential connections or family support, found merely surviving to be a Herculean task, let alone having the energy to inquire about matters. In truth, should an ordinary person like me encounter misfortune, it would hardly matter. Afterward, no one would be left to converse with you. Tofu feigned a tone of concern for the gatekeeper. That would indeed be a dilemma. So, how do you wish for me to assist you? The gatekeeper sighed, finally grasping his intent. I wish to know the potion formula for Sequence 8 of the Adventurer Path. Tofu, having laid bare his true purpose, articulated his request clearly. Seeking the potion formula for the subsequent path from the gatekeeper appeared to be a feasible route. Mr. Gate, should I ascend to Sequence 8, it would undoubtedly hasten my ascent into the upper echelons and facilitate the gathering of intelligence. Ever since he ingested the potion and endured the tribulations of the Grand Theater Plague Dance and the daily contributions at the Combat Club, Tofu had perceptibly digested nearly half of it. If he maintained this pace, perhaps he could fully digest it after the advanced selection. It was time to commence preparations for the next potion. How long has it been since you last consumed a potion? About a month or so, I believe, Tofu recalled. Efficient indeed. The gatekeeper, after careful consideration, deemed this request not excessive. If this fellow were somewhat stronger, it would be even easier to gather intelligence on the Seven Gods Church. The materials for the Adventurer Path's potion include 100 milliliters of clear water, 1 aconite, 10 drops of pure whitehound's blood, 1 complete blue pearl flower, 5 grams of gold and silver powder, 5 grams of cow bile, and 1 drop of venomous lizard tail liquid, to be added in order to the alchemical vessel. Once you acquire these items, you may contact me again. Thank you for your generosity. Tofu silently noted the required items for the potion formula. Only after the gatekeeper finished speaking did he awkwardly inquire, so what is the name for Sequence 8 of the Adventurer Path? Bounty Hunter. Chapter 58, Liquidation Under the Luminous Blue Moon. Tofu, returned to his original position by the gray mist, held in his hand the note detailing the materials for the Sequence 8 Bounty Hunter potion, while recalling the method of potion concoction imparted by the gatekeeper. For low sequence potions, one merely needed to sequentially add the materials and stir to evoke marvelous reactions. The Adventurer's Sequence 8 is a bounty hunter. It seems quite fitting for me. The thought of such a wild term caused Tofu's lips to twitch slightly. No wonder the outside world labeled adventurers as brash individuals. Now, it increasingly appeared to be heading in that direction. Opening his notebook, Tofu casually recorded today's Assyrian language lesson notes and jotted down the new information Mr. Gate had shared with him. June 25, clear. The conclusion of the double-slit experiment has indeed shaken the foundations of physics. The experimental results are ultimately inconsequential. After all, every century, the prevailing science will be entirely overturned. I do feel a twinge of guilt for appropriating Mr. Thomas Young's findings. If I continue this way, should other travelers arrive in the future, they will only be able to glower at my tombstone with gritted teeth. By the way, what was Thomas's expression for Young's modulus again? Mr. Gate informed me that the Lionheart King of the Assyrian Empire was once a fate giant of Sequence 1 in the Nightly Path. But he later succumbed to madness. Those who consume potions cannot escape madness. Even deities can lose their sanity. But what does this have to do with me? I must not forget my original intention. After arriving in Gothenburg, I must find ways to earn more money, striving to purchase an independent residence in the main urban area outright. At the very least, I hope to have a maid clad in black stockings to bring me a semblance of warmth in this indifferent industrial society. However, the pressing dilemma is how I should gather the potion materials, as I currently lack the funds to procure them. This poses a significant challenge. If only there were an organization that provided potion materials for free. Wait, a name comes to mind. Mason Adams. Recently, Mason Adams, the spokesperson for the Brotherhood in Litz, had encountered a series of unfortunate events. First, the organization's potions were stolen. Then during the pursuit, they suffered significant setbacks and were further harassed multiple times by the enigmatic Roman of the Black Swan, who sought to exploit the Brotherhood in various ways, which is truly exasperating. I must find time to conduct a transmutation ritual. Mason sighed, clearly troubled. Sir, There is a transaction that requires your personal review. An employee within the Brotherhood approached him, reporting on a particular deal. The counterpart was a mysterious individual clad in a black robe and wearing a skull mask. Upon arriving at one of the Brotherhood's trading posts, the figure exhibited remarkable familiarity with the transaction processes, directly stating their intention to purchase blood of the white hound, blue pearl flowers, gold and silver powder. Upon seeing the list of materials presented, Mason grasped the individual needs. 200 crowns for the blood of the white hound, 50 crowns for the blue pearl, 70 crowns for the gold and silver powder. We will also provide you with a set of molds for potion fusion as a complimentary gift, bringing the total to 550 crowns. You may pay a deposit first. None of these materials were particularly difficult to procure in comparison. The finished potions and their formulas were far more valuable. Although he recognized that this was merely the cost of materials, the price remained staggering, and no wonder the path of the extraordinary is not one for the faint of heart. The divine does not favor the impoverished. Regrettably, I do not possess sufficient funds. Before the masked figure could express anger, the corner of Tofu's mouth curled into a slight smile. However, I have a splendid proposal. If you assist me in selling this necklace, I will deduct the necessary costs from the proceeds, with the additional condition of authenticating this list of materials. Despite having only a handful of crowns in his pocket, Tofu maintained an air of calm, as if he were a wealthy buyer, reminiscent of his confident demeanor at the old Hunter Tavern. Under the pretense of writing a thesis, Tofu had taken a few days off from the academy to resolve the subsequent matters regarding potions. This time, however, he withdrew a delicately crafted necklace from his pocket, its sapphires and crystals, bordered with diamonds, having dulled in luster due to the passage of time. What is this? Clearly, a precious necklace adorned with sapphires and diamonds. Tofu elaborated on the necklace's value, fabricating a tale about the heart of the ocean to enhance its worth. Mason Adams took the weathered yet uniquely crafted necklace into his hands. It was not an ordinary piece of jewelry. He had never encountered such craftsmanship before. The welding techniques were remarkably intricate, resembling an item processed by some mechanical means. The gems bore traces of spiritual energy, far from being commonplace jewelry. The dull sapphire at the center resonated with a profound spiritual essence, as if it had just been unearthed from the depths of the earth. May I inquire, from what source did you acquire this? It's a family heirloom. After our fortunes declined, I had no choice but to sell family possessions, Tofu answered without hesitation, though it was evident that Mr. Mason was unconcerned. Half of those who sell illicit items to the Brotherhood claim they are family heirlooms, while the other half prefer to say they found them, received them as gifts, or dug them up. Each tale more bizarre than the last. As Mason's fingers traced the necklace, he began to employ the powers of dream divination to assess its authenticity. In the depths of his vision, he perceived a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloping it. That a grayish essence flickered at the heart of the sapphire, where in mysticism, gray signifies illness and carries ominous connotations of misfortune. A necklace imbued with a curse? Mason was slightly taken aback, elevating his appraisal of the item. Tofu's brow instinctively lifted upon hearing this. It seemed that, with the passage of time, even an ordinary sapphire necklace had been influenced by the phantom ship. He suddenly understood why some legends circulating through the seas caution against taking treasures belonging to ships, lest one be cursed. Is it unwise to wear? No. For some individuals, gifting it to their enemies would be an excellent choice. Mason replied that a highly valuable necklace. He declared after a preliminary assessment, we shall acquire it for 500 crowns, which will be used to procure the materials required for this transaction, expected to arrive shortly. As for the list of materials you provided, it indeed corresponds to the requirements of an adventurer of Sequence 8, so there are no issues there. He had no doubt regarding the individual's involvement in the potion theft. Following that perilous divination, he harbored grave suspicions that the thief had a terrifying patron. Deal. Tofu exhaled sharply, relieved at what was a fair price, equivalent to 2 years' wages for an ordinary worker. After the agreement was reached, both men harbored their peculiar thoughts. Mason felt a sense of pride, envisioning the potential profit from reselling the necklace to someone in need, such as a wealthy heir embroiled in a rivalry. Estimating that the price could easily double, Tofu's thoughts were more straightforward. The cursed necklace possessed sufficient spiritual essence that it would inevitably return to him, should anyone attempt to trace its origins through divination. They would need the audacity to uncover the true form of the ghost ship. Even the divine would be unable to save them. After leaving the Brotherhood's trading post, with the stolen goods acquired by Mr. Mason, this transaction momentarily concluded. He began to tally the two dealings with the Brotherhood using the rudimentary arithmetic of the Ryan Kingdom. If memory served him correctly, he had initially spent 1,000 crowns purchasing the Hero's potion from the Brotherhood, and now Mason had willingly returned 500 crowns to him. Thus, Mason still owed him 500 crowns. Uncle Roman was right, shrewd merchant. Chapter 59. The spiritual mentor. A half-sweet mousse cake, a plate of filled cookies, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice with rock sugar. Departing from the Brotherhood trading post, Tufu leisurely made his way to the Central District's boxing club, requesting afternoon tea from Miss Sasha at the front desk. Amidst her peculiar expression, he comfortably took his tray and found a sunny seat, momentarily treating the club as a safe. He lifted his bothersome pirate mask slightly, awkwardly indulging in the meticulously crafted pastries. During school, his visits to the club were limited. Regardless of how busy life became, he always managed to carve out time for a few visits, practicing his marksmanship at the range, and even if he didn't spar, he made it a point to enjoy a delightful dessert. This had become one of his few ways to unwind. After all, he had paid for it on this sunny afternoon, savoring the sweetness brought by his tea. He gazed at the extraordinary individuals eager to spar in the ring, relishing this state of being, as having fixed moments of daydreaming was indeed a luxurious affair. Today, fortune smiled upon him, not long after arriving at the club. He fortuitously encountered the newly arrived Lady Fox. She seemed to be a regular fixture at the club, a socialite well acquainted with most members, often serving as a gauge for assessing prospective formal members. Had Tufu not seen on the surveillance footage that this elegant lady had returned to the Order of the Divine, an extraordinary team subordinate to the Order, no one would have guessed that she was actually an undercover agent. The undercover lady appeared to acknowledge her position, approaching Tufu to strike up a conversation. "Captain, I often see you here enjoying yourself. Do you particularly relish the afternoon tea, in comparison? I am more concerned with the 10 crowns I must remit every month." Tufu placed his hand over his heart, feigning a gesture of dismay. This humorous quip struck a chord with Lady Fox, though unbeknownst to her. This was his most genuine inner monologue at that moment. When the atmosphere felt right, he took the initiative to ask, "Madam, do you know who the founder behind this club is?" The intriguing rules of the establishment seemed particularly well suited for many extraordinary individuals to digest potions. "Regrettably, as far as I know, the founder departed long ago." Lady Fox shrugged. "The management has changed hands several times. Despite the club's structure remaining intact, it is now overseen by an extraordinary individual of mid-sequence. At least sequence 7. However, since he took over, there have been numerous changes in the club's operational model compared to before, such as, the original purpose of the boxing club was solely to serve as a platform for extraordinary individuals, a place known only to insiders. But now, it's different. The new president, Bieber, has allowed more ordinary people to participate, in addition to establishing civilian venues in various districts of Litz. There have been some rather unsavory activities outside of the boxing matches. Lady Fox refrained from specifying directly, yet the information she conveyed was sufficiently revealing, even if it was not critical enough to warrant secrecy. Those outside activities refer to formal members instigating strikes or engaging in acts of redistribution. Tufo had gleaned some insights from the heavenly eye but held little interest. Just as the two were seated in the arena's stands, a gentleman wearing a red-nosed mask approached them. It was the Smiley Clown, an individual he had crossed paths with before. Tufu had learned that extraordinary members of the clown pathway were as slippery as eels, possessing remarkable flexibility and balance, always performing exaggerated movements during sparring matches. "Lady Fox, Captain, we have an exhilarating operation coming up. Many members will be participating, and I assure you it will be more thrilling than a boxing match. Why not join us?" The smiley gentleman appeared to be quite youthful, his fists playfully swinging forward as he spoke, his childish voice unable to mask his excitement. "What do you plan to do for this event?" The lady referred to as Fox did not provide an answer. Instead, a delicate, snow-white leg gracefully draped over her knee as she retrieved a slender box of cigarettes from her handbag and lit one. Her mature allure radiated from every inch of her being. Mr. Smile briefly held her gaze before averting his eyes and smiling as he spoke. "We have decided to target a high-ranking officer, instilling fear in all the scoundrels of the wretched police department in Wood District." A high-ranking officer. Tufu thought he must have misheard. This was no trivial jest. Targeting municipal officials was already a violation of the law. let alone an officer responsible for maintaining public order. Yet he could discern from the tone of his interlocutor that this was no joke. Do not worry. We are doing a good deed. The individual we have chosen to target is a complete rogue, having accepted bribes from developers in Wood District, forcibly demolishing refugee camps without any repercussions, leaving many unfortunate children to roam the streets. He even has close ties with Morton, the biggest scoundrel among the real estate developers in Wood District. Can anyone associated with Morton be a good person? What harm is there in teaching him a lesson? As Mr. Smile recounted the misdeeds of his target, his anger grew palpable, his teeth clenched tightly. Scoundrels like him ought to face justice, yet he lives luxuriously, shielded by the support of the police department. So, for the children whose camps were demolished and the workers who were repeatedly oppressed during strikes and subsequently fired. Is any of this fair? Tu Fu initially intended to offer some words of caution, but upon hearing the full extent of Mr. Smile's narrative, he fell silent at this moment. No matter what he said, it would not be heeded. Captain, leading the charge against a high-ranking corrupt official presents a splendid opportunity to digest some potion. Madam, perhaps you could also use this chance to train the puppets. Mr. Smile continued to extend his invitation to these extraordinary individuals he hoped to recruit. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, the smile behind Mr. Smile broadened. The ordinary members of the club are scattered throughout Litz, with servants providing intelligence and coachmen planning routes. From the police department to his doorstep, there are street vendors among our ranks keeping watch. We can mobilize nearly all the resources of the club. Mr. Smile spoke with an unmistakable excitement, his fervor seemingly shared by all the participants he mentioned. However, after this declaration, Tu Fu felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine. He had underestimated the power of the fighting club. At least from recent events, it appeared that someone was intent on using ideological struggles to openly escalate the conflict between two classes, which did not bode well. After a moment of silence, Tu Fu remarked, I am quite curious. When did you begin these activities? Since that fearless arbiter of justice stepped forward, his emergence has been a beacon of light in the darkness, inspiring and uplifting us all that he is the great extraordinary thief, our collective spiritual mentor. Mr. Smile spoke with utmost reverence, placing his arm over his chest, and the corners of his clownish mask seemed to subtly curve upwards. Rogue Sir. Chapter 60. The Romantic Era in the Hearts of the Citizens of Litz. Particularly those in Wood District, Rogue was seen as a harbinger of justice, an enforcer in the shadows, a true hero in their eyes. Little did they know, this unfortunate Rogue initially sought only to pilfer a few trinkets. Thus, when Mr. Smile extolled the spirit of the rogue to Tu Fu, he nearly burst into laughter, managing only a few dismissive words before rejecting their proposal. Watching Mr. Smile and several club members depart, they left with a fierce momentum and resolute demeanor, as if prepared to face a noble demise. See, this is why I detest the atmosphere of the club. The frequency of fights has diminished significantly, and these endless activities only lead to their gradual decline, grumbled the cynical bartender. Old Muller, who happened to be present at the club, observing their retreating figures with evident dissatisfaction. Compared to the current sprawling fighting club, he preferred the simpler arena environment of Ur, where any two individuals could challenge each other at will. As long as one stepped onto the stage, there was but one goal, to land a punch. After each bout, he would seize the opportunity to approach both parties with a drink, listening to the vanquished desperately rationalizing their defeat. Yet those days were irretrievable. Mr. Muller, the receptionist, Sasha, consoled him. We are merely employees here, with no authority to interfere in the affairs of the management. I know, I just feel a sense of regret. Why has it come to this? After downing a glass of rum, old Muller ambled towards the exit that he preferred the gritty boxing ring filled with sweat, tobacco, and alcohol, even if it lacked a proper stage. Do not mind his words. Mr. Muller has been a veteran in this club for quite some time. He often reminisces about the past, longing for the simplicity of fighting in the days when one could share a beer and chat all day long. Sasha, noticing Tu Fu's gaze, added with a hint of personal interest and truth. Much of that nostalgia resides in Mr. Muller's imagination. Completely understood. Tu Fu shrugged. A sign that an era has ended is when it begins to be romanticized. Indeed, a sign that an era has ended is its romanticization. Well said. Just as the industrialized beer kingdom, despite its numerous flaws, would inevitably be commemorated by certain poets and writers in their works, they would extol the virtues of the steam age, praising the sentiment of the pace of horse-drawn carriages is slow. Letters travel far, and a lifetime is sufficient to love but one. They would laud the cumbersome, yet ceremonious horse-drawn trains, celebrating the diligent labor of factory workers whose sweat dripped daily. They would reminisce about the metallic frenzy sweeping through the cities, where iron beasts and factories belching thick black smoke were ubiquitous. The image of a thriving populace and a promising future for the nation would come to life. Yet, little do they know. Only those living in this era truly understand the reality. Each day, they ride horse-drawn trains that jolt them uncomfortably, while the fumes of countless workers' blood and sweat fuel their journey, choking them with every breath. Even Lady Fox rarely praised. You should consider becoming a poet rather than an adventurer. An adventurer who does not wish to be a poet is hardly a good boxer. Tu Fu chuckled softly, then turned to Lady Fox and inquired, "Do you know the identity of the officer Mr. Smile intends to apprehend?" "High-ranking Officer Edward from Wood District. He is ruthless towards thieves and vagrants, and few dare to cause trouble within his jurisdiction." Lady Fox leisurely took another sip of her drink and continued, "Moreover, Edward has previously colluded with the affluent Morton, having accepted a considerable amount of dirty money. Everyone is aware of this. However, this is a widespread phenomenon within the Wood District Police Department. It is not something anyone can contest. Everyone must adhere to the rules of the department, and working in Wood District is no easy feat. If you do not comply, you will be out." "I understand." Tu Fu, having some knowledge of Wood District, comprehended the challenges of working in such a cursed place. They only know that the officer is in cahoots with Morton. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that Edward has privately channeled all his illicit earnings to fund the construction of refugee camps, aiding numerous homeless children. This prompted Tu Fu to reflect on a saying, "If you cannot change the larger environment, at least do not let the larger environment change you." He increasingly felt that Uncle Ethan was a man of great wisdom, a man of integrity. He never engaged in such matters and preferred to remain idle rather than interfere with things he found distasteful. "It sounds like today will be a dreadful day." Holding a glass of orange juice with ice, the condensation formed a veil of mist around the glass, ripples dancing within. The club's so-called forces of justice, as long as they could label someone as bad, felt justified in pummeling them, even if they were strangers. Everyone cheered after punishing the villain. After all, the law would not punish everyone. As long as there were numbers, they were the side of justice. Ordinary people venting their emotions, extraordinary beings digesting potions. The club's activities were rather appealing. Having spent considerable time in this world, Tu Fu had grown accustomed to witnessing injustice. Yet there remained a part of him that was somewhat sentimental and persistent, and he had no desire to join their ranks. "It seems you do not appreciate the current chaotic activities of the fighting club either," Lady Fox remarked with a playful tilt of her head, teasingly asking, "Have you considered attempting to stop them?" "Madam, I am merely an inconspicuous sequence 9. When confronted with such matters, you would be better off seeking the police department." Tu Fu shrugged, feeling powerless to take on such grand endeavors. Internally, he harbored doubts about Lady Fox's intentions, suspecting she merely wished to recruit him to stir the pot alongside her. Moreover, as black swans, it was not his place to uphold justice against an extraordinary organization like the Order of the Enforcers. "How about we go and witness the spectacle together later, to see what surprises Mr. Smile and his companions will bring?" The dulcet tone of Lady Fox resonated as she extinguished her already burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray on the table, extending an invitation to Tu Fu. "That sounds rather delightful. On a leisurely day." The prospect of enjoying some amusement in the company of a remarkably graceful lady is indeed an irresistible proposal. And then, under the astonished gaze of the lady known as Fox, Tu Fu gleefully consumed the last drop of orange juice and devoured the mousse cake, leaving no trace behind, as if he wished to carry away the very cup itself, before finally rising with satisfaction. Chapter 61. Standing in the Light. Wood District Police Bureau. Since the troubling serial murder case that transpired last, the attention on this area has waned, with fewer eyes fixated upon it. Yet, being Wood District, it is a place where the absence of violent incidents for even 24 hours can make headlines. As the officer responsible for maintaining law and order, Edward Kenway had to be resolute, and indeed, he must be formidable. Such an approach is essential to deter the drunks and ruffians populating this district, to confront scoundrels. Only a more unscrupulous method instills fear. "Gentlemen, I shall take my leave," Edward announced to his colleagues. After bidding them farewell, he changed into a different attire and exhaled a breath of relief that as usual. He boarded the public carriage and made his way to Berlin Street, where the roads were far from smooth, plagued by muddy terrain. Recently, A sudden downpour had thoroughly drenched this dreary city. The muddy ground, saturated by rain, transformed the thoroughfare into a yellowish stream, with dilapidated residences lining both sides, their windows and doors allowing the wind to seep through. The open spaces were merely occupied by makeshift tents, while the residents in this vicinity appeared gaunt and hollow-eyed, anxiously awaiting the next assistance from the Litz government. Even the passing horses seemed to disdain the muck, raising their hooves to hasten their departure from this filthy, decrepit area. Berlin Street was once known by another name, Refugee Street. Refugees fleeing from neighboring nations surrounding the Kingdom of Bayer sought political asylum here, mingling with the impoverished populace who were originally settled in this vicinity. Initially, there were shelters, and the Litz government provided sporadic subsidies. Though meager, it was sufficient to stave off starvation. However, with the arrival of real estate mogul Morton and a cadre of ruffians, the ecological balance was disrupted. They plundered the land to erect towering structures, championing a narrative of national superiority while brazenly ostracizing the very refugees seeking refuge in Litz. This led to a further deterioration of living conditions for the residents of Wood District. Fortunately, not long ago, Edward received an anonymous letter alleging Morton's involvement in murder, granting him a justifiable reason to incarcerate Morton Henry. This, perhaps, stands as Edward Kenway's most commendable achievement in his lifetime. Disembarking from the carriage, Edward strolled down an alley where young children lay against the walls, their vacant gazes silently observing every passerby. Among them were thieves and beggars, precariously navigating the edges of a gray existence. Even Edward, a law enforcement officer, occasionally turned a blind eye to their plight. If he were to adhere strictly to the rigid laws, he might as well transform the entire Wood District into a prison. "Sir, please spare some food. I am nearly starving." Sir. A few emaciated children, their eyes fixated upon him, began to plead, their desperate stares akin to ravenous wolves. "Step aside," Edward replied coldly, his gaze devoid of sympathy, steadfastly continuing his path. Ignoring the cries for help, past experiences had taught him that even the slightest hesitation would result in these children clinging to him tenaciously. He could not assist everyone, even if he offered sustenance to some. It would likely be seized by older children, possibly leading to violence. He must not set such a precedent. Regardless of how many times he traversed this path, his demeanor must remain unyielding. Eventually, he paused before a roofed building, its weathered gray-white columns supporting 2 stories, with large patches of white paint peeling away from the walls, revealing a courtyard designated for children's activities that a sign overhead clearly read, Assistance Center for Special Needs Children. This was a children's welfare institution nestled deep within the Berlin Street residential area, catering solely to those infants and toddlers incapable of self-movement, as well as children afflicted with physical or intellectual disabilities. Some came from neighboring nations, while others were abandoned due to unfortunate circumstances. Even in the fourth quarter, child mortality remains a significant, unresolved societal issue. Even princes and princesses, meticulously nurtured by royal families, could not evade untimely death, let alone the offspring of ordinary citizens. The rapid industrialization led to a surge in urban population. With living conditions deteriorating incessantly, such deplorable urban hygiene fostered a breeding ground for diseases. Influenza, smallpox, scarlet fever, tuberculosis, a myriad of ailments became the scourge of infant growth, compared to those children begging outside, who had at least some means of survival. Neglecting these ailing infants would only result in their demise. In Edward's eyes, the Children's Rescue Center on Berlin Street represented the last flicker of hope for a neighborhood shrouded in despair. "Mr. Kenway, how delightful to see you again." The elderly director of the welfare institution recognized the tall young man entering, and upon his arrival, many children beamed with innocent smiles, rushing towards him, their shouts of Mr. Kenway leaving no doubt as to his identity. "No need to rush. There is enough for everyone." His typically gruff voice softened today, as Edward gently patted the heads of these unfortunate children, some mentally challenged, others suffering from ailments. Each day a struggle for survival. It seemed as though all the world's suffering had converged upon this modest refuge. From his crumpled bag, he retrieved sweets and other small treats, distributing them among the children who had approached him with affection. After this act of kindness, Edward led the elderly director inside and pulled out a stack of bills, neither too large nor too small, and offered them, saying, "This is the children's living expenses for this month. Please be sure to accept it." "Mr. Kenway, we cannot accept your money any longer. The economy is struggling. Everyone is finding it difficult. You have already done enough. And it is not proper to continue this way. The director shook his head vigorously, his stance resolute. Director, the government of Wood District provides you with a mere 20 crowns per month, while the actual number of children in your care exceeds 30. After daily expenses and the costs of medication, such funds are woefully insufficient. Can you truly bear to see these children suffer due to an inability to afford their medicine? Edward was well versed in these figures. And under his earnest persuasion, the director's resolve wavered. Sir, I have been meaning to ask you for some time. What exactly is your line of work? The director inquired, observing him with curiosity, seemingly unable to fathom the source of his ample funds. I work for some affluent gentleman. Fortunately, the bonuses are quite generous. Edward Kenway found it amusing to deflect the question, wary of revealing his true identity. Everyone knew that the police in Wood District were in cahoots with the very real estate tycoons who had displaced them. To the populace, these enforcers were akin to vampires. The police were undoubtedly the most despised figures in Wood District. If the director were to discover his actual identity, he would no longer accept Edward's donations. His current profession and identity were ill-suited for such noble gestures. It was better to remain shrouded in darkness, following the compass of his heart. That would suffice. After a short while spent with the unfortunate children, Edward prepared to depart. Before leaving, he took out some change from his bag and placed it on the table, saying, Sir, please buy some food for the children outside. It need not be much. Just enough for everyone to share. No need to pity those little rascals. They can survive by honing their skills. The director retorted sharply, denouncing the older children who resorted to thievery or deception, sometimes even plotting against the welfare institution, snatching food from the younger ones. If they had a choice, they would surely not wish to be in their current predicament. Edward had witnessed too many such instances. If everyone could choose their origins, no one would wish to be born in Wood District. After persistent pleading, the director eventually relented, agreeing to Edward's request. If everyone in Bayer possessed a heart like yours, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. Our country is currently facing some challenges. The gentlemen above cannot hear the voices below. Perhaps this is a long and arduous period, but I firmly believe our nation can do better. Edward Kenway reiterated with conviction, as if persuading himself. I have always held this belief. This statement seemed directed at the director, yet also served as encouragement for the seemingly hopeless institution. Emerging from Berlin Street, Edward felt an unusual lightness in this manner. He sought to atone for past transgressions, though his contributions were but a drop in the ocean against a vast and unyielding environment. Even the smallest effort could save a few more lives. For an inconspicuous individual like him, every little bit counted. As long as he drew breath, he would light a candle. Where there is light, there will always be hope. Not long after Edward stepped outside, he spotted a filthy, disheveled homeless man with graying hair sprawled on a park bench. He instinctively furrowed his brow, the ingrained professionalism compelling him to raise his voice and declare, Sir, overnight stays are not permitted here. If you require assistance, please contact the Street Aid Center. All right, I understand, muttered the homeless man as he rose, grumbling a few complaints before departing. You always say that. Yet what has been resolved now? Edward's tightly knit brow relaxed. He had grown accustomed to such exchanges. He casually waved to a passing carriage, which halted, allowing him to step aboard. After casually informing the driver of a destination, he closed his eyes to rest. The carriage creaked as the wheels traversed the muddy road. The sounds of the street gradually diminished, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. It was only after traversing 2 streets that Edward's honed instincts alerted him. This was not the route to his stated destination, but rather veering in another direction. What are you doing? Mr. Kenway, considering the multitude of wrongs you've committed, you should have anticipated this day. The driver ominously remarked before disembarking the carriage. We, the people of Litz, have decided to bring you to justice. He maneuvered the vehicle into an inconspicuous alley. Following his declaration, a throng of masked individuals surged forth from the shadows, led by one adorned with a clown mask, encircling and completely obstructing any escape. We've got him. I can hardly believe it. Just moments ago, I saw him bullying a homeless man. Good heavens, he didn't even bother with those starving children. The police in Wood District are always like this. It's utterly revolting. Their indignation grew as the unfamiliar crowd descended upon him. Unleashing their pent-up frustrations, Edward's hazy recollection recalled numerous figures pummeling him, though he could not discern who struck first, obscured by their masks. They held the high ground, illuminated by sunlight. Chapter 62. Partners in Justice as Planned. The club's intelligence network had meticulously tracked Edward Kenway's working hours, daily habits, and frequented locations, even mapping out his itinerary for the day. From the moment he entered Berlin Road, the club members had been orchestrating their scheme. They intercepted other vehicles on the route to prevent any witnesses from observing the scene, while a club member, conveniently arriving in a carriage, took the opportunity to whisk away the high-ranking officer Edward. The clown-faced Smiley understood well that although the club's ordinary members hailed from the lower echelons of society, they concealed themselves within various professions. Should these individuals unite, they would form an undeniable force. The collective might of the marginalized cannot be overlooked. This was merely the beginning. Next, they aimed to instill fear and trepidation in the incompetent corrupt officials, wealthy merchants, and pawns of capital and writs, driving them all out, much like the gentleman thief dealt with the scoundrel Morton Henry. They, too, were engaged in a noble endeavor: topple the pawns of capital. As Edward, the beleaguered officer, found himself surrounded and battered, Mr. Smiley stepped forward, raising a clenched fist and shouting an invigorating rallying cry. His action incited a chorus of fervent cheers. An inexplicable fervor blossoming among the crowd as they raised their fists, passionately and fervently chanting the same slogan: "Writs belongs to the people. Edward Kenway, when you perpetrated your numerous heinous acts in a district." Did you ever foresee this outcome? As the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Mr. Smiley prepared to denounce Edward's past transgressions, stirring the members' emotions to a fever pitch. Just then, the sound of rolling wheels echoed ominously from all directions. The unmistakable clatter of horses' hooves drawing near, as if a large force were approaching. The leader, Smiley, furrowed his brow in concern. Logically, this should not be happening, as they had strategically positioned their personnel to prevent such an occurrence. At that moment, a terrified voice rang out from the crowd. It must be the police. Whenever the police department mobilized, a multitude of patrol cars accompanied them. Hearing the approaching sound of hooves and wheels, many club members turned pale, their resolve to chant slogans waning. A wave of panic swept through the crowd, with some individuals losing their nerve and fleeing, disregarding even the masks upon their faces. Mere minutes earlier, they had proudly raised the banner of justice, shouting their righteous slogans, each filled with indignation, eager to see this nefarious officer brought to justice. Yet, upon hearing the cry of "the police are coming," their fervor was doused like a flame extinguished by cold water. The public trial atmosphere crumbled, members scattering in disarray. Those who had once found courage in their collective action now vanished without a trace. They dared to engage in such reckless behavior only because they felt emboldened by the crowd. Hidden in the shadows, basking in the sunlight. But once the representatives of order, the police, truly mobilized, their lofty aspirations dissipated into thin AI. The ineffectual club members fled. The extraordinary individuals led by Smiley turned their gaze toward the incoming horse-drawn vehicles. The clamor that had erupted at the street's entrance revealed not patrol cars, but rather a convoy of freight wagons laden with goods, fortuitously passing through the alley. Meanwhile, those who had cried out, "The police are coming," had vanished without a trace, as if someone had deliberately obstructed their actions. "Let us go." Though Mr. Smiley was reluctant to concede defeat, the sight of his inept companions dispersing left him with little choice. The trial without the people held no significance. He ultimately marked the scene with symbols representing their actions, symbols with black eyes, before departing the alley with a few fellow extraordinary individuals aboard a carriage. That a group that arrived swiftly departed even more rapidly. The ground, soaked with yellow mud and rainwater, left behind the pitiful officer Edward, struggling in the mire, until the members of the fighting club had all departed. Two figures, one male and one female, emerged from behind a freight wagon. The orchestrators of this drama, Tu Fu and Miss Fox, had been watching the spectacle unfold from beginning to end, disguising the police department's movement with a freight wagon and then blending into the crowd to create confusion was quite clever. Miss Fox remarked, surveying Tu Fu with approval for his ingenuity. Being low-tier extraordinary individuals, their influence was limited. Thus, the clever adventurer had devised an excellent plan, donning the skin of a tiger to stage this grand performance. Indirectly rescuing the unfortunate black cop, Edward Kenway, their success stemmed from Tu Fu's belief that even though the club members donned masks, they could not conceal the cowardice lurking behind them. Miss Fox chuckled lightly. "I even question whether you truly follow the path of an adventurer. Shouldn't a true hero embrace a spirit of defiance? Charging boldly into confrontation. What a splendid idea. And then get beaten by those extraordinary individuals." Tu Fu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Please, while we adventurers may sometimes act recklessly, we are not without our wits. Even Uncle Roman, a knightly figure of Sequence 7, conducted himself with utmost prudence. How much more so should a mere Sequence 9 individual? Ouch! Edward lay battered on the ground, covered in mud and blood, his injuries appearing quite severe. Their gazes fell upon him, relieved to find that although this officer from Wood District looked disheveled, his wounds were not life-threatening, merely the result of ordinary people's frustrations. However, given the fervent atmosphere that had been brewing, there was no telling what actions the overzealous members might take. Initially, Tu Fu had merely accompanied Miss Fox out of curiosity, but upon witnessing Edward being assaulted, an inexplicable urge to intervene had arisen within him. I have already informed the hospital. Someone will be here shortly to take him away. Miss Fox spoke softly. Tu Fu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the good deeds performed by this officer from Wood District, a small figure quietly persevering during tumultuous times. Yet, why could the members of the fighting club not see that? They only perceived what they wished to see, observing Edward's mistreatment of the homeless man and self-righteously judging the villain in the eyes of the crowd, as if in that moment they were sacred and grand. Miss Fox seemed to read his thoughts, speaking earnestly. Mr. Captain, many in the club also disapprove of their methods. I have even formed an alliance with some of them in private. What do you intend to do? Tu Fu's interest piqued. Suspecting that perhaps the Order, or Black Swan, official extraordinary organizations, were preparing to take action against the fighting club. After all, the club's influence in Ritz was overwhelmingly vast, and their behavior excessively indulgent. It was no wonder that the authorities intended to cleanse it, eliminate the radical faction led by the current president, Bear, and restore the club's integrity. A simple statement, yet it hinted at a chilling intent. The extraordinary individuals of the fighting club had nearly gathered every wild extraordinary being in Ritz, and even if the president's influence was but a fraction, cleansing the organization would not be an easy task. Upon contemplating the entanglement in such a troublesome affair, Tu Fu felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. It certainly does not sound like an easy task. I shall consider it, he replied. In response, Lady Fox let out a sigh, seemingly having anticipated Tu Fu's reluctance to stir up trouble. What is this? It was only then that Tu Fu noticed the club members had marked the ground where the incident occurred with a black ring using a marker. He had previously seen such symbols left by the club members on surveillance footage, yet he had never comprehended their significance. Ah, this is their self-created emblem representing that so-called rogue in Ritz. What? Lady Fox emitted a cold huff. They have been invoking the name of that legendary rogue to enact justice in Ritz. We will eventually uncover this individual and ascertain their true nature. Tu Fu's expression froze, as he had not expected that these ruffians would not only pilfer his spirit, but also burden him with such a heavy accusation. How audacious, these scoundrels. He had always borrowed the names of others, and now someone was exploiting his name to cause trouble. Taking a step back, the more he pondered, the angrier he became. Madam, after careful consideration, I have decided to join your ranks, Tu Fu suddenly declared with righteous fervor, raising his head, to become a partner in justice. After bidding farewell to her, Tu Fu silently strode down the street. It was only after discussing some specifics with Lady Fox that he learned they were preparing to take action soon, and a considerable extraordinary melee was about to erupt, initially intending to return home directly. He found himself inexplicably drawn back to Berlin Road. After traversing an alley, he once again beheld the dilapidated Special Children's Welfare Institute. Unknowingly, he stepped into the enclosed courtyard of this building, where the stifling atmosphere felt oppressive. Upon entering, he was greeted by the cacophony of children's voices and the unpleasant scent of medicinal herbs, yet there were remarkably few cries. Each child persevered with strength, perhaps due to the presence of the elderly director and Mr. Edward Kenway, who acted as beacons of hope. These suffering children found the will to carry on. Thus, Tu Fu stealthily approached the spot where Edward had just spoken with the director. He fished out a 10-krona note from his jacket pocket, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he seemed to arrive at a certain resolution. He pressed the banknote into the donation box. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a window, so old it was barely recognizable. A gaping hole allowing the wind to whistle in from outside. In a few days, the weather would turn cold again. Damn you, Edward, Tu Fu grumbled, his resolve hardening, and he retrieved another 10-krona bill from his pocket, forcefully slamming it into the box before storming out of this place of contention, cursing as he went. Day after day, he encountered such wretched matters, So many high-ranking officials seemed oblivious to his plight, relishing in bullying this impoverished soul. Chapter 63. The Extraordinary Captain. Fortunately, the unfortunate officer Edward Kenway's injuries were not severe, merely some inconsequential abrasions that would heal with time. What truly concerned Lady Fox Caroline Cordler was the impending action of the Fighting Club. This seemingly inconspicuous faction had, unbeknownst to many, grown to an extent that could no longer be overlooked. Upon returning to the grand cathedral of the Order of the Divine, she found herself before the statue of the God of Order, who stood majestically, upholding justice in the world. Draped in a white robe and crowned with gold, he held a scale in one hand and a sword in the other. These symbols represented judgment and decree, signifying the establishment of rules and order, ensuring both dignity and fairness. His eyes were covered by a cloth, indicating an absence of influence from power or profit, allowing for the most impartial of judgments, processes veiled in the fabric of justice. Can the blindfolded God perceive all beings? After the farcical scene that had just transpired, Caroline found herself experiencing a subtle wavering of faith as she gazed upon the statue for the first time in her life. As usual, she reported to her captain about the club, noting that the enforcers had dispatched her to infiltrate the Fighting Club for intelligence purposes. Caroline, how many of them are from Biber? Her immediate superior, Higgins, the captain of the Litz extraordinary team, was a strikingly handsome young man with chiseled features, his golden physique accentuated by a well-fitted suit that showcased his well-defined muscles. Like her, he was an extraordinary individual by virtue of adventuring. Yet unlike the cautious demeanor of the club's captain, the rogue of Sequence 7 was undoubtedly the most reckless of extraordinary beings, their minds seemingly filled with muscle. Approximately a dozen. This is the information I have gathered. Caroline proactively presented a list containing the true identities of these individuals, who, even if they all belonged to Sequence 9, still constituted a formidable force. Excellent. Before we initiate a thorough sweep, we must apprehend these individuals. Trust me, we will charge in and catch them off guard, leaving them no opportunity. This plan sounds splendid, does it not? Higgins remarked confidently with a smile. Observing this arrogant man before her, Caroline noted his serious demeanor did not appear feigned. Indeed, this was the plan Higgins had devised, to have the enforcers, along with the legitimate members she had recruited from the club, storm the headquarters of the Fighting Club, with him leading the charge to resolve the conflict. Order be upon us. May the captain save us. Caroline felt a sudden throbbing in her head. In this fool's eyes. All matters could be distilled into 3 steps. Locate the enemy, eliminate them, and complete the mission. Perhaps we should first devise a plan, convene a meeting with members from each district to allocate personnel, and monitor the movements of the club members. We should also communicate with the Black Swan and Eye of the Storm for assistance in case of danger, even if you are unwilling to engage in those matters. Shouldn't we at least understand the extraordinary methods of the club's leader, Biber, before taking action? Caroline lamented, clutching her head in agony. I believe this matter is not worth discussing. Why do you insist on complicating simple issues? Higgins Lewis exclaimed, suddenly seeming to recall something, and he flashed her a mocking grin. Miss Caroline, do not tell me you are afraid. Caroline ground her teeth in frustration. Captain, why don't you go to the Eye of the Storm and collaborate with those thick-headed fools? You could even compete to see who can smash a walnut with their heads. All right, discussion is over. All arrangements will heed my command. Help! This was not the first time Caroline felt a sense of despair in her life. What sin had she committed to encounter such a captain? What had the Almighty done in the past to create the most reckless and foolish of adventurers? When faced with this self-satisfied adventurer, she knew her pleas would fall on deaf ears. All she could do was curse silently, taking a deep breath after countless sighs before turning to leave. Higgins scratched his head in confusion. Hey, where are you going? To dig my own grave in advance. After departing from the Order of the Divine, Caroline walked along the street, her chest heaving with suppressed anger, resembling a powder keg on the verge of exploding. Were someone to claim to be an adventurer at that moment, she would undoubtedly not hesitate to blow their head off. Yes, there was a greater likelihood that she would fail to do so. Rude adventurers, Caroline spat bitterly. Look, there is a lady fuming. I bet she has just been jilted. A lewd chuckle erupted from a tavern by the roadside, where the weathered yet charismatic middle-aged man, Roman Richard, made an unwholesome remark about the irate young woman who had just passed by. Roman, nothing could be worse than encountering you. Caroline instinctively sought to distance herself from him. Let me guess why you're so angry. Love? Career? Friendship? Oh, I know. Is it that scoundrel Higgins? Upon mentioning that name, Roman immediately noticed a barely perceptible twitch in Caroline's eyelid. confirming his suspicion. So it is indeed Higgins. What a dreadful fellow. No one possesses greater potential for a short-lived life than he does. Seizing the opportunity, he ordered a glass of wine suitable for a lady from the bartender. Why not come inside and enjoy a refreshing glass of wine? You can share your woes with me. After all, I am a captain too. Sighed, if only our captain could learn even half of your shamelessness and lewdness, Caroline replied, reluctantly entering the tavern and accepting the pleasant drink. I am about to be driven to madness by him. Roman paid little heed to her disparaging remarks, a smirk gracing his lips as he feigned a sigh. Indeed, it is classic Higgins. He truly has done it again. This is no small feat. To act without understanding Biber's extraordinary methods is tantamount to courting death. Caroline interjected casually. The enforcers are planning to take action against the fighting club? Roman's eyes widened, realizing the substantial value of this intelligence. Are you trying to deceive me? Caroline retorted, her anger boiling over. Roman, you truly are a scoundrel. Calm down. Someone must address this situation, Roman replied, recalling some memories of the fighting club. This extraordinary club, which had emerged in Litz, had been known to them for quite some time. Initially, the fighting club was quite innocent, merely a platform for extraordinary individuals to compete without any noteworthy concerns. However, recently, this club had experienced a drastic expansion, reaching a point where it could no longer be ignored. The extraordinary squad of the three churches in Litz had long set their sights on it. Yet their delay in taking action was due to their apprehension regarding the opponent's strength. Unwilling to create complications, the clash of dozens of extraordinary individuals would undoubtedly alarm all the supernatural factions within Litz. Tell Higgins not to act rashly. That fellow is at least a top-tier Sequence 7. Exceedingly dangerous. Roman's tone grew grave. Litz has been in a state of unrest lately, with the peculiar activities of the released church, the emergence of the cursed objects triggering the plague dance, and the sudden expansion of the fighting club. This is no mere coincidence. These seemingly unrelated matters began to intertwine in Roman's mind, as he sensed unseen hands orchestrating events, seemingly nurturing a breeding ground for some overarching scheme within Litz. But the captain will not heed my words, Caroline replied morosely. What? Roman erupted in anger. That stubborn fool. How many lives does he intend to jeopardize? You'd better wait here for a moment. I shall personally confront him as the captain. I look forward to your success, Caroline replied, and with that, the furious Roman Richard strode towards the exit. It seems Roman is not merely a complete scoundrel, Caroline thought, feeling a sense of relief and a slight shift in her perception of him. Perhaps, as a fellow captain, Roman might persuade that obstinate imbecile. Time trickled by, yet she still saw no sign of Roman. She could not discern whether it was a success or a failure, and she feared it might aggravate the relationship between the Black Swan and the Order Keeper. After all, they were both Sequence 7 extraordinary beings, prominent figures in Litz. Especially Higgins, that imbecile, was practically a ticking time bomb, liable to explode alongside himself in a brawl. As Caroline waited, her brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Her anxiety mounting. This cannot continue. I must intervene. Unable to suppress her tormenting weight any longer, she stood up to leave, only to be halted by the tavern keeper. I apologize, madam, but you cannot leave. Why not? Your friend, I mean Mr. Roman, has accrued 3 days' worth of tab and some other rather inconvenient charges here, totaling 10 crowns, 5 pence. As the keeper produced a lengthy bill, the fox lady, Caroline, was left astounded, her eyes nearly bulging out. What peculiar breed of red-haired baboons were these extraordinary captains of Litz? This only reinforced her belief in one truth: steer clear of men, for it leads to misfortune. Chapter 64 in the Green District. At 64B Crescent Street, Tufu returned from the Wood District's Special Children's Welfare Institution, his background solitary as the setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. Once affluent, his wallet had dwindled to a mere remnant after daily expenses. Club fees, purchasing potion materials, and engaging in morally coercive, charitable acts that he could hardly afford even public transport. If this continued, he would have to consider finding a new avenue for income, perhaps in this cold and brutal world. Only the warm embrace of a wealthy woman could offer him some solace. Sophie, I've been horrifically robbed, Tufu exclaimed as he burst through the door, ready to recount the merciless ordeal he had just endured. Unfortunately, both his uncle and Sophie were still at school or work, and his aunt happened to be out as well. With no one to hear his grievances, Tufu was compelled to resume his optical thesis, first offering a silent apology to Professor Thomas Young before seamlessly channeling his intellect into the world. After completing the relatively straightforward task, he methodically arranged his upcoming schedule. The immediate priority is to secure a spot in the higher selection exams within a month and obtain a special talent quota at MIT. Tufu meticulously plotted his future. Secondly, after acquiring potion materials, I must prepare for the next phase of refining. Achieving Sequence 8 should be completed before heading to Miskastak University. Furthermore, I must find a way to halt the clash between the church's extraordinary organization and the fighting club. Collaborating with the Fox Lady to eliminate that batch is essential. But the club must not fall under official control, as it would impede my subsequent potion digestion and expose my identity. These constituted a few small goals for the near future, as after the higher selection concluded, he should personally visit Professor McGowan at Litz University and a professor at MIT, both invaluable connections. The most pressing matter, however, remained making money. Oh, great Lord, grant me a wealthy woman. I wouldn't mind sharing a surname with her children. Tufu patted his empty pockets, suddenly feeling a wave of headache. With current expenses, acquiring a standalone residence in Copenhagen complete with a maid was no less challenging than establishing roots in the northern metropolises of Guang. Bei and Shindadi mused that if he could charm a wealthy merchant's daughter like his uncle, he would be a winner in life. After finishing his thesis, the empty Winster residence remained devoid of life, the desolate atmosphere rendering Tufu momentarily unfamiliar. Unbeknownst to him, over a month had already passed since he arrived in this world, and he had been striving to adapt to the high-pressure rhythm of this era. Pretending to disregard past memories in a fervent pursuit of living and learning. It seemed that only by continually racing forward could he avoid losing his way midway. On this day, when he finally had a moment to catch his breath, he sank onto the couch, cherishing this rare opportunity for idle reflection, his thoughts drifting to another time and space. I wonder how my parents are doing. Had I known, I wouldn't have boarded that ship. I died without even encountering my Rose. What a tragic loss. By the way, graphics card prices should have dropped, right? The final season of Giants, as expected, has been released. What on earth was Isayama thinking? Oh no, what will I do if I can't see the conclusion of One Piece? It doesn't matter what One Piece is. Whether Luffy becomes the Pirate King is irrelevant. I just want to know if Momonosuke dies in the end. Sigh. The next World Cup has expanded. Too bad I won't see the national team qualify again. In an instant, Tufu's thoughts spiraled. Living in an industrial steam age, entertainment options were pitifully scarce. Even for the middle class, leisure activities revolved around reading, newspapers, outdoor pursuits like hunting, boxing, soccer, and attending various tedious parties, none of which held any allure for someone accustomed to smartphones and the internet. I truly miss those days of being a keyboard warrior online. Tufu chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. He harbored a multitude of thoughts he longed to share, yet his surroundings remained solitary. A profound sense of loneliness and loss began to envelop him, akin to waking from an afternoon nap only to find no one else nearby. A strong wave of existential dread washing over him. I must do something. After splashing cold water on his face, Tufu emerged from the depths of his emo state. He instinctively wandered into the kitchen. Scrutinizing the available ingredients in the cupboard, some ready-to-cook beef and lamb, butter, spices, and seasonal vegetables and fruits. Recently, the variety on the Winster family's dining table had increased significantly. Sometimes even breakfast would feature an extra fried egg or bacon. As their quality of life improved notably after his uncle resolved the plague dance case, there was no longer a need to scrimp on two children's tuition fees, and even Aunt Anfield had recently acquired a new outfit, resulting in fewer quarrels with his uncle. Everything was on the mend. I must strive harder to elevate the Winster family to the level of the sitcom home with children. Tufu silently encouraged himself, then decided to contribute a dinner for his family. Although he often ordered takeout at work, his culinary skills had not diminished. As a member of the gluttonous empire, his pursuit of gastronomy was ingrained in his DNA. Moreover, he had learned a few techniques from the irritable Chef Harry aboard the St. Maria, elevating his palate beyond the ordinary. While the Beer Kingdom's treatment of ingredients was not as inhumane as that of the Rhine Kingdom, it certainly left much to be desired. The citizens had a strong penchant for meat, particularly the abysmal combination of sausages and bread. Their method of meat preparation often involved boiling, followed by salting and peppering after skimming off the blood and foam, then stewing with vegetables. The end product was usually large, pale slabs of meat, relying solely on the rich aroma to mask the mediocrity of the method, leading to a monotonous dining experience. Thus, Tufu's approach was to first clean and crush the available marrow bones, placing them in a pot along with a half duck, devoid of innards. Once submerged in cold water, he simmered the ingredients gently. After completing the broth, he added a spoonful of lard, skillfully chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic to incorporate them into the mix, seasoning it with salt and pepper. Meanwhile, he prepared the sides, washing the seasonal vegetables and potato noodles before plating them, and crucially, he assembled the dipping sauce. Lacking sufficient ingredients, he could only concoct a mixture of sesame oil, chili, and minced garlic. Gazing at the array of sauces and presentations before him, the familiar flavors and dishes made him feel as if he had never left home, creating a common intersection between two disparate worlds. When an unprecedented culinary masterpiece emerged, it was merely born from the chef's emo state. Click. As footsteps approached, the key turned in the lock, and the door was opened by the just-returned Miss Winster from school. The rich aroma of the broth wafted throughout the residence, elevating the meat experience to new heights. Merely inhaling the pot's essence was enough to make one's mouth water. "What a delightful smell!" Sophie exclaimed, following the fragrance to the kitchen, where Chef Tofu meticulously prepared the broth to perfection. "Congratulations, Sophie. Prepare yourself to savor every bit of this dish." Tofu beamed, presenting a radiant smile to his first fortunate customer. The latter, rarely countering his words, twitched her nose to draw in more delectable aromas that tantalized her senses. This unprecedented freshness transformed Sophie's bright eyes into a softer gaze. "What are these?" Sophie, encountering the art of plating thinly sliced meat for the first time, regarded it with curiosity, having never witnessed such a culinary method before. Observing the bubbling pot, the sliced raw meat rolls, and a peculiar dipping sauce. "I really should have bought insurance for my return," Sophie remarked with a serious wrinkle of her nose. "Let us hope food poisoning counts as an accident. Worry not. This is merely the process of enjoying deliciousness." After revealing a mysterious smile, Tofu deftly covered the prepared broth and dipping sauce platter, lowering the flame as he awaited the return of his family. He then began to enlighten his naive sister about the innovative approach of cooking meat rolls and vegetables together in the pot. Miss Winston had long been salivating with anticipation, exclaiming, "Why have I never heard of this method before? In fact, I drew inspiration from an ancient book about Eastern countries, and the entire procedure is a creation of my own. I have named it Hot Pot." Chapter 65. The Hot Pot Restaurant. Glug, glug. As the bubbling red oil pot reached a boil, the bright red broth splashed with bubbles, releasing a spicy aroma that filled the entire residence. The pot gurgled continuously, with melting butter and boiling red oil igniting the fragrance of peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. This intense, yet simple flavor tantalized the taste buds of every family member. 4 pairs of eyes fixated on the pot's bottom, with family members, apart from Tofu, exhibiting a mixture of curiosity and skepticism towards this unfamiliar culinary style. Even Tofu himself was uncertain whether his experimental dish would meet expectations or win over the palates of the world. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. Swish! After dropping a plate of thinly sliced beef, the meat's tendons clearly visible, into the scalding spicy broth, the beef rolls were immediately cooked to perfection. Once cooked, they were quickly retrieved and placed into the dipping sauce dish. This audacious way of eating shocked the 3 gentlemen and lady of the Winston household. In truth, the emergence of Hot Pot was as revolutionary to the culinary world as the double-slit experiment was to the understanding of particle wave duality. Thus, both Uncle Ethan and Aunt Anfield remained skeptical. And Sophie sensed an odd atmosphere at dinner. To spare Tofu any embarrassment, she proactively speared a slice of beef with her silver fork. Cautiously, she brought it to her mouth, savoring it slowly. The tender, flavorful beef roll enveloped in spiciness exploded in her mouth, tasting far more savory after being submerged in the broth and dipped in the sauce. Unlike the traditional method favored by the Baya people of boiling large chunks of meat in plain water, this extraordinarily delicious hot pot beef nearly melted upon entering her mouth. With a single bite, juices flowed freely, and Sophie's cheeks puffed as a rosy blush surfaced on her face, all emotions converging into one word: delicious. Tofu's anxious heart relaxed. It proved that academia knows no borders, and neither does gastronomy. The Baya people had long endured the monotonous and bland practice of stewing white meat. The dipping hot pot method was undoubtedly a culinary revolution. I can hardly believe it. Although the flavor leans towards the spicy, it is indeed a delicacy that could make one lose their tongue. After tasting, Uncle Ethan did not hold back his praise. Tofu, you have shown me what true genius is. It's a pity you hadn't directed your talents towards this sooner. His encouraging gaze seemed to anticipate that he should become a chef. Compared to her husband's unrestrained eating habits, Aunt Anfield's demeanor was undeniably more elegant. She delicately scooped the broth with a silver spoon, her expressions transforming with incredulity. Mrs. Winston, having labored over household duties for many years, found this novel delicacy immensely intriguing. "How is this achieved?" Aunt Anfield asked, her face awash with astonishment, gradually turning serious. "It's not particularly difficult. After preparing the broth, a bit of salt-ed seasoning will resolve the soup pot issue." Tuffa briefly outlined the process, noticing the sparkle in Aunt Anfield's eyes. "Considering the cost of ingredients for this meal is merely around 2 pearl, and a typical meal at a restaurant costs at least 1 krona, I believe people would be willing to pay 6 or 7 pearls for such a culinary experience." The shrewd Aunt Anfield quickly recognized this opportunity and began calculating the potential profits. With proper management, the net profit could exceed double, although one must also account for rent, employees, fuel costs, and seasonal fluctuations. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a lucrative opportunity. "It seems so," Tufu agreed, noting that the primary reason for expensive dining was that over 80% of Baya's cuisine consisted of pure meat and sausages, naturally inflating costs. The hot pot model could significantly reduce the meat content in recipes. Unfortunately, not all Baya people enjoy adding chili when cooking. Perhaps the method could still be improved. After tasting again, Aunt Anfield's culinary expertise enabled her to identify the issues. "It's not difficult. The broth can easily be altered, using a tomato base or boiling chicken or ribs to create a broth for a clear soup pot, or even welding metal plates in the middle of the pot to enjoy 2 flavors simultaneously." Tufu casually remarked based on his experience. "No one can resist a hot pot." "Tufu, you truly are a genius." Aunt Anfield's eyes lit up once more. The Winston couple shared a similar sentiment, believing that such imaginative ideas and insights should not be wasted on anything but culinary pursuits. Aunt Anfield has long wished to transcend the role of a mere housewife. "In fact, we have been discussing this for some time. It seems running a restaurant is far more reliable than opening a tailor shop." Ethan smiled as he explained, revealing he was not the type of old-fashioned Baya man who felt embarrassed by his wife working outside the home. Rather, he found it wonderful to have such a capable partner willing to share the burden. "Thus, I fully support her in this endeavor." Tifa nodded. "This is indeed an opportunity." The untouched blue ocean of hot pot undoubtedly harbored a substantial market in Baya. He had contemplated this approach before, but regrettably, it required initial investments, and the actual management would demand significant energy. Whether hot pot would suit the Baya people remained a significant question. Since the Winston family was willing to embark on this journey, he had no qualms about sharing all he knew about making hot pot with Aunt Anfield. The preparation of the broth, the balancing of red and white soup bases, the methods of salt-ing seasonings, and which ingredients would yield better results. This was no trivial knowledge. "I remember that Chef Harry has hot pot ingredients on his private menu." Tofu suddenly recalled this detail. He had spent some time learning from that irritable Turkish chef, who maintained a notebook cataloging various culinary delights. If he could procure that, it would greatly assist Aunt Anfield in her restaurant venture. It's becoming increasingly modernized. Tofu couldn't help but find it amusing. If he were to make a few more trips to the ghost ship to bring valuable items back and promote them. Then years later, should another traveler arrive to see the streets bustling with people on bicycles or skateboards, lined with hot pot restaurants and golden arches, with radios playing familiar pop songs, and lingerie shops selling the latest bikinis and stockings, he could only wonder how complex the emotions of the newcomer would be upon discovering that the profound quotes and poetry he had painstakingly crafted had already been published by some scholar or literary figure. After having been engaged in the hot pot meal, Uncle Ethan suddenly spoke. "Tofu, I remember you mentioned last time that you plan to continue staying in Litz." This question, posed not long ago, was reiterated by Ethan. "Plans are forever outpaced by change." Tofu candidly replied, "In fact, I have found a school I admire and have even contacted the teachers there. Everything is progressing smoothly." "Which school?" "The University of Miskatonic in Copenhagen." Tofu felt a flutter of anxiety as he spoke, deciding that since the topic would arise eventually, it was better to address it now. Miskatonic University. The three at the dining table simultaneously froze, displaying a range of expressions. Uncle Ethan, maintaining his composure while serving food, appeared slightly peculiar. Sophie's eyes darted around, and upon hearing the answer, she sighed in relief. Only Aunt Anfield's reaction was the most pronounced, her alluring red lips agape in astonishment, nearly swallowing the dishes on the table. Chapter 66. The moving plans at the Winston family dinner table, the previously vibrant atmosphere fell into an odd silence with the mention of Miskatonic University. It resembled a scene where parents meticulously brainstorm alternatives for college applications, only to discover that their child had secretly altered the first choice. This is commonly referred to as a mom-slap moment. Judging by Uncle Ethan's peculiar expression, it was evident that he was familiar with this name, likely due to the deep collaboration between the original owner's parents and professors at Miskatonic. Furthermore, the police department encounters several tricky cases each year, and the bizarre incident rate at Miskatonic is undoubtedly a focal point for scrutiny. It would be entirely normal for Uncle Ethan to be aware of this. Copenhagen University. Miskatonic. Aunt Anfield was the first to lift her head, briefly silent before suddenly associating the name of the institution with a term, the Seven-School League. Once again, this was a prestigious university within the Kingdom of Baya. No matter how one thought about it, this term seemed impossible to connect with Tufu. Aunt Anfield's astonishment erupted, though she feigned calmness as she inquired, "How did you manage that?" "One must express gratitude to Mr. Coleman for affording me the opportunity to conduct a seemingly insignificant experiment, which fortuitously garnered the favor of several professors at the promotional meeting. It was merely a stroke of luck." Tufu's lips curled into a faint smile as he succinctly recounted his modest optical fluctuation experiment that unexpectedly attracted the attention of the academic community, subsequently securing him a special admission slot. "It was merely a stroke of luck," he humbly commented, eliciting a discontented pout from Sophie, who had been tirelessly concerned about him. Had she known he possessed such talents, she would not have troubled herself for so long. After hearing his words, Aunt Anfield's initial shock gradually subsided. This reminded her of a casual conversation not long ago at the dining table, where Tufu had jestingly claimed to be a student perpetually unattainable by the Seven-School Alliance. While she had seemed to enjoy the joke, how little time had passed since then, she had laughed the loudest among them, and reflecting on her attitude now felt somewhat unkind. "Xiao Fu, I owe you an apology for my previous hurtful remarks." Aunt Anfield steeled herself to sincerely apologize to Tufu. "Aunt, I believe it is entirely unnecessary to discuss such matters now. Family does not require such formalities," Tufu replied with a serious expression, firmly shaking his head, graciously declining the proposal. Gustav Anfield felt a twinge of awkwardness at the tip of his tongue, but upon hearing Tufu's words, he managed to breathe a sigh of relief. A smile of comfort spread across Aunt Anfield's face, as the once thoughtless young Master Capet seemed to have matured in her eyes. "Perhaps we can revisit this after the examination results are released," Tufu added. Aunt Anfield did not respond, feeling the weight of her husband's lingering gaze, which sent a shiver down his sparse scalp. A commendable decision. After all, it is the Seven-School Alliance, and this opportunity must be cherished. "Look, the Winston family has produced 2 esteemed students. There is nothing more commendable than that." Uncle made no mention of the rumors surrounding the school, seemingly understanding Tufu's resolve, and instead expressed his approval through words. Meanwhile, Ethan had already grasped Tufu's decision. He undoubtedly wished to pursue the elusive truths along the paths once tread by Professor Capet and Lady Sophia. This endeavor seemed futile, perhaps even perilous for Tufu. Regardless of how one viewed it, he should advise Tufu to tread carefully. Despite having prepared countless reasons and a multitude of sharp retorts from various angles, he could not find a justification to dissuade a child from seeking his parents. After a moment of silence, he chose to divert the conversation to another matter. "Children, I must share something important. Recently, I discussed with Gustav the prospect of our family relocating to Copenhagen after the higher selection. Moving." Tufu and Sophie paused their meal, both looking up simultaneously. "So, the hot pot restaurant mentioned earlier is intended to open in Copenhagen?" "Certainly. Once the shop opens, a portion of the monthly profits will be allocated to our young Master Capet." Aunt Anfield was not angered by the earlier incident. Rather, Tufu's interjection alleviated her previous embarrassment. "But I still don't understand why we must move," Sophie exclaimed, bewildered. "Is it because we all plan to attend university in Copenhagen?" "That is one reason, and additionally, the property prices in Copenhagen have been steadily rising. Even from an investment perspective, it is a promising venture." Uncle articulated his thoughts. "Establishing a reliable business in the capital presents a favorable avenue for the Winston family." He did not explicitly state another important point. The ambitious prime minister of the nation, under the guidance of that terrifying madman, would inevitably lead to a war between Bayer and Lantis in the future. At that time, the property prices in second and third-tier cities may fluctuate significantly, while properties in the capital, Copenhagen, would only increase in value. Whether from a rational investment standpoint or considerations for the family's future, this was a crucial step in their plans that Tu Fu understood Uncle's reasoning. The Winston family had previously been responsible for 2 children, making any aspirations challenging. Now that the issues of tuition and university were resolved, even the usually unambitious Uncle Ethan had to contemplate the family's future. A sense of inexplicable reassurance washed over Tu Fu. The Winston family was the only one he felt truly connected to in this world. If they could all reside in the same city in the future, they would be there for each other no matter what happened. After the hire selection concludes, I plan to sell this house and request a transfer at work. Once in Copenhagen, I will take out a new loan to purchase a property of similar caliber and use the remaining funds to rent a shop. Thankfully, with Xiao Fu's idea, I believe we will soon establish ourselves in Copenhagen. Copenhagen's property prices are not cheap, Sophie interjected. Indeed, Ethan replied with a gentle smile. But fortunately, we have the support of the Anfield family. He felt no shame in relying on familial support. On the contrary, it seemed only natural. Why struggle alone when one could leverage the strength of one's wife's family? At his age, one had long since come to terms with such realities. Depending on family was a skill in itself. As Uncle Ethan spoke with newfound vigor, Tu Fu perceived a rare determination within him, a stark contrast to the usual lethargy of Ethan. Mysterious incidents, border relations, world wars, or something else? Tu Fu mused, fully aware of Uncle's lifestyle. Given his decision to strive for greater heights, he must have been influenced by recent events in Litz. Perhaps it was this very instinct that had allowed Uncle to repeatedly evade the horrors of the battlefield. Becoming a rare survivor of numerous wars, the decision to relocate the Winston family would impact every member, whether to regard Uncle as audacious or merely impulsive in selling their home to gamble on an uncertain future was a matter of perspective. But it certainly seemed a risky endeavor. Copenhagen, Miska Stark, mysterious investigations. As these keywords floated through Tu Fu's mind, a strong sense of anticipation compelled him to personally explore what the broader world had to offer. The fleeting moments of gloom dissipated entirely. Chapter 67. The spell these days, the atmosphere within Litz's extraordinary circles felt heavier than ever. The 3 major churches of extraordinary organizations in Litz, Black Swan, Order Keeper, and Eye of the Storm, were quietly conspiring. Their intentions shrouded in mystery. The fighting club had grown increasingly rampant, frequently operating across various districts of Litz, collectively plotting an attack or punishing the wicked, leaving behind a reputation of vigilantes, and wildly absorbing new members to expand their influence. The club's center had seen few neutral extraordinary individuals daring to visit. The boxing ring had remained and used for an extended period, and the initial fighting rules had been entirely forgotten. Those formal members had either joined President Bieber's faction or vanished to evade potential risks. As everyone sensed the impending atmosphere of War. 2, unseen forces manipulated the official and civilian extraordinary factions in Litz, engaged in a subtle game of power. Indeed, balancing the forces of both sides is exceedingly difficult. Tu Fu suddenly realized how challenging it was to translate his previous thoughts into action. First and foremost, he had to curb the reckless behavior of the fighting club. Allowing this movement to grow among the populace would only lead to an increasing number of workers and civilians joining their ranks, potentially escalating into bloody conflict with the Litz government. Secondly, he did not wish for the Order Keeper or any of the other official organizations to take control of the fighting club, as he relied heavily on this establishment for his subsequent dealings with potions. Should the authorities take over, all actions would fall under their scrutiny, and they could easily uncover his information from the club's roster, which was far too dangerous. Emotionally, he also hoped the club could persist, as long as it returned to its previous operational model. At this point, no matter which faction he chose to work with, it diverged increasingly from his current intentions. Unless he could swiftly defeat the extremist extraordinary members of the fighting club and seize control for the next leadership. Yet, this was no simple task. President Bieber's extraordinary team boasted no fewer than 20 members, and even with the assistance of the Order Keeper, a swift resolution seemed unlikely. Moreover, to take over the fighting club and become its president, one would need to be at least sequence 7 to maintain authority. Why should I bear the burden of this issue alone? Tu Fu pondered, realizing that as merely a sequence 9 extraordinary individual, he lacked the necessary insights. It would be more prudent to seek the opinions of others. Considering the time, it was also the moment for the next session of the Eldritch Deities class. Santa Maria. Without hesitation, he initiated the anchoring ritual to commence the ghostly countdown. Immersed in the gray mist, he experienced a brief moment of dizziness before awakening to the rhythmic crashing of waves against the hull, slowly opening his eyes to survey the array of intricate instruments in the captain's cabin. "Teacher man." He casually switched to the familiar radio frequency, wondering if it was due to poor abyss signals or if the gatekeeper had encountered difficulties, as no response was forthcoming. This prompted Tu Fu to grasp the microphone and, with adeptness in ancient Assyrian, exclaim, "Calling teacher man. Students are calling for teacher man." However, only two faint rings of the alarm echoed before a deep, melancholic male voice emanated from the radio, seemingly displeased with Tu Fu's recent antics of exploitation. "What is it?" Tu Fu resolved to adopt a more tactful approach in his inquiry. "Just now, our teacher who instructs us in the Bayas language assigned me a rather challenging task, and despite my contemplation, I find myself unable to solve it." Upon hearing a soft hum from the other end of the radio, indicating he should continue, Tu Fu slowly articulated, "If your friend Billy is a low-tier extraordinary being, but is currently facing difficulties in overcoming multiple extraordinary adversaries within a short time frame, please compose a solution in Assyrian, requiring no fewer than 1,000 words, with no restrictions on the subject matter, excluding poetry." After a period of earnest inquiry, the abyssal gatekeeper remained silent for an extended duration, finally exhaling a heavy sigh before speaking. "Are you in trouble?" "To be precise, it is Billy who is in trouble," Tu Fu stated earnestly. "Teacher man, is it possible to facilitate the rapid growth of an extraordinary being through external assistance within a limited time frame? Ideally, they should be able to simultaneously confront dozens of extraordinary beings of the same tier. Seek assistance from higher-tiered individuals," came the gruff reply from the other side. "What a splendid idea. Why not wait several decades to ascend to a higher tier, and all problems will be effortlessly resolved?" Tu Fu rolled his eyes. If he had such connections, he would not have been in distress for so long. The gatekeeper, it seemed, had to tease before offering a suggestion. A more rational approach would be to initiate a divine descent ritual through ceremonial magic, although different specifications require varied sacrificial methods, which necessitate a significant amount of time for preparation. "Anything else?" After a brief silence, Tu Fu abandoned this suggestion. Not only was he pressed for time, but he also had to remain wary of whether the gatekeeper might utilize this ritual for his own descent. Moreover, acquiring a potent taboo object could also be a commendable option. The right taboo object, when paired with extraordinary abilities, can yield exponential results. The gatekeeper undoubtedly provided yet another suggestion that sounded splendid yet proved impractical. Much like interrogating him about his lack of funds, was it due to a lack of desire? Tu Fu could only recall the cursed red ballet shoes, the sole taboo object he had encountered in Litz. Such precious items were predominantly monopolized by the Seven Gods Church, and how could a strategic item so rare ever find its way into his hands? Just as disappointment began to settle in, the deep, resonant voice added, "Alternatively, utilizing talismans in combat is also a commendable choice." Talismans. Tu Fu was not hearing this term for the first time. Members at the fighting club had mentioned such luxurious consumables. By simply sketching a ritual to infuse or transfer extraordinary power into metallic objects, the gatekeeper elaborated once more, discussing the use of spiritual guidance to engrave runes onto specific metallic carriers. Of course, the meanings of runes and spiritual numbers differ, and their functions vary accordingly, such as the soporific sleep rune, the spirit-repelling rune, used to banish malevolent entities, and the burst rune, with tremendous explosive effects. This technique allows an extraordinary being to segment or transfer external forces onto a talisman carrier, setting corresponding incantations to activate the power contained within the talisman in an instant. This was typically an essential method for extraordinary beings following the artisan path. Their frail bodies compelled them to possess sufficient means of defense, yet the manufacturing process remained the same. The gatekeeper seamlessly transitioned into the role of Tu Fu's talisman-making instructor, passionately guiding him through the process. Besides the necessary metallic materials for the talisman itself, silver carving knives, ores, and materials corresponding to the ritual were required, all of which were far from ordinary. The cost of crafting a standard good luck talisman approached nearly 1 krone. Calculating the expenses, Tu Fu felt a twinge of heartache for himself. Had he joined Black Swan, or another extraordinary organization, these costs would surely have been reimbursed. The end of the universe truly is bureaucracy. Tu Fu sighed, only to hear the gatekeeper introduce various categories of beginner talismans, such as the Tranquility Talisman, Dream Entry Talisman, and Burst Talisman. These sound rather ordinary. Is there a talisman that can destroy opponents without direct contact, through mental means? Tu Fu suddenly inquired that he had no intention of engaging in open combat with the extremist factions at the club. It would be preferable to resolve the conflict discreetly. Why not seek a talisman that can directly eliminate all opponents? The gatekeeper huffed in dissatisfaction. Are there any? None. If it pertains to mental contamination. Tu Fu spoke with anticipation. I mean a talisman that can induce terrifying whispers and calls, infecting individuals with madness, not necessarily powerful, but capable of temporarily incapacitating them. After a prolonged silence, the gatekeeper provided a starkly different response. There is. At that moment, Tu Fu's expression shifted subtly. He felt increasingly certain of a hypothesis. Humph, still claiming you are not an evil deity. Chapter 68. The false deity. It is worth noting that the gatekeeper had never disclosed his identity to him. Nor had he elaborated on the implications of the abyssal representation. Tu Fu surmised that this extraordinary being, confined somewhere, likely sought to entice naive and innocent souls by sending signals to the outside world in hopes of having them unseal his bindings. In any case, all were indiscriminately branded with the marks of evil gods and demons. Despite their prolonged interaction, Tu Fu had never lowered his guard. Each conversation bore an element of testing. Fortunately, this evil god had generously shared a wealth of esoteric knowledge with him. Whispers are not considered a conventional attack talisman. They are typically exploratory signals emitted from higher realms and do not necessarily carry malice. However, from the moment the signal is transmitted, it itself constitutes a form of transdimensional assault. If one wishes to retain the power of this signal, in addition to specific runes for assistance, one must also extract the source of contamination from those affected by the signal. The gatekeeper outlined a crucial step, stating that to create such a talisman, one must first locate at least one item contaminated by a higher realm, guiding it through runes, with the rune's effectiveness ultimately depending on the volume of contamination infused into the metallic carrier. Are contaminated extraordinary beings also valid? Certainly. The higher the level of the extraordinary being, the better the effect. Notably, talismans with contamination properties are difficult to deploy if the opponent is on guard. Tu Fu pondered thoughtfully, so it's best to use it stealthily, ideally for a one-time targeted strike. Subsequently, the gatekeeper imparted the foundational rituals and incantations for channeling extraordinary power, actively guiding Tu Fu through various beginner details, resembling a devoted teacher in his craft. However, the gatekeeper maintained that the method of employing whisper talismans was no simpler than the previous two. Locating items or beings tainted by the allure of higher beings was no easy feat. They were either resolved by the Seven Gods Church or hidden away in darkness, utterly inaccessible to a Tier 9 extraordinary being. Fortunately, the Santa Maria has a sufficient number of extraordinary beings. Tu Fu inwardly rejoiced in his capacity as acting captain, since the Santa Maria was his. Everything aboard, including the extraordinary beings, belonged to him. My friend Billy is immensely grateful for your guidance. After expressing his gratitude to Teacher Min, Tu Fu swiftly concluded today's call, casting a quick glance at the blood-red countdown on his retina, 00:15:58. There remained ample time for him to accomplish the remaining tasks. Skillfully operating the remote, he activated the display of the monitoring system, revealing the feeds from various surveillance points in Litz that he scrutinized the movements of all parties. Black Swan Agency. 3 brings 1. Connect. King Bomb. The Dreamweaver route featured Kirby, Uncle Roman, and an unfamiliar extraordinary member engaged in a card game derived from the Litz comprehensive academy known as Fighting Evil Gods. Duels among extraordinary beings were never straightforward, and even the strategies employed in card games were quite unconventional. From the surveillance, it was evident that when Kirby played his cards, his eyes exhibited an abnormal whiteness, seemingly utilizing the dream entry method to peek at his opponent's hand. In unfavorable circumstances, his lips twitched slightly, combined with a hypnotic effect to disrupt others' mental states. The other dealer, with hands moving at lightning speed, was likely an adventurer or jester-type extraordinary being, possessing an innate flair for card games. Through their collaboration, they employed incredible tactics, tricking and deceiving to win substantial sums from Roman Richard. The once arrogant chief knight now bore a pallid expression, having rarely found himself in such a disadvantageous position. More infuriatingly, the knight's abilities provided no advantage in card games. witnessing his chips dwindle. "Kirby, look out. We have an enemy attack," Roman suddenly exclaimed, causing his two colleagues to instinctively rise and divert their attention. Before they could react, the latter mercilessly overturned the card table, snatching all the chips before leaping through the window, disappearing into the crowd before anyone could respond. All that remained were two colleagues, left seething in frustration. "Just as expected of you. The shame of knights." Tofu couldn't help but grimace, clearly taken aback by Uncle Roman's lowered standards, and stole a glance at the extraordinary faction on the other side, the Church of Order. A bizarre artistic style unfolds here. Several individuals, including Lady Fox, fervently implore a rugged-featured blonde man. However, he appears utterly impervious to their entreaties. "Fear not. I have mobilized all the enforcers in Litz. That scoundrel Bieber will not escape." "Captain." "But Bieber's intention is to send someone to negotiate with us. Why resort to such drastic measures?" Someone reluctantly interjects. The blonde man, with his head held high and nostrils flared, retorts, "Negotiate? No, Miss Caroline and esteemed colleagues. I shall reiterate, I will never, nor can I, reconcile with those imbeciles. They must pay for their transgressions. I intend to eliminate this band of ruffians myself. You must not intervene that I wish to confront their leader in single combat." The leader of the enforcers, Hawkins Lewis, vigorously brandishes his fists, his resolute visage emanating an air of fierce dominance. Lady Fox, Caroline, gazes at him in despair, clutching her head and exclaiming, "I loathe adventurers." Outside the surveillance, Tofu blinked rapidly, realizing why they held such prejudice against adventurers. Believing they preferred to solve problems with brute force, the mystery was finally unraveled. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the fighting club was equally tumultuous, with the central establishment ceasing operations that a multitude of extraordinary beings frequented the venue. With an extraordinary presence stationed in each boxing ring, indicating that their adversaries were indeed more formidable than anticipated, they seemed to sense the impending danger. Once an extraordinary battle commenced, all ordinary members of the club would become mere pawns in their hands. Even more concerning for Tofu was the revelation that these lunatics had procured a stockpile of gunpowder and secretly transported it to Priai's harbor, likely signaling a grand scheme. Has Bieber yet to make an appearance? Tofu's brow furrowed. The enigmatic president of the club had yet to show his face, and identifying him in the vast sea of people proved exceedingly challenging. Randomly, Tofu's gaze fell upon the last extraordinary faction, that of the Brotherhood's representative in Litz, Mason Adams, as the surveillance shifted to beneath Big Ben. The headquarters of the Brotherhood in Litz, this leader of the commercial organization concealed himself in a sealed underground chamber, arranging three intersecting circular patterns on the floor, each etched with bizarre symbols. Mason's lips moved rapidly, holding a piece of yellow crystal symbolizing luck, seemingly commencing an ancient ritual. Just as Tofu adjusted the surveillance, the dreamweaver of Sequence 7, Mason, flickered with a shadow of despair in his eyes. Failed again. Great being, are you truly testing me? This was not Mason's first attempt. He sought to contact the high-ranking entity he had previously consulted, but this time his methods were gentler, tentatively sending signals. After the last incident, he suddenly grasped the truth. The individual who had stolen the adventurer's potion seemed to be backed by a vast force, since they had not directly eliminated him. Could it imply the possibility of communication? Mason had always been an adventurer at heart, and if he could connect with a higher deity or demigod through this miracle, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative exchange. On the paper before him, a series of overlapping inscriptions in Assyrian, Elvish, and Draconic script read, "The great being who took the adventurer's potion?" Tofu's brow arched. Is this a summons for me? Observing the dejected Mason through the surveillance, a bold idea surged in Tofu's mind that if Mason was indeed sending him a signal, was it possible to receive his signal frequency and communicate with him as a gatekeeper? With this thought, he swiftly activated the infinite radio, switching to a mode specifically for short-distance FM reception. Indeed, upon making the transition, a series of red light points began to flicker on the radio. Tofu quickly realized that the shortwave radios affect targeted beings of a lower tier. Those praying to the divinities would all be directed to him through the radio frequency. He could monitor the world, every move beneath his eyelids, listening to the supplications of the faithful and responding in kind. It was akin to a counterfeit deity. A wry smile curled upon Tofu's lips. Whether in amusement or self-deprecation, Chapter 69. The god of mechanics and information, his fingers rubbed back and forth over the radio's receiving button. Tufu's expression was inscrutable as the array of twinkling indicator lights on the intricate device flickered. The red light pulsating at a high frequency, with signals continuously loading in. Click. Driven by insatiable curiosity, Tufu ultimately pressed the complete receive button. Buzz. Following this, a vast and cacophonous torrent of information surged in. Entering through the speaker with astonishing efficiency, a disordered cacophony of prayers, chaotic and densely packed, forcefully inundated Tufu's mind. Hundreds, thousands of voices echoed from the radio, prayers from both men and women. They beseeched the divine with a myriad of complex emotions, reverent, jesting, calm, frenzied, unfathomable, each conveying an eclectic array of sentiments as they silently directed their prayers to deities beyond the seven. Their desires, their thoughts, their longed-for prayers echoed in his ears in a multitude of languages. Baya, Ryan, ancient Assyrian, and perhaps even languages he had never encountered, be it Elvish or Dragonic. Within the captain's cabin, Tufa felt as though he possessed the abilities of a true deity, hearing the prayers of the faithful. Countless requests for wealth, luck, and health flooded in, regardless of whether they were good, bad, tumultuous, or peaceful. All poured into his mind through the shortwave radio, an extraordinary technological power allowing Tufu to delve into their innermost thoughts, placing him in a mystical state. Unfortunately, this delicate state did not endure long as the overwhelming torrent of information continued to surge. Tufu soon felt an immense dizziness, nearly draining him of all vitality. Bang! At that moment, Tufu seemed utterly unable to bear the pressure. The veins and arteries on his smooth forehead bulged as hot sweat cascaded down his cheeks, each drop sounding like a ticking clock. This intense backlash nearly claimed his life. Snap! Clinging to his dwindling sanity, Tufa hastily shut off the receiving button of the radio. Had he delayed any longer, a new deity would soon take his place. Phew. I should have known better than to recklessly explore beyond my capabilities. Weak and nearly collapsing from his chair, Tufu lifted his arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead, taking a deep breath to muster his strength. Faced with an array of electronic devices, wondrous yet out of place in this era, Tufu silently mocked himself. Radio, surveillance, telephone, a new deity of the steam age? An amusing, absurd image flashed uncontrollably in his mind, a newly appointed deity commencing their duties. Utilizing an array of electronic instruments to manage affairs, listening to prayers from the radio, inspecting earthly order through surveillance, and when necessary, making a phone call to provide warm service. Beside the deity, a steaming cup of sweet coffee awaited. What should that be called? The god of electronics? The omniscient god? No, it should be the god of mechanics and information. Nothing could be more fitting. After a weak smile, Tufa once again observed the dejected Mason on the surveillance. He appeared so sincere yet remained unanswered. Just as Mason was on the verge of giving up, the newly appointed intern deity Tufu tuned the radio frequency to Ritz's channel. The FM shortwave mode allowed for arbitrary switching and modulation of numbers. The numerical encoding displayed on the radio matched that of a phone number, corresponding to the local area codes of various nations. With continuous adjustments, he could selectively receive the desired area range on the radio. Found it. FM 9.33.470 Ritz City. After several attempts, Tufu limited the range strictly to the city of Ritz. Upon reopening the receiving button, the ethereal sound of prayers reemerged. However, the quantity had noticeably diminished compared to before, with the most distinct signal being that of Mason's prayer, the nightmare of sequence 7. After several calls, he fell silent. Tufu, intrigued, grasped the handle and chose to respond. His weak voice, tinged with a dullness, imitated the deep, measured tone of the gatekeeper, devoid of any emotional inflection. Mason Adams. On the other end, far away at the Brotherhood headquarters in Ritz, Mason had recently attempted to contact a high-ranking entity through an ancient ritual. Just as he was about to abandon hope, a profound voice suddenly echoed in his ear, surrounding him with an air of isolation. Before him, a hazy figure seemed to materialize, the pure Assyrian accent symbolizing the ancient nobility of the speaker. When the figure uttered his name, Mason recalled his last terrifying encounter, nearly losing his footing. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Sir, my previous actions may have unintentionally offended you. I deeply apologize." When confronting a high-ranking entity, respect is the most fundamental etiquette. Mason, anxious and submissive, lowered his gaze until that indifferent voice resonated again. A trivial matter. Upon hearing the response, Mason's heart finally eased. Indeed, Individuals of such stature seldom concern themselves with trivialities. Yet he remained uncertain of the entity's rank. Demigod? A favorite of the divine? Or perhaps an even higher existence? He found himself at a loss, his gaze flickering momentarily, as he respectfully recounted the matter in ancient Assyrian. I commend your expansive heart. May I inquire as to how I should address you? Mason's restless hands settled over his chest, bowing with utmost reverence towards the enigmatic figure cloaked in the gray mist. The indistinct silhouette behind the fog grew quiet, as if earnestly recalling its own name, seemingly having forgotten its identity and true name over the long passage of time. You may call me. Tu Fu surveyed his surroundings, the all-seeing eye monitoring the entire city. Receiving the prayers of the faithful via radio and recalling the ability to dial any coordinates, he adopted the demeanor of the gatekeeper, striving to imbue his title with an air of endless mystery. The mediator. The mediator. Upon hearing this peculiar combination of words, Mason began to scour his memory for any historical references related to this term, only to ascertain that it had not appeared in the annals of the Quaternary period. It did not resemble a personal name. Rather, it seemed more akin to a title of reference. Could it be an entity from the Tertiary, or even from a more ancient time? Mason Adams pondered, yet he could not recall encountering such a name in any relevant records. Sir Mediator, I humbly wish to pose a question. Although my previous error may have caused you displeasure, I do not quite comprehend the circumstances surrounding that unfortunate incident. Who was the gentleman that once graced the Old Hunter Tavern? At last, Mason broached the subject. Tu Fu, seated in the captain's cabin monitoring the surveillance, raised an eyebrow. Mason, true to his business acumen, spoke with impeccable precision. While expressing his respect, he tossed forth a significant query. Why was a sequence 9 taken? Such an act seemed unbecoming of one of high stature. After a brief silence, Tu Fu maintained his calm demeanor and, without a change in expression, released a benevolent smile. My devotee. Chapter 70. The heavenly net. The secretive yet grand mediator unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto a fictitious devotee. I see. Mason nodded slowly. Finally grasping the situation, an ineffectual devotee had appropriated the powers of this great being, rendering the events entirely comprehensible. Indeed, a being of the stature of the mediator would hardly expend great effort to procure a sequence 9 potion. It was merely an action stemming from the devotee's personal motives. The term mediator felt less like a name and more like a form of honorific. This wasn't too surprising, much like how people refrain from uttering the true names of the 7 gods. They commonly employ titles, and such grand figures are bound to possess their own distinctive honorifics. One must not gaze directly upon the divine. One must not invoke the name of the divine. Ever since that perilous glimpse, Mason's previous understanding had been shattered. He now held a deeper reverence for the mysterious elements of this world, maintaining an attitude of awe toward the unknown. Esteemed mediator, what compels you to respond to my prayer? Mason adopted a lowly posture, seeking to foster a favorable relationship with this grand, enigmatic entity, despite being unaware of its origins. A minor endeavor. Tu Fu's eyes flickered as he established a connection via shortwave radio, responding with the simplest of answers. Emulating the aloof demeanor of the gatekeeper, yet lacking the urgency of the other, he endeavored to express indifference and simplicity, as if a true deity surveying the mortal realm with cold detachment. An endeavor, due to certain circumstances. I am presently unable to manifest. The voice from the gray mist continued. I can only undertake certain endeavors. I understand. Mason endeavored to calm his mind. Based on the methods displayed, it was evident that the entity was at least a demigod of sequence 4 or higher. Perhaps even a divine devotee. That a mere glimpse had nearly imposed a punishment that brought him to the brink of collapse. It was likely that even beings of a slightly higher sequence could not have endured such a consequence. Coupled with the entity's words, Mason quickly surmised the probable motives behind this mediator choosing to conceal itself temporarily. Was it related to the 7 gods, an ancient existence from before the Quaternary? Mason held no interest in the struggles among these high-ranking beings, nor did he possess the ability to intervene. His curiosity lay instead in the knowledge possessed by the entity and the secrets hidden within the annals of history. These were truly invaluable. Thus, you require some devotees to traverse the mortal realm. At last, Mason comprehended. Having witnessed the entity's capabilities, he too began to entertain such thoughts. Perhaps I should join this endeavor. Investing in an ancient demigod or a divine devotee of old secrets would undoubtedly yield substantial returns in the present. However, Mason refrained from voicing this directly, As it might diminish his value, he tentatively inquired, "Mediator, how many devotees serve you?" "Not a few. They have even established a small organization." A hint of warmth emanated from its voice. Tu Fu understood Mason's desire to leverage the devotee's identity to extract more valuable information from him. Hence, he emphasized that the mediator had many devotees under his command who had formed an organization. Without revealing the true power of this extraordinary entity, it was left to Mason to contemplate. An extraordinary organization formed by ancient high-ranking beings, where members can share information amongst themselves. Joining such a circle would undoubtedly be a wise choice. At last, Mason's mercantile nature surfaced, as everything boiled down to practical benefits. Whom one served was of little consequence. As long as it served his interests, he would not hesitate to pursue it, even if it was morally dubious. Anyone within the organization may exchange labor for equivalent information. Knowledge for intelligence. The voice of the mediator remained deep and dignified. "I favor fairness." Fairness. Nothing is more paramount than fairness. Yet too many prominent figures fail to grasp this truth that a great being such as yourself embodies the essence of a true prominent figure. He subtly flattered the entity. As a representative of the Brotherhood, Mason appreciated this principle, but he promptly articulated, "Then, mediator, may I join your organization? Welcome to our ranks." Tu Fu feigned sincerity well enough to temporarily convince Mason that he was a high-ranking being in distress. More importantly, he provided ample goodwill. Promising equivalent information in return was not a challenge. Through the all-seeing eye system, he could ascertain nearly everything. As for knowledge, even if he was unaware, he had the esteemed teacher men to rely on. As long as he remained unashamed to inquire, he would undoubtedly glean more insights. No, knowledge. Before that, you will require assistance to elevate your standing within the organization. Are you suggesting that my status within the organization is insufficient? Mason instinctively sought to refute this claim. Not only was he a representative of the Brotherhood in a city, controlling a secret sales chain, but he also wielded an extensive network of connections. Moreover, he was a Sequence 7 Dreamweaver. How could he fail to capture the attention of this entity? What, then, were the other devotee statuses? Nevertheless, he patiently inquired, "What must I do?" "Take over the influence of a club in your city." Tu Fu finally revealed his intentions after a lengthy preamble. From the moment he noticed Mason praying to him, this idea had taken root in his mind. No one was better suited for this role than him, a Sequence 7 extraordinary individual, backed by a significant power, possessing both means and intellect. And most importantly, adept at persuasion. Even the extraordinary forces of the various churches would have to seriously consider the presence of the Brotherhood. Truly, no one else was more fitting to undertake this task. Mason paused momentarily, before managing to articulate a single word. "You mean the fighting club? It is indeed a substantial, extraordinary force, but there are some challenges. The president, Biber, is a rather mysterious character. Although I have conducted business with him in the past, I have yet to discern what manner of person he truly is." Mason spoke truthfully. Among the few individuals worthy of his attention in Litz, the chief knight of the Black Swan, the brash leader of the order, and the current president of the fighting club, who covertly manipulated its affairs, were all not easily swayed. "Do not worry. They will soon contact you to resolve everything." Tu Fu spoke with confidence. "This is a gift for your induction." He seemingly referred to those fictitious devotees. But in reality, he planned to leverage the power of the order, while simultaneously using Mason's Brotherhood influence to intimidate the order. The two forces would then unite against the fighting club. A classic maneuver of empty-handedly ensnaring the unwary. Even capitalists would blush with shame at such cunning. This unexpected revelation was a delightful surprise for Mason. He was acutely aware of the fighting club's strength, boasting over 20 arenas and hundreds, if not thousands, of ordinary members spread throughout Litz. While its specialization might not rival the intelligence network of the Brotherhood, its sheer numbers and extensive coverage were advantageous. Furthermore, engaging in trade with wild, extraordinary beings would be far more convenient. If the opportunity to take over arose, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. "Thank you for your devotees. I shall do my utmost to excel in this task." Mason grew increasingly excited, as he vaguely suspected that this mediator was at the helm of a considerable extraordinary force, a clandestine assembly quietly rising in the shadows. Besides that ineffectual devotee, the other members were likely formidable figures in reality. "Mediator, what is the name of our organization?" Following his initial excitement, Mason quickly regained his composure and posed a question that Tu Fu had not anticipated. contemplating the title of mediator and the modern ritual of communication. He silently scoffed. Why not call it 10-cent meeting or ding talk? In the captain's cabin, Tu Fu's gaze lingered on the display screen, where dozens of network surveillance images resembled a multitude of blinking eyes. Cold and tireless, surveying the scenes across Ritz's various districts, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, and amidst his indifferent words lay a hint of gentle warmth. Heavenly Net. Chapter 71. Head Chef Harry 0002 1500 02 1400 213. The blood-red countdown twisted and fluctuated. From an initial 30 minutes, following a series of operations by Tu Fu, it had dwindled to less than 3. The suggestions of the gatekeeper and the involvement of Mason Adams had propelled his plan halfway to success. With this, both the means to resolve the club's issues and the successor have been identified. All that remains is the crafting of the talisman. Tu Fu pinched his brow slightly. The prolonged mental exertion of switching between two personas left him with a profound sense of disorientation. Descending from the captain's seat was akin to a deity concluding their workday, gradually regaining a semblance of normalcy. He had deliberately left this sliver of time to take a calculated risk, to scour the ship for any tainted items that could be used in the talisman's creation. Even if discovered by the terrifying entities aboard, he could exhaust his time and retreat in a timely manner. Teacher Men stated at least one contaminated object is required. Tu Fu meticulously searched his memory. Objectively speaking, everything aboard the St. Maria and every crew member had suffered severe contamination, but extracting something from the ship was no simple task. He had to wander the deck in search of an item he could take with him. With a creak, he pushed open the heavy iron door of the captain's cabin, accompanied by a gust of briny sea wind and a shroud of gray mist, continuing to sail through the seemingly endless fog. Already accustomed to this scenery, Tu Fu swiftly closed the door behind him and moved into action, striding onto the deck and activating his eagle eye ability, his eyes shining as they swiftly scanned the visible range. The dense gray fog had indeed thinned considerably, and visibility was not as dire as it had initially been. After dealing with the undead Ms. Anna, the other party seemed determined to remain hidden. Much to Tu Fu's disappointment, who had originally intended to continue his shenanigans. One could only say that the love had not been deep enough. Ultimately, it was a misplaced affection. He felt a twinge of regret for the past relationship between the two. Holding his breath, Tu Fu focused intently on scouring the deck for anything useful. Regrettably, after years of exposure, not only were remnants of consumed items elusive, but even the blood on the deck had dried and been washed away by rain. Not a trace of remains could be found, not even a single feather. There is a performance hall and a Michelin kitchen on the deck. Perhaps I should take a look inside. A flicker of inspiration struck Tu Fu as he bent his body. Resolved to venture into the kitchen, time was not on his side. Only a minute and a half remained, swiftly slipping away. Upon activating his eagle eye ability, he rapidly searched for the location of the recipe book within the kitchen. The Michelin kitchen was adorned with exquisite knives, and the dried blood and sticky substances were covered with dust. Here, a pair of gloves still remains, while the recipe book was nowhere in sight. His eyes fell upon a pair of black rubber gloves resting on the cutting board, a type of chef's gloves that were oil-resistant, durable, and heat-resistant. Since he had spotted them, it felt like fate. Tu Fu unceremoniously donned the chef's gloves and casually grabbed a beautifully crafted chef's knife, intricately patterned. Roar finally, as Tu Fu continued to search for contaminated objects in the kitchen, the first to sense something amiss were two nearby ghouls with pale skin. Their limbs were robust and powerful, moving quickly as they approached. The ghouls lingered near the kitchen, their keen ears picking up the unusual footsteps on the deck, prompting them to sprint towards the intruder with the intent to devour. They were terrifying, humanoid monsters, their crimson eyes glowing in the night, hungrily eyeing Tu Fu. I cannot afford to engage them for too long. Tu Fu prepared to exit the kitchen, intending to evade the two ghouls by taking a different route. Swiftly making his way across the narrow path along the deck's edge. Clop, clop. Just as he was about to step outside, he suddenly found himself confronted by a figure in tattered sailor attire. Blocking his path amidst the fog, a desiccated skeleton, devoid of flesh, clad in an old uniform, stared intently at him, its vengeful gaze bursting forth with immense malice. If I were to extract one or two bones from this skeleton, could they serve as a source of contamination for the talisman? An idea sparked in Tu Fu's mind, and just as he was about to engage the skeletal sailor, the sight before him forced him to reassess his thoughts. For from both sides of the dining hall emerged more skeletons, identical to the one before him, all clad in sailor uniforms, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Three skeletal sailors blocked every possible route. While behind Tu Fu, the two ghouls charged towards the blocked path, ready to tear him to shreds at the slightest hesitation. Three sailors. An epiphany struck Tu Fu. The night had fallen, and the safety manual of the cruise ship explicitly stated to exercise caution when encountering 3 or more sailors after dark. The unexpected situation urged him to refrain from acting impulsively, as the appearance of these adversaries rendered his situation precarious. He lacked the confidence to confront even one skeletal sailor, let alone contend with 3 formidable threats. According to the safety manual, his only recourse was to seek assistance from the ship's crew. Not a single ghost in sight. Tu Fu inwardly lamented the safety manual's rules and its seemingly meaningless instructions. Countdown. 60 seconds. This signified that he must endure the final minute to swiftly return. After calling out for help several times, he found no crew member coming to his aid. Whoosh! The first to strike were the 2 fearsome ghouls. Tu Fu dodged and evaded their lunges, their powerful claws nearly tearing him apart, while the 3 terrifying skeletal sailors continued to slash at him with astonishing speed. Clang! After a brief clash, Tu Fu found himself at a disadvantage. The skeletal sailors wielded their blades with terrifying skill, the sound of their strikes slicing through the air, causing Tu Fu's face to sting with pain. He quickly realized that these sailors were far beyond the capabilities of a mere low-tier extraordinary being to confront. Bang! Tu Fu was subsequently slammed against the railing at the back of the deck. With the 3 wailing knives blocking all avenues of escape, seeing no way to retreat, Tu Fu steeled himself and decided to leap over the railing, hoping to grab the edge of the ship as he fell and find a way to return during the next teleportation. Clop! 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 At that moment, apart from the ghouls and skeletal sailors, a heavy footfall approached. A creature resembling an octopus-faced being in a white work suit, with several writhing tentacles on its face, that a strange knife pierced its chest. Yet no blood flowed from the wound. The octopus-faced creature charged forward, grasping one of the skeletal sailors by the head, and with a powerful motion, crack, echoed as its skull shattered. As the ghouls leaped. One powerful kick sent the terrifying creature tumbling, knocking out one of its sharp teeth, although one of the skeletal sailors seized the opportunity to slash at its face, severing a writhing tentacle. A torrent of green blood gushed from the wound. Astonishingly, the tentacles on its face began to regrow. Chef Harry. Finally, Tu Fu recognized the creature's identity. He discerned from the worn attire, now devoid of any visible symbols, that this was indeed the chef's uniform, and he recalled how Chef Harry had been slain by the sailors aboard the ship. The knife remained embedded in the wound. Could it be that the monsters on this ship are divided into different factions? With no time to ponder further, Tu Fu glanced at the blood-red countdown once more. 00, 00, 03, 00, 00, 02, 00, 01. In the final moments, Tu Fu swiftly crouched down and snatched the trinkets from the bodies entwined in battle. The bones of the skeletal sailor, the severed tentacle of Chef Harry, and the teeth of the ghouls. Return. Chapter 72. The use of fire in the senior office of Litz Comprehensive Academy. Samuel Coleman received a report submitted by a student titled Outline of Experiments and Explorations on Sound and Light, a piece of work capable of shaking the foundations of physics. It detailed a hypothesis regarding light and the entire process of the double-slit interference experiment. God bless, it is finally over. Coleman flipped through the entire report, tears streaming down his face. This document was like a master key. Finally unlocking the door that had long been jammed in his heart, Tu Fu smiled silently, no longer pressing the hapless Mr. Coleman. If he were to know that there were indeed several modified methods for the double-slit interference experiment, each employing different observation modes yielding various variables, that infernal topic would undoubtedly oscillate between waves and particles, leaving him to wonder if it would eventually drive him to the brink of despair. I will handle the publication in the journal for you. Child, your focus now should be to raise your score to at least 550 in this final month. Coleman carefully closed the experimental report and stowed it away in his bag. Of course, he dared not tamper with the paper to claim the student's achievements as his own. Not only would the esteemed professors of the Seven School Alliance have the authority to jointly blacklist him, but even if Lord Beaufield, his mentor, were to discover such an act, he would not let him off lightly. The old gentleman exerted considerable effort, yet all he managed to achieve were 2 photographs, one titled Window of Truth, and another named The Discoverer of the Double-Slit Experiment and His Great Inspiration. following their publication in various newspapers across the northern continent. Both individuals garnered significant acclaim within academic circles. Behind the scenes, other professors disparaged the old gentleman for his shamelessness, with even greater indignation stemming from the fact that he had failed to include them in the photographs. Such a lack of decorum was truly appalling. In truth, for someone of my age, encountering such a perplexing dilemma is exceedingly rare. Mr. Coleman continued to defend himself over previous matters, unable to produce answers even when the old gentleman himself could not. He muttered to himself, "Surely, there cannot be another such conundrum. Impossible, utterly impossible. The issue has indeed been resolved, yet there remains a crucial question." With sincerity, Tofu blinked and, upon a shift in thought, remarked with a smile, "I have never quite understood what color sunlight truly is." Undeniably. Young Mr. Capet, you possess exceptional talents in certain domains. However, had you attentively listened to my lecture, you would know that sunlight is a form of light devoid of any color. This time, Samuel Coleman regained the dignity he had long lost, able to assert his status as an educator before his students. "Ah, I see." Tuffa nodded in sudden enlightenment, mumbling as he departed. "But why is it that what I see through a prism is colorful?" This seemingly casual remark fell upon Coleman's ears, causing the smile he had just revealed to freeze on his face, a chill running down his spine. "Ha ha. Colored light. White light. No, it must be white light. No, sunlight is colored light." As he whispered in a fervent shout, the sparse strands of white hair atop his head faced yet another crisis of falling out. Upon returning to the classroom after several days of absence, Tuffa found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Upon seeing Billy, he even felt a twinge of nostalgia for the lad, who always managed to bring amusement to the group. "Tufu, there is no need to despair. It is quite normal not to obtain the admissions office's contact information. After all, even I was not favored by them." The red-haired lad gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "You cannot expect a bunch of blind men to discover the gold hidden within the mud." "Indeed. It is quite vexing." Tufu feigned exasperation, his eyes betraying a hint of pity as he hesitated to reveal the truth to his companion. "By the way, have you been to the fighting club lately?" Tufu glanced sideways, his voice involuntarily lowering. "What has it become now?" "Of course, but you mustn't disclose this to anyone else." The latter suddenly nodded, donning a mysterious expression. "The club has recently diminished its boxing matches, to my knowledge. They have organized activities outside, engaging in quite a bit of significant work. Oh, those at the club are fighting for better conditions for the lower-class workers, organizing several protests, and at one point even surrounding the government parliament building, nearly inciting a fatal incident." Naturally, Billy was aware of the severity of the situation, daring only to quietly inform Tufu, "This is far more thrilling than boxing. As long as you join them in chanting slogans and mix in, you can freely vandalize things on the roadside. Dealing harshly with anyone who displeases you. It is truly astonishing, though I did not partake." "You didn't go?" Tufa regarded Billy, who had sunk to the lowest depths of character, with a slightly elevated opinion. "Would you really let such a splendid opportunity slip by?" Although Billy's words were absurd and his actions unreliable, he still possessed a modicum of conscience, able to discern basic right from wrong. "They said I spoke too harshly, lowering the club's standards, so they expelled me," Billy declared indignantly. Tufa fell into a long silence, suddenly feeling that the club's former boxers had been far too lenient with him. Why had no one simply put this guy out of his misery? "Is there anything else?" Billy, unperturbed by Tufu's disdainful gaze, continued to share recent gossip. "It seems that recently, a police officer from Wood District was dealt with. He was a notorious scoundrel, having clandestine dealings with the real estate vampire Morton. They seized land from refugees to build houses, causing the deaths of many, and to this day, no one has addressed this matter. Morton was arrested, and I heard that scoundrel nearly got beaten to death. He got what he deserved, even without being on site." It did not prevent spectators like Billy from applauding the event. Tufa felt distinctly uncomfortable upon hearing this, particularly as a witness to the entire affair, instinctively wanting to defend the incompetent black cop. "Edward, how do you know all those accusations against him are true? Perhaps there are underlying circumstances. Even if he had dealings with Morton, it does not necessarily make him a bad person. But everyone says so. It can't all be false, can it?" Billy scratched his head uncertainly. "Sometimes what one hears from others is insufficient to judge a person's character. Perhaps this officer had done many good deeds, being forced into contact with Morton Henry, and had genuinely helped some children in refugee camps." Tufu found it complicated to explain. To speak up for someone ostracized by society is no small feat. "What you say?" Upon hearing Tufu's words, Billy paused for a moment, then shrugged. his lips moving as if to laugh. Who cares? Tofu had prepared numerous rebuttals, but was suddenly rendered speechless. Indeed, who cares? Who is concerned about your private morality? Who cares if you have committed acts of kindness? Compared to a person of complex motivations, whose good and evil are indistinguishable suffering and justice. The public prefers to witness a corrupt officer receive punishment from the people's justice. Who is going to reason with you? By the time you are laid bare, everyone is already dispersed. Who cares? Suddenly comprehending this reality, Tofu fell silent, ceasing to engage Billy in a discussion of those feudal moralities. Tofu, what is wrong with you? Billy regarded his strange behavior with confusion. Oh, Billy, I almost forgot to share something very important with you. Tofu leaned back in his chair, slightly adjusting his posture, and smiled. Just a few days ago, I actually obtained several business cards from university professors. What? I even secured a special admission slot. You must be joking. The place is called Miskatonic, and frankly, the name itself is quite unremarkable. Tofu feigned serious discussion, while Billy, seemingly unaware, had squatted in a corner, silently drawing circles on the ground, struggling to digest the news he had just heard. Previously, Tofu had been hesitant whether to adopt a more gentle approach towards the club members. Utilizing the malevolent spells taught by the gatekeeper against some unaware individuals seemed too brutal, as many of them likely acted in the heat of the moment, perhaps without any ill intent. Billy's recent words had reminded him that in darkness, reasoning or negotiation would not be heeded. Gentleness is futile. Fire is needed. Chapter 73. The incantation spell during the lunch break. Tofu, having attended classes for half the day, had no intention of idling. He recalled the direction and made his way to a nearby Brotherhood trading post, intending to sell the ghoul's teeth he had carried with him as materials. Parts from extraordinary creatures or treasures, even mere teeth or hides, can be refined into medicinal materials or weapons. Unfortunately, the skeletal remains held no trading value, and after negotiations, he ultimately sold the teeth for 50 crowns, neither exorbitant nor unreasonable. Of course, this sum of money had barely entered his account before it was entirely spent. The materials required for crafting spells were plentiful: metallic ornaments, crafting materials, special ores, and silver carving knives, though none of these items were particularly precious. The sheer volume of demand was overwhelming. Recently, it seemed he had offended some deity, as each time money entered his possession, it vanished before he could warm it. I truly wish to discuss with Mason about future transactions between the network members and the Brotherhood being discounted. Tofu earnestly contemplated this issue, also planning for his next return to extract the teeth from those two bothersome ghouls. As for the annoying skeletal sailor, such a creature, devoid of practical value, seemed not worth much. However, procuring an entire specimen to donate to a museum or special biological research institute appeared to be a commendable idea. It had been quite some time since he last saw the living corpse. Anna, selling a deeply contaminated, animated corpse to a nefarious organization as a sacrificial offering was a tempting thought. The endlessly growing tentacled face of Chef Harry was better sold to a restaurant. No, he must cease these perilous thoughts. He cannot covet Harry's fortune, given the events of the previous encounter. The latter was likely a valuable ally of the captain's faction. That said, the knife embedded within it, having been steeped in such circumstances for so long, should hold considerable value. Tofu had begun to devise a plan for distributing his private property aboard the ghost ship. Private property, sacred and inviolable. Additional charges apply. However, the pressing matter at hand remained the creation of spells imbued with elements of contamination. After purchasing all the necessary materials, Tofu diligently attended a full day of classes at school. Upon returning home, nearly at midnight, once the household had settled into slumber, he dared to retrieve his items. In addition to the basic materials acquired earlier that day, there was one primary component for the spell. Is there still vitality? Tofu reached into the tightly locked drawer to retrieve the peculiar tentacle. Wrapped in black chef's nitrile gloves, a body part severed from Chef Harry's face. As the chef's gloves loosened, the seal was broken, and the eerie tentacle writhed like a mollusk in the ocean. Its surface suckers continued their rhythmic contraction and expansion, exhibiting a vitality that defied the passage of time, even after being severed for so long. Once donned with the chef's gloves, Tofu arranged all the items required for crafting the talisman upon the table. He grasped a silver engraving knife and began inscribing symbols of various significances onto the metallic surface. The gatekeeper had imparted to him specific methods. Carving symbols onto the objects served as a conduit for blessings or curses. with the emblems of the six deities predominantly symbolizing beauty and justice. Only the emblem of the Lord of the Underworld, who presided over death and sacrifice, manifested the connotations of misfortune and demise. To create a foul talisman that conveyed messages of madness, it was necessary to etch symbols representing the terrifying abyssal spirits. The next step involved employing meditation to outline the pollutant's octopus tentacle, channeling its latent energy into the metallic pendant as a vessel for the talisman. "It begins," Tufu murmured as he tightened his grip on the incessantly writhing soft-bodied tentacle. The thin gloves offered no barrier against this peculiar entity. Tufu could even feel it breathing in his grasp, its fluid seeping outward, a faint stench emanating from the suckers, accompanied by the unsettling sensation of the tentacle's movements, rendering him quite uneasy, akin to handling a mass of cold excrement. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and meditated to attune himself to its existence, swiftly entering a trance. This time, he found himself immersed in meditation with remarkable speed. Perhaps influenced by the gloves, within the illusory realm he constructed, he sensed the immense and vibrant tentacle, along with the tormented Chef Harry. The latter was gripping his own neck, writhing in agony on the ground. Unable to cease his lamentations, desperately pounding the earth, oblivious to the horrors he had endured, his suffering so intense it seemed to drive him to the brink of death. With his head, he struck the ground relentlessly, heedless of the blood that spattered, his eyes bulging to an almost protruding degree. Roar! Suddenly, it appeared as though Harry's features were contorted by some uncontrollable force, a viscous mass of flesh spreading from within, rapidly expanding, becoming more robust, then suddenly twisting and splitting apart, resembling a facehugger. Completely obscured, Harry had transformed into an entirely different being. That strange and malevolent chant resurfaced, incessantly flooding Tufu's ears, jolting him from the haunting memory. It was Harry's ordeal, not his own. Immediately, he summoned his spirit to begin severing the black threads from the writhing tentacle, those tiny strands attaching themselves to the silver vessel Tufu had prepared for the talisman. In the fading haze, a terrifying eye symbol manifested upon the silver surface. The Eye of the Abyss. He blinked in confusion. Although he had managed to detach a portion of the pollutant, this was far from the conclusion. Tufu began to practice his engraving technique on the material with the knife. The placement and formatting of the various symbols varied significantly. Carving into the metal sheet proved to be a cumbersome task, and Tufu unhesitatingly employed the eagle eye of sequence 9 to enhance his focus. His supreme control over his muscles allowed his hand to guide the knife with impeccable precision, ensuring the inscription was made at the correct position. As he assessed the spirit's effervescence, the tip of the silver knife surged across the metallic surface. Any deviation would be utterly unacceptable, placing immense demands on the craftsman. Thus, such tasks were typically the domain of artisans who transcended the ordinary. It was only at this moment that Tufu realized while the adventurer's path seemed inadequate, it was also versatile, capable of handling a myriad of tasks, a true jack-of-all-trades. He carved with the precision of a scalpel, concentrating 200% with each stroke. Any momentary lapse would lead to a futile endeavor. Crack! A momentary lapse in concentration caused the knife in his hand to veer slightly, resulting in a barely perceptible fissure appearing on the metal sheet. Witnessing the imminent failure of his first talisman, Tufu quickly offered himself a mental affirmation. The cost of a talisman is 1 crown, a full 1 crown, 12 pearl, 120 pennies. He silently recited this mantra, tightening his grip on the knife to rectify his earlier miscalculation, exerting himself to connect the inscriptions as if performing surgery on a patient. Bang! At last, upon completing the final incision, the spirit on the metallic surface seemed to coalesce, and a torrent of overwhelming power surged within this truly malevolent talisman. Even without activating it, Tufu could faintly hear a series of subtle and elongated sounds. Let us name it the Whispering Talisman. Reflecting on the recent sights and sounds, he felt no name could be more fitting. Observing his success on the first attempt, Tufu exhaled a sigh of relief. The gatekeeper had mentioned that crafting talismans was no simple feat. The words of the malevolent deity were hardly trustworthy. In his view, the secret to success lay in the focused concentration of the eagle eye, supreme muscle control, and a touch of luck. Chapter 74. The Open Card Saturday Night. Bang, bang, in an underground boxing arena in the Pluton district. Two contenders of similar stature exchanged blows, each landing punches and kicks that left them battered and bruised, to the point that even their own mothers would fail to recognize them, since the recent surge of activities in the fighting club. Such pure boxing matches had become exceedingly rare. Only a handful were willing to step into the ring for this archaic game, and the sparse audience did little to enliven the atmosphere. With even the customary insults regarding one another's parents and ancestors nearly absent, rendering the ambience rather desolate. "Hank, hit him, haven't you eaten? Hey, Jason, what on earth did you do last night to leave you so weak you can barely stand?" At the tavern's bar, an inebriated old man shouted, clearly reveling in this long-lost excitement. "Old Muller, one night rose, please." A young newcomer ordered the priciest distilled spirit, reminiscent of his initial arrival here, cloaked in a black robe and hood. Tofu tossed a silver pearl coin towards the bar. "Oh, it's been ages since I've seen you, you rascal." Old Muller flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming yellow teeth that gleamed as though inlaid with gold. He promptly handed over a barrel-aged drink. "Why not step up for a match? Alas, there's no one left. Otherwise, I'd gladly take you on. Don't let my current state fool you. I once retired from the professional boxing scene." With that, Old Muller extended his thin yet surprisingly sturdy arm. "Old Muller, are we talking about the senior women's division?" Someone jeered. "Get lost." Old Muller retorted with an expletive. "Forget it." Tuffa gently shook his head, bemused. "If you were to collapse on the ground, I certainly couldn't afford the medical bills." Having witnessed Old Muller's unscrupulousness, he dared not engage in such a risky endeavor. Laughter erupted in the boxing arena, causing Old Muller's face to flush with indignation. "That's slander. It seems there aren't many stepping into the ring lately." Tuffa raised his drink, feigning a quick survey of the surroundings. "Everyone's busy chasing after their dreams." Old Muller's words dripped with sarcasm that he had long been dissatisfied with the club's current operational model, but felt powerless to change it. Kidnapping, robbery, protests, mass strikes. In fact, any of those are far more thrilling than a simple boxing match. Tofu took a sip of his drink, idly toying with the wooden barrel cup as he mused. "Perhaps everything will revert to normal soon." "I hope so," Old Muller sighed, fatigue evident in his breath. After finishing the not-so-cheap barrel of liquor, Tuffa leisurely rose. As a man of capricious temperament, this marked his farewell to the fighting club. Farewell. Such a low-tier underground boxing venue offered him little assistance now, and the central club had been occupied, leaving the extraordinary unable to engage in any meaningful encounters. Just yesterday, Miss Caroline, the Fox of the Order of Order, had reached out to him, hoping he could join them the following day to thwart the impending turmoil at the fighting club. As far as he knew, the fighting club planned to stir up significant disturbances during the upcoming holiday, aiming to capture the attention of the entire Breer Kingdom's media and populace. This indicated that the church's extraordinary forces were on the verge of intervention, heralding the onset of a war among the extraordinary. Phew, a gust of warm wind brushed against his face as he stepped outside, the nightfall after sunset beginning to reveal itself. Scattered starlight mingled with the bright white lights, casting a glow upon his shoulders. Tuffa squinted slightly, relishing the state. As anticipated, B-Bear and his band of lunatics are still intent on inciting the ordinary members to join. Having gathered ample information through surveillance while on the ship, Tofu understood that this operation was destined to result in bloodshed. Yet, he remained convinced that involving ordinary people in the affairs of the extraordinary was crossing a line. After exiting the underground boxing venue, he made his way to the entrance of the most powerful police precinct in the Central District. Under the cover of night, unnoticed, he casually deposited an anonymous tip into the mailbox at the entrance. In addition to outlining the personnel distribution of the fighting club, he meticulously marked their primary assembly points on a map, along with the locations where they intended to cause chaos the following day. This anonymous letter was detailed enough to compel the police precinct to take comprehensive action to thwart their plans. When faced with insurmountable challenges, Tofu's habitual thought process led him to consider not any extraordinary organization first. It remains the police department. After all, the notion of seeking the police in times of trouble is deeply ingrained in the DNA of every citizen of the Flower Kingdom. "I hope the police can maintain control of the situation," Tu muttered. Strolling idly down the street, he observed numerous citizens of Litz, recently off work, heading to a nearby elementary school to pick up their children, two generations exchanging laughter and conversation on the streets. The evening shift was mostly comprised of laborers who had toiled throughout the day, now weary and fatigued. Yet, despite life's hardships, each person continued to bear their burdens, listening to the children eagerly recounting the trivial events of their day. Smiles were forced upon their faces. Tu found it utterly incomprehensible how the lofty members of the club operated, always cloaked in the guise of justice while employing the most despicable means. "We've arrived." Unbeknownst to him, Following this path, he soon found himself beneath Big Ben adjacent to the Parliament building. One must admit, Mason was quite audacious. Establishing headquarters right beside the police department and City Hall, he retrieved the last prepared letter from his chest and casually tossed it inside. The envelope bore the name Mason Adams. Inside was a task specially assigned to Mason by two, the takeover of the fighting club, which was inextricably linked to the assistance of this formidable Sequence 7 expert. The arrangement is complete. After reviewing the deployment of the fighting club, two meticulously addressed their plans, mobilizing all forces of Litz. If this were a game of battling the malevolent gods, then from the very moment the cards were dealt, he had seen every card in the opponent's hand. Thus far, from the police department to the enforcers, from the extraordinary organizations to the Brotherhood, all had become his allies. What do you possess to contend with me? President, there is a letter addressed to you. Before long, someone outside Big Ben noticed the arrival of the letter and hurriedly delivered it to Mason, many within the organization revealing expressions of alarm. Do not worry, it is from our side. Upon noticing the signature at the bottom of the letter, marked Heaven's Net, Mason's anxious thoughts eased considerably. Since that day, Mason Adams had been silently waiting, and he had finally received contact from the organization. After reading through the letter's entire deployment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Based on his experience in taking over clandestine organizations, he increasingly realized the terrifying strength of the Eye of Heaven's intelligence system. The letter detailed the influence of the police department, the power of the fighting club, and the intelligence deployment of the church's extraordinary forces with remarkable specificity, as if he had heard it firsthand on the scene. This was not merely a large organization maintained by a few individuals. Perhaps even the Bea government and the Seven Gods Church have our people within, and they must be in positions of significant authority. No wonder Mr. the Mediator initially looked down upon his role as the representative of the Brotherhood. It now appeared that was indeed of little consequence. Mason felt increasingly vindicated in his previous decision, silently praising the mysterious Mr. the Mediator hidden in the shadows. Our Heaven's Net is truly formidable. Chapter 75. Curtis Bearwood District, the old Hunter Tavern. In truth, too was no stranger to this place. Whether it was for stealing potions from the Brotherhood or the incident involving Grace and the red dancing shoes, this unremarkable tavern was inextricably linked to it all. It was quite a coincidence that on Sunday morning, Miss Fox, Caroline, and her enforcers, teammates decided to meet here. The main forces of the fighting club had also gathered in the Wood District, preparing to create a stir on their day off, with the Litz government and church forces sparing no effort to organize this group of lunatics. In the early morning, what was once a quiet tavern gradually became lively with the arrival of waves of extraordinary individuals. Those arriving were part of a wild group of over 10 extraordinary beings that Caroline had met through the fighting club, and when combined with the enforcers, the total number of participants had exceeded 30. The Wood District was the territory of the Order of the Gods and should be resolved by the enforcers. The leader of the enforcers in Litz, one of the most powerful extraordinary beings in the city, was the golden-haired Hawkins Lewis. Upon his arrival, this captain did not bother to conceal his features. His chiseled face radiated authority. There were only a few captain-level figures in Litz, making them easy to identify. Yet since the opponent was willing to show his true face, it conveyed sincerity, a friendly gesture of willingness to cooperate genuinely. The wild, extraordinary individuals from the club donned masks tacitly, as the civilian extraordinary beings and church extraordinary beings constituted two distinct groups. Collaborating was already quite a feat, since the enforcers are making their move. I presume the police department should also be activated, and I hope Mr. Mason is fast enough. Two intended to blend into the crowd and observe everyone's actions, but his flamboyant dark golden skull mask attracted too much attention. Much like a husky amidst a pack of wolves. Buddy, your look is quite. Hawkins attempted to compliment Two's appearance, struggling to find a neutral term, unique. More detestable than adventurers are straight men. Two's expression darkened, even if he wished to remove the mask now. It was too late, so he opted for silence, pretending to be a master. Caroline mentioned you to me. You're a promising candidate from the adventurer's path. Perhaps we share a great deal of common ground. Hawkins naturally felt a fondness for extraordinary beings from the same path. We have absolutely no common ground. Two's lips twitched as he internally scoffed, pretending to agree. Of course, the leaders of the extraordinary forces from the Seven Gods Church seemed to be anything but normal. Gentlemen, I am truly pleased that you have joined our ranks. Regarding this operation, I have an excellent idea. The rugged-faced, Golden-haired leader Hawkins flashed a confident smile at the arriving extraordinary beings, exuding an air of certainty. Just how many terrible ideas do you have left? Caroline was on the verge of despair. Not wanting to charge into the opposing headquarters and engage in a fistfight with this foolish captain, that notion was simply too reckless. However, to her dismay, adventurer Hawkins was earnestly discussing his thoughts today. The main battlefield of the fighting club is set in the Wood District, and there are a total of 4 underground arenas in the Wood District where the fighting club operates. They use these intelligence points to relay messages and organize personnel across various regions. But we should ideally pair up and team up with police department personnel to address the extraordinary beings at these 4 arenas. These individuals should primarily be adventurers, jesters, or knights. Additionally, at least 10 should assist the police department in maintaining order at Cologne Square. I have a premonition that they will incite a large crowd to create chaos. If we can identify the instigators, it will be much easier to resolve the situation. We must intercept all of them. A few more should head to Price Harbor. And of course, this task must be handled by our people. When it came to deploying forces, Hawkins Lewis proved to be remarkably reliable, having researched the opponent's arrangements in advance and naturally understanding who should be placed where, formulating countermeasures accordingly. After a moment's hesitation, Hawkins issued a special order. As for Caroline, you will act alongside your adventurer friend with whom you've collaborated before. Understood. Miss Fox. Caroline let out a sigh of relief. This was indeed quite a feat for an adventurer who only knew how to resolve issues with muscle. It seemed she would have to reconsider her stereotype that all adventurers were brutes. Caroline's heart, previously anxious, suddenly relaxed. Just as she was about to offer some praise, she suddenly realized a gap in the operation. Captain, where do you plan to go? Good question. Upon mentioning this, Hawkins immediately became animated, clenching his fists, driven by the urge to throw a few heavy punches in front of the crowd. Confronting Sequence 7's B-Bear is no easy task. I will take responsibility for this most perilous undertaking. The assault on the opposing headquarters was undoubtedly the most challenging step in this extraordinary battle. It could easily lead to a bloody incident. Captain Hawkins' words of responsibility significantly increased the goodwill of many extraordinary beings present, indicating that they were not merely seen as cannon fodder. The atmosphere in the room began to shift, and the oppressive tension dissipated. Yet, only 2 noticed the melancholic expression etched on Caroline's face. Madam, you appear rather unhappy, 2 inquired casually. Hawkins is surely planning to confront the club's president one-on-one. Caroline Corrady nearly spat blood, gritting her teeth in frustration. That fool is bound to request a grave from the church for his recklessness. One must commend Mr. Hawkins for his courage. 2 remained silent for a moment before deciding to raise a toast in his honor. Behold, this man is the true embodiment of bravery. In a secret underground chamber in Litz City. My lord, the tasks you entrusted to me have all been completed. I assure you this will not take long. The speaker was a young man named Curtis B-Bear, whose effeminate appearance was complemented by a sycophantic smile. He knelt reverently on the concrete floor, bowing his head to fervently kiss the ground. I have utilized your power to sway my subordinates and taken up that advantageous position. You promised me the potion formula for Sequence 6. Before him, an ancient copper mirror bore some indistinct marks. As his words fell, a series of archaic characters appeared on the mirror's surface, which he quickly noted down. B-Bear's cunning eyes darted around as he continued, there is one more matter, however. The 7 Gods Church has already taken notice of me. Once this matter is over, I must leave and require a forbidden item to aid my escape. Upon finishing his sentence, an eerie image of a pair of red dancing shoes materialized on the ancient copper mirror, as if questioning him. You mentioned that the item was squandered by that foolish princess, a conduit of the extraordinary, who is utterly inept at anything. Curtis B-Bear deflected all blame onto a deceased individual, striving to claim the rights he believed were due to him. This is not a difficult task. As long as you provide me with adequate security, I shall commit myself wholeheartedly to the remainder. After another lengthy wait, the mirror before him suddenly contorted, and from the swirling vortex at its center, a misty, black hooded cloak emerged. With keen eyes, B-Bear swiftly donned it, quickly understanding its function through a brief experiment, by allowing his spiritual essence to flow. He could momentarily render himself and the cloak invisible, a most suitable tool for a hasty retreat. This was yet another remarkable item of forbidden nature. As a practitioner of the demonic conduit, equally a part of the chaotic faction, this path of the extraordinary was as unappreciated as the princess herself. Compared to the ill-fated princess, The disdain for demonic conduit practitioners stemmed from their adeptness at manipulating the hearts of others, leading most other practitioners to avoid collaboration with them in pursuit of greater resources. Curtis Bieber, following the methods outlined in an ancient tome, established contact with an unknown great entity from a higher plane. Through prolonged correspondence, he struck a bargain, earning rewards by assisting it in its endeavors. Undeniably, this was a perilous undertaking. Should the entity regain its freedom, it would unleash unimaginable chaos, likely not sparing him. Thus, Bieber resolved to vanish from this place immediately after completing this task. Your generosity shall invigorate my resolve. Having acquired what he desired, Bieber chuckled softly, rising to cover the classical mirror once more with a black cloth. Suddenly, he recalled the fools at the club causing a ruckus, and he found it increasingly amusing. A group of practitioners wishing to exploit the situation to consume potions, each with ulterior motives, was one thing. Even more laughable were the ordinary members who could be incited with just a few words. Typically, these individuals, regardless of the inequalities they suffered, would never dare to stand up for themselves, attempting to rely on others to advocate for their rights. They could only place their hopes repeatedly in others, only to have them dash time and again. Yet, once someone took the lead and donned a mask, it seemed as if they were infused with infinite courage, daring to confront all injustices in the world, resorting to the most extreme means to retaliate against the things they despised, as if transformed into the bravest of warriors. If one were to inquire what is both the most resilient yet the most fragile, it would undoubtedly be the human heart. Chapter 76. Police drill. The Litz Police Department. As dawn approached, a contingent clad in blue and black police uniforms emerged on the hazy morning streets, having been summoned from various divisions to unite in the Wood District. Despite it being a day of rest, with most officers expected to be off duty, Ethan was perplexed by the orders issued from above at such an early hour. An inexplicable police drill had stirred up quite a commotion, with everyone required to be armed and prepared with ammunition. Marlon, there is nothing more foolish than crawling out of one's wife's warm embrace on a day off to participate in drills. Dante, let me find out whose idiotic suggestion this was, or I shall certainly kick him squarely in the backside with my newly purchased Martin boots. Ethan grumbled as he followed his colleagues from the department. As he spoke, he heard a cold snort from a nearby officer from the police department. Ritz is unfortunate to have such an officer as you. Ethan cast a sidelong glance, deciding whether to retort after discerning the officer's identity. It was a familiar young officer, Dutton Fix, whose eyes were nearly rolling to the heavens. Oh, isn't this the Officer Fix who enjoys making people stand in punishment? Look at him. This task is perfectly suited for him. Ethan unabashedly mocked his old friend, ridiculing his previous inept performance at the Grand Theater. Marlon attempted to mediate. Mr. Dutton hasn't he done nothing at all? At least, he did a commendable job securing the crime scene. Don't get too smug, Fix responded. Growing increasingly irritated, you merely owe it to your nephew's good fortune, but you must admit that in terms of educating children, you are far inferior to me. Dutton Fix took pride in having a son recently accepted into Leeds University. Unfortunately, young Fu doesn't share such luck. Ethan feigned a look of distress, sighing. Just the other day, he received an offer from MIT. Observing his old friend's expression momentarily freeze, he then added a cutting remark. As for Sophie, Columbia invited her long ago.as for what you just mentioned about Leeds University. Not even a dog would go there. You'll regret this once you join the police force, Fix huffed again. Fortunately, I have already applied for a transfer to Copenhagen, Ethan replied nonchalantly. Oh, by the way, when we arrive in Copenhagen, we'll be opening a shop for business. Yes, funded by the Anfield family. Ethan had no intention of boasting. He merely presented an objective comparison of his situation to Fix's. Excelling in love, career, and children's education, even living off someone else's success, he was a clear winner in life. After a lengthy silence, Dutton Fix found himself at a loss for a counterargument, seemingly unable to surpass Ethan. After pondering, he thought of his own equally disappointing son at Leeds University, deciding that when he returned home tonight, he would find a reason to reprimand him. In Cologne Square of the Wood District. The police department had mobilized over 100 officers, armed and ready, from 6 district police stations and the headquarters. Clear the area. This is a police drill. All unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. The loud-voiced officer at the front shouted, causing the citizens who had gathered in the square to retreat, creating a path for the police force to occupy the area. They had barely arrived before hastily dispersing the crowd, prohibiting gatherings in the name of police action. From all directions, members of the fighting clubs had prepared to gather, numbering in the hundreds. Just as they raised their banners, donned in matching uniforms, ready to chant slogans around Cologne Square to mobilize the impoverished Wood district. Aiming for an unprecedented turnout of thousands, their plan faced an immediate setback. Upon seeing the intimidating officers and their firearms, many ordinary club members, who had previously burned with fervent ambition, felt as though cold water had been splashed upon them. Their spirits dampened. "Mr. Big Shield, what shall we do now?" Several masked extraordinary members of the fighting club found themselves at a loss, uncertain whether to proceed with their actions or to stand down. The leader among them, a knight conduit named Dutton, replied coolly, "Do not worry. We have contacted the Union to organize a large-scale strike, and they are awaiting our signal. You all should blend into the crowd and continue to gather support for the march, ideally provoking them into action. As long as they dare to strike first, we will have justification to incite the local populace. And if we can instigate a bloody incident, so much the better." Big Shield recalled the emergency plan prepared earlier. If a bloody event were to occur in Cologne Square, the police officers would be viewed as the public enemy for being the aggressors. After all, they wielded weapons and were seen as oppressors of the common people, perceived as the stronger party. The strong oppressing the weak would invariably lead everyone to side with the latter. People sympathize with the underdog and harbor resentment towards the more powerful. This peculiar sense of morality compels most to act irrationally, disregarding right and wrong, becoming a tool for others to exploit. With the command given, the group of extraordinary members wearing bizarre masks began to infiltrate the crowd, inciting the emotions of the masses. They particularly emphasized that the police in the Wood district were mere lackeys of factory owners, deliberately coming to disrupt their actions. Indeed, it did not take long before they organized a march of hundreds. People raised their banners and placards high, and despite facing a line of police officers, an unprecedented sense of justice compelled them not to yield. The suppressed anger within the participants of the march reignited. They needed to gather more individuals, ideally enlisting all the impoverished residents of the area into their ranks. As long as their numbers were sufficient, then they would undoubtedly be right, just, and irrefutable, overpowering those voices. They would become the authority. Down with the capitalist lackeys. Leeds belongs to the people. Under the leadership of Big Shield, the participants began to subtly provoke the police forces in the square, deliberately forcing the rehearsing officers to take action against them. Very good. Just like that. Big Shield suddenly let out a sigh of relief. But upon surveying the surroundings, he was astonished to find that the number of people in the street had not increased, even as they passed several factories. The entrances remained eerily quiet. After the initial shouting, the officers remained remarkably restrained, standing at various intersections with indifferent gazes fixed upon the unfolding scene. The invisible pressure left the ordinary participants from the club feeling disheartened. Big Shield furrowed his brow, questioning his companion beside him. Why hasn't anyone come to our aid? Where have those foolish workers gone who promised to return and support us? The situation has changed. One extraordinary member wearing a grotesque mask ran into the center of the group. Panting heavily, "The union has turned against us. All the worker leaders we negotiated with will not be coming today, and no one will be here to support us." What? At that moment, Big Shield stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why so many workers were laboring on their day off. Did this group of fools not wish to voice their own interests? Just then, one of the members who had gone to gather intelligence murmured, "All factories in Wood district have offered triple wages today." The workers, now receiving increased pay, were indeed the most reasonable citizens of the Bay Kingdom. Chapter 77. The fear of being outpaced. Damn. All the extraordinary individuals, including Big Shield, could not help but curse inwardly. They were fighting desperately for the rights of those ungrateful people, only to find that these individuals had betrayed the organization for a pittance of overtime pay. Their protests, led by hundreds of ordinary members, were losing momentum, with voices dwindling. Money, at times, is not omnipotent if someone declines money. There is only one possibility: they need more money. As they witnessed the sudden arrival of a police drill team completely blocking their paths under the pretense of an exercise, the members of the fighting club were compelled to cooperate within this confined space. The quality of this police drill team was astonishing. Even upon seeing them march with flags, there was not a single warning uttered, nor any intention to wield weapons. Yet, the revolvers gleamed at their waists, and their mere presence was enough to instill fear. "Bobby, move closer. Just do anything," Mr. Big Shield suddenly called to one of the Dreamweavers in the team, signaling her to approach the officers and demonstrate her abilities to create some commotion. In the ranks, a female extraordinary being wearing a rabbit mask nodded and stealthily began to approach. However, before she could utter a word, a figure clad in a black trench coat from the drill team appeared, bearing the emblem of a scale intertwined with a sword on his shoulder. He was a member of the Order of the Law. Fixing his gaze on the newcomer, the enforcer coldly commanded, "Get back." Not only him, but members of the Order were stationed at every crucial pathway in Cologne Square. Supported by the police force to stabilize the emotions of the crowd, the Order had dispatched nearly 10 extraordinary individuals, tasked with immediately dispersing any suspicious persons they encountered. Realizing the dire situation, the returning female hypnotist quickly reported back to her team. "My goodness, what on earth is happening today?" Upon witnessing the unfolding scenes in the square, Mr. Big Shield felt a surge of panic. It seemed the intelligence had been leaked, and certainly not through mere chance. The opposition had undoubtedly grasped the club's movements, and the Ritz government had likely made prior arrangements. Striking with precision at every chink in their armor, this large-scale event organized by the fighting club, once filled with fervor, was spiraling out of control due to a series of unforeseen incidents. Unbeknownst to them, it felt as if unseen hands were intervening in this extraordinary conflict, systematically dismantling their seemingly ample preparations. No matter how Mr. Big Shield intended to act, his thoughts and plans felt as though they were being spied upon, rendering all strategies futile. That if one were to liken this to a chessboard, the terrifying aspect lay in the fact that every move made by the opponent effectively blocked all of his possible routes. This approach in Wood District is futile. We must redirect to other contact points and reorganize our forces to initiate protests elsewhere, Mr. Big Shield resolved. Opting to fragment their numbers, their presence here had become ineffective. It was better to swiftly retreat and devise a new plan. He instructed his extraordinary team to disperse and exit the scene. Several members of the fighting club headed in different directions, removing their masks to blend into the crowd. Once Big Shield took off his mask, a youthful and innocent face was revealed. A rank 9 ranger of the Night Path. He believed in challenging formidable foes as the righteous party and continuously defying authority to assimilate the elixir of magic. This was the silent motivation behind his dedication to the club. Lowering his head, Big Shield planned to slip past the inspection when Officer Fixes called out in displeasure. "Sir, the police drill is currently underway in the back. You cannot proceed." Police drill. Big Shield was taken aback, completely unaware of the situation, and was halted by the officers. "All right, I understand. Can I return now?" After a moment of silence, just as he contemplated a reasonable course of action, the same officer who had spoken earlier stopped him again. "Apologies, sir, but you cannot go back either. We just received word that there is also a police drill taking place behind you. For the safety of Ritz, you and your companions must stay here until the drill concludes." Another officer, Ethan Winston, smiled. "What?" Big Shield widened his eyes, perplexed by this nonsensical reasoning. Yet he dared not act impulsively, for adjacent to this police team, the members of the Order, clad in black uniforms, observed them coldly. A terrifying thought began to take shape. The earlier suspicion grew more intense. It was as if the adversary had foreseen this very step and made preemptive arrangements. Could it be that they already knew their true identities? Intentionally obstructing him and the extraordinary members of the fighting club, if their main force suffered a setback, had the operations in other districts also encountered unforeseen complications, whatever they intended to do? They seemed to be one step ahead. The movements of all members of the club appeared to be unfolding beneath the very gaze of the adversary, akin to sheep being rounded up for slaughter. Who could it be? The Black Swan? The Order? Or some other extraordinary organization? As this thought emerged, an intangible sense of dread intensified within Big Shield, leaving his legs trembling. On the morning of the day off, aside from the early arriving police in the troublemaking fighting club, there were hardly any citizens out and about. The police merely needed to cordon off the parade routes of these demonstrators near the square, effectively stifling much of the opposition's plans except for the fools from the released church, who had already arrived at the banks of the Moine River, diligently releasing land creatures. Tufu and Caroline emerged from the Old Hunter Tavern to carry out their mission en route to the club's underground tavern. They fortuitously stumbled upon this absurd scene. Members of the released church, donned in matching Red Cross uniforms, a symbol of life care, prayed earnestly while marveling at the value of life, casually releasing land turtles into the river to drown. Should anyone attempt to intervene, they would rationally argue that these were their purchased possessions, sacred and inviolable. Nothing is more tragic than living in Ritz as a land turtle. Lady Fox, Caroline sighed in disgust. Amidst such tumultuous times, they had no leisure to concern themselves with this matter. Not entirely, Tufa reflected thoughtfully, then added internally, compared to the giant lizards born in India, this is but a small matter. Chapter 78. Kicking the Club. A similarly coincidental narrative was unfolding across various districts of Litz. Time and again, the bizarre coincidences targeting the actions of the fighting club preempted their every move, leaving the hundreds, even thousands of participants hesitant to act recklessly. Ensnared in an odd silence, the underground boxing arenas beneath the fighting club could mobilize several thousand individuals. Even if only one-third of the ordinary members joined this highly anticipated parade, once it spiraled out of control, it would unleash an unstoppable force. Thus, the Order, in conjunction with the Litz government, devised a meticulous plan based on that confidential letter and their intelligence network, aiming to minimize the potential for bloodshed. They mobilized all available extraordinary individuals, spreading throughout Litz like a vast fishing net cast towards the troublemakers. Tufu's assignment was to team up with Lady Fox to launch a surprise assault on one of the underground boxing arenas in the district, temporarily requesting the complete withdrawal of the police unit. Are you sure you don't need the officers to act alongside you, sir? Caroline inquired, regarding Tufu with suspicion. Her cautious demeanor suggested she might be suffering from adventurer PTSD. You don't intend to tackle this stronghold alone, do you? Of course not. Deploying police might lead to bloodshed. We must employ a more cunning approach. Tufu shook his head, gazing at the underground tavern before him, already formulating a plan. So, what do you propose? Kick the club. At the entrance of the club, a figure adorned with a golden skull mask, known as Tufu, leisurely strolled in, accompanied by another imposing man donning a ram's head mask. They obstructed the doorway, coldly addressing him. Ladies and gentlemen, the authorities are nearby. Yet those gentlemen do not intend to enter. They have decided to grant you an opportunity. While there is still time, you may choose to depart, removing your masks as you exit. No one will perceive you as members of this fighting club. Tufu, with his pirate mask, spoke in an unusually chilling tone, but he did not hasten to take action, but instead issued a final ultimatum to the ordinary members of the club. Is what you say true? Sir, we are grateful for your mercy. We were merely misled. In truth, we are all good people. Indeed, as Tufu's words fell, many individuals, both men and women, lifted their heads. Most were ordinary people from the lower echelons of society, engaged in monotonous daily labor. Even among those seeking thrills were merely typical citizens of Litz, who, due to various coincidences, had joined this club and subsequently wandered further down the path of seeking excitement. A pursuit that had become nearly uncontrollable. Once masked, they seemed to transform into a different, unfamiliar self. They dared to partake in the most outrageous acts, for everyone else was doing the same, the greater their numbers, the louder their voices, rendering their actions a self-evident justice. Yet, when faced with adversity, they would swiftly turn into turncoats. Everyone should leave. Tufu sighed softly, willingly clearing a path at the doorway. Crash. The masked members of the club gradually removed their masks, revealing faces that were utterly ordinary. Regardless of the absurd deeds they had committed, beneath the masks, they were merely common individuals. As each passed by Tufu, they expressed their heartfelt thanks, grateful for the chance to escape. Carolyn Colditi witnessed this scene in disbelief, surprised by the departing crowd, and suddenly found it quite amusing. When circumstances turned unfavorable, the enforcers of justice reverted to the role of the weak. As for you, smiley sir, I offer you an opportunity. Tufu shifted his focus to the one wearing the ludicrous clown mask, signaling to the puppet master behind him, Ms. Fox, not to advance, as he flexed his limbs. Since we are all members of the club, why not settle this according to the club's most primitive fighting rules, one-on-one combat? Heavens! Carolyn could no longer contain herself, covering her head. This group of adventurers always fancied themselves as knights, insisting on resolving matters through such archaic methods. Why not simply arm each with a gun, turn their backs, and see who had better aim? You seek death. The already disgruntled Smiley, witnessing Tufu's manipulation of the members, appeared to have lost his mind, and in that moment of shattered ideals, he lunged forward with astounding speed. Like a spring, he propelled himself, closing the distance to Tufu in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Tufu stood his ground, retaliating with a punch of his own. The two forces collided with a resounding impact. Though both were extraordinary beings of the same caliber, Tufu's muscles were somewhat denser, exerting himself with greater vigor. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists struck one another, Yet Tufu consistently gained the upper hand. During his time in the fighting club, he had faced nearly all challengers of similar rank, learning numerous techniques from them. In contrast, the so-called official members of Smiley's faction had mostly relied on the club's influence during their tenure, often engaging only with ordinary individuals. When matched against an equal, their confidence dwindled. After a few probing exchanges, Smiley found himself utterly outmatched, his footing faltering under Tufu's relentless assault. Bang! Tufu aimed for the ridiculous clown mask adorning Smiley's face, the mocking expression growing increasingly irksome. With no hesitation, he delivered a crushing blow, shattering the absurd mask. In that fleeting moment of combat, a myriad of images flashed through his mind: the madness of the club members, Officer Edward's steadfastness, the grim plight of the Special Children's Welfare Institution, and the meager 200 crowns he had scrimped and saved. Countless scenes played out like a black-and-white film reel in his mind. Intensifying his ire, without restraint, he struck Smiley, whose position had become precarious, delivering blows akin to cannon fire to his face, leaving behind massive swollen marks. Tufu executed a shoulder throw, seizing the opportunity presented by Smiley's fatigue, lifting him and slamming him violently to the ground. Bang! Even as Smiley attempted to absorb the impact, several muffled thuds echoed through the air, yet he remained undeterred, clenching his fists to retaliate. "It seems you have lost." Tufu disregarded Smiley's erratic punches, his solid and powerful arms grasping him firmly. Ignoring the sea breeze relentlessly lashes against my cheeks, carrying with it the familiar and distinct scent of the ocean's brine. The crashing waves echo around me, striking this colossal vessel, while my oppressive thoughts are scattered away, vanishing into the boundless expanse of the mighty sea. "I have returned," Tufu states resolutely as he strides toward the captain's quarters. Relieved that no monstrous entities impede his progress, he swings open the heavy door to the captain's cabin, activating all electronic devices, and fixes his gaze on the surveillance feed displaying the prearranged areas. The headquarters of the combat club in the Central District stands in stark contrast to the other chaotic underground boxing venues, exuding an unsettling silence, devoid of any personnel entering or exiting. With its doors firmly locked, a formidable security team has encircled this area, armed and vigilant, unlike the other sectors that merely host ordinary individuals in their underground arenas. It is inconceivable to imprison the hundreds or thousands of people here. This location is exclusively populated by the extraordinary, all having chosen Curtis Bieber as their leader. The Devourers have wrought enough destruction in this city that neither the church nor the police intend to let them escape unscathed. Hawkins Lewis, the leader of the enforcers arriving from Wood District, furrows his brow as he stares at the closed door, seemingly concocting a sound plan. "What should we do, Captain?" one team member tentatively inquires. "Charge in and eliminate them," Hawkins replies without hesitation, as reckless as ever, signaling the officers behind him to spread out while he prepares to lead the charge. "What a madman," Tufu mutters to himself, unable to decide whether to commend the adventurer's bravery or criticize his foolhardiness. From his surveillance perspective, he observes several crates of formed explosives stacked just behind the tightly shut doors of the central club. Should the enforcers fire inside or recklessly breach the entrance, they would undoubtedly trigger the formidable explosives, obliterating the entire building along with the combat club. The club's main force, comprising over 10 extraordinary individuals, lies in wait at the back door, ready to detonate everything if a conflict arises, and then retreat amidst the ensuing chaos. Phew. Witnessing such a grand spectacle, both sides have thoroughly prepared for this extraordinary showdown, willing to sacrifice even a few bodies to ensure mutual destruction, transcending mere public disorder and resembling a true war. 45 Central Avenue. Tufu exhales deeply, mentally noting the combat club's room number and pinpointing the hiding places of each extraordinary individual on the monitor. Without a moment's hesitation, as if following a preordained plan, Tufu strides forward, pushing open the iron valve of the captain's cabin, braving the thick mist to cross the deck, undeterred by the fearsome presences aboard. His footsteps resonate with a clatter as he hastens toward his private quarters in the ship's lounge. Upon locating his door number, he swiftly unlocks the cabin with the card in his wallet and enters the lavish 50-square-meter bedroom without delay, making a beeline for the vintage telephone resting on the coffee table. With steady hands, Tufa grips the receiver. Despite having made up his mind, a swirl of emotions washes over him as he stands there, This absurd farce must come to an end, since the blind deity of order perceives nothing and wishes to intervene not. He is determined to render a just verdict in this extraordinary conflict. One hand firmly clenched around several whispers of madness, talismans in his pocket, and the other holding the vintage telephone receiver. He feels as if he wields the scales and sword of the god of order. Albeit with the clarity of vision afforded by the surveillance monitors, raising the telephone, he parts his lips to utter the incantation. The call of death is officially online. Chapter 80. The evil god is myself. Bang. Bang, bang. The brass dial of the antique telephone on the coffee table spins in a circular motion. Each slide comes to a halt at a specific number, gradually forming a sequence of ordered digits. These numbers correspond to the administrative code of the Kingdom of Baya in the northern continent, the area code for Litz City in Oswiai, the storefront number of the Combat Club on Central Street, as well as the room numbers where the members of this large club reside. Tofu operates the red wooden number base with precision, lifting the metal receiver connected above it. The metallic clanging of the dial reverberates through the silent cabin. This call symbolizing evil and death directed towards its coordinates. Tofu lifts his gaze to the television in the bedroom, displaying the surveillance footage from the captain's quarters, observing their every move under his watchful eye. Beep. Upon establishing a connection with the brainwaves of the club's extraordinary members, a peculiar buzzing fills their ears, making them feel a sudden chill, as though they have stepped into an ice cellar. Tofu has no intention of speaking. He picks up one of the whispers of madness, talismans, before pressing it against the receiver, just in time to hear a faint gasp from the extraordinary members within the club. Filth. Tofu's lips move slightly as he recites an incantation in ancient Assyrian as the activation command. Initiating the engraved runes on the talisman, the dark characters on the metallic sheet flicker ominously, and as Tofu's incantation guides the power contained within the talisman, it erupts violently. The talisman, infused with the pollution derived from Chef Harry's body, surges along the telephone line to the other end. Buzz, the first to be affected, is a dreamweaver, a Sequence 8 dream hunter named Barton, who is suddenly bombarded by a cacophony of chaotic noises. A wave of panic washes over him. Without hesitation, this seasoned dream hunter employs his extraordinary abilities, his eyes rolling back to white as he attempts to hypnotize himself to block out the bizarre whispers. However, this rudimentary tactic backfires spectacularly, draining his mental energy completely and plunging him into a strange stupor. The eerie whispers resonate in his ears, their haunting recitation drawing ever closer, yet remaining elusive. Cold, malevolent, chaotic, and terrifying sounds invade Barton's mind, crashing over him like waves of dread. Shoo! The young dreamweaver, Barton, frantically seizes a sharp object and plunges it into his eardrum, crimson blood flowing from his ear canal, just as he prepares to laugh. Relieved that the ordeal has ended, the clattering noise persists. This time, the icy, vile voice pierces directly into his mind. A pained scream escapes Barton as he discards the weapon, writhing on the ground in anguish. Clutching his head, his eyes bulging in terror, teetering on the brink of madness, his body begins to swell grotesquely, beads of sweat saturating his clothing, mingling with the blood streaming from his features as he rolls in agony. It feels as though something is about to burst forth from within him, and in an instant, Barton nears the edge of losing control, poised to transform into a mindless monstrosity. Did the enforcer strike? The other members in the club, witnessing this horrifying scene, immediately suspect the involvement of the enforcers. Surely, they must have employed some forbidden artifact to transmit pollution over a distance to target them. Otherwise, this situation is utterly inexplicable. The extraordinary individuals present, upon witnessing this bizarre occurrence, feel their nerves tighten with anxiety. He is on the verge of losing consciousness. A rogue extraordinary can become quite troublesome. Some members, their expressions darkening, begin to retreat nervously, murmuring, "Shall we kill him?" As this suggestion is voiced, several frowns emerge in unison. Many join the club intending to leverage its resources for rapid potion digestion or to serve Bieber in minor tasks. However, reaching the point of murder exceeds their threshold of acceptability. No sooner had the member suggested the killing than he, too, fell victim to the same fate as the recently assaulted dream hunter. With no warning, he let out a pained wail before collapsing to the ground. Mimicking Barton, he clutched his head, sobbing helplessly, blood cascading from his features and staining the floor. Next, Tofu's gaze remains steely as he observes the club through the surveillance feed, carefully calibrating the intensity of the pollution to spare their lives. In this moment, He assumes the role of the deity of order, wielding the power of life and death, his fingers deftly sliding the number dial without pause. Each time he rotates to a new set of digits, one individual suffers the corresponding punishment, building upon the coordinates previously formed from the combination of Baya and Asui. He simply adds the digits 01 and 02 to pinpoint the number of individuals present, thereby dialing a curse more frenzied than wrapped directly into their minds, leaving no option for refusal. Again and again, he transmits this unknown terror to the next unfortunate soul, delivering a direct assault on their brains that is virtually indefensible. The expressions of the club members grow increasingly fragile, rivaling those of the ordinary people they had previously tormented. In the face of this unknown horror, even the extraordinary tremble with fear. The most ancient and profound human emotion is fear. And the oldest and most intense fear is that of the unknown. The terrifying murmurs erupted within his mind. The seventh and eighth extraordinary beings inexplicably fell one after another in rapid succession. The elite fighters of the club finally succumbed to utter collapse. Neither the powerful dreamweavers nor the deceivers could muster their extraordinary powers to resist. But an instant, upon the emergence of that dreadful whisper, their vitality was utterly drained. The knights and adventurers fared no better, rendered powerless against the onslaught. Fortunately, their rugged physiques afforded them a modicum of resilience compared to others. Yet Tufa dealt mercilessly with the members of this sequence. When the whispering plague of the higher planes erupted amongst the crowd, it unleashed chaos beyond measure. Initially, those on the verge of collapse clung desperately to the arms or calves of their companions, incessantly muttering, "Save me! Save me!" Within mere minutes, no one present could escape unscathed. Under the weight of such horrifying whispers, even the simplest act of drawing a breath proved arduous. The near uncontrollable cacophony of frantic screams and wails transformed the club into a veritable hell of suspicion. This ends here. Until the last would-be escapee was felled, Tufo had expended a considerable amount of the whispering talismans in his possession. He deliberately refrained from delivering a fatal blow that would send this group of extraordinary beings into a deathly frenzy. There was simply no need for such drastic measures. He merely sought to obstruct the extraordinary members of the club through this extreme approach, wishing to prevent them from igniting a powder keg that would only increase casualties. Alone, he could not quell the actions of the fighting club, but he could eliminate those who executed these actions, even if his methods were somewhat unscrupulous. As he gazed at the harrowing scenes relayed by the surveillance cameras, reminiscent of the bloodbath that once transpired aboard the St. Maria, he increasingly felt that his current actions resembled those of an evil god. The evil god is none other than myself, on Central Avenue. Outside the club, no more waiting. The inexplicable uproar from within the boxing gym, coupled with the rising wails, spread throughout the vicinity, suggesting that something dreadful had transpired. The brow of Captain Hawkins Lewis of the Order Keepers deepened, a foreboding sensation welling up within him. Losing patience, he strode forward decisively, prompting a wave of anxiety among the members of the Order. "Captain, let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps this is part of their plan. Don't fall for it." All members of the Order were distressed by their reckless captain. For even if Sequence 7 charged into the encirclement formed by numerous extraordinary beings, victory was far from assured. When Caroline, straining with effort, finally arrived at the fighting club, she had just missed the optimal moment for negotiation. Witnessing Hawkins recklessly breach the enemy's territory caused her intense headache, nearly making her vomit blood. She was ultimately unable to prevent this impulsive adventurer captain from acting. Bang! Ignoring all warnings, the golden-haired Hawkins surged forward, directly smashing through the club's entrance with a powerful punch that shattered the lock. The threshold, barrels of gunpowder lay untouched, causing trepidation among those who approached. "Why didn't you wait for everyone to arrive before taking action?" Caroline shouted at her foolish captain. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she caught sight of a dozen extraordinary beings on the verge of collapse within the club, writhing in agony. For a moment, she was rendered speechless. "No need to worry. Everything is under control." Hawkins, raising his fist triumphantly towards the fallen, glanced at Caroline with a smirk. "I've always said the most efficient solutions often require the simplest methods." Chapter 81. The true nature of a merchant within the opulent VIP club on Central Avenue. The air was thick with a grotesque stench of blood and filth, and the rising wails resembled waves crashing upon the shore, one after another. The front desk, tables, and boxing ring were all soaked in thick blood, the rancid odor permeating the entire establishment. The extraordinary beings, who had initially prepared to resist, now lay in disarray, groaning in pain as the horrifying whispers had reduced them to mere shadows of their former selves. Upon witnessing the door swing open, Hawkins and the members of the Order Keepers rushed in, seeking assistance. "Captain, could this have been part of your plan?" Caroline exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, taking in the bizarre scene before her. Perhaps there was a possibility that her reckless captain was not as unreliable as he appeared. His public statements might have been a ruse to deceive their adversaries, while he secretly orchestrated everything. Actually, Hawkins initially sought to deny it, but upon catching a glimpse of Caroline's admiring gaze, so entirely different from her usual disdain, he found himself at a loss for words. He ultimately nodded reluctantly. "I did say this would be quite easy." This aligned perfectly with his three-step life philosophy. Identify the culprits, defeat them, and complete the mission. Over 10 extraordinary beings of sequence 8 or 9 lay sprawled upon the floor. This was no trivial matter, as they had even placed gunpowder at the entrance. And according to protocol, they should be handed over to the religious tribunal for judgment. "Captain, these members have suffered severe mental contamination. Neglecting them will certainly lead to chaos." A professional from the Order stepped forward to examine the situation, attempting to extract testimony based on their injuries and conditions. Unfortunately, each extraordinary being was somewhat delirious, having endured severe contamination that rendered them incapable of providing any valuable information. Mental contamination. The blonde captain of the Order furrowed his brow. Pondering the implications, such capabilities could only belong to someone of at least sequence 7 or higher, and they must have employed some external force to achieve such an effect. The progression of events had been too smooth. Achieving victory without a single loss left him increasingly uneasy. Tap, tap, tap. As they pondered, a medley of footsteps, varying in weight, ascended the staircase leading to the upper levels. Hawkins and Caroline, along with the other members of the Order, turned to observe as an entirely unfamiliar presence approached. "It seems I have not arrived too late." The leader was a tall, slender young man, whose sunglasses did little to mask his shrewd expression. This individual was undoubtedly loathed within extraordinary circles. Those who transacted with him seldom emerged unscathed. A miser of such revulsion that he was known as Mason Adams. "Mason, did you orchestrate all of this?" Hawkins demanded sternly, gesturing towards the individual sprawled on the ground. The newly arrived Mason followed Hawkins's gaze, taking in the extraordinary beings, now reduced to mere husks of their former selves. Mason Adams was equally taken aback. As one closest to the truth, he immediately surmised that this was the handiwork of the Celestial Network, which sought to consolidate the immense power of the Fighting Club by purging these vermin through such ruthless means. What an audacious maneuver! Is this the might of the Celestial Network? The more he comprehended the power of the Celestial Network, the greater his reverence for the elusive mediator grew. However, it was but a fleeting moment before his seasoned acumen allowed him to mask his astonishment. Responding to Hawkins's inquiry, he merely offered a nonchalant without providing a direct answer. "What are your intentions, Hawkins?" "That question should be directed at you, for from this moment onward, the Fighting Club is officially under my management. But fear not, we shall continue to operate as usual." A grin stretched across Mason's face. "I am, after all, a legitimate businessman." He gestured for a portly gentleman clad in a formal suit and tie to step forward, retrieving a stack of written contracts from his hands. "In fact, prior to this incident, I officially acquired this boxing gym shop located in the Central District under my private name, as well as leasing 24 underground taverns scattered throughout the club's various districts. Here are the property transaction documents and business licenses." The meticulous businessman Mason had initiated this endeavor after receiving directives from the esteemed mediator. Upon investigation, he discovered that the extraordinary beings involved with the Fighting Club were numerous, their connections sprawling across the entirety of Oswei State, and the maintenance costs for the underground taverns were remarkably low. Even catering specifically to extraordinary clientele promised considerable profit, not to mention the opportunity to expand the Brotherhood's intelligence network, provided that he operated normally. This was undoubtedly a surefire business venture. Logically, the long-serving President Curtis Bieber should possess ample funds to purchase all the taverns. Yet upon taking over the club, Mason discovered that those funds had mysteriously vanished. Even this VIP club was merely leased, with no apparent intention of long-term operation by the previous party. Thus, he circumvented these extraordinary beings and directly approached the property-owning merchant. Legally acquiring all these assets by reviving the original operations of the underground taverns, he could simultaneously provide services to extraordinary beings while increasing revenue and expanding the intelligence network, an undeniably lucrative undertaking. The grin on Mason's face widened. This was no small achievement. More importantly, these funds could be reimbursed to the Brotherhood under the guise of organizational expansion. Reimbursement, undoubtedly the greatest term since the invention of the steam engine. Praise the mediator, praise the celestial network. Praise the Brotherhood. Witnessing Mason's grin nearly split his face, the impulsive Hawkins could hardly restrain himself, clenching his fists in a desperate urge to deliver a blow to this scoundrel. The Brotherhood itself exists in a gray area, straddling the line between legality and illegality. Even when their operations are unlawful, they merely turn a blind eye. The audacity of bringing such dealings into the open is indeed astonishing. However, the opposing party seems exceedingly well prepared, as if they had anticipated the inevitable turmoil at the fighting club and had made arrangements for acquisition well in advance. Coupled with their uncanny methods, through psychological manipulation, they effectively neutralized all the extraordinary combatants of the club, allowing them to evade a brutal confrontation while simultaneously garnering significant credit, even as those in the sanctum chose to overlook the matter. Even Hawkins himself could not articulate the tumultuous emotions he was experiencing. "Captain, I regret to inform you that we have found no trace of Bieber." The accompanying members of the Order Keepers squad immediately began their search for the elusive president of the club, but despite their thorough examination, no signs of concealment were discovered. "Bieber is not here." Carolyn furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback by this revelation, for someone of his stature ought to be stationed at headquarters. According to the police bureau's reports, all underground taverns in the districts have been searched, and indeed, there is no sight of Bieber, a team member reported to Hawkins. "Perhaps I know where he might be." Mason, who had been mostly silent, suddenly smiled, noticing that all eyes had turned towards him. Mason, along with Tufu, who was currently seated in the captain's quarters of the ghost ship, simultaneously named a precise location, Plitz Harbor. Chapter 82. A just brawl. Plitz Harbor on Min Street, near the bend of the Palias Sea. Tufu was quite certain of this answer. After finishing a call from the cabin's bedroom, he traversed the deck once more to the captain's quarters to review the surveillance. Having just unleashed a barrage of whispering charms on the club's extraordinary members, his mental energy was significantly depleted, to the point where merely opening his eyes required considerable effort. Lying back in his chair and gently massaging his brow, he took a moment to compose himself before redirecting his gaze to a warehouse at the harbor captured in the footage. Not long ago, the fighting club had clandestinely acquired a substantial quantity of explosives through smuggling, even deploying a Sequence 8 extraordinary being to guard these resources, intending to use them as a last-ditch effort. Should the upcoming parade fail, President Bieber would surely make an appearance at Plitz Harbor. Beneath the blazing sun, a cargo ship glided down the Moan River and docked at the harbor, where the sailors bustled energetically, unloading box after box of goods. Today, the notoriously miserly dock owners seemed to be in a peculiar mood, offering every worker triple wages, and under the allure of money. Even as they sweated profusely under the scorching sun, they could not suppress the smiles on their faces. In a less noticeable corner of the cargo, a shadow slipped out from beside the crates, revealing the presence of an individual who had been concealed on the ship. Once he shed his black hooded robe, which concealed his presence, the retreating Curtis Bieber seamlessly blended into the crowd. Curtis Bieber was still reeling from the shocking events that had just transpired. It happened too swiftly. He had yet to grasp the magnitude of the club's downfall, which exceeded all expectations. He had been intricately involved in the planning of the events, and now he tasted the bitter fruit of defeat. In an instant, both extraordinary and ordinary members of the club had vanished, and the major parade event had disintegrated, along with the strategically placed strongholds in the underground taverns being swiftly dismantled one by one. What terrified Bieber the most was undoubtedly the horrifying spectacle he had just witnessed. Over a dozen extraordinary members of the club had been obliterated by a terrifying energy pollution, leaving them with no chance to retaliate, nor even a glimpse of their assailants. "We must evacuate Plitz at once." Bieber shook his head vigorously, his keen instincts sensing that something was amiss. At least one extraordinary being of equal caliber to the God of Wishes behind him was involved in the game, and each move they made was a step ahead. He increasingly felt that remaining in Plitz would inevitably lead to his downfall in this perilous locale. Fortunately, he had left a contingency plan. Bieber had temporarily rented a warehouse here, transporting tons of explosives through the channels of the Black Ship, knowing that if chaos ensued, he could still complete the deal. "Porter Lake, are you still there?" Bieber hurried to a warehouse not far from the harbor, his low voice echoing inside. The warehouse offered no response. Upon opening the door, An eerie silence enveloped him, with only his footsteps reverberating within. Previously, he had stationed a Sequence 8 Dream Hunter and a Sequence 8 Conman within, each prepared to handle any inquiries that might arise. The Dream Hunter, hidden in the realm of dreams, could create illusory traps for those with ill intentions, while the Conman would confound any inspecting officials, demonstrating the importance he placed on this warehouse. Thud. Shortly after entering, Bieber heard a dull thud. The Sequence 8 conman named Porter stood silently against the wall, motionless. "Porter, what are you doing here?" Bieber instinctively approached. But upon seeing the lack of response, a chill ran down his spine. Without hesitation, he drew a cold revolver from his sleeve and fired at the eerie figure. Bang! The bullet erupted in a spray of blood upon striking Porter. Yet the man showed no sign of movement, not even a grunt, utterly unlike a normal person. Suddenly, a dark shadow leapt from behind the conman, accompanied by a flurry of flying blades that whistled dangerously past Bieber's ear. Fortunately, he had prepared for such an eventuality. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal attack. How despicable, to not even spare one's own. Realizing that such petty tactics had failed, the hidden individual finally revealed himself. "Mr. Curtis Bieber, during your tenure at the Fighting Club, you have repeatedly exploited its members for personal gain and committed numerous unforgivable offenses. I have decided to enact justice on behalf of the people of Plitz." It was as if the extraordinary being concealed here had chosen this particular manner to greet him. Stepping out from behind the deceased conman, Porter, he revealed a signature smile and introduced himself. "Black Swan, Chief Knight Roman Richards sends his regards." Indeed, an extraordinary organization. Just as Bieber recognized the newcomer, his attention was momentarily diverted, and he attempted to retreat towards the warehouse exit. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a tall man standing at the entrance, imposing and stern, wielding a dueling knife, completely blocking Bieber's path. "Order Keeper, Hawkins, here to duel with you." After receiving the news, Hawkins Lewis rushed to the harbor, fortuitously intercepting Bieber. The desire to confront him in battle still burned within him. Another Sequence 7 captain-level figure, and the most tenacious and reckless adventurer at that. Bieber felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He quickly retrieved a metal token from his pocket and hurled it into the air, murmuring, "Slumber." The sleeping rune on the token flickered to life, awakening the power within, and a soft golden light enveloped both encroaching figures, momentarily halting their advance. Seizing this opportunity, Bieber dashed toward freedom, bolting from the warehouse. Just as he was about to escape, he found himself unable to activate the concealing powers of his hood. A powerful wave of mental energy froze him in place. The environment shifted around him, and Bieber realized he was back in the warehouse. His eyes widened as he suddenly recalled something. A Sequence 7 Dream Demon. "Brotherhood, Mason Adams extends his blessings to you." A slender man with a smile had joined the fray without his notice. With 3 Sequence 7 extraordinary beings now against him, Bieber felt utterly hopeless. How could every expert in the small city of Plitz have converged to thwart his plans, anticipating his every move? Realizing he was outmatched, Bieber shouted at his opponents, 3 against 1, "Is this the church's method?" His words dripped with sarcasm. "No," Roman replied with a smirk. "We generally refer to this as a just brawl." Chapter 83, The Release of the Church Indeed. A disgrace to the Knights. As expected, Roman joined forces with 3 Sequence 7 extraordinary beings to mercilessly beat Bieber, demonstrating a complete lack of understanding of knightly principles, and wasting no time on one-on-one combat. Meanwhile, Tofu had already dispatched Mason to silently eliminate the club's personnel at the harbor warehouse, deliberately setting a trap to lure Bieber in. Utilizing surveillance to exploit the information gap, it was clear that not only could they handle such a small club, but with greater ambition, they could potentially unify the entire northern continent. Just as Tofu's thoughts began to wander into dangerous territory, he quickly reined them in the ghost ship's surveillance footage. He watched with great interest as the 4 Sequence 7 extraordinary beings engaged in chaotic combat. Sequence 7 Roman was the only opponent who had close contact with Bieber. He continuously pulled various odd items from his pockets, launching them at Bieber, from matchboxes to wooden sticks, through the weapon master's deft transformations. A match tossed ignited into a fiery projectile, while a wooden stick morphed into a powerful sword. Even a small stone thrown casually transformed into a devastating explosive. A.S. Bieber valiantly fought back. Captain Hawkins, who had long harbored the desire for a one-on-one confrontation, finally made his move, unleashing one of the outlaw abilities of the adventurer Sequence 7, Armament. During the skirmish, a layer of hardened steel-like sheen began to cover parts of his body. And his arm, shrouded in a robust protective shell emanating heat, significantly increased the intensity of the combat. Even the bullets fired by Bieber could not penetrate the tempered areas after the gunfire erupted. The concentrated impact of the bullets left not even a burn, merely a slight indentation of pale white on the surface. The close-quarters combat forced Bieber to retreat repeatedly. The demon path had limited melee capabilities in its early stages, and its extraordinary strength was primarily utilized for auxiliary purposes. Desire, Bieber muttered an ancient term, realizing he was outmatched. As a libertine of Demon Path Sequence 7, he could exploit this means to uncover his opponent's mental vulnerabilities. If there were any flaws in the opponent's inner world, he could magnify those shortcomings and seize the opportunity to act. The two captains, standing shoulder to shoulder, were indeed affected. Their rhythm of attack suddenly faltered, as if recalling something. A splendid opportunity. Just as Bieber prepared to retaliate, he caught a glimpse of the warehouse entrance that had been vacated, an ideal moment for escape. Seizing this fortuitous chance, he turned and fired at the third Sequence 7 extraordinary individual, Mason. The bullet struck true, and the figure that had saluted him began to fade, a mocking grin emerging at the corners of its mouth. Overjoyed, Bieber stepped forward, but as he did, the ground beneath him transformed, and he felt as though he had stepped into an abyss. Plummeting rapidly and engulfed by a suffocating sense of despair, despite his desperate attempts to swim upwards, he could not breach the surface to dream. Bloodshot eyes wide with terror, Bieber suddenly realized he had been unwittingly drawn into a dreamscape. This overwhelming fear left him chilled to the bone. Mason Adams, a Sequence 7 nightmare from the Brotherhood, was adept at crafting scenes that instilled fear in his adversaries, fabricating an escape route tailored to Bieber's desire to flee, effortlessly ensnaring him within a dream of his own design. What a masterstroke! In but a few fleeting moments, the two captains, Roman and Hawkins, acted in unison, one aiming his gun at the target's head and firing twice. Bang! Bang! The close proximity allowed Bieber to quickly raise his arm to defend himself, a layer of dark sheen similarly repelling the bullet's assault, showcasing an identical ability to Hawkins's armament. Mason, the architect of this nightmare assault, squinted and immediately recognized it. The gambler ability of Demon Path Sequence 9, a potent form of cheating that enabled rapid imitation of an extraordinary ability of the same tier. It was akin to a magician's performance, merely a sleight of hand to deceive the audience. Fortunately, Roman did not falter at this critical juncture. Upon recognizing the opponent's ability, he swiftly directed his knight's blade to cleave at Mason's legs. Armament. Without surprise, Bieber once again utilized hardened steel to shield his assaulted thigh. Before he could revel in his defense, he witnessed Roman's hand lash out sharply into the void. Bang! As 5 fingers burst forth. Bieber's eyes widened in alarm. The temperature around him surged abruptly, and before he could react, a violent explosion erupted near his ear. A powerful air cannon, one of the abilities belonging to the weapon master, was unleashed, creating a formidable blast. The shockwave propelled him back several meters, completely engulfed in the smoke of the cannon's discharge. The skirmish had already progressed. The 3 Sequence 7 extraordinary beings were relentless in their pursuit of this libertine of Sequence 7, who excelled not in close combat, gaining the upper hand in the fray. It is proven that with a great knight present, we can always turn the tide. Roman unabashedly praised himself. The two individuals, well acquainted with him, did not dwell on such matters in the heat of battle. Instead, they swiftly charged into the smoke, intent on delivering a final blow to their adversary. Their astonishment, however, Bieber had vanished amidst the tumult of the blast. A living man had escaped under the noses of 3 Sequence 7 masters, an utterly bizarre occurrence. Without warning, he had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Mason, it must be your dream powers that concealed him, seeking to hoard the rewards for yourself. Am I correct? Roman fixed an unwavering gaze upon Mason Adams, offering a rather ludicrous accusation. You should really join Hawkins for a checkup on your mental faculties, Mason retorted, rolling his eyes, indirectly disparaging Hawkins. No, he has escaped. Hawkins, crouched in the area just moments prior, observed the powerful air cannon that had left Bieber bleeding profusely. Yet a fragment of his essence lingered. However, the manner in which he had vanished before their eyes was far too peculiar. I am in pursuit of someone. Clang. Mason flicked an ancient coin into the air, employing a dream divination method to track down Bieber. After a brief interval, he beheld, shrouded in a murky haze, the man clutching his wound as he desperately fled toward the harbor. stumbling into the crowd. Those nearby seemed entirely oblivious, as if he did not exist at all. Curtis Bieber has vanished. Tubbs, who had been observing the battle intently, suddenly froze, pausing to scrutinize the confrontation between the sequence's 7 extraordinary beings. His gaze fixated on Roman as he unleashed the air cannon, which subsequently enveloped him in a massive cloud of smoke. Yet what truly left Tubbs awestruck was witnessing Bieber being struck down, only to inexplicably disappear. Yes, a living individual had simply vanished into thin air. This transcendent maneuver surpassed Tubbs's comprehension, sending a shiver down his spine, prompting him to pull up the earlier footage, tracing back through the timeline since Bieber's appearance. Time rewound to that morning. Prior to the commotion at the fighting club, Bieber had not been involved in orchestrating the incident, nor was he even at the club's headquarters in a hidden underground chamber. He engaged in peculiar behavior, fervently kissing the ground, surrounded by candles, fragrances, and intricately carved effigies. It seemed he was performing some sort of ritual. And the content of his conversation with the eerie mirror was even more astonishing. Each utterance served to elucidate all the questions that had plagued Tubbs during this period. Adult, seduction, red dancing shoes, each riddle unraveled as Bieber reported to the enigmatic entity within the mirror from the bizarre actions at the fighting club. It became clear that it was Bieber, or rather, the one behind him, who orchestrated the events. They had intended to utilize grace to incite a widespread plague of dancing, but their efforts had ultimately been thwarted. Then there was the activation of the fighting club's capabilities, igniting large-scale protests that incited deep-seated resentment among the populace, nearly resulting in a bloody upheaval, shifting the focus upward. The camera unexpectedly turned to reveal that this underground chamber was, in fact, a church. Unlike the formal nature of the Seven Gods Church, the individuals coming and going were clad in uniforms adorned with a uniform cross emblem, and the church was filled with various terrestrial and aquatic creatures collected from diverse locales. Each member engaged in lively discussions on how to deal with these beings. The Release Church? Tubbs recalled the peculiar organization upon recognizing the familiar markings. Could this church be connected to Curtis Bieber? No, it must be connected. The church's large-scale release activities required substantial funding to operate, making disorganized actions implausible. He then recalled the foolish acts committed by the Release Church's members. They proclaimed compassion for life while showing no reverence for it. Instead, using this pretext to slaughter countless beings each year, they drowned terrestrial species, released scavengers and piranhas to wreak havoc on the aquatic ecosystem, and one incident after another gradually came to light. This was Bieber utilizing the blood of living beings to complete a sacrifice. Tubbs's heart raced with fright as erratic thoughts coursed through his mind. Beep, beep. Without hesitation, Tubbs activated the radio device, switching to AM mode to contact the Abyss's gatekeeper. Teacher Door. The situation is dire. If someone is setting up a sacrificial altar and secretly slaughtering vast numbers of creatures, inciting public outrage and triggering bloody incidents, Tubbs hastily relayed his observations and hypotheses into the receiver. His tone urgent as he detailed his suspicions. Setting up an altar, harvesting lives to complete a ritual, guiding people's negative emotions to cultivate a breeding ground for the coming entity. You must have already deduced it, right? This answer is evident. The gatekeeper, far within the abyss, sensed the gravity of the situation, her words affirming some of Tubbs's speculations. So it is indeed, to summon a being akin to myself, a demon. The gatekeeper spoke with a tone laden with mockery. Chapter 84. The Demoness Bargain Indeed. Tubbs discerned from the gatekeeper's resentful tone that she was displeased with being regarded as a demon, her words dripping with scorn for those of lesser methods. Thus, everything fell into place, the web woven long ago. The Release Church, the cursed artifact of the red dancing shoes, and now the fighting club, each element was designed to serve the malevolent entity behind Bieber. They sought to exacerbate the class conflicts within the city of Litz. In truth, since the dawn of the industrial era, nearly every nation has become a breeding ground for such demons. The relentless labor transformed the entire Baya into a ceaseless machine, with infants dying prematurely, exploited female and child workers, and the downtrodden laborers perpetually deprived of hope. Each individual's toil and sweat seep into the factory, transforming into billowing clouds of smoke. They endure prolonged existence within cramped and filthy working conditions. Inhaling countless industrial dust particles. By day, they are mercilessly drained of their essence, like cows being milked for every drop of blood. By night, they rest in a manner akin to livestock, draped over a single rope for slumber. Those fortunate enough may spend 4 pennies to secure a coffin-like wooden box for the night, accompanied only by a thin layer of blanket. This is considered a relatively decent environment, especially since in the unseen corners of Litz, countless souls perish daily from cold, hunger, and disease. For the refugees, awakening to find themselves alive in the morning is a profound blessing. In such moments, they sincerely exclaim, "Thank God for His grace." Curtis Biber cleverly appropriated the fighting club as a means to relieve the pent-up pressures of ordinary individuals, channeling their simmering rage, which ultimately led to the instigation of worker strikes, the organization of protest marches, and even the audacious acts of kidnapping and harming certain individuals, thereby engendering class conflict. This immense resentment cultivates an optimal environment for the emergence of the malevolent deity. The path of evil. Tofu murmured this phrase, having gleaned from Roman the true nature of Curtis Biber, a hedonistic figure of Sequence 7, aligned with the more sinister paths among the 9 extraordinary routes. What kind of path is this? The gatekeeper maintained a detached tone, having pieced together the situation from Tofu's narrative. In the act of creation, God isolated her darker aspects, pride, envy, sloth, greed, and all other negative traits, into a distinct group of entities, which later became one of the most perilous paths within the extraordinary routes. Tofu likely gleaned some of this tale from the revelation of God. At the dawn of creation, God sealed her most vulnerable side within a vessel, which was later inadvertently opened by someone, unleashing the primal essence of evil upon an otherwise beautiful and virtuous world. The path of evil is inherently linked to the existence of high planes. Whether abyssal, polar, or even extraterrestrial entities, it is not surprising to engage in transactions with them. The gatekeeper's words reminded Tofu of the earlier events. The failure of the fighting club left Biber in a state of betrayal, unable to incite a large-scale bloodbath for the descent of that demon. What if one party fails to fulfill the contract? Are unforeseen circumstances still valid? The gatekeeper emphasized sternly, transactions must be equitable. Transactions must be equitable. Tofu pondered this statement repeatedly while observing the surveillance footage where Roman, Mason, and Hawkins relentlessly pursued the fleeing Biber, alongside the Black Swan, the Orderly, and the Eye of the Storm. All extraordinary teams had assembled their forces. At the port of Pritz alone, 2 to 3 dozen extraordinary beings converged, forming a rapidly expanding net to capture him, yet they could not seem to detect Biber's presence. Tofu was well aware that Biber had swindled a cloak from the malevolent deity during the ritual, one that concealed his presence. Even so, the combined might of the 3 sequence extraordinary beings had gravely injured him, making it exceedingly difficult to escape without revealing his aura. In truth, it was precisely as such. Curtis Biber desperately stifled the wounds inflicted by Roman's powerful strike, suppressing the blood surging from his lungs. The chaotic breaths rendered even inhalation a challenge. More members of the extraordinary teams were arriving. And in his current state, even with the invisibility cloak, escaping the encirclement seemed improbable. The energy leaking from his grievous injuries could be sensed at any moment, and whether he could maintain the spiritual essence required for the cloak was a significant concern. Who was orchestrating this? Even now, Biber remained oblivious as to why he had suffered such a comprehensive defeat. This had initially seemed like a straightforward task. Had the fighting club's plan succeeded, he would have naturally emerged unscathed. Little did he anticipate that all his preparations and contingencies had been preemptively countered. More terrifyingly, he could not even discern the identity of the adversary lurking in the shadows. In this dire predicament, Curtis Biber could only once more beseech that great deity. O magnificent Chaos Titan, sovereign of the darkness, bestower of boundless hope upon this world, keeper of darkness and redemption, I implore you to grant your earnest follower a modicum of assistance. He incessantly recited the titles of that chaotic deity, placing the last vestige of hope in her hands. All I require is a trifling favor from you to extricate me from my current plight. Biber's trembling voice brimmed with trepidation. He understood all too well the dire consequences of falling into the hands of the Church's extraordinary forces, where he would be delivered to the Inquisition and subjected to endless torture. The lunatics would employ the most brutal methods to strip him of all memory, should he be implicated in communication with an unknown deity. He would surely face the most severe punishment. Whether it was the overwhelming power of this fervent desire or the covert machinations of the Chaos Titan, the 3 Sequence 7 leaders behind him suddenly faltered. Even the slightest pause momentarily allowed Biber to catch his breath. Realizing that his prayers had indeed been answered, that deity had been secretly aiding him, Biber's courage surged, emboldening him to continue his supplication. "O great Chaos Titan, please heal the wounds of your loyal follower, though impeded in their actions. I, gravely injured, am still unable to escape their pursuit, nor can I fulfill the complex ritual for you." No sooner had Biber's words left his lips than the deity concealed in darkness seemed to receive his message. His body began to emanate a warm glow that dispersed around his injuries. The pain receded rapidly. In mere moments, Biber, who had been grievously injured to the point of immobility, astonishingly found himself restored to full health. Elation and excitement coursed through him, and he repeatedly extolled the virtues of that deity, who surpassed even the 7 gods. She could hear prayers and truly fulfill the wishes of her followers, which was precisely why Biber was willing to venerate her and serve her purposes. This transcendent feeling of control began to intoxicate Biber, as if he himself had ascended to divine status. Unexpectedly, he turned to face the chief knight of the Black Swan, Roman Richard, the very individual who had employed duplicitous tactics to ambush him, nearly costing him his life. A surge of intense hatred welled up within him. "Omnipotent Dark Sovereign, someone seeks to persecute your follower and disrupt your ritual. Please ensure his demise." As Curtis Biber earnestly prayed for the 3rd time, filled with boundless yearning towards that deity. This time, however, his wish was not directly granted. Nothing transpired. Moreover, Biber's legs, which had been moving swiftly, suddenly decelerated, his entire being slowed to a halt, as if he had lost control over his own body. Drip, drip, blood oozed from his features, with his eyes dislodging from their sockets, and increasingly viscous fluid seeping from within. His flesh seemed to come alive, moving involuntarily, transforming him into a mass of quagmire rolling upon the ground. I've lost control. As his body began to undergo a grotesque transformation, a flicker of realization ignited in Biber's mind. Each transaction with that chaotic deity had demanded an equal price, a fulfillment of mutual contracts. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had begun to unilaterally demand various gifts from her. Potion recipes, forbidden items, extraordinary powers. That it was this overwhelming greed, compounded by the hedonistic potions of Sequence 7, that had led him into a trap. His insatiable avarice had blinded him to the equitable principles that governed their previous exchanges, gradually neglecting her requirements. At that time, he had been too inexperienced to recognize that the gifts of fate had already been marked with a price in the shadows. Chapter 85, The Descent of the Deity. Under surveillance, Tufa bore witness to Biber's horrifying loss of control upon his emergence. He reached out, striving for salvation, yet ultimately found himself powerless. As a consequence of repaying the gifts of fate, his Sequence 7 corporeal form was instantaneously shattered. This was Tufa's first encounter with the collapse of an extraordinary being, particularly one of Sequence 7. The monstrous Biber's body erupted with dense hair, his vibrant flesh fragmenting, skin sagging with wrinkles. Even the hair atop his head fell away with the transformation. He appeared to age decades in an instant. In stark contrast, his limbs grotesquely elongated, twisting like a stick insect, pliable as tentacles, as something within him strained to break free. Even his original form expanded several-fold, resembling a terrifying small giant, as an unknown entity rapidly developed within him, causing his once flat abdomen to bulge. He had wholly morphed into a monstrosity. Teacher Min, the extraordinary being from the path of evil, has indeed encountered an issue. Tufu, drenched in cold sweat, rapidly communicated the current situation via radio. His bodily state is abnormal. All his hair has fallen out. His limbs have transformed into an amphibious, quadrupedal form, and his abdomen is swelling. That malevolent deity seems to be known as the Chaos Titan. With little time remaining aboard the vessel, he hurriedly relayed the bizarre developments he had witnessed to the gatekeeper. Until he had finished his description, the gatekeeper on the other end of the radio was not convinced to speak. "I have never heard of this name, but it is worth noting that those who delight in calling themselves great deities or mighty gods often merely indulge in the trivial antics of weak and petty evil gods. However, it is certain that what you are witnessing now is a fully formed evil god. She has likely initiated the descent ritual ahead of schedule, forcibly manifesting a transcendent being through the parasitism of that demon." The tone of the gatekeeper revealed a hint of envy. Why had she not encountered a greedy mid-tier transcendent instead of a hapless adventurer to whom she could teach foreign languages? Initiating ahead of time? Tufu seemed to understand. This unknown evil god intended to create a large-scale massacre while Curtis Biber was still in Litz. She was seizing this opportunity to descend through the ritual, which would be far easier than in a major city. However, due to his interference, her plans were thwarted. forcing her to sacrifice the sequence 7 Curtis Bieber to hasten this dreadful ritual. Can the descent still be completed this way? The preparatory conditions are insufficient, even with forced descent. The effect will be at least halved. Perhaps she can compensate for the missing blood sacrifice by continuing to orchestrate tragedies. The gatekeeper maintained a mocking tone, utterly unconcerned, even finding the act quite foolish, such a loud and bloody spectacle. Even if successful in the descent, would merely serve as fertilizer for the 7 gods. In Tu Fu's eyes, she, as another evil god, seemed to possess a unique arrogance reserved for higher-tier evil gods, naturally scoffing at such reckless behavior. Are you suggesting she will continue to create bloodshed? Tu Fu's brow furrowed, suddenly asking. The cost of forced descent is too great. It can only be compensated through large-scale blood sacrifices. Seemingly sensing the concern of the little one on the other end of the signal, the gatekeeper refrained from discussing the matter further. It was entirely normal, those terrifying entities lurking in the abyss, the polar regions, and beyond the stars either desperately sought to encroach upon the human realm or hid themselves in secrecy. It would hardly be surprising for them to sacrifice an entire city to achieve their goals. It seems this matter has exceeded my capabilities, Tu Fu said wearily, reclining in the captain's chair. Attempting to avert his gaze from the chaos unfolding in Litz port, as long as he pretended not to see, nothing had transpired. He had meticulously crafted all action plans and was on the verge of realizing everything in the shadows. Perfectly poised to seize the fighting club, everything had been progressing in the best direction. Yet, the sudden emergence of the chaotic giant god had disrupted his plans, rendering his desperate attempts at salvage laughable. In Litz port, a similar astonishment struck several transcendent teams as they witnessed Bieber transform into a colossal monster amidst the collapse. Mason, Roman, and Hawkins, all sequence 7 transcendent beings, stood momentarily stunned. Their past experiences combating uncontrolled transcendent beings warned them that trouble was imminent. The monster Bieber unleashed a fierce killing intent, and in an instant of bodily distortion, casually slaughtered nearby transcendent beings who had prepared to ambush her, enveloping herself in a terrifying mist of blood. That cold and intense aura of murder swept forward, as if the monster bore a grudge against everyone present, an evil god on the verge of descending. Among the transcendent team, Roman Richard was the first to reach this conclusion. Such occurrences were not new to experienced transcendent teams. Yet similar events typically unfolded in remote villages or major metropolises. A quiet little town like Litz had no conditions to attract the descent of an evil god. A sense of inexplicable despair cloaked the entire port, a parasitic presence within a sequence 7 transcendent being. Even an immature evil god could unleash combat power at least 1 or 2 tiers higher, likely nearing the level of a demigod. This was certainly not a situation that a group of low-tier transcendent beings and a few mid-tier fringe figures could resolve. Their involvement would merely amount to a death sentence. In the depths of their minds, it seemed everyone could envision their own demise. The leader of the Order team, Hawkins Lewis, quickly formulated a plan. We've encountered trouble now. Caroline, you must return to the Order Church immediately and inform the High Priest of the situation. Also request a secondary forbidden object to deal with the demon, evil god. Captain, Caroline hesitated for a moment. But hearing Hawkins speak with unprecedented seriousness, she understood. Nothing is more important than this. It concerns the success of this battle and the lives of many. As for the situation here, there is no need for concern. It can be resolved easily. He emphatically waved his fists, displaying the same ordinary yet confident demeanor before the artisan lady, until Caroline solemnly agreed, watching as he hurried towards the church. The smile on Hawkins' face gradually faded. Things were evidently not as simple as he had claimed. KB, we should also seek aid from the church. Roman Richard remained silent for a moment before quickly addressing his old companion who had come with him. Why don't you go with her? Roman. I'm not that foolish, girl. We both know it's too late to seek help now. Those old geezers move slower than my grandmother. The dreamweaver KB Blake rebutted without hesitation. In fact, you are the one who should leave. It would be a loss to waste your talent here, though I have never understood why you have yet to ascend to sequence 6 or higher. Why must you suppress your own potential? KB, to me, you have always been a laughable, cowardly knight, lacking the courage to shoulder responsibility, wallowing in self-pity at the slightest setback, preferring to squander your days in chaotic taverns. Forgive my bluntness, but a person like you, who lacks courage, breaks promises, is fickle, enjoys taking advantage, and has no moral compass, who can't even bear to lose a card game, has no valid reason to persuade me to leave. KB's words made Roman's face darken considerably, as if surfacing memories he wished to avoid. Having spoken, KB replaced the rounds in his revolver with silver demon-hunting bullets, resolutely heading towards the square where the descent ritual was being conducted. This action signified his decision to remain on the battlefield, risking his life against the monster Bieber. Like his favorite old-fashioned heroes, he would not look back once a decision was made. Those daydreaming fools who fancy themselves heroes should be locked in a zoo to mingle with the red-haired baboons. Roman watched as his old companion KB dashed towards the center of the square. Turning away without hesitation, muttering his grievances, he reluctantly drew his knight's long sword from his waist and rushed forward. Despite having mentally prepared himself to support KB, the sight of the monstrous embryo of an evil god, constantly shifting and radiating an oppressive aura, filled him with despair. That damned KB had accurately articulated everything. Chapter 86, The Pitiful Creature. In Ritzport, a large contingent of police swiftly evacuated the crowds. Just moments ago, officers Winston and Fikes, who had been exchanging barbs over trivial matters, set aside their differences to unite in directing the crowd to safety. Officer Edward Kenway, who had recently been attacked by the public, bellowed loudly to the citizens in the square, urging them to evacuate the danger zone. Among the crowd were members of the club who had previously donned masks to assault him, while the members of the Transcendent team engaged the terrifying monster ahead. A significant number of police reinforcements surged forward from the rear of the port. Security police, criminal police, and even reserve units were called in. Together, they formed the last line of defense for the citizens. Should the transcendent beings breach this line, each of them would unhesitatingly step forward, using their flesh and blood to obstruct the monster's advance, refusing to allow such a creature to trample Ritz's soil. The mainstay of this generation of law enforcement was born from the blood-soaked battlefields of recent decades in the Kingdom of Bea. They had witnessed the rise and fall of their nation and understood the hard-won nature of peace. Faced with such adversity, a profound sense of national honor and personal pride would not permit anyone to retreat. The three major churches' transcendent forces in Ritz gathered only around 20 or 30 individuals, most of whom were low-tier Sequence 9 combatants. The difficulty of disrupting this descent ritual was immense. The three Sequence 7 transcendent beings present mobilized collectively, and even Mason temporarily remained to test the waters. The most reckless Sequence 7 outlaw, Captain Hawkins, stood before the monster Bieber, struggling against the immense strength of its limbs that in just one round of combat. The Sequence 7 adventurer, despite his muscles being reinforced, was battered to the point of coughing blood, yet he continued to taunt Bieber to attract her attention. The two Dreamweavers present, the Nightmare Mason and Dream Hunter KB, disregarded the risk of contamination as they urged their mental powers to pull her into a dream, attempting to inflict severe damage on familiar ground. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not budge her an inch, resorting to repeatedly unleashing mental traps. Even if the effects were minimal, they would unhesitatingly persist as long as it could hinder her even slightly. Waves of low-tier transcendent beings gathered around, fully prepared to offer their lives. Even Uncle Roman is fighting desperately now. That's quite rare. Time was running perilously short for Tufu, who had been intently observing the extraordinary team in the square. Particularly Roman Richard, he stood at the forefront, launching attacks from the periphery towards the center, serving as a pivot to draw the monstrous firepower of Bieber. He persistently attempted to thwart the descent of the monster Bieber. Yet the latter's divine summoning ritual was already well underway, as lives continually faded from the square. The blood and souls that the ritual lacked were gradually replenished, and her terrifying appendages sprouted like those of a spider. With a growing mass of foul-smelling black hair, even her form had expanded by a whole circle compared to just moments ago. Roman despised the current state of affairs spiraling out of control. His meticulous nature made him utterly averse to situations where severity exceeded his grasp. This was an unpleasant feeling. It was akin to what Kobe had just mentioned. He had been suppressing the progress of potion digestion. He could have long since applied for the Sequence 6 Night Path potion from the Black Swan. Yet he chose to remain stagnant in this small town for over a decade. In the past, he had not been like this. When first recruited by the Black Swan, he had been an exuberant prodigy, his unparalleled talent enabling him to traverse this thorny path further than others. However, after encountering that incident, even with time's passage, the painful memories would resurface intermittently. While pursuing a group of malevolent cultists from the southern continent, he discovered a puppet containing the recorded history of the Lionheart King of the Assyrian Empire. From this, he glimpsed a horrifying historical event. The once great Lionheart King was not simply a victim of fate. as chronicled, who perished after fruitlessly seeking life at SEA.AS, the closest to true divinity among the Sequence 1 knights. She had succumbed to madness. Even the colossal figure on the highest throne could not resist destiny. And the vivid image of her madness instilled fear in him, becoming the most dreadful psychological demon in Roman's heart. Since then, no matter how hard he tried, the potion within him showed no signs of digestion, and his path to the extraordinary had nearly reached its end. Especially during his years with the Holy Temple Black Swan, he had witnessed too many colleagues and brothers lose control, the mysterious incidents of unexplained deaths deepening the shadows in his heart. No matter how glorious their appearances, they were all pitiful creatures, susceptible to demise at any moment, lost in the seemingly endless path of the extraordinary. This had become the fate following every choice made by extraordinary beings. Such bleak experiences drove Roman to escape the original complex environment, prompting him to apply for a transfer to the small city of Litz. From then on, he indulged in drinking, gambling, and various liaisons with women. Living a life of drunken stupor, content as long as he found joy, leaving troubles to others to resolve. He became utterly lost in this decadent environment, and the talent he once prided himself on became a laughingstock within his circle. In this familiar society of Litz, the annual cases were easily counted. Even minor troubles could be resolved with minimal effort, sparing him from worrying about those vexations. Perhaps it was this shift in mindset that finally allowed the long-stagnant remnants of his potion to completely digest over time. Yet he chose not to continue taking the potion. There was no need to tread further down this path, as the ultimate outcome would be the same regardless. The higher the sequence, the deeper one delved into the mysterious realm, and the greater the risk of losing control for the extraordinary. Even the once great Lionheart King had met a tragic end. This was acceptable, encountering extraordinary beings and offering them a few nudges, preparing adequately to stifle danger in its cradle before it arrived. Having witnessed too many tragedies, he grew increasingly cautious in his actions, ensuring that everything remained under his control. That a knight of repute resorting to despicable means, poisoning, ambushing, treachery, had become commonplace, though scorned by other extraordinary beings, branded with poor character, and labeled as the shame of knights. So what? He had grown weary of such remarks, letting the virtuous take on the righteous tasks while he simply wished to languish in the filth, dreaming of living through this utterly mundane life without incident. Yet, as the extraordinary beings around him rushed to their doom, and the foolish officers of the police willingly followed suit, Roman's heart could not help but be stirred. It was clear that such actions were utterly meaningless, accomplishing nothing. Yet, when he found himself powerless, why did he feel such discontent? If only he had taken the Sequence 6 potion at that moment. He would have surely digested it by now and ascended to Sequence 5, easily dealing with such half-baked evil gods. Roman could not articulate the current sensations: regret, resentment, disappointment. It was too late for any of that. He could only repeat the extraordinary power of the Master of Weapons, striving to thwart each of the enemy's attacks. Bang! The monstrous bee-bear, having absorbed a considerable amount of flesh and blood, sprouted 2 more tentacles, writhing across the ground, indiscriminately siphoning the blood of the deceased. Those tentacles spread out, sweeping away Hawkins, who stood in their path. Even with his body hardened, he could not withstand the overwhelming force. A passage was brutally torn open, and it seemed that the monster bee-bear was unwilling to continue entangled with them. The efficiency of slaughtering extraordinary beings was far too low. She promptly redirected her focus towards the police forces behind, targeting the defenseless civilians in droves. Kobe, who had always been reluctant to utilize dream traps, suddenly let out a sigh. "Roman, prepare for another air cannon." "There's no time. Let it be," Roman replied, disheartened, realizing that nothing could change the situation. Having reached this point was sufficient. No one would blame them. "Let us give it another try," Kobe insisted. Nodding with determination, as he stepped forward, a fleeting expression of hesitation quickly transformed into resolve. Observing the terrifying creature escape the encirclement, Kobe seemed to have made up his mind to take action. "It's not over yet. Why give up? I truly detest you for always speaking such pessimistic words." Kobe's lips rapidly activated his extraordinary powers. He moved slowly towards the monstrous creature, resembling a gigantic spider, yet with each step, the distance between them diminished, drawing the attention of the now revealed mythic bee-bear. Yet his voice continued to reach Roman. "Honestly, nothing has been worse than meeting you, Roman. Over these years, as I just said, you are a heap of countless flaws, looked down upon by people in our circle, but I genuinely fear that in a few years, you will still be stagnant, lingering in various places, day after day. What are you trying to say? Roman fell silent, as if he had guessed Kobe's intentions. You possess a level of talent that people like us could never hope to attain, yet for some trivial reason, you choose to squander time with me in this bleak place. Whenever I come to find you, I hope you will pull yourself together and stop frequenting those soul-sapping venues, always praying in my heart not to see that drunken, perfume-laden Roman again. If it weren't for this incident, perhaps I would have never said any of this, but I cannot bear to imagine 5 or 10 years from now, that exceptionally gifted chief knight of Litz still wallowing in self-indulgence. It's simply an insult to me. Kobe's voice grew sharper, driving Roman to avert his gaze, even afraid to respond. This is the first and last time I will say this. Roman, I am truly glad to have met you. Kobe's voice gradually faded, his figure beginning to dissipate in the square. After using his extraordinary power, he had completely entered the dream consciousness of that terrifying entity, within the deep consciousness of an evil god. What a madman. Even Mason, another dream weaver, could not help but admire the actions of the Sequence 8 dream hunting agent. This was one of the abilities of Sequence 8 that, however, pulling someone into one's own dream and voluntarily entering another's dream were entirely different matters. Especially entering the consciousness of that evil god was akin to seeking trouble. From the moment he made this decision, Kobe had no intention of returning, that he marched onward, like the legendary old-school heroes he revered, taking heavy steps down a path devoid of hope, unwilling to glance back as he gallantly faced death. Bang! Yet this dream-hunting agent of the Dreamweaver path fully consumed his life and potential. After infiltrating the enemy's consciousness, he unhesitatingly transformed himself into a bomb within the dream. Exploding from the enemy's weakest consciousness, it elicited a horrific wail from the terrifying creature, now adorned with limbs. Only at this moment did Roman awaken to the realization of Kobe's earlier words. It turned out he had long been prepared to sacrifice himself to stall that evil god. Those were the heartfelt words his old companion had longed to express. Kobe. Roman's eyes dimmed, large tears cascading down his cheeks, leaving him unaware of when he had become a weeping mess. Contemplating his companion's admonition, the chief knight of the Black Swan summoned all his remaining spiritual power, channeling every ounce of extraordinary strength into one final air cannon. Watching the temporarily immobilized monster bee-bear, he pressed his hands together, his teeth nearly biting through his lip, gathering all his conviction, utterly depleting his potential. He aimed without reservation at the monster, finally launching it. Bang! The deafening roar resonated through the heavens and the earth, as a conflagration ignited upon the monster's tentacled form, causing it to crash to the ground. Uncertain of its fate, Roman collapsed to the ground, as if all strength had been drained from him, countless memories flashing through his mind. Extraordinary individuals have never been the inherently great heroes of legend. Rather, they are but a group of pitiful souls willing to confront madness in the depths of darkness. Chapter 87, The Backdoor. In the monitored square, the clarity of the footage allowed Tufu to discern the pores on the skin of every individual present. Accompanied by their labored breaths and a palpable sense of urgency, the resolute will to face death. The events unfolding in Priai's harbor rendered Tufu as if he were a participant himself. Witnessing one after another, the ant-like forces vainly attempting to challenge the formidable elder god Bibbo, with many sacrificing themselves heroically, the indescribable tragedy overwhelmed Tufu. As familiar yet strange faces flickered before him, they might soon become mere cold statistics in this battle. Perhaps in the future, no one would remember these events. The guardians in the shadows, the so-called aberrations known as extraordinary beings, were indeed just minor figures caught in the torrent of the times. Yet it was their repeated acts of bravery that spared the citizens of Litz from calamity. Boom. The elder god, battered and bloodied, was brought down to the square by Roman's all-out strike. Although it lay prostrate on the ground, its tentacles, emerging from within, gently swayed to soothe its wounds. Astonishingly, the injuries on its body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. It was quite remarkable that a desperate blow from a Sequence 7 could severely injure a semi-incarnated elder god. However, following this confrontation, all Sequence 7 members present, except for Mason, had lost their combat capabilities. Even if they summoned lower sequence extraordinary beings, it would only result in more casualties that we still lost. Tufu exhaled deeply, frustration welling within him. The three major extraordinary factions of Litz had fought to such a devastating extent. Yet in the end, their efforts were in vain, leaving him with an undeniable sense of bitterness. But now, He had only a few minutes left on the ship, even if he wished to utilize the equipment aboard to contend with that elder god. Time was not on his side. If I could somehow manipulate the ghost ship's permissions, perhaps I could suppress this elder god. Alas, I cannot allow her to arrive at my domain. Otherwise, the hidden creatures aboard would be more than enough to deal with her. As Tufu reclined in the captain's chair, this sudden notion sparked a glimmer of hope in his mind. What if he imprisoned her aboard the ship? This audacious idea quickly took shape in Tufu's consciousness. Yet it soon dimmed when weighed against the harsh realities. The current challenge lay in the fact that entering and exiting the St. Maria occurred on a 3-day cycle, unless he forcibly initiated the anchoring ritual. Success was uncertain, and each return to the ship was accompanied by a cumbersome countdown procedure. Litz could not withstand even an hour longer. Reflecting carefully, every time he boarded the ship, the intricate steps resembled logging into a server while using the internet. Inputting passwords sequentially before finally gaining access. If only there existed a method to bypass the server and enter through the back door, he could avoid those tedious procedures altogether. So, why must I think independently? With a thirst for knowledge and a commendable attitude, diligent student Tufu feigned contemplation for a few seconds before promptly pressing the radio's answer key, switching the frequency to his most frequently used set of digits. Teacher Min calling the esteemed Teacher Min. After repeatedly sending out long-wave signals to awaken the other party, he reverted his reference to the elder god back to the respectful title of Teacher Min. The long-wave frequency was soon met with a response. What is the assignment this time? Or is it regarding one of your friends? The voice of the gatekeeper from the abyss sounded weary and resigned. Perplexed as to why such a small creature would be the one to reach out to her, Tufu pondered briefly. Indeed, my friend Billy has encountered a predicament. He accidentally lost his key upon returning home. Yet there is no one else in the house. Is there a way to employ extraordinary powers to return home without using the key? This encapsulated Tufu's dilemma. He needed a more ingenious method to return to the ship. Try finding a thief. The gatekeeper suggested a seemingly good, yet utterly useless solution. In this era, most locksmiths had their origins as reformed thieves, possessing such exquisite lock-picking skills that even many craftsmen in the industry could not help but admire. What I mean is to bypass the troublesome door-locking procedures through some means, setting up a backdoor in advance to facilitate direct access during a crisis. Tufu indirectly introduced the computer term backdoor. This reminded him of when his family had locked the computer with a password to prevent him from playing games. And he had created a secondary user account to access the system. Of course, after many bouts of wits, his kind-hearted parents ultimately resorted to unplugging the internet cable. But I believe I understand what you mean by backdoor. Entering through a window or chimney should suffice. What you require is a basic teleportation ritual. The gatekeeper, true to her expertise, quickly devised a solution after a brief contemplation. Teleportation ritual? This is a capability of the subsequent sequences of adventurers, enabling them to transcend the limitations of distance for transportation. Certain forbidden items can yield similar effects and can be replicated through simple rituals. It is crucial to note that to utilize a ritual for transportation, you must leave a key or some other mark as an anchor point in the original house. Ensuring you are not swept away by chaotic currents during the teleportation, the gatekeeper spoke with a serious tone, cautioning him that this was no trivial matter and required prior preparation. I believe I possess something suitable as an anchor point. After careful consideration, Tufu retrieved the notebook containing his sailing log from his backpack. It was through this very item that he had initially pinpointed the ghost ship's location, and with his repeated entries and exits from the St. Maria, he had inherited a portion of the captain's authority. If he merely sought to take a backdoor route, it would not violate any safety regulations aboard the ship. Sir, however, I currently lack sufficient time to learn this ritual from you. Tufu realized this predicament as well. Do not worry. The basic teleportation ritual is not complicated. I can transmit the details to you through advanced means via image transmission. It is all quite simple. However, as a rule of equal exchange, you must answer one of my questions truthfully. On the other end of the radio, the gatekeeper seized the opportunity to inquire. What question? She solemnly posed a query that had troubled her for some time. I do not understand how an extraordinary being as unremarkable as yourself managed to receive my signal. Previously, she had not found an opportune moment to ask Tufu, but this time, with a request in hand, the gatekeeper was determined not to let the chance slip. Hearing this, Tufu heaved a sigh of relief. This question did not concern core secrets, and he provided an immediate answer through a technology product I developed. It can transmit and receive external signals via a marvelous wave. It was through this device that I received your distress signal. Tufu responded candidly, refraining from delving into the underlying physics. Electromagnetic waves, hertz, frequency, and other technical jargon, as it would take at least another century for the industrial progress of the northern continent to reach that level. The gatekeeper on the other end confirmed once more. A technological product? Indeed, Tufu chuckled with pride. I have named this remarkable invention capable of receiving any signal radio. Chapter 88. The Solitary Brave. Point 3, 2, 1. Teleport. A mighty fog enveloped the area, and from that stillness emerged a shadowy figure. Footsteps resonating with the ticking of the clock. In the final moments aboard the ghost ship, the gatekeeper transmitted visual data through a dreamlike connection, swiftly imparting the fundamentals of the teleportation ritual to Tufu. Who, after pricking his hand, dripped blood onto the sailing log to solidify his anchor point. Upon completing his learning, Tufu immediately applied this knowledge, his first thought being to ask teacher Min to teach him the Akkadian language using this method, only to be predictably and decisively refused. I'm back. Upon returning from the ship, clad in a long black robe, Tufu re-entered the wood district of Litz City, feeling a strong wave of dizziness that left him somewhat uncomfortable. The previous actions had drained too much of his energy. As he glanced at the map, he noted that Priai's harbor, also located in the wood district, was not far away. From the surveillance, he observed the turmoil in the square, which had turned into a hellish scene. The residents of this area, unaware of what was transpiring, could only flee in a frenzy, waves of cries and chaos ringing in the air, despite the presence of numerous uniformed officers maintaining order. Managing to settle all the citizens of a district proved to be quite a daunting task. Donning the unsightly golden skull mask once more, Tufu dragged his weary body toward Priai's harbor. Navigating against the tide of people who were frantically fleeing from danger, alone, he moved closer to peril. While the citizens regarded this countercurrent figure with expressions of horror. As he approached the center of the square, the stench of blood enveloped him. It was unclear how many extraordinary beings and officers had perished here. As the extraordinary beings fell one by one, the armed police became the last line of defense for the citizens, tirelessly charging toward the terrifying monster. Before them stood the elder god Bibo, revealing her mythic form as she brandished her writhing tentacles, a massive crimson eye awakening upon her arm. Even as the officers relentlessly fired their weapons, the tentacled monstrosity bloomed with sprays of blood, only to swiftly mend itself. This terrifying abomination of a dark god, having undergone several rounds of gruesome sacrifices, had regained considerable strength, its physical prowess now nearly reaching that of a demigod, rendering it nearly impervious to harm. From a distance, an overwhelming sense of oppression could be felt, an instinctive fear that humans harbor towards colossal entities, making it likely that those standing before it dared not lift their heads. The most formidable of the extraordinary beings in the square were not faring any better. The adventurer captain, despite having hardened his flesh, found himself grievously wounded after a direct confrontation with the creature. Blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, oblivious to his fate. I've done my best. It is what it is. The last remaining combatant, Sequence 7 Mason, stood pale and trembling in the distance, already contemplating retreat. Following the recent skirmish, he too had expended all his strength, and as an outsider to the management of the organization, he had done all that a citizen could do. No one would hold him accountable for his actions. Meanwhile, Officer Kirby, embodying the spirit of a bygone hero, had moments ago chosen his most cherished and valiant course of action, charging directly into the nightmare of the descending dark god in Litz. He willingly became a self-destructive bomb, causing significant trouble for the enemy. There were many like him. The Sequence 8 extraordinary beings of the elite squad fought with all their might, continuously sacrificing their flesh and blood to impede the creature's rampage, delaying its advance on Litz. Mason, well done. The masked Tufu squeezed through the crowd in the square, approaching the pale-faced Mason. Behind Adams, he coldly uttered a phrase. Who are you? Mason turned, hesitating momentarily. The mediator asked me to convey his regards. Tufu, utilizing his alias, clarified his intentions to Mason. You have done sufficiently. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to me. Upon hearing the title of the mediator, Mason's eyes filled with reverence. It is an honor to serve the mediator. Mason lowered himself, though a tempest of emotions churned within him. Indeed, the Sky Network had sent someone. It seemed that the mediator had not intended to focus on this club, but aimed to eradicate the dark god lurking behind the creature. This appeared to be a clash between higher planes. With little time for idle chatter, Tufa patted Mason on the shoulder and pressed onward. After their brief exchange, Tufa continued, the oppressive atmosphere intensifying, causing his teeth to chatter as he approached. A near-complete incarnation of the dark god loomed before him, the pressure palpable, as the lower-tier extraordinary beings around them stood trembling in fear. I in the very heart of the battlefield, a disheveled man, barely able to stand straight, knelt at the center, his body marred with blood, devoid of any knightly grace. Roman's hollow, numb gaze, having poured all his strength into launching one last air cannon, succumbed to exhaustion. Upon witnessing the undying beast rise once more, hope fled from his eyes, leaving him helplessly kneeling on the ground. In a fit of despair, he pounded the earth, yearning to cry out for his fallen comrades. Yet his voice was silenced. His tears and blood were nearly spent. A body battered and weary, he had fought to this extent against a dark god likely nearing demigod strength. Others would deem it commendable. Yet had he not languished for so many years, had he consumed the Sequence 6 elixir earlier, his innate talent might have allowed him to counter a demigod by now. This tragedy could have been averted. There was no need for these young extraordinary beings to futilely attempt to shake that mountain. Had he exerted a bit more effort, Kirby need not have sacrificed himself to hinder the creature's advance. Overwhelmed by an immense sense of powerlessness, Roman nearly ground his teeth to dust in regret. He loathed his present self. Had it not been for his drained stamina and spiritual energy, he would have charged straight at the creature, inviting his own demise. Tap, tap, a light step passed by Roman, the newcomer's gaze lingering for a moment, assessing the nearly lifeless chief knight of the Black Swan. There is no need to court death. Roman observed the figure clad in a hooded black robe, adorned with a peculiar mask, likely a remnant of the fighting club, and sighed deeply. The melancholy tone had thoroughly dulled his former arrogance, leaving no trace of dignity for a mid-tier extraordinary being. Behind the mask, Tufu merely chuckled softly before continuing forward in silence. The further he advanced, the more he felt the brutality of the battle. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs and wails of horror, transforming the harbor into a veritable hell. Tufu, having endured similar brutal environments, was unfazed by the gruesome scene. Instead, his resolve grew more steadfast as he marched towards the creature, now a fully formed dark god. Each step exuded a fearless determination, akin to a solitary warrior of immense courage. That he moved his lips, invoking the ritual just taught to him by the gatekeeper, ready to recite the incantations. Santa Maria, the Saint Maria. He commenced the anchoring ritual to lock onto the ghost ship, adjusting his breathing as he swiftly entered a meditative state, a challenging endeavor as he attempted to simultaneously initiate two rituals, draining every ounce of his mental fortitude. After several rapid attempts, a throbbing headache ensued. It appeared the incantation had taken effect. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the square, accompanied by Tufu. A gust of wind engulfed the entire harbor square, his dark cloak billowing dramatically, rendering his solitary figure strikingly conspicuous. Come, look this way. Tufu continually murmured to himself, and his whispers indeed drew the gaze of the mythic form creature. The oppressive aura of their eye contact quickened Tufu's heartbeat. As the nauseating stench surged forth, and with the creature's sweeping movements, he gritted his teeth and activated the transport ritual. This time, there was no countdown, yet the surrounding scene still halted with Tufu's actions. Save for the dark god Bee-Bear, who was now infinitely close, Tufu extended his gloved hand, pressing it against the tentacle that struck towards him, his features contorted in an almost grotesque manner as he rapidly bellowed the activation phrase after countless rehearsals. Transport. Bang! Just as Tufu was about to be flung away by the tentacle, a dense, gray mist enveloped the square. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The mysterious, vast gray fog, which appeared from nowhere, engulfed Tufu, along with the parasitic dark god Bee-Bear, transporting them away. Chapter 89. Finding the dark god Clang. In the grand square of Plitz Harbor, corpses lay sprawled in disarray, blood and viscous fluids saturating the ground, the foul stench pervading the area. Yet, the massive creature had simply vanished into thin air. This bizarre occurrence transpired so abruptly that following the strange gust of wind, the dark god, close to its complete form, disappeared without resistance. Every extraordinary being and police officer present had steeled themselves for death. The members of the Seven Gods Church had already arrived on the scene with forbidden artifacts. Hastening to provide support, citizens of Wood District had relocated to other areas, all awaiting the outcome of the reckoning. Captain, Amid the chaos, the orderly squad members of the extraordinary team managed to dig out the bloodied Hawkins. The reckless tough guy finally paying a heavy price for his actions, having been knocked unconscious after enduring several blows from the creature. Gone. At the center of the square, Roman, the chief knight of the Black Swan, had nearly bled and cried dry but still clung to a breath of life. After a brief moment of astonishment, he recalled the masked stranger who had appeared earlier. It had to be him. The individual had employed some extraordinary means to whisk away even a nearly resurrected dark god. And although Roman was unaware of the stranger's motives, he had directly saved all of Litz. To contain the casualties within this range was sufficient for him to report to the high priest of the sanctuary. Kirby. Look, Roman's lips curled slightly, only to quickly revert to a frown, instinctively wanting to boast to his old comrade about his recent feat of striking down the dark god Bear, only to realize that no one remained to listen to his bravado. The last words of his dying friend echoed in his ears, akin to a resounding slap that jolted Roman awake. To seize one's fate, one should not rely on the pity of others. Blinding oneself is futile. Whatever is destined to occur will happen. If one remains stagnant, tragedies like today will only repeat themselves endlessly. A man must mature. At the edge of the square, Mason Adams, who had participated in the battle from start to finish, was neither as disheveled as Hawkins nor as bewildered as Roman, who had undergone such great highs and lows. The mediator, the herald, the dark god, the higher planes game. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, reflecting on the recent events. The comrades of the Sky Network had met with him, and the extraordinary beings of this organization were formidable, effortlessly taking away the dark god that had wreaked havoc in Litz. Perhaps it was the assistance of the mediator that had made this endeavor feasible. It now appears that joining this clandestine organization was undoubtedly the wisest decision he has ever made. From the outset, Mason, upon receiving the task from that magnificent entity, dared not underestimate the gravity of the situation. It has now become increasingly complex, revealing a mysterious and elusive Leviathan. Nevertheless, every retaliatory move by the fighting club and the malevolent deity lurking behind is ensnared within the grasp of Heaven's net. At this moment, Mason Adams is consumed by a singular thought. Our Heaven's net is truly formidable. As the countdown ticks away, 004, 59, 00, 04, 58, 00, for 57. Time echoes with its relentless passage. Shrouded in a haze that envelopes Tufu alongside another colossal figure, together, they materialize upon this ghostly vessel. Eternally ensconced within an impenetrable mist, a vehement headache threatens to cleave Tufu's skull, and the sweat cascading from his back has thoroughly drenched his attire. During the transference with that strange and chaotic deity birthed from the void, he perceives a cacophony of confused utterances echoing in his ears, as the other party attempts to overwhelm him with a deluge of information. Fortunately, upon being transported to the ship, the domain he can command, he finds himself in a position of authority. A sharp pang of pain nearly sends Tufa spiraling away. The mental exhaustion he has endured is nothing short of miraculous. Yet he presses his hands against his temples, realizing the time, only 5 minutes? Tufa ponders meticulously. Several of his prior conjectures have been validated, indicating that the Santa Maria has acknowledged his acting captaincy, thereby legitimizing his maneuver to leave a backdoor on the ship. If the earlier use of the anchoring ritual can be likened to crafting a false key while the owner is away, then this method of transference resembles climbing through the window from outside. He is afforded a brief opportunity to linger within the confines of the vessel, yet time is insufficient for exploration. Nonetheless, this serves as a promising beginning. Further experimentation to master the art of rapid return to the ghost ship is undoubtedly a vital means of survival. Once his thoughts are clarified, Tufu emerges from the lowest deck of the Santa Maria. This area is designated for the confinement of unruly passengers and thieves, yet the malevolent entity he forcibly dragged in has already regained its awareness and slipped away. In mere moments, it vanishes from sight, leaving only a garment containing a cloak behind. What an unexpected boon, Tufa muses as he steps forward to retrieve it. This not only includes the forbidden item that conceals one's form and essence, but also encompasses various possessions left behind by Biber before his demise. Weapons from the recent confrontation with 3 Sequence 7 extraordinary beings, talismans, and some scattered currency. Given that these items are aboard the ship and within his view, it follows that their ownership belongs to the captain. Suddenly, he recalls another matter, a parasitic deity nearly on the verge of revival, residing within a Sequence 7 extraordinary being, whose power is likely at least within Sequence 6. Could it cause any disturbances aboard the ship? Tofu is not entirely certain whether the monstrous entities aboard can contain it. After all, it is a deity. As he ascends, activating his eagle eye, he vaguely discerns Biber, now grotesquely transformed, appearing reluctant amidst the dense gray fog. Once again, he forcibly activates his mythic form, sprouting numerous tentacles as he attempts to scale the highest antenna in search of an escape. However, the moment he begins his ascent, the discontent of the hidden monsters aboard the ship is stirred. To Tofu, this ghost ship resembles an unseen dark forest, concealing untold horrors, a Navi child, like Biber, willingly exposing himself to the line of fire, is inevitably met with concentrated fire. Atop the antenna, a creature resembling the second mate of the Santa Maria, adorned with fleshy wings and seemingly consigned to the depths, flaps its appendages before launching a devastating strike that sends Biber plummeting from the heights. Boom! Tofu's keen eyesight fails to discern which horrific entity has struck again. Amidst a flicker of dim red light, the concealed monsters aboard effortlessly crush Biber's corporeal form. Before he even lands, a swift, terrifying shadow blurs past, nearly obscuring the sky, swiftly severing his wildly thrashing tentacles. Ghouls surge forth beneath, ravenously devouring his dismembered limbs. After a harrowing descent, Biber is further trampled by the head chef Harry, who mercilessly stomps on his already battered form before hefting the wretched being, unceremoniously discarding him into the confinement chamber that Tofu had initially prepared for him. Thud! The monstrous inhabitants of the ship seem less than welcoming to their new companion. In mere breaths, the once ambitious plans of the malevolent deity Biber to seize control of this cruise liner are dashed, leaving him thoroughly chastised by the harshness of reality. Exhausted and devoid of will, he crawls into the chamber that Tofu had prepared, and, demonstrating a rare sense of prudence, he voluntarily shuts the door to the confinement room behind him. Retreating without hesitation, this space feels wrong. It harbors far too many ancient beings of higher stature than he. An unseen force maintains an oppressive order over this realm. In contrast, he is but a pitiful, weak, and helpless deity. Chapter 90. A fulfilling day of rest. As the 5-minute countdown concludes, Tofu finds himself transported back to the location of the recent battle, the Grand Plaza of Priai's Harbor. The aftermath of the brutal confrontation leaves the ground littered with remnants of the fallen, permeated by the stench of blood. The ranks of the Seven Gods Church arrive at a leisurely pace. Finally reaching the scene after the turmoil has ceased, they are on the hunt for the missing deity, commencing a search for the mysterious individual who had abducted it. Fortunately, Tofu had donned the robe with a hood that, through mere infusion of spirit, renders him invisible, allowing his essence and form to vanish entirely from view. Once the clamor subsides, only the heavy weight of sorrow remains. Tofu ambles forward, bowing his head in silent tribute to each warrior who sacrificed their life in this event. The losses from this battle are indeed grave. 3 extraordinary teams from the church have suffered devastating casualties, and even the police department has seen a significant reduction in manpower. Thankfully, the absence of civilian casualties remains the sole consolation. I hope that in the aftermath of this, the Litz government will recognize the true state of life for those at the bottom. Tofu bitterly chuckles as he exits the crowd. Were it not for the influx of refugees into the Wood District, the exploited workers, and the underprivileged, the fighting club would never have grown to such uncontrollable proportions, nor could it have been manipulated by Biber and that deity, dragging his weary frame. Tofu refrains from immediately returning to the Winster residence, instead opting to secure a room at a nearby and still in operation. After dismissing a woman at the entrance who offered her services with a flirtatious wink, Tofu changes out of his disheveled attire, making a point to cleanse himself in the washroom to wash away the fatigue and appear more refreshed. Meticulously assessing his spoils, Tofu lays out the various treasures obtained from Biber before him, a forbidden cloak capable of masking one's presence, a potion formula documenting the path of demons at Sequence 6, a beautifully engraved steam-powered revolver, 2 metallic sheets resembling slumbering talismans, and an assortment of alchemical ingredients. Flipping through the manual Biber had carried, Tofu scrutinizes the contents, discovering valuable notes filled with esoteric symbols. Most of it comprises obscure ancient scripts, which, to his understanding, pertain to the crafting of talismans and the summoning ritual for demons, deities, witnessed at the release cult. Notably, Biber also recorded insights and personal anecdotes regarding the path of the extraordinary. He had visited the quaint town of Gothenburg, where the academic atmosphere was refreshingly pure, allowing non-students to observe freely. It was from a book he casually browsed at the Miskatonic University library that he stumbled upon this ritual. With a spirit of experimentation, he ventured to contact the deity that could fulfill his desires. And unexpectedly, he succeeded. Initially, the dealings with the demon progressed amicably, adhering to principles of fairness, with each party contributing equally. However, as time wore on, insatiable ambition spiraled out of control, leading to unrestrained demands, the requests for potion formulas, forbidden items, and clandestine knowledge, without commensurate offerings, ultimately culminated in his present predicament, a testament to the adage that evil begets its own downfall. Who in their right mind keeps a diary? Tufu remarks with a complex mix of emotions as he closes the notebook. Moreover, those who strike deals with demons rarely end well. The only surprise is that Miskatonic University's library harbors such obscure texts. It truly lives up to its reputation as a venerable institution. He begins contemplating the value of his newfound possessions. Most relics can be inherited directly, and the assorted materials and sequence 6 potion formula could fetch a handsome price. Upon his next encounter with Mason, where he hopes to acquire sequence 8 potion materials, he plans to sell all unused materials aside from the potion formula to him. After all, in a small city, openly peddling such items would easily attract unwelcome attention. Before heading home, Tufu organizes all his belongings, then turns on the faucet in the washroom, vigorously splashing water on his face to forcibly suppress the fatigue that threatens to engulf him, just as he retrieves the deity. The adventurer's sequence 9 warrior potion within him is completely digested alongside that reckless act. Gazing into the mirror at the pallid and listless visage before him, Tufu forced a semblance of vigor. Today was indeed a fulfilling day of respite. Indulging in a small luxury, he arrived at number 64 Crescent Street in an independent carriage. Upon returning home, he sensed that the atmosphere within the Winster household had grown almost frigid. Just back from a task, Uncle Ensign appeared like a chastised child, his head bowed. The cunning Ensign was the first to break the silence, remarking, "Surely nothing is more intoxicating than the beauty of Lady Amphere. Why must we be so serious? Perhaps we might discuss what the gentlemen and ladies of the Winster family have engaged in today." Lady Amphere was genuinely irate. She had meticulously planned a delightful day for the entire family at their countryside residence. Yet, upon awakening that morning, she found the house devoid of life, only to later learn of a dreadful incident in the wood district from the neighbors. She had spent the entire day fretting over their well-being. It was not until nearly dinner time that her unreliable family members began to trickle back in, which infuriated the true matriarch of the household. "I attended a splendid literary exchange and spent a rather pleasant afternoon," Sophie asserted confidently. "Father can vouch for me." Naturally, she would not reveal that she had ventured to the wood district with her companions, lest she be met with severe reproach. Nodding, Ensign then recounted his own circumstances. "In truth, I was temporarily reassigned by the police bureau to handle a troublesome case. Regrettably, the location was near the outskirts of Litz, and we spent the entire day traveling back and forth." Officer Winster's composed performance allowed him to concoct a story unrelated to his true activities in the wood district. Whenever he undertook perilous tasks, he instinctively concealed the truth from his family. To lend credibility to his tale, Ensign swiftly turned his gaze to Tufu, saying, "In this regard, Tufu can fully attest. I recall mentioning this matter to you upon waking. Did you not relay it to your aunt?" As 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes zeroed in on him with ill intent, Tufu felt a sudden chill run down his spine, caught off guard by this unexpected blame-shifting. "Indeed. It is my fault for not having the opportunity to clarify," Tufu replied, his expression one of self-reproach, while he further embellished the lie. "In such rural areas, bizarre cases tend to arise." Seeing Tufu articulate his fabricated narrative with such conviction, Aunt Amphere nodded, albeit skeptically, and casually inquired, "Tufu, where did you go today?" Once again, Tufu felt a wave of anxiety. He could not afford to reveal his visit to the boxing club, lacking a worthy excuse for his absence. He was fortunate that Sophie seemed to perceive his predicament and stepped in to alleviate it. "I feared for my safety alone, so I specifically asked Mr. Capet to accompany me to the literary exchange. We spent the entire day together." The kind Miss Winster not only crafted an alibi for Tufu, but also endeavored to exonerate herself, successfully smoothing over the situation. Each member of the Winster family felt quite fulfilled on this day of leisure. A wise course of action. There are always those who disguise their ulterior motives under the pretense of intellectual discourse, Ensign remarked, recounting some incidents he had encountered, only to lure individuals to ends for deeper conversations. Silence. And Amphier interjected, shooting him a sharp glare, and with her attention diverted, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Sensing the simmering anger of Lady Amphier dissipating, the three of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Ensign moved to answer it, and upon recognizing his lifelong adversary, Dutton Fix, he instinctively considered shutting the door, his expression turning grave. You are not welcome here. Ah, my friend, there is no need for such hostility, Fix retorted quickly, preventing the door from closing. After witnessing the harrowing events at Pritz Harbor, I was reminded of many old comrades, and I realized that past grievances pale in comparison that I have come to sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretions. By the way, what has happened to your eye? Ahem. Let us not dwell on the past. Ahem. Before Fix could finish his sentence, he noticed Ensign's face contorting, his eyes blinking rapidly in an urgent signal, while he coughed uncontrollably. Then, Officer Winster felt a chilling aura emanate from behind him, as Lady Amphier's furious growl resonated like a lioness about to give birth. Ensign Winster. Chapter 91. Crafting potions. Since my arrival in this world, maintaining a regular diary has become a personal habit. Perhaps it is only here that I can speak freely. Much like some affluent merchants and noblemen who frequent churches to confess their sins to the divine, only to return to their nefarious ways afterward. Perhaps one day I shall rise to prominence in this world, and this diary will be revealed to the public, with the entirety of humanity striving to unravel the secrets of the characters. At least let it be a decade after my demise before the next traveler arrives. Facepalm. July 7th. 1492, Monday, cloudy. With less than 2 weeks before the higher selection, the atmosphere in class is quite tense. Even Billy has begun to study earnestly. Everyone discusses their progress, eagerly exploring what Litz might resemble at 4 in the morning. Perhaps this is the power of exemplary idols that as for me at this age. With my special candidate status, I am sleeping soundly. July 8, Tuesday, windy. The paper on the composition of light has been published, and my name has gained a modicum of recognition in academic circles. Professor McGuinn has advised me to exercise caution, for experiments that touch upon truth may provoke the ire of opposing factions, or even attract the attention of malevolent cultists and dark deities. How amusing. No one understands the dark gods better than I. To my surprise, every photograph in the published paper features the figure of Sir Friel Daniel, the elder, discoverer of the window of truth, pioneer of optical composition, and his muse, the historic meeting of the physicist and the nobleman. Oh, let me not lay eyes upon that shameless old man again, or I may find it difficult to resist delivering a solid kick to his backside with my newly acquired Martin boots. July 9, Thursday, clear. Fortunately, following the Grand Parade incident, the officials of the Litz government have finally recognized the importance of the working class, pushing through 2 bills: the minimum wage regulation for Litz workers and the Local Refugee Act, instituting minimum wage guarantees and re-establishing shelters for the displaced. Aside from the greedy vampires of the factories, the rest of the populace is quite pleased, to the point of forgetting the recent shocking tragedy that befell the state that I visited the Wood District today. They are constructing schools and hospitals, and the welfare of the workers has improved. I suspect this sudden benevolence from the capitalists is not born of conscience, but rather a response to someone's intervention. July 10, Friday, light rain. Today, I met with the craftsman Lady Caroline, and received the remuneration I was owed. She playfully licked her lips, teasing that she could offer alternative forms of payment. Humph, that cunning woman seeks to disrupt my financial endeavors. I shall not allow her to succeed. Subsequently, the reckless Mr. Hawkins explained to me the true essence of the adventurer's path: overcome opponents with brute force. In his excitement, he even demonstrated several skills of the lawless ruffians, and then, the wounds he had yet to heal burst open anew. What a misfortune. However, I learned from their chatter that Uncle Roman of the Black Swan has locked himself away for several days, deeply affected by Officer Kirby's death. I hope he can emerge soon. This might also be why I am reluctant to join the church's extraordinary organization. Spending too much time in such places inevitably leads one to conflate responsibility with a sense of mission. Earning a few dozen crowns a month is hardly worth the risk. Of course, additional compensation can be arranged. July 11, Saturday. Speaking of the little dark deity known as the Chaos Giant, I encountered her aboard the St. Maria. She is still very much alive. After being bullied by the ship's monsters in turn, she has proven quite resilient, yet has yet to concede to me. I am not concerned. Perhaps one day she might compete for the position of gatekeeper. July 12, Sunday, overcast. The boxing club has not closed. After Mason took over, it has returned to its former operational model, defeating opponents with fists. This has pleased old Mueller and others to such an extent that they waived my dues. I cannot think of anything more precious than obtaining goods without expense. July 13th. Rest day. With only a week remaining until the hire selection, I visited the Brotherhood and found Mason Adams, securing the potion materials for Sequence 8, that I also sold him some spoils obtained from Bieber, netting a mere 100 crowns. Counting this transaction, along with the 500 crowns he owes me from before, and the dues for joining Skynet, rounding it off, this shrewd merchant now owes me 1,000 crowns in total. Adding the rewards from the enforcers and Bieber's inheritance, my total assets have reached an astounding 500 crowns. The dream of buying a home and hiring a maid in the capital seems increasingly within reach. Preferably twins, Ram, he, in a modest and not far from the Winster residence on Crescent Street. Within the confines of the room, Tu Fu's expression was exceedingly grave. He gazed at the heap of densely packed materials he had just acquired from the Brotherhood, and commenced to experiment using the techniques imparted to him by the gatekeeper. The ingredients included 100 milliliters of pure water, a single aconite, 10 drops of pristine white hound blood, a complete blue pearl flower, 5 grams of gold and silver powder, 5 grams of cattle bile, 1 drop of venomous lizard tail liquid, and soft crystals. Through the exertion of his lifelong bargaining prowess, he successfully persuaded the miserly Mason to generously provide him with a vessel specifically designed for potion brewing. It was a set comprising a glass cauldron and a stirring spoon for concocting potions that in truth, the art of potion making was not a formidable task. Both the gatekeeper and Mason had thoroughly elucidated that the crafting of low-tier potions merely required one to sequentially add the ingredients into the vessel according to the prescribed formula, followed by stirring and melting to yield the desired Tier 8 potion. For adventurers, possessing good fortune constitutes half of their success. Tu Fu began his endeavor, cautiously pouring the clear water into the glass cauldron, then placing the rare plant known as aconite into it. The once crystalline water began to emit an unusual fragrance, transforming in its essence. The blood of the white hound seems to be one of the noble breeds frequently taken by the old Baya aristocrats on their hunts. The Brotherhood is truly remarkable. Tu Fu mused with a clicking of his tongue for quite some time. It was said that their diet was meticulously balanced, with dedicated nutritionists ensuring an appropriate blend of protein and vitamins to maintain their robust physiques, even providing them with exclusive rest areas. Apart from accompanying their masters on irregular hunts, they were also afforded specialized vaccination services to guarantee the purity of their lineage. Billy had expressed on more than one occasion that if given the choice, he would prefer to be reincarnated as one of these noble hounds. Tu Fu suddenly found this notion quite amusing, as the most authentic hellish humor often stemmed from the realities surrounding him. He then carefully dripped the crimson blood from the test tube into the cauldron, complementing it with the venomous lizard tail liquid and various precious herbal plants. The once transparent glass cauldron was now replete with an array of inexplicable liquids. The mixed aromas emanating from it were nauseating. Fortunately, he had refrained from attempting the potion making at home, lest the Winster family assume he was experimenting with Ryan cuisine. Finally, he tossed in a piece of crystal-clear soft crystal, which began to dissolve within the cauldron's liquid. With all the necessary potion ingredients now assembled, Tu Fu commenced stirring vigorously with the spoon, witnessing a marvelous chemical transformation as the materials interacted. The assortment of ingredients and liquids within the cauldron began to dissolve, undergoing astonishing chemical reactions, ultimately converging into a singular form. Bang! A resounding noise erupted from the cauldron, enveloping it in a shroud of white mist, obscuring the potion's hue, while a torrent of heat and vapor burst forth. The room was nearly transformed into a sauna, as the pale white smoke swirled around multiple times before settling. Upon closer inspection, the liquid within the cauldron had remarkably diminished by more than half, now manifesting as a soft blue liquid shimmering with tiny stars. The adventurer's path had thus yielded a Tier 8 bounty hunter potion. Chapter 92. Hunter's senses gurgle. Unlike his cautious demeanor during his initial potion consumption, Tu Fu, having learned from past lessons in the tragic fate of Uncle Roman, was now impatient to enhance his strength. He promptly gulped down the pale blue liquid from the test tube, the exceptionally raw texture proving to be both viscous and imbued with a peculiar fishy taste as it coursed down his throat. This sensation is akin to swallowing a slug without chewing. The abysmal experience of consumption prompted Tu Fu to draw a rather fitting analogy. Thud. Upon finishing the potion, an unexpected wave of intense dizziness surged through him, compelling Tu Fu to clutch his head as ethereal, disembodied whispers echoed once more in his ears. Each instance of this faint murmuring inflicted immense strain upon his psyche. Tu Fu had deliberately chosen not to conduct his experiment aboard the ship, one significant reason being his desire to attentively listen to the bizarre, nauseating whispers and attempt to comprehend their meaning. If, as the gatekeeper had indicated, the murmurs often perceived by the extraordinary were merely signals dispatched from higher planes to lower ones, devoid of any moral connotations, then perhaps he could endeavor to decipher these utterances, which might contain the knowledge he sought. Despite Tu Fu's diligent listening, the excruciating headache rendered his auditory faculties rather ineffective. The sender of the signals was in a peculiar state, and the language employed was a lang of dialects. It was plausible that it included the languages of ancient elves, dragons, and goblins, with distorted pronunciation and repetition. Even with his utmost concentration, Tu Fu was unable to discern any valid vocabulary. Perhaps it is also related to my own strength. Advancing a few more tiers might yield improvements. Tu Fu pondered repeatedly, reflecting that the clarity of a signal could diminish to varying degrees with the distance across time and space, that it was akin to the game telephone, where the original words, by the time they reached the last person, became unrecognizable. Nevertheless, the distortion did not seem overly severe, and after calming his breath, Tu Fu began to sense the newly acquired abilities. Fortunately, the knowledge and skills associated with the Tier 8 bounty hunter were vividly transmitted into his mind as the potion digested within him. As an ancient profession, Tier 8 bounty hunters were willing to undertake almost any task as long as a fee was paid. They were enigmatic and highly skilled, possessing exceptional tracking and exploratory abilities. The most significant enhancement was their heightened supersensory capabilities, particularly their acute sense of smell, which began to manifest in Tu Fu. His brain and organ systems underwent a transformation, developing a unique olfactory bulb area akin to that of animals, enabling him to perceive the flow of scents in the environment as if it had expanded hundreds of times. He could now detect every scent within a 5 to 10 kilometer radius, swiftly identifying individuals based solely on scents wafting through the air. Another complementary supersensory ability was the transformation of his eyesight into that of an eagle's vision, a comprehensive upgrade. When Tu Fu gently tapped his eyelids to activate this ability once more, the surroundings of the inn appeared drastically altered. Minute details lay exposed before him, and the residual remnants of the potion ingredients he had consumed shimmered with a faint golden glow. The hunter's senses naturally exhibited acute sensitivity to valuable items, including golden antiques, potion ingredients, and extraordinary creatures, enabling him to instantly discern what was most precious. Tu Fu meticulously scrutinized the room, observing the footprints of passing guests on the floor, the ash scattered haphazardly, dense scratches, and the unwashed traces of intimacy upon the bed, all appearing remarkably clear. With the activation of his hunter's senses, a mere whiff of the residual aromas in the room enabled his eagle-eyed tracking ability to trace the footprints, creating a singular river of evidence leading back to their owner, a capability well suited for investigations. Tu Fu contemplated his newly acquired ability, embodying the essence of a bounty hunter, whether it be capturing or tracking. He would prove to be an exceptional practitioner. Additionally, the bounty hunter's repertoire included a newly acquired offensive supernatural power. Tu Fu slowly extended his right index finger, focusing intently on the wall. Reminiscent of his initial experience with the revolver, recalling the techniques imparted by Miss Fox Caroline, channeling his internal energy to the tip of his finger, he softly mimicked the sound of a bang, as if something were bursting forth from his fingertip. After a brief moment of numbness, a conspicuous crack swiftly appeared on the wall of the inn. The swirling airflow generated from his fingertip pierced through the solid wall with ease, akin to a bullet fired at high velocity. The potency of this simulated bullet was contingent upon the energy Tu Fu wielded. This ability, combined with his supersensory capabilities, was akin to wielding a self-targeting sharpshooter, one who required no need for reloading. Phew. Not bad. Tu Fu felt immensely satisfied with his newly mastered ability and continued to practice several times. If he were to don a leather hat and cowboy boots now, he would undoubtedly exude the essence of a Western gunslinger. The next tier for a brave adventurer is the bounty hunter. Does this imply that young adventurers, upon facing numerous trials, ultimately discover that life remains inextricable from the pursuit of wealth? Tu Fu endeavored to digest the true essence of the bounty hunter through his understanding that as he regained his focus. Fixating on the array of cracks in the wall, his gaze sharpened. Oh no. He promptly gathered all items from the guest room table, donned his hat, and hurriedly made his way to the corridor. Swiftly reaching the front desk to settle his bill, Tu Fu rarely threw a handful of gold coins from his pocket without hesitation, stating, "No need for change, my good fellow. Thank you for your generosity." The front desk attendant had yet to express his gratitude before this mysteriously attired guest turned on his heel and departed. Tap, tap, tap. Tu Fu feigned a composed demeanor as he strode out of the inn, yet his steps quickened under the weight of his guilt. It was only when he glanced back to find no one from the inn pursuing him that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, he wouldn't have to compensate for the damage to the establishment. Upon returning to the Winster household, a cautious Tu Fu could hardly contain his eagerness to employ his hunter's senses to scrutinize everything within the home. He noticed a layer of shoe polish on Uncle's shoes. Although they had been cleaned recently, a stain from alcohol residue remained. Uncle Ensign was indeed not as innocent as he appeared. Meanwhile, Aunt Anfire was busy perfecting the ingredients for the hot pot recipe, making it more suitable for the palate of the Baya people. The overwhelming blend of pungent spices made Tu Fu feel a touch of discomfort, and compounded by the mingling scent of his aunt's perfume. He nearly succumbed to faintness. What a dreadful odor. It seems one should not recklessly wield such abilities, he mused. Just as he contemplated shutting off his hunter's senses, he detected an indescribable metallic tang wafting from the approaching Sophie. A scent that felt distinct from the memories of the assault at Priai's harbor. Out of politeness and concern befitting a dutiful elder brother, Tu Fu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sophie, are you injured?" "No," Miss Winston retorted tersely. Pushing aside the bothersome fellow, a fleeting blush crossed her face, revealing her less than cheerful mood. This was unexpected. The hunter's senses could accurately discern chaotic scents even from several kilometers away. Utilizing the superior logical reasoning bestowed by his recent promotion, Tu Fu suddenly slapped his forehead and pondered like a true bounty hunter. Would selling sanitary products prove more lucrative than running a hot pot restaurant? Chapter 93. The night before in mid-July at the Litz Comprehensive Academy. The classroom felt stifling, the weather scorching, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on the students on the final day before the high-level selection. The 30 students in the senior second teaching class appeared notably lethargic, their heads drooping as they listened to Mr. Coleman, an esteemed teacher who had graduated from the prestigious Friel University. He meticulously enumerated the common mistakes made by his students. "Sal, if you forget to write your name again this time, I shall surely tie you to a steam locomotive. At a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, it should jog your memory. As for you, Miss Mansour, merely performing normally to gain admission to Litz University should be simpler than my hairline receding. And Billy, you remain the most vexing student in the class, but I believe if you devoted half the effort you spend on your chatter to your studies, I am convinced Copenhagen University would have already sent for you." At this remark, nearly all the classmates burst into laughter, with only Billy reddening in indignation, glaring back defiantly. The elderly gentleman, with his thinning hair, employed a vintage sense of humor that alleviated the tension in the room, coaxing laughter from the otherwise despondent students. "Tu Fu, you are quite commendable." As Mr. Coleman's gaze shifted to Tu Fu, he noticed the latter sported a simple, genuine smile, and an inexplicable resentment flickered in Coleman's eyes. Every time the earnest and inquisitive Tu Fu visited his office, he posed seemingly simple questions, ones even a dog could answer. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one would find themselves ensnared, ultimately realizing they were inferior to a dog. Since the ghost ship conundrum arose, he had scarcely enjoyed a normal day. Consequently, every time Coleman beheld that face, he instinctively felt an urge to cover his head to halt the passage of time, following an innocuous question during class. A fascinating hypothesis emerged, leading Coleman to sense that this lad was no ordinary student. He had not anticipated that the subsequent double-slit experiment would shake the foundations of academia. This once proud educator, who had taken pride in his impressive credentials, ceased to mention his time studying at Friel ever since he encountered Tu Fu's convoluted inquiries. It wasn't merely the boy's fanciful ideas. His academic performance had consistently improved. The most astonishing aspect for the teacher of ancient Assyrian language was Tu Fu's remarkable progress in foreign languages, his spoken fluency rivaling that of noble offspring. Perhaps, Coleman mused, the wisest decision he had made was to share his burdens with the esteemed faculty. In his heart, he silently lamented, let him go to Copenhagen or Miska and trouble those professors. He truly had little to discuss with Tu Fu. Watching the loquacious Mr. Coleman depart, the dejected red-haired lad Billy turned to Tu Fu. "Why doesn't he talk about you?" Tu Fu shrugged. "Good students are always treated this way." "Well, mate, I've been having a rough time lately, studying late into the night, and sometimes I can't even sleep thinking about the upcoming exam. Billy sought validation from his friend. Everyone is in the same boat. At least we must make an effort. Indeed. After all, if you don't push yourself, Tu Fu paused deliberately, smiling. Sometimes you don't even realize how adept you are at messing everything up. You'll go to hell. This remark drove the already morose Billy back to the corner of the classroom, drawing circles in frustration. Since the implementation of the high-level selection examination system, despite disparities in educational resources, university spots remained predominantly occupied by the offspring of the old aristocracy and the rising bourgeoisie. Nonetheless, this was the only avenue for upward mobility for lower-class students. Every child participating in the exam carried the weight of their family's hopes. Even families like the Winstons, who were considered middle class, could not escape the expectations placed upon their two children. That night, the atmosphere in the Winston household was unusually serene. Even the aunt, who typically criticized her husband, exhibited remarkable virtue. Since resolving the financial issues concerning the two children, domestic disputes had become scarce. Following a sumptuous meal and an overly affectionate display of concern prepared by Lady Anfield, even Sophie could no longer endure such warmth, and she and Tu Fu excused themselves to retreat upstairs under the pretext of studying. Their actions put immense pressure on me, Sophie lamented, twirling her enviable golden curls. Cherish these days of being valued, Tu Fu advised earnestly. After the high-level selection, our family status may very well be less than that of a red-haired baboon. Miss Winston, just the thought of those creatures, mindlessly slapping each other on the head, caused a headache. With no further conversation, they exchanged goodnights and returned to their respective rooms. This night, destined to be tumultuous, saw countless children preparing for the high-level education selection becoming restless throughout the night. Even in the late hours, many rooms remained illuminated by gas lamps as they continued to study. For instance, in a modest neighborhood, the red-haired lad Billy gritted his teeth, persisting with his diligent studies. A routine he had maintained for quite some time. Whenever thoughts of slacking off crept in, he immediately recalled Tu Fu's demeanor. That fellow appeared to take things so lightly, yet he must surely be working hard behind the scenes. He could not be deceived by Tu Fu's apparent nonchalance. Despite his outward confidence, he undoubtedly toiled diligently. Billy resolved he must exert even greater effort. I bet he is feeling quite anxious right now. After all, he has worked so hard for this exam. What if he fails to meet the minimum requirement for the special quota? Goodness, what if he can't go to Copenhagen? What then? At this critical juncture, Sophie's old habit of worrying for others resurfaced. In her room, she pondered the situation repeatedly, her frustration manifesting as she tugged at her soft golden locks. Rather than fretting over her own performance, she was more concerned about the unreliable fellow next door faltering. Fortunately, she had secretly perused Tu Fu's textbooks, each page filled with densely packed knowledge points and personal annotations. In the notes on Assyrian language, Tu Fu consistently added advanced concepts every few days. Surely, engaging in such endeavors must be exhausting. She had to believe in him. Sophie toyed with her old wind-up bear model. Recalling the one who had gifted it to her, memories flooded back to a tranquil midnight, where she immersed herself in her studies under the soft blue moonlight, witnessing the stunning youth of Litz at dawn. Radiating an ethereal glow that on the eve of the high-level selection, every candidate in the city harbored their own worries and disappointments. Most clutched their textbooks, desperately memorizing previously overlooked materials, only to discover even more gaps in their knowledge as they reviewed. Feeling as though they could never learn enough, others tossed and turned, unable to sleep, contemplating the dire consequences of failure. It was their first encounter with such a significant life event, and it was inevitable that everyone felt an acute sense of anxiety. In a punk-styled abode, Tu Fu lay on his soft, warm bed, sleeping exceptionally soundly that night. Chapter 94. The high-level education selection on the morning of July 21, 1492, the 101st high-level education selection examination of the Boyar Kingdom was held nationwide, encompassing over 86 towns with populations exceeding 50,000 across the 12 provinces under Boyar's jurisdiction. However, only a little over 50,000 candidates formally registered for the examination each year. The number of students who could afford to receive basic and formal primary education, and who could manage the cost of 3 years of education without succumbing to financial pressures, was exceedingly limited. Moreover, how many families could ensure they could still afford the exorbitant tuition fees after their children were accepted? Most students dropped out during their primary education, forced into labor by their families, while females faced even harsher realities, often arranged for marriage at a tender age, having no agency since birth. In truth, The majority of ordinary individuals in this era resembled marionettes, living out their sorrowful lives under the control of others. In Litz alone, the total number of students eligible to participate in this significant examination was barely over 500, most of whom came from relatively stable backgrounds. Only a minuscule fraction were the offspring of wealthy merchants or fallen aristocrats, at least belonging to the middle class, possessing sufficient educational resources and funds to prepare for this exam. May the Lord, the goddess of wisdom, and the God of order bless you, sincere believers. After a restful night, Tofu followed Sophie out of the house, openly beseeching the divine for a stroke of good fortune. He perfectly emulated Uncle Inson's last-minute prayer, prompting Sophie to roll her eyes at him once again. Shortly after exiting, they observed the police personnel stationed throughout various community streets, particularly concentrated near several examination venues to maintain order during the exams. The citizens of Litz gazed at the fortunate students who had the opportunity to take the tests, their eyes reflecting their own past selves, filled with a complex array of emotions: contempt, envy, regret, and a fierce unwillingness to accept their fates. Each year at this time, grievances against the kingdom's educational system arose, lamenting the injustice faced by ordinary workers who struggled to meet the exorbitant expenses of university education. In stark contrast, children born into noble or emerging merchant classes had their futures meticulously paved from birth. Receiving a quality education and gaining admission to prestigious institutions, ensuring them respectable employment in the future, these elites would enter the halls of governance, wielding the power of discourse in the nation, perpetuating a cycle of privilege from one generation to the next, effortlessly achieving a perfect life by adhering to the established order. Perhaps it was not poverty or suffering that people abhorred, but rather the inherent injustice of such a system. Since early this morning, citizens had cast a myriad of complex glances at the young scholars, their fervent gazes almost palpable. Perhaps I shall celebrate with a hot pot feast upon returning home after the exams. This time with a 9-grit hot pot, Tofu mused. Sensing Sophie's anxious breaths beside him, he gently grasped her trembling wrist, his hand warm and strong, a stark contrast to the reticent boy who once hid in the shadows. This growth imbued him with the security of a mature man. Remarkably, the proud Miss Winster did not withdraw her arm from his grasp, an inexplicable turmoil swirling within her, until she let out a barely audible murmur. She paid no heed to the gazes around her and lifted her head to enter the examination venue together. The usually bustling Litz Comprehensive Academy was now left with only upperclassmen, each candidate holding their breath, creating a tense atmosphere on site. The invigilators present today were directly dispatched from the Ministry of Education to prevent collusion with the school's faculty and cheating. Such incidents had not been uncommon in the past. During the worst years, all the noble children were placed in a single classroom, where invigilators openly exchanged answers, fortunately, under the reforms led by the iron-fisted Prime Minister of the kingdom. Those noble members who violated the rules faced severe legal consequences. Currently, the highly selective examinations involve the immediate delivery of test papers from the printing house on the day of the exam, accompanied by strict verification of the invigilators' identities, significantly reducing instances of injustice. Once the invigilators took their positions, the 7 test papers were swiftly distributed. Unlike the college entrance examination Tufa had experienced, the Kingdom of Baya conducted its 7 subjects all at once on the examination day. The higher selection not only demanded rigorous intellectual and physical capabilities from the candidates, but also encompassed grammar, arithmetic, geometry, history, geography, general knowledge, and ancient Assyrian language, with the first 6 primarily focusing on written examinations. The final subject, ancient language, comprised both written and oral assessments. Whoever devised this one-time examination method ought to be hanged from a lamppost. Tufu chuckled to himself, considering how many people would be strung up. He had always been curious about the plethora of unreasonable policies. Had the proposers never personally attempted them? Nevertheless, the subjects of these examinations appeared well-balanced, integrating both humanities and sciences, with a depth that was not overly demanding, yet comprehensive enough to cover a wide array of topics. The grammar section ranged from ancient literature to modern poetry, requiring candidates to directly recall and reproduce beautiful verses from memory, effortlessly tackling the challenges presented. Arithmetic, too, was confined to the difficulties typical of middle school mathematics, basic calculations and equations, naturally presenting no problems for Tofu, even without potions or extraordinary enhancements, relying solely on his past life's memories and reasoning. He felt he could easily unravel these questions, albeit requiring a bit more time. Having practiced countless times, he swiftly filled in the answers on the test paper. As time ticked away, for a candidate like Tufu, whose thoughts flowed freely, the minutes seemed to pass at an extraordinary pace. Each time he completed a subject and looked up, he found that over half an hour had quietly elapsed. The dense array of questions posed considerable pressure on the candidates. However, after undergoing 2 transformations with potions, Tufa maintained boundless energy, his observation skills, logic, and memory significantly enhanced. He navigated through the questions with relative ease, encountering few challenges. Those truly difficult questions, requiring extensive time and foundational knowledge, he simply disregarded, recognizing that some problems were not designed for ordinary students from the start. Tufu also did not believe that a few months of effort could surpass the decade of hard work other students had invested. Surprisingly, within the general knowledge examination, he encountered a question on an extracurricular topic. Please briefly describe the real principles of the double-slit experiment. Upon seeing this question, Tufu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a pang of anxiety. Each year, a few inexplicable extracurricular questions like this appeared on the higher selection exams, inciting frustration among countless candidates. The renowned physics conundrum from a month prior had now made its way into the examination. Fortunately, I didn't plagiarize world classics, Tufu thought to himself, relieved. Had he indeed copied excerpts from renowned works to interpret as grammar reading questions, he would have likely misinterpreted the original author's intent. This optical principle might not have been covered by other teachers, but Mr. Coleman had repeatedly emphasized this new concept, providing students at Litz Comprehensive Academy with a significant advantage. I must charge them a fee after the exams, Tufu mused, now a bounty hunter in his mind. Utilizing the results derived from previous experimental procedures, he deftly filled in the answer. At times, Tufa felt as though he were an inconspicuous little butterfly, by merely fluttering his wings upon arriving. He inadvertently stirred a multitude of unforeseen occurrences. Finally, after conquering the 7th subject's general knowledge examination, only the final, more substantial question remained. This open-ended question gradually deepened Tufu's gaze, for it accounted for 1/3 of the subject's total score. It pertained to materials regarding the series of reforms the Kingdom of Baya had undergone in recent decades, detailing its transformation into one of the powerful nations on the northern continent through numerous armed interventions. However, the rapid expansion of industrial processes had also resulted in societal vulnerabilities. Please identify at least one urgent social issue that the kingdom needs to reform, along with a reasonable explanation. This was not particularly challenging. One only needed sufficient understanding of international dynamics to respond, making it suitable for the elderly men on the street to voice their opinions. Such questions were indeed well suited for Tufu, a keyboard politician. He began to outline the visible issues he, a humble individual, perceived. In its pursuit of capitalist industrialization, the Kingdom of Baya had swiftly traversed the path of advanced industrial revolutionary nations like Lantis and Ryan within a few decades. However, the past several decades of militaristic development in the armaments industry had concentrated wealth in the hands of a few, exacerbating the wealth gap between classes. This stark disparity had intensified the conflict between the two classes, leaving laborers without guarantees and production risks, education, healthcare, and elder support. Such industrial maladies had begun to threaten the very foundation of the nation. Just not long ago, the incidents involving the boxing club and the Release Society were still fresh in memory, yet the welfare laws issued by the Litz government remained insufficiently robust. Tufa focused intently, systematically analyzing the question from 2 perspectives and proposing a viewpoint that, while unremarkable in his previous world, was refreshingly novel for the current era: state intervention in social welfare. This would transcend the traditional model that relied on charitable organizations for poverty alleviation. The specific measures would involve legislative approaches to labor and social insurance. The former would ensure a minimum 6-day work week and minimum wage requirements, explicitly defining regulations regarding the age, education level, and working hours of employees, prohibiting the employment of underage workers and safeguarding women's labor rights. The implementation of factory inspector systems would also be crucial. An additional significant initiative would be to mandate social insurance for all workers engaged in industrial activities, establishing self-governing bodies to manage the insurance, with employers bearing part of the costs in cases of injury or death, alongside provisions for retirement benefits based on accumulated years of service. Such foundational social reforms would resemble the early form of a welfare state, providing adequate support for the majority without fostering lethargy among the populace. This approach was particularly fitting for the current kingdom of Baya, where everyone seemed invigorated and eager to create value, with the national GDP hitting new highs each year. As he meticulously pinned his thoughts to completion, even Tufu found himself chuckling. If these policies were genuinely implemented, what name would they bear? A welfare state? No, it should be called an ideal state. Chapter 95, Self-Taught Success. With the completion of the final question, laden with personal insights, Tufu finally released a breath he had been holding for what felt like an eternity as he lifted his pen, in contrast to the innovative concept of a welfare society. The greatest challenge lies in its implementation. Both labor protection and social welfare systems essentially involve redistributing a portion of the substantial pie created by industrialization, reallocating it to the pastry chefs who craft this cake. This redistribution threatens not only the interests of the Boyer royal family, but also the direct benefits of the old aristocracy and the emerging bourgeoisie. For those who may find themselves metaphorically hanging from a lamppost in the future, they would rather witness resources squandered than see them redistributed. Tufa harbors little faith in the feasibility of this idea. The execution is fraught with insurmountable difficulties. Akin to a solitary individual battling the entrenched privileged class of Brier, can the upper echelons of Brier, the king residing far away in Copenhagen, and the members of parliament truly be oblivious to this? No, the preservation of their vested interests in this cake remains their paramount concern. It's all in vain, Tufa mused humorously as he reviewed his exam paper, finding no issues before opting to submit it. The final examination of the 7 subjects was a spoken test in ancient Assyrian, requiring candidates to enter a designated room to respond in the ancient tongue after completing all other subjects. Tufu was attended to by 3 elderly teachers, their faces lined with wrinkles deep enough to trap flies, engaging in what was mostly mundane conversation, as long as the candidate could pass. Greetings, esteemed teachers. I am Tufa K from Litz, and it's a pleasure to meet you. He confidently commenced a simple self-introduction in Assyrian. However, the 3 venerable instructors were taken aback when the student spoke with a fluency that could rival that of the Boyer tongue. His pristine accent thoroughly captivating them. Especially notable was the absence of the typical clumsiness native speakers exhibit when speaking a foreign language, making it exceedingly rare to find such proficiency. One of the language instructors inquired in Assyrian, "Your spoken language is remarkably fluent. Could you share the techniques you employed to learn it? Did you seek guidance from a specialized instructor outside of class?" Tufu responded emphatically, "Certainly not. I cannot afford such expenses. Most of the time, it has been solely through my own efforts." Self-taught. The 3 present were collectively astounded. My progress in Assyrian is largely thanks to the meticulous guidance of the Academy's teachers and my profound understanding of this language. In fact, just a few months ago, my proficiency was barely adequate. Fortunately, I realized this in time and, through relentless practice day and night, achieved my current level. Therefore, I owe my gratitude to many who have assisted me. But most of all, I must thank the part of myself that never gave up. Tufu spoke eloquently in fluent ancient Assyrian, fabricating a completely unrelated tale of a wayward son returning to the fold. He was all too familiar with such segments. Upon taking the stage, he immediately commenced discussing familial bonds, dreams, and, if possible, shedding a few tears as long as the story was sufficiently moving. It was difficult for the audience not to be swayed. Of course, more crucial was Tufu's fluent command of the ancient language, which enhanced the impression he made on the language teachers, who now regarded him with an appreciative gaze tinged with a special kind of admiration. After listening to him, the teachers nodded in unison, an inspiring narrative. Indeed, they all bestowed high marks upon this scholar's remarkable performance in the ancient Assyrian speaking examination. I really should have chosen the path of a con artist. Perhaps I would have already ascended to sequence 7. Tufu thought, without a hint of shame. Convinced that he had made an erroneous choice in his pursuit of the extraordinary, after completing this final subject, Tufu comfortably returned to his previous seat by the window, silently awaiting the final bell. After enduring a lengthy day of examinations, he found himself unawares as afternoon descended. Even he, usually brimming with energy, felt a tinge of fatigue, quietly leaning back in his chair as the warm, orange sunlight cascaded over his shoulders. Bathed in such comforting rays, he relished the moment, fully immersing himself in the fleeting beauty of the present, free from concerns about grades, future paths, or choices to be made, simply savoring a moment of tranquility. Dingling, once all the examinations concluded. The ancient, rusted bell atop the academy's hillside chimed, marking the ceremonial end of this year's higher education selection. The once stifling atmosphere of Litz Academy sprang to life as the selection concluded. Almost all the candidates from Litz were gathered outside the examination room, where Tufu had participated, eagerly awaiting his arrival. In this moment, irrespective of whether they were classmates, those who encountered Tufu regarded him with newfound respect, each expressing their gratitude for his assistance with the dual-slit interference experiment. Mr. Cape, let me say thank you. Having Tufu as a classmate may well be the greatest fortune of my life. I can scarcely find the words to praise your brilliance. Listening to the accolades from upperclassmen, Tufu was briefly taken aback, but did not let it inflate his ego. It's really nothing, he replied in a tone mimicking that of a bounty hunter. Perhaps we could discuss something more tangible. How about converting your praise into cash? 1 krone, or if that's not feasible, perhaps a pule? Hey, where are you all going? With this amusing suggestion, his peers nodded in agreement, finding his remarks quite reasonable, and with a shared understanding, they dispersed in a rush. How dull. They can't even take a joke, Tufu scoffed at the stingy crowd. Finally realizing why bounty hunters often worked alone, because no one wished to befriend someone whose every utterance revolved around money. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he exited the examination room and approached the school gate. His memories not particularly profound, leaving him with little attachment to the institution. Following the conclusion of the higher selection, numerous touching scenes unfolded throughout the school. Former adversaries embraced, laughing away past grievances. Students harboring feelings for their classmates finally confessed their affections at this moment. Meanwhile, many others maintained a measured distance, suppressing their sensitive, restless hearts as they silently wished each other well, perhaps feeling a surge of emotions at a casual smile exchanged by chance. Couples who had long kept their relationship ambiguous subtly grasped each other's hands in quiet smiles at the culmination of the selection, while others, steadfast in their partnerships, announced their breakups, preparing to embark on broader horizons. In this seemingly ordinary elementary education institution, countless poignant events transpired. Some were filled with ambitious aspirations for the future, while others expressed their discontent with the present. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, no one could escape the ravages of time and the inevitability of aging. After the exam, the red-haired lad Billy encountered Tufu at the school gate. Noticing his eyes were slightly reddened, revealing a deep emotional turmoil that betrayed his feelings about everything here. "Hey, buddy," Billy said, patting Tufu's shoulder in a comforting gesture. "I never expected someone as stoic as you to reveal such a sentimental side." "Indeed, it is quite disheartening," Tufu replied, gazing at the couples passing by the school gate, their hands intertwined, a rare moment of melancholy washing over him. "I completely understand your sentiment. After all, this place is filled with our memories," Billy responded, his tone tinged with sadness. "What I mean is, I've witnessed similar scenes here in years past," Tufu lamented, looking up at the sky with a frown. "Back then, I too watched others hold hands and part ways. Yet, as the years passed, he remained solitary." Ugh. Chapter 96. Columbia and Michigan. The day following the higher selection examination, Tufu did not sleep in until noon, on the advice of his uncle and aunt. He swiftly gathered a plethora of gifts and made his way to the family address left by Professor George McGowan on his card. This young historian was a researcher under his father's tutelage, naturally fostering a sense of kinship, and given the goodwill previously extended in their communications, he was likely to be an ally in terms of selecting a school and major. The professor undoubtedly possessed unique insights. Professor McGowan's residence was also located in the Green District, not far from the Winstar family's home. In fact, most upper-middle-class families resided in this area, where good security and friendly interpersonal relationships ensured every resident's comfort. Ding-dong, after pressing the doorbell. A young maid answered the door, and after Tufu introduced himself, he waited a considerable time before meeting the youthful and vibrant George McGowan. Even in the morning, the professor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, donned a well-fitted waistcoat and trousers, exuding an air of elegance and refinement that seemed to be his eternal demeanor, embodying the essence of the elite class. Noticing Tufu's assessing gaze, George McGowan chuckled softly. "During my time working under Mr. Cape, he always led by example, teaching us to be mindful of our appearance at all times. Dignity surpasses all." "Dignity surpasses all," Tufu nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a principle upheld by the Winstar family. Such exemplary upbringing ensured that children nurtured within elite circles rarely fell into depravity. Maggie, Please serve our guest a cup of Ceylon black tea and some pastries. Professor McGowan gestured for Tofu to enter, bidding the maid to prepare the red tea for their guests, and proactively introduced. This variety hails from the tea gardens in the Sri Lanka region of the southern continent, cultivated by local tea workers over several months. The rich, aromatic flavor of this tropical delight often leaves one longing for more. It is truly a gift bestowed upon humanity by nature. It seems we must commend the diligent and selfless people of the southern continent, Tifa half-joked, eliciting a brief moment of surprise from McGowan, who then shared a knowing smile in appreciation of his humor. McGowan's residence, much like the Windsor household, was a grand abode, yet it bore a more austere atmosphere compared to the vibrant warmth of the Windsor home. Almost every shelf was lined with books. Upon entering, one could immediately behold a vast bookshelf, its contents a chaotic yet fascinating array, encompassing histories, philosophical treatises, archaeological field notes, and even tomes on esoteric studies. Truly a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. Numbering in the thousands, it appeared that for those of higher social standing, knowledge was the only thing more precious than gold in this era. I suspect your examination results must be quite commendable. Look, here is the topic of your double-slit experiment. McGowan casually picked up a file from the desk, revealing the National Higher Education Selection paper from this year. If it were me, I would boast about this achievement to my peers for a lifetime, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I should meet the requirements for the special admissions quota of the 7 Schools Alliance, Tofu remarked candidly, not feigning modesty. However, I have yet to decide which university in Copenhagen to attend and what major to pursue. Sir, could you provide some guidance? What a luxurious choice to make. In my youth, I often pondered whether to attend Columbia or Michigan, only to realize later that I had overthought the matter, McGowan quipped with a self-deprecating tone, easing the conversation. In truth, the decision is not difficult. The University of Copenhagen is supported by both houses of parliament and the beer government. In recent years, it has become the 7th premier institution of the northern continent, leveraging the collective resources of the nation to attract numerous esteemed professors from other elite colleges, along with enviable educational funding. The dynamics within the university are intricate and heavily commercialized, with primary disciplines such as engineering, metallurgy, management, and architecture ranking highly even within the 7 Schools Alliance. However, most students here hail from affluent noble families or the emerging bourgeoisie. It is not an exaggeration to say that if you were to toss a brick in the halls, you would likely hit a student whose parents hold significant positions within the Copenhagen bureaucracy. From the perspective of building connections, choosing Copenhagen is indeed a prudent decision. Moreover, graduates from this institution often find themselves embedded within the kingdom's political framework, becoming vital to their families' futures, which certainly makes attending Copenhagen appear more advantageous. Professor McGowan shared his insights, adding, "It is worth noting that for children from commoner backgrounds, integrating into their circles is no simple task. You must understand that nobility and commoners exist in entirely separate realms." Tifa nodded, not surprised by such circumstances. And what of Miskar Stark? The situation at Michigan is even more unique. Its true benefactor is the Boyer royal family, with King William II seated upon the throne, representing another pinnacle of power in Copenhagen. There may be some special interests at play between the two. However, I can assure you that Michigan has never been a tool for the elite, nor will it ever be. They champion the banner of intellectual and academic freedom, fostering a pure academic environment. Most evaluations are based on scholarly merit rather than social standing. Compared to Copenhagen, the academic atmosphere in the town of Vilder is significantly more enriched. While students from royal and noble backgrounds are not absent, their numbers are considerably fewer. Many students hailing from humble origins enter this institution, representing the academy's future potential. They are more driven and willing to dedicate everything in their pursuit of truth. In contrast to the arrogant nobility who prioritize mere transactional exchanges, the students here find it easier to forge genuine connections. As for the disciplines, I trust you are aware that Michigan excels in history, archaeology, folklore, and psychology, holding the top positions in the field, undoubtedly leading the 7 Schools Alliance. Furthermore, there are countless investment explorations in both the northern and southern continents, including high-risk areas, and even a dedicated maritime route established for the university. If you can board this swift vessel, it will greatly aid in broadening your horizons and enhancing your studies. McGowan spoke passionately about these matters, as if he had genuinely deliberated between attending Columbia and Michigan in his youth. A focal point was the faculty size of each college within Miskar, with the history department being the most renowned, A veritable sanctuary for scholars in the field of history. It is said that at least half of the prominent figures in academia hold various positions within Michigan's history department, making it the prime choice. I understand, Tufo replied, having formed a tentative decision in his mind. Compared to the status-oriented University of Copenhagen, he found himself more drawn to the academically vibrant Michigan. Yet, he remained genuinely concerned about whether Miss Windsor would face exclusion from the circles at Copenhagen University. McGowan's bias was evident, and he added a personal touch to his advice. Moreover, many years ago, Michigan was the principal sponsor of the special investigation involving your parents, which is certainly noteworthy. So, Mr. McGowan, what precisely did my parents undertake during that time? Tufo suddenly inquired with gravity. Previously, whenever the topic arose, McGowan or his uncle would always deflect, and information regarding that matter was nearly impossible to uncover, as if it pertained to some monumental secret. Now is the time to disclose this matter to you. Even your uncle cannot conceal it indefinitely, McGowan stated, his tone shifting to one of gravity. I shall never forget the date, September 2, 1480, that a consortium of renowned professors from various academic fields, biology, physics, meteorology, and paleontology, departed from the port of Hamburg in Buyur, embarking on a journey down the coastline. Traversing the northern Welsh Ocean, their ultimate destination was the polar region, a territory deemed off-limits. The polar region. Tufo was somewhat familiar with this name. Following the path southward from the northern Welsh Ocean, one would eventually reach the icy continent beyond the Texas Straits that it was said to be perpetually frigid, with temperatures plummeting to minus several degrees, and its altitude was exceedingly high, characterized by eternal snow and ice. Scarcely harboring any life, truly one of the most inhospitable environments in the world. Myth and the Seven Gods Church proclaimed that the polar region was once a domain where the seven gods suppressed monstrous beings, casting those terrifying creatures into such a desolate land that it was also classified as a forbidden death zone for humanity. Any who dared to trespass would incur the wrath of the deities. Thus, historical records indicated that anyone who rashly ventured into the polar region ultimately met a grim fate. Given the considerable risks involved and the violation of the decrees set by the Seven Gods Church, I fail to understand what their intentions were in venturing there. Tufo expressed his confusion. Do you recall a point of knowledge from history concerning the unification of the Assyrian Empire during the Tertiary period? McGowan suddenly posed this question. Due to the emergence of Richard the Lionheart, who forged alliances with neighboring nations and established the most formidable knightly order, it was the genius of this great monarch that led to comprehensive reforms across the nation, culminating in the creation of the strongest military, which eventually facilitated the unification of the northern continent after decades of warfare. Tufo, having just completed the higher education selection process, was not easily flummoxed by such a fundamental concept. You are correct, however. In reality, the Assyrian Empire was not as powerful prior to that period, and it could hardly be considered a strong nation among its contemporaries. An intriguing theory exists within the historical community. It is said that after assuming the Assyrian throne, Richard the Lionheart, disregarding the church's curses, once dispatched vessels to the polar region and subsequently returned, yet this event was never documented or may have been erased from records. It was only after this incident that the Assyrian Empire truly ascended, leading to its later unification of the northern continent. McGowan elaborated. Upon hearing this novel perspective, Tufo's mind suddenly stalled. He grasped McGowan's implication that Richard the Lionheart had ventured into the forbidden zone alone, perhaps to seize the polar region's power. The Seven Gods Church vehemently forbade entry, seemingly intent on concealing something, coupled with the secrets revealed by the gatekeeper. Everything began to align. It was precisely for this reason that the brilliant king fell victim to the Seven Gods' curse, ultimately meeting a tragic end in madness during his later years. Chapter 97. The tumultuous kingdom. The pursuit of truth is the lifelong dream of every scholar, particularly the endeavor to unearth the greatest secrets of a century-old dynasty. No historian would allow such an opportunity to slip by. Tufo could fully comprehend the actions of his adoptive parents. To hear the truth at dawn and die by dusk might be the destiny of these seekers of knowledge, relentlessly chasing the mad truth until death. Since that incident, the tale has been deemed a curse from the gods, and governments across the northern continent have suppressed the matter, even now, within the Seven Schools Alliance. Notably at Michigan, Friel, St. Noden, and Duz, there remains considerable interest in this issue, and perhaps in a few years, there may be a breakthrough. I share that sentiment, McGowan remarked, lightly biting his lip, his gaze revealing a rare determination. Attending Michigan would afford you closer access to the truth, perhaps in a few years. When you have fully spread your wings, you may have the opportunity to advance this matter. Tufu nodded in agreement. I will endeavor to do so. Regardless of whether you intend to journey to Gothenburg or Minsk, your ultimate destination remains the capital. It is noteworthy that in the coming years, that city may descend into chaos. How so? McGowan's previously suppressed mood lightened slightly as he lifted his salon tea with a smile. Judging from some recent policy trends, it seems this nation may be on the brink of significant upheaval. Those residing at the center of power would do well to exercise caution. Tufu suddenly widened his eyes. Have you received some news? Professor McGowan picked up this year's examination paper from the coffee table, pointing to the last major question in the general studies section. Sometimes, you can gauge a nation's direction by sifting through certain news articles. Did you notice anything while tackling this question? I mean, look beyond the surface. This question requires candidates to propose a policy for the kingdom. Tufu focused intently, harboring a suspicion that he had not dared to voice. After hearing McGowan's words, he tentatively inquired, could it be that someone is seeking public opinion through a higher selection process? Indeed. McGowan snapped his fingers, his words laced with approval. I suspect as much that I had the privilege of grading exams a few years back. They categorize papers based on the identity of the respondent, with a more lenient approach towards those from aristocratic backgrounds. Of course, soliciting input from various strata of society could also prove to be an excellent strategy. Much like the House of Lords and the House of Commons, McGowan offered a simple analogy. You mean sampling surveys? Tufu articulated a more precise description. The upper house of the national parliament is composed of aristocratic descendants, a privileged class appointed directly by the king, while the lower house is elected by the people, with representatives categorized into 3 tiers based on individual tax contributions. The candidates for higher education include descendants of nobility, the emerging bourgeoisie, and the middle class, proportionately representing the respective influences of these groups. Although many candidates hail from noble or newly wealthy families, at least half come from middle or lower income households. The method of higher education selection can effectively filter out opinion leaders from different classes who possess a certain level of knowledge and culture. Naturally, the varying backgrounds of the candidates embody different powers, and their answers will inevitably carry bias. The children of the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie tend to favor maintaining the status quo, even advocating for war to divert class tensions, while the emerging bourgeoisie will likely seek to expand their wealth through industrialization. As for those applying to top institutions like the Seven Schools Alliance, their examination responses will undoubtedly attract attention, enabling political factions to identify potential allies based on their political leanings. George McGowan shared this rationale with Tufu. Drawing on his experience as a grader, Tufu's complexion grew increasingly pale, especially after absorbing McGowan's insights. He never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary selection exam could harbor such complexities. Surely, no one has taken notice of my exam answers. Tufu felt a surge of panic. If you gain admission to the Seven Schools Alliance, that outcome is inevitable. If you do not, your unique identity as the founder of optics will still draw considerable interest in your perspectives. McGowan's eyes nearly squinted with mirth as he spoke, his tone almost gleeful enough to incite Tufu's desire to retaliate with a punch. Fortunately, Sir Daniel helped alleviate some of your pressure last time. His status shields against many unnecessary complications. Tufu was taken aback by this mention, having presumed that the esteemed old lord would not engage in such petty photo ops. So, what was your angle in addressing this question? Nothing much, just a small suggestion. Truly, merely a trivial proposal. Tufu gulped, weakly explaining the concept of a welfare society, elucidating 2 angles, labor legislation and social security legislation. He vividly described a utopia devoid of the 996 work culture, where workers have regulated hours, overtime pay, and post-retirement benefits. McGowan, initially indifferent, found his eyebrows steadily rising as Tufu elaborated on this vision, his pulse quickening with each passing moment. This proposal, from a national perspective, paralleled the double-slit experiment in optics, an endeavor never before attempted by any nation in the northern continent. Labor protection has never been an easy issue to resolve. Legislating to safeguard their fundamental rights would undoubtedly ignite a wave of grassroots movements. Yet, it was Tufu's proposition of a welfare society that truly piqued McGowan's interest, ensuring post-retirement security for all while incentivizing hard work during employment through direct state intervention and social redistribution. This approach could serve as the most effective means to alleviate class tensions. Perhaps this idea is overly naive. Requiring substantial force for execution. Tufu had drawn inspiration from the social reforms of a powerful capitalist nation in 19th century Europe, which subsequently spurred a wave of social legislation across the continent. Someone may indeed appreciate your proposal. It is an epic-making idea, worthy of pursuit even in the face of potential failure. McGowan regarded Tufu as if he were an enigma, pondering what kind of remarkable offspring Mr. Capet and Miss Sophia had produced in just a few months. Tufu had elevated his academic performance, indicating he was a person of promise. How could someone propose an experiment in optics that sent shockwaves through the scientific community, displaying such abundant creativity? The earlier suggestions paled in comparison to his current proposal for welfare-based social security legislation, which, if implemented, would undoubtedly reshape the era. Perhaps it could even avert future conflicts with Atlantis or Ryan. Tufu remained apprehensive, asking, "Sir, surely no one will actually seek me out. For now, there is no need for concern. You remain a minor figure, lacking sufficient social influence. Even amidst the royal faction's conflicts, no one would target you, provided you refrain from taking sides." McGowan's tone was lighthearted, though he refrained from mentioning the iron-willed prime minister, who had recently been devising a set of effective measures. That audacious madman would undoubtedly have the resolve to initiate sweeping reforms upon encountering such a proposal. As their conversation drew to a close, both men were lost in their own thoughts. Now that Tufu had the status of a Misk Stark University student, he naturally qualified to capture McGowan's attention, and his familial ties would render him more trustworthy in advancing this matter. After the discussion ended, Tufu did not leave immediately. Instead, he paced back and forth in front of Professor McGowan's bookshelf, his eyes sparkling with desire. Having come this far, it seemed a pity to depart empty-handed. "Mr. McGowan, I sought out the books you recommended last time. You truly are the finest history professor at Litz University. Those you mentioned are indeed excellent reference materials. Regrettably, their prices are exorbitant, far beyond my current means." Tufu blinked repeatedly, revealing a look of impoverishment. This truly is a vexing predicament. "Books, that is certainly not an issue." McGowan's eyelids fluttered as he smiled, his lips trembling. "Feel free to take whichever ones you desire. Do not hold back. Thank you for your generosity." In response to Tufu's eager gaze for knowledge, the young professor, feeling a pang of compassion, retrieved the recommended books from his cherished collection. Each time he hesitated to part with a valuable book, Tufu would begin to recount his unfortunate upbringing. The harsh treatment from his sister, weaving a tale so sorrowful it could bring tears to the listener's eyes. This left McGowan in a daze, genuinely feeling sympathy for the boy, leading him to be even more magnanimous. One book, another, and yet another. The entire list of books from McGowan's previous recommendations found its way into Tufu's hands, without exception, filling the bag he had brought along to carry gifts, ensuring he returned home laden with treasures. Chapter 98. The day of results. During this period, Tufu finally encountered a rare day of rest, free from the burdens of academic trivialities, the affairs of the boxing club, and even the slow pace of work on the Skynet project. He needed to select trustworthy members for inclusion. With no assignments and no pressure, he found himself at a loss for what to write in his diary, often resorting to the monotonous entry of "nothing to report today." Enjoying performances, this could not continue. He must rejuvenate. This period also marked one of the few opportunities since arriving in this world for Tufu to enhance his self-cultivation, apart from his regular studies of Assyrian. He delved into the trove of reference books he had acquired from Professor McGowan. The value of the stack of books he had obtained from McGowan, when converted to market rates, amounted to no less than 100 crowns. Especially given that some professors' personal notes are priceless. These texts contain detailed accounts of various nations' customs and historical developments. However, there was no definitive record of King Richard's journey to the polar regions in any history book or reference material. However, modern historians have unearthed a vessel that undertook a mysterious mission from some primitive records. Following the ascension of King Richard the Lionheart to the throne, he indeed vanished for a period, entrusting the governance of the kingdom entirely to his ministers. Various indications suggest that this sovereign, who dominated the northern continent, likely appropriated the powers of the polar regions to augment his own strength. Furthermore, an aspect that deeply concerns Tufu is that the ill-fated Lionheart king, in the twilight of his years, ventured out to sea once more, seemingly in search of a path that could shatter the existing constraints. Could it be that he wishes to tread the polar lands again, driven by the desire to siphon strength from the forbidden realms to transcend Sequence 1? Perhaps the polar regions conceal the secret to divinity. Otherwise, why would the 7 gods forbid humanity from entering? Tufu lightly tapped a pile of documents on the table. Finding himself ensnared in a dilemma faced by nearly all historians that moment, a melodious female voice at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, why haven't you prepared to set off yet?" Sophie, who had already adorned herself with an exquisitely crafted makeup, impatiently urged the unreliable Tufu. "Today marks the day when the Ministry of Education announces the results, and we still need to deal with the ensuing complications of filling out our application forms. Are you sure you have everything figured out?" On this day, the Education Department of Litz City would publicly display the scores of all candidates at the entrance, allowing students to ascertain their scores for the purpose of selecting their university preferences. However, in this steampunk era, all procedures appeared remarkably primitive. To maintain an element of suspense, Tufu refrained from peering at his results through the ship's eye of heaven, reserving the revelation for this day. "Of course," Tufu replied lethargically, ruffling his disheveled hair, feeling no particular urgency about the matter, since he had exchanged his optical thesis for a special admission slot in the 7-School Alliance. He had roughly estimated his scores across 7 subjects to be around 580. This estimation excluded the possibility of scoring full marks in the ancient Assyrian oral exam, a score sufficient to secure admission to any university within the 7-School Alliance. It was this confidence that dissuaded him from his earlier inclination to sneak a peek at the exam paper using the super eye. If an average student were to secure a top position through deceit, it would likely attract undue attention from the overly observant. Moreover, his current notoriety had already garnered considerable scrutiny. Ever since the ascension of the Sequence 9 warrior, even my thoughts have become considerably steadier. I shall continue to strive. Tufa felt satisfied with his own performance. Under Sophie's urging, he hastily donned a formal outfit, which consisted of a white shirt and a waistcoat, topped with a standing collar shirt. After assessing himself in the mirror, he slipped into a pair of tailored trousers and black leather boots. He pinned a decorative brooch to his chest, and upon standing, he casually donned a brown-trimmed hat. Previously, the people of the northern continent often claimed that wearing a top hat distinguished the civilized from the barbaric of the southern continent. Now, it seemed that the habit of wearing hats might serve as a perfect excuse to conceal one's thinning hair. "Why is it only you here?" Tufu asked after tidying up, noticing that his uncle and aunt were absent. Regrettably, they both said they had work to attend to today, Sophie replied petulantly. "Why does it always turn out like this?" So, both uncle and aunt had matters to attend to simultaneously? Tufu suddenly understood this situation through an adult's lens. Realizing that the parents of the Winsters had no intention of accompanying their children to unveil the results, perhaps to avoid putting pressure on them. Even if they performed poorly, it would not matter. Another crucial point was their desire not to interfere with their subsequent choice of majors, especially since Tufu wished to apply for a program at the prestigious Mita University, which was almost an implicit suggestion that he could apply for any major he desired. "My uncle is truly considerate." Tufu felt an indescribable sentiment of gratitude wash over him. A pre-booked 2-seater carriage arrived precisely at the doorstep, stirring up clouds of dust, for it was an important day, and they could not afford to take a public carriage. To the front of the Ministry of Education, Tufu called out to the driver, and he and Sophie swayed gently in the carriage, progressing towards their destination along a relatively gentle road. "I swear, if I become wealthy and a significant figure in the future, the first thing I will do is acquire a steam-powered vehicle," Tufa remarked earnestly, swaying in time with the carriage. Unfortunately, those who often make such declarations seldom become prominent individuals, Sophie retorted with a sharp tone, prompting Tufu to roll his eyes. Her words were indeed characteristically Winsters. "Well then, why not wager on this exam score? There's nothing to guess about you. So why not wager on whether my score will exceed 580? Let's bet 10 crowns. Tufu observed her beautiful eyes whirl with uncertainty, reigniting Miss Winster's indomitable spirit. "Surely not. Is there a coward who dares not engage in this game? Then I wager that you will undoubtedly surpass 580. Perhaps, with a stroke of luck, you might even break 600. This unexpected response caught Tufu completely off guard. "Hey, shouldn't you be mocking me first, then deriding me with a sarcastic tone, saying, why would anyone dream during the day?" Tufu, based on his understanding of Sophie, found himself taken aback. He had never experienced such a turn of events before. In previous wagers and games, he had won considerable sums from this young lady. "Can you tell me how you arrived at that conclusion?" "I won't tell you." The proud Miss Winsters puffed out her modest chest triumphantly. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes as she turned away. Sophie had no intention of revealing the scene of someone working hard to Tufu, denying him the opportunity to gloat. God bless. Initially, Tufu approached this journey without any pressure, but now, due to this wager, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He could only silently pray that his score would exceed the minimum requirement and, above all, not surpass 600. As the carriage arrived before a magnificent building, Sophie paid the fare, and the two disembarked. At that moment, the Litz Ministry of Education had already posted the scores for this year's higher education selection on the bulletin board at the entrance. The area was thronged with people, with parents of candidates occupying a significant portion of the space as they strained to secure front-row positions to search for their children's examination results. The cacophony of voices drowned out everything else, with each individual earnestly discussing their own and others' scores, turning the entrance of the education department into utter chaos, in addition to students and parents. Several well-dressed individuals in expensive suits, carrying briefcases, moved in and out of the office building. They paid no heed to the scores displayed on the announcement board, their gazes darting anxiously through the crowd in search of someone. They must be from the admissions office of the Seven School Alliance. Tufu recalled having seen a few of them during a university promotional event, although he had no close ties with them. My goodness, even if a red-haired baboon escaped from the zoo, it shouldn't attract this many onlookers, Sophie lamented as she attempted to approach the announcement board, but felt too polite and well-mannered to push her way through the crowd, her brows furrowed, reflecting her frustration. It is indeed quite severe. This crowd could rival the birth of a new life. Tufu nodded in agreement, his expression serious. His bold remark prompted Sophie to look at him in confusion before she suddenly understood. Then without hesitation, she playfully slapped his head. However, jokes aside, if they were to wait like this, it would take at least half an hour for the crowd to disperse. After a moment of contemplation, an ingenious idea struck Tufu. He spoke earnestly. Sophie, I believe I have a brilliant idea. But this might lead to some hostility, so you must stand in front of me and protect me. They shouldn't dare lay a hand on a lady. Upon hearing Tufu's rather embarrassing suggestion, Sophie nearly fainted from anger. Just tell me the plan. Just watch. Tufu flashed a confident smile, slightly squeezing into the edge of the crowd, yet still far from the center where the scores were displayed. Lowering the brim of his hat to obscure his face, he took a deep breath and, with a powerful voice, shouted, Heavens! Whose 100 crowns just fell on the ground? Boom! 100 crowns. Indeed, this statement acted like a deep water bomb amidst the throng of spectators. In an instant, nearly everyone dispersed, hurriedly looking down to claim the fallen bill. Seizing the opportunity, Tufu leaned in close to her ear and urged, Quick! He gently tugged at the arm of the stifled, giggling Miss Winsters, propelling them both forward. The two dashed to the front row, securing the best vantage point to see the scores of the leading candidates. By the time everyone realized what had transpired and turned to confront the impudent boy who had shouted, they found themselves blocked by a gentle and sweet-faced lady standing beside him, leaving anyone with grievances no choice but to swallow their indignation. Tufu offered a slight nod of apology to the crowd before returning to his self-satisfied expression as he gazed at the scoreboard. The most prominent name was none other than that of the genius girl from Litz Comprehensive College, Sophie Winsters, whose astonishing total score of 663 placed her first in the entire school. Good heavens! Sophie's exquisite features displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Hey, you needn't be distressed over the 37 points you lost, right? Tufu teased, scanning the score column, but failing to find his name among the scores above 600. Look at the 10th place. Sophie exclaimed in surprise. Pointing. 10th place overall. Tufu furrowed his brow momentarily, yet his gaze was drawn to the front or OW.I in the 10th position, Tufu Cape. With a total score of 617 points. In that fleeting moment upon seeing those words, Tufu's heart nearly stopped. Chapter 99, Price Increase. The formidable 663 points achieved by Miss Winster was hardly surprising. The prodigious girl, Sophie, had consistently maintained her scores around 650 over the years. Such sustained performance was akin to the national football team's stable results in World Cup qualifiers over the past 2 decades. It was only natural for her scores to see slight improvements during major assessments. In contrast, his astonishing score of 617 could be deemed an extraordinary outburst of capability. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be foul play. Tufu's inner turmoil felt as if 1,000 ants were simultaneously crawling within him. He quickly scanned the scores behind him, finding that his marks in grammar, arithmetic, geometry, history, and geography all fell within the anticipated range of 85 to 90. The total for the first 5 subjects amounted to 445. Furthermore, his written score in ancient Assyrian was 50, with a spoken score of 30, culminating in an impressive 80 points. Achieving such results through short-term tutoring had far exceeded his expectations. The real shock came from the general studies course, where he achieved a remarkable 92 points, suggesting that apart from a couple of major questions where deductions were inevitable, he had likely scored full marks elsewhere. This further implied that he had probably secured full marks on the final open-ended question worth 30 points, as his answers were highly favored by the examiner. Could it be that some influential figure has taken notice of me? Despite his commendable performance, Tufa remained plagued by unease, especially upon witnessing Sophie's triumphant expression. His heart felt not merely pain, but as if it were bleeding. Please, let that not be the case. Pay up. Sophie had learned to be assertive, unabashedly extending her 5 delicate fingers. Trembling, Tufa extracted 10 crowns from the narrow confines of his wallet, attempting to negotiate. Actually, I have a disease where losing a bet could mean my demise. Humph. The heartless Miss Winster showed no concern for his plight, coldly accepting his hard-earned 10 crowns while displaying a smile exclusive to victors. At that moment, the loudest gasp from the crowd came not from Sophie, who had secured the top position, nor from Tufu, lamenting his financial loss, but from a freckled, red-haired boy. Billy had also arrived on the scene, and upon seeing his own name accompanying an impressive score of 500, well above his usual standard, he was nearly driven to madness with excitement. A score sufficient for admission to Leeds University. He leapt into the air, stomping the ground energetically, breathlessly exclaiming, I've made it! I've made it! He. Tufu, did you see that? Wah! After his moment of joy, Billy suddenly covered his face and began to weep, desperately releasing the pent-up emotions that had long been restrained within him. Another one has lost his mind. Take him away. Tufu, an observer, shook his head. Such displays of emotional upheaval were not uncommon among the students present. Some shouted with elation over their satisfactory results, while others sighed quietly over less favorable outcomes. The most unfortunate were undoubtedly those from modest backgrounds, whose families had scrimped and saved only for them to falter in their exams upon seeing their scores. They often wept openly, teetering on the brink of fainting. At this moment, the entrance of the Ministry of Education had transformed into a brutal paradise in hell, with victors fervently waving their arms and shouting, while the vanquished knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. The stark contrast of emotions in such a shared space overwhelmed Tufu. This was a system far more ruthless than the college entrance examinations. The losers would henceforth be reduced to seeking labor in factories or temporary positions, struggling to survive amidst the tides of time. For those of humble origins, there was never a second chance in the examination hall. Conversely, those who performed well could explore a broader world, while the offspring of the aristocracy, benefiting from ample educational resources, had endless opportunities to retry even if they failed. Such disparities defined the world. Let us depart. Sophie instinctively clenched her small fists, feeling that the cacophony of wailing contrasted too starkly with the jubilant laughter of her peers, creating an atmosphere that was utterly stifling and uncomfortable. Immersed in this setting, she could deeply sense the desolation and despair surrounding her, yet felt powerless to intervene. She merely gestured for Tufu to accompany her into the Ministry of Education building. After receiving their scores, filling out application forms became significantly simpler. Regardless of where the score thresholds lay for the 7-school alliance this year, their extraordinary performance guaranteed them a place in the institution. In a candidate guidance room on the 2nd floor, the admissions staff from the 7-school alliance had gathered, collaborating with personnel from the Ministry of Education to verify and assist students with their application intentions. Creak. Upon witnessing a strikingly handsome pair, a young man and woman, enter in succession, everyone present, both teachers and students alike, cast envious glances at the duo. The teacher from Copenhagen was the quickest to react, recognizing them and promptly offering a declaration of intent form. Miss Winster, greetings. I am confident that our judgment has never erred. Congratulations on achieving such an impressive score. As previously discussed, your tuition and fees will be halved, and you will be directly selected as a student under any department head at Columbia University, an opportunity coveted by many. As long as you meet our academic requirements, you will be prioritized for future honors activities, including assistance in joining student organizations and establishing clubs. The admissions officer's proposal left not only the students present in shock, but even the educators from Leeds dumbfounded. The conditions were exceedingly generous, surpassing those typically extended to the children of nobility. Yet, being the top performer in the state, it was clear that Columbia had someone internally who held this young lady in high regard. This girl, already renowned within the academy, was destined for an extraordinary future. Attending Copenhagen University would indeed be my honor. Sophie graciously accepted, beginning to fill out her application information, a sweet dimple appearing on her smile. Noticing Miss Winster's sidelong glance, she caught a glimpse of the expected pride in her playful eyes. A girl like her was always the brightest star, and Sophie's demeanor conveyed a sense of pressure to Tufu. All right. I shall drop the pretense. This provocation allowed Tufu to breathe a sigh of relief. He finally removed the cap that had been shielding his face and greeted the assembly. Good day, esteemed teachers. Revealing half of his visage, the admissions officers who had initially paid little attention to him suddenly recalled something upon catching sight of his features. You are Tufu Cape, the pioneer of the double-slit experiment in optics. The first to exclaim his name was unknown. Yet soon the entire admissions office erupted into a frenzy. They would never forget the words of their esteemed professor, who had treated Tufu like a treasure before their arrival at Leeds, instructing them not to let such a genius slip away, someone capable of leaving their name in textbooks. They had but one demand: ensure that this student applies to our university, utilizing the highest tier of special admission quotas. It mattered not that Tufu had scored nearly 620 points, even if he had underperformed and scored 520. The old professors of the seven-school alliance would spare no effort to recruit him. It was not beyond possibility for him to ascend directly from a professor's assistant to a full professorship. In truth, I have yet to decide where to go. This truly poses a dilemma. Tufu feigned hesitation, as it was entirely normal for an introverted and earnest boy like him to lack firm opinions. When this living luminary, who had made significant contributions to the field of optics, appeared before the admissions offices, they briefly maintained composure before erupting into a fervent auction-like frenzy, loudly proclaiming their offers. The admissions officer from Columbia, still in negotiations with Sophie, was the first to shout, "All the conditions we promised apply to you, Mr. Cape. Why not join Miss Winster and create a beautiful narrative at Columbia, a school with no depth? Merely a newly rich institution would only hinder a talent like Mr. Cape. Come to St. Notting. We can even waive all your tuition and fees during your studies." The admissions office of Lantis Notting University, backed by substantial financial resources, immediately offered to cover all his expenses. Does University extends the same offer? All lodging and dining establishments within DOES will provide a 50% discount this year. Petersburg Institute adds a set of the latest bearskin cold weather gear to their offer. Violet University promises to provide a study companion. Before the representative from Violet University could finish their statement, a colleague hastily covered their mouth and dragged them away. Such matters were hardly suitable for public discussion. This left Tufu momentarily disheartened and elicited disdainful glances toward the Violet University representatives from the others. How shameless, a true testament to the audacity of the elite, to propose such unreasonable terms. Amid the charged atmosphere, the ordinary educational guidance center in this small town witnessed yet another fierce competition among the professors. Their faces flushed with excitement as they nearly came to blows. Amidst the chaos, some individuals have even begun to report to the leadership of the Ministry of Education, asserting that Bahia must not allow such students to be lost to other countries. Hey, everyone, stop arguing. Continuing like this will yield no results. Tufu feigned a look of astonished surprise and seized the opportunity to step forward, urging the gentleman from the admissions office of the seven-school alliance to calm down. Once the admissions officials had settled, casting mutual glares of animosity at one another, Tufu sighed and added, "Let us take turns. No need to raise our voices." Chapter 100. Archaeology. Elevating one's own reputation and worth is a fundamental quality for a bounty hunter. Fortunately, Tufu has managed this aspect quite well. After the admissions office heads from the seven schools stubbornly offered exorbitant conditions in a bidding war, when the timing was right and the price was nearly satisfactory, Tufu chose to enroll at the esteemed Miskatonic University in Copenhagen. In terms of location, prospects, and academic atmosphere, Miskatonic is undoubtedly the optimal choice for the middle class of the Bahia Kingdom. Here, respect is afforded to those with capability and sufficient academic contributions. Following the frenzied offers from the other six schools, the head of Miskatonic's admissions office, now caught up in the competition, unwittingly threw out a plethora of incentives as well. Tu Fu was presented with the following terms. 1. Tuition and accommodation fees for the 4 years of study will be halved, with priority for annual scholarships. 2. At least one professor of department head caliber will be provided as a mentor. 3. Access to library borrowing privileges typically reserved for upperclassmen. 4. Election to student leadership positions will be on par with upperclassmen. 5. Discounts at the university-owned assets in the town of Wilder, including hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues for the current year. 6. An annual transportation pass for the steam train from the town to the city. 7. Normal holiday breaks. The astonishing array of promises once again made the candidates vying for admission feel the stark disparities of the world. I hope the Academy will reimburse these expenses. The head of Miskatonic's admissions office exhaled a long sigh of relief. Had they not made such concessions, they would have had no advantage compared to the astronomical offers from other schools, ultimately left with no choice but to grit their teeth and concede. Tu Fu, here is our application form. In addition to your personal information and special candidate declaration, please indicate your preferred field of study. The Miskatonic official rubbed his temples in exasperation, handing over the application form along with a detailed brochure containing information about the university's colleges and programs, which are categorized into the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, the College of Natural Sciences, the College of Biological Sciences, the College of Engineering and Technology, and the medical school. As Tu Fu perused the brochure, his first instinct was to explore the humanities and social sciences, a department mentioned by Professor King. This is Miskatonic's largest faculty, encompassing literature, religious studies, economics, philosophy, law, history, archaeology, sociology, and a division dedicated to medieval languages, with nearly every conceivable major represented. Regarding his choice of major, Professor McGowan had also offered some suggestions. Should he wish to delve into the mysteries of the polar regions, he could consider paleontology, mysticism, or geology. However, McGowan personally recommended history and archaeology, emphasizing that these fields would undoubtedly assist him in both depth and breadth of thought. The former studies past human societies based on ancient documents, revealing the patterns of human historical development, while the latter investigates the processes of societal evolution through the physical remnants of human activity. In simpler terms, despite their similarities, their objectives differ significantly. One seeks to understand the laws of historical development, while the other strives to uncover historical truths. I've filled it out. After careful consideration, Tu Fu ultimately inscribed archaeology in the field of study section. Compared to history, archaeology offers the advantage of engaging more directly with historical artifacts. And with the resources of Miskatonic at his disposal, he would have greater opportunities to broaden his horizons. Archaeology. Upon seeing Tu Fu's choice, the Miskatonic official urged, with your evident talent in optics, why not choose physics or a more experimental science? Rather than becoming a reclusive mad scientist trapped in a physics lab due to an inability to find peers in the sciences, I prefer to explore the outdoor remnants left by the passage of time. Who could refuse the chance to unearth history? Tu Fu provided a reasonable justification for his choice. However, those with discerning minds could easily infer his intention to use this prestigious platform to continue investigating the reasons behind his parents' and Miskatonic professor's expedition to the polar regions years ago. This is the first time I've heard such reasoning. You've convinced me. The admissions office member, who had initially intended to counsel him, felt it a pity for such talent to be diverted to the humanities and social sciences, yet they respected his decision. After all, the campus of Miskatonic is filled with a spirit of freedom, making it impossible to unilaterally alter his application. Nonetheless, upon hearing his rationale, the official couldn't help but smile and added, in fact, the social engagement rates among physics students tend to be higher than those in archaeology. After all, who would be drawn to those who spend their days obsessively rubbing ancient artifacts and scrutinizing their details with a magnifying glass? Tu Fu. Once the application process was completed, both Tu Fu and the Miskatonic admissions officer sighed in relief. Miskatonic University plans to officially commence classes in early September, and the notification, along with the promised materials, will be sent together. We will specifically await your arrival, Mr. Capet. The Miskatonic admissions staff spoke to him with great courtesy, devoid of the condescending demeanor often reserved for ordinary students. The university's reputation for academic excellence was well earned. I am equally grateful to Miskatonic and all the faculty for their assistance. I shall never forget this kindness. Tu Fu lavishly praised the other 6 schools to AT this moment. The other admissions office heads finally regained their composure. realizing that they had unwittingly become instruments of price inflation. Had it not been for their inexplicable bidding war, the initiative would have remained with the seven-school alliance, and they would not have secured such advantageous terms from Miskatonic. However, the individuals present were astute, and there was no real loss, so they cheerfully congratulated Tu Fu on his choice. After completing the application process and exiting the Ministry of Education building, Tu Fu noticed that Sophie had transitioned from her earlier surprise to a calm demeanor, though her lips still curled in a defiant pout. "Mr. Capet, congratulations. If you were willing to return that 10 kroner to me, it would bring me more joy than any praise." Tu Fu's pragmatic remark reminded Sophie of their earlier wager, prompting her to tilt her head proudly and deliberately produce the green bill from her pocket without giving it to him, bouncing out of the building with a spring in her step. Observing the proud figure of this young lady, Tu Fu felt a sense of relief beyond mere joy. He was grateful for his efforts and for never giving up. People like him and Sophie, who shine wherever they go, resemble stars, visible yet intangible. Despite being from the same family, they often appear as parallel lines heading in the same direction, destined not to share the same path forward. However, from this moment on, their life trajectories seem to have formed a tangible intersection. Ding! On the round dining table, a red candle flickered beside a bubbling hot pot, and as the champagne from Lantis was uncorked, a medley of citrus, apple, and almond aromas filled the air in the Winstead family's living room. Cheers! Uncle Ethan and Aunt Anfield beamed with happiness. In any country, having children admitted to the seven-school alliance is a cause for celebration. With 2 students accepted at prestigious universities, I must have a serious discussion with Fix. Ethan was eager to knock on Officer Fix's door to settle the score for the previous underhanded trick played on him. Before that, we must discuss the matter of moving. And Anfield suddenly broached this topic. So soon, Tu Fu felt that only a few days had passed since the higher selection exams, and he had just completed his application process. Now it was time to consider moving. In truth, he had only just begun to adapt to life in Litz, hardly recognizing all the dancers at the tavern. And now he was to depart for the capital so soon. Goodness, I am utterly unprepared. Sophie recalled the multitude of items to pack, the friends to bid farewell to, and the list of wishes she had planned after the higher selection exams. All still in a state of contemplation. "Children, remember this. There is no need to prepare anything deliberately when setting out," Ethan stated, shrugging his shoulders and uttering a philosophical remark. "Because when we are on the road, we are already prepared for everything. A nice excuse. When you forget something important, Mother won't listen to your explanations." Sophie's sharp critique instantly deflated Ethan's earlier spirited demeanor, much like a wilting flower. As the true head of the household, Aunt Anfield methodically began laying out future plans. "Ethan, you must remember to promptly handle the transfer application. It's crucial, because after today, I will list the house on the market to quickly secure a significant sum for a new property in Copenhagen, and then request additional funds from the family to cover the shop's rent. Of course, you need not concern yourselves with these matters. Children, your primary task is to enrich yourselves within the confines of the school, where the educational resources are sufficient to incite envy in anyone. More importantly, remember to forge connections with the professors and fellow students there. These relationships will serve as invaluable assets in your future." Aunt Anfield spoke with the authority of someone who had traversed this path before. She always emphasized such matters, yet never harbored expectations. However, the 3 at home, stubborn and inflexible Ethan, proud and ambitious Sophie, and the honest and straightforward Tu Fu, were not the types to easily lower their own status. Thus, Aunt Anfield's incessant prattling went largely unheard. "We are truly about to depart," Tu Fu remarked, his mind wandering amidst the family's discussions about future plans at the dining table. He felt as though his experiences in this alternate world over the past few months were but a fleeting dream. Immersing himself deeply in the role he was playing, he diligently led the life of an ordinary student, driven by curiosity to explore the extraordinary, elated by academic achievements, and harboring affections for beautiful ladies. When confronted with injustices, he empathized with the outrage of others, to the point of occasionally forgetting that he was not truly one of them. Chapter 101. A Day in the Life of Tu Fu Morning. As he pushed around the potatoes and vegetable salad on his plate, Tu Fu lamented for the 101st time the dearth of culinary variety in Buyur and the entire northern continent. This marked the duration of his stay since his arrival in the age of steam. No matter how exquisite the ingredients, they could not escape the fate of being boiled, fried, or sautéed. It is worth noting that Aunt Anfield's recently refined hot pot base had been piloted within the women's circle on Crescent Street. garnering unanimous acclaim from many who had tasted it. This further solidified her ambition to open a hot pot restaurant in Copenhagen. In the midst of negotiating the sale of their residence. This industrious homemaker had even taken the time to draft a business proposal to solicit funds from the family. Though she was often prone to nagging, and Anfier had always harbored aspirations. It was precisely because her entrepreneurial spirit found no outlet that she redirected her energies to pointing out the minor flaws of her family members. In truth, for middle-aged women in this era, working outside the home was not deemed particularly commendable, especially among their peers of similar social standing. One could hardly escape ridicule for such a choice. They took pride in their full-time wives, never considering whether the other party desired such a path. It seems Uncle has gone to work as well, Tufu observed, his gaze shifting to a police uniform hanging on the coat rack by the door. He suddenly recalled that Uncle Ethan had been busy applying for a transfer to the police department in recent days. After becoming a first-class inspector, he would have the right to transfer to Copenhagen to continue his duties as a junior officer. However, relocating to Copenhagen and establishing himself there would not be as smooth as it had been in Litz, in a city where one could casually hit a key department head or minister with a thrown brick. The identity of a police officer held little weight. Furthermore, for someone like Uncle Ethan, who was notoriously low in emotional intelligence, never gave gifts, avoided socializing, and rarely made an effort to connect with others, climbing the ranks within the system would be an arduous journey. Fortunately, Officer Winster had never exhibited much ambition. He often mentioned that his greatest wish was to one day no longer be assigned major cases. World peace was his dream. Sophie. Tufu called after finishing breakfast and rinsing his plate. He instinctively shouted a few times up the stairs but received no response, indicating she was not asleep. As the moving day approached, Sophie was busy bidding farewell to her friends. In truth, a proud individual like Miss Winster, despite having few genuine friends, was surrounded mostly by superficial acquaintances. However, having inherited Aunt Anfier's exceptional emotional intelligence and finesse, she had managed to cultivate a diverse social circle. The disparity among the girls was too vast for genuine jealousy to arise. And the men were no exception. A polite lady like Sophie could reject a confession without causing offense, making it hard for anyone to harbor resentment. Perhaps a personality like hers would thrive at Columbia. Tofu chuckled softly, reflecting on his family, each member imperfect in their own way, and it was precisely this imperfection that gave rise to such a rich tapestry of personalities. A splendid day begins with being forgotten by one's family. After surveying the living room, Tofu decided to venture out to bid farewell to his old friends in Litz. After hastily grooming himself in front of the mirror, he made his way to the bus stop along the roadside, quietly awaiting the arrival of the horse-drawn tram in the pleasant weather. In truth, with several hundred crowns to his name, he could well afford to indulge in a private carriage, but he opted for the tram once more for the sake of tradition. Indeed, it was not out of frugality. Central District, Combat Club. Bang, bang, bang. Even before entering, the resonant sounds of extraordinary individuals trading blows filled the air, the visceral thrill of combat embodying the essence of masculine romance. As he donned a striking golden skull mask, all eyes in the club turned toward him. "Good morning, Mr. Captain," greeted Miss Caroline, the fox, seated below, her enthusiasm mirroring the first time they met when she assessed his extraordinary identity. "Madam, I have reason to suspect you are following me," Tufa replied with feigned seriousness. "Otherwise, why would you always be here? Please trust your instincts." Caroline smiled sweetly, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed she had accurately gauged his temperament. Lifting a cup of red tea, she offered an explanation. "I often come here to unwind. After all, who can resist free pastries and afternoon tea? I thought I was the only one," Tufa said, making himself comfortable beside her, casually grabbing red tea and black forest cake from the dessert area, seizing the opportunity to satisfy his hunger. "How has it been here lately? Mr. Mason has taken over." Yet the club continues to operate under the same model as before. It has become a visible contact point for the Brotherhood, effectively spreading the Brotherhood's intelligence network throughout Voyage. That nightmarish gentleman played a significant role in the recent incident. "And this outcome is the best we could hope for," Caroline remarked, glancing at the extraordinary individuals in the ring. Not only had the club returned to its previous operational mode, but even the 24 underground taverns had reopened, progressing towards normalization. "This is the best possible outcome," Tufa shrugged casually, his expectations having been met. Watching the disdainful glances exchanged among the fighters in the ring, he remained unfazed, wolfing down his third serving of sweet tea and dessert. His crude behavior momentarily embarrassed the lady beside him. The club is charging you only 10 crowns. That seems a bit too little. Oh my, let us not mention 10 crowns, Tufu lamented, feeling a pang of regret as if he were bleeding internally. A full 10 crowns. Fortunately, I won't have to pay that again. You plan to leave the club? Wait, does this mean your potion has fully digested? The fox, Miss Caroline, was taken aback, astonished at how swiftly he had progressed since his arrival. As a fellow rank 9 individual, she felt a twinge of shame. For someone aspiring to be an adventurer, it has never been difficult. Tufu replied, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke of his not particularly noteworthy experiences. Noting that one does not encounter evil gods everywhere. Just as he was about to elaborate on his talents, he suddenly noticed that Caroline beside him, Sasha at the front desk, the extraordinary individuals in the ring, and everyone else in his line of sight began to fade and then vanish entirely. Just as Tufu and Caroline were conversing on the bench, a pale-skinned, tall man emerged from backstage, the club's current operator. Mason Adams, as he raised his head, he immediately spotted the figure adorned in the dark golden skull mask, which looked strikingly familiar. Mason seemed to recall something, and his eyes widened in surprise that he was about to approach Tufu for a conversation, but refrained from doing so. Aware that meeting in person could be perilous due to their identities, thus, the astute Mason discreetly activated his nightmarish abilities, golden runes flashing in his eyes as those around him gradually faded. Pardon my intrusion. Sir, was the incident at Pritzport orchestrated by you? He inquired respectfully, bowing his head toward the man in the golden skull mask. Tufu, noticing the surrounding individuals fading, nearly activated his teleportation ritual in a panic. Thinking he was being set up, but he relaxed once he recognized Mason Adams. He was surprised that even with the mask on, he could be recognized. Tufu mused, speaking in a disinterested tone. That was the directive of Mr. Mediator. I see. Mason nodded repeatedly, confirming his suspicions that a significant figure was indeed orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Noticing the dawning realization in Tufu's eyes, he suddenly had an idea. Tufu clenched his fist to his chest, bowing respectfully, and whispered, Mr. Mediator is with us. Mason was taken aback by this gesture and statement, his mind racing to analyze its implications. A near half-divine evil god has been dealt with. What rank should he hold? What does it mean that he is with us? Does this imply that the Mediator constantly observes everything in the mortal realm? Good heavens! That is truly a divine existence, an omniscient and omnipotent deity. He increasingly felt that the Mediator and the Skynet were shrouded in mystery. Mason mirrored the gesture, respectfully placing his palm over his heart and sincerely greeting. Hail, Mr. Mediator. After once again persuading Mason and solidifying his confidence in joining this promising organization, Tufu naturally departed from the fighting club. Time slipped away, and before he knew it, the afternoon had arrived. Tufu's next destination was also located in the Central District, on Central Street. The Ritz Theater was not far from this commercial avenue, and it seemed to have recently completed its renovations. Following the plague dance incident, the theater had undergone a refurbishment, finally allowing the long-absent audience to revel in the ritualistic experience of attending a stage play. Hello. A ticket for the Sparrow Becomes Princess performance. Tufu approached the theater's front desk, paid, and received his ticket from the attendant. He made his way to his seat with familiarity, ordered a bucket of popcorn, and continued to watch the play. Sparrow Becomes Princess, which had already been in progress for some time. His previous concerns regarding Grace had delayed his desire to watch the play, and he had missed the final moments of the story, leaving him with an unresolved knot in his heart. Seizing this opportune moment, Tufu sat quietly in the audience, clutching his popcorn while immersing himself in the continuation of this dark fairy tale. He was already well acquainted with the earlier plot, where the unfortunate Miss Sparrow came from the countryside to the big city and, by a twist of fate, became the princess of the nation. She enjoyed a happiness she had never experienced before and married a handsome prince from a neighboring country. This aligned perfectly with the narrative he had previously viewed. However, a clear deviation occurred during the wedding scene between the prince and princess. Although the original princess, who had fled her wedding, attempted to disrupt the event, upon learning the full story, the neighboring prince developed an affection for this false princess. Despite the royal family's discontent causing numerous obstacles for the two lovers, the prince ultimately chose to marry the Sparrow Princess, and they lived happily ever after. Could it be that I remembered incorrectly? Tufu furrowed his brow in confusion at the unfolding plot. This differed significantly from what the female lead had previously told him. The overall narrative had softened considerably, leaving him with a lingering sense of something amiss even after witnessing the entire performance. As the stage play Sparrow Becomes Princess concluded, the theater emptied. The audience trickled out of the performance hall, but Tufu, filled with questions, made his way toward the backstage area. Using his hunter's senses, he examined the footprints on the ground and easily located the leading actress. Ms. Christina, who was preparing to remove her makeup. Found you. Following the damp trail of footprints, Tufu stopped at a half-open door and politely knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Upon seeing the stranger at the door, Christina was startled and nearly screamed. But her composure held her anxiety in check. Who are you? Upon laying eyes on the visitor, a young man with strikingly handsome and chiseled features, Christina instinctively felt that someone so attractive could not possibly be a villain. Thus, she refrained from calling for security. Beautiful lady, I believe we have met before. The scene here was rather chaotic at the time, and the theater has since undergone renovations. Tufu vividly recounted the events of that day, finally prompting the actress who portrayed the Sparrow Princess to recall something. She instinctively feigned a delicate demeanor, covering her heart. Oh, of course, that was a dreadful incident, but fortunately, it is all in the past now. In fact, I just finished watching the conclusion of the play, where the Sparrow Princess and the prince live happily together. This ending seems quite different from what you mentioned earlier. Tufu earnestly posed this question. Thus, my confusion led me to seek out a beautiful lady, confident that she would be willing to enlighten me. His humorous words endeared him to Christina considerably. That was the earlier version of Sparrow Becomes Princess. But recently, we have received numerous complaints that such an ending was too dark, as it left an indelible shadow on their children. Under pressure, we had to alter the ending to what you saw. I see. With the answer in hand, Tufu suddenly found the long-standing mystery quite amusing. Observing the handsome young man deep in thought upon hearing her response, he resembled a dashing prince straight out of a story, perpetually captivating. The lead actress, Christina, curiously inquired again, Sir, what do you think of this ending? Compared to those sorrowful, melancholic, and thought-provoking narratives, I actually prefer a more conventional conclusion like this. Having lived in Litz for quite some time and having grown weary of various negative energies and injustices, Tufu spoke from the heart. Chapter 102. The Black Swan. Pluton District, Old George Tavern. The warm afternoon sun spilled over the empty rows of seats, with only a few scattered patrons at the bar discussing recent events. Money and women were the eternal topics of their conversation. The idle bartender meticulously polished the glassware, setting it down only when it shone with a reflective brilliance. As closing time approached, one would expect the tavern to be filled with patrons seeking to numb their senses with cheap alcohol. The emo culture, it had long since faded. The lethargy of the lower class stemmed largely from disappointment after tireless efforts yielded no rewards. Yet now, no one indulged in such behavior, following the recent attack at Litz Harbor. Local policies had been enacted, resulting in significant improvements in wages and living conditions for workers in the Litz area. Many factories even offered ordinary workers double their usual pay, and everyone was pursuing their ambitions to earn money. Even if the duration of this prosperity remained uncertain, at least hope was visibly present. Buddy, a glass of milk beer. A young man clad in a leather jacket, tight-striped pants, and studded boots sat at the bar. With an empty holster strapped to his waist, the slight bulge beneath his shirt showcased his streamlined physique, making him undeniably a ruggedly handsome man. After ordering a frothy beer, he lifted his cowboy hat slightly to present himself more upright. During his leisure, his gaze occasionally drifted to the few unemployed dancers at the center stage. Why is it that no one has come to hire me? Is the correct approach to light up a big smoke and shout profanities at the bartender or the dancers? But that completely contradicts my temperament. After sitting for an entire afternoon, Tufu scanned the surroundings with a puzzled expression. The patrons in the tavern had evidently taken notice of him, their glances flickering over, stifled laughter escaping as if they had witnessed something amusing. The current atmosphere was far from what he had envisioned as a bounty hunter seeking work. From his previous experiences at the fighting club, he had learned that if extraordinary individuals found themselves in dire straits, they could try their luck at various taverns to seek private jobs. For instance, the Old Hunter Tavern in Wood District or Old George Tavern in Pluton District. Known meeting spots for many extraordinary beings, local elites or outsiders seeking assistance often turned to either the Brotherhood or frequented these well-known taverns. Yet, despite wandering through taverns for several consecutive days in hopes of finding an employer to undertake some tasks before heading to Copenhagen, Tufu had yet to encounter anyone. Could it be my outfit is the issue? He glanced down at his attire, the leather jacket, tight pants, studded boots, and a cowboy hat procured from a farm for 10 pence. A rather imposing ensemble, certainly deserving of the title muscular man. Yet, curiously, no one had approached him. Perhaps everyone is simply too shy. I need to come off as more assertive. Tifa pondered, lifting the creamy milk beer in front of him. Contemplating how to engage the bartender more effectively, the milk beer had a delightful balance of sweetness and acidity, with a hint of creaminess, making it quite refreshing that he relished this flavor, always opting for this inexpensive children's beverage whenever he visited the tavern. Who could resist the allure of a sweet and tangy sparkling drink? The glass windows of Old George Tavern faced the bar's center, allowing an unobstructed view from outside, just as Tofu raised his glass. A middle-aged man dressed in a black trench coat paused in front of the familiar tavern, seemingly reminiscing about the past. His nostalgic gaze lingered for a moment before resolutely shifting away. As he prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of the ruggedly dressed man enjoying milk beer inside. It was nearly impossible not to notice him. Tofu's distinctive attire made him shine like a beacon amidst the tavern's crowd. Tofu, Roman, by sheer coincidence. Their eyes locked in an unintended moment of recognition, both expressing surprise before simultaneously calling out each other's names. Having encountered an acquaintance, this intriguing opportunity prompted Roman Richard to instinctively step inside with a steady gait. The last time we met was also here. If I recall correctly, that is indeed the case. The familiar figure of Tofu today appeared impeccably clean and in remarkably good spirits. He had shaved off every last hair from his chin and sported a rather stylish hairstyle. Most importantly, there was not a hint of perfume or alcohol on Roman. Perhaps the events of the last encounter had imparted some wisdom upon him. That I recall Mr. Hawkins, the orderly, stating that the chief knight of the Black Swan had locked himself away in a confinement chamber for an extended period, neglecting sustenance to the point of nearly torturing himself to death. It seems that he has emerged from the shadow of that ordeal, his demeanor now exuding vitality. Roman paused for a moment, surveying Tofu's attire before he spoke languidly. It has been quite some time that I find myself uncertain about how to address you. Extraordinary Tofu, the pioneer of optics, or perhaps Professor Cap, my friend. You may soon find yourself esteemed as a scholar. Although you might not wish to hear such words, it is a commendable path, far easier to traverse than the treacherous road of the extraordinary. It appears Roman is already aware of Tofu's double-slit experiment and his acceptance into Michigan University. Hence his admonition carried the weight of experience. What would you like? Rum, vodka, or perhaps a sweet milk beer? Tofu casually removed his hat, opting not to directly answer the question, but rather smilingly scrutinizing his companion. No. I no longer have a need for such indulgences, while it indeed serves as a delightful escape, numbing my mind and allowing me to momentarily forget my pain. I must ultimately confront it anew upon awakening. You have indeed undergone a significant transformation, Tofu acknowledged. One must inevitably mature. As Roman spoke, he relaxed his posture, his tall frame accentuated by a straightened back, and a smile broke through the hardships he had endured as the chief knight. So, what brings you here? Let me guess, enjoying the dance. Indulging in drink, waiting for someone. No, none of those are correct. Could it be that you have been promoted? That explains your presence at Old Joel's Tavern. I surmise you are now playing the role of a bounty hunter ready to accept commissions. By piecing together the scant clues, the once prodigious extraordinary had nearly deduced the situation correctly. Roman maintained his gaze locked with Tofu's eyes, eliminating several erroneous assumptions before his keen insight unraveled Tofu's intentions. Youth is truly a gift, brimming with potential and aspirations for the future. I used to be much like you. Honestly, every time I see you, it's like peering into a mirror, always catching a glimpse of my former self. I cannot quite comprehend your words. Tofu shook his head. Despite his current indifference towards being discovered as an extraordinary, he still preferred not to be so easily understood. Besides, I am far more handsome than you. Perhaps we shall have the chance to meet again. I submitted an application to the Cathedral of Copenhagen, intending to transfer there soon. Should you encounter any troubles on that side, do not hesitate to seek me out. Roman whistled casually, reminiscing about the feeling of sitting in this tavern, especially with a little fellow beside him emulating the attire of vintage heroes, which always reminded him of old acquaintances. I take that seriously. Tofu suddenly chuckled, unaware of Roman's motivations for sharing such sentiments, quietly sipping his milk beer. Speaking of which, your changes have indeed been remarkable. Could they be related to the rumors surrounding Port Price? Indeed, that was undoubtedly the most reckless undertaking of my life. I, of all people, despise engaging in risky endeavors, battling cultists or those of higher standing, or witnessing my companions lose control, all of which are profoundly distasteful. The feeling of being unable to control such events is truly wretched. But having chosen this path, I must confront its challenges that I refuse to feel powerless as I did last time. I abhor that sensation of being unable to effect change. Roman's eyes narrowed, fists clenched, still haunted by the memory of the powerless encounter with the malevolent deity. In truth, with your capabilities, even fleeing from such matters would not warrant blame. Who would hold it against you? Had Tu Fu not been able to leverage the strength of that vessel, he would never have risked himself in that affair. Yet, the sight of Roman, KB, and Hawkins boldly facing death was indeed moving. They had barely reached Sequence 7, all to momentarily draw the attention of that malevolent entity, who would ultimately claim many lives. What significance did that hold? Yes, I pondered for quite some time on whether to abandon this mess and flee. That situation had far surpassed my capacity to resolve, and I suspect I was among the most fearful of death in that group. Roman spoke candidly, unabashedly revealing his sordid thoughts from that time. But why did you ultimately choose not to escape? Because of this. Roman smiled as he gently tugged at the collar of his shirt, revealing two insignias. One was the emblem of the law enforcement system, a sword and shield, and the other was the insignia of the goddess of wisdom's extraordinary team, Black Swan. Tu Fu glanced at the other emblem, which depicted the insignia of the goddess of wisdom's church, a solitary, proud black swan gliding gracefully upon a smooth surface. Do you recall the story I mentioned before, when the swan was still an ugly duckling? It never imagined it would one day transform into a swan. I have heard that tale, yet I maintain that they were always descendants of swans. Regardless of effort, the outcome would remain unchanged. Tu Fu firmly held this belief. Roman chuckled lightly, neither affirming nor denying the assertion. Even if it is as you say, I believe that such an unattractive, foul duck must endure trials. It is an essential part of the journey. More importantly, those ugly ducklings who have transformed into black swans must protect the yet-to-mature ducklings until they flourish. The same holds true for the extraordinary. Only through suffering, torment, and the unknown madness can one ultimately become a magnificent black swan. Safeguarding those akin to themselves. This is fundamentally the purpose behind the establishment of the black swan. Roman gazed earnestly into Tu Fu's eyes, responding to his inquiry. You just asked me why I did not flee. Because with them, I fear nothing. He placed his palms on the two distinct badges, the law enforcement badge and the black swan insignia. They shimmered brilliantly in the dimly lit tavern. August 15, 1492. The admission letters from the University of Copenhagen and Miske Stark University arrived sooner than expected. Delivered directly to 64 Crescent Street, in contrast to the thin letter Sophie received. The mail from the Vildero region was a bulging pouch. Alongside the acceptance letter, there was a thick stack of discount coupons. Transportation cards, debit cards. Every condition Tu Fu stipulated was graciously met by Michigan University. Before they knew it, the day of departure had arrived. The house on Crescent Street had already been sold, and with funds secured from the Anfield family. The Winster couple possessed a total of 5,000 crowns. This was the entirety of their family's savings. Placing all their hopes on Copenhagen for a fresh start was, without a doubt, a gamble. Venturing into the capital was inherently a gamble of life. Darling, I think it is time for us to depart. Uncle Ethan, who had completed the transfer paperwork, stood at the doorstep with a medium-sized leather suitcase in hand, while Sophie was still mulling over what items to bring. Please wait a moment longer. Her suitcase was already crammed to the brim, filled with an assortment of mystical paraphernalia strewn about. However, despite her repeated attempts to compress the contents, there remained items she could not take. Before Sophie lay two objects. The first was a charm bottle she had crafted herself, and the second was a rusty old wind-up toy bear. Yet the remaining space in her suitcase could only accommodate one, and she was forced to make a choice. Time ticked away, and Mr. Winster began to impatiently tap his foot, emphasizing that their train tickets were soon to be called. Very well. At last, Sophie made her decision. After much contemplation, she reluctantly gazed at the handcrafted trinket. Ultimately, her fair hand reached for the ugly, rusty wind-up bear, placing it in the last available spot in her suitcase. Though it was ordinary, unremarkable, and even yellowed with age, it stood out little amongst the exquisite toys. No one would spare it a second glance. Some items may be exceptional, yet she simply did not favor them. Just as Miss Winster resolved to leave with her choice made, an impatient male voice echoed from within the room. Lately, I have been training for a triathlon to hone my skills. only to realize that waiting for Miss Winster to pack her belongings is the true test of will. The brash Tu Fu strolled in, his sharp-witted humor inciting Sophie's irritation. His keen eyes instantly caught sight of the charm bottle abandoned on the floor. And he exclaimed, "Goodness, why is there still something left behind? Thankfully, I still have a bit of room in my bag." The clever Tu Fu had already transferred the heavy books and cumbersome revolver onto the phantom ship as he prepared to leave. He would not hesitate to pack even the Winster family's furniture if he could. Only children make choices, adults take everything. With that, he tossed the small item into his bag, and without a backward glance, he followed the Winster family out. After ensuring everything was in order, the family swiftly boarded a carriage bound for the train station. Amidst the surging throng, a colossal locomotive, exhaling dark steam, thundered forth from the station's tracks. As the steel behemoth came to a halt, the crowd flowed toward their designated seats. At the moment of departure, each member of the Winster family gazed fondly upon the land that had been their home for many years. A landscape rich with countless memories and tales. Their eyes brimmed with love, the Emperor's new clothes,